The night was as black as ink. A crescent moon hung in the sky. Beneath the giant locust tree in front of Widow Xie's house in Chenjigu village, a figure lay motionless. Suddenly, the figure began coughing violently, then slowly pulled himself up against the tree, swaying unsteadily. My head hurts like hell, where am I? Chen Meng rubbed his temples. Wasn't I just taking a shower? When did I even drink alcohol? All around him was pitch darkness, broken only by the occasional croak of frogs. Chen Meng looked around in confusion, still disoriented when a wave of dizziness hit him again. He leaned back against the tree, gasping for breath until the vertigo subsided. A few meters ahead stood a house. Faint light seeped through its window. Instinctively, Chen Meng walked toward it. He raised his hand to knock, but the door creaked open at the slightest touch. Screak! The grating sound echoed eerily through the night. Hesitating only briefly, Chen Meng stepped inside. In the dim light, he saw an uneven earthen floor with an old square table placed in the center. On the table sat a black and white framed photograph draped with mourning cloth. 3 celadone bowls were arranged neatly before it. One filled with rice, one with soybeans, and one with fruit. 3 incense sticks stuck upright in the rice, curling thin trails of smoke into the air. Chen Meng shivered involuntarily. This is a memorial hall. Am I dreaming? You've come. Come in, a soft, ghostly voice drifted from somewhere nearby. Chen Meng turned toward the sound. Behind a faded floral curtain hung over a doorway, the room beyond was half hidden. The door was slightly ajar. After a moment's hesitation, he pushed the curtain aside and stepped through. It was a bedroom, lit only by a single red candle. In its flickering glow, Chen Meng immediately spotted a woman lying on the earthen Kong-heated brick bed, her back turned toward him, bare shoulders smooth and pale, curving delicately under the dim red light in almost ethereal allure. She was covered from the waist down by a thin sheet, revealing 2 long, slender legs. At the sound of his entrance, the woman instinctively curled up tighter, pulling the sheet taut over her body, forming a full, rounded silhouette beneath the fabric. Gulp! Chen Meng swallowed hard, his breath quickening. Is this a wet dream? Please don't wake me up. It's been ages since I've tasted real flesh, even if it's just a dream. Let me enjoy it. Suddenly, the woman flung the sheet aside. Beneath it, she wore only simple white cotton underwear. Her porcelain-like legs trembled slightly, but remained tightly pressed together, clearly nervous. "I'm ready," she whispered, voice trembling. "I'll give myself to you tonight. My Hotsu verwart." Heat surged through Chen Meng's chest. Without thinking, he reached out toward that intoxicating, flawless body. But his foot caught on something. He stumbled forward, crashing headfirst into the wall. Pain exploded through his skull. An thin flood of foreign memories crashed into his mind like a tidal wave. Chen Meng froze. I've been reborn. This body also belonged to someone named Chen Meng, a village loafer in Chenjigu, 25 years old, jobless, lazy, and still unmarried. Had his eye on the most beautiful woman in the village, Widow Xie. Her name was Xie Yingying, graceful and refined, just like her name suggested. She was a primary school teacher in the township, cultured and elegant, coveted by men from villages far and wide. By some twist of fate, she had married Chendong of Chenjigu, a fine cabbage devoured by a pig, as villagers put it. But Chendong's luck ran out. 3 years after their marriage, just a year after their daughter was born, he fell off a cliff while hunting and died. Xie Yingying became a widow. Immediately, every man in the village swarmed around her like flies. But Xie Yingying was fiercely chased. She always carried a pair of scissors, threatening to stab herself if anyone touched her. No one dared approach her except this Chen Meng. Had discovered her weakness, her child. He threatened to steal and sell her daughter unless she slept with him. For the sake of her child, Xie Yingying gave in. They'd agreed to encounter what happened tonight. Overjoyed, this original Chen Meng drank 2 gin of baijiu, forgot the appointment entirely, and as usual tried to sneak in her yard by climbing the locust tree. He slipped, fell, and died on impact. At that exact moment, in another timeline, the real Chen Meng man taking a shower was electrocuted by a faulty water heater and died. His soul transmigrated into the body of the fallen loafer. One idiot. Why climb a tree when the door's unlocked? And threatening a child? You really deserve to die, Chen Meng muttered in disgust once he understood what kind of scum had inherited. On the Kong, Xie Yingying heard him mention her child. She whirled around, grabbed Chen Meng, and dragged him onto the bed. You promised. Sleep with me once, and you'll leave my daughter alone. Here I'm giving myself to you now. Still nursing, her chest was full and high, straining against the air. In his previous life, Chen Meng, though a lifelong bachelor, a hardcore lottery player, seasoned stock trader, elite troll, and Footy had never actually been with a woman. Now, suddenly embraced by this mature, stunning widow, his heart pounded like a drum. She's a widow, it's not illegal. If I don't do it, I'd be an idiot. His hands moved toward her tempting form. Wah! An infant's cry shattered the moment. Chen Meng froze. If I go through with this, what's the difference between me and an animal? Slap. He smacked himself hard across the face, forcing himself to snap out of the lustful haze. But the sudden slap terrified Xie Yingying. She dropped to her knees on the Kong, pleading desperately, "Don't be angry. The baby must be hungry, you'll feed her, and she'll stop crying. Please don't hurt my child." Her ample chest trembled with each sob, unmoved by gravity, swaying gently under the dim light. "I can't take this, go feed your baby first. We'll talk another day," Chen Meng said hoarsely. He grabbed the sheet and draped it over her shoulders, then forced his eyes away from her voluptuous body and turned to leave. At the door, he added, "After I leave, bolt the door. Keep yourself safe." What? Did I hear that right? He's letting me go and warning me to stay safe? Xie Yingying couldn't believe her ears. Only when the door clicked shut did she snap out her daze. She leapt off the bed and rushed outside just in time to see Chen Meng's unsteady figure disappearing into the night. My God, has he changed? Impossible. He must be plotting something. Just then, the baby cried again from the next room. Xie Yingying had no time to ponder. She hurried off to nurse her child. Chen Meng walked 50 meters before stopping, gasping for breath, his mind still flooded with vivid, seductive images. Slap. He hit himself again. Why pretend to be worse than an animal? If you're going to be a beast, just be one properly. Not far ahead, a low, crumbling mud hut glowed faintly with a weak light. That was Loafer Chen Meng's home. Damn it. Everyone else reincarnates as a celebrity or rich heir. Why did I end up as a dirt-poor rural bachelor? No way. I've got to find a way back. Muttering curses, he trudged toward the shack. Chapter 2. Offering my sister as collateral. As he drew closer, Chen Meng finally saw the so-called house. Walls of raw, cracked, earth-gaping fissures running from roof to foundation, thick with moss. The roof, thatch, yellowed, brittle, rotting. In his past life, had only seen houses like this in period dramas. Back then, though poor and single, had at least inherited a modest 70-square-meter flat in the city worth trading for a decent elevator apartment in today's market. But this hovel looked ready to collapse at any moment. Chen Meng turned on his heel, ready to flee, no courage to push open that rickety wooden door. But where else could he go? After pacing for a long while, he sighed. Well, I'm here. Might as well check it out and figure out how to get back. Creak. The door groaned as he stepped inside. He tripped over the high threshold, stumbling forward. Thud, and landed flat on his face. Embarrassed, he scrambled up and kicked the doorframe. What kind of dump has a doorstep this high? Dusting himself off, he finally took in the interior. Outside, one word poor. Inside, destitute beyond belief. A dim kerosene lamp flickered. On the uneven dirt floor sat a broken, four-legged table. Around it, a middle-aged couple and a young girl eating dinner, boiled cabbage in one bowl, boiled sweet potatoes in another. No other furniture in sight. All three stared at him with fear in their eyes. In his former life, Chen Meng had lost both parents, young, becoming an orphan who knew all too well the ache of loneliness. Though he acted cheerful, had often cried himself to sleep. Seeing this, his heart ached. Awkwardly, he greeted them. Dad, Mom, little sister eating dinner? Clatter. His younger sister dropped her bowl, mouth agape in shock. The parents shot to their feet, backing away in terror. Meng, how much did you drink tonight? If you're angry, take it out on me, not hit your mom or your sister. Chen Dezui's father shielded his wife, Zhao Huaihua, behind him, face pale with fear. Chen Meng's chest tightened. A simple greeting had terrified them this badly because the original Chen Meng beat his family daily, when angry, when drunk, or for no reason at all. Slap. He slapped himself again. You bastard. Beating your own family? Are you even human? Meng, dad's got 10 yuan here, Chen Dezhu stammered, dropping to his knees and fumbling a nearly torn banknote from his ragged pocket. Take it, buy more liquor, just don't hurt your mother or sister. Monster. Only extreme abuse could make a father tremble at his son's mere gesture. If Head had a knife, Chen Meng would have stabbed himself, killing the loafer and hopefully returning to his old life. Dad, get up. I'm not drinking, Chen Meng said firmly. No, take the money. I said get up. His voice hardened. Chen Dezhu flinched and stood immediately, head bowed. Bugan looked at him. Zhao Huaihua and his sister Chen Xiaomei trembled, eyes wide with fear. For some reason, Chen Meng's nose stung. His parents, barely 50, looked like frail elders in their 60s, hair already gray. His 18-year-old sister appeared stunted, like an underfed child. All because the original Chen Meng gambled, drank, hoard, stole, and scammed, draining this already poor household until there was nothing left, not even enough to eat. What a sin. Sighing heavily, Chen Meng didn't know what to say. He just walked into the bedroom. A wooden plank bed, a torn straw mat, piles of filthy clothes and stinking socks. In the corner, beer bottles filled with urine, reeking of ammonia. Is this even fit for humans? His stomach churned. Sleep was impossible. Leaning against the headboard, he tried to think. He had to return. He couldn't endure one more minute in this hellhole. Back in his old life, Shuri was a broke singleton, but at least he could play Honor of Kings till dawn, scroll Douyin or Kuaishou, watch pretty streamers flirt, and splurge 100 for a sweet thank you. Big bro? Big bro is awesome. Big bro is so hot. With a bit of cash, he could gather friends, hit a bathhouse, and grill some skewers. Now, no electricity, not just in his house, but in the entire village of Chenjigu. This was 1992, and yet, such poverty existed? Even to try electrocuting himself again to trigger another rebirth, he'd have to walk dozens of miles to the county town. I must go back. This place isn't mine. Just then, a crash outside. A scream. Chen Meng frowned, jumped off the bed, and rushed out. Several familiar thugs were dragging his sister toward the door. His parents lay on the ground, blood trickling from their mouths. Mom, Dad, save me. I don't want to marry Baldy Ba. Chen Xiaomei shrieked, her frail body no match for the burly men. Master Ba, please spare my daughter. She's just a child. Chen Dazhu and Zhao Huaihua knelt, kowtowing desperately. The lead-era bald man, with a scarred, pockmarked face, sneered. Old Chen, don't blame me. Blame your son. He owes me 2,000 yuan. Can't pay. Then your daughter pays. This Baldy Ba was a local thug who ran gambling dens and collected debts through violence. The original Chen Meng had lost 2,000 yuan at his casino and signed his sister as collateral. Today was the due date, and he hadn't even told his family. Master Ba, we'll find a way to repay. Don't take my daughter, she's too young. Chen Dazhu sobbed. Look at your hovel. Sell your whole family, you still won't cover it. Baldy Ba kicked him down. Shut up. Either pay up, or I take the girl. She's scrawny, but a brothel might still give a few coins for her. Filth. Scum. Selling his own sister for 2,000 yuan. Chen Meng's teeth clenched in fury. He couldn't watch anymore. Stop, he roared. Chapter 3. A fight to the bitter end. Brother Chen, you are at home, rather than indulging in pleasures with widow Xia. Hee, you finished so quickly. My dear brother, is your prowess lacking? Ba Laizi, upon recognizing Chen Meng, not only felt no fear but greeted him with a grin. Damn it, I am as vigorous as a dragon and as fierce as a tiger. Chen Meng cursed inwardly, casting a glance at Ba Laizi. Release my sister and return, he demanded. Huh. The smile on Ba Laizi's face froze, turning into a scowl. What do you mean, Chen Meng? Do you not comprehend? My sister will not marry you. Chen Meng's expression darkened. Not only did Ba Laizi's group seem to be unfamiliar with Chen Meng, but even Chen Dazhu, Zhao Huaijuan, and Chen Xiaomei looked at him in astonishment, unable to fathom his intentions. How many swigs of cat urine have you consumed, Chen Meng? Do you not remember that you owe me 2,000? Are you trying to use your sister as collateral? You must be tired of living. Ba Laizi's eyes glinted dangerously. Despite Chen Meng's dominance in Chenjigu village, instilling fear in others, to Ba Laizi, he was merely a penniless fool. How dare he challenge him today? It was akin to seeking death. I will repay the money I owe you. But today, you cannot take my sister. Otherwise, I will not hold back. Chen Meng stated resolutely. Could you repeat that? Am I mistaken? The Chen family brat dares to be disrespectful to me? How amusing. Ba Laizi feigned disbelief, as if hearing the most absurd joke in the world. Chen Meng, did you not last 3 seconds with widow Xia? Are you venting your frustrations on us? Know your place. How dare you stand against Ba Laizi? You are courting death. Ba Laizi, shall we teach this fool a lesson? Let him bleed a little. It would be auspicious for his sister's marriage. The other ruffians laughed derisively. Letting him bleed is unnecessary. We are all brothers, after all. Today is a good day. I shall not stoop to his level. Just take her away, Ba Laizi commanded with a wave of his hand. The ruffians, like wolves, lifted Chen Xiaomei, ready to depart. Stop. I will repay the money. Chen Meng shouted. Do not joke with me. You are so poor you do not even have a spare pair of shorts. Where will you find the money? Ba Laizi was taken aback. Wait for me. I will fetch it, Chen Meng replied, retreating to his bedroom. Earlier, he had discovered a machete hidden beneath his pillow, a tool he often used to intimidate the villagers. Armed with the weapon, he strode out. Shit, Chen Meng. What do you intend to do? Ba Laizi's expression changed when he saw Chen Meng emerge with the machete. He pointed at him, shouting, while retreating and grabbing a chair for defense. Balaisi, grant me some respect. Release my sister. I will have your 2,000 in a week. Otherwise, today, I may enter with a white blade and exit with a red one. After all, I am tired of living. Chen Meng's voice was cold and menacing. Scaring the villagers is one thing, but attempting to intimidate me? You are still too green for that. Take her away. Balaisi had known Chen Meng long enough to dismiss his threats. He appeared tall and imposing, yet in reality, he was a coward. Then I shall take you down with me. Chen Meng glared fiercely, raising his knife to strike. Bang! With a swift slash, the chair-wielding Balaisi attempted to block, only to be cleaved in half. You're serious, aren't you? Balaisi was drenched in cold sweat. His instinctive defense had saved his life. Had he not blocked, his brain would have been splattered. Chen Meng felt a sigh of relief. His prolonged banter and slow movements were intentional, granting Balaisi a chance to defend himself. After all, to return to life only to become a murderer would be utterly disgraceful. Do you think I jest? Chen Meng raised his knife again. Fine. You are drunk today, so I shall not stoop to your level. You may live, but the debt must be repaid. I shall give you 1 week. If the money is not returned, I will set this wretched place ablaze. Balaisi faltered, intimidated by Chen Meng's demeanor. As the saying goes, a barefoot man fears not the man in shoes. This drunken fool was known to be reckless, and should he fly into a rage, it could cost him his life. Chen Meng understood that while Balaisi might hesitate to kill, he would not shy away from burning down a house. Nodding, he declared, 1 week from now, I expect my money. I will wait for you, Balaisi replied, waving his hand as his subordinates released Chen Xiaomei, and they turned to leave. Thus, a potential disaster was averted. The elderly Chen Dezhu and his wife felt as if they had been washed in water, collapsing to the ground, their faces pale with fear. Young Chen Xiaomei ran over, weeping, and the three embraced, sobbing together. Those who heard were sorrowful, and those who witnessed shed tears. All of this was thanks to Chen Meng. Scoundrel! Chen Meng cursed under his breath. In comparison to this man, he felt like a paragon of virtue, a model youth. Enough of the weeping. It's the dead of night, and it's unsettling, he said impatiently. In a moment of compassion, unable to bear the sight of their distress, he had stepped forward, promising Balaisi to repay 2,000 yuan within a week. In later times, would 2,000 yuan even be considered money? One could barely afford a brief encounter in a nightclub, let alone an entire night. Yet in 1992, with an average monthly salary of less than 300 and pork priced at 3 yuan per jean, a fast food meal costing 15 yuan, 2,000 yuan was undeniably a substantial sum. Even for city dwellers, saving 2,000 yuan in a year would be a challenge. The thought of this made Chen Meng restless. Though he wished to turn a blind eye, the pitiful state of the Chen family tugged at his heart. If he truly ignored them, Chen Xiaomei would surely be seized by Balaisi, used for a time, and then sold to a brothel. Meng, thank you. If it weren't for you, Xiaomei would be doomed, Chen Dezhu said, recognizing Chen Meng's displeasure and quickly deferring. Thank you, brother, Chen Xiaomei added, tears glistening in her eyes. For the sins I've committed, you thank me? Chen Meng's irritation dissipated instantly, and he attempted to articulate a response, yet his throat felt parched. Finally, he uttered, It's late. You should rest. With that, he grasped the knife and retreated to his bedroom, forcefully closing the door behind him. Bang! The Chen family jumped in fright, remaining silent for a long moment until they were certain Chen Meng would not emerge again. Only then did they begin to speak softly among themselves. How peculiar it is that the little rascal has transformed into a semblance of a person. Who is to say? In any case, one must exercise caution. It is best not to provoke him, lest one finds themselves on the receiving end of a beating. Mother and father, where might I procure 2,000 yuan? If the debt remains unpaid, it is only a matter of time before I am taken away. If all else fails, I shall secretly send you away, at worst. Your mother and I might suffer a beating, but as long as you survive, that is all that matters. The family murmured amongst themselves, all overheard by Chen Meng, who had intended to emerge for a sweet potato, having spent the night drinking. After all that commotion, his stomach was empty, and to his astonishment, he heard Chen Dezhu refer to him as a little rascal. What deep animosity must he harbor? Chen Meng felt too ashamed to venture out for food. So he lay fully clothed on the foul-smelling bed, staring at the flickering oil lamp, contemplating that he must reclaim his dignity and repay the 2,000 yuan before returning, creating a sense of security for his parents and younger sister. Yet, how could one earn such a sum in just a week? The next day, Chen Meng awoke groggily. The sun already high in the sky. His head throbbed painfully. He had spent the better part of the night lost in thought, only dozing off at dawn. Upon exiting the bedroom, he found the house empty. Instinctively, he glanced at his wrist, only to find it bare, realizing he was no longer the person he once was. Stepping into the main area, he looked up at the sun, but it was futile. He could not discern the time without a clock, a luxury he could not afford. Such poverty, he muttered, surveying his surroundings. The courtyard before him was spacious, paved with blue stone slabs, surrounded by a bamboo fence over a meter high. Behind him stood 3 main rooms. To the right was a low, side room that appeared to be the kitchen. Adjacent to it was a pig pen made of wood and a makeshift restroom cordoned off with plastic sheeting. It was summer, and a breeze carried with it a nauseating stench. At that moment, Chen Meng felt a sharp cramp in his stomach. He instinctively tightened his legs and glanced around. With houses all around, what would he do if he had to relieve himself outdoors? Never mind. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. He held his nose and entered the plastic-wrapped restroom. 2 narrow stone slabs, barely wide enough for a single foot, rested atop a large, dark, foul-smelling vat, within which murky water swirled, a thick wooden stick protruding, likely to prevent splashing. Even more revolting was the sight of countless maggots crawling over the stone slabs. Ugh! Chen Meng's stomach churned. But he could no longer hold back. He quickly removed his trousers and squatted down. Damn it! He cursed, angered by his inexperience with this infamous latrine. He was not precise, and inevitably, some of the mess splattered onto his backside. The repulsiveness made him feel itchy all over. Once finished, he realized he had forgotten to bring any paper, but fortunately, a small wooden basket hung nearby, filled with cut-up newspaper. Chen Meng seized it like a treasure, hastily cleaning himself before bolting outside to gulp in fresh air. Yet, the lingering stench clung to him, refusing to dissipate. Damn this wretched place. He could not bear to stay another moment. Chen Meng felt deeply that he did not belong here at all. He found himself reminiscing for the first time about the public restroom of future generations, which emitted a faint, unpleasant odor. Compared to this makeshift latrine, one could easily dine within its confines. After relieving himself, he felt a gnawing emptiness in his stomach. He entered the kitchen to find a rustic stove with 2 iron pots, one large and one small, alongside a pile of firewood, and even a dilapidated cupboard caked in dirt and chipped paint. Chen Meng opened the cupboard, discovering only a few broken bowls and plates. Along with a couple of pairs of chopsticks, nothing of substance remained. However, within the larger pot, there lay half a pot of boiled sweet potatoes. He might as well make do with them. It was better than enduring hunger. Chen Meng selected 2 sweet potatoes that appeared relatively decent and, munching on one, stepped out of the kitchen. At that moment, he caught sight of Chen Xiaomei returning with a bundle of pig fodder on her back. Her frail figure stood at less than 1.5 meters tall, weighing scarcely 80 pounds. Her chest barely revealed the slightest hint of development. Her hair a dry yellow, and her complexion reminiscent of wilted vegetables, a quintessential picture of malnutrition. It was shocking that such a child, looking no older than 12 or 13, was being sold off to Ba Lysia's payment. How morally bankrupt. Brother, Chen Xiaomei called timidly upon noticing Chen Meng's wide-eyed gaze fixed upon her. You're up early to gather pig fodder? Chen Meng replied, gnawing on the sweet potato and scratching his head. Yes. And your parents? They've gone to work in the fields. Chen Xiaomei failed to recognize that Chen Meng had referred to her parents in his presence. She did not dare lift her head. Is there much land at home? 1 1/3 acres. Chen Xiaomei finally sensed an oddity and looked at Chen Meng with surprise. What's wrong? Chen Meng's heart raced. Could she have discerned that he was not who he appeared to be? It would be better if she did. He would have to return eventually. You're eating pig food. You never used to eat this. It was always for me and our parents, Chen Xiaomei remarked. Good heavens. Pig food. Chen Meng nearly retched at the thought, but upon hearing his sister's words, that they typically consumed such fare, he chuckled. Then what do I usually eat? My goodness. Brother actually laughed. Chen Xiaomei instinctively glanced at the sun, which had indeed risen from the east. How could her brother be laughing? What's the matter now? Chen Meng, growing somewhat impatient, noted her unwavering stare, her foolishness unsettling. You smiled. Isn't it quite normal for me to smile? Chen Meng quickly realized that while his laughter seemed ordinary, the Chen Meng of old had been a tyrant at home, striking and scolding, instilling fear in all, rarely gracing them with a smile throughout the year. At this moment, he recalled that he typically consumed only refined flour and white rice. Their home had grown a modest amount of wheat and rice. Initially meant for the family but squandered entirely by him, traded for liquor when he couldn't finish it. For his family, festive occasions were the only times they could enjoy a meal of fine steamed buns or rice. Otherwise, they subsisted on sweet potatoes and coarse corn. His sister's emaciation weighed heavily on his conscience. "I'll help you." Seeing his sister drenched in sweat from carrying the pig fodder, he hastily stuffed the sweet potato into his mouth and stepped forward to relieve her of the burden. "No, no," Chen Xiaomei exclaimed, stepping back in fright. "Give it here," Chen Meng insisted, forcibly taking the load from her. His body buckled under the weight, nearly sending him tumbling. What on earth? What kind of body do I have? Completely drained by indulgence, he could hardly lift the several dozen pounds of fodder, while his sister, so frail, had managed to carry it back. Chen Meng laboriously tossed the pig feed into the pig pen behind him. Chen Xiaomei stared at her brother in disbelief, unable to comprehend that he was actually helping her with the feed and feeding the pigs. He had always despised the pig pen for its filth and odor. "Brother, this is enough feed for 2 days. We can't give it all at once, and we must mix in some sweet potatoes or the pigs want to eat it," she said, then jumped into the pig pen to remove half of the feed. "I truly am useless. I can't even figure out how to feed pigs. How am I going to earn 2,000 in a week?" Chen Meng sighed bitterly, pondering how others who were reborn possessed a protagonist's aura, while he did not. "Little sister, accompany me around. I want to explore potential avenues for making money. I need to repay that scoundrel 2,000 within a week, or we might lose our home," he declared, feeling slightly disoriented and fearful of losing his way. "Can it be that my brother is actually trying to earn money? How can I believe this?" Chen Xiaomei thought she was dreaming as she cautiously followed him through the village. Along the way, they encountered numerous villagers, who would shy away upon seeing him. "Damn it, I've caused quite a bit of trouble in the village, and now I'm regarded as worthless." Chen Meng cursed inwardly, though his spirits were lifted by the fresh air, the picturesque mountains in the distance, and the lush bamboo groves nearby. "Our village boasts a splendid environment, with breathtaking scenery that could undoubtedly be developed for tourism in the future," he mused. "Especially the creek, crystal clear, where one could easily spot fish and shrimp swimming beneath the surface. Where else, aside from renowned scenic spots, could one find such pristine waters?" Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Wait, shrimp." Chen Meng's eyes lit up as he leaped into the creek, catching a small crayfish and bursting into laughter. "I've discovered a way to make money. Brother, are you all right?" Chen Xiaomei, startled by her brother's exuberance as he held the crayfish, asked timidly. "Little sister, do you know what this is?" he exclaimed, grinning. "This is a crayfish, a delicacy. But brother, this creature is filthy. It feeds on waste and decaying matter," she protested. "That's just nonsense. It's fine to eat occasionally," Chen Meng countered, then quickly adjusted his tone. "Legend has it that crayfish were introduced to our country by Japanese pirates, specifically for the disposal of corpses. Whether this rumor holds any truth remains uncertain. These creatures appeared in the Hubei and Hunan regions in the early 1990s, but back then, they were not popular and were considered unworthy, only consumed by local folk as a side dish. It wasn't until after 2000 that they became a nationwide sensation. Now, in the river province where Chenjiagu village is located, they are a novel commodity, entirely unrecognized by the locals. This opportunity must remain a secret, he cautioned. "Little sister, are these creatures abundant in our village?" Chen Meng felt a surge of anticipation, having found a potential source of income. "Absolutely. They swarm the fields and ditches, especially in Widow Xia's fish pond. It's teeming with them," Chen Xiaomei replied. "Excellent. We're going to strike it rich," Chen Meng exclaimed with excitement. "This delicacy must remain confidential. We can't let anyone else know, or they might snatch it away." "I understand," she assured him. Chen Xiaomei nodded, contemplating who would desire such repulsive items. Even if offered money, they would remain unwanted. Subsequently, Chen Meng instructed his younger sister to fetch a basket, and together they caught a substantial 4 to 5 pounds of small crayfish from the brook, returning home in high spirits. "Sister, this afternoon, I shall showcase my culinary skills and let you savor what truly constitutes spicy crayfish." During midday, Chen Dazhu and his wife, along with Chen Xiaomei, concealed themselves outside the kitchen, peering in with curiosity. To their astonishment, Chen Meng was diligently polishing each crayfish with a shoe brush until they gleamed, deftly mincing garlic and slicing chilies, and finally washing a few cucumbers in preparation for cooking. He had never used the wood-burning stove before, and after much effort, managed to ignite the fire, wasting an entire box of matches. If only he had a lighter, the task would have been far simpler. What is he doing? The old man wondered. Who knows? Came the reply. I do. My brother mentioned he would prepare spicy crayfish for me. Can he even cook? Wouldn't he even assist with a small oil bottle? It seemed as though their elder brother had transformed entirely. He was even eating sweet potatoes today and had helped gather pig fodder. The three members of the Chen family exchanged incredulous glances, as the current iteration of Chen Meng completely defied their expectations. With seamless precision, he ignited the fire, poured in the oil, crushed the garlic, and added the chilies and Sichuan peppercorns, exhibiting remarkable culinary prowess. As the fragrant aroma of the spices wafted through the air, Chen Meng eagerly tossed the crayfish into the pot and stir-fried them over high heat. In no time, the previously dull crayfish transformed into vibrant red morsels, exuding an irresistible sheen and aroma. He then added water and let them simmer on high heat for half an hour until they were thoroughly infused with flavor. Finally, he incorporated the cucumbers, stir-frying them briefly before filling a large porcelain basin to the brim. Deliciousness is upon us. Chen Meng savored the dish, noting it lacked a hint of something, yet was still commendable. As a seasoned gourmand, he had even sought mentorship to refine his culinary skills. He could undoubtedly set up a stall and sell his creations. The Chen family hurried back to the living room, taking their seats around the dining table. Moments later, Chen Meng entered with a basin brimming with crimson crayfish. Try this. It is undoubtedly a taste you have never experienced before. Can we eat this? Chen Daju hesitated. I shall eat in front of you, Chen Meng replied, demonstrating how to consume the succulent crayfish. Being the younger sister, she was more adaptable and, witnessing Chen Meng indulging with unabashed delight, even slurping the heads, she took one for herself and began to imitate him. The first bite was overwhelmingly spicy, yet the flavor was exquisite, a delightful blend of numbing heat and freshness, even surpassing the meat Chen Xiaomei had relished during the new year. Brother, this is truly delicious. Mom and Dad, you must try it. Brother is not deceiving us. Skeptical, Chen Daju and his wife selected a smaller crayfish, cautiously tasting it. Instantaneously, their mouths were filled with rich, oily flavor, prompting them to mimic Chen Meng's technique and devour them one after another, finding it impossible to stop. Before long, all three were sweating profusely from the heat, yet the spiciness only intensified their craving. If only we had a chilled beer right now, that would be pure bliss. Chen Meng mused. Upon hearing this, the Chen family immediately halted their actions, casting fearful glances in his direction. Chen Meng was momentarily taken aback, but soon came to his senses. Whenever he became intoxicated, he would indulge in reckless behavior, often resorting to violence against his family, who had grown fearful of his drinking. I merely said that in jest. I shall never touch alcohol again, Chen Meng awkwardly stated. Damn it, what a scoundrel I am, having committed sins that demand restitution of my conscience. Meng, we only have this 10 yuan left at home. Take it to buy some liquor, Chen Du said, pulling out a tattered 10 yuan note. I won't drink. Just take it. As long as you drink less and refrain from hitting anyone, that is fine, Chen Daju insisted. Placing the 10 yuan before Chen Meng gazed at the wrinkled note, which seemed on the verge of tearing, and felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of how long this money had been hidden away, even catching a whiff of the scent of sweat. In 1992, with an average monthly salary of less than 300 yuan, 10 yuan could buy 3 jin of meat, enough to cover half a semester's school fees, which amounted to only 20 or 30 yuan. To be honest, 10 yuan was not a significant sum, even in the desolate village of Chenjiagu, where no one could afford to waste money. Every household had at least 2 or 3,000 yuan. Yet, for the Chen family, their entire wealth amounted to merely 10 yuan, living on pig feed and housed in a dilapidated structure that could collapse at any moment. All of this was a result of his own actions. As Chen Meng picked up the 10 yuan, it felt extraordinarily heavy. Little sister, go buy 4 bottles of beer. Today we celebrate 1 bottle each. Eating crayfish without beer feels incomplete. In 1992, a bottle of beer cost 1 yuan, a luxury in a place where the average monthly income was less than 100 yuan. Chen Xiaomei dared not protest, taking the money to the village store and returning with 4 bottles of beer, 1 bottle each. No one is allowed to drink more, Chen Meng declared, personally distributing the drinks as he watched his parents and little sister cautiously yet eagerly savoring the chilled beer, sipping as if tasting fine nectar. It dawned on Chen Meng that this was indeed their first experience with beer. This meal turned out to be the most delicious and joyful one the Chen family had enjoyed in many years. Even his mother, Zhao Huaihua, shed tears when Chen Meng peeled a shrimp for her. Why would one not treat such honest and contented family members with kindness? Chen Meng felt a sudden urge to slap himself. After the meal, he could hardly contain his excitement as he proposed a grand business venture. Mom and Dad, do we really have no money left? If there is any, please bring it forth. I wish to start a business. Crash. The bottle in Chun Daju's hand shattered into pieces as he stared at Chen Meng in alarm. I knew you didn't have good intentions in preparing this meal. Brother, how can you have your eyes set on that 1,000 yuan? That was saved from selling the old sow for your mother's eye treatment. Her eyes are nearly blind from the tears you've caused. I thought you had changed for the better, but a dog cannot change its eating habits. Chen Xiaomei, both shocked and furious, pointed an accusatory finger at him, not caring whether she provoked Chen Meng. Xiaomei, stop it. Your brother is trying to do something worthwhile. Let him have the money. My eyesight is still fine, Zhao Huaihua hastily interjected, pulling her daughter back, fearful that Chen Meng might unleash his wrath upon the family once more. Is he really going to do something worthwhile? Undoubtedly, the money would be squandered on indulgences. Chen Meng, today, unless you annihilate my entire family, you shall not lay a finger on a single cent. Chen Xiaomei, tears streaming down her face, gazed defiantly at Chen Meng, her eyes filled with profound disappointment and resentment. I merely wish to engage in something worthwhile. The words lingered on the tip of his tongue, but Chen Meng found himself unable to utter them, his throat dry. His family had grown fearful of his antics, like startled birds. Never mind. I shall find a way myself. With that, Chen Meng turned and exited the house. The summer sun blazed fiercely overhead as he treaded along the uneven dirt roads of the village, soon drenched in sweat. A sense of confusion enveloped him. To set up a stall selling crayfish would require at least a few tables, a gas stove, and an array of seasonings, oil, salt, vinegar, and more. Ideally, a tricycle would be necessary, for the village's bus service to the county was limited to 3 trips daily, morning, noon, and evening. Missing one would render any business endeavor futile. All told, he would need no less than 2,000 yuan. With no support from his family, could he borrow from the villagers? He had offended nearly everyone, and they regarded him as a scourge. Even his local stores still owed him 200 yuan for alcohol. Chen Meng's mind was in turmoil, unable to conceive any solutions. Damn it, if only he had a single yuan, he could find a place in the county, touch the electric switch, and worry about nothing else. Why should he be burdened with the consequences of his own misdeeds? Yet, the thought of his younger sister being taken by a scoundrel in a week's time tugged at his heart, making it impossible to remain indifferent. Slap. Chen Meng struck himself across the face, berating his own pretentiousness and for seeking trouble without the means to resolve it. Where could he possibly procure 2,000 yuan? A single coin could thwart a hero. As a reincarnated individual, he pondered the question, where was his protagonist as Halo? Since he could not harden his heart, he must devise a plan to acquire money. After much contemplation, Chen Meng settled on a course of action. He would have to seek a loan from the very scoundrel he loathed. There were no buses from the village to the township. He would have to ride a bicycle. Fortunately, there was an old, battered bike at home. Chen Meng returned, mounted the bicycle, and set off towards the township. The village of Qinjiagu lay within the jurisdiction of Qin County, Maoping Township. The township government was merely a dozen miles away, reachable in about half an hour by bicycle. The so-called seat of the township government consisted of a little over 1,000 meters of concrete road, flanked by a handful of small eateries, hair salons, convenience stores, hardware shops, seed stores, and mahjong parlors. The establishments were few and easily seen in their entirety. However, since the township government and primary school were located here, villagers from nearby areas flocked to this market every month on the 1st and 15th days, gradually forming a relatively bustling marketplace. The scoundrel had opened a mahjong parlor on this very street, surviving on commissions and loans. Chen Meng parked his bicycle outside the parlor, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. A voice called out, "Chen Meng, have you drunk yourself silly to dare enter my territory?" Upon seeing Chen Meng, the scoundrel's eyes burned with animosity, for their last encounter had left him humiliated. After returning home, he seethed with anger, planning to confront Chen Meng, only to have this audacious man walk right into his domain. The nerve of him! He dared to show his face again, as if he would kneel before the scoundrel. Suddenly, a young thug rushed forward, seizing Chen Meng by the collar and delivering a punch to his abdomen. Chen Meng, wincing in pain, doubled over, coughing violently. and nearly knelt on the ground. Another thug kicked him, causing his leg to buckle, but he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and pushed the thug away. Belizy, I didn't come here to fight today. I wish to discuss a business matter with you. Business with me? Surely, I must be mistaken, Belizy replied, astonished. Lend me 2,000 yuan, and I shall repay you 5,000 in a week, including the previous 2,000, Chen Meng stated. Huh, you still have the audacity to ask me for money? You haven't repaid the previous 2,000, and you promised to settle it with girls, yet here you are. Trying to play me for a fool, Belizy laughed derisively. Belizy, I understand the rules. Borrowing money requires collateral. Since you know the rules, tell me what you have left to offer, apart from your sister, who is the only thing of value you possess. What else can you pledge to me? I wager my life, Chen Meng declared, his gaze menacingly fixed on Belizy, making it abundantly clear that he was not jesting. Belizy's mocking expression gradually solidified. How much have you had to drink? Leave now. I have no time for your nonsense. Are you afraid? Chen Meng mocked. What a joke. Who in Maoping Township doesn't know that I, Belizy, am fearless? I have never feared anyone. Then why are you reluctant to wager with me? Is my life worth less than 2,000 yuan? Do you think I'm an idiot? A life for a life. I will sign a death pact with you, in black and white, and there will be no worries about life and death, Chen Meng asserted. Seeing Belizy hesitate, he sneered. If you're afraid, just say so, and I'll walk away. Don't be absurd. Am I afraid of you? Belizy retorted, his face flushed. Ignoring the pleas of his subordinates, he waved his hand. Bring me paper and pen. I accept your wager. Whoever shows cowardice is a fool. Chen Meng smiled, confident that Belizy would not refuse. It was simple, in the streets. One could not afford to lose face, and even if he feared, he would not dare to admit it. With swift strokes, Chen Meng signed the death pact, a document devoid of legal weight. If he were unable to repay, Belizy would have no recourse against him. However, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished, making it impossible for him to survive in the village or on the streets thereafter. The village primary school was diagonally opposite the mahjong parlor. Xia Yingying, clutching her textbooks, passed by the playground and noticed a crowd gathered around the mahjong parlor, including several students and teachers drawn to the commotion. What is happening? She inquired. Your village's Chen Meng is borrowing money from Belizy and wagering his life. They've signed a death pact. If he fails to repay in a week, he must forfeit his life, a colleague informed her. That scoundrel deserves to die. Xia Yingying seethed, secretly pleased, and even praying that Chen Meng would fail to repay, as that would rid her of any threats regarding her daughter. What did he do to you that you harbor such hatred? A colleague asked with curiosity. At that moment, another colleague rushed over. Teacher Xia, the principal requests your presence in his office. He has something urgent to discuss. Xia Yingying's expression changed abruptly. Tell the principal I'm not here. That won't do, the principal declared. If you refuse to go, the transition from private to public will be doomed. Reluctantly, Xia Yingying consented. She discreetly fidgeted with the scissors she carried, only to realize with dismay that she had forgotten them today. However, the principal's ultimatum loomed large. If she did not attend today, the public transition would be utterly hopeless. After much hesitation, Xia Yingying steeled herself and made her way to the principal's office. Chapter 7. Xia Yingying's ordeal with 2,000 yuan in hand. Chen Meng strutted out of the mahjong hall, brimming with pride. I am truly a genius, he mused, relishing the opportunity to exploit a vulnerable target. If, after a week, he could not repay the 5,000 yuan, he would consider it an effort well made. At worst, he could end his life in a single decisive act. By sacrificing himself to the ruthless Belizy, he believed that the latter would no longer harass his sister, allowing him to return home unscathed. The thought made Chen Meng chuckle. Yet, as he laughed, an unsettling notion suddenly intruded. What if he could not return? Such occurrences were undocumented, lacking precedent. Could one traverse back after having crossed over? Some thoughts, like wild grasses in spring, must not be allowed to sprout. Otherwise, they would uncontrollably proliferate. In an instant, Chen Meng's exuberance dissipated, replaced by a sense of trepidation. Suddenly, a figure stumbled out of the school, nearly colliding with Chen Meng. Damn it, are you blind? What happened to you? He recognized it was the widow Xia. At that moment, her dress was torn, and her face bore the marks of a slap. I'm so sorry. It was unintentional, she stammered, her complexion paling upon realizing she had bumped into Chen Meng, and she immediately bent to apologize. In that instant, her tattered dress sagged from her shoulder, revealing a glimpse of her ample curves, igniting a warmth within Chen Meng. Unbidden, images from that fateful night flooded his mind. Noticing Chen Meng's unabashed gaze, Widow Xia hastily covered her bosom, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Having been bullied by this scoundrel in the village and now harassed by a lecher at school, her sense of indignation swelled, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Chen Meng, already vexed by his chaotic thoughts, felt a surge of irritation upon seeing Widow Xia weeping in the street, drawing odd stares from passers-by. His agitation intensified, and he glared at the onlookers. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a woman cry? Get lost." Widow Xia was renowned for her beauty in Maoping Township. Even when her husband was alive, many men coveted her. Now, as a widow, she attracted the attention of countless and scrupulous men. With her attire in tatters, her figure partially exposed, and a slap mark on her face, her public display of sorrow was a spectacle, an infamous rogue and a woman of great beauty. A combination that inevitably stirred the imagination. Chen Meng's furious shouts startled those around him, including Widow Xia, who quickly wiped her tears and lowered her head to leave. "Halt!" Chen Meng commanded with a stern expression. Widow Xia froze, trembling as she asked, "What do you want? This is the street." Without a word, Chen Meng removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders, inquiring, "What happened?" He is actually covering me up, worried that I might expose myself." Is this still the same Chen Meng, with the foul-smelling, pus-filled feet and sores atop his head? In an instant, Widow Xia felt a flicker of warmth in her heart, but it was quickly dissipated by the stench emanating from his clothes. This scoundrel is truly lazy. While poverty is one thing, cleanliness is another matter entirely. Yet, she dared not remove her clothing for fear of inciting Chen Meng's wrath. She could only suppress her nausea and respond weakly, "It's nothing." Nothing, indeed. With clothes in such a state and a handprint still visible on her face, how could it be nothing? "It's none of your concern. You should focus on how to earn a living. A man of stature like you, idling away each day and bullying the neighbors. How shameless." Widow Xia mustered her courage to advise him. This was merely a public street, and today Chen Meng was sober. Otherwise, she would not have dared to speak up. "Enough with the nonsense. Answer my questions directly. Do you think I won't dare to act against you just because we're out here in public?" Chen Meng leered at Widow Xia, fixing his gaze on her ample bosom. "This scoundrel is beyond redemption," she thought, her contempt growing. "What good does your inquiry serve?" "You cannot assist me," she retorted with scorn. "Dare to talk back? Come with me." Chen Meng seized Widow Xia's frail wrist and dragged her toward the trees by the roadside. Terrified, she cried out, "You're hurting me. I'll tell you. Principal Wang Dalong has been bullying me." "How has he bullied you?" "He called me to his office under the pretense of handling my transfer from private to public. And he had ulterior motives. If I hadn't struggled with all my might, he would have succeeded." Widow Xia recounted, tears streaming down her face. "Fool! How could a mere principal of a small township school decide such matters? Public teachers hold formal positions, requiring approval from the Education Bureau," Chen Meng scolded vehemently. Widow Xia was a private teacher, earning a meager salary of just over 100 yuan a month, with benefits far inferior to her officially appointed counterparts. Yet, in the 1990s, being a teacher was a highly respected profession. Moreover, the prospect of eventual official recognition led many private teachers, like Widow Xia, to be exploited under the guise of such promises, often reluctantly and sometimes willingly, all for the elusive dream of a formal position. What choice do I have? With Qindong gone, I have a child of just over a year to support. Without formal recognition, a monthly income of just over 100 yuan is utterly insufficient. Widow Xia exclaimed, her pent-up grievances exploding in fury at being mocked by a wastrel. After venting her frustrations, she noticed Chen Meng regarding her with a cold stare. Realizing she had lost her temper with a mere ruffian sent a wave of dread through her. What was she thinking? Suddenly, Chen Meng turned and walked across the street toward the hardware store. What was he up to? Widow Xia was taken aback, and moments later, she saw him returning with a gleaming kitchen knife in hand. "Oh my God," she thought, her scalp prickling with fear. She attempted to flee, but found her legs too weak to move. "It's over. This scoundrel must be furious and intends to harm me. If death is to be my fate, so be it. My husband is gone, and life has been unbearably burdensome. Perhaps it would be better to join him in the afterlife, even if it leaves the child with only grandparents to rely on." Madame Xia resigned herself to fate and closed her eyes. After a few seconds, she felt a gust of wind sweep past her. Summoning her courage, She opened her eyes, only to see Chen Meng striding past her, brandishing a knife and storming into the school. What are you doing? A sense of foreboding surged within Madame Xia, prompting her to hastily pursue him. Damn it! You are the woman I have set my sights on, and I have yet to even lay a finger on you. How dare that old lecher have designs on you? I will take his life today. Chen Meng shouted furiously, his voice echoing through the school, attracting the attention of numerous onlookers. This was precisely the effect Chen Meng desired. To endure in silence would only embolden the old lecher's audacity. He intended to make a scene, for it was only through such a commotion that fear would be instilled. Chen Meng, you scoundrel! How am I to remain in school after such a ruckus? Madame Xia exclaimed, both furious and anxious, tears streaming down her face once more. You're right. I am indeed a scoundrel. No one is allowed to bully the woman I cherish. If anyone dares to harm you, I will not rest until I have avenged you and your family. Chen Meng's voice rose in intensity. Upon noticing individuals hastily rushing towards the administrative building, he disregarded Madame Xia's attempts to stop him and strode boldly into the office. Chapter 8. A Life for a Life. I lose nothing. Wang Dalong reclined in his chair, reflecting on the events that had just transpired. Damn it, that wretched woman dared to resist, and her strength was not insignificant. My face still stings from her scratching. He thought bitterly. Just wait, unless she kneels and apologizes, I will never forgive her. The thought of transitioning from a public to a private matter was a daydream. Unless she willingly climbed into my bed. Remembering how he had pinned Xia Yingying to the desk, her voluptuous curves nearly stole his soul with just a fleeting touch. Wang Dalong felt a surge of heat in his chest as he caught a whiff of her faint fragrance lingering on his fingertips. Suddenly, the office door was thrust open with great force, and Director Liang from the logistics department rushed in, exclaiming, "This is bad. Xia Yingying's man has come in with a knife." What? Wang Dalong was taken aback, nearly toppling from his chair, but he quickly regained his composure. Nonsense. Xia Yingying's man has been dead for ages. It's true. You should hide. He doesn't appear to be a good person, Liang urged. Hide? Why would I hide? I have nothing to be ashamed of, and I fear no ghosts at midnight. Does he not realize where he is? The audacity. Wang Dalong chastised sternly. Hide. That would only incriminate me. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Meng stormed in, his piercing gaze scanning the room. Who is Wang Dalong? Wang Dalong, taken aback by Chen Meng's imposing stature and the knife in his hand, felt a chill run down his spine. Trembling, he stood and stammered, I am. What business do you have with me? You, step outside, Chen Meng ordered, pointing at Director Liang. Liang glanced at Wang Dalong. Should I call Huang? Call Huang Zhigua? You best do it quickly, and tell him I am waiting here, Chen Meng replied, plopping himself into a chair, propping his leg up, and casually placing the knife on the table. As a well-known ne'er-do-well in the village, Wang Dalong was no stranger to the local police station. He was acquainted with everyone there. Upon noticing the glinting kitchen knife, his heart raced. Initially, he contemplated nodding at Director Liang to have him call Officer Huang. But upon realizing that Chen Meng also knew Huang Zhigua, he hesitated. The earlier incident, while not monumental, had not afforded him any advantage over Xia Yingying. However, if the police were to get involved, the situation could escalate dramatically. With rumors of a recent crackdown, he feared being convicted of a crime that could ruin him. Moreover, if this man truly intended to cause him harm, he would not waste time with pleasantries. He would simply attack. It was evident that he wished to negotiate. With this in mind, Wang Dalong waved his hand dismissively and shot a glare at Director Liang, stating, What is there to discuss over the phone? You step outside. I need to converse with this gentleman. Liang complied, exiting the office and closing the door behind him. Assuming Chen Meng sought to negotiate, Wang felt a surge of confidence and resumed his seat, studying Chen Meng carefully. Might I inquire your name and the purpose of your visit? I am Chen Meng. Xia Yingying is my woman, and you have harassed her. What do you propose we do about this? Chen Meng stated bluntly. Mr. Chen, one may indulge in errant appetites, but one must not speak frivolously. Which of your eyes witnessed my supposed harassment of Xia Yingying? Furthermore, as far as I am aware, her husband has passed. When did another man suddenly appear? Wang Dalong responded calmly. So you deny it? Why would I acknowledge something I did not do? I warn you, I, Wang Dalong, am a man of some repute in these parts. Should you seek to tarnish my name or threaten me, be assured, I am not one to be trifled with. I may have to resort to legal avenues to resolve this matter. After a derisive laugh, Wang observed Chen Meng's silence and mistook it for fear, thus escalating his threats. I suggest you return quietly, and I shall pretend this incident never occurred. Otherwise, it is uncertain whether Xia Yingying will retain her job come tomorrow. Are you threatening me? You may not know me well, but I abhor being threatened. With that, Chen Meng suddenly rose, seizing Wang Dalong by the hair and yanking forcefully. Bang! Wang's head collided painfully with the table, eliciting a pained cry. In the next instant, the cold blade of the knife was pressed against his neck. And Chen Meng's chilling voice pierced the air. You should inquire around. Who in Maoping Township does not know Chen Meng? To be frank, I am a man with nothing to lose. Having finally found a beauty like Xia Yingying, I would gladly die for her. You, on the other hand, occupy a lofty position with a family and a career. Those who have nothing to lose fear not the well-heeled. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory resolution today, I will take your life, a life for a life. I would not be at a loss. The icy touch of the knife sent chills through Wang Dalong's entire being. Any remnants of bravado evaporated, and he trembled, pleading for mercy. Hero, spare my life. What do you wish for me to concede? As long as it is not excessive, I am willing to comply. First, ensure Xia Yingying is granted a permanent position. Second, cease all harassment towards her. Third, increase her salary. Should you fail to meet even one of these demands, not only will I end your life, but I will also ensure the demise of your entire family. The valiant man sighed. It is not that I refuse to comply. Rather, I dare not agree. For a promotion, one must have the approval of those above, and I am but a minor official, lacking the authority to make such decisions. As for the second and third conditions, I can certainly fulfill those. Wang Dalong spoke with a quivering tone. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Life is singular. To perish at the hands of such scoundrels would be a grave misfortune. Accomplishing the latter too is acceptable, but considering your recognition of your faults, I shall grant you a reprieve today. You have 1 day to rectify this. Should you fail, prepare to purchase a coffin and await your demise at home. Chen Meng released his grip on Wang Dalong's hair. Wang Dalong quickly straightened up and hastily concealed himself behind a chair. His eyes wide with terror as he gazed upon Chen Meng, regretting his choices. Had he known that Xia Yingying had allied herself with such a ruthless man, he would never have dared to entertain thoughts of her. With a resounding crash, Chen Meng raised a kitchen knife and drove it forcefully into the table, embedding it several inches deep. Wang Dalong trembled in fear. This knife shall serve as your memento, a constant reminder that Widow Xia is not a woman you may covet. Do you understand? Chen Meng's voice was fierce. Understood, Wang Dalong nodded repeatedly. Satisfied, Chen Meng turned to leave. Wang Dalong slumped in his chair, utterly spent. After catching his breath, he swiftly reached for the phone. Hello, is this the finance department? This is Wang Dalong. Please elevate Xia Yingying's salary by 1 level. No, 2 levels. If you inquire why, just comply. As Chen Meng exited the office, he immediately spotted Xia Yingying standing outside the door, her expression one of incredulity. Did you hear everything? He inquired. Xia Yingying nodded. She had indeed overheard the exchange between Chen Meng and Wang Dalong. Each of Chen Meng's 3 conditions was something she had longed for, especially the statement that he would willingly sacrifice himself for her sake, which struck her heart like a jolt of electricity. Though the momentary emotion passed, she felt the comforting presence of a man standing up for her, a sensation she had not experienced even in her husband's lifetime. In that instant, Xia Yingying realized that despite his flaws, Chen Meng possessed redeeming qualities. Did I scare you? He chuckled. To deal with such individuals, one must be even more ruthless. The fiercer you are, the more they fear you, for they believe their lives are worth more than mine. Scratching his head with a grin, he said, Come on. I happen to be riding my bicycle. Let me take you back to the village. But I haven't finished work, she protested. With you dressed like that, how can you possibly return to work? Let us go? Without further ado, Chen Meng took her by the arm and led her away. Ah, Xia Yingying gasped, her body trembling with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Let go of me. There are so many people watching. However, her strength was no match for Chen Meng's, and she was dragged along unsteadily. Chapter 9. Encounter with a robber. The summer heat was blistering. Chen Meng pedaled vigorously on his bicycle, with Widow Xia seated behind him, gripping his waistband tightly. The road back to the village was uneven, causing Xia Yingying to bounce up and down with each jolt of the bicycle. The discomfort of her rear end was palpable, and her ample curves swayed rhythmically, threatening to burst forth from her skirt. Alas, such an enticing view went unnoticed by Chen Meng, who was drenched in sweat as he pedaled, his legs nearly cramping from exertion. This body is indeed frail to the utmost degree, long depleted by indulgence in wine and pleasures. Yet, seated behind me is the enchanting widow Xie. Her delicate fragrance wafting through the sweltering summer air, refreshing and invigorating. Especially when we encounter a pothole, the bicycle jolts, eliciting a melodic gasp from her, which sends a surge of energy through me, invigorating my spirit. I pedal with fervor, racing ahead with the speed of a four-wheeled vehicle. "Hey, slow down. It's dangerous," Xie Ying exclaims, her face paling as she clings tightly to my waistband. A gust of wind sweeps by, lifting my tattered vest and brushing it against her face, the pungent odor of sweat invading her senses. Strangely, she finds it not unpleasant. Alongside the faint sourness, there lingers an alluring masculine scent. The sight of my slightly tanned, taut muscles causes her cheeks to flush, rendering her unable to look away. Suddenly, I slam on the brakes. Caught off guard, she collides with my back, nearly toppling over. Startled, she wraps her arms around my waist, chiding me. "I told you to slow down, but you wouldn't listen. Apologies." "I didn't realize there was a trench dug out of nowhere," I reply, one foot planted on the ground, unwilling to turn back. My eyes squinting as I sense the astonishing softness behind me. This woman is indeed voluptuous, her ripe body brimming with temptation. Even the slightest contact feels like sinking into a pile of cotton. Damn it, I may not excel in many things, but I certainly have an eye for beauty. "There wasn't anything like this when we arrived this morning," Xie Ying remarks as she dismounts from the seat. Instantly, the tantalizing thoughts dissipate, and I park the bicycle with a sense of loss, saying, "Indeed, I recall there being nothing. Who would be so malicious as to dig such a deep pit in the road?" Xie Ying purses her lips, gazing at a trench roughly a meter wide and several dozen centimeters deep, gesturing toward the thicket beside it. "We can only pass through there. Wait. Let me carry the bicycle across first, then I'll come back for you," I say. The thicket is dense, and with summer bringing forth snakes and insects. Coupled with the road's elevation over a meter above ground, the depths on either side remain unseen. Should the soil prove soft, a fall could be disastrous. "Perhaps it's unnecessary," she replies, though her feet remain planted. She understands the danger. As I hoist the bicycle and navigate around the thicket, I nearly misstep, prompting her to exclaim, "Be careful." Stumbling, I awkwardly make my way through the underbrush, finally returning to the road. Just as I set the bicycle down, I hear Xie Ying's startled cry. Turning, I am instantly taken aback. Two masked figures are dragging her into the thicket. Good heavens, we've encountered highway robbers, I realize, recalling tales of such ambushes. Today, we have unfortunately fallen victim to their scheme. "Help me," Xie Ying screams. "Let her go?" Chen Meng suddenly realized the urgency of the situation and hurriedly attempted to navigate back through the thicket. However, in his frantic haste, he misstepped and tumbled down the slope. Had it not been for a tree breaking his fall, he would have rolled all the way to the bottom of the hill. The impact with the tree jarred his waist, causing him excruciating pain that made him break into a cold sweat. Gasping for breath, he disregarded the agony and scrambled to his feet, using both hands and feet to ascend while shouting, "You better not lay a finger on her. If you touch even a single hair on her head, I will make you pay." Yet, the desperate screams of widow Xie grew fainter with each moment. By the time Chen Meng reached the embankment, there was no sign of her. Panic surged within him as he followed the trail through the grass. He stumbled countless times, each fall followed by a determined rise. His body was lacerated by branches, each wound stinging fiercely. Nevertheless, Chen Meng pressed on relentlessly, racing deeper into the woods. At last, he heard a faint call for help. He hurried toward the sound, only to be met with a sight that made his heart ache with fury. Xie Ying was being restrained by one man, who covered her mouth and nose while pinning her hands, while another cruelly stomped on her ankle, preparing to remove her trousers. Infuriated, Chen Meng's vision turned red as he picked up a stone and charged forward, striking the assailant's head with a powerful blow. The two bandits had never anticipated that Chen Meng had survived the fall and would come after them so swiftly. They were completely unprepared and were instantly met with a brutal assault, blood gushing from their heads. "You little bastard, you're asking for death." The bandit holding Xie Ying momentarily froze before swiftly rising and drawing a sharp knife, lunging at Chen Meng. Chen Meng reacted quickly, hurling the stone he held with unerring accuracy, causing the bandit to scream in pain as blood streamed from his head. In the blink of an eye, both assailants were injured. Grab on, Xia Yingying, let's run. Chen Meng shouted as he seized her, and they fled through the forest, stumbling over uneven ground. Yet, as a frail woman, Xia Yingying struggled to keep up, repeatedly falling to the ground. The two bandits regained their composure and pursued them with murderous intent. Damn it, you little brat, stop right there. You've chosen the wrong path. What began as a simple robbery now demands your life. Run, Chen Meng urged, regretting his earlier bravado. If only he had a knife, he would stand a fighting chance. No, my ankle is sprained. I'll carry you. As he hoisted Xia Yingying onto his back, a sharp pain shot through his lower back. Thud. Both of them collapsed onto the ground. With the bandits closing in, Chen Meng gritted his teeth and said, "You need to go. I'll hold them off. You can't fight them alone." Xia Yingying protested. "Is this really the time for chatter? Just go. Get out of here." Chen Meng pushed her away. Realizing his intent, Xia Yingying felt a surge of emotion, as if jolted by electricity. Despite his rough demeanor, she believed in his genuine affection for her at that moment. "Hurry. You're a teacher, beautiful and destined for a bright future. I'm just a scoundrel. If I must die, so be it." Chen Meng picked up 2 stones from the ground and hurled them with force, quickly grabbing a stick. With a fierce shout, he charged forward, declaring, "I will fight you to the end." Witnessing Chen Meng's unwavering determination, Xia Yingying's eyes brimmed with tears as she struggled to her feet and stumbled away. Chapter 10. Am I not tired of living? You little bastard. How dare you look back? Kneel before your grandfather and beg for mercy. Perhaps he will spare your life. 2 bandits swiftly pursued him, brandishing sharp knives and glaring menacingly at Chen Meng. "Clearly, you have never faced death before. What is there to fear?" Chen Meng replied with a faint smile. Unexpectedly, he discarded the wooden stick and pointed to his heart, taunting, "Come, strike here. If you dare not, then you are truly a coward. What nonsense are you up to?" The bandits exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by Chen Meng's audacity. They had encountered numerous pleas for mercy before, often accompanied by offerings of wealth and women, but never had they seen someone so willingly court death. "Enough of your nonsense. Am I not tired of living?" Chen Meng was not afraid. Rather, he cursed vehemently, seemingly intent on provoking the bandits. He truly wished to end his life in this wretched place. If he were to die now, he would no longer have to worry about his younger sister or ponder whether he could return home. Death is like extinguishing a lamp. What does it matter if he could return or not? It was better than suffering here. Dare you shout at your grandfather? Since you are tired of living, I shall grant your wish. One of the bandits lunged at Chen Meng with the knife, expecting him to dodge. To his surprise, Chen Meng not only did not evade but instead bore a strange smile, arms outstretched, inviting the strike. With a sickening thud, the knife pierced Chen Meng's heart. Both bandits were momentarily stunned. After years of robbery and violence, this was their first experience with murder. Chen Meng, equally bewildered, felt no pain. "Come, push harder. Grant me a swift end," he urged, grasping the bandit's wrist with a grin. "You madman, let go." The bandit was taken aback by Chen Meng's fearless demeanor and desperately tried to shake off his grip. "If you do not release me, I will not hold back." The bandit struggled in vain against Chen Meng's iron grip, panic rising within him, and he kicked Chen Meng to the ground. With a harsh thud, Chen Meng, who had previously fallen from a cliff, collided painfully with a tree. Now, after being kicked, searing pain coursed through him, leaving him writhing in agony on the ground. "Second, let us go." The other bandit, thinking Chen Meng was mortally wounded, hurriedly pulled his companion to flee. "Why run? Let us stab him again. This one is done for. If we are seen, we are finished. We must leave now." The 2 bandits vanished like smoke. Only Chen Meng remained, curled up in pain on the ground, his face pale and drenched in sweat. "Am I to die?" Chen Meng lifted his gaze to the overcast sky. The fiery sun now vanished. This cursed weather, which had been scorching moments ago, was suddenly poised to unleash rain. Could this be a portent of his soul's return? Hadn't online novels often depicted a change in the heavens when one faced tribulations? Thunder rumbled ominously. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck a tree not far from Chen Meng. Crack! The tree snapped at the waist, crashing down upon him. "Damn it!" Chen Meng gasped. The breath knocked from his lungs, his vision fading to black as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Xia Yingying stumbled away, having run over 100 meters, her ankle throbbing painfully. Leaning against a tree to rest, her mind involuntarily replayed the image of Chen Meng charging unflinchingly at 2 thugs. Alone against them, he stood no chance. Would he perish? Certainly. Those thugs bore the marks of seasoned criminals, ruthless and menacing. A wave of anxiety washed over Xia Yingying. She could not abandon him. Gritting her teeth, she turned and staggered back. Upon returning to the spot she had left, she saw Chen Meng lying motionless on the ground, a gleaming dagger protruding from his chest. In an instant, tears streamed down her face. "Chen Meng, please wake up. Don't leave me." Xia Yingying knelt beside him, weeping uncontrollably. In that moment, guilt consumed her. If it weren't for her, he would not be in this perilous state. Thunder boomed again. Torrential rain poured down. "Chen Meng, do you see? Even the heavens weep for you. I beg you, awaken. As long as you come back to me, I will willingly let you rest." Xia Yingying lay atop him, her sorrow profound. Regardless of her past disdain for him, at this moment, she felt only a deep emotional connection. The first time a man had been willing to sacrifice himself for her. Cough. The rain struck his face, jolting Chen Meng awake. Pain radiated from his chest and head, prompting a fit of violent coughing. "Ah!" Xia Yingying exclaimed with joy. "You're awake. Thank goodness. Let me help you up. We must go to the hospital." "Wait, did you just say you would willingly let me rest? Is that true?" Chen Meng, now alert, caught the provocative words and noticed her dress, drenched and nearly transparent, revealing her alluring figure. His heart raced uncontrollably. Now is not the time for such nonsense. "Get up. I'll help you to the hospital." Xia Yingying's cheeks flushed. She had intended to scold him, but seeing the dagger still embedded in his chest made her heart tremble. As long as he survived, allowing him some verbal liberties seemed inconsequential. "The hospital is far in the countryside. In my state, I fear I cannot make it. Teacher Xia, you should go on without me. Let me fend for myself to avoid dragging you down." Chen Meng sighed, glancing at the dagger in his chest, pain surging through him again. Even at this moment. "You still think of me, Chen Meng? Why are you so kind to me?" Xia Yingying's heart ached at his sorrowful words, tears brimming in her eyes. "I like you." As Chen Meng spoke, he noticed Xia Yingying's charming face flush with embarrassment. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "With your beauty and intellect, who wouldn't he be enamored?" The motion of raising his hand sent a jolt of pain through his entire body, causing him to involuntarily gasp. At that moment, a startling sound echoed. His knife, which had been lodged in his chest, fell to the ground. Huh! Both Chen Meng and Xia Yingying were taken aback. How could the knife have fallen? Hadn't it penetrated his flesh? Xia Yingying picked up the knife from the ground, finding it completely devoid of blood. Her gaze shifted back to Chen Meng's chest, which bore no trace of injury either. A sudden realization struck her, and her expression darkened with fury. "Chen Meng, you are utterly shameless. You thought to evoke my sympathy with such deceit, hoping I would willingly allow you to take advantage of me. I was genuinely moved, believing you had changed. But it turns out it was all a trap you set." "No, I truly don't know those two thugs," Chen Meng protested, desperately trying to defend himself. "You are a notorious scoundrel from Maoping Township. It would be a simple matter for you to find two ruffians to assist you in this charade." Xia Yingying replied with a cold laugh. "I swear, I'm telling the truth. Please let me explain." He reached out to grasp her hand. Slap. Xia Yingying retaliated with a resounding slap to his face, standing up and looking at him with disdain. "No need for explanations. I'll tell you this. Your actions will only deepen my aversion toward you. In this lifetime, I will never willingly allow you to take advantage of me." With that, she turned and stumbled away. Chapter 11. "Come here, I will carry you." Chen Meng stood there, holding his face, staring blankly at Xia Yingying as she staggered away. How could the knife have fallen? He lifted his shirt and soon realized that there was a pocket in his lining, which contained the 2,000 yuan he had borrowed from Ba Laizi. The sharp knife had fortuitously pierced through that stack of money, blocking the fatal blow. "Wait, let me explain. I didn't deceive you. You can see for yourself." Chen Meng scrambled to his feet and hurried after her. "Let go of me." Xia Yingying shook off his hand, glaring at him with fury. "I assure you, no matter what you say, I will not believe you. What if I told you that the knife just happened to pierce this roll of money?" Chen Meng spread the money out for her to see. "Boring." Xia Yingying glanced at it. Noticing that indeed a roll of money had been pierced, she began to suspect she might have misjudged him. However, the thought that this money was a gamble of Chen Meng's life filled her with revulsion. "Regardless of whether you were acting, it has nothing to do with me. Thank you for saving me today. If you truly care for me, I beg you, do not disturb me again. Can you not just be a decent person from now on? As the ancient saying goes, a life-saving grace should be repaid with one's body. I do not wish for such a repayment. Is it truly so difficult to have a little trust?" Chen Meng replied with a tinge of bitterness. Undeniably, this woman possessed an enchanting aura that stirred the heart, dignified, elegant, stubborn, yet tinged with fragility. She appeared both aloof and pitiful, provoking an irresistible urge to conquer and protect her. Alas, it was ultimately an illusion, for I do not belong here. Before she could respond, Chen Meng turned, bent down, and said, "Come here, I will carry you. If we continue like this, your ankle will be ruined." There was a bittersweet look in his eyes, tinged with a sense of weariness and compassion. In this moment, Chen Meng seemed to evoke a peculiar illusion in Xia Yingying. The man before her did not appear to be the true essence of himself. Beneath his wayward exterior lay a heart shrouded in mystery, a heart that remained uncomprehended by outsiders. Did he harbor secrets? This thought compelled Xia Yingying to accept Chen Meng's goodwill, as she lightly draped herself over his back. Clutching his neck, Chen Meng offered a gentle reminder before exerting himself to rise. He stumbled slightly, prompting Xia Yingying to tighten her grip around his neck. In that instant, Chen Meng felt a soft, disorienting sensation on his back, alleviating even the intense pain in his waist. Taking a deep breath, he navigated through the thicket, his steps uneven. With his erratic gait, Xia Yingying's body swayed in tandem. The accidental friction sparked an electric thrill within her, rendering her weak and overwhelmed by a long-forgotten sensation that filled her with embarrassment. She instinctively pressed her hands against Chen Meng's back to avoid contact with him. Yet this action rendered Chen Meng's burden heavier, forcing him to grasp her hips and jolt her upward. "Ah!" Xia Yingying gasped, nearly losing her balance, and clung to Chen Meng's neck, her legs tightening around his waist. "Ugh!" Chen Meng let out a muffled groan, paling as cold sweat mingled with the rain-soaked fabric of his clothes. Oblivious to his plight, Xia Yingying bit down on his shoulder in indignation, thinking him shameless for trying to take advantage of her. "Put me down. I don't want you to carry me." "Silence. You think just because I have feelings for you, you can trample over me? Don't forget, you still owe me for what you promised before," Chen Meng retorted sharply. Immediately, Xia Yingying shuddered, falling silent. Her lips pursed in bitterness as she glared at the back of his head. How she wished that blade had ended him. A scoundrel. Merely a source of calamity in this world. Was she cursing me in her heart, wishing for my demise? It mattered little. I never expected gratitude from you. Let me assure you, our affairs are far from over. You would do well to be wise, or I shall not hesitate to settle matters here. The silence deepened, broken only by Xia Yingying's rapid breaths, clearly agitated. As a once adoring fool from another timeline, Chen Meng recognized that mere adoration would not suffice. Such flattery only yields fleeting pleasure, never true satisfaction. Instead, a dose of calculated dominance is necessary, instilling both delight and fear, compelling her to acknowledge him. Neither spoke as Chen Meng bore the weight of Xia Yingying through the woods, the physical pain overshadowing the temptation of her soft, fragrant form behind him. At long last, they returned to the path. "Let me down," Xia Yingying insisted, struggling to jump down. Instantly, the sensation of being enveloped in cotton vanished, leaving Chen Meng feeling a sense of loss. He looked at her, face taut with displeasure. "Should we seek shelter from the rain or head back?" Xia Yingying offered no response, choosing instead to walk away in silence. Yet, mere steps later, she stumbled and fell into the muddy road. The ankle had swollen, and a piercing pain shot through her. Xia Yingying struggled several times, but failed to rise, ultimately collapsing on the ground, clutching her ankle as tears streamed down her cheeks. This silent weeping softened Chen Meng's heart, prompting him to approach and offer support. However, Xia Yingying forcefully shoved him away. "Don't touch me. You think you can take advantage of me? I'll make you pay for this." Enraged, Chen Meng swiftly swept her up and carried her to a tree by the roadside, where he laid her on the grass, pinning her hands down. Just as he was about to speak, she exclaimed, "Beast, let me go." Startled, she struggled with all her might, but she was no match for Chen Meng. In a moment of desperation, she bit down hard on his lip. "Wait, is this how you kiss?" he thought, feeling the pain as blood welled up. Chen Meng yelped, but Xia Yingying seemed to channel all her resentment into that bite. "If you don't let go, I won't be gentle with you," he warned, reluctantly moving his hand toward her chest. "Don't touch me," she shrieked, instinctively slapping him. Fortunately, Chen Meng was quick enough to dodge, rising to face her, his lip bleeding and a cold expression on his face. "You filthy creature, just stay put and don't move. If you dare to take a step, I'll make your daughter pay. You want to have a good end to this," she shouted in fury, wishing she could rush at him and inflict harm. Whether I live or die is inconsequential. What matters is that you and your daughter survive. Chen Meng chuckled, reverting to his former reckless self, slowly disappearing from her sight. What was he up to? Did he plan to find a secluded spot to violate her? The thought of escape crossed her mind, but fear gripped her. If she fled, Chen Meng would surely not spare her daughter. You beast. Why didn't that knife finish you off? Helpless, Xia Yingying hugged her knees and wept, realizing that even if Chen Meng intended to assault her, she was powerless to resist. Perhaps, she mused, she should not have provoked him. Just then, she saw Chen Meng approaching with something wrapped in a bedsheet. This is it. He even prepared a bedsheet. It seems I cannot escape his clutches today. Chapter 12. Could you not spy on me? Change into these clothes. Wearing wet garments for too long can lead to illness. Chen Meng said, tossing the wrapped bundle before her. To her relief, he had merely gone to fetch some clothes. Yet, her brows furrowed as she questioned. Where did you get these? I stole them. I knew you were a shameless rogue, she replied through gritted teeth, brimming with hatred. I refuse to wear stolen clothes. Change them if you wish, but don't force me to submit to you here. Chen Meng leered at her drenched figure, the barely concealed curves presenting a tantalizing allure. He swallowed hard, a flicker of desire igniting in his gaze. This woman, in another era, would undoubtedly be revered as a goddess, surrounded by admirers, while someone of his stature would hardly be noticed. Yet, now, the opportunity to be with her had unexpectedly arisen. Perhaps it would be better to simply stay here and not leave. Just watch me change, Xia Yingying said, noticing the flicker of desire in Chen Meng's eyes. Reminiscent of how he had looked at her in the past, an intense yearning that made her heart race with fear. She dreaded provoking him, concerned that he might take advantage of her vulnerability. While she was unafraid of death, she feared for her daughter's safety. Thus, she felt compelled to concede, lowering her gaze and speaking softly. So, you too have moments of fear. Chen Meng chuckled coldly, perceiving her as akin to a goddess of later times, demanding and insistent once flattered. He proceeded to gather the bedsheet, tying its ends to nearby branches to create a makeshift curtain. Go ahead and change, but please, do not peek. Xia Yingying bit her lip, murmuring in response. She valued cleanliness. Despite her impoverished circumstances, she always dressed neatly. However, her dress was tattered and muddied, which distressed her greatly. I insist on watching you change openly. Enough with the chatter. You have 3 minutes. If not, the heavens can serve as your blanket and the earth as your bed, Chen Meng teased, laughing heartily. Xia Yingying turned pale, clutching her clothes as she maneuvered behind the makeshift curtain, cautiously removing her garments and hastily putting on the fresh attire. Thankfully, he did not sneak a glance. She sighed in relief as she peeked from behind the sheet, only to find Chen Meng facing away from her. She was taken aback. When had he transformed into a paragon of virtue? Surely, he must have stolen a glance. Hearing movement behind him, Chen Meng turned, his expression lighting up with admiration. She was beautiful. Anything she wore suited her well. The simple floral blue dress clung perfectly to her form, exuding an ethereal charm. No woman could resist the allure of compliments. Xia Yingying tossed her hair casually and remarked nonchalantly, "It seems the rain will persist for a while. I must return quickly to nurse my child." Chen Meng's gaze drifted to her ample bosom before he produced an umbrella from behind him, as if conjured from thin air. Clearly, he had been prepared. He certainly has my best interest at heart, she thought. If only he were a bit more ambitious. What am I even thinking? Xia Yingying's cheeks flushed as she accepted the umbrella and opened it. Chen Meng then patted the back of his bicycle, saying, "Hop on. I'll give you a ride back. The rain has intensified." Without hesitation, she mounted the seat, and he pedaled into the pouring rain towards Chenjigu village. The rain poured relentlessly, streaming down Chen Meng's back. After a moment's hesitation, Xia Yingying tilted the umbrella forward. "No need for that. I am strong. And you mustn't catch a cold while nursing your child with an injured ankle," he insisted, shaking his head. "How foolish," Xia Yingying muttered under her breath. Dismissing his concern, a gust of wind swept through, causing Chen Meng's tattered vest to lift. Xia Yingying's gaze fell upon a large bruise on his waist, and she suddenly recalled the incident when the bandits had captured her. Chen Meng had rushed after them and seemed to have fallen down a cliff. "Did you just injure your waist?" she asked, her voice trembling. "No. I fell from the big locust tree at your house last night," Chen Meng replied. "What on earth were you doing climbing that tree?" "I did not leave the door open for you," Xia Yingying remarked, but immediately felt a sense of discomfort. hastily silencing herself, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Last night, she had audaciously sought intimacy. How mortifying. It's not related to the fall just now. You needn't worry. Why would I care? Xia Yingying muttered under her breath, yet inwardly mused that the more he denied it, the more likely it was that the fall had indeed occurred. The wind seemed to conspire against her, relentlessly lifting Chen Meng's clothing, the bruise flickering before her eyes. Reflecting on the earlier incident, Chen Meng had risked his life to save her. Although he had threatened her lecherously, his intentions were ultimately benevolent. A tender part of Xia Yingying's heart was touched. Despite his flaws, he truly cared for her and was willing to sacrifice himself. In a woman's life, treasures may be easily acquired. Yet a true lover is a rare find. Lost in her thoughts, Chen Meng suddenly halted his bicycle. In her daze, Xia Yingying collided with his back, exclaiming, "What are you doing stopping abruptly? You've made my chest ache." We reached the village entrance. You should walk back. If someone sees you, it could lead to misunderstandings. Chen Meng advised, glancing back at Xia Yingying's prominent figure, clearly noting the inherent troubles of such attributes, a concern his younger sister did not share. He even considered that. Xia Yingying thought, momentarily stunned, as the cold rain failed to extinguish the warmth blossoming in her heart. She nodded, preparing to depart. "Oh, and when you return home, apply a hot compress to your ankle. The swelling will subside swiftly," Chen Meng instructed. "I know," she replied. "Someone's coming. I must leave now. Be careful on your way back." Spotting a villager approaching, Chen Meng quickly mounted his bicycle and rode away. Such a considerate and charming man, yet regrettably, a rogue. Xia Yingying indulged in her thoughts as she limped towards home. After a few steps, she saw her mother-in-law hurrying toward her. "Mother, what brings you here?" "Chen Meng said you fell and your ankle is swollen. I came to fetch you." "I'm fine. I can walk." Xia Yingying felt a renewed warmth in her heart. He truly does care for me. By the way, why have you changed your clothes? Her mother-in-law scrutinized her suspiciously, her expression darkening with unspoken thoughts. "My clothes got dirty from the fall, so I borrowed a set," Xia Yingying explained, feeling guilty. Clearly, her mother-in-law was unconvinced. Widows often attract rumors, she thought. Accustomed to the scrutiny. Upon returning home, Chen Meng found his parents and younger sister engaged in conversation. The moment he entered, silence enveloped the room, and they regarded him with caution. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Chen Meng said nothing, retreating to change into clean clothing. Changing clothes caused pain from his back injury, making his breaths labored. "I need to find some medicine to apply. Otherwise, I might struggle to get out of bed tomorrow." Fortunately, in another realm, Chen Meng had ample leisure time. He often browsed various websites, which led to frequent health issues he was reluctant to address at a hospital. So he had gathered knowledge about herbal remedies online, aware that certain herbs could remarkably treat bruises and injuries. Dressed in a raincoat and rubber shoes, with a bamboo basket in hand, he set off for the mountains while the day was still young. Chapter 13. The true nature revealed by nightfall. The village of Chenjigu is enveloped by towering mountains, each rising over 1,000 meters. In this era of economic prosperity, industrialization was only just beginning, and the winds of reform had yet to reach this remote corner where not even a bird would linger. Thus, Chenjigu retained a rare and primitive charm that is seldom seen in later generations. The mountains were alive with wild fauna, flora, and medicinal herbs in abundance. However, information was scarce in those days, and few were aware of the treasures hidden within the mountains. Naturally, the market was limited. Even if one were to extract these treasures, few would be willing to purchase them. Ascending the western mountain, Chen Meng soon spotted the wanted herbs, verbena, wild leeks, and fragrant bay leaves. These common medicinal plants were particularly effective for treating injuries. After gathering a few, he prepared to descend, for the sky was darkening and the rain intensified, posing imminent danger if he delayed. Just as he turned to leave, he suddenly encountered a wild boar, its formidable tusks measuring nearly 15 centimeters, snorting and glaring at him. To his dismay, Chen Meng felt his legs weaken. This beast weighed nearly 300 pounds. Wild boars are notoriously fierce, and such a size could inflict damage rivaling that of a wolf. In the animal kingdom, it is said that when faced with a ferocious creature, remaining still and avoiding eye contact usually prevents an attack. Chen Meng chose to abide by this wisdom, standing motionless, gripping his sickle tightly, and avoiding the boar's gaze. Suddenly, the wild boar let out a roar and charged toward him. In that moment, Chen Meng realized the animal kingdom's teachings were misleading. Startled, he turned and fled. But the pain in his waist hindered his speed. 2 legs could not outrun 4. As the boar closed in, Chen Meng displayed remarkable agility, swiftly climbing a tree, a feat he had never accomplished before. In times of peril, the human spirit can indeed unleash extraordinary potential. The boar, frustrated by the loss of its target, continued to roar and shake the tree for a good half-hour before finally departing in disappointment. Only then did Chen Meng descend, scrambling down the mountain and returning home. He placed the gathered herbs into a stone mortar and pounded them into a paste, satisfied with his efforts. As he turned to call for his younger sister, he was startled to find his family peering at him. Upon noticing him, their faces paled in fear, and they prepared to flee. "Stop!" Chen Meng shouted, causing them to freeze in place. "Sister, come here and help me apply the medicine." Trembling, his sister approached. "Brother, what happened to you?" "Best not to ask," he replied dismissively. Seeing her pale, anxious face, he regretted his tone. He had been too harsh with her, knowing she was already timid and insecure. He feared that his sternness would shape her character for life. "By the way, sister, would you like to earn some money?" "Of course, but I lack education and skills. No one would hire me in the city," she replied despondently. In the village, many have ventured to the county town for work. Most of the men engage in labor-intensive jobs at construction sites, while numerous women find employment as waitresses in hotels or at factories, earning a meager sum of over 200 a month. The Chen family stands apart. The son is indolent and gluttonous, while the daughter is timid and frail, left only to watch others prosper. "Starting tomorrow, you shall catch crayfish. For each one you bring, I will give you a dime," declared Chen Meng. He had no time to catch crayfish himself. It would be wiser to enlist his younger sister's help. At a dime per crayfish, with a maximum of 20 per kilogram, the cost would amount to 2 yuan. This way, his sister could benefit while he also nurtured her confidence. It was a win-win situation. "Is that for real? Brother, why do you need crayfish?" she inquired. "That's not for you to question. Just catch them, rest assured. I have the funds," Chen Meng responded, brandishing 2,000 yuan. Chen Dazhu and Zhao Hua, his parents, were taken aback. "Meng, where did you acquire such a sum? You're not up to any illicit activities, are you?" "I've mentioned before that I intend to engage in legitimate endeavors. If you don't believe me, I will have to borrow from others," Chen Meng replied, noticing the discomfort in his parents' expressions. "Mom, Dad, whether you believe it or not, starting today, I will embrace a new way of life. Not only will I earn money, but I will also ensure you have a reserve for a better life. This way, I can leave with peace of mind." His parents exchanged bewildered glances, as if they had never seen him before. It wasn't until Chen Meng retreated to his bedroom that they regained their senses. "Dear, did you believe what he just said about changing his life?" his wife asked. "Trusting that rascal's words may lead us astray. He might have won some money gambling and returned to boast," he replied. "I think he doesn't seem to be lying. He has genuinely changed in the past few days. Tomorrow, I will help him catch crayfish to see if he is deceiving us," she suggested in hushed tones. Chen Meng, uninterested in eavesdropping, lay on his foul-smelling bed, contemplating his plans for prosperity. With capital in hand, he resolved to head to the county town the next day to acquire a tricycle, a gas stove, a table, and other necessities. While scouting for a location with substantial foot traffic, ideally, he would set up shop in a thriving night market. However, he was wary of encroaching on others' businesses, fearing that the following day might not unfold as smoothly as he hoped. After pondering for a while, the rain outside ceased, and the house fell silent. Chen Meng cautiously descended from his bed, tiptoed out of his room, and quietly exited the house, making his way to Xia Ying's home, which was merely 100 meters away. Upon seeing a shadow cast in the window, a surge of relief washed over him. He had worried that the widow might have gone to her in-laws to fetch her child, and if they barred her from returning, his visit would be in vain. Inside, Xia Ying had just disrobed and was preparing for bed when suddenly, someone knocked on her window, startling her. "Who is it? Leave at once, or I will call for help." Since her husband's passing, untrustworthy individuals had been knocking at her window late at night, leaving her terrified, prompting her to keep scissors under her pillow for protection. "It's me. I need to speak with you," came Chen Meng's voice. "What do you want?" Xia Ying replied, her heart racing at the sound of his voice, filled with a mixture of shame, anger, and a hint of disappointment. This scoundrel had no intention of letting her off the hook. "I wish to discuss your rice field. It remains untended. Since it's lying idle, why not allow me to cultivate it?" Through the window, Chen Meng leaned in and remarked, "You scoundrel, I thought you had changed during the day, but come nightfall, Your true nature is revealed. My rice field lies fallow, and I want to allow you to cultivate it. Xia Yingying's face flushed with embarrassment. In the village, it was often joked that women were like rice fields, while men were akin to plows. She believed Chen Meng's words referred to her rice field as well. Don't push your luck. I approached you with courtesy, yet you respond with insults. Do you take my kindness for ignorance and my patience for weakness? Open the door, or I shall kick it down. Chen Meng pounded on the window with force. Chapter 14. Teacher Xia, it turns out your thoughts are not so pure. A widow's home is rife with troubles. In the dead of night, if someone hears this, what will become of us? Moreover, considering that her daughter was threatened by Chen Meng, Xia Yingying's eyes reddened. She discreetly hid the scissors from beneath her pillow behind her back, contemplating whether to open the door. If this ruffian dared to kick it down, she hoped he would show mercy, remembering their daytime interactions. With a creak, Xia Yingying's fair and lovely face appeared behind the door, her eyes glaring fiercely at Chen Meng. After a few moments, she stepped aside, allowing him to enter. Subsequently, she closed the door behind them. Why did you close the door? Are you not afraid of what others might say? Chen Meng gazed at Xia Yingying, who wore only a thin garment that accentuated her voluptuous figure. In the dim candlelight, she radiated an astonishing mature beauty, causing him to feel parched. Was she truly offering herself again tonight? Instantly, Chen Meng found himself grappling with the turmoil of base desires. You've come inside only to belittle and humiliate me. You are insufferable, Xia Yingying said, tears streaming down her cheeks. She believed Chen Meng spoke these words to mock her. Consumed by jealousy, she contemplated several times whether to rush at him and stab him with the scissors. Why are you crying? What I say is true. I am a good-for-nothing. My reputation is already tarnished, it matters not. But you are different. Your in-laws are no saints. If they were to see me here in the dead of night, who knows how they would deal with you? Chen Meng stated. Since you are aware, why then do you come knocking at my window at this hour? Xia Yingying sensed that Chen Meng spoke the truth, and for a moment, she could not decipher his intentions. Did he expect her to offer herself as she had the previous night? I told you, I have business with you. Your rice field is lying fallow, which is a pity. It would be better for me to cultivate it. I can pay you rent or provide you with grain, whatever you prefer. Huh? Xia Yingying was taken aback. You truly wish to cultivate my rice field? That is impossible. You are notorious throughout the village for being lazy and gluttonous. And now you wish to farm? Do you think I jest? Your rice field is fertile, and with Chun Dong gone, you have no one to help you. It would be a shame for it to remain uncultivated, Chen Meng affirmed with a nod. Huh, how vulgar. Xia Yingying knew full well that Chen Meng was speaking of the land, yet her thoughts involuntarily wandered to the villagers' jokes. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and in annoyance. She shot him a glare. Could this matter not have been discussed during the day? Must you bring it up at this late hour? As if there weren't enough troubles at my doorstep? I spoke with utmost seriousness. How could it be deemed vulgar? Chen Meng was momentarily taken aback as he observed Xia Yingying's flushed cheeks and bashful gaze. Beneath her fitted attire, the exaggerated curves of her waist and hips exuded an irresistible allure. It dawned on him. This was what she meant by the rice field. A sly grin spread across Chen Meng's face, as if he had uncovered a remarkable secret. Ah, Xia Laosher, it seems your thoughts are not as pure as I once believed. However, if your rice field remains untended, I would gladly toil for you, he declared with a mock solemnity. Xia Yingying's face turned crimson, mortified to the point where she wished for a crevice to hide in. Instinctively, she hurled the scissors she held at him. You scoundrel, do not speak of such things. Chen Meng, caught off guard, gasped as the scissors struck him. Xia Laosher, are you attempting to commit murder against your lover? The term lover might have seemed trivial to others, mere banter perhaps. Yet, for Xia Yingying, the most beautiful widow in Chenjiagu village, surrounded by countless men with ulterior motives and rampant gossip, it was a profound humiliation, a taboo. Chen Meng stared blankly at Xia Yingying, who remained silent, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Regret washed over him. This woman exuded an innate pride. Had it not been for the dire circumstances of the previous night, she would not have willingly surrendered herself. Did he truly underestimate her due to that one night? Xia Laosher, I was wrong. I apologize. Please do not be angry, Chen Meng said, taking the initiative to apologize. What? Xia Yingying was taken aback, her tear-filled eyes wide in disbelief. You're actually apologizing? What devious plan are you concocting now? I sincerely regret my earlier attitude. I should not have belittled you. But let me make one thing clear. You must not take advantage of my apology. Our affairs are far from over. However, I shall not impose upon you any longer. But should you seek my assistance, I will not be as foolish as last night, where I acted without thought," Chen Meng continued, his gaze greedily lingering on Xie Yingying's graceful form. He knew well how difficult it was to utter such words. Alas, the reputation of Chen Meng, the scoundrel, was too tarnished. He needed to change, step by step. Moreover, he was eager to leave this place. If he were to indulge with Xie Yingying and then depart, what would become of her? "Is this your promise? You swear?" Xie Yingying's voice trembled, her disbelief palpable. To her surprise, Chen Meng shook his head. "Though I may not be a virtuous man, I assure you I will not harm you. My reluctance to swear is merely due to your beauty. Perhaps that day I would be unable to resist." "Stop." Xie Yingying shot him a glare. "Regardless, I believe what you say. Is this your own trap?" Chen Meng pondered. "What if I cannot return that day? Would I be left merely to admire the beauty without being able to partake?" He scratched his head, letting out a sigh of resignation. Silence enveloped them, each lost in thought, yet an unusual tension brewed between them. Feeling a flutter of anxiety, Xie Yingying quickly interjected. "Aren't you supposed to tend to my rice field? I have agreed to it. You may leave now. It's late, and I need to sleep. I have classes tomorrow. And one more thing." "What is it?" Xie Yingying's heart raced with a sudden apprehension. "Did you not injure your ankle?" Chen Meng inquired, presenting the herbal ointment he had prepared. "I gathered these herbs and made this ointment for you. Apply it, and you shall feel better by tomorrow." "When did you gather them?" she asked. "Right after I returned home," he replied. "To brave such heavy rain to fetch herbs for me. What if you had fallen?" Xie Yingying's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her heart warmed, and she felt a sense of lightness wash over her. Outside, the rain fell in torrents. And yet this rascal disregarded the danger and ventured into the mountains to gather herbs for her. "It wasn't he solely for you. I too bear injuries," Chen Meng chuckled. "Now, I must take my leave. I'll accompany you," Xie Yingying said, lifting her foot, only to be struck by a wave of pain that forced her to gasp and stumble forward. Quick as lightning, Chen Meng caught her, and in that instant, she fell into his embrace, the warmth and fragrance of her soft form enveloping him. The delicate scent of her femininity filled his senses, and he found himself holding her supple waist, the moment of unexpected intimacy taking both of them by surprise. Their breaths quickened, and the air thickened with unspoken tension. As Chen Meng's gaze intensified and his hand seemed to drift lower, Xie Yingying shivered, her voice trembling with a plea. "Chen Meng, don't do this. You just promised me you wouldn't force me. You cannot go back on your word." Chapter 15. Can you refrain from staring so indiscreetly? May I retract my consent? "That's not an option," he replied firmly. Xie Yingying's body tensed, struggling to break free from his hold. Though her eyes beseeched him, they also conveyed an unyielding determination. Reflective of her tone, Chen Meng understood that threatening her daughter would likely compel Xie Yingying to endure his advances. Yet the bitterness of hatred would linger far deeper than the fleeting pleasure gained from such an encounter. The allure of the beautiful woman before him was too strong to relinquish. Reluctantly, he released her, feigning indifference. "Allow me to assist you in sitting down and applying the ointment." "You rogue," she chastised, her body trembling as she bit her lip and glared at him. However, seeing him so composed, she refrained from expressing her anger. Today, he had already impressed her, under such circumstances. His ability to restrain himself and offer her respect warranted a small concession. After all, should he become enraged? She feared that her dignity might be the least of her concerns. With that thought, she relented and allowed him to guide her to a seat. "Let me examine your foot," he said, kneeling down to lift her foot. Xie Yingying instinctively curled her toes, but Chen Meng raised an eyebrow. "Have you forgotten what you just said?" Fearing his ire, she remained still. Her feet were fair and delicate, a stark contrast to the ruggedness of rural life. As he gazed upward, her long, beautiful legs resembled the smoothness of peeled egg whites, the delicate skin revealing faint blue veins beneath. "Could you please refrain from staring?" Xie Yingying grasped the armrests tightly, her body quivering with embarrassment. Her face burned with shame, even when Chen Dong was alive. He had never so brazenly held her feet in such a manner. "I simply cannot close my eyes," Chen Meng chuckled merrily. This woman, when aloof, kept others at bay, yet when shy, resembled a blossoming maiden. Her shifting demeanor was a testament to her multifaceted charm. "The more I observe, the more my heart stirs. If returning is not an option, marrying this woman and bringing her home as my wife does not seem like a bad idea." My mind wanders, and consequently, my hands become a bit heavier. Gentle now, you're hurting me, Xia Yingying gasped, biting her lip. It hurts now, but it will feel better soon. Just endure a little longer. It truly hurts. Very well, what pressure do you prefer? Fast or slow? Just tell me, and I shall comply. All right. This pressure and speed are quite agreeable. Xia Yingying leaned back in her chair, her ankle subjected to Chen Meng's application of ointment, leaving her at a loss to determine whether it was pain or comfort, unable to suppress a soft moan. After a dozen minutes, Chen Meng emerged. Teacher Xia, there's no need to see me off. Please return quickly. After I leave, lock the door to prevent anyone else from entering. Get lost, Xia Yingying scolded playfully, forcefully shutting the door. Chen Meng chuckled mischievously, swaying as he walked away, humming a tune, evidently in high spirits. This evening, though he did not share a bed with Xia Yingying, Chen Meng thoroughly enjoyed the subtle atmosphere, sensing a significant shift in her demeanor towards him. Each frown and smile carried a unique charm. Even her scolding was imbued with an alluring quality. Behind the door, Xia Yingying leaned against it, her chest rising and falling dramatically. The scoundrel had finally left. While she felt relieved, a flush crept across her face. In that moment when Chen Meng had embraced her, she keenly sensed that had he been more forceful, she might have half-heartedly acquiesced. Was I, at my core, a wicked woman? It had barely been over a year since Chun Dong's passing, and here I was, harboring such thoughts. No, it must be fear of Chen Meng that leads me to think this way. Xia Yingying concocted a flimsy justification. Otherwise, she would face a sleepless night. As Chen Meng's figure faded into the darkness, a shadow darted out from behind the large locust tree, seething in rage, cursing. That filthy whore pretends to be pure before me, yet behind my back, she consorts with men. At least I am the son of the village chief. Far superior to that impoverished Chen Meng. I would rather engage in an affair with her than consent to him. Just wait. I have plenty of ways to deal with you both. The following day, bright and early, Chen Meng rose. He had slept exceptionally well, dreaming of Xia Yingying's every expression. Good morning, Mom, little sister, he greeted cheerfully, casually picking up a sweet potato to munch on. Chen Dazhu, Zhao Huaijuan, and Chen Xiaomei stared at him, dumbfounded and hesitant to respond. What are you staring at? You should eat too. Chen Meng beckoned. Brother, your meal is in the pot. Mom made you special egg noodles. Chen Xiaomei timidly replied. Chen Meng paused, glancing at the corn porridge in their bowls that reflected his image, and with a slight quiver in his nostrils, said, Mom, there's no need to make separate meals for me. I'll eat whatever you all have. He then poured the corn porridge from his little sister's bowl into his own, saying, Little sister, you eat the egg noodles in the pot. Look at how thin you've become. Ah, Chen Xiaomei gasped in surprise, quickly waving her hands. No, I won't eat that. It's your meal. If I say you should eat, then you will eat. Why are you being so fussy? Knowing that gentle words would not sway his sister, Chen Meng adopted a stern tone, causing her to fall silent immediately. The essence remains unaltered. Alas, the fear my younger sister harbors towards me is deeply ingrained, a sentiment not easily transformed. Chen Meng, feeling helpless, swiftly finished his sweet potato, then ventured into the yard to push his bicycle, preparing to depart. Little sister, remember what I instructed you last night. Go catch some crayfish, if you manage to snag one. I shall reward you with a dime. Keep this in mind. Chen Xiaomei promptly nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Meng then mounted his bicycle, heading straight for the county town. As he passed by Xia Yingying's home, he paused briefly to glance, noticing the door locked, confirming that she had already left for work. Given the distance of over 10 miles to the village, Xia Yingying, unable to ride a bicycle, relied solely on her own 2 legs, which must be quite a burden. If I pedal faster, perhaps I can catch up to her. Chen Meng pedaled vigorously, but regrettably, he did not catch sight of Xia Yingying until he reached the village. An hour had elapsed by the time he arrived at the county town. Despite his reputation as a rascal in Maoping Township, he had never set foot in the county town before. Thus, everything appeared novel to him. He was utterly bewildered, knowing not where to turn. After inquiring, he finally located the small commodity market. Half an hour later, he arrived at his destination. In the early 1990s, if one were to speak of the most thriving business, it would not be real estate, nor the ubiquitous hotels, supermarkets, and beauty salons of later years, but rather the wholesale market for small commodities. Within, one could find an array of items, ranging from household appliances to hairpins and sewing supplies. Do not underestimate these items. In the early 90s, Countless individuals became the first millionaires through these seemingly inconspicuous small goods. Chen Meng, contemplating his potential purchases, strolled deeper into the market. After only a few steps, he noticed a crowd gathered outside a tailor's shop, faint sounds of a woman's screams piercing through. Help. Someone please help me. Chapter 16. Shall I give you a massage? No matter the time, bystanders are always remarkably abundant. Chen Meng squeezed into the throng, witnessing three ruffians harassing a strikingly beautiful woman. She appeared to be quite young, perhaps 24 or 25 years of age, with an oval face, almond-shaped eyes, and skin that glowed with a rosy hue. Dressed in a split cheongsam that accentuated her graceful figure, her lustrous black hair elegantly twisted into a rounded bun at the back of her head, exuding an air of sophistication and poise. At that moment, her captivating eyes were filled with helplessness and panic as she scanned the surroundings, only to find that no one dared to come to her aid. Haha, Lu Yi, no matter how much you scream, no one will come to your rescue. You might as well submit to us. A ruffian with dyed blonde hair seized her in his arms, beginning to make unwelcome advances. Let go of me. Help. The woman continued to cry out, yet the onlookers seemed paralyzed by fear of the three ruffians, merely watching the spectacle without daring to intervene. In a moment of defiance, the blonde ruffian yelped in pain. The beautiful woman had seized the opportunity to deliver a swift kick to his groin, causing him to hop about in agony, clutching himself. You vile creature, you dare to kick my brother. The other two thugs, witnessing their companion's distress, rushed forward, grabbing the woman by her hair, brutally pinning her against the sewing machine, and forcefully tearing at her cheongsam. His mouth spewed forth curses. What an audacious scoundrel. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Let's see who dares to oppose us again. To openly insult a woman in public? Such blatant disregard for decency. It was well known that since the early 1990s, with the advent of economic reform and rapid growth, public safety issues had increasingly come to the forefront. Robberies, assaults, and brawls became commonplace. Truly, the saying rings true. What are you looking at? Got a problem? A mere disagreement could lead to violence. A single watermelon knife could carve its path from one end of the street to the other. Yet, to witness a public humiliation of a woman was something Chen Meng had never encountered before. Even more despicable was the fact that not a single person stepped forward to intervene. They merely stood by, watching the spectacle unfold. Brothers, is it not shameful for so many men to simply watch? We should lend a hand. Chen Meng could no longer contain himself and began to incite those around him. These three ruffians were unlike the local bullies. They were seasoned troublemakers from the county town with sufficient audacity. Chen Meng assessed his own combat prowess, realizing he was merely a fifth-rate fighter. While he could intimidate the naive villagers, stepping forward recklessly could lead to him being beaten to a pulp. It was easy to talk bravely, but did he even know who these men were? They belonged to a notorious gang in the county, known for extorting protection money. With dozens of brothers at their disposal, everyone had paid their dues except for Lu Yi, and this was a clear warning, a lesson for all. Who would dare to intervene? Yet, one could not simply stand idly by. At the very least, one should call the police. The public phone was located outside the market, and by the time the authorities arrived, it would be too late. Furthermore, it was rumored that Huang Mao had connections. If he found out who made the call, retribution would surely follow. With so many witnesses allowing three men to bully a woman, where was their manhood? If you're so brave, why don't you step in? Those around him rolled their eyes, distancing themselves from Chen Meng, fearful of attracting trouble. Damn it! Chen Meng's face flushed with anger. Though he was no saint, it was disgraceful for a man to stand by in such circumstances. However, he had to employ wits. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to leave. TCH, I thought you were a hero. Turns out you're just a coward. The onlookers cast disdainful glances at him, ready to abandon him. At that moment, Chen Meng returned, wielding a watermelon knife, his face contorted with rage as he burst into the tailor's shop. You filthy wench! How dare you betray me in public, flaunting your infidelity? The three thugs were taken aback by Chen Meng's sudden intrusion, staring at him in confusion. To hell with you. He delivered a swift kick to Huang Mao's side, eliciting a pained cry as he fell to the ground. Chen Meng charged forward and slapped the woman hard across the face. You dare to betray me, indulging in your sordid affairs. Lu Yi was momentarily stunned, covering her face and left speechless. Fearing she might reveal the truth, Chen Meng shot her a knowing glance. Unsure if she understood, but relieved she remained silent. Turning back, he swung the knife at the rising Huang Mao, you've gone too far. You dare to humiliate me in my own home? I shall ensure your demise today." A glint of cold steel flashed towards Huang Mao's forehead. Startled, the young man with yellow hair stumbled, surprisingly managing to evade the attack. "Hold on, brother, let us discuss this amicably." He instinctively patted his waist, realizing with dismay that he had forgotten to bring his weapon, and quickly raised his hands to stop the confrontation. "You mother, I have nothing to say to you." Chen Meng raised his knife again, prepared to strike. "Brother, you've misunderstood. I'm here to collect protection money, not to cause trouble." Seeing Chen Meng's eyes blazing red and his fierce demeanor, the young man reconsidered. Risking his life over a trivial sum seemed unwise, and he decided to back down. "If you're not a troublemaker, then who is? You or you?" Chen Meng pointed his watermelon knife menacingly at two other thugs. No, we're in this together." They quickly protested, shaking their heads. Chen Meng turned his fierce gaze back to Lu Yi, demanding, "Are these three troublemakers?" No, Lu Yi finally grasped the situation. This inexplicable man was actually helping her, so she shook her head in denial. "Even if they're not troublemakers, I'll still strike. Damn it. To collect protection money right at my doorstep? Are you tired of living?" Chen Meng swung his knife threateningly. Terrified, the three thugs bolted, and the onlookers scattered in fear. Anxious not to be caught in the crossfire, the trio dashed out of the market, panting heavily once they realized Chen Meng was not pursuing them. "Who the hell is that guy? He is seriously fierce. Who knows? I haven't heard of any woman named Lu having a man. Where did he come from? Damn it, who cares? I lost face today. Next time, I'll bring my weapon and a few brothers to deal with him." The three men cursed as they walked away. In the tailor shop, Lu Yi covered her face, staring at Chen Meng with icy resolve. "What is your name?" Chen Meng, feeling a bit embarrassed for his earlier aggression, explained, "I didn't mean to strike so hard. It was unavoidable. Otherwise, those thugs wouldn't have left." He found himself regarding this woman with newfound respect, not only for her beauty but for her rationality. Most women would react poorly after being struck, even if it was to save them. "Chen Meng?" Lu Yi scrutinized him, recalling that she indeed did not recognize him. She nodded. "I know. If I didn't have such a lack of impression of you, I might suspect you did this on purpose to tarnish my reputation, making it impossible for me to marry, leaving me with no choice but to end up with you." Chen Meng's face flushed with embarrassment. "How could I? Such a despicable act is beyond me." "Humph." Lu Yi snorted coldly. "You're no saint yourself, engaging in all sorts of underhanded dealings. If you truly wanted to help me, you could have just called the police instead of striking me. Look at my face. You've left it swollen. What should I do? How about I give it a rub?" Chen Meng blurted out. Chapter 17. Finding a place, Chen Meng emerged from the tailor shop. His face marked with a bright red handprint, a fair exchange indeed. By all that is just, he truly had no intention of provoking Lu Yi. It was merely a slip of the tongue. In the future, such matters would not be considered significant. To save a life only to receive a slap in return. What kind of situation is this? Chen Meng wandered aimlessly through the small commodity market, soon acquiring everything he needed: a gas stove, for small tables, a dozen little stools, as well as various pots, bowls, and miscellaneous items. The total expenditure amounted to 700 yuan. Subsequently, he spent an additional 300 yuan on a tricycle. Remarkably, he had only spent half of his 2,000 yuan budget, which filled him with delight. Indeed, the prices in the 1990s were exceptionally low. Upon exiting the small commodity market, Chen Meng mounted his bicycle onto the tricycle and made his way directly to the People's Square. He had already gathered information about the bustling night market that transformed the town square into a renowned destination each evening. However, at that time, the night market offerings were rather limited, primarily consisting of barbecued food and wontons. Other popular delicacies such as hand-pulled noodles and Sichuan-style hot pot skewers had yet to gain traction. Nevertheless, the square was still teeming with people by nightfall. Upon arriving at the so-called square, which was merely a spacious area with a central pond and flanked by large trees, he noted that the heat of the evening discouraged most from seeking leisure in the open air. Observing the empty expanse, Chen Meng surmised that the area had likely been claimed by various vendors, each with their designated territory. To encroach upon such domains without due caution could jeopardize his business aspirations and potentially incite conflict. As a newcomer, he resolved to proceed with humility, paying his respects to the local vendors first. With this thought in mind, Chen Meng ambled over to a relatively secluded corner store adjacent to the square. "Owner, could I have a bottle of chilled soda and a pack of Ashima?" he requested. The proprietor, a plump middle-aged woman appearing to be in her 40s, seemed rather unremarkable. Nonetheless, Chen Meng understood that anyone capable of operating a business in such a prime location was not to be underestimated. "It's quite hot today. May I sit for a while?" Chen Meng initiated a conversation to forge a rapport with the store owner. "Of course, please do," she replied, her demeanor warm and welcoming. Noticing Chen Meng's rustic attire and the assortment of items on his tricycle, she perceived him as harmless and treated him kindly. In those days, people's attitudes were quite straightforward. With a lineage of farmers, there was little room for discrimination against those from the countryside. "How is business treating you, sister?" Chen Meng inquired, lighting a cigarette as he conversed. "It's average," she replied. "Though this location is quite good, many nearby shops have better spots." "In business, it's all about the people," Chen Meng remarked, observing her gentle disposition and the tidiness of her store, which suggested she was indeed capable of thriving in her trade. He scrutinized the shelves, which appeared new, indicating that the shop had recently opened. The location, while not ideal, likely yielded modest success, which would facilitate discussions about potential collaboration with the owner. "You certainly know how to flatter. Your kind words are appreciated," she responded, her face brightening with a smile. "Indeed, flattery can be quite effective," he replied with a grin. Noticing the items in his tricycle, the owner inquired, "It appears you are preparing to set up a stall? You have a keen eye, sister. I previously sold goods in the countryside, but with limited foot traffic, business was challenging. I thought I might find a better location in the county, yet all the prime spots seem to have been taken." At this point, Chen Meng feigned a bright-eyed expression and said, "Oh, sister, the space in front of your door is perfectly vacant. How about I set up my stall here?" The proprietress hesitated at once. This empty space was her greatest asset. Business thrives on spaciousness and brightness. If Chen Meng were to establish his stall here, it would block the entrance, making it inconvenient for customers to enter, significantly impacting her business. "Rest assured, I will only operate during the night market, so I won't occupy your space during the day. Moreover, I will not use your location for free. How about I pay you 20 yuan per day as rent? If you don't trust me, we can settle the accounts daily," Chen Meng proposed. 20? The proprietress regarded him suspiciously, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "My friend, what kind of business are you in that is so lucrative? You could rent a prime location for 20 a day." Chen Meng was not making an arbitrary offer. In the early 1990s, workers earned less than 300 yuan a month, and civil servants barely exceeded 300. The real estate market was still in its infancy, and the general populace had a low consumption level, lacking awareness of physical consumption. Along the streets, aside from hair salons, dance halls, arcades, video rental shops, and hardware stores, the most common establishments were grocery stores. Even the plethora of clothing shops that would later proliferate had not yet emerged, as people still habitually sought inexpensive goods at small commodity markets. Consequently, shop prices had not inflated. In central areas like plazas, a 20-square-meter shop rented for only around 500 yuan per month. Chen Meng's offer of 20 per day effectively covered the proprietress's rent, making it hard for her to resist. "I specialize in unique snacks for the night market," Chen Meng replied with a smile. "The night market can indeed be quite profitable. But with just these few tables, can you manage?" The proprietress remained skeptical. "Sister, you underestimate the current purchasing power. Business owners love to take their ladies out for late-night snacks, and they are quite generous. As long as the taste is good and the offerings are distinctive, there is no shortage of customers," Chen Meng asserted with a grin. It is difficult to imagine that during an era when the average wage was less than 300, spending 300 to 400 on a meal in a hotel or several hundred in a dance hall was commonplace. This distorted consumption phenomenon was largely tied to rapid economic development, which had created a burgeoning class of affluent individuals, particularly among government employees who constituted the main force of high consumption. "You're not being entirely honest, are you? Do you often visit places like hair salons and dance halls?" The proprietress rolled her eyes, clearly displeased with Chen Meng's observations. The notion of laughing at poverty, but not at prostitution, began to gain traction during this era. Many young women from the countryside, lacking education and skills, often found their first job in dance halls, earning 30 a day by accompanying drinks and dances, truly a high salary. "Sister, you think too highly of me. Those places are beyond the means of someone like me." Chen Meng scratched his head. "Sister, I see you are a straightforward person. Can you give me a clear answer? If it's a yes, I will set up my stall tonight. If not, I will quickly find another place. 20 a day, covering my rent?" A fool would refuse. The proprietress replied, equally forthright. With the burden of rent lifted, every earning she makes is pure profit. Naturally, she is willing to work. All right. I shall return now to prepare the materials. I will leave the tricycle here at my sister's place. We shall meet in the evening. Chen Meng was elated. Although his sister's location was somewhat remote, the allure of fine wine knows no boundaries, and with the popularity of spicy crayfish sweeping the nation in later years, he was filled with confidence. He then hurriedly mounted his bicycle, racing towards Chenjigu village. Chapter 18. A leopard cannot change its spots upon returning home. It was already well past noon, and the family was gathered at the dining table. Seeing him enter, they quickly stood up in a flurry of anxiousness. Meng, I thought you were dining out, so I didn't prepare a meal for you. His mother, Zhao Huijia, explained in a fluster. I'll go make something right away. No need, I can manage with this, Chen Meng replied, glancing at the humble spread on the table. A bowl of boiled cabbage, a dish of sweet potatoes, and a bowl of thin corn porridge that was reflective enough to see one's image. Famished, he seized a sweet potato and took a hearty bite. The three members of the Chen family exchanged glances, somewhat incredulous, until Chen Meng waved them to sit down, prompting them to resume their meal with a mix of unease. By the way, little sister, how did your shrimp catching go? Chen Meng inquired, his mouth full of sweet potato. He nearly choked in his eagerness and quickly gulped down a large mouthful of corn porridge to recover his composure. Look, I caught quite a few. Chen Xiaomei pointed to a water bucket in the corner of the main room. Chen Meng hurried over to inspect it. The bucket was brimming, containing nearly 10 pounds of plump, healthy shrimp. He was overjoyed. Well done, sister. You caught so many in just one morning, but it isn't enough. We must catch more this afternoon. He calculated in his mind, considering 4 tables. On the first day, business might be sluggish. Even without turning the tables, he needed to prepare for 4 tables filled to capacity, estimating at least 5 pounds of crayfish per table. That amounted to 20 pounds. Brother, I thought you were joking. His sister replied, relieved to see him so pleased. I never jest, Chen Meng stated, pulling out 20 yuan from his pocket and handing it to her. Assuming 20 shrimp per pound, 10 pounds equals 200 shrimp. I promised you 10 cents per shrimp, and here is 20 yuan. Ah, this is the first time you've given me money, Chen Xiaomei exclaimed, astonished. She had always asked the family for money and was hesitant to accept. I can't. Take it. It's your earnings, rightfully yours, Chen Meng insisted with a stern expression. Startled, Chen Xiaomei trembled as she accepted the money, her face flushing with excitement. But I want to catch 200. You are my sister. You've endured enough hardships because of me. Don't be afraid to take a little more. Go catch more this afternoon, and I'll give you more money then, Chen Meng reassured her. Thank you, brother, Chen Xiaomei stammered, overwhelmed with emotion. This was the first time she had earned money with her own hands. 20 yuan was equivalent to 2 days' wages for a worker in the city. In that moment, a surge of unfamiliar emotion flooded her heart. I too can earn money. I am not worthless. The elderly couple, Chen's parents, gazed in astonishment at Chen Meng. Could it be that the little rascal had truly changed? For the first time in 25 years, he had voluntarily offered money to his younger sister, uttering words about earning through labor and entitlement. Had he understood this principle earlier, why had he squandered his days in idleness? Chen Daju discreetly pinched his thigh, seeking to affirm that this was not a mere dream. Mom, Dad, please continue your meal. Why are you all lost in thought? Chen Meng was acutely aware that his transformation had profoundly impacted his family. It was inevitable, after all, as he had not been a decent person in the past. The old Chen Meng would be no more. He hoped that his metamorphosis would bring at least some joy to his family before he departed, leaving them with a sum of money, wishing they would not grieve his absence. By the way, Mom, do we have any soybean oil at home? Chen Meng suddenly inquired. Given their impoverished circumstances, they rarely used oil in their meals. Preparing crayfish required a substantial amount of soybean oil. No, but we have a little rapeseed oil from last year's pressing, Zhao Huihua replied hesitantly. Rapeseed oil 1 tea suffice. I'll go buy some at the convenience store. Chen Meng said. What convenience store sells that? You need to go to the township, his sister interjected. That made sense. In the 1990s countryside, every household raised pigs, rendering their own lard after slaughtering the annual pig, and planted canola to extract rapeseed oil, which was usually sufficient for the year. No one purchased soybean oil. Then I shall head to the township, Chen Meng sighed. It would take half an hour to travel from the village to the township. The sweltering sun made him sweat just thinking about it. Actually, brother, you could buy some from teacher Xia, She has some at her home, his sister suddenly remarked. How would she have it? He questioned. She is a teacher and receives benefits every year. I heard she received several barrels of soybean oil. And she doesn't usually eat at home, his sister explained. But I would have to wait until evening for her to return from work. And I don't have time to wait. Brother, don't forget, today is Saturday. Teacher Xie doesn't work, she reminded him. The days had become a blur for Chen Meng, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The thought of Xie Yingying being at home, and the prospect of seeing her soon, stirred a flicker of anticipation within him. His mind involuntarily conjured the passionate scene from the previous night, igniting a sense of urgency within him. In a few swift bites, he finished the sweet potato, discarded his bowl and chopsticks, declaring, I'm full, I'll go for a stroll. It was evident to all that he sought out the widow, Xie. My dear, there are whispers in the village, claiming our Meng is involved with the widow Xie. Visiting her in broad daylight. It must be true, Zhao Huaihua expressed her concern. We cannot meddle in the rascal's affairs. If we speak too much, he might lose his temper. Let him be, Qin Dezhu sighed. In the countryside, becoming entangled with a widow was a significant taboo, carrying a poor reputation and akin to shaming one's ancestors. What a wretched term, little rascal. Now that our son has changed for the better, we should refrain from such derogatory language, Zhao Huaihua replied, dissatisfied. Indeed, Dad, brother has truly transformed. He is no longer the same, Chen Xiaomei concurred. At that moment, her heart raced, still in disbelief that she had earned 20 yuan. The proverb long hair, but short knowledge aptly describes the situation. With mere trifles of kindness, one is easily swayed. As the saying goes, the mountains may change, but one's nature is hard to alter. It is not so simple to transform for the better. One must remain vigilant, for that wretched scoundrel is undoubtedly plotting something sinister. Qin Dezhu spoke with a tone laden with disdain, having been thoroughly exasperated by the reckless behavior of the spendthrift over the years. Their incessant violence and abuse had rendered a once harmonious home into a desolate shell. Otherwise, the old Chen family would not have fallen into such poverty, becoming the subject of ridicule among the villagers. These words stripped away the joy from the hearts of the mother and daughter, leaving them in somber reflection over Chen Meng's past transgressions. Meanwhile, Chen Meng was in a state of frantic urgency as he made his way to Xie Yingying's residence. Upon arriving, he found the door firmly shut, a common sight during the midday rest of rural folk in the summer. Assuming that Xie Yingying was likely resting, he hesitated, contemplating whether to knock. The vivid recollection of the previous night's tantalizing encounter gnawed at him, compelling him to glance furtively around. Noticing that the neighbors were all taking their afternoon respite, he stepped forward to rap on the door. To his surprise, the door swung open with a gentle push. Realizing it had not been latched, he deduced that Xie Yingying was likely awake. He stepped inside, finding the common area empty, but soon heard sounds emanating from the bedroom. Without a second thought, he pulled aside the curtain and entered, only to be instantly petrified by the sight before him. Xie Yingying was bathing. Chapter 19. I did not peek. I saw openly, ah? Xie Yingying was taken aback by Chen Meng's sudden intrusion. After a moment of stunned silence, she instinctively covered herself with her hands, crouching down and letting out a startled scream, which abruptly ceased. At that moment, the neighbors were all at home. If they heard her scream, they would rush in, and it would be disastrous. How did you get in? Xie Yingying's face flushed crimson with a mix of embarrassment and anger as she crouched in the basin, on the verge of tears. Having had little time to tidy up due to her work, she had merely cleaned up a bit today. Feeling the oppressive heat and deciding to wash herself before her afternoon rest. How could she have anticipated an intrusion? I found the door unlatched and came in. I had no idea you were bathing, Chen Meng replied, his eyes widening in disbelief at the scene before him. This tableau was even more intoxicating than he had dared to imagine, surpassing the allure of the previous night. Her exquisite form, perfectly rounded, glistened with droplets of water, illuminated by the sun's rays filtering through the window, emanating an enchanting glow that left him dizzy. Chen Meng's breath quickened, and his feet moved of their own accord as he approached her, his gaze burning with intensity. Teacher Xie, you are truly beautiful. May I hold you just once? Don't come any closer. Xie Yingying was horrified, quickly rising to wrap herself in a sheet. Yet in an instant, Chen Meng had enveloped her in his arms. A powerful masculine scent overwhelmed her senses, rendering her body weak and sending electric shivers coursing through her, as if struck by a current. With a quivering voice, she weakly protested, Please, Chen Meng, don't do this. Teacher, I adore you so much. Just let me kiss you, just once. In this moment, Chen Meng was but a naive youth, unversed in the ways of the world. In the bright light of day, the sight before him was strikingly seductive, overwhelming his senses with a singular thought, to be with her. After all, both were unmarried, and there was no law against it. Suddenly, a piercing pain jolted Chen Meng back to reality. He felt Xia Yingying biting down hard on his shoulder, drawing blood. Chen Meng, if you must pursue this, I cannot resist, but know that you will only possess me once. I shall loathe you to the core for the rest of my life, and will never forgive you. What kind of gaze was that? It was filled with contempt, mockery, resolve, rage, and a hint of unwillingness. Just then, the wail of a baby shattered the moment, startling Chen Meng, who was still holding onto Xia Yingying. How could he act so thoughtlessly? If he forced himself upon her and then left, what would become of her? The rural landscape of the 1990s was vastly different from the present. For a woman, losing her virtue meant carrying the weight of shame for a lifetime. Moreover, the child lay on the bed. With a sudden snap, Chen Meng released Xia Yingying, apologizing. I'm sorry. You are simply too beautiful, and I momentarily lost control. I understand you are without a husband. Xia Yingying was taken aback by his restraint. Not only did he let her go, but he also apologized, hurriedly wrapping herself in the blanket. Noticing Chen Meng's embarrassment as he lowered his gaze, like a student who had erred, she felt a mix of amusement and newfound respect for him. Regardless of his flaws, he showed her a level of respect that was quite rare in their rural setting, even more so than her late husband had. Could you please step outside? I need to get dressed before we continue our conversation, Xia Yingying said, her irritation fading to shyness. All right, Chen Meng nodded, just as a voice called from outside. Yingying, are you asleep? Panic washed over both of them. It was Xia Yingying's mother-in-law, Chao Guifang. If she discovered Chen Meng in her bedroom while Xia Yingying was wrapped in a blanket, who could predict her thoughts? What do we do? Chen Meng felt a wave of anxiety, experiencing the sensation of being caught in a compromising situation for the first time. You must hide, Xia Yingying urged, pushing him into the wardrobe. It was a vintage piece, nearly 2 meters tall, with double doors, one of which had a mirror. Concealing an adult within was not an issue. With little time to ponder, Chen Meng slipped inside, falling into a pile of fragrant clothes. The enclosed space saturated with a subtle feminine scent. In the darkness, visibility was limited. He grabbed a piece of clothing and, peering through the slightly ajar door, discerned its nature. Lo and behold, he had not anticipated that Xia Yingying possessed such modern taste. It was a silk, ultra-short nightgown. Chen Meng's mind involuntarily conjured images of her wearing the gown, beckoning him with a playful finger. Yingying, are you home? Why do you not respond? Chao Guifang entered the bedroom. Mother, I just finished bathing and did not hear you call, Xia Yingying replied. Her voice tinged with anxiety as she unconsciously glanced at the wardrobe, her heart dropping when she realized the door was not securely shut. Bathing without locking the door? What audacity! Did I not lock it? It may have slipped my mind, but fortunately, it was my mother who entered. Had it been someone else, it would have been disastrous. Xia Yingying feigned a look of fear. No wonder it is said that women are born actresses. Her performance was truly convincing. Chen Meng stifled a laugh. I must be more cautious. There are several old lechers in our village who have their eyes on you, especially that scoundrel Chen Meng. He is truly despicable, shamelessly pursuing you. It is intolerable. I will ensure he is apprehended by the authorities sooner or later, Chao Guifang fumed. You are the one who is despicable. If I desired to bed your daughter-in-law, I would have succeeded the day before yesterday. Damn it. Even if something were to happen between me and Xia Yingying, it would be entirely justified. A single man and an unmarried woman. What law have we broken? Does Xia Yingying, upon marrying into your family, have to remain a widow for life? Chen Meng cursed inwardly, and in his agitation, accidentally knocked against the wardrobe. What noise was that? Chao Guifang turned her gaze toward the wardrobe. Xia Yingying jumped in fright and quickly said, It's nothing, perhaps a rat. Right, Mom? What do you need me for? I have some sewing that I cannot manage. Your skills are just what I need. And since you have the day off, please lend me a hand, Chao Guifang replied. Let us go then. I just took a bath and am not feeling sleepy at all. Xia Yingying was eager to hasten her mother-in-law's departure. For if she discovered Chen Meng, everything would be ruined. Are you just wrapped in a blanket? Aren't you going to change clothes? Xia Yingying stole a glance at the wardrobe and noticed a pair of eyes peering at her through the crack, startling her. She shot a fierce glare at those eyes and then said, "Mom, could you step outside for a moment? I feel uncomfortable with you here. We are both women. What is there to feel uncomfortable about?" Chao Guifang chattered as she picked up the child from the Kong and exited the bedroom. Xia Yinging hurriedly closed the door and dashed to the wardrobe, whispering, "You rogue, don't you dare spy on me, or I will ignore you from now on." "I wasn't spying. I was looking openly," Chen Meng chuckled. Xia Ying's face flushed with embarrassment. How shameless. She quickly shut the wardrobe door, bracing it with her body, and swiftly changed her clothes. Once she was finished, Chen Meng hurriedly opened the wardrobe door, only to find that Xia Yinging was already dressed, leaving him utterly disappointed. He leaned against the wardrobe, sulking and glaring at her. Xia Yinging found it amusing, her chin slightly raised as she whispered, "Serves you right. You had your chance the night before last, but you didn't take it. Once this opportunity passes, it's gone for good." Chen Meng's eyes sparkled. Perhaps he should seek another chance to reenact that moment. "What do you take me for?" Xia Ying's expression turned icy, yet her heart fluttered with embarrassment. My goodness, what was I just saying? Am I flirting with him? How utterly shameful. I, Xia Yinging, am a woman of education, knowledge, and principles. I must never associate with this rogue again. At that moment, Chao Guifang called out, "Are you ready yet? Changing clothes takes so long." "Coming," Xia Yinging responded. Then instructed Chen Meng, "After I leave, you should wait a while before you leave too." Without waiting for his reply, she exited the bedroom. A moment later, Chen Meng heard the sound of the door closing. "Aren't you going to lock the door? Be careful of thieves." "Lock the door for what? There's nothing valuable in the house. Who would steal from me?" As the voice receded into the distance, Chen Meng finally emerged from the wardrobe. A sense of loss washing over him as he gazed longingly at the room, greedily inhaling the lingering fragrance of Xia Yinging. He murmured to himself, "I am not a thief of flesh, but a thief of hearts." Chapter 20. The business opens in the afternoon. Chen Meng scarcely had a moment's respite. He meticulously cleaned the crayfish that his little sister had caught, ensuring each one was pristine before frying them, a crucial step in the culinary process. Otherwise, the flavor would pale in comparison to that of street vendors. His sister, filled with enthusiasm from earning 20 yuan, forsook her nap and ventured out under the scorching sun to catch more crayfish. Within an hour, she returned with a bucket brimming with them. Chen Meng felt a surge of excitement, confirming that there were indeed plenty of crayfish in Chenjiagu. "Little sister, please help me clean these crayfish," he instructed. "Okay." Chen Xiaomei seemed genuinely interested in her brother's culinary endeavors, stealing glances at the preparation. Once the crayfish had been fried, Chen Meng recalled that he needed some green peppers and cucumbers as accompaniments. Ideally, he would have liked to add some konjac, but that was unavailable at the moment. Together with his sister, he ventured into their own fields to gather some green peppers and cucumbers. Upon returning home, drenched in sweat, Chen Meng paid no heed to his disheveled appearance. He grabbed paper and pen, listing all the necessary ingredients to see what was lacking: dried chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, ginger, garlic, and broad bean paste. These had all been procured in advance. With everything prepared, he awaited the evening when he would set up his stall. As the sun dipped lower in the afternoon sky, Chen Meng quickly washed up, donned his finest attire, and loaded up 20 pounds of partially processed crayfish to head to the county town. Upon arriving at the convenience store, twilight was just beginning to fall. The shopkeeper's wife had been eagerly anticipating his arrival. "I thought you wouldn't come. The other vendors have already set up," she remarked. "My offerings differ from theirs." "There is no need to rush," Chen Meng replied, unloading 2 buckets of crayfish and busily unloading the items from his tricycle. For tables and 16 chairs were swiftly arranged. He then adjusted the gas stove, filled a bucket with water from the store for later use, and donned an apron and chef's hat, presenting himself in a strikingly distinctive manner. Once everything was in order, hunger gnawed at him, and the nearby barbecue stalls had begun to attract customers. Chen Meng savored the aromatic scent of cumin wafting through the air, his mouth watering in anticipation. "Sister, let me treat you to some barbecue," he proposed, walking up to the largest and most popular barbecue stall. "Boss, I'd like 10 yuan worth of meat skewers, please." 10 yuan was a considerable sum in those times, as meat skewers were priced at 3 for a single yuan. "Not selling, scram," the boss retorted, rolling his eyes at Chen Meng with a fierce glare. "Have I offended you? Why the harsh words?" Chen Meng was taken aback. "I've seen plenty of scoundrels like you, pretending to set up a stall just to steal trade secrets. Either I mock you or you watch and still can't learn," the boss sneered. The proprietor, misunderstanding the situation, expressed his disdain. I have no interest in your attempts to assist my business. Leave at once, or I shall not hold back, he declared, brandishing a skewer in his hand. Chen Meng, taken aback and feeling vulnerable in this unfamiliar environment, retreated to his stall with a sense of defeat. You've had quite the setback, haven't you? Attempting to manage someone else's business instead of focusing on your own, the boss's wife teased. You must be hungry since you skipped dinner. I can prepare a bowl of instant noodles for you. Chen Meng dismissed the offer with a shake of his head, opting instead to wait until his goods sold. My curiosity is piqued about what you are selling, the woman continued. There seem to be no ingredients visible, and your stall remains empty while others are bustling with customers. Chen Meng, revealing 2 large containers, unveiled a plethora of vibrant red crayfish. Do you recognize these? He inquired mysteriously. Recognize? Are these even edible? She retorted, wide-eyed. Absolutely. Not only are they edible, but they are also quite delectable, he proclaimed. Sensing that the time was ripe, he cleared his throat and called out, Chen's spicy crayfish, a family recipe, bursting with flavor. Do not miss out as you pass by. Before long, a curious onlooker approached. Isn't this just a river pest? Can you really eat it? This is not merely a pest. It is scientifically known as crayfish and is a relative of the Australian lobster. It is indeed delicious. My ancestors were imperial chefs, and even the emperors savored this delicacy. Chen Meng spun an elaborate tale. Are you trying to pull the wool over my eyes? This creature was introduced by the Japanese to consume decaying flesh and clean up carcasses, the man scoffed. Do you believe the rumors? If it were inedible, would I dare to set up a stall? Chen Meng chuckled. The man hesitated, then inquired about the price. How much is it per pound? Not expensive. Just 15 yuan per pound, Chen Meng replied. 15 yuan for this. Are you trying to rob me? The man, initially reaching for his wallet, recoiled in disbelief, cursing under his breath as he walked away, leaving Chen Meng feeling thwarted. As the opening of his stall approached, it seemed his venture was doomed. Several others followed suit, dismissing the price and leaving in discontent. My friend, your pricing is outrageous. Meat is only 3 yuan a pound, and you dare to charge 15 for this? The boss's wife gazed at Chen Meng incredulously as he continued his fervent promotion. There's a reason for the price. The cost of 1 pound is already over 10 yuan. He defended. You're spinning tales. These creatures are abundant in rural ditches. No one wants them even for free. She shot back. Not all crayfish are created equal. Mine are bright red and visually appetizing, unlike those dark, unappealing ones, Chen Meng argued. The boss's wife remained silent, rolling her eyes. Meanwhile, the owner of the nearby barbecue stall let out a derisive laugh. Even if the king himself were to appear, he would recognize these as mere river pests. Selling them for 15 a pound. You have quite the audacity, my friend, but you are clearly not cut out for business. If you manage to sell any today, I will change my surname to yours. Brother, we are all in business here, seeking fortune amicably. I have not defamed your enterprise, Chen Meng said with a smile. Being new to the area, his intention was to make money, not to forge enmity. There was no need to engage in a verbal spat. Humph. Let me be clear today. If you cannot sell your wares, you should promptly take your leave. Your shouting is as irritating as a duck's quack. The shop owner retorted coldly, his gaze laced with a hint of menace. He likely felt that Chen Meng's boisterousness had attracted a crowd, which, although not resulting in sales, had nonetheless impacted his business. Chen Meng furrowed his brow in displeasure. In Maoping Township, he was a figure to be reckoned with, yet here in the county town, he had not provoked anyone, and suddenly faced insults. Did he think of him as a soft target, easily squeezed? Just as he was about to retort, the shop owner's wife shot him a warning glance and whispered, the bald man is not to be trifled with. Let us keep things cordial, and let each of us conduct our own business without trouble. This man's stall was the largest and most prosperous, and his imposing demeanor suggested he was indeed not one to provoke. Chen Meng needed to earn 5,000 yuan within a week and was not inclined to clash with him. Therefore, he ignored the bald man and decided to change his approach. Chen's spicy crawfish, a time-honored family recipe, fit for royalty. Taste before you buy. If it's not to your liking, you pay nothing. What is the price per pound? I hope it doesn't shock me, a customer inquired. Not tasty, no charge. Is that for real? Indeed. A man of honor keeps his word. I would not dare to lie. Chen Meng assessed the customer, noting his refined attire, and continued. But I must warn you, my delicacies do not come cheap. Only the discerning may partake. This statement held wisdom. If the customer inquired about the price and chose not to buy, would it not signify defeat? In other words, how many men, believing themselves somewhat influential, would not find themselves appealing? As expected, the customer raised an eyebrow. A mere vendor with such bravado. What is the price per pound? Speak, and I shall be astonished. 15 yuan per pound, Chen Meng replied. Indeed, it was not inexpensive, but the customer still found it within his means. I shall take a pound to sample. But let me make it clear. If it is not delicious, I shall smash your stall, the customer declared. Not a problem. If it's not good, you owe nothing. Chen Meng exclaimed with joy. The method of provocation had proven effective. Business was indeed promising. He immediately set to work, igniting the fire and preparing the shrimp with deft movements that dazzled the onlookers, clearly showcasing his culinary expertise. The semi-processed crawfish required only a melange of seasonings and a bit of water, simmered for over 20 minutes to absorb the flavors. As the broth thickened, he called out, "Sister, please bring this gentleman a bottle of cold beer, my treat." Turning to the customer, he added, "Sir, it may take about 20 minutes for the flavors to melt. It's quite warm. Please enjoy a cold beer while you wait." "You certainly have a knack for business," the customer remarked appreciatively, taking a seat to savor the cold beer as he patiently awaited his meal. A bottle of beer was but a mere yuan. Those who can afford the 15 yuan per pound for the crayfish do not mind the expense. However, Chen Meng, in front of a crowd, treated him to a drink. As a gesture of respect, in the company of men, what one seeks is indeed a semblance of honor. Any lingering annoyance dissipated in an instant. Before long, an unfamiliar aroma wafted through the air, a unique blend of spice and a hint of saltiness, captivating the attention of onlookers. At that moment, the crayfish were nearing completion. Chen Meng lifted the lid, revealing a pot filled with vibrant, crimson crayfish swirling in a fragrant broth. He turned up the heat to reduce the sauce, adding segments of cucumber. Just a few minutes later, he plated the dish. The bright red crayfish, paired with the verdant cucumber and tender, flavorful bell peppers, garnished with a sprinkle of cilantro, presented a visually appealing dish. "Apologies for the wait, esteemed guest. Chen's spicy crayfish is ready for you to savor," Chen Meng exclaimed as he served the dish. This was the first encounter for many, including the onlookers, with such a delicacy. Just the aroma was enough to set mouths watering, yet the price of 15 yuan per pound deterred several curious souls from indulging. How does one even eat this? Patrons gazed hungrily, yet felt uncertain about how to proceed. "Allow me to show you," Chen Meng offered, demonstrating with a crayfish. "Break off the head and see the yellow part inside. That's the essence. Give it a good suck." Guests mimicked his actions, taking a hearty sip of the spicy, flavorful broth that flooded their mouths, nearly choking on the richness, but the taste was undeniably exquisite. Eating the body is similar. First sip the broth, then peel the meat. Dipping it in the sauce, Chen Meng instructed meticulously. Soon, a guest finished a crayfish, squinting and smacking his lips as if savoring the flavor. "Well, what do you think?" Zhao Zilong asked with a grin, confident in his culinary skills, which he had honed at considerable expense. The guest remained silent, reaching for another crayfish, and then another. "Hey, how does it taste? Speak up," someone nearby inquired with curiosity. "Of course, if it weren't good, I wouldn't be unable to stop eating. It's just too spicy, but utterly satisfying. Pair it with ice-cold beer, and the experience is simply divine. Boss lady, bring me a few bottles of chilled beer, and I'll settle the bill afterward." The guest was thoroughly enjoying himself, glistening with sweat, yet his hands never paused in their work. "Is it truly that delicious? Boss, I'd like to try a pound as well," someone declared, eager to verify the claims. "Sure thing, ma'am. And let us add a bottle of ice-cold beer for this gentleman. On my tab," Chen Meng replied with delight. These patrons were potential loyal customers, and it was essential to win their favor. He resumed cooking, boiling shrimp with fervor. As one person led the way, 3 more ordered a pound to sample, prompting Chen Meng to prepare 3 pounds in one go. Within the span of an hour, he had sold 5 pounds, filling him with elation and confidence about the day's business. Each pound contained roughly 20 crayfish, and soon enough the first customer who placed an order finished his meal, sweating profusely as he extracted 20 yuan to settle his bill. "Brother, the food is indeed delicious, but it does require quite a bit of beer," he remarked. The owner was generous. Most people truly cannot afford such indulgence. Chen Meng modestly offered a compliment. 1 kilogram of shrimp accompanied by 6 bottles of beer. This fellow certainly knows how to indulge. The customer chuckled, asking if the stall would be set up again tomorrow, expressing his intention to bring a few friends to sample the delicacies. Then I must thank the owner for taking care of the business, Chen Meng replied promptly, offering a cigarette. In this day and age, Ashima cigarettes could be considered a luxury, priced at 7 yuan per pack, equivalent to an ordinary person's daily wage. The customer regarded Chen Meng with increasing admiration, patting him on the shoulder as he departed. Once this wave of customers had left, there was a moment to rest. The owner's wife took the initiative to help Chen Meng with the cleaning. Well done, my young brother. You've earned 75 yuan in just 1 hour. After deducting costs, the profit was not substantial, but it was vastly superior to selling in the countryside, Chen Meng remarked with a smile. Indeed, my brother. I noticed you were quite busy. If you need anything, just shout. After all, I have little to do. All right then, thank you, sister. Chen Meng was well aware that the previous group of customers had consumed at least 20 bottles of beer and 3 packs of cigarettes. So the owner's wife was likely to make a profit of 7 or 8 yuan. As they conversed, more customers arrived, prompting Chen Meng to get back to work. However, today there were no large orders. Most were 1 kilogram each, with the largest table ordering 2 kilograms. Yet, this was a phenomenon that Chen Meng welcomed. Having 10 people eating was far better than just 1. 10 individuals represented 10 potential customers. In this era, where WeChat posts and Douyin food introductions were absent, they had to rely on the rudimentary method of word of mouth to promote their business. By the time it was not yet 11, 20 kilograms of crayfish had astonishingly sold out, instilling Chen Meng with confidence for the following day's business. He packed up, placing everything onto his tricycle before storing it in the nearby convenience store. Sister, see you tomorrow. Chen Meng hopped onto his bicycle, pedaling eagerly under the stars towards Chenjigu village. Just as he departed, an ominous gaze followed closely behind him. Chapter 22. Peeping in the dead of night upon returning to the village, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Every household had turned off their lights and retired for the night. As Chen Meng approached the widow Xia's doorstep, he instinctively halted his bicycle. Noticing a faint glow emanating from her window, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Could it be that she knew I was out selling and was waiting for my return? He paused the bicycle and approached the window, ready to knock, when suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the old locust tree behind him. Who is there? Chen Meng called out sharply, his vigilance heightened. Hee, brother Chen Meng, returning so late. Yet you haven't forgotten to visit widow Xia. It seems your relationship is quite good, a voice teased from beneath the locust tree. A figure emerged, grinning impudently. Zhang Matzi. Is it you? Why are you out here so late? Shouldn't you be asleep? Chen Meng raised an eyebrow, fixing a piercing gaze on the individual. Zhang Matzi was the village chief's son, just like Chen Meng, and any ne'er-do-well wandering aimlessly in the village. However, this individual, considering himself of noble status, looked down upon Chen Meng, even regarding the local ruffian, Ba Lizi, with disdain. Instead, he associated closely with the thugs from the city. Heh, you come to do what? I come to do what? Zhang Matzi leered. I am merely passing by. Then I am also passing by. Chen Meng felt quite indignant. Everyone in the village feared him, but Zhang Matzi never deemed him worthy of even a glance. In the past, both were aware of each other's backgrounds. Thus Chen Meng dared not provoke Zhang Matzi. Naturally, Zhang Matzi also refrained from disturbing Chen Meng. After all, those who walk barefoot do not fear those in shoes. When they met, they merely nodded at one another. Creak. Xia Ying, hearing the commotion, opened the door and saw the 2 notorious scoundrels standing at her doorstep. Her pretty face instantly turned cold. What are you 2 doing here in the dead of night? This question was directed at Chen Meng. I happened to be passing by and saw him sneaking a glance at your window. I intended to chase him off, Zhang Matzi declared with feigned righteousness. What a load of nonsense. I just returned from the city and happened to pass by. Seeing that teacher Xia's light was on, I wanted to say a few words to her, who was peeking at the window. Chen Meng retorted angrily. What do you have to say to the widow in the middle of the night? Zhang Matzi responded with a playful tone. None of your business. Chen Meng, you would do well to speak to me with respect. Others may fear you, but I do not regard you highly. Should you provoke me, I shall reveal all your sordid affairs, Zhang Matzi warned darkly. What sordid affairs do I have? Pray tell, Chen Meng replied. Heh, it's not time yet. In due course, you shall know, Zhang Matzi chuckled sinisterly. Chen Meng felt a chill in his heart. Zhang Matzi's demeanor did not seem feigned. Could it be that he truly held some leverage over him? He reflected carefully. They had rarely interacted in the past, making it improbable for any evidence to fall into Zhang Matzi's hands. With a cold laugh, he said, Stop pretending to be a big shot in front of me. A man of integrity has no fear of shadows. I warn you, cease your designs on teacher Xie. It is a grave sin to covet a swan when you are but a toad. Such words betray your own insecurities. We are both toads. You are no better. Zhang Mozi retorted sharply. I am unlike you. I am a toad now, but one day, I shall transform into a prince and may yet dine with the swan. Chen Meng responded nonchalantly. In terms of education, I surpass you by several leagues. Engaging in a war of words with me. If I do not cause your ancestors to rise from their graves in fury, then I have lived in vain. Very well, you may be stubborn now. But mark my words, I will make you aware of who truly is the toad. Zhang Mozi shot a fierce glare at Chen Meng. Then his gaze lingered on Xie Yingying's ample figure, smirking as he turned to leave. Bah, what a scoundrel! Peeking in the dead of night. Had I not returned just in time, who knows what he would have dared to do? Chen Meng spat contemptuously. In the next moment, he felt a sharp kick to his leg. Wincing in pain, he hopped around. Why did you kick me? Zhang Mozi is no good, and neither are you. Tell me, what were you doing in my house today? Xie Yingying demanded coldly. I did nothing much. I merely took 2 jars of soybean oil. And I have already given you the money. Yet you remain unconvinced. Truly, I can swear it. Immediately, Chen Meng raised his hand and vowed, if I, Chen Meng, deceive Xie Yingying, may the heavens strike me with thunder and grant me a wretched fate. The soft, silvery moonlight cascaded down, draping the earth in a delicate veil of silver. On this summer night, a gentle breeze wafted the fragrance of unknown wildflowers, evoking a particular phrase in Xie Yingying's mind. Beneath the flowers and the moonlight, Chen Meng, with his hand raised in oath, stirred a blush and a quickened heartbeat in Xie Yingying. Rolling her eyes, she retorted, what nonsense! Who asked you to swear? Oaths cannot be uttered frivolously. What can I do if you do not believe me? I never even saw the money. How can you expect me to trust you? It is impossible. I placed it on your dressing table and even pressed a note under the comb. What did you write? Well, Chen Meng scratched his head. I was afraid you might get angry. What lewd words did you write? If you don't tell me, I will be even angrier. Upon seeing Chen Meng's hesitance, Xie Yingying sensed it was not something pleasant, causing her cheeks to burn even hotter. Actually, I wrote nothing much. Just a line saying, your nightgown is lovely. If one day you could wear it for me, I would gladly meet my end, Chen Meng said awkwardly. Xie Yingying's face flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and anger. You scoundrel! You can forget about that happening in this lifetime. Her tone was heavy and resolute, plunging Chen Meng's agitated heart into icy despair. Yes, he was merely a well-known good-for-nothing, lacking in everything. What right did he have to covet someone as beautiful, cultured, and graceful as Xie Yingying? He truly did not belong to this world. His brief stay was merely to earn money and repay debts, to make life a little better for his family. Apologies, teacher Xie, for disturbing you. It is late. You should return to rest. With that, Chen Meng turned and rode away on his bicycle, his silhouette elongated under the bright moonlight, exuding a sense of desolation and loneliness. Xie Yingying gazed after him, her heart suddenly fluttering. Were my words too harsh? Regardless, this scoundrel truly harbors genuine feelings for me. Though he has persistently pursued me, he has never forced his will upon me, and is even willing to risk his life to save me. For this, he surpasses most men in the world. Lost in her thoughts, Chen Meng's figure vanished entirely into the darkness. With a sigh, Xie Yingying lamented, that rascal only knows how to change the subject. I still have not asked the most important question. Did he take my nightgown? This fellow, both lecherous and mischievous. Surely wouldn't he use my nightgown for some nefarious deeds at night? Would he? Ugh, what absurd thoughts I entertain. Covering her flushed face, Xie Yingying swiftly retreated indoors. Chapter 23. You undress. I shall illuminate the way. The house was shrouded in darkness. Chen Meng cautiously parked his bicycle, not making a sound. The heat was unbearable, and he returned drenched in sweat. He went to the kitchen, fetched a basin and towel, and filled the basin with cool water, deciding to wipe himself down. Just as he emerged from the kitchen, as he unexpectedly encountered a shadow, it startled him, causing him to spill a basin of water. What was that? He exclaimed. Brother, it's me, Chen Xiaomei replied, drenched and looking glumly at Chen Meng. You nearly gave me a heart attack. It's the middle of the night, and you should be resting, not creeping around scaring people. Chen Meng gasped, trying to catch his breath. I heard you return and came out to take a look. What time is it? You're still awake? You weren't supposed to be back from business, right? Mom and Dad said you wouldn't succeed. But I refused to believe it and waited for your return, brother. How did business go today? Chen Xiaomei looked at him with eager anticipation. Since her elder brother had left, she had been restless, worried about whether she would be able to earn a living in the future. Thank you for your concern, little sister, Chen Meng said, his heart warmed. For all the years she had endured his teasing, a small act of kindness had shifted her perspective. Not out of greed, but from familial affection. Regardless, the bond of blood remains the most profound and unconditional of connections. Under the gentle moonlight, his little sister stood in a soaked cotton tank top, her chest slightly puffed, reminiscent of a sticky rice dumpling, hardly noticeable in its extent. She was already 18, yet had not fully developed. The thought made Chen Meng's heart ache, attributing it entirely to his previous reckless spending. You are my brother. Of course, I care about you. Besides, you can still help me earn money, Chen Xiaomei said shyly. Haha, in the future, I will help you earn even more, ensuring you have fine clothes and food. Grow into a beautiful young lady, and then find you a suitable husband. That would make me truly content, Chen Meng chuckled. Brother, you aren't planning to sell me off to a leper, are you? I refuse to marry. Chen Xiaomei suddenly grew anxious. Rest assured, I promise not to marry you off to a leper, Chen Meng reassured her, ruffling her hair. He picked up the basin from the ground, returned to the kitchen, refilled it with cool water, and stepped into the small courtyard to wash himself. Xiaomei followed him into the kitchen, lit the kerosene lamp, and stood beside him, illuminating his task. Brother, you still haven't told me how business went today. It sold out, completely sold out. Really? You wouldn't deceive me about that? So, I can continue catching crayfish tomorrow? Yes, aim to catch a bit more, at least 40 pounds, Chen Meng replied while washing himself. Today, I sold 20 pounds of crayfish for 300 yuan. After giving you 20, the boss's wife another 20, and 10 for beer, I netted 250 yuan. If it continues like this, I might only make about 2,000 yuan a week, barely enough to fend off the leper. In the coming days, I need to sell at least 40 pounds daily. Given today's momentum, I remain quite optimistic. That's wonderful. I can earn 80 yuan tomorrow. Oh my, that is a lot of money. How should I spend it? Chen Xiaomei exclaimed, her excitement rendering her speechless and breathless. Uft. She accidentally blew out the kerosene lamp. Save it. It'll be your dowry one day, Chen Meng teased, observing her joy. Brother, I don't wish to marry. Just take me along to earn money. All the girls my age in the village have gone off to work, and I'm left here, toiling in the fields. I don't want to be looked down upon by them, Chen Xiaomei expressed earnestly. This marks the first occasion in many days that the younger sister has engaged in such a lengthy conversation with Chen Meng. Chen Meng felt a sense of gratification, as it indicated that her perception of him was shifting, even to the extent of forgiving his past transgressions. With such a contented relative, he vowed silently to treat her well. Nodding affirmatively, he declared, starting tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the city to assist. Broaden your horizons and learn the art of commerce. In the future, when I am prosperous, I shall open a shop for you. Thank you, brother. Hold your gratitude for a moment. Dear sister, could you step aside? I need to remove my trousers for a quick wash. Go ahead, I shall provide you with light. Chen Meng was at a loss for words. It was evident that the younger sister lacked certain educational insights. He resolved to address this with her later, to prevent her from facing hardships in the future. The following day, Chen Meng rose early. After a simple breakfast, he assigned her a task, to catch at least 40 pounds of crayfish. He then mounted his bicycle, heading directly to the county town. Given the momentum from the previous day, for tables would likely be insufficient. Additionally, he intended to purchase some konjac, for without it, the essence would feel lacking. As he passed the widow Xie's home, he was surprised to see Xie Yingying had also risen early, dressed in coarse garments and donning a straw hat, evidently preparing to work in the fields. Your foot has yet to fully heal. What business do you have in the fields? Chen Meng could not help but stop his bicycle, frowning. The land has gone to ruin. It is rare to have the time to pull some weeds. And I am not engaging in heavy labor, Xie Yingying replied softly, her head bowed. She had not intended to respond, as her in-laws were about to emerge. If they were to witness her conversing with Chen Meng, it would surely displease them. Yet, she could not ignore the warmth that Chen Meng's concern ignited in her heart. Did I not say that I would tend to your fields? Are you serious? Does it appear as though I jest? Then I have yet to see any action from you. I shall attend to it once I am finished with my current obligations. What keeps you occupied? I have set up a stall in the city, engaging in a small business. You are in business? Xie Yingying regarded him skeptically, her expression cooling. What else can you do besides trickery and deceit? Is it truly the case that you see me as utterly devoid of merit? Chen Meng self-deprecatingly quirked the corner of his mouth. In that fleeting moment, Xia Ying sensed a palpable chasm between them, a distance that stirred anxiety within her. Just as she prepared to offer an explanation, the sound of her in-laws stepping outside reached her ears. Seeing this, Chen Meng promptly mounted his bicycle and departed. Xia Ying opened her mouth, but her throat felt constricted, and ultimately, no words emerged. Watching Chen Meng's hasty retreat, she felt an inexplicable heaviness in her chest. After all, he was the only man willing to risk his life to protect her, yet she had spoken harshly to him. Xia Ying, if you push away the one who would protect you with his life, what remains for you? A reputation of chastity, or merely the pride of the Chen family? Contemplating these thoughts, an impulse to weep surged within her. Ying, what were you discussing with Chen Meng? Zhao Guifeng approached with a stern expression. Nothing much. Just a casual chat. In the future, speak to him less. That scoundrel is nothing but a wretch. Engaging with him will only tarnish the reputation of the Chen family. Do not forget, you are still the daughter-in-law of the esteemed Chen clan. If you lack shame, we, the Chen family, still possess our dignity. Understood? Xia Ying's face turned pale, and she lowered her head, her eyes already reddening. Chapter 24. Then you must be an unseemly cook. Lu Yi was deeply engrossed in operating the sewing machine, her head bowed. Suddenly, a knock resounded on the table, startling her. She looked up to find Chen Meng standing there. What brings you here? Just came to see you, he replied. I am busy. Lu Yi continued her work, her head still lowered. Chen Meng was momentarily speechless, gazing down at Lu Yi, who was diligently focused on her task. Her thick, lustrous hair was elegantly styled into a round bun at the back of her head, reminiscent of the previous encounter. Her long, swan-like neck was as fair as jade. Under the light, the faint, nearly invisible downy hair appeared translucent, swaying gently with the breeze from the fan, teasing Chen Meng's heart like a multitude of soft brushes. Following the graceful curve of her neck, Lu Yi wore a light blue dress that day, with a heart-shaped neckline that subtly revealed a hint of creamy skin. This woman truly exuded an extraordinary elegance, her fresh and simple demeanor laced with an unintentional touch of allure, far surpassing the artificially enhanced beauty of contemporary celebrities. As Lu Yi concentrated on her work, she suddenly felt a gaze upon her. Lifting her head, she caught a glimpse of Chen Meng's fleeting eyes and couldn't help but furrow her brow. Why are you still here? I have a legitimate request. Design an apron for me, he said. An apron? Lu Yi was taken aback. Yes, with that. Chen Meng pulled out the apron he had worn yesterday from a plastic bag and spread it on the table. Actually, it's simple. Just embroider the words, if you like me. Then eat me here, and then stitch a large finger, something suggestive. Lu Yi looked at him quizzically. Are you a cook? Sort of, he replied. Then you must be an unseemly cook, she remarked. Coughing lightly, he urged, put aside what you're working on and prioritize mine. I need it soon. Chen Meng took the satin from Lu Yi's hands. Hey, don't ruin it. That silk was a precious gift from a client, worth over 1,000 per meter. Lu Yi exclaimed. Over 1,000? Chen Meng was taken aback. In this era, that amount of money had the purchasing power equivalent to several tens of thousands in later years. However, he quickly reconciled with the notion, wealthy individuals have always existed. In later times, a meter of top-grade shoe embroidery or Hunan embroidery could be valued at hundreds of thousands. Lu Yi rolled her eyes and picked up Chen Meng's apron, returning to the sewing machine to begin her work as per his specifications. Meanwhile, Chen Meng idly wandered around Lu Yi's shop, observing the various garments on display. The store was adorned with an array of ready-to-wear clothing, mostly traditional kipayos, with a few woolen suits in both male and female styles. Suddenly, Chen Meng's eyes fell upon a belly band adorned with a mandarin duck pattern, its fabric seemingly identical to the silk he held. He took it down and felt it. Indeed, it was the same, remarkably soft and smooth. Goodness, they even used silk worth over 1,000 per meter to make a belly band? It appears that this affluent patron is a woman, and rather audacious, as she dons a luxurious, yet subtly alluring belly wrap. What are you doing? Lu Yi inquired. Noticing Chen Meng holding the meticulously crafted piece she had prepared for the client, an enigmatic grin adorning his face. She promptly rose, approached him, seized the garment, and with a stern expression remarked, How can you be so distasteful, handling a woman's intimate apparel in such a manner? Cough, do not speak frivolously. I am merely examining the design. Who is indulging in any inappropriate thoughts? Chen Meng felt a flush of embarrassment. Indeed, He had been fantasizing about how enticing Xia Yingying would look in this belly wrap. Her figure was ample and well-proportioned, undoubtedly capable of perfectly accentuating the garment. The mere thought was enough to ignite a sense of transgression. Are you jesting? A mere cook, and you claim to understand clothing design? Lu Yi scoffed. Who do you look down upon? Not to criticize, but transforming such expensive silk into this is simply wasteful. While pursuing an ancient aesthetic is commendable, might you consider a different perspective? Observe your kipeos and belly wraps. Aside from mandarin ducks or the character for happiness, they are adorned solely with plum blossoms and lotus flowers. Cannot other motifs be embroidered? For instance, the auspicious pairing of dragon and phoenix, which in ancient times symbolized nobility and fortune, was reserved for the elite. Thus, you should satiate the curiosity of the common folk. Additionally, why adhere to a monotonous color palette? Who decreed that kipeos must only be crimson or pink? Have you ever considered black, embroidered with white flowering vines? The visual would be absolutely stunning. A soft blue is also timeless. As for this belly wrap, its design is rather antiquated. Bring me paper and pen. I shall create a design for you, one that will astound you beyond measure. Chen Meng, with a grave countenance, chastised her. Can you truly do that? Lu Yi, sensing the validity in his words, asked with a hint of skepticism. Needless to say, Chen Meng replied, prompting Lu Yi to fetch paper and pen. He leaned over the table, beginning to sketch. In truth, he possessed little knowledge of fashion design. His understanding stemmed merely from aimlessly scrolling through fashion shows on social media in later years, accumulating fragments of memory. As Lu Yi observed Chen Meng's haphazard sketches, her curiosity drew her closer. With a few simple strokes, he had already outlined the contours of a woman's body. After some erasing and revisions, a design that resembled both a belly wrap and a bra emerged on the paper. Is this truly a belly wrap? It bears little resemblance. What do you mean it does not resemble one? Who stated that a belly wrap must conform to triangular or oval shapes, tied with a few straps? I assure you, women cherish uniqueness, especially in garments and jewelry. If you produce it according to my design, the client will undoubtedly be satisfied. As Chen Meng looked up, he found Lu Yi leaning closer, her gaze fixed intently on his drawing. Unbeknownst to her, he suddenly raised his head and turned. In an instant, Chen Meng felt his lips brush against Lu Yi's cheek. Though it was but a fleeting contact, the sensation was warm and exquisitely delicate. Lu Yi was momentarily taken aback. Swiftly rising with a blush blooming on her cheeks, her expression a mixture of indignation and playful reproach directed at Chen Meng, embodying both annoyance and a hint of affectionate teasing. The charm of the moment stirred Chen Meng's heart, prompting him to lick his lips and inquire, "How is your face? Is it still hurting?" "You truly have no shame," Lu Yi retorted. Initially unfazed by the incident, she felt an unexpected flush creep upon her cheeks as Chen Meng's gesture made her feel as if he had purposely kissed her. Ahem, it was not intentional. Chen Meng stammered as he awkwardly rose to his feet, scratching his head. "Well, this design sketch is a gift to you. No need for a design fee. I wouldn't dream of accepting it. This is utterly nonsensical," she countered. "Trust me, it will surely please the clients. By the way, I will purchase a few more aprons shortly. Could you assist me with the alterations?" "I have no time," she replied. "I will pay you, even with payment. I am still unavailable, you rogue. Now leave." Lu Yi brandished a feather duster, shooing Chen Meng out. "What kind of person are you, to expel a customer in such a manner?" Chen Meng fled the tailor's shop in a fluster, attracting numerous inquisitive glances. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a couple quarreling?" He glared at the onlookers before leaving in disgruntled silence, continuing on his quest for the remaining items he needed. Inside the tailor's shop, Lu Yi could hear Chen Meng babbling at the entrance, her face flushed with embarrassment. What a shameless fellow, thinking himself virtuous. Turns out he is just a rascal. At that moment, a striking figure entered. "Madam, how is my belly band design progressing?" "Miss Jean, what a pleasant surprise to see you." Lu Yi greeted her warmly. "I happen to need some supplies, so I came to shop." Jean Luer entered the shop, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the new styles. "There are quite a few new pieces. Have you sewn them recently?" "Indeed, Miss Jean." "Do take a look and see if any catch your fancy," Lu Yi replied eagerly. Jean Luer was a valued patron, often bringing in exquisite silk. "Everything looks fine, but I already possess many kipeos that do not appeal to me. However, Lu Jia, your craftsmanship is impeccable. Perhaps on a day when I have time, I could bring a few more friends to browse your shop." As Jean Luer perused the garments, Lu Yi sensed her waning interest. Jean Luer was her most significant client, and if she lost her interest in the shop's offerings, it would be a devastating blow to her small tailor business. Lu Jie, how are the 2 designs for the belly bands I entrusted to you coming along? Jean Luer asked, surveying the shop with a lack of enthusiasm. While there were some new styles, they all seemed rather uniform and uninspired. I have completed one. Please take a look. Lu Yi quickly fetched the finished belly band, handing it to Jean Luer with confidence. After all, she had poured her heart into its design. Every stitch was hand-sewn. Yet, as Jean Luer examined it, disappointment flickered in her eyes, her brow furrowing. Lu Jie, I merely desire a belly band for everyday wear, not for a wedding. Don't you think the embroidered mandarin ducks are somewhat cliched? The belly wrap is an intimate garment for women, adorned with embroidered mandarin ducks, symbolizing good fortune. However, the hue you have chosen, a glaring red, is rather gaudy. The tone of my words has inadvertently intensified. This is an unprecedented occurrence. It is evident that I am gravely disappointed. Lu Yi felt a surge of panic. Miss Jean, if you are dissatisfied, I can compensate you. Please do not be upset. No need. Jean Luer waved her hand. Your small business is not easy. If I were to make you incur losses, it would render months of your efforts futile. As for the remaining fabric, I shall take it back and seek someone else to craft it. This signifies utter disappointment. I shall certainly refrain from patronizing you in the future. Lu Yi hastily explained. Miss Jean, grant me a little more time. Allow me to complete a second piece for you to assess. It's truly unnecessary. If every piece is of this same monotonous style, it would be a waste of such fine material. Lu Jie, to be frank, I came here for your esteemed reputation, only to find that Jean Luer's words had not fully expressed her sentiments. Yet, Lu Yi discerned the profound disappointment in her tone, a pang of jealousy stirring within her. In this era, handcrafted products face severe competition from inexpensive goods, making survival increasingly challenging. It is no exaggeration to say that Jean Luer accounts for half of the profits of this small shop. Should she lose such a significant client, the shop would undoubtedly face closure. In a moment of clarity, Lu Ye's gaze fell upon the design sketch laid upon the table. An idea sparked. Since Miss Jean expressed her aversion to uniform styles, perhaps the design by that rogue, which was rather unique, might appeal to her. She promptly presented the design to Jean Luer. Miss Jean, what do you think of this style? Jean Luer glanced at it casually, but was instantly captivated, exclaiming, Lu Jie, you possess such excellent designs. Why did you not present them sooner? You've wasted a piece of my fabric. Indeed, Lu Xiaojie, do you not find this design somewhat incongruous? It resembles a belly wrap, yet appears akin to a bra, neither traditional nor modern. Lu Yi, noting Jean Luer's evident delight, cautiously inquired. Lu Jie, you fail to understand. Given such expensive fabric, I certainly do not want a design that is utterly unique. After all, who does not appreciate something distinctive? Jean Luer examined the sketch repeatedly, growing increasingly intrigued. This design is truly the finest work. It preserves our traditional aesthetics while incorporating modern elements. Lu Jie, please proceed with crafting the remainder of the material according to this design. I shall return in a few days to collect it. Very well. As long as you are pleased. Lu Yi watched as Jean Luer departed, her mind still reflecting on the coincidence of Jean's words aligning with those of the rogue. Little did she realize that the rogue possessed quite the talent for design, yet squandered it by becoming a cook. What a waste of potential. Chen Meng, drenched in sweat, hurriedly transported his newly acquired items to the small shop and set them in place before hastily making his way to Chenjigu village. Upon arriving in the village, it was already midday. As he passed by Xia Yingying's home, he noticed the door to the main room ajar, where Xia Yingying was playing with her child, while her father-in-law lounged nearby, squinting as he smoked a pipe. The absence of his mother-in-law was palpable, yet the kitchen emitted wisps of smoke, suggesting she was preparing a meal. Xia Yingying quickly spotted Chen Meng stationed at the intersection, and their eyes met, both engulfed in a shared, unspoken sentiment. Suddenly, Chen Changhai, who had been squinting, opened his eyes wide and took a vigorous puff from his pipe, striking it against the ground. Xia Yingying felt a shiver run through her and hastily averted her gaze. However, her peripheral vision caught Chen Meng placing a plastic bag in the bushes at the roadside before cycling away. What trickery was this rascal up to again? If he had something for me, couldn't he be more mindful of the timing? As Xia Yingying hesitated whether to retrieve it, Chen Changhai stood up and exited the house to fetch the plastic bag. Instantly, her heart raced with anxiety. This scoundrel had a penchant for mischief. And what if he had procured something unsavory? Lost in her tumultuous thoughts, Chen Shanghai returned with a grim expression. What did Chen Meng buy for you? Upon seeing the contents, a bottle of floral water, a vial of medicinal oil, and a bar of soap, Xie Yingying breathed a sigh of relief. We ran out at home, and since he was heading to the county, I asked him to help procure some. Isn't there any available in the village? The village sells counterfeit goods at exorbitant prices. I couldn't be bothered to purchase there. Xie Yingying's reasoning was impeccable. Chen Shanghai glared at her with a deadpan expression but said nothing further, resuming his smoking. As she gazed at the inconsequential items in the plastic bag, a tremor coursed through her heart. They were not necessities. Yet she understood that Chen Meng had observed her toiling in the fields that morning and, fearing her susceptibility to mosquito bites, had thoughtfully brought them for her. She lifted her gaze towards the direction where Chen Meng had vanished, feeling an impulsive urge to chase after him and express her gratitude, to tell him that she recognized and appreciated his kindness. Yet, upon reflecting on her own status and the fact that Chen Meng was a shiftless layabout, her previously stirred emotions quickly cooled. Even if he were kind to her, what would it matter? She was a widow, and he was a penniless, indolent good-for-nothing. Such a connection was utterly impossible. Returning home, Chen Meng found his family gathered for their meal. Upon seeing him drenched in sweat while pushing his bicycle inside, his younger sister immediately dropped her utensils and excitedly rushed out. Brother, look how many crayfish I've caught. Chapter 26. His sister had a talent for business. How many did you catch? Chen Meng asked with a smile as he entered the house. His parents did not rise with the previous trepidation, which pleased Chen Meng. Such a subtle shift indicated that their fear of him was lessening. The negative image he had carried was gradually dissipating, a promising sign. If only Xie Yingying could also alter her unfavorable perception of him, that would be delightful. I caught 40 pounds this morning, his sister proclaimed proudly. 40 pounds? Chen Meng was taken aback. Even in Chenjiagu village, where crayfish were plentiful, they could not possibly be everywhere. 40 pounds equated to thousands of them. I had the village children help me catch them. I paid them a penny for each, and they were all thrilled. His sister boasted. Chen Meng was momentarily dumbfounded, staring blankly at his sister. Observing his demeanor, Chun Xiaomei's smile froze, and an immediate tension enveloped her. Even their parents hastily rose, anxiously glancing at Chen Meng, uncertain of the cause behind his discontent. The atmosphere grew ominously silent. Realizing his reaction had startled his family, Chen Meng quickly donned a cheerful expression, tousling his younger sister's hair. Little sister, I hadn't realized you possessed such a knack for business. You've done splendidly. You nearly scared me to death. I thought you were upset with me for my reckless spending. Chen Xiaomei exhaled in relief, her heart swelling with joy at her elder brother's praise. It is better to share joy than to revel alone. Our village's children are quite impoverished. Allowing them to earn a bit of pocket money is only fair. Chen Meng placed a plastic bag upon the table. Mom and Dad, look what delightful treasures I have brought for you. He proceeded to unveil the contents one by one. Shampoo for his little sister, which would surely transform her brittle, yellowing hair into something lustrous, a comb and mirror for his mother, as their old ones had long since broken, and 2 packs of cigarettes for his father. Though he advised moderation, for smoking is detrimental to health. As his family beheld the array of gifts, they were rendered speechless. The impudent child had spent money on the family. After more than 2 decades of existence, he had only ever asked for money from them, never once contributing even a single needle or thread. This was truly astonishing. What's the matter? Do you not like them? Chen Meng inquired with a smile, noticing their stunned expressions. Of course we like them. I've longed to wash my hair with shampoo. Every time teacher Xie passes by, she smells so delightful. I envied her. Chen Xiaomei exclaimed, clutching the shampoo tightly, her joy evident. Their mother, Zhao Huaihua, excitedly accepted the mirror and comb, inspecting them repeatedly. Meng, earning money is no easy feat. Be frugal. We still owe 2,000 yuan to Ba Lai and have so much external debt. Only Chun Deju accepted a pack of cigarettes, silently lighting one. After a few puffs, he remarked, so this is the taste of rolled cigarettes. Indeed, it's far more pleasant than the dry tobacco. Chen Meng had anticipated this reaction from his family. Yet, witnessing their genuine excitement over such simple gifts, he felt a pang of sorrow. Such unpretentious offerings stirred such emotion, prompting him to reflect on his past shortcomings. Taking a deep breath, he handed 10 yuan to his little sister. Go, buy a few bottles of beer. Today, I also brought back some pig's head meat to enhance our meal. No need. I have money, Chen Xiaomei replied, her spirits soaring, and for the first time, She boldly winked at Chen Meng before striding confidently toward the village store. Meng, pig's head meat isn't cheap. Don't squander money, their mother admonished. Observing the substantial bag of delicacies he had produced, estimating it to weigh at least a pound. Not to worry, when you've earned money. You've earned the right to spend it. It's been ages since we've had meat. Today is a day for celebration, Chen Meng replied with a smile. Arranging the pig's head meat on a plate, its vibrant hue promising delectability. Although he had often indulged in such fare in his past life, it elicited no particular sentiment in him now. However, the parents could hardly tear their gaze away, their throats constricting. What a travesty! Chen Meng felt a sharp pang in his heart once more. Before long, his younger sister returned with 4 bottles of chilled beer, 1 for each person. This time, their parents said nothing. The family gathered around the dining table to eat, chatting as they did so. The pig's head meat was delectable. The last time they had it was at Old Yang's joyous occasion, which had been over half a year ago. Hearing this made Chen Meng's heart ache, leaving him with little appetite. Meng, your sister said you earned 300 yesterday. Is that true? His mother inquired as she ate. When his sister shared this news, who would dare to believe it? Earning in a single day what a city dweller makes in a month? Not even the storytellers would claim such a thing. Indeed, I mentioned that I need to earn 2,000 within a week to repay Ba Lizi, and I intend to keep my word, Chen Meng affirmed, nodding. He had borrowed 2,000 from Ba Lizi, promising to return 5,000 in total, a detail he kept from his parents to spare them worry. Little did he know that upon hearing this, his mother, Zhao Huaijia, set down her chopsticks and began to weep. My son has prospects. Not only does he know how to earn money and repay debts, but he is also making substantial earnings. What he makes in a day equals a city dweller's monthly wage. Who would dare to mock my son as a lazy, good-for-nothing now? Mom, why are you crying? This is what we call success. In the future, I will earn much more, perhaps even a year's salary for a city dweller in just one day. That is true success, Chen Meng reassured her with a smile. As long as you study well, even if you don't make money and just help out on the farm at home, our family can still hold our heads high. Zhao Huaijia said, wiping her tears. Let's eat. Why speak of such things? Chen Dazhu scolded, patting the table. Chen Meng understood that his father was concerned his mother might say too much and provoke his displeasure, leading to a drunken outburst. It seemed his mother also grasped his father's intent, falling silent and wiping her tears as the family continued their joyful meal. After dinner, the parents took a break. Chen Meng had no time to rest. He began to sort through the crayfish. His sister helped him, cleaning over 1,000 of them, each one requiring considerable time and effort. Both were drenched in sweat, their bodies feeling as though they had been washed with water, yet they remained spirited. If they could sell 40 pounds of crayfish today, they could earn 600. With this foundation, even if they couldn't gather the full 5,000 in a week, combined with the 1,000 they had yet to spend, they would be nearly there. Contemplating this, Chen Meng felt invigorated, stripping off his shirt to work with bare arms. After cleaning the crayfish, they fried them, then peeled garlic, chopped dried chili, and scallions. Once everything was ready, the sun was nearing its descent. Chen Meng took a shower, changed his clothes, loaded the crayfish, and, accompanied by his sister, made his way straight to the county town. Chapter 27. Avant-garde advertising and marketing arriving at the small shop. The night had just begun to fall. This was the first time his sister had entered the county town, and everything was new and exciting to her, making her quite nervous as she followed Chen Meng closely. Chen Xiaodi, you're late again, the shop owner greeted Chen Meng. Not late at all, just on time. Chen Meng replied with a smile, parking his bicycle and beginning to unload the goods. Chen Xiaomei hurriedly assisted him, flustered. Is this your hired help? Chen Xiaodi, it is not that the elder sister is criticizing you. She has mentioned before that she is quite idle herself and does not demand payment from you. So why bother with hiring help? The proprietress assisted in unloading goods, all the while muttering her discontent. It's my younger sister, who is at home with nothing to do. Coming to lend a hand, Chen Meng chuckled. Oh, so it's Chen Xiaomei. No wonder you have such delicate features. Your little face is flushed. Come, sit down and rest for a while. I'll fetch you an ice pop to cool off, the proprietress said warmly, pulling Chen Xiaomei by the hand to sit down, then promptly bringing her an ice pop and insisting she take it. Chen Xiaomei, feeling nervous, was at a loss until Chen Meng spoke up, prompting her to take small bites of the ice pop. After the proprietress busied herself with the shop's affairs, Chen Xiaomei finally exhaled, leaning closer to Chen Meng and saying, Brother, the proprietress is truly kind. City folks are so generous. Little sister, Do you know why the proprietress is so nice to you? It's not merely because she is kind-hearted. While she is indeed a good person, have you considered why she treats you so well and not others? Chen Meng replied with a smile, shaking his head. It's because I pay her 20 yuan in rent every day, and my stall here brings her considerable business. So remember, little sister, there is no love or hate without reason between people. When you are of use to someone, they will treat you well. But this kindness is often purposeful. Chen Xiaomei nodded, somewhat understanding, and asked, what about teacher Xia? You always said she is a truly good person. Is it because she is useful to you that you say she is good? Cough. There are some individuals in this world who are inherently virtuous, such as teacher Xia. She educates others, and has even sponsored children from our village to attend school. That is why I say she is a good person. Now, stop asking silly questions. Customers are arriving. Help me set the tables and chairs, and go fetch a bucket of water, Chen Meng instructed. Chen Xiaomei immediately sprang into action. Accustomed to handling such chores at home, and was not at all unfamiliar with the tasks. Excited by her first visit to the city, she worked with great enthusiasm. Once everything was in order, Chen Meng donned his chef's uniform, put on a hat, and tied on an apron. Huh, boss, your statement is quite amusing. If you fancy me, then just eat me. Are we having shrimp, or are we feasting on you? Just as he was getting ready, a passerby spotted Chen Meng's quirky apron and couldn't help but gather around, laughing heartily. Indeed, clad in a pristine chef's outfit adorned with a large, enticing finger graphic and a humorous phrase, it was a marketing strategy that, albeit rudimentary by later standards, was avant-garde in this era. It was impossible not to draw attention. My brother, you're a guy. If you're eating me, then let us stick to the shrimp. If it's a pretty girl, I certainly wouldn't mind being eaten. Chen Meng offered a cigarette with a grin. Haha, brother, I'd love to try your Chen-style spicy shrimp, but alas, it's a bit pricey, the man replied, taking the cigarette. Unbeknownst to him, he had lingered a moment longer, revealing the potential customer hidden in plain sight. The price is negotiable. You are the first customer of the day. If you wish to indulge in shrimp, I can offer you a special price of 13 yuan per pound. If you miss out on this opportunity, there won't be another like it. But please, do not share this with others, or I shall lose a considerable amount of profit, Chen Meng exclaimed loudly. Brother, with you saying that, everyone can hear. Chen Xiaomei tugged at Chen Meng's arm. Chen Meng broke into a cold sweat. He had intentionally made the statement, knowing that people are often tempted by bargains. It's akin to modern practices where a product priced at 12 yuan is hiked to 18 yuan, only to offer a promotion of buy 1 pound. Get half a pound free. What difference does it make from the original price? Yet, the advertising effect is undeniable. Boss, that simply won't do. Why should he pay 13 yuan while we must pay 15? I'll take 2 pounds at 13. I must see for myself what this little lobster, which has been so hyped, tastes like. Today, I shall play the emperor. 2 young men shouted in unison. Brother, this is your doing. I intended for just one person to hear it, but now everyone knows. Fine, since it's come to this. I'll go all out today, all at 13 yuan per pound. Those interested, please raise your hands. Cooking the little lobsters takes some time, otherwise, the flavors will not penetrate, Chen Meng bellowed. Immediately, a chorus of voices echoed as customers began to place their orders. In that brief moment, 10 pounds were sold. Chen Xiaomei stood in astonishment, her hands trembling with excitement. Brother, this money is too easy to earn. Sister, take note. This is all about technique. Everyone has a penchant for bargains and a tendency to follow the crowd. To put it simply, when the atmosphere is right, people cannot help but want to join in. Chen Meng chuckled, busying himself with the task at hand. He prepared to fry 10 pounds at once, but the pot was too small, necessitating a 2-part cooking process. Meanwhile, Xiaomei attended to the customers, offering each a complimentary bottle of ice-cold beer. On this sweltering summer day, the prospect of enjoying a free bottle of chilled beer quickly alleviated the restless moods, making the wait seem bearable. How about it, Miss Jean? I told you this fellow is a marketing genius, but you didn't believe me. Indeed, the world is full of talents. This individual does possess noteworthy skills. However, my purpose for today is to sample the exquisite delicacy you spoke of. I wonder if it truly lives up to its reputation, Miss Jean replied. Let us find a place to sit. Observing his demeanor, it seems he has just set up shop, yet business is thriving. If time permits, Chen's spicy lobster may well dominate the culinary scene in Qingshan County. That is unlikely. The food industry is not like a night market. Relying solely on one type of dish, it's a challenge just to establish a foothold, Miss Jean countered. Not necessarily. If they position this shrimp as their flagship dish and develop some complimentary offerings, they could easily secure their place, she continued. Yes, Miss Jean. Just look at this pound. The portion is substantial, including cucumbers, green peppers, and konjac. The key lies in the spicy and savory flavors, complemented by the chilled beer, which is quite addictive. In truth, a single plate is more than enough to satiate, she added. Not far away, a group of 4 observed Chen Meng busily preparing the shrimp, whispering amongst themselves. Let us taste it first, the only woman in the group declared as she took it upon herself to find a seat, followed closely by the other 2. The remaining individual approached Chen Meng with a beaming smile and said, Brother, business is thriving, isn't it? I have come to lend my support once more. In Chapter 28, Learning the Craft, Chen Meng replied, Ah, it's you, boss he. Upon recognizing the visitor, he grinned widely. I am not a boss. I am merely the driver for the boss. Today, I brought him to savor your delectable crayfish. Let us start with 5 pounds. But I must emphasize, ensure that you prepare it well. If it is not up to par, don't blame me for withholding payment. He Zhuang spoke earnestly. Rest assured, brother. Since you are bringing me business, I shall not let you embarrass yourself in front of the boss. Chen Meng nodded appreciatively. My boss is quite generous. If it is done well, there will be great rewards for you. He Zhuang chuckled before turning to leave. Chen Meng quickly called over the waitress and instructed her to bring 4 complimentary bottles of cold beer to He Zhuang's table. Wait a moment, little sister. I did not see you yesterday. Are you a new helper? He Zhuang inquired, stopping Chen Xiaomei in her tracks. No, Chen Meng is my brother. I have come to assist him, Chen Xiaomei replied. After 2 hours of work, her nervousness had diminished. Though she felt her face flush when she noticed a stunning young woman at the table, even more beautiful than teacher Xia, gazing at her. Oh, Chen Meng is your brother? He Zhuang's eyes sparkled with interest. Did your brother create this crayfish dish himself, or is it a local specialty? Who would eat that? It was merely my brother who suddenly concocted it a few days ago, and it truly tastes delightful, Chen Xiaomei said with a hint of pride. Although my brother lacks formal education, he is still able to earn a good living, much more than the cultured teacher Xia. In her eyes, this represented a significant achievement for her elder brother. Upon hearing her words, He Zhuang ceased to inquire further. Chen Xiaomei returned to the stall to assist in washing the dishes left by the previous customers when her brother suddenly asked, Little sister, what did those people say to you just now? Nothing much. They merely asked whether the crayfish was made by you or if it was a culinary creation from our village. Brother, that woman is truly beautiful, more so than teacher Xia. She dresses elegantly and must surely be a lady from a wealthy family, Chen Xiaomei remarked enviously as she gazed at the group. The woman appeared youthful, yet possessed a full figure akin to that of teacher Xia. Rumors in the village suggested that women with such physiques were excellent for childbirth, ensuring their children would never lack nourishment. If only my brother could marry that woman, she mused. She is indeed quite lovely, Chen Meng acknowledged. Casting a glance at the 4 individuals, the woman donned an embroidered qipao, her tall stature exuding grace and elegance, an aura far too refined for a casual dining establishment. 2 of her companions were strikingly different. One wore gold-rimmed glasses, dressed in a shirt and slacks, an increasingly rare sight these days, resembling a successful businessman. The other was a rotund man, his waistline reminiscent of a barrel, prompting Chen Meng to recall a classic saying, a large head and thick neck, if not a wealthy man, then certainly a cook. As for He Zhuang, claiming to be a driver, seemed rather fitting. This peculiar ensemble piqued Chen Meng's curiosity, yet he dismissed it. After all, guests are guests. There was no need to ponder their purpose. Moments later, when the 5 pounds of crayfish He Zhuang ordered were ready, Chen Xiaomei brought them over. However, the behavior of these individuals once again stirred Chen Meng's suspicions, as the guests at the other tables eagerly devoured the moment the crayfish arrived. These 4 individuals began to engage in a detailed examination. Sister, go listen to what they are saying, Chen Meng instructed, just as she was about to approach. He halted her. Never mind, let them say what they wish. I do not intend to remain long. Brother, why wouldn't you stay in such a lucrative business? Chen Xiaomei was taken aback. Sister, there are certain matters I cannot disclose to you at this moment. You will understand in due time, Chen Meng sighed. The crayfish business, inherently devoid of technical complexity, merely benefited from his initial foresight. Soon enough, imitators would emerge in droves. Furthermore, he had no plans to linger, thus making a prolonged engagement impossible. Chen Xiaomei seemed to sense her brother's melancholy, causing her own spirits to dip. Chen Meng smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. Regardless of what is said, we will still make a considerable profit, enough to settle our family debts. To his astonishment, he discovered that the total debts amounted to over 10,000 yuan. In this era, such an amount equated to a fortune akin to a millionaire in later generations. Good for nothing. Initially, Chen Meng had intended to operate for merely 7 days, but it now appeared he would need to stay for at least half a month. As they spoke, more customers arrived. Chen Meng swiftly began preparing the crayfish when he suddenly sensed someone observing him intently. He looked up to find a chubby man, who had come with He Zhuang, studying him with an unusual focus, as if he were a stunning beauty. This table has a problem, Chen Meng frowned. The glint in the chubby man's eyes betrayed a seasoned connoisseur. Upon meeting Chen Meng's gaze, he quickly smiled and lowered his head to resume his meticulous examination of the crayfish. Who dissects crayfish as if performing surgery? In that instant, Chen Meng recalled the term, stealing skills. It was evident that these individuals were neither wealthy patrons nor simple cooks. The chubby man's demeanor suggested he was not among the affluent. It dawned on him that their intent was to glean culinary secrets. A surge of anger welled within Chen Meng, yet he felt powerless. He understood that imitation was inevitable, though he had not anticipated such swift interest. Damn it, I was foolishly calling him brother, only to realize that on my very first day of business, I had already attracted attention. Anger aside, Chen Meng could not help but admire the perceptiveness of these individuals. Crayfish would undoubtedly become a nationwide sensation. Those who seized the opportunity first would dominate the market. Though he had gained the initial advantage, he lamented his lack of capital, which relegated his efforts to mere trifling. Given half a year to develop, he was confident he could elevate Chen's crayfish to prominence, establishing it as the leading enterprise in the culinary scene of Qingshan County. Alas, upon discerning the backgrounds of these 4 individuals, Chen Meng felt undaunted. A dish, seemingly simple, can be made by anyone, yet the nuances of flavor are another matter entirely. His Chen's spicy crayfish was the culmination of years of exploration by countless chefs, refined over time. It was not something that could be easily replicated. Understanding the precise quantities of ingredients, the timing of their addition, and the optimal cooking temperature required meticulous study and practice. It was not something that could be mastered in a short while. Chen Meng remained unconcerned about his lack of business. After all, each was engaged in their own trade. And judging by the appearance of the 4 individuals, they were likely owners of a prominent restaurant. It would take time for them to encroach upon the street vendors' clientele. Lost in thought, he observed as the 4 began indulging in the small crayfish, laughing and chatting animatedly, particularly the proud beauty among them, who unabashedly slurped her fingers. If crayfish were to become a nationwide sensation in the future, would it not be he who had pioneered such a method? With this delightful notion, Chen Meng's spirits soared. Regardless of the outcome, having made his mark upon this world was a source of pride. As he noticed that half of the crayfish remained unsold, he began to energetically call out, Chen's spicy crayfish, bold and savory, a royal delicacy. Passers-by, don't let this opportunity slip by. Beautiful lady, care for a pound to taste? If it doesn't please your palate, it's on the house. Chapter 29. I am no simpleton, brother, we sold out. Chen Xiaomei exclaimed, her joy palpable. All 40 pounds of crayfish had vanished in no time, and there would be more to procure the following day. You've worked hard. Little sister. Chen Meng observed her drenched in sweat, her plaid shirt clinging to her form, revealing the outline of her figure. It dawned on him that she was not wearing a bra beneath such oppressive heat. She had also donned a pair of black, loose-fitting trousers and worn liberating shoes, leaving her feeling both hot and unrefined. It's not arduous, she replied, sensing her brother's gaze upon her, feeling a tinge of shyness as her feet instinctively shuffled back. Seeking concealment. Having lived in the village all her life, she had never thought there was anything amiss with her attire. Their mother had always taught her that clothing should merely cover the body and be kept clean. However, upon arriving in the county and witnessing the many well-dressed individuals, Chen Xiaomei felt a pang of inferiority regarding her own appearance for the first time. It seemed imperative to take her sister shopping for a few respectable outfits tomorrow. After all, one's attire could enhance her confidence. As Chen Meng pondered this, He Zhuang approached him. Brother, my boss was thoroughly satisfied with the meal. Here's the payment. Higu, you've given too much. Today's special is 13 yuan per pound, and you've overpaid by 10. Chen Meng chuckled as he returned the 10 yuan. He Zhuang was momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand dismissively. Our boss isn't lacking in funds. Consider it a tip for you. That one do. A deal is a deal, and integrity is paramount in business. I'm not in need of this 10 yuan. Chen Meng insisted, returning the money. You stubborn lad. He Zhuang laughed, then turned back to the trio, saying something to them. Moments later, Chen Meng noticed the striking woman glance in his direction, her expression seemingly one of surprise, and she offered him a friendly nod. He responded with a smile, astonished. He had assumed the bespectacled man in the white shirt was the proprietor, with the beautiful woman as his partner or concubine, only to realize she was indeed the main figure. Just as he anticipated that the group would approach him to discuss purchasing a recipe or making some other request, they unexpectedly departed. Did I overthink this? He pondered. Brother, did you offend the owner of the barbecue stall across from us? Chen Xiaomei suddenly inquired. What's the matter? Throughout the night, the boss furtively cast menacing glances in this direction, his gaze fierce and intimidating, reminiscent of a ghostly figure, instilling a sense of fear. His eyes may be fixed upon us, and if he chooses to stare, there is little we can do to deter him, Chen Meng remarked nonchalantly. It is simply envy and jealousy that drives such behavior. Humanity is often thus. We cannot prevent it nor halt it. Brother, exercise caution. He does not appear to be a virtuous man. We are but simple folk from the countryside, and it would be wise to avoid trouble, Chen Xiaomei cautioned. Her voice tinged with trepidation. What of being from the countryside? As long as I conduct my business honorably, I shall not provoke anyone who does not seek to trouble me, Chen Meng reassured her. Do not worry, dear sister. I am not one to be easily intimidated. He affectionately tousled her withered hair, urging her, quickly gather your things. It is late, and we must return home. All right, Chen Xiaomei nodded, her hands deftly aiding in the tidying up. Half an hour later, everything was in order. The day's market endeavors had concluded satisfactorily. On their way home, Chen Xiaomei perched on the back of the bicycle, chattering incessantly about the day's experiences, her excitement palpable. Dear sister, does venturing out not broaden one's horizons? Indeed. It was only upon arriving in the city that I realized electricity is free. The streetlights shine continuously, while our village still lacks power, she exclaimed. Rest assured, sister. The electricity in the city is not without cost. Those are public utilities, but household electricity does incur expenses, he clarified. Is that so? I thought it was free. Such generosity is rare. However, it is not overly expensive, and every household can afford it. I wonder when our village will finally receive electricity. Last year during the new year, when I visited Auntie in the countryside, the evening shows were splendid. I heard they can be viewed every night. Her tone brimmed with envy. It should be soon. I recall that nationwide electrification was expected by the end of 2018. Yet, in the 1990s, a significant portion of rural areas had already achieved this milestone. Our village of Chenjiagu is not particularly remote. Logically, it should have been electrified long ago. The reasons for this delay remain a mystery, and so they conversed idly until half an hour later, they arrived in the village. As they passed by Xia Yingying's home, Chen Meng instinctively halted the bicycle, noting the absence of light from within. He pondered that she must have already retired for the night, as tomorrow was Monday, and she had work to attend to. A wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over him, leaving him feeling somewhat despondent. Brother, please refrain from disturbing teacher Xia any longer, his sister suddenly interjected. Why is that? Chen Meng asked, taken aback. You've mentioned that she is a woman of high moral character, yet she is a widow. Your persistent advances have led to gossip within the village. Just the other day, I witnessed a child throwing stones at her, calling her derogatory names. I saw her in tears, Chen Xiaomei explained. When did this occur? I shall confront that child's parents. Chen Meng fumed. Such words must have been instilled by adults. A child would not know to utter such terms. He added with indignation. Brother, lower your voice. I want to disclose which child it was. What if you accidentally harm him? Startled, the younger sister noticed Chen Meng's sullen expression, which, as usual, filled her with trepidation. Cautiously, she advised, Brother, just promise me you won't seek out teacher Xia anymore. That way, no one will speak ill of her. Understood, Chen Meng nodded, his countenance as dark as ink. He had never anticipated that his proximity to Xia Yingying would cause her such distress. No, that was the doing of the scoundrel from before. What concern is it of mine? Yet, I occupy the body of that wretch. Is there truly any distinction? At that moment, a light suddenly illuminated Xia Yingying's window, and a silhouette appeared against the glass. Observing the graceful figure, Chen Meng's heart raced. Could it be that she heard my voice and rose to see me? Instinctively, he prepared to approach. Brother, it's late. Don't disturb teacher Xie's rest. If someone sees, it would be disastrous, his sister urgently interjected. Chen Meng halted. The warmth in his heart extinguished as if doused in cold water, dissipating into nothingness. Indeed, should someone catch sight of him, who knows what rumors would spread. The term loose woman is profoundly degrading to a woman's dignity. Would I truly want her to bear such a stigma indefinitely? Moreover, I do not belong in this place. Why should I intrude upon her? Let us go home, Chen Meng sighed, turning to mount his bicycle, guiding his sister back toward their abode. Creak. The window swung open. Xie Yingying's head emerged, and upon seeing the faint silhouettes beneath the soft moonlight, she bit her lip, thinking, this scoundrel hasn't he even uttered a word, leaving me to wait in vain for so long. Chapter 30. Evidence of infidelity. Upon returning home, Chen Meng discovered that his parents were still awake. Mom, Dad, why are you still up so late? He inquired. We were worried about your sister. It's her first time in the county, Zhao Huaihua replied, her gaze evasive. Mom, what's there to worry about? Am I going to lose a piece of meat or something? That's hard to say, Zhao Huaihua retorted, and at this, Chen Daju coughed several times, prompting Zhao Huaihua to quickly fall silent, her expression tinged with embarrassment. In that moment of astonishment, Chen Meng realized that his parents were concerned he might lead his sister into debt or worse, sell her. A bitter taste rose in his mouth. It seemed the path to altering their perception would be arduous. If his parents did not trust him, how could he expect Xie Yingying to do so? His sister was right. He and Xie Yingying were fundamentally incompatible. He should no longer intrude upon her life. Meng, how was business today? His father, Chen Daju, asked, attempting to ease the awkwardness by changing the subject. Business was excellent. We sold all 40 pounds of crayfish. How much did you make, brother? His sister exclaimed with excitement. In total, we made 600, gave the landlady 20 for rent and 20 for beer, leaving us with 540. Chen Meng laid out the pile of small bills on the table, a colorful array that made both Chen Daju and Zhao Huaihua tremble in disbelief. Is this really all you earned in a single day? Yes, Mom and Dad. Including yesterday's earnings, it's nearly 1,000. Chen Meng stated as he took out the remaining 200-odd yuan from yesterday, placing it on the table. Mother, please keep this for the future repayment of debts. No, 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 you should keep it, Zhao Huaihua exclaimed in shock, concerned about taking money from the young one's hands. Although he had shown improvement over the past few days, one could never be certain when he might revert to his former madness. Mother, if you keep it, it will be safer. If I hold on to it, I might squander it. And what will happen when Ba Laizi comes asking for his money? Chen Meng explained, knowing that only by speaking this way would his mother agree to take the money. Indeed, Zhao Huaihua shuddered slightly and replied, very well. I will keep it for you until you have enough to repay your debts. Mother, my brother is different now. He earned 1,000 in just 2 days. At this rate, in 4 days, we can repay Ba Laizi, and I won't have to marry him, his little sister chimed in cheerfully. Repaying Ba Laizi is just one debt. The entire village owes over 10,000, Zhao Daju interjected, fearing that if the debts were reduced, Chen Meng might act recklessly again. Casting a stern glance at his daughter, rest assured, Father, I will repay all the debts, Chen Meng smiled reassuringly. The underlying implications of his mother's words deeply pained him. The lack of trust from his parents, and particularly from Xie Yingying, who likely regarded him as a menace, was palpable. Just this morning, she lacked the courage and freedom to even speak to him. Perhaps his presence here was indeed superfluous, reborn into the life of a scoundrel. His purpose seemed solely to repay the debts. Once the debts were settled, it would be time to depart. The Chen family members were elated at the sight of the substantial sum of money. Yet no one noticed that Chen Meng had not even bathed and had returned to his room in a dejected state. Lying on his foul-smelling bed, he reminisced about the camaraderie of another time and place. Had he not been reborn, he would likely be drinking and enjoying skewers with friends, perhaps even embracing a club hostess who would sweetly call him brother. He dozed off, and in his dreams, Xie Yingying appeared, clad in a seductive silk nightgown, swaying toward him with a delicate, sinuous grace, beckoning him with her watery eyes. Brother, come here, I'm all ready for you tonight. The following day, the sun rose as usual. Upon waking, Chen Meng was astonished to find he had drawn a map. How shameless of him. The mere thought of Xie Yingying inspired such creativity. It wasn't he as if he had never encountered women before. He changed his underwear and stepped out of his room, only to find it eerily empty. His little sister must have gone to catch crayfish, and his parents were likely tending to the fields. The heat was unbearable. Many villagers worked late into the night and returned home by mid-morning. Having not bathed the previous night, Chen Meng felt uncomfortable all over. He filled a basin with cool water and began to wash himself while also attending to his grooming. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaomei was busy catching crayfish in the creek when she suddenly heard someone calling her. Upon looking up in surprise, she exclaimed, "Teacher Xia, why didn't you go to class today? My child is unwell, so I took a half-day off. I will take her to the town for an examination shortly." Xia Yingying replied. Noticing that Chen Xiaomei was carrying a bucket brimming with crayfish, she curiously inquired, "Xiaomei, what are you doing with those?" "To eat," came the simple response. Chen Xiaomei remembered her elder brother's instructions. Such a lucrative business must remain a secret. "Can this be eaten?" Xia Yingying asked, astonished. "Of course it can. My brother's spicy crayfish is simply unparalleled." "Xiaomei, did your brother force you to come out early to catch these?" Xia Yingying frowned. "That Chen Meng is truly something. He actually coerces you for his own gluttonous desires." "No, it's my own choice, Teacher Xia. Please don't speak ill of my brother. He has never said a bad word about you. Just yesterday, he mentioned that you are a person of noble character." Upon hearing Xia Yingying speak ill of her brother, Chen Xiaomei felt displeased. "Oh, your brother praised me in front of you?" Xia Yingying was taken aback, her face flushing slightly, but her heart fluttered with excitement. "What else did he say about me?" "He also complimented your beauty, saying you are a natural beauty and that he wishes to treat you well. Is that so?" Xia Yingying's lips curled into a slight smile, thinking to herself that this rascal indeed has an eye for talent and knows how to flatter. It's a pity his education level is rather low. Such direct compliments are rather crude. "By the way, little sister, this note, please deliver it to your brother." Xia Yingying handed over a note she had prepared earlier. She was not the slightest bit concerned that Chen Xiaomei might peek, for Chen Xiaomei was illiterate. Chen Xiaomei took the note and continued catching crayfish. As Xia Yingying turned to leave, her steps seemed markedly lighter. Just as she departed, Zhang Matzi stealthily appeared, casting a glance around before picking up a stone and throwing it into the ditch. Chen Xiaomei, engrossed in catching crayfish, was suddenly startled by the sound of the stone hitting the water, splashing her with droplets. Startled, she lost her grip on the bucket, which fell to the ground, causing all the crayfish to escape. "My crayfish!" Chen Xiaomei exclaimed, rushing to catch the fleeing creatures, completely unaware that the note had fallen from her pocket. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Matzi picked up the note and wandered off, only unfolding it when he was at a distance. The note contained a neat line of handwriting. "I have received your gift, and I like it very much. Thank you. Haha, I've finally captured evidence of your secret rendezvous." He chuckled. "But this isn't enough. I shall devise a plan. Soon, Xia the widow will have no choice but to follow me." It took Xia Yingying more than half an hour to recapture the crayfish. Carrying them, she hurried home and found Chen Meng washing himself. She approached him cheerfully. "Brother, I've caught another 20 pounds of crayfish. I'll go catch more later. Oh, by the way, Teacher Xia asked me to give you a note." "Teacher Xia? She didn't have class?" Chen Meng's eyes brightened as he extended his hand. "Where's the note?" "Huh, it's gone. It was definitely in my pocket just now." Chen Xiaomei searched her pockets frantically, but found nothing. "I'm sorry, brother. I might have dropped it. I'll go look for it." "Forget it. It probably wasn't anything important. If it were, she would have come to me herself." Chen Meng waved his hand dismissively. Given Xia Yingying's character, it was unlikely she would write him a love letter. At most, it would be expressions of gratitude for the floral water he had bought her, or even a possible reprimand or declaration of severance. "By the way, did Teacher Xia say anything else to you?" "With little to say. I merely expressed my frustration towards him, berating him as a scoundrel. Indeed, my brother has always been a rogue. And should Teacher Xia dare to speak ill of me again, you must not chastise her." Chen Meng chuckled at his own predicament. "In the eyes of my parents, I am still a wretched miscreant, so being called a scoundrel by others is merely a light insult." "That won't do. Brother, you have changed for the better. No one is permitted to insult you now," my little sister declared protectively. Chen Meng found her sentiment amusing. It was a delightful surprise that my sister had learned to stand up for others. "Let us go. Brother, I shall accompany you to catch some crayfish. Today, we aim for 60 pounds. Brother, it's quite hot. You should rest at home." "I can manage to catch them alone," she insisted. "If you catch enough early, I will take you out to buy some new clothes," he countered, resolutely leading the way with a bucket in hand. Reluctantly, Chen Xiaomei followed suit. Meanwhile, Xia Yingying returned home, already regretting her earlier actions. How could I have written a note to that scoundrel Chen Meng? though my words were devoid of any ambiguous implications. What if he misconstrued my intentions? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Ying, why is your face so flushed? Chao Guifeng inquired suspiciously. Is it? Perhaps the heat is getting to me. Mother, are you ready? We still have a long way to go to the countryside. Xia Ying quickly diverted the conversation, anxious that her mother-in-law might suspect something. All set. Old man, is the tricycle ready? Chao Guifeng called out. It's been ready for ages. Just waiting on you too, Qin Shanghai responded, pipe in mouth as he pushed the tricycle out. Xia Ying, cradling the child, climbed aboard with Chao Guifeng. Heading for the rural clinic, Chen Meng, accompanied by his sister, arrived at the bustling market. Little sister, this place is brimming with all sorts of goods. Whatever catches your fancy, we shall purchase, he announced, gesturing to the dazzling array of items. Chen Xiaomei was utterly mesmerized. Having never encountered such a plethora of goods in her life, everything from food to clothing, an astonishing display of novelty. Brother, perhaps we should return. I'm quite content with what I have, she suggested, feeling somewhat inferior as she observed the vibrant and stylish attire of passers-by, sensing their judgmental gazes upon her. We came here specifically to buy you clothes. Why else would we travel such a distance? Come, let us explore, he urged. Brother, I truly don't wish to go, she replied shyly. Be obedient, he insisted, noticing her embarrassment. Understanding the awkwardness of a brother accompanying his sister to purchase undergarments, he led her into a tailor's shop. Madam, I require your assistance. What brings you here? Lu Yi, focused on crafting a bodice for Miss Zhang, was taken aback upon seeing Chen Meng. I brought my sister to buy clothes. She feels bashful. Please assist her in selecting a few lovely outfits and help her find some undergarments as well, he requested. Initially hesitant, Lu Yi recognized the awkwardness of a man accompanying a woman for such purchases. However, considering their prior dealings, she decided to assist him, nodding in agreement. No problem. Just keep an eye on the shop and don't disturb anything inside. With that, Lu Yi took Chen Xiaomei under her wing. The bond between women is naturally harmonious, and to Chen Xiaomei's surprise, she did not refuse. Chen Meng idly gazed at the shop. When his eyes fell upon the sewing machine, where a belly wrap was being hastily crafted, his own design, he paused for a moment, then broke into a grin. Amused by the woman's coyness, she clearly adored his creation, yet feigned indifference. He wondered who would dare wear such a fashionable belly wrap. It was, after all, a design that would be considered avant-garde even in future times. This belly wrap was entirely a product of Chen Meng's playful mischief, drawing inspiration from several female heroes in a popular game, combining their alluring ancient attire with the concept of a belly wrap. Of course, it wasn't solely his invention. It stemmed from another realm, something he had stumbled upon while scrolling through Douyin. The influencer behind it enjoyed immense popularity, especially among young girls, leading Chen Meng to believe that these designs would resonate with their psyche. Lost in thought, he couldn't help but think of Xia Ying, wondering how she would look wearing it. Just the thought ignited a fire within him. Damn, how desperate have I become? What a shame. As he ruminated, a raucous group burst through the door, hurling curses. Damn it. I found out everything. You don't have a man to protect you, do you? It's you again. What are you doing here? Chen Meng couldn't help but chuckle at their arrival. These were none other than the thugs demanding protection money. I'll ask you first, what brings you here? The leader, a man with dyed hair, feigned calmness despite his trepidation upon seeing Chen Meng. Of course, this is my woman's shop. Is there a problem with my presence? Chen Meng's expression darkened, his brow furrowing as he scanned the surroundings and spotted a fabric cutter on the table. He instinctively picked it up, sensing that these men were once again causing trouble for Lu Yi. Had it not been for this serendipitous encounter, she would have been in trouble. The leader's breath caught in his throat, his expression growing tense as he instinctively reached for his waist, only to find it empty. Damn it, they had come to cause trouble for Lu Yi and had even learned she had no man. Little did they know that a man even fiercer than them was present. Observing Chen Meng's imposing height of nearly 6 feet and his robust physique, coupled with the weapon in his hand, the group grew increasingly intimidated, their bravado waning. Kid, mind your own business. I've already gathered information. Lu Yi has no man. If you want to play the hero, you should know your own strength before jumping in and getting hurt. At that moment, fortuitously, Lu Yi returned with Chen Xiaomei. Upon seeing the group, a look of panic crossed Lu Yi's face. Lu Yi, you're just in time. Tell them, am I not your man? Chen Meng shot her a knowing glance. Lu Yi, having overheard the leader's remarks, understood that Chen Meng's inquiry was meant to support her, and she nodded affirmatively. Yes. Did you hear that? She acknowledges it herself. She is my woman. How dare you bully her? We haven't settled the score from last time. And now you have the audacity to show up again? You're all asking for trouble. Chen Meng's eyes gleamed with menace. His towering height and the swift movement of his blade radiating an overwhelming aura of hostility. Startled and already timid, the yellow-haired gang exclaimed in fear and fled at once. Stop! Don't run. I'll chop you to pieces. Chen Meng pretended to be fierce, shouting from behind. The yellow-haired group quickened their pace and soon vanished from sight. With a chuckle, Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh at Chen Meng's ability to scare them away so easily. You rascal! How cunning you are, always taking advantage of me. You just pull up your pants and forget about me. I'm only trying to help you. Chen Meng was mesmerized by Lu Yi's laughter, which resembled a blooming white orchid, radiating joy across her fair and lovely face, her smile alluring and enchanting. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaomei stood beside them, astonished. Brother, when did you find me a sister-in-law without telling the family? Chapter 32. Teasing Lu, you don't listen to your brother's nonsense. He said that to help me defend against those ruffians. Lu Ye's cheeks flushed a delicate shade, akin to the colorful clouds at dusk. She shot a playful glare at Chen Meng, her charm captivating him. Little sister, don't go saying anything at home. Or else mom and dad will want me to bring Lu Yi back, and I won't be able to. How absurd. Lu Ye's face reddened further. Why are we suddenly meeting the parents? However, she couldn't help but admire Chen Meng's tall and handsome stature. He was quite the catch. Brother, if you really manage to marry Lu Yi, Mom and Dad will be overjoyed, Chen Xiaomei said earnestly. To her, Lu Yi was beautiful, skilled, and successful in her business, a true gem, far superior to teacher Xia. Are you two teaming up to bully me? Lu Yi felt flustered as the conversation took a turn, her heart racing while her cheeks burned. She stomped her foot, a mixture of anger and charm evident on her face. No, Lu Yi. You bought me so many beautiful clothes. I'm grateful to you, not angry. Chen Xiaomei quickly waved her hands. Little sister, you are innocent, but your brother is anything but. Don't follow his example, Lu Yi admonished playfully. What do you mean I'm not innocent? I just examined a belly wrap last time. Chen Meng scratched his head awkwardly. By the way, how much did all these clothes cost? Let me cover it. It wasn't much, so consider it a gift for my little sister. Lu Yi felt a bit shy. After all, she had used his design and had just helped to chase off the yellow-haired gang. It was only fair to settle the debt of gratitude. The total was 200 yuan. Though it pains me, let it be a repayment for the favor. Surprisingly, Chen Meng looked at her oddly. As a sister-in-law? How shameless. 200 in total, hand it over. Lu Ye's cheeks instantly flushed as she extended her slender, fair hand. Indignantly. Seems I misunderstood, Chen Meng said awkwardly, pulling out 200 yuan and placing it in Lu Ye's palm. The moment his fingers brushed against hers, it felt like caressing a piece of warm jade, and as he withdrew his hand, he absent-mindedly scratched his head. In another realm, subtle actions were often employed to flirt with beautiful women. Having grown accustomed to this, he momentarily forgot the distinctions of the current era. Suddenly, Lu Yi gazed at Chen Meng in astonishment. The next instant, her delicate face flushed crimson, her ears resembling ripe cherries. A blend of surprise and indignation flashing across her features. Oh no, he had overstepped. Realizing his indiscretion, Chen Meng quickly devised a clever diversion. Ah, I noticed a flaw in the pouch you made. It requires some refinement. Indeed, he successfully shifted Lu Ye's focus, her anger gradually dissipating. Furrowing her brows, she inquired, where's the flaw? I crafted it according to your design, and Miss Jean was quite satisfied. I initially designed it as a plain piece, but upon reflection, I believe adding some intertwining plum blossom embroidery would enhance its allure, striking a perfect balance between sensuality and elegance, Chen Meng articulated. He recalled that he had forgotten a crucial aspect of the original design. Is that so? Lu Yi pondered, finding his reasoning quite compelling. She promptly set about preparing for the creation. In a moment, please help me swiftly produce an advertisement banner. With your skill, it should take no more than 10 minutes. Thus not wasting any time, Chen Meng requested. What advertisement sign? Simply a rectangular piece of red cloth inscribed with Chun's spicy crawfish. A choice for successful individuals. Quite straightforward. What is crawfish? I shall treat you to some another day. For now, please assist me with this. I am eager to return home. Chen Meng urged. Time was of the essence. He needed to process the crawfish upon returning. With a huff, Lu Yi fetched a piece of ready-made red fabric and deftly stitched a few words with white thread, a task easily accomplished in a matter of minutes. Chen Meng offered to pay, but Lu Yi insisted otherwise, deeming the scrap of fabric hardly worth anything. Regardless of the scale of the task, she had graciously repaid a favor. "Then I thank you," Chen Meng chuckled, pondering whether Lu Yi might indeed harbor feelings for him, considering her refusal to accept payment. He departed the small commodity market, feeling quite pleased as he walked alongside his sister. As they left, Jean Lu entered the tailor shop. "Lu Jie, how is my pouch coming along? It is not finished yet. This style is quite innovative, and I fear errors, so I am taking my time to ensure quality." Lu Yi quickly responded. This was certainly prudent. The materials cost over 1,000 per meter, and a prior piece had been wasted, which had displeased Miss Jean considerably. Had it not been for the rogue's design, she might have stormed out in anger. "Well, I am not in a rush. I merely came to check." Jean Lu nodded, approaching the sewing machine to admire the half-finished product, which was already taking shape. She was immediately satisfied. "Lu Jie, I have an idea. I wonder if I might share it?" Noticing that Miss Jean seemed in good spirits, Lu Yi mustered her courage to speak. "What idea?" "The previous design was plain, and I was thinking of embroidering 2 plum blossoms on it." "Brilliant. That would add life to it, making it both sensual and elegant." "Yes, Lu Jie. Let us proceed with your vision." Jean Lu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Once again, the rogue's words struck true. Unbeknownst to many, he possessed a keen understanding of a woman's heart. Could it be attributed to his wealth of experience? A tinge of disdain flickered in Lu Ye's heart. Indeed, he was nothing but a rogue. Upon returning home, her parents had already finished their meal. Chen Meng hastily consumed a bite alongside his younger sister, scarcely allowing himself a moment's respite before embarking on the task of cleaning the crayfish. A staggering 60 kilograms awaited. Merely washing them was a time-consuming endeavor, not to mention the subsequent half-preparation. Fortunately, with her sister's assistance, the two toiled earnestly, sweat cascading down their brows, yet their pace remained commendable. Meanwhile, at the village clinic, a morning filled with examinations had left Xie Yingying utterly exhausted. Her in-laws, illiterate and of little help, relied solely on her to run back and forth, her body drenched in perspiration. "Doctor, what illness afflicts my daughter?" Xie Yingying implored the physician while cradling her inconsolable child. "We are also uncertain of the specific cause. All necessary tests have been conducted, yet the reason remains elusive. I recommend you visit the county hospital. Our facilities are rudimentary, and many ailments cannot be properly diagnosed here." The doctor replied, "You doctors are utterly useless. It's merely a fever, yet you can't discern the cause. What a waste of money on these tests," Qin Shanghai retorted sternly. "Indeed, just prescribe some medication for the fever and be done with it. There's no need to spend on a county hospital," Chao Guifeng murmured in agreement. "Mother, we cannot dismiss it so lightly. A fever can have myriad causes. Without proper investigation, the doctor cannot prescribe treatment indiscriminately," Xie Yingying countered, furrowing her brow. "Teacher Xie, you are cultured and refined. I strongly advise you to get to the county hospital promptly. The child has been running a high fever for an extended period, which is exceedingly perilous and may lead to brain damage. It could become quite troublesome," the doctor cautioned. "Thank you, doctor," Xie Yingying nodded, clutching her daughter as they exited the hospital. Behind them, her in-laws wore grim expressions. The doctor's final remark had clearly insulted their lack of education and refinement, igniting their ire. "Mom and Dad, I'm going to the hospital to have Xiaomiao checked. Will you accompany me?" Xie Yingying paused. "If you wish to go, by all means. Your mother and I have work to do in the fields. We've already wasted a morning." "You can handle it," Qin Shanghai replied dismissively. Chao Guifeng echoed his sentiment, muttering about finding a local barefoot doctor for some medication, asserting that a fever wouldn't be fatal. With that, the couple departed on a tricycle, leaving Xie Yingying and her daughter in stunned silence. Xie Yingying understood well that her in-laws had never favored this granddaughter. In rural society, only sons were deemed worthy of carrying on the family lineage. Yet, she had not anticipated their cold indifference. After all, this child was the flesh and blood of Qindong. "Qindong, open your eyes and witness how your parents treat your child." Tears streamed down Xie Yingying's face in anguish. Moments later, she wiped her tears and boarded the bus heading to the county town. Chapter 33. You make a compelling argument, yet I cannot comprehend it. That evening, at 7 o'clock, in Yunhe Grand Hotel, Jean Luer, He Zhuang, manager Sun Ming, and head chef Wu Daba gathered around a table adorned with a platter of spicy crayfish. John, manager's son, I told you this dish is not difficult. Just take a look. Doesn't it resemble the Chun family's spicy crayfish from the night market? Chef Wu Daba declared with unwavering confidence. As a seasoned chef, it is no exaggeration to say that merely tasting a dish enables one to discern its ingredients and preparation method. After a slight contemplation, I managed to create this exquisite bowl of spicy crawfish. It certainly looks quite appealing. He Zhuang nodded in approval. The bowl contained plump, crimson crawfish, enticingly appetizing. Let's sample it first. Jean Luer was the first to pick one up, breaking it open and sucking it in. Ugh, ugh, ugh. She spat repeatedly. What's wrong, Jean Zong? Wu Debao exclaimed in surprise. You should try it yourself. Not to mention the taste. There's sand that hasn't been cleaned off, Jean Luer remarked sternly. No way. Let me have a taste. Wu Debao grabbed one and stuffed it into his mouth, only to discover that it was indeed gritty with sand. Instantly, his expression darkened. These rascals. They were so careless in their work. Jean Zong, I truly had no idea it wasn't cleaned properly. As soon as it was ready, I brought it out for you to taste first. I suspect you were just eager for some praise, Jean Luer retorted coldly. Chef Wu, you must be meticulous in your work, especially in the kitchen. If everyone were as negligent and irresponsible as you, this restaurant would surely face closure in no time. Despite her youth, her privileged upbringing, and her typically stern demeanor before others granted her considerable authority, none of her subordinates dared to defy her. Wu Debao hurriedly wiped the sweat from his brow. Jean Zong, I will call the kitchen staff to account for this. With that, he summoned the person in charge of washing vegetables, sternly reprimanding them. What kind of work are you doing? You can't even clean a single crawfish properly. If you can't handle such trivial matters, what use are you to us? The responsible party, feeling quite wronged, protested. We have washed them no less than 20 times. It's impossible that they weren't clean. Taste it yourself, he insisted. Perhaps it's the sand that the crawfish naturally carries in its belly, which was expelled during cooking, he argued, sounding somewhat reasonable. At least Wu Debao believed him wholeheartedly. Jean Zong, there is some truth to that. River or sea creatures often carry mud and sand, making them difficult to process. Generally, they must be kept for a few days. I refuse to believe that Chen Meng also keeps them for a few days before selling. Surely, there must be a more convenient method of handling this. But let us set that aside for now. Taste the flavor, aside from the spice. It lacks any other taste, and the meat is tough and dry, far from the quality of Chen's spicy crawfish. Chef Wu, you are a renowned top chef in Qingshan County. If you cannot even master this, you might as well discard your hollow reputation, Jean Luer stated icily. Sun Ming and He Zhuang had also tasted it, and indeed, Jean Zong's words rang true. However, they were too polite to voice their opinions. Seeing Wu Debao chastised and unable to lift his head, Sun Ming quickly intervened. Jean Zong, the research and creation of a dish require numerous experiments. Chef Wu has only tasted it once, so it is normal for there to be flaws. Then let us eat it several more times. I refuse to believe that a distinguished top chef cannot measure up to a roadside vendor, Jean Luer scoffed, turning to leave. He Zhuang, Sun Ming, and Wu Debao hurriedly followed her. In the night market, Chen Meng had been setting up his stall for over an hour. Today's business flourished as he had anticipated. Following 2 days of enthusiastic word of mouth, today's patrons included not only loyal customers, but also many newcomers drawn by reputation. Sister, are you tired? Not at all. Besides, there's money to be made, so even fatigue brings joy. Indeed, life is a bustling pursuit of fame and fortune. Whether one attains recognition or wealth, it ultimately satisfies inner desires. Just like now, as we toil away, witnessing our guests relish their meals with delight, we too find contentment, Chen Meng remarked with a smile. Brother, your words hold wisdom, yet I fail to grasp them, Chen Xiaomei replied, momentarily taken aback. Haha, dear sister, it's better that you don't understand. Once you do, greed will take root in your heart. You cannot fathom how many envy your innocence, Chen Meng chuckled. Just then, a voice interrupted. Chen, what brings such joy? Higo, you've arrived a bit late today, Chen Meng replied, quickly offering a cigarette and glancing at the 2 men who accompanied him, handing them each a cigarette as well, while merely smiling at the beautiful woman among them. She cast him a fleeting glance before taking a seat at a nearby table. What an aloof woman, Chen Meng muttered, but even the most distant souls seek to learn. Brother, I had to work late. This banner of yours is quite intriguing. Chun's spicy lobster, a consumption for successful individuals. Isn't this undermining the spending desires of those with lower incomes? He Zhuang inquired, perplexed. It's merely a marketing tactic, my friend. Surely you understand what men desire? Chen Meng replied with a sly grin. He Zhuang pondered. By eating a pound of your lobster, does one become a successful individual? Isn't that self-deception? At times, one must provide men the opportunity for self-deception. In the eyes of passers-by, those who can afford a pound of 15 lobster must be successful, at least for that moment, fulfilling their aspirations of superiority. As for whether they leave with empty pockets, that is not my concern, Chen Meng smirked. His intention behind branding Chun's lobster as a luxury consumption was to plan for the future. Regardless of whether he continued or sold the recipe to the aloof beauty wishing to learn, a burgeoning reputation would afford him leverage. Brother, let us keep it straightforward. As usual, start with 5 pounds, and save another 5 for me to take home. My boss wishes to treat her family, He Zhuang said. No problem. Sister, send 10 bottles of beer to He Gu's table. It's on my tab, Chen Meng shouted. The kitchen sprang into action, frying the shrimp with urgency. Returning to the table, He Zhuang found a few friends discussing Chen Meng's thriving business. It's only the 3rd day, yet the business is booming. Given time, he might dominate the night market of Qingshan County, Sun Ming remarked solemnly. There's a reason for Chen Meng's success. Not only is the flavor exceptional, but his marketing strategies are truly remarkable, He Zhuang noted. Did you notice the new banner he hung today? Upon witnessing the Chen's spicy lobster, a consumption choice of successful individuals, I fear that such promotion may backfire, dampening the consumer desires of those with lower spending power, remarked Jean Luer. Jean, I share your sentiments, but can you guess what Chen Meng had to say? He Zhuang teased, building suspense among the listeners before continuing. Chapter 34. Rivals among peers. Chen Meng asserted that sometimes one must grant men the opportunity for self-deception. In the eyes of passers-by, those capable of indulging in a pound of 15 yuan lobster are undoubtedly successful individuals. At least for that moment, it satisfies the inner sense of superiority within my customers, making them feel like true achievers. As for whether their pockets are emptier than their faces post-meal, that is of no concern to me. He Zhuang recounted Chen Meng's words verbatim, leaving the others in stunned silence. This person is quite audacious, Wu Daba remarked. Yet such audacity is backed by capital. I must say, his reasoning is quite compelling. This marketing strategy is unprecedented, Sun Ming admired. He is a graduate of a renowned domestic university. He often considers himself superior, occasionally even looking down on Jean Luer. Little did he expect that the marketing philosophy of a street vendor would surpass that of a distinguished scholar from a prestigious institution. As the saying goes, the marketplace is full of extraordinary individuals, and I have always believed it to be true. Today, I have indeed learned a valuable lesson. This person is truly underappreciated. Jean Luer cast a glance at the perspiring Chen Meng, for the first time contemplating the idea of bringing him into her fold. Sun Ming, perceptive to Jean Luer's shifting thoughts, remarked casually, while this individual's marketing tactics may be ingenious, they tread a dubious path. Such street vendors may suffice for a casual setting, but they are unfit for grander occasions. Regardless of whether the cat is black or white, a good cat is one that catches mice. The same applies in business. Whichever marketing strategy yields greater profits for the owner is the best approach, Jean Luer replied coolly. Instantly, Sun Ming's expression stiffened, and he fell silent. He Zhuang regretted his earlier bravado. He was not foolish and recognized that Sun Ming was belittling Chen Meng, likely perceiving him as a threat to his own standing. Each individual harbored their own thoughts. Soon, the lobster was served. Chef Wu, do savor this. Please take another portion home. And I hope for a flawless answer from you tomorrow, Jean Luer instructed. Of course, faced with the enticing cuisine, Wu Daba's analytical mindset vanished. He meticulously dissected the preparation of Chun's lobster as if performing surgery. All of this unfolded under Chen Meng's watchful gaze. He could not help but chuckle inwardly. Despite the simplicity of the dish, it was a culmination of countless chefs' experiences and techniques. If you could grasp its essence in just a moment, then how easy would it be for chefs to create a nationwide culinary sensation? Brother, the owner of the barbecue stall across the street, is eyeing us. A young woman approached, visibly agitated. Let him stare. Let him envy our success. It would be best if it drove him to despair. Chen Meng spat toward the direction of his rival. He had never been one to suffer silently. The proprietor of the barbecue stall across the way, Upon witnessing Chen Meng's audacious provocation, could hardly contain his rage and was poised to confront him, only to be restrained by his subordinates. Nevertheless, the bald-headed man persisted, gesturing at Chen Meng with his lips. "You'll see, kid." "What? You crave for some crayfish? My friend, isn't your own meat skewer enticing enough? Why must you desire my crayfish?" Chen Meng exclaimed with a grin, his words instantly capturing the attention of numerous patrons. The fact that even the most successful barbecue stall owner was envious of Chen's crayfish spoke volumes about its exceptional quality. This infuriated the bald vendor to the point where his nostrils flared. Had he not been held back, he would have charged at Chen Meng in a fit of fury. All of this was keenly observed by Zhang Zhuo, who remarked casually, "It seems that Mr. Chen is in a bit of a predicament. Competing vendors are often rivals. Chen Meng's flourishing business must surely be encroaching upon the bald vendor's profits, and his jealousy was palpable." He Zhuang chuckled, recalling how they often frequented the bald man's stall for barbecued treats, recognizing him as a dominant figure in the night market with the best business. Rumor had it that the bald fellow had connections with some local toughs, and it appeared that Chen Meng might be in for a rough time. He.S. rather arrogant. It wouldn't hurt for the bald man to teach him a lesson. Besides, with Zhang's assistance, Chen Meng would be left feeling grateful. Sun Ming suggested with a glint in his eye. Zhang Zhuo frowned slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Sun Ming. Although his suggestion was rather unscrupulous, it presented an excellent opportunity. She then glanced at He Zhuang, who nodded in understanding, and the group resumed their focus on indulging in the crayfish. Business was sporadic until 11 o'clock at night, when all 60 kilograms of crayfish were sold out. Chen Xiaomei calculated roughly and found that they had made a profit of 900 yuan. "Brother, is this enough to settle the debt with Balaisi? Is this all it takes to satisfy you? What about the other debts? I intend to settle everything, and ideally leave you with some funds to ensure my peace of mind," Chen Meng replied with a smile. This time, Chen Xiaomei took notice of her brother's words and paused. "Brother, where are you planning to go?" "I intend to venture far away." "I understand now. You must want to explore and earn big money." "Indeed, to earn big money." Chen Meng sighed softly, observing his sister's carefree laughter. It was perhaps a blessing that his family remained oblivious to his desire to leave. This way, they would not be overly saddened when the time came. At times, while lying in bed, Chen Meng pondered whether it was better to leave behind some traces in this world as proof of his existence, or if it were more fitting to, like Su Jima's poetry, wave his sleeve and depart without taking a single cloud with him. "Brother, have the 5 kilograms for takeout been prepared?" He Zhuang approached. "Yes, but there isn't a large enough container, so I must trouble you to take it in the basin. Just bring it back to me another day." Chen Meng replied with a smile. "Not a problem." He Zhuang generously provided the funds and then handed over a business card, saying, "Young brother, here is my pager number. My boss noticed that you seem to have some conflict with the bald man at the barbecue stall across the street. He is not someone to be trifled with. So my boss asked me to advise you to be cautious. Should you require assistance, feel free to reach out to me on my pager. Although I am merely a driver, I do know a few individuals in Qingshan County." "Thank you, brother he," Chen Meng replied, accepting the card and glancing at it. It bore only a name and a pager number, with nothing else inscribed. "Express my gratitude to my boss." He Zhuang pointed towards the aloof beauty. Chen Meng smiled at her, but did not approach to greet her. Instead, he inquired, "Brother he, may I ask your boss's surname?" "Zhan." "Then please convey my thanks to General Zhan." "Certainly." He Zhuang nodded and departed with the container of small crayfish he had packed. "Brother, these customers seem quite nice. They noticed the bald man was looking for trouble and even offered to help you," Sister remarked. Her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked towards He Zhuang and his companions. "Sister, have you forgotten what I taught you? In this world, there is no hatred without reason, and likewise, there is no love without cause. Anyone who wishes to do you good must have an ulterior motive, save for family." Chen Meng ruffled Sister's hair, noting her confused expression, and chuckled, "Let us pack up and head home. Our parents might be waiting for us." Chapter 35. Wandering thoughts. Upon returning to the village, Chen Meng instinctively glanced at Xie Yingying's house as he passed by. He noticed the door was tightly shut, and a sense of unease gripped his heart. Sister mentioned that Xie Yingying had taken her child to the doctor today and had yet to return. What if something had happened? Although Xie Yingying lived in the same village as her in-laws, she rarely stayed at their home after the family separation. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. Damn it! In this age without mobile phones, if only he could make a call to inquire about the situation. "Brother, what's wrong?" Sister asked. Nothing. Chen Meng shook his head. Whatever had happened to Xia Yingying was not his concern. He needed to focus on earning money and repaying debts instead. Arriving home with sister, he found that their parents were still awake. When Chen Meng handed over the remaining amount of less than 800 yuan after deducting all expenses, his mother began to cry again. Through her tears, she counted the banknotes, her lips quivering, adding, "With this little bit, we can settle with Ba Lizi." The family was filled with excitement. Settling with Ba Lizi meant that sister was safe, and no one would force her to marry him. Observing their elation, Chen Meng refrained from revealing that they actually owed Ba Lizi 5,000 yuan, and they had only managed to gather 2,000, leaving them far from the target. Nevertheless, earning 2,000 in 3 days was promising. With 4 days remaining, making an additional 3,000 should not pose a significant challenge. "Brother, based on today's business, should we catch 80 jin tomorrow?" Chen Xiaomei eagerly asked. "No, 60 jin will suffice. After 3 days, the novelty will wear off. And it is likely that tomorrow's business may even decline," Chen Meng responded. 15 yuan per jin is certainly a high expenditure in this era. The consumption potential of Qingshan County is substantial. However, the reputation of Chen's crayfish has yet to be fully established. Over the past 3 days, the publicity has primarily stemmed from word of mouth. Relying on continuous consumption from these individuals for an entire week is unrealistic. They must be afforded some respite. Thus, Chen Meng estimates that 60 pounds is likely the upper limit. After a brief ablution, everyone retreated to their slumber. Chen Meng lay on the foul-smelling bed, unable to find rest. The heat was oppressive, and his mind was restless, consumed by thoughts of Xia Yingying. He recalled the alluring sights he had encountered twice, her immaculate, flawless figure, akin to a priceless piece of smooth jade, devoid of any blemish. He was then struck by the memory of Xia Yingying, flustered and blushing, covering her vital areas with her hands, crouched in a basin, mortified. The sight of her graceful curves, the firm peaks, the slender waist, and the exaggeratedly ample hips, sent his breath quickening involuntarily. He glanced downward with a sigh, reminding himself to endure, for soon he would return home, where his first order of business would be to indulge at a bathing center. After an extended period of aimless thoughts, he finally began to calm down, wondering how the widow Xia was faring. Could something truly have happened to her? Suddenly, a loud crowing of a rooster jolted Chen Meng awake. He rose, washed up, and noticed that his family was absent, presumably occupied with their own affairs. Standing at the door, he stretched lazily, inhaling the warm air, only to be met with a pungent odor that nearly made him gag. Casting his gaze around, he saw the pigpen on one side and the latrine on the other, both of which were destined for demolition due to their unbearable stench. Yet, as he looked further, the landscape was lush and vibrant, adorned with a myriad of unknown wildflowers blooming across the hills. This rare beauty, seldom seen in later times, filled him with a sense of tranquility, allowing him to overlook the faint, lingering odor. Having been reborn for several days now, he had surprisingly adapted to a life devoid of mobile phones and the internet. He even found himself inexplicably disinterested in smoking. To his astonishment, the restlessness that had plagued him in his previous life had dissipated, replaced by a serene and indifferent disposition. If he were to acquire wealth, he envisioned constructing a 3-story villa, complete with a swimming pool in front and a small garden in the back. He imagined sharing intimate moments with Xia Yingying, and when the mood struck, hosting family barbecues in the yard, with children frolicking barefoot on the grass. They could take leisurely strolls through the city and embark on travels around the world. What a blissful existence that would be. For a moment, Chen Meng was lost in these daydreams. Yet, he wondered why the widow Xia had not returned that night. Was it possible she had spent the night with that scoundrel named Chen? Zhang Mozi's face darkened at the thought, his heart swelling with jealousy. Xia Yingying was a vision of beauty, with a voluptuous figure, while he could begrudgingly accept her being with the short-lived Chen Dong. The idea of her being with the penniless Chen Meng, a mere ne'er-do-well, was utterly intolerable. Just then, a group of children came running over, their laughter ringing in the air. One of them crashed into him. Frustrated and filled with anger, Zhang Mozi kicked the child to the ground, exclaiming, "Damn it! Are you blind? Why are you running?" The child, now on the ground, began to wail, dropping the small bamboo basket he was carrying, causing the freshly caught crayfish to scatter in all directions. The other children, terrified, stood frozen in place, afraid to move. "Shut your mouth. If you keep crying, I'll unleash my dog on you," Zhang Mozi bellowed. He owned a fierce hunting dog that instilled fear in the villagers. Instantly, the child ceased his cries. With a grim expression, Zhang Matzi noticed that the children were all clutching bamboo baskets filled with crayfish and inquired, "What are you catching these for?" "We're helping Chen Xiaomei. She pays 5 cents for each one," the child replied, trembling. "What does she want them for?" Zhang Matzi pressed. "She said her brother likes to eat crayfish." "Damn." Zhang Matzi spat disdainfully. "What a miser. Even this is a delicacy to you. Get lost." The children scrambled away, tumbling in their haste. Zhang Matzi then resumed his leisurely stroll, hands clasped behind his back. After a few steps, he suddenly halted, realizing something was amiss. The Chen family was notoriously poor. How could they afford to pay someone for crayfish? At 5 cents each, and judging by the number of baskets, the children must have caught at least several hundred, which amounted to 20 or 30 yuan. Where would the Chen family find such money? Moreover, crayfish were abundant in the river. If Chen Meng truly desired them, he could easily catch dozens himself without spending money on others. The more Zhang Matzi pondered, the more he sensed something suspicious. With a swift turn, he made his way toward the village's small convenience store, where a gathering spot often drew villagers for idle chatter. Checking the sun, he noted that Chun Dezhu and Zhao Huaihua would be finishing work soon, and he intended to inquire about the situation. A sly smile flickered across Zhang Matzi's face. Chapter 36. The crowd demands repayment. In front of the small convenience store, a gathering area was shaded by several willow trees, their branches creating a lush canopy. Villagers often congregated here to play cards and engage in light conversation, gossiping about one another's affairs. "Old Chun, your little sister came by the other day to buy beer, saying you had pig's head meat at home. Have you struck it rich? You can afford to buy a pound of pig's head meat?" The store owner's wife, a plump woman, said with a tone laden with mockery and accusation. She deliberately spoke in front of the assembled crowd. Chen Meng owed her over 200 yuan for alcohol and had yet to repay it. She did not dare confront him directly, but grew furious upon hearing Chen Xiaomei mention the pig's head meat. How dare he indulge while in debt? She herself couldn't afford such luxuries. The plump woman was well aware that Chen Meng owed money to numerous villagers, many of whom were present at that moment. Upon hearing her words, their displeasure was palpable. It would be best for them to collectively confront old Chun for the money owed. Indeed, several villagers glared at Chen Dazhu and Zhao Huaihua, each voicing their grievances. "Old Chen, what do you mean by this? You owe my family 800 yuan. Do you plan to refuse repayment? Sister Zhao, at that time, you requested a loan of 1,000 yuan from my family, claiming it was for medical expenses. Out of compassion for our shared roots and your unfortunate circumstances, I lent you the money. Yet, you cannot squander it on indulgence and neglect your obligation to repay. Are we to be considered fools? Do we not have the means to enjoy ourselves as well?" The collective inquiries from the crowd left Chen Dezhu and Zhao Huaihua feeling utterly ashamed, wishing they could vanish into the ground. Had they known, they would have simply returned home instead of seeking solace here. Regret aside, the reality remains that a debt was incurred. Failing to repay necessitates an explanation. "Dear fellow villagers, I sincerely apologize. I promise to repay the debts owed to you, if only given a little more time." Chen Dazhu bowed and offered empty words of assurance. "Oh, spare me your excuses. You've been here every day drinking beer, purchasing 3 or 4 bottles at a time. You squandered the funds meant for repayment on your indulgences. How can you expect us to believe you will repay today?" Aunt Fat's successful incitement of the crowd's anger brought her a sense of delight, and she immediately began to shout that repayment was essential. As the creditors united in their demand for payment, Chen Dezhu and Zhao Huaihua panicked, bending over backward to appease them, insisting they truly had no money at present and requested a delay in repayment, promising to fulfill their obligations eventually. "You have money for pig's head meat and beer, yet no funds to settle your debts? Who would believe that?" The villagers, feeling the weight of their own modest means, had initially lent their money out of kindness. They could not allow Chen Dezhu to exploit their goodwill. Today, repayment was non-negotiable. The principle of repaying debts is an undeniable truth. Several creditors, incensed, surrounded Chen Dezhu and Zhao Huaihua, refusing to let them leave while clamoring for their repayment. The situation grew increasingly uncomfortable for the two, honest individuals who had never faced such public humiliation. The villagers' demands for repayment left them feeling utterly exposed. Particularly for Chen Dezhu, whose family had always been known for their integrity, the shame was unbearable. He seethed inwardly. "You wretched child. Your misdeeds have brought disgrace upon me. The money borrowed from the villagers had been coerced from the elderly couple by Chen's relentless demands, spent on indulgences of food, drink, and vice. Dear fellows, we truly have no money left. All that remains is 1,000 yuan, which was meant for my eye treatment, derived from the sale of our piglets. If you wish for it, I can retrieve it immediately, even at the cost of my eyesight. Zhao Huaihua repeatedly bowed in apology, her eyes reddened with tears. This day marked the most humiliating moment of her life, and she felt she could never show her face in the village again. In recent days, their son had earned nearly 2,000 yuan, but this money was earmarked to settle a debt with a loan shark. Otherwise, their daughter would be taken as collateral. This 2,000 yuan was absolutely untouchable. Even if it meant lying for the first time in her life, she would do so without hesitation. The creditors, moved by Zhao Huaihua's plight and aware of her distress over the family's financial ruin, hesitated, realizing that forcing her to produce 1,000 yuan for medical treatment would only exacerbate her suffering and delay necessary care for her eyes. Ultimately, the villagers' inherent kindness shone through as they exchanged glances, uncertain whether to continue pressing for repayment. Oh, what a pitiable performance. Who are you trying to fool? Everyone, do not fall for the tricks of that old woman. Her entire family is comprised of scoundrels, their consciences as dark as night. A mocking voice pierced through the air, causing the villagers to turn and see Zhang Matzi, the village head's son, approaching. The villagers instinctively parted to form a circle. Chen Meng is not a good person. Nor are you. Just as a turtle and a tortoise are both not human. Zhang Matzi, the Chen family has produced a prodigal son, bringing shame to our ancestors. And I, Chen Dazhu, acknowledge this. However, I can swear to the heavens that my family, apart from this prodigal, has never committed any wrongdoing against our fellow villagers. Are you slandering us simply because you have the village head's backing? If so, I shall demand an explanation from him. Though Chen Dazhu usually appears honest and unassuming, accepting the scorn of his creditors, how dare Zhang Matzi insult him? Chen Dazhu, you feign humility, deceiving your fellow villagers, while in reality, you are as wasteful as your son. Let me ask you this. You and your wife claim to be out of money, yet you can afford to spend 5 cents each to hire village children to catch frogs? Zhang Matzi sneered. What? Surely I misheard. The Chen family is actually spending money on frogs, which no one would take for free from the river. Have they gone mad? Or do they have money to burn? All the villagers stared in shock at Chen Dezhu and his wife. Moreover, your daughter Chen Xiaomei stated that the reason for collecting these frogs is that your son Chen Meng enjoys eating hundreds of them daily, which amounts to 30 or 40 yuan. Chen Dazhu, you have some nerve. You owe money to everyone, yet have the audacity to buy frogs to eat. How can you still claim that you have never wronged your fellow villagers? Zhang Matzi continued to stoke the flames of anger. Indeed, several creditors, incensed by his words, rushed forward and seized Chen Dezhu by the collar. Old Chen, you have no shame. Just moments ago we softened our hearts and almost fell for your deceit again. If you do not repay your debts today, we will drag you to the town government and let the police retrieve the money from you. Villagers, let us speak calmly. Do not resort to violence. Zhao Huaihua, seeing her husband surrounded by the villagers, quickly stepped forward to mediate. To hell with you. You are no better. In a furious rage, one of the creditors shoved Zhao Huaihua to the ground. Unbeknownst to her, there was a stone beneath her, and she cried out in pain. Upon seeing his wife injured, Chen Dezhu, despite knowing he was in the wrong, could no longer restrain himself and raised his fists, ready to fight. Stop. I must speak the truth. The money spent on frogs is not for eating, but rather for my son to do business in the county. Zhao Huaihua, realizing the situation was escalating beyond control, had no choice but to shout out. What a joke. Your prodigal son doing business? Who would believe that? The creditors clearly did not buy her explanation and continued to hold Chen Dazhu accountable, demanding repayment. Meanwhile, at that moment, Chen Meng had just finished washing up and was preparing to take a stroll when suddenly a villager rushed over, breathless. Chen Meng, your parents are fighting with someone. You must go and see. Chapter 37. Public beating. When Chen Meng arrived, he found his parents surrounded, engaged in a heated argument. Upon observing the crowd surrounding his parents, Chen Meng immediately discerned the gravity of the situation. His simmering anger dissipated in an instant as he shouted for them to cease. The creditors, upon noticing Chen Meng's arrival, exchanged anxious glances and hastily retreated a few steps, fear evident in their expressions as they beheld the grim countenance of the approaching Chen Meng. This individual was notorious for his fierce and brutal nature. They couldn't help but wonder if he would retaliate in kind. Regret gnawed at the creditors for having heeded Aunt Fat's instigation. As Chen Meng advanced, he was acutely aware that his debts were his own doing. Yet, witnessing his parents ensnared in such a dire predicament rekindled the flames of fury within him. He cast a cold, sweeping glance at the frightened creditors and inquired, "Mom and Dad, are you all right?" The response came in the form of a resounding slap from Chen Dezhu, which not only stunned Chen Meng, but also astonished the onlookers. When had Chen Dezhu ever mustered such audacity to strike his own son? If he had possessed such resolve earlier, perhaps the Chen family would not have succumbed to ruin at the hands of a spendthrift. "How can you still question me? It is your actions that have brought shame upon our ancestors," Chen Dezhu exclaimed, his own apprehension momentarily overshadowed by the humiliation he had just endured. "Father, what are you doing?" Zhao Huijia interjected, startled, as she rushed to position herself between the silent Chen Meng, who was shielding his face, and Chen Dezhu. She was filled with trepidation, fearing that a public altercation between father and son would lead to disgrace. For a fleeting moment, Chen Meng felt a surge of rage. After all, it was not he who had failed to repay the debts, but rather the scoundrels responsible for his plight. Yet, he found himself trapped within the very body of the scoundrel. Acknowledging the harsh truth, he inhaled deeply to calm his tumultuous emotions. "Mom, it's fine. Father is right. I have indeed erred." What? Did he truly just apologize? The villagers were taken aback, unable to believe their ears. Chen Dezhu, having regained his composure, was equally astonished. But a sense of relief washed over him. His eyes even glistened with unshed tears. Regardless of Chen Meng's past misdeeds, he had transformed remarkably in recent days, abstaining from drunken antics and violence, and even striving to earn money to settle his debts. As the saying goes, a wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. If he continues on this path, Chen Dezhu thought, he would have no regrets, even in death. "Father, it is all my fault. Please do not be angry. Take care of your health," Chen Meng reassured his father, noticing the flicker of fear in his father's eyes. The fact that his normally steadfast father had been driven to publicly strike him spoke volumes about the humiliation he had endured. Sighing, Chen Meng realized that since he inhabited this scoundrel-esque body, he must bear the weight of all the debts and disgrace that came with it, an inescapable burden. Chen Meng sighed with a heavy heart and turned to the villagers, clasping his fists in respect. "Dear fellow villagers, I acknowledge that I have been thoughtless in the past, causing you much trouble. It is only just that debts should be repaid. I, Chen Meng, assure you that I will settle the debts owed. However, I kindly ask that you spare my parents from any hardship. They are honest individuals who have never engaged in any wrongdoing. The requests for loans were coerced by me. If there are grievances, let them be directed at me." At that moment, although Chen Meng remained the same person, the villagers found his demeanor oddly unsettling. He, the one in debt, spoke with the conviction of a righteous man, his words ringing with authority and grace, leaving some creditors feeling as though they were in the wrong. After all, it was merely a matter of owing a few coins. Was it necessary to corner his elderly parents? "Thank you for your understanding, dear villagers," he added, observing their silence before clasping his fists once more and preparing to depart with his parents. It was then that he spotted the sneaky Zhang Matzi among the crowd. It had been 2 years since he had defaulted on his debts, and the villagers had hesitated to confront him until now. Why, all of a sudden? Were they attacking his parents? Chen Meng could easily deduce that Zhang Matzi was behind this turn of events. Their eyes met across the distance, each exchanging a cold smirk, neither willing to back down. "Come, mother and father, let us return home," he said, supporting his injured mother while his silent father followed closely behind. A hushed group of villagers trailed them until the trio's figures faded from view. Only then did someone break the silence. "It seems that the prodigal son has transformed, becoming more reasonable than before. Humph, but no matter how he changes, he remains a penniless fool. It will be ages before he repays us," Aunt Pang scoffed. The villagers cast her disapproving glances. Had she not instigated this situation, it may not have escalated. Feeling a pang of guilt, Aunt Pang quickly retreated to the small shop. And soon after, the villagers dispersed. Upon returning home, Chen Meng's younger sister, having heard the news, arrived as well. Upon seeing the large bruise on their mother's waist, tears welled in her eyes. "This is too much. They even attack the elderly. I will go settle the score with them." "Enough, little sister. We are in the wrong." Their mother, Zhao Huihua, quickly interjected. "Mother, you are not at fault. The blame lies with me. I have brought you shame and injury today." Chen Meng expressed, filled with remorse. My son, as long as you can repent, do not revert to your former self. Even if I were to suffer a fatal blow today, I would willingly accept it without regret, Zhao Huaihua said, tears streaming down her face, moved by her son's heartfelt confession. Looking at his father and sister, both of whom gazed at him with pride and concern, Chen Meng felt a pang of anxiety. How could he not cherish such simple, contented family members? Mother, let us not dwell on this. Little sister, please fetch the safflower oil we bought the other day and help apply it to Mother's bruise, he instructed. Due to the incident involving Xia Yingying's injured ankle, Chen Meng had purchased a bottle of safflower oil to keep at home, never anticipating it would be needed so soon. His sister promptly retrieved the oil and began to massage it onto their mother's bruised skin. Indeed, there is something I neglected to mention. Your father was caught and is about to be beaten. Reluctantly, I revealed the matter of your involvement in selling the snails. Zhao Huaihua grimaced, groaning as she spoke. Ah, mother, how could you say such a thing? My elder brother repeatedly instructed me not to disclose this to anyone. If it gets out, earning money will become difficult. The younger sister exclaimed in shock. Zhao Huaihua, filled with remorse, replied, but I couldn't just stand by and watch your father get hurt. It's all Zhang Mozi's fault. If it weren't for his instigation, I wouldn't have said anything. Well, what's done is done. Sooner or later, others will find out, Chen Meng said, shaking his head in an attempt to comfort his mother. Yet, a heavy feeling settled in his heart, fearing that their good days were nearing an end. However, he was not overly anxious. At most, their costs would increase slightly. Currently, he was the only one in the entire Qingshan County engaged in the crayfish business, so the impact would not be significant for now. Compared to rising costs, his greater concern was Zhang Mozi, who had suddenly begun sowing discord, bringing up the issue of the crayfish. This was no idle matter. He surely had ulterior motives. Zhang Mozi, I hope you won't ruin my endeavors. It's best if we keep our distance, otherwise, we may have to confront each other directly. Chapter 38. In a vast forest. There are all kinds of birds. The notion that snails could be sold was not lost on just Zhang Mozi. No wonder these past few days, many had observed Chen Meng cycling with his sister, heading to the city at night and returning only in the early hours. They had been selling snails. That evening, as Chen Meng set off for the county town, numerous villagers were seen heading to the riverbanks with buckets in hand, intending to catch snails to sell in the city the following day. Meanwhile, Zhang Mozi quietly followed Chen Meng on his three-wheeled bike, heading to the same destination. As the lights began to twinkle, the night market buzzed with its usual vibrancy. However, Chen's spicy crayfish did not open for business as it had done in previous days. Brother, you were right. Today as sales are poor, the younger sister expressed her concern. At this rate, we may struggle to sell even 60 pounds. Sister, in business, one must avoid impatience. Fluctuations are normal. We must accept both good and bad. Besides, look at the day of the week. It's the weekend. And friends tend to dine out later. Let us wait a bit longer, Chen Meng replied with a smile. The sibling duo laughed and chatted, oblivious to a pair of eyes watching them from a distance. Chen's spicy crayfish? Those snails that no one wants from the river have transformed into crayfish. That crafty Chen Meng sure knows how to do business, but it seems that sales are lacking. Baldy, business is good, huh? Zhang Mozi called out to the barbecue stall owner, Baldy, who was busy grilling skewers. Oh, it's you, Brother Mozi. What brings you to the city today? Baldy responded, recognizing an old acquaintance. Just passing through. I'll call a few brothers for a drink later, Zhang Mozi said, before heading to a nearby convenience store to use a public phone to make a few calls. Returning to the barbecue stall, he found a spot to chat with Baldy. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Mozi shifted the conversation to Chen Meng. Baldy, have you tried the Chen's spicy crayfish across the way? How does it taste? It is far from impressive. If the flavor were truly exceptional, would the business be in such a state? The bald man scoffed. Those engaged in commerce will never concede that another's enterprise surpasses their own. Indeed, the bald man's barbecue stall was thriving, with half of the 20 tables occupied. Unlike Chen Meng, who had yet to see a single patron, it is understandable, such fare, if offered in the countryside, would go uneaten even if given away. Who among the blind would spend money to consume it? Zhang Mozi sneered. Truly a prodigal son. Spending money to procure unwanted crawfish and bringing them to the city for sale. It is utterly ridiculous. Each day, he must be losing at least several dozen yuan. I wonder where that scoundrel Chen Meng finds the funds. As if on cue, Chen's crawfish stall opened for business. Is it possible that there are indeed those with poor judgment? Zhang Matzi was taken aback. The bald man's expression faltered, having just claimed no one would patronize the place. He was now confronted with the reality of being proven wrong, his lips twitching as he remarked, "In a vast forest, one can find all kinds of birds. Perhaps there are indeed a few with poor eyesight." Meanwhile, on Chen Meng's side, after waiting for an hour, he finally welcomed his first wave of customers. Familiar faces at that. He greeted them warmly. "Brother, why aren't you home with the kids on the weekend?" "It's precisely because it's the weekend that I have time to gather with a few friends. During the week, we're all busy with our own affairs. Today, you must put in some effort. The name of Chen's crawfish precedes you, and my friends have come all this way to taste it. Don't let me down. Rest assured, brother, I won't disappoint you. That's the spirit. Let me have £5 to start." "Certainly, brother. Please take a seat. Young lady, bring this table 10 bottles of chilled beer, and charge it to my account," Chen Meng called out. "Brother, you're generous." The customer was greatly pleased. Receiving 10 bottles of beer courtesy of the boss in front of his friends, enhancing both his pride and reputation. 10 bottles of beer cost only 10 yuan. The crawfish, priced at 15 yuan per pound, amounted to £5. The customer was unconcerned about the 10 yuan. It was all about maintaining an image of generosity. Chen Meng deemed it worthwhile to spend 10 yuan to uphold the appearance of a lavish host. The vibrant crawfish simmered under the fiery flames, the fragrant broth bubbling fervently. Soon, a potent aroma of spices enveloped the surroundings, drawing in numerous passers-by. Zhang Matzi stood there, dumbfounded. Goodness, there truly are so many who lack discernment. Purchasing crawfish at 15 yuan per pound, something that would go unclaimed even if offered for free. Have these people lost their minds? It's merely a novelty. Once the excitement wears off, the business will cool down, the bald man sneered, his eyes reflecting envy and resentment. At 15 yuan per pound, he would need to sell 40 or 50 skewers of meat to match that. The key difference is that the cost of crawfish is minimal, unlike his meat skewers, which still cost at least 3 yuan per pound. "I remain unconvinced," Zhang Matzi thought, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. He was not as impulsive and thoughtless as the bald man. Crawfish, which would be unwanted in the countryside, could not possibly be so sought after. He refused to believe these people were unaware of that. Yet, if they were willing to pay such an exorbitant price of 15 yuan per pound, it indicated their motivations were far from simply indulging in a fleeting whim. As the evening progressed, Chen Meng's business noticeably flourished. Several tables of regulars had come after dancing at the ballroom, bringing along their companions for a late-night feast. Their orders were exceedingly generous, each requesting at least £5. Chen Meng let out a sigh of relief. Although he had mentally prepared himself, he still hoped that he would not be unable to sell even £60. Fortunately, observing the trend, he felt confident that selling £60 was entirely feasible. "Brother, you were right. I worried for nothing." His younger sister beamed with delight. With 60 pounds of crayfish sold, another 700 or 800 in hand would be secured. At this rate, within half a month, he could repay all his debts. Just then, Chen Meng noticed He Zhuang approaching again, followed by the same 3 individuals. A mere glance at the cold-faced beautiful woman and the slouching chubby man revealed to Chen Meng that the crayfish he had packed up last night had likely not been thoroughly examined. However, he admired the patience of the stunning woman surnamed Jean, who had been tending to his business for 3 consecutive days to fully understand the dish. "Brother, the usual arrangement. Let's start with £5, and then pack another 5, He Zhuang said with a cheerful smile as he walked over. "All right, brother, please take a seat. Younger sister, bring a few bottles of beer to brother He's table." Chen Meng immediately busied himself. To his surprise, He Zhuang had no intention of sitting down. Instead, he stood by, observing Chen Meng deftly preparing the dishes. "Brother He, why don't you sit? It's too hot standing here," Chen Meng remarked. "The boss is in a discussion. It's not convenient for me to approach." "No worries, you carry on. I'll just have a smoke before joining you," He Zhuang replied. Chen Meng understood that He Zhuang was likely curious about the crayfish preparation process, eager to witness it firsthand. It was of little consequence. The ingredients were straightforward, and the preparation method was hardly a secret. Sooner or later, it would be imitated by others. The crux lay in the timing and the secret seasoning. These were his true winning formulas. Unfazed by He Zhuang's presence, Chen Meng swiftly began to craft the crayfish. Meanwhile, at the barbecue stall across the way, Zhang Matzi and a few of his unruly friends had arrived, indulging in skewers and beer. Zhang Matzi's eyes were fixated on Chen Meng, mentally calculating that, in a short span, Chen Meng had already earned 6 or 700 yuan. This figure was astonishing to him. Damn it. If you want to get rich, there's no chance, Zhang Matzi mused. Brothers, the owner of Chen's spicy crayfish over there has a grudge against me. Shall we go over and stir up some trouble? Chapter 39. Zhang Matzi looks for trouble brother. Zhang Matzi, Chen Xiaomei suddenly exclaimed, pointing in alarm at something behind Chen Meng. Turning around, Chen Meng indeed saw Zhang Matzi, swaying as he approached, flanked by several idle ruffians. He had long heard that Zhang Matzi was well connected with the local delinquents, and it appeared to be true. This newcomer did not seem friendly. Chen Meng placed a reassuring hand on his younger sister's shoulder, signaling her not to be afraid, and smiled at the approaching Zhang Matzi. Well, what a surprise to run into you here. Indeed, I find it quite remarkable too. I caught a glimpse earlier and thought it resembled you, but I couldn't believe it. What brings you to set up a stall in the county? Zhang Matzi remarked, a smirk playing on his lips as his gaze casually swept over the customers' tables. I am at a loss. Poverty has gripped my family, and we are burdened with an overwhelming debt, Chen Meng remarked with a hint of resignation. Why are you spending money to purchase those worthless items in the village? I see now you intend to sell them to these oblivious city folk. Zhang Matzi's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Instantly, the patrons turned their heads to regard him. What are you looking at? A bunch of fools, Zhang Matzi sneered, while a few thugs behind him glared menacingly at the customers, ready to unleash a torrent of insults. The patrons, sensing the hostility, quickly averted their gazes, heads bowed in submission. Chen Meng furrowed his brow, addressing Zhang Matzi. Tell your friends to speak respectfully. This is my stall. If there are grievances, let them be directed at me, not my customers. How bold of you, boy. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? A bare-chested thug lunged forward, finger pointed accusatorily at Chen Meng. The law grants me this courage. What of it? Do you intend to strike me in front of all these witnesses? Don't underestimate me. If you injure me, you not only face imprisonment, but will be left destitute. If you kill me, your life is forfeit. Which path will you choose? Chen Meng replied coldly. The thugs, accustomed to cowing others, were taken aback. They had not anticipated that a mere vendor would dare to confront them. What lineage does this fellow hail from? Zhang Matzi derided. Just a petty scoundrel from my village, nothing but a fraud and a thief. So, they were of the same ilk, which explained his audacity. Typically, without deep-seated enmity, thugs seldom squabbled amongst themselves. For a moment, the bare-chested thug hesitated, unsure whether to challenge Chen Meng or retreat. Zhang, it seems Chen Meng is in a predicament. Should we intervene? He Zhuang whispered. Let us observe for now. Did you not hear how Chen Meng appears unafraid of those thugs? Though his words may be coarse, they indeed have a certain weight, Zhang Luer replied calmly. He Zhuang, are you meddling unnecessarily? Did you not hear how that thug referred to Chen Meng as merely a lowly scoundrel? Is it worth wasting emotional energy over such a base character? Sun Ming remarked nonchalantly. He Zhuang's expression stiffened, a flicker of displeasure crossing his mind. This fellow's narrow-mindedness was evident. Zhang Luer had merely expressed a modicum of admiration for Chen Meng, and Sun Ming seized the opportunity to belittle him. Does a lowly scoundrel truly strive so hard to earn a living? I find that hard to believe. My intention was merely to extend a favor to Chen Meng. Perhaps he could be of assistance in the future. Nevertheless, if Zhang Luer chooses not to aid him, then so be it, he replied coolly. Is it truly necessary to extend a favor to such a trivial vendor? Sun Ming's tone dripped with sarcasm. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Luer furrowed her brows, casting an annoyed glance at Sun Ming. The latter felt a jolt of realization, suddenly aware of his folly. He regretted his words. After all, He Zhuang was Zhang Luer's bodyguard and driver, and perhaps he understood her unspoken sentiments better than anyone else. Meanwhile, Zhang Matzi, seeing his friend cowed by Chen Meng's bravado, sneered, Since when did a scoundrel like you concern himself with the law? It's utterly laughable. Zhang Matzi, if you have business, then speak to it. If not, do not impede my trade, Chen Meng retorted. Chen Meng lost his patience. It was evident that this fellow was seeking trouble. A warm smile seemed futile. So he decided to cast aside pretense. Do you still wish to conduct business? With a heart as black as yours, any decent person would turn away. Do you even know what it is that you are consuming? This is called Lego, a delicacy once feasted upon by the Japanese invaders on rotting corpses. Therefore, in our village, not even for free would anyone indulge in the shameless Chen Meng. He merely spent 5 cents to have the village children catch them, and then resold them to you for 15 per pound. Tell me, Is he not a deceitful merchant? Zhang Matzi bellowed, pointing at Chen Meng. Instantly, all diners felt a wave of nausea, their eyes filled with indignation directed at Chen Meng. Boss, at 5 cents apiece. This pound can hardly contain more than 20. The cost is merely 1 yuan, yet you sell it to us for 15. This is simply outrageous. Even the table occupied by Zhang Luer displayed discontent. Sun Ming, reveling in the misfortune, murmured, "This fellow is indeed unscrupulous. The maximum profit margin for our restaurant is only 100%, and he has already exceeded 1,000. Seizing the opportunity, he added, "This scoundrel's cunning is even more petty than a woman's." However, even He Zhuang, usually indifferent, found Chen Meng's actions somewhat unscrupulous. Chen Xiaomei, witnessing Zhang Matzi's remarks plunging her elder brother into a dire situation, was consumed with worry. Yet, Chen Meng remained unfazed, sneering, "Ignorance is truly terrifying." Lego, scientifically known as Procambarus clarkii, is a type of freshwater economic shrimp, renowned for its delectable flesh. It has a diverse diet, consuming both flora and fauna, and its origin is not in Japan, but in Europe. The notion that it was brought by the Japanese to feast on decayed flesh is merely a rumor. To take such gossip as truth is the hallmark of a fool like you. But if its origin is in Europe, how did it arrive here? Zhang Matzi retorted. It was initially introduced to the southern coastal regions to combat algal blooms and gradually made its way to our locale. Is there anything more you need to understand? Allow me to enlighten you, so you may avoid further embarrassment in the future, Chen Meng taunted. Zhang Matzi, now crimson with anger, shot back. You think your word is law? Do you take everyone for fools? If you are a fool, then that is your affair. Do not drag others into it. Those who can afford crayfish are successful individuals, societal elites. Do you think they are as ignorant as you? My claims are substantiated. Feel free to investigate. Chen Meng chuckled coldly, inadvertently elevating the status of the patrons. The listeners felt a sense of comfort in this elevation, and moreover, no guest considered themselves a fool. Thus, they unconsciously began to believe Chen Meng's words, unwittingly aligning themselves against Zhang Matzi without realizing it. No matter how one might argue, the stark reality remained. Selling Lego, which cost only 1 yuan, for 15 per pound was indeed an unscrupulous act. Zhang Matzi gritted his teeth in resentment. Indeed, selling something that costs 1 yuan for 15 is exceedingly greedy. Let us see how you rationalize this. Everyone turned their gaze back to Chen Meng. Chapter 40, The Master of Debate. A cost of 1 yuan? You speak quite simply. Yet it merely amounts to taking advantage of what remains unknown to others for the time being. Do you believe that within a few days, the price of this commodity will soar dramatically? At that point, will the price of my shrimp rise accordingly, or will it not? Engaging in business without a shred of foresight is futile. One might as well remain at home, tilling the land, Chen Meng remarked with a cold smirk. Even those who are not in the business realm could grasp Chen Meng's implication. It was nothing more than a veiled admission of utilizing prior knowledge to temporarily secure some benefits. While other patrons may not fully comprehend Chen Meng's words, Zhang Luer nodded in agreement. Had she been in his position, she would have acted similarly. After all, the crayfish business is uniquely lucrative, and if she were the sole proprietor, she would undoubtedly set a high price. How absurd. You are merely distorting the facts. Failing to clarify the true nature of your unscrupulous business practices, Zhang Matzi scoffed. Why the haste? Allow me to calculate for you. Even if, as you assert, 1 pound of shrimp costs merely 1 yuan to procure, the initial processing requires half a barrel of cooking oil. Setting up a stall here demands yet another half barrel. Thus, one would need a full barrel of oil each day, priced at 25 yuan. This calculation is based on a usage of 40 pounds of shrimp, translating to an additional cost of 0.6 yuan per pound, not to mention the expenses for gas. At minimum, one would require a canister of gas daily, which costs 200 yuan, with each can of gas priced at 45 yuan. Without even accounting for the canister's cost, the gas alone adds 1.2 yuan to the expense per pound. Chen Meng spoke fervently, parched, and taking a sip of water. Zhang Matzi seized the opportunity to interject. That only amounts to 3 yuan in total cost. I have not finished speaking. Why do you interrupt? Have you devoured your own words? Chen Meng retorted. My sister and I wake at dawn to catch crayfish, and we labor until nightfall, often missing meals and lacking time for a midday rest. Once the processing is complete, we travel over an hour to the county to sell our goods. Not to mention, our wages alone. Let's say 300 yuan per month for each of us, total 600 yuan for both. Averaging that out, It comes to 20 yuan a day, adding another 5 yuan per pound. Alongside various spices and ingredients, we can estimate the cost at 5 yuan per pound. Thus, the total comes to 5 yuan per pound. Chen Meng articulated passionately. His tongue felt raw, realizing it was merely 5 yuan. You are truly heartless, he lamented. Damn Zhang Matzi, forcing me to waste countless brain cells pondering this. Yet, to the ears of the patrons, a profit of merely 10 yuan per pound did not seem excessively greedy. Who knows? Zhang Matzi countered with a smirk. Currently, civil servants earn only 300 a month, and urban workers barely make that. You, who cannot even read. How can you justify a monthly wage of 300? You have no idea. When I say 300, that is already an underestimation. Do you know how to process shrimp to eliminate sand? My sister and I meticulously scrub each one by hand. With thousands of shrimp. Do you realize how long that takes? We toil to the point where our backs can barely straighten, suffering unbearable pain, relying on painkillers for relief. Compared to other costs, health is an invaluable expense, Chen Meng exclaimed angrily. Brother, that seems a bit exaggerated. It's exhausting, yes, but not to the extent of requiring painkillers. Chen Xiaomei murmured, her head bowed, stifling a laugh. These matters are trivial. The most significant cost lies here. Chen Meng lifted a jar, revealing a thick, dark red concoction within, prompting curiosity among the onlookers. He continued, this is a sauce I've meticulously crafted using 81 distinct special spices. This small bottle required an entire pot of herbal broth simmered for 5 hours to yield such a modest amount. The cost of this tiny vial is approximately 500. Sufficient for only 5 days, translating to a daily expense of 100. On average, this adds nearly 3 yuan to the cost per gene of the dish. Furthermore, I pay the landlady 20 yuan in rent daily, and I offer each guest a complimentary bottle of beer. You can do the math. With a selling price of 15 yuan per gene for the crayfish, how much profit can I possibly make? At best, it amounts to less than 5 yuan. We toil tirelessly, commuting an hour to the county to conduct our business, earning merely a few yuan per gene. If this still qualifies us as unscrupulous merchants, then I have nothing more to say. Chen Meng spoke with a mix of indignation and calmness, and there was not a soul present who doubted his words. Suddenly, his declaration turned the tables, rather than perceiving him as a rogue traitor. The crowd felt a tinge of sympathy for the siblings. Their relentless labor for a meager profit of 2 or 3 yuan per gene of shrimp seemed almost merciful. However, Zhang Matzi remained unconvinced, scoffing at the notion that a small bottle of sauce could possibly cost 500 yuan. Believe it or not, I stand by my word. The various ingredients and methods for preparing spicy crayfish are clear to anyone with a discerning eye. You are all welcome to try making it yourselves. If your version surpasses mine, I will dismantle my stall and cease my business henceforth, Chen Meng asserted, his words ringing with conviction. The last vestiges of doubt among the patrons vanished. One person stood up, pointing at Zhang Matzi, and exclaimed, "Are you just a glutton with nothing better to do? Even if the crayfish were cheaper, I would willingly pay 15 yuan per gene. What concern is it of yours?" Another chimed in, "Exactly. If you can't afford it, don't eat it. I know you're part of the crew from the barbecue stall across the street, envious of old Chen's thriving business, trying to sabotage him. Get lost. If you utter another word, I'll call the police to deal with you," someone warned. The patrons rose in solidarity, defending Chen Meng and leaving Zhang Matzi and his cohort speechless. Those who could afford 15 yuan per gene for crayfish were certainly not ordinary folks. They might even have connections within the police force. Provoking them could lead to unforeseen consequences, and it wasn't worth the risk. Fine, Chen Meng, you are sharp-tongued. I cannot outwit you this time. But mark my words, I will have my revenge. Zhang Matzi spat before retreating with his group, their tails between their legs. Thank you, everyone, for your unwavering support. Tonight, all the beer is on me, Chen Meng expressed gratefully, clasping his fists in appreciation. Old Chen, with such loyal friends. You should not be so stingy with the beer. Why not waive the cost of the crayfish as well, treating us all to a feast? Another suggested. You are all successful individuals, big bosses not in need of a few trivial coins. I, however, still aspire to save money to marry a wife, Chen Meng chuckled sheepishly, eliciting hearty laughter from the crowd. The earlier tension dissipated like a fleeting shadow. In order to maintain a facade, is it easy for me? Not far off. Jean Luer observed a glimmer of brilliance in Chen Meng's eyes. This individual was not only a marketing genius, but also a master debater. deftly transforming a crisis into a personal showcase of eloquence. Impressive. Miss Jean, just now Chen Meng mentioned that the crayfish should be cleaned one by one. I will certainly try it when I return, Wu Daba hurriedly remarked. Even if one knows how to cleanse the sand, what truly matters is that bottle of sauce. Jean Luer let out a cold snort, realizing that her recent research had been in vain. It seemed there was only one path to acquiring the secret recipe of Chen's crayfish. Chapter 41. In a narrow confrontation, the brave prevail upon returning to the barbecue stall. Zhang Mozi and his companions wore sullen expressions. The bald owner of the stall, aware of their defeat, contemplated, these gentlemen. The Chen family has grown accustomed to arrogance. In just a few days, they have bullied my brothers quite enough. Their background appears formidable, so perhaps it is best to let it go. I shall offer these gentlemen some skewers and beer to ease the tension, avoiding any further conflict with him. After all, he was merely a second-rate local, devoid of any substantial standing. Today, with so many people around, it would be unwise to act. I shall wait for an opportunity to confront him. Zhang Mozi could hardly swallow this indignation. Damn it, I have never lost face so thoroughly. From this moment on, anyone with the surname Chun is not only your enemy, but also that of my brothers. I propose we wait until he closes up and ambush him on his way home. How dare a country bumpkin come to the county town and act recklessly? If we do not teach him a lesson, how will we survive in the future? Zhang Mozi's companions were seething with anger, cursing and plotting to deal with Chen Meng shortly. The bald owner listened with a sense of glee. It seemed that the Chun fellow was doomed for daring to encroach upon his business. Brother, be cautious. I am familiar with those ruffians. They are ruthless and unyielding. Having suffered humiliation before so many, they will surely seek vengeance. I suggest you refrain from returning home tonight and stay in the city instead, He Zhuang advised during the bill settlement. Thank you for your concern, brother He. Rest assured, I am well aware of what I must do. Chen Meng replied with a smile, handing over the packaged crayfish to He Zhuang. He Zhuang, sensing Zhao Zilong's apparent fearlessness, thought to himself that this fellow might have been prepared all along and chose not to say more, taking the crayfish and departing. Before long, all the patrons had left the stall. Chen Meng and his younger sister swiftly cleared the tables and benches, tidying up in preparation to depart. Brother Chen, please wait a moment before leaving, the shopkeeper's wife approached. What is it, Sister Zhou? Do you have something to discuss? Not exactly. My brother will be arriving shortly to escort you home. Those individuals who sought trouble with you are not well-intentioned, and I worry for your safety on the way back. The shopkeeper's wife expressed. Instantly, Chen Meng was taken aback, feeling a warmth in his heart. Although he understood that the shopkeeper's wife was motivated by the considerable benefits his stall had brought her, he still appreciated her sincere concern. Yet, he feared that her brother might not be a benevolent figure either. Otherwise, knowing their ill intentions, she would not have suggested he be escorted by him. This was quite a favor indeed. Chen Meng, unwilling to incur any debt, smiled and said, It's nothing, Sister Zhou. I am not defenseless. Besides, Zhang Mozi and his companions just faced a setback. They may think twice before confronting me. Brother Chen, please don't leave. My brother is on his way, she exclaimed. In the meantime, Chen Meng had already mounted his bicycle, taking his younger sister with him. Observing this from the barbecue stall, Zhang Mozi quickly gathered a few friends and gave chase. The stall owner, witnessing the unfolding scene, was filled with anxiety and hurriedly grabbed the phone to page her brother. In the 1990s, the nights in county towns were sparsely populated outside the central areas, nearly devoid of pedestrians. The streetlights were dim, lacking the brightness of future times, and there were no surveillance cameras as abundant as they would later become. Consequently, during this era, crime rates soared while the resolution rates remained dismally low. Walking on the streets, one could easily encounter robbery. Single women dared not venture out alone past 9 o'clock. Chen Meng pedaled furiously, resembling a shadow flitting through the night. Suddenly, the roar of a motorcycle pierced the air. Brother, Zhang Mozi is catching up. His younger sister, alarmed, tightened her grip around Chen Meng's waist, her hands trembling. Chen Meng felt a weight in his heart. Indeed, the audacious Zhang Mozi dared to pursue him. It seemed that a fierce confrontation was inevitable. Thus, Chen Meng decided to halt his bicycle. Sister, no matter what happens, do not rush to my aid. If you refrain from intervening, they may not trouble you. He instructed solemnly. I'm going to fight them with you, Chen Xiaomei replied, her eyes reddening at her brother's serious tone, as if he were making arrangements for a final farewell. Listen to me. Don't make your brother worry, all right? Chen Meng said. placing his hands on her shoulders with a grave expression. Chen Xiaomei nodded in compliance. Chen Meng discreetly withdrew a watermelon knife from his satchel, a precaution he had prepared 2 days prior against potential trouble from the barbecue stall owner. Little did he expect that Zhang Mozi would be the first to confront him. With a screeching halt, Zhang Mozi and his entourage arrived, 3 motorcycles and 6 men surrounding Chen Meng. "You clever little dog. You know you can't outrun us. So you chose to stop," Zhang Mozi sneered, his gaze icy. "Just a moment ago, you were so arrogant. Now, kneel and call me grandfather. Perhaps I will consider sparing you." The burly man who had previously sought trouble with Chen Meng now glared fiercely at him, leaping off his motorcycle and advancing. The others followed suit, encircling Chen Meng. He positioned himself in front of his sister, retreating step by step, one fist clenched while the other remained hidden behind him. "How dare you hide? Come here," Zhang Mozi shouted. "Chen Meng, I advise you to kneel and apologize. Considering we are from the same village, I might plead with my brothers to let you off this time, otherwise." Zhang Mozi's sinister grin widened as the 6 men approached in a crescent formation, drawing ever closer. Just as the burly man reached out towards Chen Meng moved, his fists swinging fiercely, releasing a cloud of dust. The 3 ruffians at the forefront were caught off guard, all covering their eyes and screaming in agony. "It burns." Chen Meng did not anticipate the effectiveness of his ambush. Brandishing his watermelon knife, he charged forward and struck. However, he was not blinded by rage and did not deliver a fatal blow. His first strike landed on a bare-chested brute, creating a deep gash on his arm, blood gushing forth. Subsequently, Chen Meng turned his attention to the other 2 thugs, who were momentarily blinded by the pepper dust. Zhang Mozi and the remaining 2 thugs, though not affected by the pepper, were stunned by the sudden turn of events and took a few seconds to react. They roared in fury and drew their machetes, rushing towards Chen Meng. At that moment, having already wounded 3 of the ruffians, Chen Meng saw Zhang Mozi and his companions charging at him. He quickly rummaged through his backpack and scattered its contents. However, the 3 were prepared. They shielded their eyes and were not blinded, brandishing their machetes as they advanced on Chen Meng. It was 1 against 3. Chen Meng's heart raced. Yet he understood that retreat was not an option. Otherwise, not only would he risk his own life, but his little sister would also be in danger. Therefore, with a mighty roar, he charged forward, determined to face them head-on, for in a narrow encounter, victory favors the brave. Suddenly, the distinctive flashing lights of a police car appeared. "Retreat! The police are here!" Zhang Mozi shouted, and the 6 men jumped onto their motorcycles, fleeing swiftly. Chen Meng continued to swing his knife instinctively, but missed, stumbling and nearly losing his balance. "Brother, are you all right?" Chen Xiaomei screamed, rushing to support the gasping Chen Meng. Then, she let out another shriek. "Blood! Brother, you're bleeding profusely." Upon closer inspection, she noticed a long, deep cut on Chen Meng's arm, blood gushing forth. And tears sprang to her eyes as she cried, "Brother, let us go to the hospital. It's nothing, just a minor wound." "They are hurt much worse than I am," Chen Meng replied with a grin. Yet, as he smiled, the corners of his mouth twitched with pain. He was intentionally reckless, thinking that perhaps death might allow him to return. However, the enemy was not proving to be formidable. As they spoke, a minivan with flashing police lights pulled up in front of them, screeching to a halt. A man stepped out, briskly approaching Chen Meng and sizing him up. "Are you Chen Meng? I apologize for my tardiness. You are Zhou Jie's brother, correct?" Chen Meng recognized the man's features, which bore a resemblance to Zhou Jie, and suddenly understood. "Yes, I am. My name is Zhou Qing, and I work as a community assistant at the police station. You seem injured. Let me take you to the hospital." Community assistants emerged in the late 1980s and early 1990s when police forces were insufficient and the Public Security Bureau began recruiting young men to assist the police. They were not officially employed and were considered temporary workers. However, during the 1990s, these temporary workers held significant authority, despite their lack of formal status and relatively low wages. No wonder he refrained from using the siren. He likely wished to avoid drawing too much attention. Due to his status as an auxiliary police officer, it is generally not permissible for him to drive a police vehicle alone. "My injuries are not severe, Brother Zhou. Thank you for hastily coming here. I shall forever be grateful for your kindness," Chen Meng expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Regardless of Zhou Qing's motives for rushing over in the dead of night, especially alone, this act of goodwill deeply moved Chen Meng. Why say such things? My sister speaks highly of you and appreciates your care during this time. Given my privileged position, it is only right that I assist you in resolving some troubles, though regrettably, I have arrived late. Before we discuss anything else, your wounds require stitches, otherwise, an infection could lead to significant complications. We should head to the hospital, Zhou Qing suggested. All right, I will heed your advice. Chen Meng nodded in agreement. Without further ado, Zhou Qing opened the car door, stowed the bicycle inside, and, along with Chen Meng and Chen Xiaomei, rushed to the hospital. Upon arrival, he utilized his connections to procure a doctor for Chen Meng. He did not leave immediately, but chose to wait while Chen Meng received stitches. Brother Zhou, I truly apologize for the inconvenience of making you wait so long, Chen Meng said politely. There is no need for thanks. I have not been of much assistance. By the way, those individuals from this evening, they posed no significant threat, did they? Zhou Qing inquired. There shouldn't be any major issues. They are likely in a situation similar to mine. Chen Meng understood the implication. If matters were grave, it would be challenging for him to explain. Then that is reassuring. Should anyone inquire, simply deny it. However, I doubt that those individuals will report it, considering they instigated the confrontation. You would merely be acting in self-defense. Zhou Qing reassured him. Hearing this, Chen Xiaomei, who had been anxious about her brother possibly facing incarceration, finally relaxed, relieved that all was well. As they conversed abruptly, Chen Meng's gaze fixed upon something, and he exclaimed, Teacher Xia, what are you doing here? Xia Ying, cradling a child and feeling disoriented, turned at the sound of her name and was equally astonished to see Chen Meng. What brings you here? I sustained a minor injury to my arm and came for stitches. And you? Chen Meng instinctively concealed his arm, not wishing to reveal the truth and leave a negative impression. My child has been running a high fever, and I brought her to the rural hospital for examination. The doctor advised me to come to the county hospital, but they, too, were unable to ascertain anything, merely prescribing some fever-reducing medicine, Xia Ying explained sorrowfully, her face reflecting her fatigue. Chen Meng then realized, So, you have been at the county hospital for 2 days? Yes, I was waiting for a senior specialist. But he has been unavailable and requires an appointment. I was at a loss for what to do, so I stepped out for some fresh air, intending to seek out the specialist again tomorrow. I did not expect to encounter you, Xia Ying lamented, lowering her gaze to her feverish child, whose face was flushed and drenched in sweat, tears welling up in her eyes. Ignoring his own injury, Chen Meng stepped forward, feeling the child's forehead, which was indeed burning. Noticing how heavily Xia Ying was burdened, he quickly offered, Let me hold her. You should rest for a moment. Thank you, Xia Ying, her arms weary and aching, readily handed the child over to Chen Meng. As the child settled into his arms, Chen Meng raised an eyebrow, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Brother, you've just had stitches in your arm. Be careful not to burst the wound. Let me hold the child. Chen Xiaomei approached and said, It's nothing. Just a scratch for a grown man. Chen Meng shook his head, compared to the profound sense of intimacy he felt while holding the child, which brought him closer to Xia Ying. This minor pain was utterly trivial. Only then did Xia Ying notice the bandage wrapped around Chen Meng's arm, already stained with blood. She quickly insisted, You should give the child to me. You're injured. Let us not argue. Give it to me, the younger sister interjected, snatching the child away. In the midst of this, Xia Ying inadvertently brushed her fingers against Chen Meng's hand, and both recoiled as if shocked, their eyes darting towards one another, colliding in the air before swiftly averting. Blush. Xia Ying's delicate face flushed. Chen Meng scratched his head awkwardly, his heart fluttering with joy. Could it be that Xia Ying felt something for him, given her bashful demeanor? Brother Zhou, if all is well, I shall take my leave, Zhou Qing remarked, noticing Chen Meng engrossed in conversation with someone familiar, entirely oblivious to his presence. Apologies, Brother Zhou. I ran into a fellow villager and got carried away. Chen Meng hurriedly apologized. Zhou Qing cast a glance at the radiant and beautiful Xia Ying, instantly struck by her charm. It was rare to encounter such a lovely woman in the countryside, and naturally, one would wish to converse longer. He chuckled awkwardly, I understand. It's getting late. I'll take my leave. If anything arises, just speak to my sister. She will call me. As Chen Meng looked at Zhou Qing, he recalled how his earlier comment had prompted the haughty on-duty doctor to expedite his stitches. An idea suddenly struck him. Brother Zhou, I have a favor to ask you. What is it? Xia Laosher's child has been running a high fever that won't subside. We've been waiting for 2 days, and still haven't secured an appointment with a specialist. Do you know anyone who could help us get a consultation? The delay could lead to serious issues, Chen Meng explained. Zhou Qing hesitated. In the eyes of ordinary people, his status held weight, but among medical experts, it was of little consequence. However, there might still be a way, albeit with some risk involved. He pondered whether it was worth the effort. Brother, please lend a hand. I, Chen Meng, will surely repay you in the future. Chen Meng gazed earnestly at Zhou Qing, considering his elder sister's assessment of Chen Meng. Zhou Qing believed he would indeed rise to great heights. Otherwise, why would he be so kind as to pursue assistance? He nodded and said, I'll give it a try, though I can't guarantee success. Regardless of the outcome, I will be grateful for your help, Brother Zhou, Chen Meng replied. Zhou Qing smiled and then headed to the doctor's station. Just as he departed, Xia Yingying hurried over, her excitement palpable. Chen Meng, can your friend really secure an appointment with a specialist? I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see, Chen Meng responded, observing Xia Yingying's weary face, clearly lacking rest. He comforted her. Don't worry. Little Meow will be fine. If we can't get a specialist tomorrow, I'll accompany you to the city hospital. Thank you, Xia Yingying said, her eyes for the first time revealing a hint of tenderness towards Chen Meng. Just moments ago, Chen Meng's subservient demeanor towards Zhou Qing stirred an unexpected tremor in Xia Yingying's heart and brought a prickle to her nose. Over the years of knowing Chen Meng, she had never witnessed him yield to anyone. Yet today, before her eyes, he had bent low, and it was for her sake. An outsider exhibited more kindness towards her than her own in-laws, which profoundly moved Xia Yingying. Thank you. I am willing to help you, she thought. Chen Meng discerned the unprecedented flicker of tenderness in her gaze, igniting warmth within him as he finally pried open the door to her heart. Sensing the slightly aggressive glint in Chen Meng's eyes, Xia Yingying's cheeks flushed, her chin resting delicately between her prominent peaks, which made Chen Meng envious. He mused that if he could transform into her chin, he would be utterly content. An unusual tension seemed to blossom in the air. Chen Xiaomei glanced at her elder brother and then at the downcast Xia Yingying, a shadow of unease crossing her mind. Her brother was once again entangled with teacher Xia. She resolved to put a stop to their burgeoning connection before it led to trouble. Just as she was about to speak, Zhou Qing returned. Chen Meng hurried over. Zhou Ge, how did it go? At last, I have fulfilled my promise. I managed to secure an appointment with the specialist for tomorrow, Zhou Qing replied, handing Chen Meng a slip of paper with a smile. Thank you, Zhou Ge, Chen Meng exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Beside him, Xia Yingying's eyes glistened with tears of excitement. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Do not thank me. If gratitude is due, it should be directed towards Chen Laodi. I merely did this out of regard for him, Zhou Qing remarked. Having served as a deputy police officer for many years, Zhou Qing had encountered all manner of people. He could discern that Chen Meng harbored an interest in this woman. Since he had already extended a kindness, he might as well deepen Chen Meng's debt. He would let Chen Meng bask in the credit, confident that he would be immensely grateful. Yet, he wondered about his sister's judgment. If she misjudged her, all his efforts would be in vain. The favor of Brother Zhou must be acknowledged. Once the child recovers, I will treat both you and teacher Xia to dinner, Chen Meng said, scratching his head with a grin. This lad was indeed a master at courting women, seizing every opportunity. Zhou Qing nodded knowingly. All right, I accept your proposal. Thank you, Brother Zhou, Chen Meng replied, his delight evident as he beamed. Between men and women, such is the nature of relationships, as they draw closer, their bonds naturally strengthen. It is getting late. I shall take my leave now. Should anything arise, inform my sister, and she will relay it to me, Zhou Qing stated. I'll see you off, Chen Meng insisted, escorting Zhou Qing to his vehicle. Only then did he turn back. Brother, is Zhou Qing the younger brother of Sister Zhou? He seems genuinely nice. Had it not been for him tonight, you would have been in danger, Chen Xiaomei remarked. Ahem. Chen Meng shot a warning glare at his younger sister, signaling her to refrain from speaking carelessly. If Xia Yingying were to learn of his violent past, the faint goodwill she had just begun to feel would swiftly dissipate. Indeed, Chen Meng, Zhou Qing is quite warm-hearted. Once Xiao Miao's condition improves, find a time, and I will treat him to dinner, Xia Yingying added, acknowledging Zhou Qing's amiable nature. However, whether his intentions were genuinely altruistic remained debatable. Otherwise, why not directly provide him with a pager number instead of contacting him through Sister Zhou? In essence, Zhou Qing had not regarded Chen Meng with the seriousness he deserved. Merely out of consideration for Sister Zhou, he agreed to assist him. However, this favor had grown substantial, and it would inevitably need to be repaid. Chen Meng nodded. suggesting they could discuss it later. It was already quite late, and he needed to find accommodation. Tomorrow's specialist appointment was early, and returning home only to rush back would be impractical. I'll just sleep in the hospital corridor. I've managed this way for the past couple of days, he stated. That won't do. Just look at yourself. You appear utterly worn out. If you endure another night like this, I fear you might fall ill again before Xiao Miao recovers. Chen Meng insisted. There are inns nearby. You should book a room for the night. It won't delay your appointment with Xiao Miao tomorrow. No, I can endure. She replied stubbornly. Enough of this nonsense. If I say it won't do, then it won't, Chen Meng interjected, taking the child from her grasp and striding away. With no choice but to follow, Xia Yingying felt helpless, the child firmly in Chen Meng's possession. My brother actually intends to stay at an inn with teacher Xia. Goodness. He can't possibly think of spending the night with her, she thought, horrified at the potential scandal that would ensue. Outside the hospital, several inns lined the street. Chen Meng casually selected one and, upon entering, loudly declared he wanted a room. Brother, you surely don't intend to share a room with teacher Xia, do you? Chen Xiaomei interrupted quickly. Xia Yingying's cheeks flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and irritation as she shot Chen Meng a glare, seemingly blaming him for suggesting they share a room. Little sister, what nonsense are you speaking? This room is for teacher Xia to rest. Once she's settled, we must return. Chen Meng replied, bemused. I would be amenable, but it requires teacher Xia's consent. That's more like it, Xiaomei murmured, feeling relieved. Xia Yingying, however, was momentarily taken aback. It was past midnight, and he still needed to return to the village. He had delayed his departure solely for her sake. Otherwise, he would have been home resting by now. Upon entering the room, Chen Meng assessed the accommodations. While far from comparable to modern hotels, it was relatively clean. The conditions are a bit rudimentary, but you can manage, he remarked. Having a place to sleep is sufficient. You should rest early as well. Tomorrow you need to see Xiao Miao, she replied. Yes, you two should return soon. It's dark. Be cautious on the road and ride slowly to avoid accidents. Xia Yingying advised, her voice barely above a whisper. This was the first time in 2 years she had expressed concern for a man, and the subtle intimacy of the moment made her heart race and cheeks warm. Understood. After I leave, ensure all doors and windows are locked. If someone knocks in the middle of the night, do not open the door, Chen Meng cautioned before reluctantly departing. Standing at the door, Xia Yingying lingered until his silhouette faded from view, preparing to close the door when she suddenly heard Chen Xiaomei's voice from afar. Brother, do you truly like teacher Xia? You seem so reluctant to leave. Why not stay the night with her? I can return alone. What kind of talk is that? Xia Yingying's face turned beet red, only to hear Chen Meng's characteristic mischievous chuckle. I would, but it requires teacher Xia's agreement. Xia Yingying's face flushed even more, and she huffed softly. How shameless. In a hurried manner, she shut the door behind her and collapsed onto the bed, her heart racing like a startled deer. Who would have thought that her very first experience of a hotel stay would be alongside Chen Meng? Chapter 44. An allure that even a bath towel cannot conceal upon returning home. It was already past 1 in the morning. Her parents had long since retired for the night, which brought Chen Meng a measure of relief. He was concerned about the injury on his arm. If his parents were to notice it, who could predict their reactions? After a brief wash-up, they each retired for the night. The following day, at the break of dawn, Chen Meng rose with an eagerness that could hardly be contained, even before his parents had stirred from their slumber. Quietly, he slipped out the door, mounting his bicycle and heading straight for Xia Yingying's residence. A spare key had been left atop the doorframe, a precautionary measure established after an earlier incident where he inadvertently stumbled upon Xia Yingying while she was bathing, ultimately being cornered by Chao Guifang in the wardrobe. Xia Yingying, fearing that he might be locked inside by Chao Guifang, had thoughtfully informed him of the key's location. As anticipated, Chen Meng successfully located the key and stealthily entered Xia Yingying's bedroom. He opened the wardrobe and selected a set of clean clothes. Despite Xia Yingying having been away for 2 days, her delicate fragrance lingered in the air, enticing Chen Meng to inhale deeply. A faint light streamed through the window, and he noticed several pairs of underwear arranged neatly in the wardrobe, primarily in soft hues of pink and white. He mused that Xia Yingying, who prided herself on cleanliness, must be feeling quite uncomfortable after not changing for 2 days. Just as he was about to grab a set at random, he suddenly spotted a lacy piece tucked away in the corner of the wardrobe. Goodness, this was quite avant-garde. It was rare for even city dwellers to wear such garments, let alone someone from the countryside. Otherwise, Xia Yingying would not have concealed it in such a manner. To his surprise, she appeared to embody a cool exterior while harboring a passionate heart. How delightful! Chen Meng couldn't help but pick it up. Its silky texture and faint fragrance captivated him, and he found himself envisioning Xia Yingying adorned in it. The image of her voluptuous form, flawless and exquisite, instantly materialized in his mind. At that moment, the crowing of a rooster jolted him back to reality. He quickly composed himself. He needed to rush to the hotel, for time was of the essence. Grabbing a plastic bag, he placed the clothes inside and hopped onto his bicycle, heading straight for the county town. At 7 in the morning, Xia Yingying awoke. She first touched her daughter's forehead, relieved to find it less feverish than before. The doctor had taken pity on her the previous day and prescribed some antipyretics, which seemed to have taken effect. Elated, Xia Yingying got up to wash and prepare for the hospital visit. However, upon seeing her soiled clothes, she felt a sense of dismay. She was fastidious about cleanliness and made it a point to bathe daily, even in the harshest of snowstorms. She never wore the same underwear for more than a day. Yet this outfit had been worn for 2 days, and the sweltering heat had rendered it odorous. The discomfort it brought her felt akin to having lice. Given the limited circumstances, she decided to make do, prioritizing her daughter's health. With a sigh of resignation, she prepared to don her clothes. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Who could it be? Xia Yingying felt a surge of caution. She had heard tales of the chaotic environment in city hotels, where female guests often fell prey to unscrupulous individuals. Even though dawn has broken, she remains uneasy. It is I. Ah. Upon recognizing Chen Meng's voice, Xia Yingying felt an inexplicable thrill and promptly opened the door, only to find Chen Meng, drenched in sweat, standing at her doorstep. What brings you here? Chen Meng's eyes widened in surprise, taken aback by the rapid progression. So early in the morning, and she greets me in nothing but a towel. The scanty towel barely concealed Xia Yingying's alluring figure, as though the knot she wore at her chest could unravel at any moment. What's wrong? Noticing Chen Meng's dazed expression, Xia Yingying instinctively followed his gaze and let out a startled shriek, promptly slamming the door shut. Leaning against it, she gasped for breath, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How could she have forgotten to dress properly before answering the door? Thankfully, no one had witnessed this blunder. Otherwise, she felt she could never redeem herself. After hastily donning her clothes, she opened the door once more, her exquisite face still adorned with a rosy hue, unable to meet Chen Meng's fervent gaze. What brings you here? I brought you a change of clothes. You value cleanliness, and it has been 2 days since you last changed. Chen Meng's gaze inadvertently fell upon Xia Yingying's graceful form. What? How did you enter my house? Xia Yingying was taken aback. Don't you remember? That day, I was hidden in your wardrobe. Don't mention it. Xia Yingying shot him a glare, recalling the day he had seen her in her entirety, causing her heart to race with embarrassment. Hee, I won't say a word, just think about it. Seeing her blush, Chen Meng felt a surge of warmth. A beautiful woman could exude charm even with a mere roll of her eyes. He sensed that if he lingered any longer, he might be irrevocably ensnared by her captivating allure. How shameless. Xia Yingying, blushing deeply, snatched the clothes from Chen Meng's hands and said, You keep an eye on the child. I will be out shortly. With that, she hurried into the bathroom. Opening the plastic bag, Xia Yingying's heart trembled as she recognized the contents. This rogue had even retrieved this set of undergarments. Surely, he had seen everything in her wardrobe. Who knows what mischief he might have concocted? This particular set of lingerie had been worn only once, as she rarely dared to wear it. It was far too avant-garde. Humph. This scoundrel must have deliberately chosen this one for me to wear. Suppressing her shyness, she changed into the garments. For reasons unknown, the thought of her intimate attire having been touched by Chen Meng sent warmth coursing through her skin, leaving her covered in goosebumps. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she finally emerged from the bathroom, attempting to appear nonchalant. Instantly, Chen Meng's eyes widened in astonishment. He had deliberately chosen a sky-blue dress, a color reminiscent of the pure ocean, which not only accentuated Xia Yingying's beautiful curves, but also imbued her with an air of refined elegance. However, beneath this understated attire lay undisclosed secrets known only to him. Yingying, you are truly stunning. Yingying, is it not Teacher Xia? This fellow, indeed, was audacious in his familiarity. It was the first time Xia Yingying had ever been addressed so intimately. Even her late husband had never called her that. For a moment, a blend of annoyance and a gentle warmth enveloped her. She shot Chen Meng a glare and feigned a stern expression, saying, "You're acting like a rogue so early in the morning, spouting nonsense. Shouldn't you wash up first? You reek of sweat. Is that so?" Chen Meng raised his arm to take a whiff and, indeed, was met with the pungent smell of his own sweat. Embarrassed, he shuffled into the bathroom. As he removed his shirt and prepared to shower, he suddenly noticed a piece of lingerie tossed carelessly in the sink, evidently left there by Xia Ying, who had not yet had the chance to wash it. How could a woman's intimate garment be so carelessly discarded? I suppose I should tidy it up for you. Chapter 45. Who cares about you? A misguided sentiment. It was a disaster. The clothes he had just changed out of had not been washed and were now in plain sight. He had certainly seen them. He might even use them for mischief. The very thought made Xia Ying uneasy, and though she contemplated knocking on the door multiple times, she hesitated. What if he misconstrued my intentions? Never mind. Considering he arrived in such a state, enduring his injuries and drenched in sweat, merely for my sake, I suppose I can let him have this small advantage. Perhaps I am overthinking it. He might not be as bad as I imagine. Indeed, he has been showing a commendable change lately, working hard to earn money and pay off debts. As the saying goes, a prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. If I were to chastise him now, it would undoubtedly dampen his newfound enthusiasm. Finding solace in her own rationalizations, Xia Ying felt a flutter in her heart that she could not suppress, her gaze frequently darting toward the bathroom door. Finally, the bathroom door creaked open, and Chen Meng emerged, wrapped in a towel. His robust physique, though not sharply defined, was undeniably fit, and his sun-kissed skin bore a healthy tan. This was the first time Xia Ying had seen another man's body aside from her late husband, causing her cheeks to flush. "Why aren't you dressed?" I forgot. I'm just used to it." "My apologies," Chen Meng replied sheepishly while drying his hair. "Used to it? Does this rogue frequently rent rooms? What could a grown man possibly do in such places?" The implications were clear. A flicker of displeasure crossed Xia Ying's mind, prompting her to huff coldly before hastily entering the bathroom. She glanced at the sink and was astonished to see her clothes had been washed and hung up to dry. Her face turned crimson. "How could you touch my clothes?" "They were dirty, so I took the liberty of washing them for you," Chen Meng replied nonchalantly. Xia Ying's anger flared. "What's wrong?" Chen Meng feigned innocence. Would she suspect anything? No, surely not. "I rinsed them thoroughly several times," he thought, sniffing the air. "There's no odor. Nothing." Xia Ying initially intended to scold him for touching her intimate garments, which even a husband should refrain from handling. But recalling that Chen Meng had actually washed her clothes, something her late husband had never done, her heart softened. This fellow is surprisingly attentive and considerate of women. As I ponder, my gaze softens. Yet, I must hasten to don my garments, lest I be seen in an unseemly state. Chen Meng, having dressed, reemerges to find Xia Ying already prepared, cradling a child and awaiting him. Upon his appearance, she emits a derisive huff, refusing to acknowledge him, and strides forward, absorbed in her own thoughts. "Ying, what troubles you? Do not call me Ying. Are we so intimately acquainted?" Xia Ying abruptly halts, casting a fierce glare at Chen Meng. "Keep your distance. Do not follow me." Chen Meng's awkward smile fades, his fervent heart doused as if plunged into icy waters in the dead of winter, leaving him chilled to the core. How disheartening it is to have warmth met with indifference. It seems women are all the same. He had believed that after all he had done, she might at least feel a semblance of gratitude. Yet, it appears that once her needs were met, she no longer recognized him. With a self-deprecating twitch of his lips, he watches Xia Ying exit the hotel, before reluctantly trailing behind her. Everyone possesses a sense of pride, and he is no exception. What of the goddess? When he caters to her, she is a goddess. When he does not, she remains a goddess nonetheless. A wave of despondency washes over Chen Meng as he realizes that, regardless of the era, the impoverished are perpetually at the mercy of the unattainable. Just days prior, he had resolved to let go of his feelings for Xia Ying. However, upon seeing her at the hospital the previous night, her eyes brimming with loneliness and vulnerability, his instinct to protect surged anew, rekindling a heart thought extinguished. Yet, that euphoric moment was fleeting, and her demeanor grew once more cold and indifferent. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the depths of the sea. One cannot fathom their thoughts. Xia Ying, while walking ahead, discreetly observes Chen Meng's lagging figure. Realizing he has not kept pace, she understands that her earlier words were perhaps too harsh, wounding his pride. But who could blame him for being so familiar with the hotel, accustomed to wandering about half-clad? How infuriating. It seems she is even unaware that jealousy lurks within her. Is that not Widow Xie? Zhang Matzi, accompanying several injured companions to the hospital, spots her emerging from a roadside inn, only to soon see Chen Meng following suit. What a revelation. These two have indeed become entangled, lodging together at the inn. A surge of envy and resentment courses through Zhang Matzi, igniting a furious indignation within him. How could that wretched woman, who should be beneath him as the son of the village chief, choose to share a room with a penniless wretch? Matzi, what troubles you? Where is Chen Meng? By heaven, it truly is him, that son of a dog. I shall rally the others. Today, we shall see him brought down. This is a hospital, bustling with people. Do you wish to find yourself in jail? Zhang Matzi restrains a few impulsive companions. The previous night, 6 of them had surrounded Chen Meng, only to suffer a crushing defeat. 4 were injured, while he and 1 other escaped unscathed. Fearing the police, they had hidden away, enduring the night in pain and trepidation, only daring to seek medical attention once they saw no officers had come to their door. As Zhang Matzi seethed with anger once more, he thought, damn it, my brothers endured a night of suffering. And this wretched scoundrel is indulging in revelry with a woman at a hotel. This grudge shall be repaid, sooner or later. Chen Meng caught up with Xie Yingying at the hospital entrance. Although he felt disheartened by her cold demeanor after his warm approach, he had resolved to adjust his attitude. Their initial rapport had been quite pleasant. Upon seeing his expression darken, Xie Yingying trembled slightly, a sight that exuded an air of authority. No longer could he afford to be subservient, lest she develop an air of entitlement. What are you following me for? Xie Yingying asked, a flicker of joy in her heart despite her frosty exterior. You must be exhausted carrying the child. Allow me to take over, Chen Meng said with a smile. No need. Your arm is injured. I can manage, she replied. By the way, you didn't get your wound wet while showering, did you? Be careful of inflammation. No. Yingying, thank you for your concern. Who is concerned about you? How presumptuous, she retorted, her cheeks tinged with pink as she quickened her pace. Ah, concern is concern. There's nothing to be shy about, Chen Meng thought, his spirits lifting as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. It was not that he wished to be a sycophant. Rather, he felt that the goddess in his heart could not be resisted. Chapter 46. The subtle charm of anger. Yingying. I brought you some buns and soy milk. Please have a bite, Chen Meng said as he approached, breakfast in hand. Beads of sweat adorning his forehead. Witnessing his flustered state stirred something tender within Xie Yingying. He helped her by standing in line, paying, and bustling about, even running off to procure breakfast for her. All of these gestures ignited within her a profound sense of care, especially in her moment of vulnerability when even her in-laws were absent. Only he stepped forward. Heaven knows how moved Xie Yingying felt at the sight of Chen Meng's dedicated efforts, so much so that she felt an overwhelming urge to lean against him and weep, to confide in him her weariness and the comfort of having someone to rely on. Aren't you going to eat? She asked, her gaze softening, bright as sunshine. Chen Meng's heart surged, and his fatigue dissipated as he took the child from her. You eat first, I'll hold little Meow. All right, she replied without pretense. Genuinely hungry. For 2 days, she had been on edge, worrying about her daughter's illness, scarcely having a decent meal, and only managing to nibble in the corridor at night, leaving her utterly drained. Last night, however, she had enjoyed a good rest. Her daughter, too, was likely hungry. As Xie Yingying ate, she fed her daughter simultaneously, observing a happy family of 3, the man cradling the child. Smiling at the woman feeding their little one, evoked envy from others in the corridor. Upon overhearing their comments, Xie Yingying's cheeks flushed. She glanced at Chen Meng, and their eyes met briefly before she quickly looked away while he let out a chuckle. The laughter deepened her blush, and she shot him a mock glare. A charming blend of irritation and allure. That subtle anger tugged at Chen Meng's heart, sending shivers through him. Yingying, please don't be so hot and cold. It would be wonderful if things stayed this way. Bah, how shameless. Who has been hot and cold with you? Xie Yingying, unable to bear such intimate words, quickly lowered her head and retorted. Hee, I must say, I prefer the current you. That's your concern, it doesn't affect me. So, does that mean you've accepted my fondness for you? If I disagree, would that mean you cannot like me? Men are indeed all the same, cold-hearted and ungrateful. Xie Yingying seemed to be irked. Chen Meng was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a grin. Xia Yingying's words implicitly suggested that regardless of my agreement, you must still harbor feelings for me. He. She had already begun to gradually accept me. It was just that she had yet to realize it herself. After finishing breakfast, they found a long queue at the specialist clinic. The two resumed their idle chatter. I heard you've recently taken up business? What kind of business? Xia Yingying, while taking care of the child from Chen Meng, glanced at his wound, which seemed to be oozing again. Does your injury hurt? It did hurt quite a bit. But your concern has made the pain vanish instantly, Chen Meng replied with a smile. Such smooth talk. Xia Yingying rolled her eyes. Even when she rolled her eyes, her beauty shone through. If you keep babbling nonsense, I shall ignore you. Although she secretly enjoyed his playful banter, she feigned anger, fearing others might misconstrue their relationship as improper. Chen Meng hastily interjected, All right, I won't say more. I've set up a stall in the city, selling crayfish. Is that truly in demand? I thought Chen Xiaomei was joking. Xia Yingying expressed her surprise. In truth, these are delectable. But the ignorance and superstitions of our people have led to unfounded fears. How's the business? Not bad. I can earn 200 to 300 yuan a day. That is quite a sum. You must work diligently and save up to pay off your debts. Xia Yingying's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing he earned more in a day than her monthly salary. It was incredible. Perhaps this man truly had turned over a new leaf. In this era, the concept of business was still foreign to many, as the prevailing belief honored labor. Teachers, government officials, and factory workers held secure jobs. Those who ventured into business were often deemed idle. Of course, aside from repaying debts, I also intend to save for a wife. Chen Meng couldn't help but tease again. What are you staring at? It's perfectly normal to marry at your age. Xia Yingying felt her heart race under his gaze. Was he hinting at confessing his feelings and a future with her? Indeed, I am not young anymore. My parents are waiting for grandchildren. Oh, so you also hold a preference for sons? Xia Yingying felt an inexplicable disappointment. Isn't one son and one daughter ideal? Chen Meng replied with a glimmer in his eyes. That's your affair. It has nothing to do with me. Xia Yingying's heart trembled again, and she hastily averted her gaze from Chen Meng's piercing stare, wondering what he meant. One son and one daughter. Was he referring to the little one? Did he expect her to bear him a son? What nonsense is this? Lost in her thoughts, someone called her name. Xia Yingying hurriedly entered the doctor's office, cradling the child, with Chen Meng following closely behind. Doctor, please help me. My daughter has been running a fever for 3 days, and it shows no signs of subsiding, Xia Yingying said anxiously. Do you have any examination reports? Let me take a look. The doctor, a man in his 60s, appeared quite experienced. Yes, Xia Yingying quickly handed over the test results from the past 2 days. The doctor examined them closely, furrowing his brows and scrutinizing the details. Aside from this particular item, everything else seems fine, he pointed out. What does this item pertain to? The blood index is slightly elevated, though not alarmingly so. It may be related to the fever. When a person has a fever, certain indices can be a bit higher. However, it is not a major concern, the doctor explained. Xia Yingying felt a surge of relief. Could it be that her daughter merely had a common fever? But why? After 3 days and taking medication, did the fever persist? Not all high fevers respond to standard antipyretics. I will prescribe some more effective fever-reducing medication for you to try. If the fever continues, we can conduct a more thorough examination, the doctor said as he wrote out a prescription. Meanwhile, Chen Meng furrowed his brow. Doctor, we've been waiting in line for 2 days. Can't you conduct a more detailed examination? A few casual words are not sufficient. What if the child truly has a serious issue? How can you speak like that? This is our hospital's most renowned pediatric expert. Surely, his word is not to be doubted? The assistant physician retorted, clearly offended by Chen Meng's remarks. I do not doubt the expert's opinion. But given that there is an elevated index, shouldn't we clarify the specific cause before reaching a diagnosis? The health of a child is paramount, and as doctors, you should understand this better than I, Chen Meng insisted. Why are you arguing? If you do not trust my diagnosis, feel free to seek another opinion. The elderly doctor reprimanded Chen Meng sternly, effectively dismissing him. Chen Meng wanted to say more, but Xia Yingying stopped him, firmly pulling him out of the doctor's office. Let's follow the doctor's advice. Take the medication for a couple of days, and if it doesn't work, we can go to a larger hospital in the city. All right. I will listen to you. Let's go get the medicine and then head home. Chen Meng nodded. Chapter 47. A frenzy to catch shrimp at the village entrance. Chen Meng stopped his bicycle. You should walk back alone to avoid drawing attention from the villagers and their gossip. Okay, Xia Yingying replied softly, but she hesitated. as if she had something more to say. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm leaving now, Xia Ying said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she cradled her child. Chen Meng chuckled, sensing a hint of reluctance in her demeanor, which brought him immense joy. Hearing Chen Meng's signature mischievous laugh behind her, Xia Ying felt her face heat up. Was her affection too obvious? She stopped in her tracks and turned to glare at him. What are you laughing at? Nothing, nothing. You should hurry home. It's hot. Don't get heat stroke. You take care too. Make sure to treat your wound promptly to prevent inflammation. I know. If you need anything, come find me, anytime. I won't come looking for you, Xia Ying huffed, and upon seeing a villager approaching from a distance, she hurriedly lowered her head and walked away. As Chen Meng observed the delicate steps and swaying hips, his heart surged with warmth. It became apparent that such ambiguous sentiments were far more stirring than mere visual allure. To conquer the heart of a woman as proud and cultured as Xia Ying would indeed yield a greater sense of achievement than simply obtaining her physical form. Enveloped in these musings, Chen Meng pedaled homeward on his bicycle. Upon his arrival, he found his parents absent and his younger sister already engaged in preparing crayfish. Sister, why have you only caught so few? Zhao Zilong inquired, astonished to see that she had gathered barely 20 pounds. There are throngs of people catching crayfish everywhere. It's a frenzy. The waterways have been nearly depleted. I felt too embarrassed to trespass into others' fields, so I only collected a few from our own. Mom and Dad are still out helping, Chen Xiaomei replied, wiping the sweat from her brow. Taking a brief respite, she asked, Brother, did you go to see Teacher Xia early this morning? Yes, it's inconvenient for her to take the child to the doctor alone, so I offered my assistance. Chen Meng nodded in affirmation. But brother, we agreed not to associate with Teacher Xia anymore. How could you forget? What if someone sees? His sister protested, visibly displeased. Previously, she believed her brother unworthy of Teacher Xia. However, her perspective had shifted dramatically, leading her to think that a widow like Teacher Xia was not suitable for him. Her brother should seek a bride akin to Lu Yejia, a young lady who was both beautiful and financially capable. Rest assured, no one will see us. And this meager catch is hardly sufficient, Chen Meng furrowed his brow. Indeed, ever since Mom revealed the secret yesterday, many have been surreptitiously catching crayfish to sell. At this rate, there will hardly be any left in our village for business, his sister lamented. Historically, every household had rice fields, and the ditches were abundant with crayfish. For years, no one had consumed them, resulting in their overpopulation. One could easily catch dozens of pounds in a single ditch, yet today proved to be notably challenging. It's not as if they will be completely exhausted. These creatures breed rapidly, and the warm weather is conducive to their growth. Tomorrow, no one will be out catching them, trust me, Chen Meng reassured her. It was merely that the villagers had heard of their market value and flocked to catch them for sale in the city, oblivious to the fact that, apart from Chen Meng, no one truly desired them. The siblings were conversing when their parents returned home, each carrying 2 buckets filled with crayfish. Meng, take a look and see if this is enough. If not, your father and I can go catch more, his mother, Zhao Huaihua, said. That's plenty, Chen Meng quickly affirmed. The combined weight exceeded 40 pounds. At this crucial moment, it was evident that one could always rely on family. Meng, it's all my fault. If I hadn't blurted out yesterday, there wouldn't be so many people catching crayfish today, Zhao Huaihua expressed her regret, fearing it might impact her son's business. Don't worry, Mom. Even if they take them out, no one will buy them. It's simply a waste, Chen Meng consoled her. Indeed. Who besides you would even consider preparing such things? His sister added. You're right. Had it not been for Meng, who would have known these could be eaten? Zhao Huaihua's apprehensions dissipated instantly. The family of 4 then gathered together to sort through the crayfish. This marked the first time that Chen Meng's parents had actively stepped in to assist him, filling him with unexpected joy, as it signified their gradual acceptance of his transformation and their support for it. After all, tangible money cannot be faked. The family shared laughter and conversation, creating a remarkably harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, someone entered the courtyard. Is old Chen home? It was old Yang. Come in quickly. Zhao Huaijia, upon seeing the visitor, hastily set aside her tasks and rose with a welcoming smile. Chen Dezhu, however, bore a cold expression and emitted an unfriendly grunt, showing no intention of standing. Chen Xiaomei merely raised her eyelids slightly, ignoring the newcomer altogether, primarily because this individual was one of the creditors who had assaulted Chen Dezhu the previous day. Uncle Yang has arrived. Please, come in and take a seat. Chen Meng also stood to greet him, offering a cigarette. Old Chen, I apologize for yesterday. Everyone was stirred up by Aunt Pang's instigation. If we truly wanted to press you for money, we would have done so long ago. Yang Duong explained awkwardly as he accepted the cigarette. We are all from the same village, and yesterday's scene was indeed unpleasant. Moreover, Chen Meng is no good fellow. If he roused his violent nature, it would be disastrous. Old Yang, you must have come for a specific reason. Let us discuss the matter directly. No need for frivolities. Chen Daju interjected, feeling somewhat gratified by the apology, which softened his demeanor. Well, you see, I heard that Chen Meng was catching crayfish to sell. My wife went out at midnight to catch some and asked me to sell them in the city. Unfortunately, no one wanted them, and it seemed a waste to throw them away. I brought them back to see if Chen Meng might want them for 5 cents each, Old Yang said, somewhat embarrassed as he opened the plastic bucket he was carrying. To Chen Daju's surprise, the bucket was filled to the brim with live crayfish. No, we can't sell that many in a day. We've already caught plenty today, he replied flatly. Everyone is eager to profit. Upon hearing that they could be sold, they nearly wiped out the creek's crayfish population. Now, to come seeking money from my family for something that can't be sold? Such a bargain is impossible. Regardless, your family will need to buy them eventually. You might as well take this bucket from me. These creatures perish immediately. They can be kept for a few days without issue, Old Yang said with a forced smile. Why not just return them to the creek? Xiaomei interjected suddenly. Xiaomei, your words lack consideration. The events of yesterday were indeed impulsive, yet the fact remains that your family owes money, Old Yang retorted, his mood darkening. 5 cents each, what's wrong with that? Did I catch poisonous crayfish? No one wants your catch because you assaulted my father yesterday, Xiaomei shot back, her cheeks puffing out in indignation. In the past, she would never have dared to speak this way, but after a few days of working alongside her brother, her confidence had unknowingly grown. Xiaomei, how can you speak to Uncle Yang like that? Chen Meng admonished her, noticing her continued defiance. He signaled her to quiet down and turned back to Old Yang with a smile. Since you've brought it up, I will take the crayfish. But only the live ones. I have no use for the dead ones. Very well, that is acceptable, Old Yang replied, visibly pleased as he quickly counted the live crayfish, 400 in total, with several dozen deceased. Chen Meng readily handed over 20 yuan to Old Yang, saying, Uncle, let's call it a day. Please don't catch any more tomorrow. I can't handle that much. Old Yang, thrilled with the money, walked away. Brother, why do you accept his shrimp? The younger sister inquired angrily. If I don't take them, he'll just throw them back into the river. Wouldn't it be better for us to catch them without spending a penny? As soon as Old Yang left, the younger sister confronted him. Return them to the river? Sister, you underestimate human nature. If I refuse, he would rather kill the shrimp and discard them by the roadside than return them to the water, Chen Meng scoffed. But we can't spend money on them. What if we can't sell them? It would be a waste. Who said we need to sell them? We'll take them to teacher Xia's pond. I've already arranged to rent her rice fields and pond, Chen Meng explained. It would be a pity for them to die. We'll keep them in Xia Yingying's pond for now, and when we need them, we can catch them later. They will all be worth money in the future. And what about the dead shrimp? The chickens want to even eat them, she retorted. These shrimp are only recently deceased. With a little preparation, we can enjoy a grand meal for lunch today, Chen Meng replied with a grin. Just then, several villagers arrived with shrimp in hand. Old Chen, we ran into Old Yang, and he said you're collecting shrimp. My wife insisted on catching some to sell, but no one is buying. And it would be a shame to throw them away. Do you want them? I don't have much, just a dozen or so pounds. If you don't want them, I'll feed them to the chickens. Old Yang took some, so it wouldn't make sense for us to refuse, right? 5 villagers came, bringing nearly 200 pounds of shrimp altogether. Chen Meng's mouth twitched at their presumptuousness, as if it were his duty to accept their offerings. Even Zhao Huaihua, usually mild-mannered, couldn't help but lose her temper. No, if you want to give them away, do so, if money were so easy to make. These shrimp would have been extinct long ago. Uncle, that's not how it works. I only sell 30 to 50 pounds a day, making just a few cents per pound, and I still have to process it for you. If you suddenly bring me 200 pounds, I can't manage that. Wouldn't accepting them just mean a loss for me? Chen Meng sighed. How about 5 cents for 2? Consider it a favor, at least you'll find them useful. We'd just be wasting our efforts otherwise. With that logic, if they sell, would you give my brother a share? Chen Xiaomei interjected sarcastically, causing the villagers to turn red with embarrassment. Sister, don't speak to your elders that way. We're all from the same village. They've helped us before. Let us agree on 5 cents for 2. I'll accept them this one time, but it won't happen again, Chen Meng declared. Just this once. Who would be foolish enough to fall for Zhang Mozi's tricks again? Exactly. Whatever Zhang Mozi says from now on, we want to believe him, they echoed. Old Chen, your Chen Meng has changed greatly lately. It's a delightful transformation. A prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. Chen Meng, keep up the good work. Your uncle has faith in you. Several villagers spared no effort in flattering Chen Meng, eagerly watching him count his money. Once they received their share, they left with cheerful smiles, not even uttering a word of thanks. Brother, 100 yuan just vanished like that. It pains me deeply, the younger sister pouted, clearly dissatisfied. I share your sorrow. Alas, one must not appear ungrateful. Those 200 jin of shrimp would have been squandered by them anyway. If we place them in Teacher Xie's pond, they could potentially yield 3,000 yuan in the future. 100 versus 3,000. What's the better deal? Chen Meng chuckled. Of course, 3,000 is the wiser choice. Thus, dear sister, in business, one must possess foresight and strive to maximize one's benefits. Even if all the shrimp perish and we lose that 100 yuan, investing it to earn a favor from them is still worthwhile. In this world, everything can be negotiated. But the debt of gratitude is the hardest to repay. Chen Meng spoke fervently, his mouth dry from his passionate discourse. However, upon seeing his sister's vacant expression and dazed demeanor, his enthusiasm waned instantly. Brother, you make such compelling points, but what exactly does maximizing benefits entail? The younger sister, drooling slightly, scratched her head in confusion. Never mind, you wouldn't understand even if I explained. I'll handle the shrimp. You take these live ones and place them in Teacher Xie's pond. Chen Meng had lost interest in explaining further. It felt like talking to a wall. The lack of education was a significant barrier. He sighed, pondering how much his sister could grasp before his departure, leaving it to fate. With a heavy heart, he picked up the dead shrimp and headed to the kitchen. An hour later, a fragrant pot of spicy crawfish was served at the table. The Chen family, having tasted it once before, was already drooling in anticipation. I'll go buy some beer. The younger sister eagerly volunteered. Let me do it. Chen Meng interjected as he quickly made his way outside. Sensing something amiss, the younger sister followed him, only to discover her brother stealthily carrying a small bowl of shrimp. He was undoubtedly delivering it to Teacher Xie. How typical of him. One can't teach an old dog new tricks. Meanwhile, Xie Yingying had just lulled her child to sleep and was preparing a simple meal for herself before taking a moment to rest. She planned to visit the school in the afternoon, having taken a half-day off, uncertain whether Wang Dalong would seize the opportunity to make things difficult for her. Just as she changed into her loungewear, she noticed Chen Meng sneakily entering. Startled, she rushed to greet him. What brings you here in broad daylight? Are you implying I should come by tonight? If so, I'd be more than willing. Just keep the door open for me. Chen Meng quipped with a mischievous grin. How dare you talk nonsense upon arrival, without any semblance of propriety? Xie Yingying's cheeks flushed. This rascal always twisted her words, seizing every chance to tease her until her face burned with embarrassment. Chen Meng, captivated by Xie Yingying's attire, simple yet charming. A blue floral blouse paired with matching shorts that showcased her long, elegant legs, lost himself in admiration. Yingying, your legs are truly beautiful. In the future, you should consider wearing pants or long skirts. Why would I do that? I don't wish to be the center of attention. You simply enjoy being difficult. I'm not yours, Xie Yingying retorted, her cheeks reddening once more. A wave of joy surged within her heart. This rascal truly possessed a domineering nature. Yet, a man ought to be somewhat assertive, unlike Chen Dong, who was perpetually submissive and only heeded his mother's words, showing no respect towards his wife. What merit is there in that? Sooner or later, she would belong to me. Chen Meng chuckled softly, noticing Xie Yingying's brows furrow in irritation. He hastily thrust a shrimp into her hand. Haven't you ever eaten crayfish? I specially prepared a non-spicy batch for you. Give it a try. Do you even know how to cook? Xie Yingying asked. Her curiosity piqued as she lifted the plastic covering from the small bowl, revealing a collection of plump, crimson shrimp exuding an irresistible garlicky aroma that made her mouth water. How do I eat this? I'll teach you, Chen Meng said, peeling one and bringing it to her lips. Xie Yingying was startled, quickly turning away and reaching out to take it. However, Chen Meng sidestepped, declaring, If you don't eat it, I won't leave. You're quite the scoundrel, Xie Yingying exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her heart racing. Chen Meng resolutely sat down, refusing to budge. If anyone were to witness this, she would be beyond redemption. Biting her lip, she glared at Chen Meng, her heart pounding in her chest, realizing that she had no choice but to comply. After all, it was just a shrimp, and no one was watching. Moreover, it was he who was insisting, not her. Seeking solace in her own reasoning, she opened her rosy lips and accepted the shrimp he offered. The brief moment of suction sent a jolt through Chen Meng, as he beheld Xie Yingying's glistening eyes and flushed cheeks, panting, "Yingying, let me hold you." Chapter 49. This woman may not come in peace, absolutely not. Xie Yingying gasped, springing back as if propelled by a spring, eyeing Chen Meng warily. "Don't overstep your bounds. It's broad daylight, and the door is wide open." "Then I shall close the door," Chen Meng replied. "You promise not to force me. If you do, I won't resist. At worst, I'll lose face in the village, and it will be the end of me," Xie Yingying said, disappointment lacing her words. Her statement seemed to freeze Chen Meng in place, leaving him motionless. The wave of wicked thoughts receded, yet a lingering sense of disappointment remained. "I'm sorry. I let my impulses get the better of me," he murmured, feeling guilty for having bullied her. Her disappointment reflected in his eyes stirred an unexpected pang of guilt within her. Remembering Chen Meng's kindness and respect towards her, even having seen her vulnerable, made her heart tremble. Lowering her gaze, she said, "If you truly care for me, focus on making a good living and being a decent person. The future holds endless possibilities." "Really?" Chen Meng's eyes sparkled with newfound determination, as if invigorated. "I will strive to earn well and be a better person, so that one day you will willingly give yourself to me." "Do as you wish. I have said nothing," Xie Yingying replied, her heart racing at his promises, feeling embarrassed for her own words. "Oh dear, what have I just said? How shameless of me." This is akin to giving him a promise. "Well then, enjoy your meal. After you finish, take some time to rest. You must be exhausted these past few days." "I'll take my leave now," Chen Meng said, turning away with a satisfied grin. As she watched his cheerful silhouette fade away, Xie Yingying gently touched her flushed face and muttered under her breath, "This scoundrel. His skills in charming women are unparalleled. He is undoubtedly a seasoned offender. I must refrain from granting him too many smiles and instead spur him on, lest he soon reveals his true nature once more." On the way to the convenience store, Chen Meng felt as though his steps were buoyant, his heart brimming with pride. "With my advanced techniques in courting women, what woman could possibly evade my grasp?" Though Xie Yingying is steadfast and well-mannered, her experiences are limited to the men of this era, honest but simple. Even if some possess a few tricks, they cannot compete with my flamboyant tactics. Heh. It won't be long before Xie Yingying willingly becomes my woman. In that future, she will manage the household while I provide for us, and we shall have a child, build a modest villa with our earnings, and eventually purchase a car. Ah, what a blissful life it would be. Suddenly, the dreamlike smile on Chen Meng's face faltered, his steps faltering as he stood still, murmuring to himself, "Ultimately, I must return. If I have stirred Xie Yingying's heart, what will become of her in the future? Or perhaps, remaining here would not be so bad. With decades of knowledge at my disposal, I could become a wealthy magnate in this world. With a beautiful wife and children by my side, a most enviable existence. Returning to my original world would mean remaining a mere troublesome pauper, a solitary soul." For the first time, Chen Meng's heart wavered. After purchasing some beer, he returned home. The atmosphere was filled with familial warmth. Yet Chen Meng found no joy in his meal. After dinner, he began to prepare some crayfish. Regardless of whether he stayed or left, his debts must be settled. Life, after all, must continue. As the preparations were completed, the sun began to set. Accompanied by his younger sister, he made his way towards the county town. "Brother, look." His sister suddenly pointed at the roadside, exclaiming in shock. Chen Meng halted his bicycle to see heaps of dead crayfish, emitting a foul stench. "Sister, am I mistaken? These people are truly ruthless. They would rather kill them than return them alive to the river. How cruel." Chen Xiaomei's tone was despondent. "Brother, you mentioned this in the morning, but I didn't believe it. I always thought our fellow villagers were kind-hearted and would never commit such acts." Now, the evidence lay before them. Such is human nature. It cannot bear to see others prosper. However, do not dwell on it too much. Most villagers are still good-hearted, and a few wicked individuals can be understood. Chen Meng chuckled, pedaling his bicycle onward toward the county town. Upon arrival, Sister Zhou, the owner of the convenience store, immediately approached him, grasping his arm and inquiring, "How serious is it? Did you require stitches?" "It's just a few stitches. I'm fine and can still work." Chen Meng waved his arm. "That bald man is truly despicable. Everyone should mind their own business. What have you done to provoke him? Sister Zhou grumbled, casting a glance filled with disdain towards the barbecue stall across the street. There are always a few bad apples. It's nothing unusual. By the way, Sister Zhou, I must thank you. Had it not been for your brother arriving in time, I would have faced dire consequences last night. Chen Meng expressed his gratitude. I heard from my brother that by the time he arrived, you had already sent that group of ruffians packing, Sister Zhou remarked, her thumb raised in admiration. I didn't realize you were so formidable. At a critical juncture, when it is a matter of either my life or theirs, extraordinary potential often emerges. Chen Meng chuckled. Sister, while I support your endeavors, I still hope you will choose the righteous path and refrain from engaging in direct confrontation with them. If anything arises, do inform me, and I shall have my brother handle them, Sister Zhou remarked. Thank you, Sister Zhou. I will certainly speak up if the need arises, Chen Meng nodded. A mere auxiliary officer does not possess significant deterrent power. Furthermore, the bond between Chen Meng and Zhou Qing has not yet reached such a level. Otherwise, Zhou Qing would not need him to intervene. She could have dealt with the bald-headed individuals herself. Relationships, after all, are built on the foundation of mutual respect and understanding. As the tables and chairs were arranged properly, the establishment began to welcome patrons. Chen's spicy lobster, having gained notoriety through word of mouth over the past few days, is now well known. Many are aware that a branch of Chen's spicy lobster has opened at the central square of the county, renowned for its delicious and spicy flavors, albeit at a premium price. Nevertheless, it serves as an excellent venue for entertaining friends and flaunting one's taste. Brother, 6 tables are no longer sufficient. We should purchase a few more tomorrow, the younger sister remarked while wiping the sweat from her forehead. Given the current crowd, 80 pounds of shrimp may prove inadequate. Indeed, I shall visit the small commodities market tomorrow morning, he replied. Sister, if you are tired, you may rest. There is no need to remain beside the guests. This is a casual eatery, not a high-end restaurant. Chen Meng, noticing how the sweat had dampened her hair, felt a pang of concern. Guests paying a premium of 15 per pound should not have to pour their own drinks. That would be quite improper. Besides, brother, you often teach me that in the catering industry, the quality of the dishes comes first and service second, Chen Xiaomei said. You seem to remember quite well, he replied. Of course, I understand you are instructing me in business. Should you venture elsewhere to earn great wealth, I will remain here, continuing to run the stall. Although my skills may not surpass yours, by ensuring excellent service, I too can earn a living, Chen Xiaomei smiled. Chen Meng gazed at her innocent smile, sighing inwardly. Foolish sister, once I leave, I shall never return. At that moment, He Zhuang arrived, shouting from afar, Little brother, why do you look bruised? Do you want me to vent my anger on your behalf? He Go, I cannot afford to owe you any favors. By the way, why are only you and Miss Zhan here today? Where are the others? Chen Meng inquired with a smile. His gaze drifted past He Zhuang to Zhan Luer, who stood a short distance away, wearing a white dress and exuding an air of aloof elegance akin to a peerless lotus. As he observed her, she too cast her gaze upon him. This time, she was not as distant. She smiled warmly at Chen Meng, her smile akin to a stunning white lotus blooming in the night sky, captivating and radiant. Chen Meng felt a momentary pause in his breath. This woman, it seems, does not come with benign intentions. Chapter 50. Zhan Luer's pursuit of Chen Meng. They have business today, He Zhuang stated. What shall we eat? With so few people. Let's order 3 pounds. Very well, He Go. Please take a seat. It will be ready shortly. Chen Meng called out, and subsequently instructed his sister to bring 5 bottles of beer before he busied himself. 15 minutes later, the lobsters were served. Chen Meng observed He Zhuang and the woman named Zhan as they began to eat leisurely, occasionally glancing back at him, seemingly deliberating over some matter. Zhao Zilong was fully aware of the situation. Yesterday, he publicly revealed the method for preparing crayfish, and the secret sauce in his possession was undoubtedly the key element. Today, the plump chef failed to make an appearance, making it evident that there was no hope of learning from him. It was unclear what purpose the individual surnamed Zhan had for coming today. Guests arrived sporadically, and after several rounds of seating, a few tables lost their patience and left directly. It appeared that tomorrow would necessitate the purchase of additional tables, while the trend had yet to catch on. Any profit would be welcome. He toiled until 11 o'clock, and by then, most guests had departed. Suddenly, He Zhuang beckoned Chen Meng over. Chen, come here for a moment. What is it, brother? Chen Meng approached. Sit down. My boss wishes to speak with you. He Zhuang indicated a chair. Chen Meng was not particularly surprised. He had anticipated this, recognizing that the woman had come with ill intentions. He chuckled as he sat down. Brother, don't think that if I eat a couple of crayfish, you'll let me off the hook. Huh. Ha ha. He Zhuang was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. You little miser, I've taken care of your business for several days, and it's just 3 jin of crayfish, costing barely a dozen yuan. What's the harm in letting you dine for free? A dozen yuan, brother Where's the good fortune in that? Yesterday, you heard me calculate that each jin costs over 10 yuan, Chen Meng exclaimed. Enough. My boss is also in the catering business. You might fool others. But you won't fool my boss, He Zhuang replied with a grin. Ah, so Manager Zhan is in the same industry. My apologies. Chen Meng seemed genuinely surprised. Kid, stop pretending. I don't believe you can't see through this, He Zhuang said, exasperated. What am I supposed to see, brother I have no idea what you're talking about. Chen Meng feigned ignorance. Keep up the act if you wish, He Zhuang sighed. Meanwhile, Zhan Luer appeared quite intrigued by Chen Meng, observing him closely. Naturally, Chen Meng was also scrutinizing her. Up close, he realized the extent of her beauty, her large eyes, long lashes, petite nose, and perfectly sculpted face, with skin so delicate it seemed to be porcelain. This exquisite combination resembled a doll from a comic book, striking in its perfection. Standing at 1.6 meters, she was of average height, and though her figure was not as voluptuous as Xiaoying's, it was perfectly balanced, embodying a charming beauty that exuded an air of noble elegance, giving off a distant and aloof vibe. Humph! Zhan Luer let out a cold snort, seemingly displeased, and her willow-like brows furrowed. Ahem, brother, you shouldn't stare so intently at Manager Zhan. It's impolite, He Zhuang quickly advised. She is your Manager Zhan, not mine. If she can gaze at me directly, why should I not return the gaze? Chen Meng countered. This left both He Zhuang and Zhan Luer momentarily speechless. In this era, with the rapid economic rise, the disparity between the rich and poor had naturally emerged. The old-fashioned notion of equality, where everyone was seen as equal regardless of status or wealth, was gradually fading away. The distinctions between social classes had begun to manifest and were gaining prominence. Zhan Luer is a woman of wealth, blessed with beauty, which naturally has led others to elevate her status, instilling in her a sense of superiority. Suddenly, she finds herself in the presence of someone who does not indulge her, and she struggles to adapt. It is quite inappropriate for you to gaze at her so intently, especially since she is a woman and your guest, He Zhuang remarked. Is merely looking at her a sign of disrespect? Respect is inherent, not merely verbal. I was simply captivated by President Zhan's stunning beauty and glanced a moment longer. If that is deemed disrespectful, then perhaps it would be wise for President Zhan to wear a mask when she goes out. Otherwise, she will encounter many who, like me today, may not show her the respect she deserves. Chen Meng chuckled. This fellow is undoubtedly an expert in flattery, crafting compliments for women with such creativity. Any woman would likely be charmed rather than offended. Indeed, He Zhuang observed Zhan Luer's lips curve into a smile and gestured for him to refrain from arguing. With keen interest, he inquired, having watched me for so long, what else have you discerned beyond beauty? Shall I truly speak? Chen Meng replied. You see, President Zhan has enjoyed a privileged upbringing, hence her delicate skin. That is not entirely accurate. Any young girl possesses tender skin. Zhan Luer seemed a touch disappointed. Therefore, I surmise that President Zhan hails from a well-to-do family, possibly the offspring of officials or wealthy merchants. Even in a working-class household, it is rare for a girl not to lead a pampered life for years, resulting in delicate features. Chen Meng continued with a grin. Is that so? Zhan Luer queried, casting a doubtful glance at He Zhuang, who nodded in affirmation. Very well, you have one point right. Please, carry on, she encouraged. President Zhan has excelled academically since childhood, ranking among the top students. How did you deduce that? Zhan Luer was taken aback. Because you attended an art institution. From the moment you arrived wearing a cheongsam, it was evident that this was likely your first visit to a street-side eatery. In this day and age, even office workers seldom don such attire, except for those in the arts. Moreover, your consistent, meticulous grooming exudes an air of pride, elegance, and poise, setting you apart from those around you, almost ethereal. Yet, you happen to be the boss of Higo, which leads me to presume you are a graduate of an art school, and that business is not your true calling. Likely a case of following in your family's footsteps. This indirectly affirms your affluent background, for in this era, Attending an art school necessitates both academic prowess and a substantial financial foundation. Am I correct? Chen Meng smiled, observing Jean Luer's astonishment. Noticing her wide-eyed expression, he couldn't help but boast further. Additionally, you exhibit remarkable self-discipline, as evidenced by your physique. Despite indulging in late-night snacks and beer over the past few days, you maintain an excellent complexion, indicating that you prioritize fitness, likely influenced by health-conscious elders in your family. Impressive, my friend. You truly possess a remarkable insight. Managing a modest stall seems beneath your talents. Would you consider joining me? This is precisely the purpose of her visit today. Chen Meng cast a glance at Jean Luer's well-proportioned, yet curvaceous figure and remarked, Miss Jean, does this endeavor truly suit you? Chapter 51. Young lady, you underestimate me. What is inappropriate about it? If you desire it, why not? Jean Luer replied confidently. I do wish to, but is it genuinely feasible? What role would the police play in this? With He Zhuang watching closely, Chen Meng dared not continue jesting and said, I apologize, Ms. Jean, but I am not one to abide by constraints. I find it quite uncomfortable to be subservient. However, in a different context, I would not mind assuming a subordinate position under you. Listen to my terms first. To be frank, I am the proprietor of Yuno Restaurant. The flavor of your spicy crayfish dish is remarkably unique. Having lived for 25 years, I have encountered many culinary delights. Yet this dish is unlike anything I have ever seen. The current state of Yuno Restaurant is far from satisfactory. Thus, I am seeking a transformation. I have set my sights on your dish and have previously tasked my chefs with studying it, but the results were disappointing. Therefore, I wish to propose a collaboration. I will offer 100,000 for your recipe, and you may assume the position of deputy general manager at my restaurant. As long as you do not err, I shall never terminate your employment. What say you? Jean Luer gazed at Chen Meng with unwavering confidence. 100,000. In an era where those earning 10,000 are considered affluent, and a square meter of housing in the county town costs merely 700, in the future, even the most coveted cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen will barely see prices exceed 2,000 per square meter. 100,000 is undoubtedly a staggering sum. Jean Luer indeed had reason to be confident. It was inconceivable that anyone would refuse such a monumental temptation. However, she was contending with Chen Meng. Mr. Jean, my small stall easily earns 200 to 300 a day. That amounts to over 10,000 a month and 100,000 a year. Is it not better for me to be my own boss and prosper? Why would I wish to work under you as a deputy general manager, earning merely 10,000 a month? Chen Meng chuckled. Jean Luer paused, realizing Chen Meng's reasoning held merit, her brow furrowing slightly. Then I shall raise my offer to 200,000. Do not dismiss my thriving stall. It is merely because no one has yet followed suit. Before long, I believe every corner of Qingshan County will be filled with stalls selling crayfish. The method of preparing this dish is not a secret, and your so-called special sauce can easily be replicated. You may deceive outsiders, but you cannot fool the leading figures in Qingshan County's culinary scene. Since you, Mr. Jean, are so aware of everything, why spend 200,000 to purchase my recipe? Are you not concerned that this money might be wasted? With the strength of Yuno Restaurant, as long as I seize the initiative, even with many imitators, I am confident I can capture over 50% of the market in Qingshan County. Within a year, I shall recoup my investment. This is the advantage of capital. It allows one to concentrate resources to expand operations and influence. If you were in my position, I assure you that not only in a year, but even in 10, you would struggle to make a significant impact. Jean Luer declared with authority. Chen Meng found her words quite discomforting. Young lady, you underestimate me far too much. I possess decades more of insight than you. Give me just 6 months, and I am confident I can establish Chun's spicy crayfish as the hallmark of Qingshan County. However, Chen Meng would not voice this sentiment. He merely smiled and said, I apologize, Mr. Jean, but I am currently not interested in collaborating with anyone. On the side, He Zhuang observed Chen Meng's repeated rejections of his boss's overtures with growing displeasure. With a stern expression, he remarked, Brother Chen, one must not be overly ambitious. It is only Mr. Jean's kindness that prevents others from resorting to unscrupulous means to seize your formula, or even forcing you into a position where you have nowhere to turn in Qingshan County. Do you believe that? I do. But brother you underestimate me. A small person has their own means of survival. If I were afraid of trouble, I would not have come to the county to do business. To put it another way, The formula is mine. If necessary, I can simply leave Qingshan County. I have plenty of opportunities elsewhere to prosper. Furthermore, since Mr. Zhang is confident he can develop a secret sauce on his own, he can certainly pursue that avenue without wasting 200,000, don't you think? Chen Meng stood up with a smile. Brother, you ought to recognize the good in others. He Zhuang's countenance darkened. Chen Meng's unyielding refusals offered no face to him. Before Chen Meng could respond, Zhang Luer raised her hand to halt He Zhuang, saying, "Let it be. Everyone has their own aspirations, and we cannot impose our will upon him. Then I shall thank Miss Zhang for her consideration of my business. Today's meal is on me." Chen Meng smiled and promptly returned to his stall. His younger sister had already noticed the altercation and hurried over, asking, "Brother, what happened?" "Miss Zhang wishes to purchase my formula, which I declined." "Ah, how could you do that? If they are capable, let them conduct their own research, seeing our business thriving. They attempt to seize it openly. These people are despicable. I had thought them to be good," Chen Xiaomei exclaimed angrily. "Little sister, I have long told you that no one is benevolent without reason. Now you believe me, don't you? However, there is no need to be upset. Miss Zhang is still a reasonable person. Had it been anyone else, they would have resorted to unscrupulous tactics long ago," Chen Meng replied with a smile. "Brother, do you think Miss Zhang might also employ cunning means to seize what is ours? If she dares to do so, I will confront her," Chen Xiaomei declared through clenched teeth. In recent days, earning several hundred a day had not only opened her eyes, but had also filled her with such joy that she would wake up smiling. The Chen family had endured poverty for too long. Finally discovering a path to wealth not only meant improving the lives of the entire family, but also ensured that her elder brother would not revert to a life of idleness and vice. To rob them of this opportunity would be akin to extinguishing the hope of the Chen family, a fate as grave as death itself. Little sister, do not dwell on such thoughts. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally find its way. There are many ways for me to earn money, if necessary. I will simply change my approach, Chen Meng reassured her with a smile. Shortly thereafter, He Zhuang approached and handed Chen Meng 50 yuan, saying, "Brother, for the meal." Brother, I said this meal is on me. My boss is not lacking in funds," Chen Meng insisted. He Zhuang, however, was adamant and pressed the money into his hand, sighing as he departed. "Brother, you have embarrassed me. It is not very honorable to act this way." Enough said. Watching He Zhuang's retreating figure, Chen Meng sneered. "What does it mean to be honorable? Selling the formula to you constitutes honor? Is it not the case that one must cater to the business guests, and that anyone who speaks can be entrusted with the formula? Is that what it means to be a person of discernment?" He understands that He Zhuang's intent in saying this is merely to instill a sense of guilt within him. However, he is not an unsophisticated bumpkin. It appears that this Director Zhang is still not ready to concede. Chen Meng furrowed his brow. He Zhuang's words are nothing more than a pretext for future engagements. Could it be that Miss Zhang would truly resort to unscrupulous means? Chen Meng's heart began to flutter. Despite his seemingly nonchalant demeanor, in this unfamiliar era, amidst a society that prioritizes economic development, the privileged class undeniably exists. Some matters, even if justifiable, can lead one into a predicament where neither heaven nor earth responds. Chapter 52. A midnight knock at the window upon returning to the village. As Chen Meng passed by Xia Yingying's home, he noticed a light still shining within, which filled him with joy. He stopped his bicycle and feigned a cough. Soon, he heard Xia Yingying's voice. "Who is out there? Is it Chen Meng?" "Yes, I'm back. It's so late, and Teacher Xia is still awake?" Chen Meng replied, attempting to maintain his composure. "I was just about to sleep." Shortly thereafter, the light in Xia Yingying's house dimmed. Haha. She must have been waiting for me to return before going to bed. She has been thinking of me all along. Chen Meng's heart soared with delight. Upon arriving home, he could hardly contain his happiness. His parents had long since retired for the night. Increasingly, they trusted that Chen Xiaomei could go out alone with Chen Meng. After a brief wash-up, they each retreated to their rooms for sleep. Lying on his bed, Chen Meng could not help but ponder the fact that Xia Yingying had stayed up for him. It made his heart race. Would she be unable to sleep at this hour as well? If I were to seek her out, would she open the door for me? Some thoughts. Once they take root, spread like wild grass nourished by spring rain, wildly proliferating. Unable to suppress his urges any longer, Chen Meng quietly slipped out, stealthily making his way to Xia Yingying's house, and gently tapped on the window. "Who is it?" came Xia Yingying's cautious voice from within. She was indeed still awake. Could it be that she, too, was restless with thoughts of me? Chen Meng felt a surge of delight and softly replied, "It's me." Inside, Xia Ying retrieved scissors from beneath her pillow, stealthily descended from her bed, and approached the window. Ever since her husband's passing, there had been countless instances of someone knocking on her window at midnight, even attempting to pry it open and climb inside. Each time, she had successfully frightened them away with her scissors. Xia Ying's body was taut with tension, ready for any intrusion, prepared to stab with the scissors at the slightest breach. Suddenly, upon hearing Chen Meng's voice, she shivered, causing the scissors to clatter to the floor. Embarrassed and angry, she exclaimed, "What are you doing knocking on my window at this hour? I couldn't sleep, and I wanted to see you. Have you lost your mind? If someone sees you, what will become of me? At this hour, how could anyone possibly see? Just open the window, and I'll leave after a glance." "No," Xia Ying replied resolutely. Afterward, silence enveloped the outside, leading her to wonder, had he departed? Xia Ying stood on her tiptoes, pressing her ear against the window. Yet she could hear not a single sound. However, her intuition told her that Chen Meng had not departed. In fact, she felt as though she could hear the rhythm of his heartbeat. Unbeknownst to her, her own heartbeat began to synchronize with his, resonating with remarkable clarity and strength. Creak. Unable to contain herself any longer, Xia Ying opened the window. Before her head could even fully emerge, a face appeared before her, startling her. "You rascal! I knew you hadn't left," she exclaimed. "Hee, weren't you the one who said you wouldn't open it?" Chen Meng replied with a smug grin. Inside the dimly lit room, illuminated only by the gentle moonlight, Xia Ying's exquisite face seemed to glimmer with a soft silver sheen. In her eyes, which conveyed both playfulness and shyness, there danced a kind of alluring charm that Chen Meng had never witnessed but secretly yearned for. Their gazes locked, and silence enveloped them. The atmosphere was so tranquil that they could hear each other's rapid breaths. "All right, I've seen enough. You can go now." Xia Ying finally succumbed to Chen Meng's penetrating gaze. Her toes, weary from their elevated position, lowered, and in an instant, she vanished from his sight. "Then I shall take my leave. Please close the window and get some rest," Chen Meng said, disappointment evident in his voice. By the way, are you working tomorrow?" "Yes. I was supposed to go this afternoon, but Xiao Miao still has a slight fever, so I will go tomorrow instead." "I see. Then sleep well. I'm leaving now." "I'll close the window," Xia Ying said, rising onto her toes once more to slowly shut it. As she listened to Chen Meng's deep footsteps recede, she leaned against the wall, her heart racing and her cheeks flushed. "Xia Ying, how could you succumb to the advances of a second-rate suitor? Have you no shame?" Returning to her bed, thoughts swirled chaotically in her mind. She was acutely aware that continuing down this path with Chen Meng was ill-advised. Yet, the kindness he had shown her made her heart flutter, only to be countered by memories of her late husband, whose untimely death left her with a sense of guilt. Her thoughts were a jumbled mess, and soon she drifted into a restless slumber. When she awoke, daylight had already broken. She reached out to touch her child's forehead, relieved to find that the fever had subsided. After a brief wash-up, she entrusted the child to her in-laws and shared a simple breakfast with them before heading off to work. Chen Meng, too, had risen early, surprising his parents and younger sister. "Brother, why are you up so early?" his sister asked suspiciously, her mind racing with thoughts that perhaps he was sneaking off to see teacher Xia again. "Don't forget, I need to visit the small commodities market today to buy a few tables," Chen Meng replied. "Ah, right, I'll go with you," she offered. "No need. You should stay home and catch some crayfish. Aim for at least 80 pounds today. We need to make money, and within a few days, imitators will emerge, which will inevitably affect our business," Chen Meng explained. The mention of profit immediately quelled any objections his sister had. After a quick wash, Chen Meng skipped breakfast and hurriedly rode off on his bicycle. Passing by Xia Ying's house, he noticed the front door tightly shut and thought to himself, "Oh no, Ying has already left." Hastily mounting his bicycle, he sped along the path. Upon reaching the village entrance, he spotted Xia Ying standing by the roadside. Typically, Xia Ying would catch the first bus to work or rely on a suitable villager to give her a ride. If neither option was available, she preferred to walk rather than accept a ride from unscrupulous men. "Good morning, teacher Xia," Chen Meng greeted as he slowed his pace at the intersection, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "Ah, why are you out so early?" Xia Ying exclaimed, surprised to see Chen Meng. Realizing there were others around, she steadied her emotions and feigned composure as she conversed with him. "I have some errands in the city." "Teacher Xia, are you heading to work?" I heard the bus is delayed due to yesterday's rain causing a landslide on the highway. It might take a while for it to arrive. Would you like a ride? It's on my way, Chen Meng replied nonchalantly, though his eyes held a playful intensity that made Xia Ying's heart race. This rascal, he is quite audacious. Daring to flirt with me in front of the villagers. Xia Ying felt her heart pounding and contemplated refusing, yet feared Chen Meng might act even more brazenly. She feigned a frown and said, "Well, in that case, thank you. Teacher Xia, you are too polite. It is truly my good fortune to offer you a ride," Chen Meng said with a wide grin. Once she hopped onto the back seat, he pedaled steadily forward. Not long into their journey, a sharp pain jolted his side as Xia Ying bit out, "You scoundrel, was that deliberate? Now the villagers will have all sorts of rumors to spread. I assure you, it was not intentional. Last night, I couldn't sleep soundly, worrying that I might oversleep and miss the chance to give you a ride," Chen Meng replied, grinning despite the discomfort. "Is that all you thought about? You, known for your laziness, rising this early just to take me to work?" Xia Ying felt a warmth in her heart. "There's little opportunity for us to converse in the village. It's only outside the village that you can speak freely with me," Chen Meng replied cheerfully. "What is there to discuss? Anything you wish. Even if you choose to remain silent while seated behind me, it invigorates me immensely." Chen Meng pedaled swiftly, the wind whipping up his clothes and brushing against Xia Ying's face, carrying a faint scent of laundry mixed with a subtle masculine aroma that made her blush. Suddenly, the tire struck a stone, causing a jolt. Startled, Xia Ying instinctively wrapped her arms around Chen Meng's waist, her exclamation melodious. Chen Meng felt a rush of adrenaline and quickly slowed down. Before she could withdraw her hands, he grasped her wrist firmly, saying, "Stay still, or you might fall." "Ah!" Xia Ying's face flushed as she hastily pulled her hand back, causing the bicycle to swerve. Alarmed, she clutched Chen Meng's waist again, trembling as she said, "You, let go of me. Riding with one hand is reckless. Then you mustn't let go, or I won't either. You rogue." Xia Ying bit her lip. Her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. The robust strength of Chen Meng's waist sent tremors through her heart, and the faint scent of his masculine presence, initially subtle, grew increasingly intense, quickening her heartbeat. Especially as Chen Meng grasped her hand firmly, she attempted to pull away several times, but ultimately surrendered to his hold. She could even feel the warmth of his palm, as if the very air around them had become heated. Before long, beads of perspiration began to form on her nose and the palms of her hands. Seizing a moment when Chen Meng was distracted, she forcefully withdrew her hand. Chen Meng, feeling a pang of loss, couldn't help but chuckle. "Teacher Xia, it seems your hands are sweating. Are you feeling nervous? Is your heart racing?" "To be honest, mine is too." Such audacity. It seemed as though Chen Meng had laid bare her inner thoughts, causing a wave of embarrassment to wash over Xia Ying. She pinched him sharply and, with a feigned coldness in her voice, warned, "I warn you, if you touch me like that again, I will never ride in your car again." Was the implication that if she refrained from such actions, she would continue to accept his rides? Chen Meng asked joyfully. "You figure it out yourself." Xia Ying huffed in response, her heart fluttering with confusion. Goodness, had she just granted him an opportunity for further advances? Why hadn't she resisted more vigorously earlier? Did this mean she was, at her core, a frivolous and unprincipled woman? This thought left her feeling somewhat despondent. Yet she couldn't help but cherish the budding emotions that blossomed between her and Chen Meng. There was a sense of mutual respect, restraint, rationality, and boundaries, laced with a hint of sweetness. "What's wrong?" Chen Meng seemed to sense the shift in her mood and inquired. "It's nothing, just focus on riding." Xia Ying's tone had noticeably cooled. This change cast a shadow over Chen Meng's heart, and silence enveloped them until they reached the rural primary school. Xia Ying did not utter another word, jumping off the bike and hurriedly entering the school without a glance back. The intricacies of a woman's heart are indeed as elusive as a needle in the vast ocean. What had transpired? Chen Meng felt helpless, suddenly realizing that even with decades more experience, he still couldn't decipher Xia Ying's thoughts. Shaking off his tangled musings, he mounted his bike and headed straight for the county town. Lu Yi was engrossed in sewing when suddenly someone tapped on the table. She looked up to find Chen Meng standing there, causing her to instinctively rise, only to feel she had overreacted and sat back down, her face blushing as she regarded him. "I just came to buy some things and thought I'd check on you. How's business?" Chen Meng surveyed the shop and noticed a missing item. Did the customer receive the pouch they ordered? Were they satisfied? "Quite satisfied, and I should thank you for that." Lu Yi replied. Is that all the thanks I get? At least offer me a drink after my long ride. I'm parched. I don't have any cups. Isn't that a cup? That's mine. I don't mind. With a roll of her eyes. Lu Yi hesitated, but eventually rinsed her own cup and poured Chen Meng a glass of water, handing it to him. Here you go. Chen Meng chuckled and inquired. Where do you usually drink water? Let me see if it smells pleasant. Bring it here, Lu Yi said, her face stern as she attempted to snatch the cup. Chen Meng deftly evaded her grasp. Noticing her apparent displeasure, he tempered his teasing demeanor. Women of this era were markedly more conservative than those of later generations. The adage that men must be wicked for women to love them might not hold true in this time. He suppressed his lewd smile, adopting a serious expression. It seems your shop is not flourishing. There haven't been any new clothing styles in days. I suggest you change your sign and diversify your offerings. Change to what? Lu Yi retorted. Your clientele is quite varied. I advise you to abandon low-end customers and focus solely on mid to high-end ones. That's preposterous. There are hardly any low-end customers. If I only cater to the mid to high-end market, I would soon face bankruptcy. Lu Yi rolled her eyes. I ask you, can you compete with those people? Chen Meng pointed towards the bustling clothing wholesale shops in the market. Each was teeming with customers. In stark contrast, the tailor shop was desolate and forlorn. Yet we cannot cease operations altogether. Every customer counts. Business is already tough, and while the low-end clientele may be limited, they can still cover half the rent by the end of the month, Lu Yi sighed. In business, one must give to gain. Imagine if I were a high-end customer, entering your shop only to find a low-end client haggling over a few cents. My first impression would be that your establishment lacks sophistication. No matter how others extol your virtues, I would not be persuaded and would simply walk away, Chen Meng asserted. Lu Yi furrowed her brow in contemplation. The elegant curve of her long neck was striking, and the fine, translucent down behind her ears danced gently in the breeze from the fan, brushing against Chen Meng's heart with a ticklish sensation. Clad in a beautifully tailored white qipao adorned with delicate blue floral patterns, she exuded an air of refinement and charm. It must be noted, though her beauty may not rival that of Zhang Luo, her figure certainly stood shoulder to shoulder with Xiang Ying, placing her among the ranks of the most exquisite women. Perhaps sensing Chen Meng's gaze upon her, Lu Yi lifted her head and shot him a glare. So, how should I change? Chapter 54. The genius designer changed the sign to private customization, catering only to mid to high-end clients. Tailor each piece according to the customer's requests and preferences, ensuring that every creation is one of a kind, an existence that cannot be replicated. Use this as a marketing angle, and coupled with your skills, I believe it will surely attract attention, Chen Meng proposed. That still seems unrealistic. I have no doubt about my skills, but my designs are not significantly superior to others. Without a unique edge, relying solely on gimmicks will not sustain us in the long run. Lu Yi shook her head. You need to expand your horizons. Your information is too insular. Visit economically developed coastal regions and observe the increasing number of high-quality fashion shows each year. These are platforms where avant-garde designers chase fame and fortune. Although we may be starting late and are not interested in such pursuits, we can certainly learn from their designs and adapt them for our use, Chen Meng suggested. Lu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. You accuse me of plagiarism? I would never engage in such a disgraceful act. What is plagiarism, after all? Such harsh terminology. It should rather be termed as learning through imitation. Everything in this world is a matter of borrowing ideas from one another, not just in literature, but also in industry, manufacturing, electronics, and more. For instance, tea and gunpowder originated in our nation, yet when Western countries adopted and advanced these innovations, can you truly label their endeavors as plagiarism? Consider the Industrial Revolution, which first emerged in Britain. It was subsequently embraced and enhanced by other Western nations. Today, which of those nations does not surpass Britain? Even Japan and Korea have thrived by learning from Western industrial advancements. Can we deem their progress as mere imitation? No, there is a distinction. Industry and design are two separate realms. Nonsense. They are essentially the same concept, merely differing in that one is a collective effort while the other is an individual pursuit. Moreover, I never suggested that you replicate my work entirely. Do you grasp the concept of borrowing? I see that you have numerous fashion magazines in your store. Can you honestly claim that you haven't drawn inspiration from them for your designs? Indeed, I have utilized them, but what of it? The fact remains. Western designs may not align with the current aesthetic and mindset of our people. Conversely, certain styles from Japan resonate well with our tastes. It must be acknowledged that Japan has even surpassed us in preserving the essence of our grand heritage. You might consider delving into literature on this subject. I believe that with your intelligence, you would surely excel. Chen Meng interjected. Spare me the flattery. I am well aware of my own abilities, Lu Yi retorted, rolling her eyes and biting her lip in contemplation. Chen Meng's words had undeniably struck a chord within her, bringing forth a sense of pride. Her journey to this point had not been a matter of innate talent, but rather the result of relentless perseverance and dedication to learning. While she may not have achieved monumental success, she had certainly garnered a modest reputation in the market, with many seeking her expertise in clothing design. However, her clientele remained limited to the mid to high-end segment, resulting in inefficiencies. The times are evolving, and without ambition and adaptability, one will inevitably be swept away by the tides of progress. I dare assert that within a decade, tailor shops will struggle to survive, with 90% likely to vanish. Chen Meng declared. This is no prophecy, it is an observable reality. The rise of tailor shops began in the 1960s during a planned economy when, even with money in hand, there were few places to purchase clothing. Most individuals relied on government-issued fabric coupons to obtain cloth and make their own garments. Those with means and a flair for fashion would seek out tailors for custom creations. However, with the rapid economic development and the abolition of the planned economy, garment factories sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Although the quality of mass-produced clothing could not rival that of meticulously tailored pieces, they were affordable and fashionable. Gradually, this influx of options squeezed tailor shops into a corner, leaving them with little room to thrive. In Chen Meng's era, the once ubiquitous tailor shops had nearly vanished. Those that survived mostly pursued a boutique approach, specializing in bespoke creations. Thus, he advised Lu Yi to take such actions. For in order to avoid being left behind by the times, one must remain at the forefront of change. Lu Yi found herself momentarily indecisive, grappling with Chen Meng's reasoning. The current landscape of clothing stores was overwhelming, and the tailoring business faced severe challenges. However, the tailor shop was her very lifeline, and the thought of suddenly abandoning it filled her with trepidation. There is no rush. Take your time to ponder, Chen Meng remarked. Fully aware of the difficulty in making an immediate decision, especially for a business of this scale. You've stirred my thoughts, and now you casually suggest such things. Lu Yi shot him an annoyed glare. Despite the struggles, her business was not on the brink of collapse, and her life, while modest, was certainly bearable. Chen Meng's words made it feel as though their demise was imminent, leaving her mind in disarray. Miss Lu, one must be cautious with such statements, should it be overheard. They might think I am seducing you, only to abandon you later. Chen Meng scratched his head sheepishly. How presumptuous of you, Lu Yi retorted, her cheeks flushing as she realized the inappropriateness of her earlier words. She gathered her soft, fine hair to mask her embarrassment. How fortuitous that you are here. That client from before has referred a friend, seeking my assistance in designing a gown. This is my first foray into this realm, and I'm rather inexperienced. Could you lend me your expertise? A gown? What style are they desiring? Western or traditional? Chen Meng inquired. The client suggested a fusion of both. But if that proves unfeasible, then a purely Western design would suffice, she replied. Lamentable taste. What is appealing about Western styles? Our majestic nation boasts a rich history spanning 5 millennia, and our traditional gowns have been cherished for thousands of years. How long has the Western gown been in vogue? Chen Meng declared. He then requested paper and pencil, assuring her he would design something that would delight the client. As he took the materials from Lu Yi, a multitude of classic traditional gown images danced in his mind, and he began to sketch fervently. His drawing skills shone brilliantly in that moment, as simple lines began to form an elegant and poised lady. In subsequent generations, traditional gowns would flourish alongside the popularity of conventional weddings, with styles as numerous as the stars. Chen Meng, an avid TikTok user, was never short on inspiration. He selected a sweeping floor-length gown, merging the style of Western pleated skirts with the essence of medieval European corsetry. The upper portion embraced traditional Chinese aesthetics, borrowing from the opulent garments of the Tang dynasty. As he sketched, he spoke. The fabric must be pure silk, with a peony embroidered at the chest to evoke grandeur and elegance. Avoid excessive embellishments. A silk ribbon at the waist will suffice. Inform the client that the hair must be styled in an ancient Chinese fashion, adorned with a hairpin, and complemented with a fine pearl necklace. Steer clear of diamond rings or gold bangles. Willow lowered her head. intently observing Chen Meng as he deftly wielded his brush across the paper. With just a few strokes, an elegant and noble portrait of a lady sprang to life. Her flowing gown impeccably aligning with the client's desires, a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western styles. Having perused countless books, both domestic and international, amounting to no less than 100, I had never encountered such a design. How did you conceive this? Willow gazed at Chen Meng with admiration, almost under the enchanting illusion of encountering a genius. Could it be that true talent exists in this world? After all, how could a mere street vendor conjure such a grand, sophisticated, yet traditional gown? Chapter 55, Pa. Silver-tongued Chen Meng was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had perhaps overstated himself. In truth, this design could be replicated by anyone with a modicum of sketching skill and an interest in videos on platforms like Douyin. If I were to confess that I am a time traveler, would she believe me? It's a rather sorrowful tale. If I claimed that I had a childhood passion for design, but was hindered by poverty, unable to afford education or books, often salvaging discarded texts to study, and sketching designs in the dirt with branches, would you believe that? Chen Meng scratched his head. Of course, she replied. Do you really expect me to believe such a flawed narrative? Chen Meng paused, pondering her incredulity. Otherwise, how do you explain that a mere street vendor possesses a design acumen that surpasses my formal training? Perhaps I am a genius, he mused. Even geniuses require 99% perspiration to achieve success, he continued. Miss Willow, it seems you have fallen under the spell of Edison. His exact words were that genius requires 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration, yet that 1% of inspiration is far more significant than the 99% of effort. That is nonsense. How could I be unaware of the latter part of that statement? So you're implying that no matter how hard ordinary individuals strive, it amounts to nothing? Willow countered. Not only you, I too learned of that latter part only later. This saying has deceived generations. Of course, the intent behind it was noble. Inspiration is indeed a shortcut to success. For us, ordinary folk, lacking such shortcuts, we must compensate with greater diligence. Now that makes sense. You nearly made me question my entire existence. Feeling that all my efforts were in vain, Willow rolled her eyes, though soon her demeanor shifted to one of despondency. What you say holds some truth. Despite my hard work, I still cannot measure up to a street vendor like you. Truly, inspiration is paramount. Oh, do not compare me to others. Consider me an anomaly. Chen Meng wished to avoid overwhelming Willow with his declarations, fearing it might dampen her spirits. Indeed, you are a genius, one with whom I cannot compete. Was it truly necessary to boast? Willow murmured. Noticing Chen Meng's awkward expression, she suddenly broke into a smile. That smile rendered him momentarily speechless. Willow's bright, captivating eyes sparkled with mischief and allure, enshrouded in a mist of charm. Her delicate lips curved slightly, inviting, as if they longed for a kiss. In that single smile, Chen Meng's heart raced, sensing that this woman exuded an innate, irresistible charm that perpetually enticed the senses of men. Such a beautiful woman, and yet I found myself striking her across the face. How ruthless of me. Hey, what are you staring at? Is it customary to gaze so intently at someone? The fair visage of Lu Yi flushed crimson under Chen Meng's keen gaze, her displeasure evident as she stamped her foot. His eyes pierced her like daggers, leaving her feeling exposed and vulnerable, her heart racing. Strangely, she did not harbor any disdain. Unlike the swarm of insistent admirers that often encroached upon her space, their lustful gazes eliciting nothing but aversion. Ahem, it's just that you're stunning, Chen Meng stammered. Moments ago, I experienced an exhilarating flutter in my heart. How could this be? Am I not enamored with Xie Ying? How could I entertain such fleeting affections? Ying, dear Ying, you must hasten to indulge me. Otherwise, I fear I may be lured away. Ugh, how insincere. Lu Yi's face blushed, yet a glint of pride flickered in her eyes. She held confidence in her beauty, having received compliments from numerous suitors, though their intentions were often transparent and focused solely on her physique. Only Chen Meng seemed to genuinely admire her beauty without ulterior motives. Do you have anything to attend to? If not, you may leave. I must get to work, Lu Yi stated. For reasons unknown, Chen Meng's presence made her feel a sense of unease. Leaving already? Chen Meng noted the late hour, needing to return home to prepare the crayfish, and turned to depart. Wait, do you have a pager number? Please give it to me so we can discuss any design matters in the future. Lu Yi called after him, her voice a blend of shyness and nervousness, marking her first initiative to request a man's contact information. Apologies, I don't have one. Oh, I see. Lu Yi's face turned a shade of deep embarrassment. Her inaugural attempt to acquire a man's contact had ended in rejection. I truly don't have one. If I did, I would certainly provide it to you. I would be more than willing to share my contact with a beauty like you, Chen Meng clarified. Who said I was asking for your contact information? I simply need a pager number for work, Lu Yi stammered. Understood, understood. You're asking for my contact solely for work purposes, not to pursue me. How shameless. Do you think so highly of yourself? Just leave, Lu Yi retorted, her cheeks aflame, seizing a feather duster to swat at Chen Meng. Chen Meng chuckled, swiftly exiting the tailor shop. Looking back, he saw Lu Yi watching him with a mild expression of indignation. He waved goodbye and continued on his way, carrying 4 newly purchased tables as he made his way to the convenience store, intending to store them temporarily before heading back to the village. Xiao Di, you've come at just the right time. I have something to discuss with you, Sister Zhou exclaimed upon seeing Chen Meng, eagerly pulling him into the store. Were it not for Sister Zhou being in her 40s and of good character, Chen Meng might have thought her intentions were less than honorable. What's the matter? Sister Zhou? I heard that Baldy is also planning to prepare crayfish tonight. He went to the countryside early this morning to gather them. Did he not come to your village? Sister Zhou inquired. I'm not sure. I left the village early this morning and haven't returned yet. Chen Meng's heart sank upon receiving this news. He could almost ascertain that Baldy would indeed be heading to Chenjiagu village to collect crayfish. Moreover, the prices he would offer would undoubtedly surpass Chen Meng's. Baldy's actions would surely impact your business. Those tables you purchased may end up being in vain. Let us not interfere with each other's affairs, Sister Zhou. I shall return home first to see what needs to be addressed. We can discuss matters later this evening. You should head back as well. Sister Zhou nodded in acknowledgement. Upon receiving this news, Chen Meng felt a surge of anxiety within him as he pedaled swiftly towards Chenjiagu village, hardly pausing even at the local primary school. By the time he returned to the village, it was already midday. On his way home, he noticed many villagers carrying buckets of various sizes, fervently capturing crayfish in the river. Chen Meng's heart darkened further. As he stepped through his front door, his younger sister rushed to greet him. Brother, there's trouble. Zhang Matzi and a group of people are buying crayfish in the village for just 10 cents each. Everyone has gone mad, scrambling to catch them. I am already aware. I have no concern for others. As long as no one touches the crayfish in our rice paddies, that is sufficient, Chen Meng replied. Mom and Dad have gone to keep watch. Oh, and I must check on the pond at Teacher Xia's house. Without a moment's respite, Chen Meng hastened directly to Xia Yingying's rice fields. Chapter 56. Conflict. Xia Yingying's family owned 2 acres of rice paddies and a sizable pond, approximately 3 acres in size. During Chen Dong's lifetime, he was quite capable, cultivating land, raising fish and ducks, and earning a respectable income. Otherwise, he would not have won the affections of someone as beautiful as Xia Yingying. However, since Chen Dong's tragic fall from the cliff and the subsequent depletion of their savings on medical expenses, the family's financial situation had become increasingly precarious. Coupled with the advancing age of Chen Changhe and Qiao Guifang, who had their own fields to tend, Xia Yingying found herself juggling childcare and work, resulting in her family's land becoming neglected. As Chen Meng passed by Xia Yingying's rice fields, he noticed several villagers busily catching crayfish. But he had neither the time nor the inclination to intervene. He quickly arrived at Xia Yingying's pond and, indeed, found Qiao Guifang and Chen Changhe using a fishing net to scoop up crayfish. By the pond's edge lay several snakeskin bags, already filled to the brim, weighing no less than 300 or 400 pounds. Chen Meng's temper flared. Stop! Who authorized you to harvest crayfish from my family's pond? I can fish in my own pond. What business is it of yours? Replied Chen Changhe defiantly. Chen Meng, you're overstepping your bounds. The couple was startled by Chen Meng's outburst, and upon recognizing him, their anger ignited. They were well aware of the rumors circulating in the village regarding Chen Meng's inappropriate advances towards their daughter-in-law. Though they lacked concrete evidence, they had been forced to swallow their indignation. Teacher Xia rented the pond and the rice fields to me. This is my pond now. You must leave immediately, or I will not hold back, Chen Meng declared, his expression darkening. Yingying rented it to you? How come we were not informed? Qiao Guifang's eyes darted about. Why should you know about Teacher Xia's pond? It is irrelevant. She is my daughter-in-law, and until she remarries, this pond belongs to the Chen family. And you must inform me. Qiao Guifang retorted, hands on her hips. Qiao Guifang, you may bully others, but if you wish to challenge me. You seem to have forgotten who Chen Meng is. He shot her a fierce glare. Even if he held no affection for Xiang Ying, he harbored no fondness for the couple either. They were selfish and petty, constantly meddling and stirring discord among the neighbors, creating a cacophony of disputes that echoed throughout the community. The habit of petty theft still lingered. Chen Meng's vegetable plot had been pilfered by the couple, Chao Guifeng and her husband. Such despicable acts of stealing the fruits of another's labor to sell for their own gain were infuriating. On one occasion, when Chen Meng confronted Chao Guifeng for an explanation, the very next day, all the chickens in his yard were poisoned. Furthermore, they treated Xia Ying poorly. During Chen Dong's lifetime, the elderly couple would frequently scowl and criticize her. After she bore a daughter, they even neglected to care for her during her confinement. And on 2 occasions, they had struck her in secret. It was only after Chen Dong's death that the couple slightly altered their attitude towards Xiang Ying, primarily out of fear that she might remarry. However, their concern did not extend far, as they remained indifferent even when the child fell ill. How dare you threaten me under the broad daylight, while I catch crayfish in my own pond? Chen Changhe, witnessing Chen Meng's fierce glare, recalled past encounters and felt a sudden jolt of fear, instinctively grasping a carrying pole, seemingly ready to confront Chen Meng. I have already stated that teacher Xia has rented this pond to me. The crayfish you are catching belong to me. This is theft. It would be prudent to return the crayfish, lest I take a more severe stance, Chen Meng declared coldly. I shall see how you intend to do that. Chen Changhe retorted, brandishing the pole. In previous times, he would not have dared to confront Chen Meng so boldly. After all, a crayfish could fetch 10 cents. With so many in the pond, one could easily sell hundreds of them. Who wouldn't he desire that? Old Chen, it seems you have grown weary of living comfortably. Theft carries a penalty of imprisonment, Chen Meng admonished sternly. Spare me your threats. Who do you think you're scaring? I have lived this long and never heard of anyone being punished for catching things in their own pond, Chen Changhe said, his eyes wide and unyielding, huffing in indignation. Faced with such unreasonable behavior, Chen Meng had no effective strategy. Previously, he would have resorted to violence, but now, determined to turn over a new leaf, he restrained himself, knowing that resorting to aggression would only disappoint Xiang Ying. Seeing Chen Meng frozen in place, the couple assumed he could not handle them and continued their unscrupulous harvesting of crayfish. Damn it! After catching hundreds of pounds, is it necessary to deplete them entirely? Chen Meng's anger became uncontrollable, and he rushed forward, kicking over several burlap sacks by the pond's edge, causing the crayfish they had painstakingly gathered to scatter back into the water. This infuriated Chen Changhe, who raised the pole to strike Chen Meng, shouting, "You bastard! I will fight you." Young and vigorous, Chen Meng swiftly seized the pole from Chen Changhe's grasp, his eyes gleaming with cold determination. "You old fool! It seems you are seeking your own demise. Let go of me, you bastard! If you have the guts, release me." Chen Changhe was no match for the robust Chen Meng, straining with all his might, yet unable to reclaim the pole. Meanwhile, Chao Guifeng, witnessing her husband's plight, began to scream, "Help! That dog Chen Meng is assaulting him." While shouting, she grabbed a shovel and swung it at Chen Meng. Forced to release the pole, he dodged to the side. In the process, Chen Changhe, pulling with all his effort, was caught off guard by Chen Meng's sudden release and stumbled headlong into the water, gulping down several mouthfuls of murky liquid. After a painstaking effort to rise, his pallid face betrayed the shock, as if he might cough up his very organs. "Old man, are you all right? Help! Someone quickly! That wretched Chen Meng has committed murder." Chao Guifeng, witnessing the scene, raised her voice even further. Several villagers, engaged in catching crayfish, hurried over upon hearing her cries. Upon seeing Chen Changhe in disarray while Chen Meng stood ominously to the side, their instincts led them to believe that Chen Meng had bullied Chen Changhe. The villagers, long weary of Chen Meng's tyranny, seized the opportunity to confront him. They pointed accusatory fingers at Chen Meng, exclaiming, "You despicable Chen Meng! Even the elderly are not spared. Is this how your father raised you? It's one thing to bully the villagers, but now you dare to torment a widower? You think you can take advantage of old Chen who has lost his son? Let us unite and teach this wretch a lesson. Chen Meng, you better apologize to old Chen, or we will not hold back." Chao Guifeng, emboldened by her fellow villagers' support, scolded Chen Meng vehemently. "Have you all eaten your fill? Do you even understand the situation before you come to reprimand me?" Chen Meng, seething with rage, retorted with foul language, which, in rural settings, was considered particularly vile. How dare you speak so defiantly? Let us teach him a harsh lesson so he thinks twice before bullying us again, shouted one villager, leading the charge forward. Others followed suit, creating a ruckus as they closed in on Chen Meng, forcing him into a corner where he had no choice but to prepare for a fight. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out. What are you doing? In broad daylight, you dare to brawl? Everyone, cease at once. It was the village head. The crowd halted their actions, turning to face Zhang Duong, who stood at the riverbank with a grim countenance. Chen Meng narrowed his eyes at this local authority figure, the self-proclaimed kingpin of Chenjigu village. In rural areas, village heads wield considerable power, controlling matters of land, household registration, housing allocations, labor protection, military service, and education. The village head's word was law for all affairs, large and small. With the rapid economic development, various village-run enterprises emerged, and many village heads, including Zhang Duong, profited immensely from their positions. Chen Meng, what do you think you are doing? Look at the state you've left Qinchonghai in. Zhang Diwang's cold gaze swept the crowd before settling on Chen Meng. His reprimand was harsh, yet such bluntness was commonplace among village officials. However, Chen Meng was not one to tolerate such treatment. Even before embodying the current persona, the once wayward Chen Meng had never regarded Zhang Duong with respect. This defiance was the only commendable trait of the squanderer, and thus Zhang Duong viewed Chen Meng as a thorn in his side, an affront to his authority in Chenjigu village. Which of your eyes saw me strike Qinchonghai? It was clearly he and Chao Guifang who conspired against me. His own lack of balance led to his fall. It is of no concern to me, Chen Meng stated coldly. So many witnesses are present. Do you still wish to deny it? Zhang Duong pointed accusingly at Chen Meng. Who witnessed it? Step forward and show yourself, Chen Meng retorted with a cold smirk, surveying the crowd. His chilling gaze was no less intimidating than Zhang Diwang's. The villagers who had initially intended to assault him suddenly regained their senses, trembling in fear. How foolish they had been to confront such a rogue. Qinchonghai and Chao Guifang were no paragons of virtue either. It was a case of dogs biting dogs. Let them fight as fiercely as they wished. It was none of our business. Qinchonghai, tell me, what exactly transpired? Zhang Duong, seeing how easily Chen Meng had subdued the situation, inwardly cursed the ineptitude of the onlookers. He pointed at the mud-stained Qinchonghai. My wife and I were merely catching shrimp when that scoundrel Chen Meng forbade us, even going so far as to upend our catch. Naturally, I could not let it go without a fight, Qinchonghai explained, gesturing towards Chen Meng. Village chief, please arbitrate. We were catching shrimp in our own pond. What business is it of that scoundrel Chen Meng? He has beaten and insulted my family, and if you do not intervene today, I shall make a scene at the township government and demand justice from the township head, Chao Guifang shouted indignantly. As time passed, the village chief was due for re-election. Zhang Duong, eager to retain his position, was keen to avoid any disturbances among the villagers, lest it damage his reputation. What are you shouting about? Zhang Duong glared at Chao Guifang, who immediately fell silent. He then turned his glare upon Qinchonghai, mentally berating him for being as foolish as a pig. By lying on the ground and insisting he had been assaulted, wasn't he Chen Meng merely going to evade the repercussions? Chen Meng, what business do you have with Qinchonghai and his wife catching shrimp in their own pond? You kick their shrimp and strike them. Do you have no respect for the law? Zhang Duong demanded sternly. Zhang Duong, even Qinchonghai has not accused me of hitting him, yet you insist that I did. What is your motive? As village chief, you ought to be impartial. If you continue to falsely accuse me, I will take my grievances to the township government. Chen Meng replied coolly. Zhang Duong understood his intentions. He was merely attempting to shift blame onto Chen Meng, knowing that the villagers would likely side against him due to his notorious reputation. Even if he were wronged, few would rise to defend him. Zhang Diwang's expression darkened with anger, yet he was surprised by Chen Meng's newfound composure. In the past, he would have rushed to confront him directly. Just then, a loud voice interrupted. Who dares to threaten my father? It was Zhang Mozi, accompanied by several others. As fate would have it, these were the very individuals from the barbecue shop, including the bald owner and the thugs he had injured. They were now glaring at him with sinister smiles. Zhang Mozi's words elicited a chorus of laughter from the surrounding villagers. In rural areas, such jesting is common. No one takes it seriously, merely laughing it off. However, the dynamics change between adversaries, as it equates to publicly striking Chen Meng's face. Observing Chen Meng's grim expression, Zhang Duong felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. realizing that it was indeed his unruly son who needed to confront such scoundrels. Zhang Matsi, you had better apologize to me, or else I will ensure that you regret it deeply. Do you believe that? Chen Meng seethed with fury. What a joke. Apologize to you? Chen Meng, are you still half asleep? Zhang Matsi retorted with a hearty laugh, pointing at his own nose. Kid, do you still recognize your grandfather? Do you understand why we are here today? Hee hee, this is merely an appetizer. The main course lies ahead. Let me make it clear, from today onward, we are going to exhaust you thoroughly. If we don't bring you down, we might as well abandon our lives in Qingshan County. The few thugs injured by Chen Meng wore bandages and glared at him with fierce expressions. They frequently visited Zhang Matsi's home, thus several villagers recognized them. It was evident that there was some animosity between these ruffians and Chen Meng. Rather than feeling sympathy for Chen Meng, the villagers took delight in his predicament, thinking it served him right for being so arrogant. Zhang Duang, do you see what is above your head? Chen Meng sneered. Everyone paused, looking up at the clear blue sky, seeing nothing unusual. Zhang Duang, you have some audacity. Above you is the vast expanse of our glorious nation, and beneath your feet lies the righteous ground of our homeland. As the village head, how can you condone your son's collusion with thugs from Qingshan County, publicly threatening the citizens of our nation before so many villagers? I must ask, do you even acknowledge the law? What gives you such boldness? Is it the backing of your brother-in-law, who is a deputy mayor in the town? To be frank, I am terrified of losing my life for no reason. Thus, I have no choice but to seek refuge at the township government, Chen Meng asserted, pointing at Zhang Duang with a stern voice. Having said that, he turned to leave. Was he truly afraid? His demeanor suggested otherwise, as he reprimanded the village head with an air of superiority. Stop. What are you trying to do? Come back. Zhang Duang was taken aback by Chen Meng's righteous interrogation. He feared not the temper of a rogue, but rather one who possessed intellect. By the time he processed the situation, Chen Meng had already walked several meters away, prompting him to shout urgently, "You filthy bastard, did you not hear my father? He did not permit you to leave. Dare you try?" Zhang Matsi cursed fiercely. In the next instant, a resounding slap echoed. Zhang Duang struck him hard across the face, commanding, "Be silent." Chapter 58. Xia Yingying endures beating hiss. This was no mere jest. A vivid red handprint appeared on Zhang Matsi's face as he stared in stunned disbelief at Zhang Duang. Dad, you must have hit the wrong person. It should have been that scoundrel Chen Meng. Silence. Zhang Duang barked, noticing out of the corner of his eye that Chen Meng was still advancing. Gritting his teeth, he delivered a swift kick to Zhang Matsi's leg, ordering kneel. In an unexpected turn of events, Zhang Matsi let out a pained cry and fell to his knees. The onlookers were left utterly speechless. The village chief, bewildered by Chen Meng's scolding, found himself in a perplexing situation. How could he strike his own son? Apologize to Chen Meng, he commanded. Zhang Duang observed his son's defeated expression, cold sweat dripping down his face, feeling a pang of sympathy. Yet, the thought of Chen Meng reporting him to the township government made him grit his teeth and deliver another kick. Did you hear your father? Apologize. Dad, are you out of your mind? His son protested. You little wretch, I demand you to apologize. Zhang Duang persistently signaled to his son. Zhang Matsi was initially taken aback, but quickly realized that his father's actions must carry significant meaning. Although reluctant, he begrudgingly uttered, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Chen Meng halted, a smile spreading across his lips. Upon noticing Chen Meng's pause, Zhang Duang exhaled in relief. However, in the next moment, Chen Meng turned away, his smile vanished, and with a raised eyebrow, he addressed the kneeling Zhang Matsi. Are you truly apologizing to me? You exhibit no manners. An apology should at least be directed towards the person involved. Don't go too far, Chen Meng. Zhang Matsi fumed. As if I would care for your apology. Chen Meng sneered, turning away once more. Stop right there. I apologize, Chen Meng. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Is that satisfactory? Zhang Matsi glared at Chen Meng with fiery eyes. If looks could kill, Chen Meng would have been in tatters at that moment. Damn it, I've lost face today. Just wait, I will eventually deal with you. Chen Meng recognized the intense hatred Zhang Matsi bore him at that moment, but he was indifferent. The animosity had already been established, and he saw no harm in deepening it. With a chuckle, he clapped his hands, exclaiming, "The village chief is indeed wise and selfless. Chenjiagu village is fortunate to have such a commendable leader." Zhang Duang sighed in relief. Let him mock. One day, I shall settle this grudge with his entire family. His expression reluctantly shifted to one of stern kindness. As the village chief, I must lead by example, ensuring fairness for all. Otherwise, how could I manage the 1,000 villagers of Chenjigo? Since the village chief is so wise, I have a matter for you to resolve. Teacher Xie rented the pond to me. Does Chen Dezhu and his wife have no right to catch the crayfish in that pond? Chen Meng pressed, his tone aggressive. Logically, they shouldn't. Zhang Duang replied, unable to do anything but acquiesce to Chen Meng's demands. Chen Dezhu and his wife were furious. Village chief, that's unreasonable. It's our own pond. Why can't we catch from it? Foolishness. Your daughter-in-law rented the pond to Chen Meng. Everything in that pond belongs to him. Even a fool would understand this. If you continue to argue, I will call the police to deal with you, Zhang Duang thundered. Unable to confront Chen Meng, he knew that if he failed to handle the situation with the peasants, there would be no need for him to remain village chief. Ultimately, they were simple villagers. Their petty schemes merely aimed at small gains. Seeing the village chief's fury, they were immediately intimidated into silence. However, Chao Guifang was no pushover. Employing the typical tactics of a shrew, she resorted to crying, shouting, and throwing herself on the ground, wailing, "Oh my heavens, I can't live like this. It's too much to bear. Not allowing us to catch from our own pond is utterly unreasonable. If I can't live, I might as well dive into the pond. Let us see if anyone stops me." Having witnessed this melodrama many times before, Zhang Duang remained unfazed. Zhang Duang erupted in a furious tirade, declaring that the full amount of last year's village levies must be paid without exception. Any shortfall, he warned, would not be tolerated. His outburst was met with a sudden silence from Chao Guifang, who realized that the village levies, a peculiar tax from the 1980s and 1990s, were intended to cover the salaries of village officials and private teachers, as well as various local welfare initiatives. The collection of these funds relied solely upon the discretion of the village leaders. While some individuals might attempt to evade payment, village officials typically offered leniency. However, when provoked, they could resort to extreme measures. Thus, each annual collection of the levies was a tumultuous affair, transforming the village into a scene of chaos. Chao Guifang, notorious for her stinginess, felt as though she was being asked to part with a piece of her flesh. Zhang Duang, frustrated and overwhelmed, directed his ire towards the surrounding villagers, unleashing a torrent of curses to relieve his pent-up frustration. The villagers, secretly cursing Zhang Duang for taking his frustrations out on them, dared not linger in fear of inciting his wrath. Suddenly, Xia Yingying rushed onto the scene, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of her in-laws, covered in mud and looking disheveled. "What happened? Are you all right?" she exclaimed. Before she could receive an answer, Chao Guifang pushed her to the ground, accusing her of being the source of their troubles. "How dare you ask? This is all you're doing," she spat, her finger jabbing accusingly at Xia Yingying. Chen Meng, delighted to see Xia Yingying, found his joy quickly replaced by fury as he witnessed Chao Guifang's sudden aggression. He rushed over to help Xia Yingying to her feet, unleashing a stream of curses at Chao Guifang. The villagers watched, sensing the tension in the air, as Xia Yingying, flustered by the public display, gently withdrew from Chen Meng's grasp. "What is happening?" she asked, visibly distressed. Chao Guifang, trembling with rage, accused them of an illicit affair, her suspicions confirmed by their closeness. As she lunged towards Xia Yingying, intent on grabbing her by the hair, Chen Meng swiftly intervened, pulling Xia Yingying away just in time. In her momentum, Chao Guifang stumbled and fell, landing awkwardly. "Let go of me," Xia Yingying cried, feeling both humiliated and enraged. After breaking free, she rushed to assist Chao Guifang, only to be met with a sharp slap across her face. "You shameless hussy! How dare you disgrace the Chen family?" Chao Guifang shouted, her fury unabated. "I did not," Xia Yingying protested, her cheeks burning as tears welled in her eyes. Chen Meng, recognizing Xia Yingying's pride and sensitivity, felt a surge of compassion mixed with anger. "You wretched woman, you will pay for this," he declared, charging towards Chao Guifang. "Stop," Xia Yingying interjected, positioning herself between Chen Meng and her mother-in-law, fearful that his impulsive anger might lead to irreversible consequences. "I cannot tolerate anyone bullying you. Who dares to do so besides me? I shall not hesitate to deal with them." Chen Meng observed the palm print on Xia Yingying's face, red as though engraved, and felt an increasing pang of sympathy. His gaze shifted past her, fixated on Chao Guifang with a predatory intensity. How could this rogue brazenly declare such words in public? Was it not akin to a confession? Did this not solidify the slander cast by my mother-in-law? Listen closely, everyone. What words escape the mouth of this lecher? Village head, will you intervene in this matter? If you choose to remain silent, I shall take matters into my own hands and sink the harlot in a pig cage. Chao Guifeng shrieked in outrage. For it was more humiliating for her daughter-in-law to tarnish the Chen family's honor than to be physically assaulted by Chen Meng before witnesses. I have not wronged the Chen family, mother-in-law. Xia Yingying weakly protested. How dare you still call me mother-in-law? With so many eyes upon us today, what excuse do you have left? Look at this so-called virtuous daughter of the Xia family, engaging in wanton behavior and dishonoring my son. According to ancestral customs, she deserves to be cast into the river, Chao Guifeng bellowed, as if desperate for others to hear her tirade. Xia Yingying covered her face, sobbing softly. For one so concerned with reputation, her mother-in-law's words struck at her very core. Chen Meng, witnessing her distress, could no longer contain his fury and shouted, Chao Guifeng, shut your mouth. With that, he seized a carrying pole, ready to charge at her. Startled, Xia Yingying quickly placed herself in his path, her eyes pleading as she shook her head. Yingying, step aside. I must teach that vile woman a lesson today. Chen Meng insisted fiercely. If it means a few days in jail, so be it. What kind of man cannot protect the woman he cherishes? Yingying, how affectionate. When shall we celebrate your union? Teacher Xia? Oh, right. It's not even 3 years since Chundong's passing. By tradition, you must endure a bit longer before remarrying. I suppose you can indulge in secret affairs to satisfy your cravings, Zhang Matzi mocked loudly. Curse it. That wretched woman would rather lie with Chen Meng than with me. Zhang Matzi seethed, filled with resentment after being humiliated by Chen Meng. He longed to ruin them both. Listen, this is no fabrication of mine. All have heard. You have barely been gone 2 years, and already this harlot consorts with another man. If you possess any spirit, return at midnight to exact vengeance upon these adulterers and restore the Chen family's honor. Chao Guifeng commenced her wailing anew. Chen Meng trembled with rage and forcefully pushed Xia Yingying aside, determined to confront Chao Guifeng. Chen Meng, do you wish for my demise? Would my death bring you joy? Very well, I shall end it all. Xia Yingying cried out in despair, realizing she could not prevent Chen Meng's advance. He halted, turning back to see her racing towards the pond. Alarmed, he was relieved when villagers, despite their disdain for Chao Guifeng and her husband, intervened to prevent Xia Yingying from taking her own life. In the village, she was still held in high regard, not only as one of the few educated individuals, but also for her generosity in supporting several children's education. Thus, in this moment, the villagers would rather believe that Xia Yingying was coerced by Chen Meng than to accept that she had willingly engaged with him. Xia Yingying's desperate act brought profound shock to Chen Meng. Merely calling her name had stirred such turmoil within her. It became evident that in her heart, he was a fearsome beast, and her reputation held greater significance than her very life. What, then, was his worth? Forgive me, Teacher Xia, it is my fault. Taking a deep breath, Chen Meng approached the softly sobbing Xia Yingying and sincerely apologized. His eyes reflected profound disappointment and sorrow. Xia Yingying, with tear-filled eyes, gazed at Chen Meng, her heart trembling, even feeling an impulsive urge to assure him of his innocence. Yet, she dared not speak. What can I do? I am a widow, and I have already endured so much strife. Should I entangle myself with the village's notorious scoundrel, not only would I bring shame upon myself, but also upon the entire Xia family. Suddenly, Chao Guifeng rushed forward and slapped Xia Yingying across the face, gritting her teeth. What are you pretending for? You've already called for help, putting on a show of wanting to die in front of everyone, as if the Chun family has mistreated you. If you haven't colluded with that scoundrel Chen Meng, then go die and prove your innocence. You old wretch, are you courting death? Chen Meng seized Chao Guifeng by the throat, his gaze fierce and menacing. Let me tell you, Teacher Xia is the most respected individual in our village. Despite her own hardships, she has supported several children in their education. If you dare to strike her again, I will not hesitate to do whatever it takes to ensure your family's demise. Go ahead, test me. And you all, do you not recognize who Teacher Xia is? Do you truly lack awareness? Do not think that just because I am a mere scoundrel without a penny to my name, that I am alone in my admiration for her. Even the wealthiest in our village, Zhang Matzi, wishes to pursue her, yet she does not even cast them a glance. And you shamelessly revel in her misfortune while remaining silent. What of those families supported by her? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? I am not ashamed to admit it. I am fond of teacher Xie and harbor intentions towards her. Do not pretend that you are oblivious. Many have knocked on her window in the dead of night. Do not think I am unaware. Huh. You all parade around as if you are virtuous. Yet you engage in the very sordid deeds I would not stoop to. What are you pretending to be? Chen Changhe, Chao Guifeng. You two had better treat teacher Xie with respect. This is a new society, and the nation advocates for marriage freedom. Should you provoke her to the point where I truly win her heart, do not be surprised when the tables turn. Chen Meng's fury erupted, cursing one person after another, silencing the crowd entirely. Everyone bowed their heads, revealing expressions of shame and fear. The notorious Chen Meng's words struck fear even into the village head. Having publicly slapped his son, when he was enraged, he was indeed formidable, particularly to those families who had received aid from Xiaoying, who quietly covered their faces in embarrassment and slipped away, unable to face anyone. That scoundrel, brazenly confessing his feelings before such a multitude, utterly shameless. Tears welled in Xiaoying's eyes, yet beneath the shimmering droplets, her gaze sparkled with both astonishment and delight. This rogue had boldly admitted his affections, dispelling any lingering doubts about her. Moreover, he even denounced the lecherous men from the village who coveted her, which was truly satisfying. What are you staring at? Even if you disdain me, I'll make it clear. Don't you dare give me an opportunity, or I will surely take you to bed. Chen Meng glowered at Xiaoying. Bah, shameless. Xiaoying lowered her head in a flurry, seemingly frightened, but in truth, she was overwhelmed with embarrassment, her ears flushed. This brute was indeed coarse and domineering. Yet, why did I find myself rather fond of it? You think just because I have feelings for you, you can play tricks? A promise is a promise. You have agreed to rent me the pond and the rice fields, so don't even think about backing out. Should you wish to retract, you can do so, but you must offer your body in exchange. I would relish that, Chen Meng sneered. His laughter made Xiaoying's face burn crimson. This rascal. Once this matter blows over, just wait until I settle the score with you for daring to equate me with a mere rice field. Get lost. If you wish to see me humiliated, go home and see if you can dream about it. And you too, old fools. If you dare to catch even a single crayfish from the pond again, I will steal a chicken from your home. If I catch two, I'll slaughter your pig. Just try me, Chen Meng roared fiercely. In an instant, the crowd was reminded of the tyrannical Chen Meng of yore. He would even dare to strike his own parents. What would he do? Immediately, everyone scattered in disarray. Zhang Matzi, having received a couple of slaps, cast a venomous glance at Chen Meng before pursuing Zhang Duang. Father, why did you hit me just now? Your uncle is at a pivotal moment in his promotion. If Chen Meng causes a ruckus, it would tarnish your uncle's reputation. The competitors alongside your uncle are no trifles. Should they seize the opportunity, they would surely do your uncle harm, Zhang Duang huffed. If he dares to cause trouble, I'll have him killed. Zhang Matzi finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Smack! Zhang Duang struck him on the back of the head. If I am to deal with you, it must wait until your uncle's promotion is settled. For now, keep your head down. If you bring trouble to your uncle, and he doesn't deal with you, I will break your legs first. Are we just letting that scoundrel Chen Meng off the hook? I refuse to accept it. You fool, if the direct approach fails, then we must resort to subtler means. Understood, understood. Zhang Matzi rubbed his head as he and a group of friends bid farewell to the elder. They returned to the small path in front of the village's eastern shop, where piles of crayfish weighed over 1,000 jin. Brother Matzi, isn't it about time? The money we brought is already spent, the bald man remarked. So soon? We've collected over 1,000 jin, each worth a dime. That's 2,000 gone, Brother Matzi. This one go unsold, will it? If it doesn't sell, I'll be in deep trouble, the bald man fretted anxiously. Today, the plan to collect crayfish from Chenjigu village was conceived by Zhang Matzi, who ardently sought to undermine Chen Meng's business. The bald man, left with no choice, reluctantly acquiesced. Naturally, he would finance the venture while Zhang Matzi would provide the labor. The results were rather impressive. Within half a day, they managed to gather over 1,000 pounds. However, the bald man suddenly realized that this endeavor seemed endless. According to Zhang Matzi's scheme, they intended to deprive Chen Meng of any crayfish. But was that not a ludicrous notion? To exterminate all crayfish in Chenjigu village would require no less than 10,000 yuan. If Chenjigu village ran out, what about the other villages? The plan was riddled with flaws, and he couldn't fathom why he had been so impulsive as to believe it. Why worry? Chen Meng sold them for 15 yuan a pound. If he sold for 10, surely there would be customers. Zhang Mozi, brimming with confidence, patted the bald man's shoulder and said, "When the time comes, you will prosper. Just remember to reward the brothers who toiled alongside you." The bald man nodded eagerly. Hope rekindled. Zhang Mozi was right. If Chen Meng sold at 15, he could undercut him at 10, and if necessary, lower the price even further. He couldn't fathom that there would be no buyers. In fact, he envisioned a scene where Chen Meng's stall was devoid of customers while his own was bustling with patrons, causing him to chuckle aloud. "Teacher Xia, let me help you back," he offered. Indeed, Teacher Xia, why pay heed to Chen Meng's words? He is nothing but a scoundrel. If one were to take him seriously, life would be unbearable, two village women familiar with Xia Yingying advised in hushed tones. "I understand," Xia Yingying nodded, wiping her tears. "You may return. I am fine and can manage on my own. Just remember, do not quarrel with your in-laws upon your return. As a junior, arguing with your elders will never bode well for you." "Ah, Teacher Xia, you are a kind soul, but it is a pity that Chen Dong passed away so early." The two women intended to offer further counsel, but the piercing gaze of Chao Guifang had already turned toward them. With a sigh, they shook their heads and departed. Xia Yingying bit her lip and glanced at Chen Meng, who was watching her from a distance. Her heart brimmed with a multitude of grievances and apologies she wished to convey, yet with her in-laws nearby, she dared not send him a glance filled with sorrow and regret from her swollen eyes. She then lowered her head and approached Chao Guifang. "Mother, let me help you back." "Get away. I find you filthy," Chao Guifang retorted, pushing Xia Yingying's hand aside. She cast a resentful glare at Chen Meng, sneering, "What? Are you reluctant to leave? Do you want me to depart and let you two indulge in your affection? You wretched woman. I have been wary of you stealing my crayfish. Otherwise, I would have left long ago. I dread the nightmares that might haunt me after merely gazing at you two." Chen Meng shot back. His reluctance to leave stemmed from concern that Chao Guifang and her husband might harm Xia Yingying. However, while he could keep an eye on them for the moment, he couldn't do so indefinitely. Today, after such a disgraceful display, Xia Yingying would surely face repercussions upon returning home. The thought ignited a simmering anger within him. He felt an urge to eliminate those two despicable individuals. Previously, he had only heard rumors of their mistreatment of Xia Yingying, and he had been skeptical, for they appeared far from malicious. However, witnessing the reality today left little doubt about the suffering she endured behind closed doors. In a fit of anger, Chao Guifang lashed out, her words sharp and scathing. Yet, she dared not retaliate against Xia Yingying, fearful of provoking Chen Meng further. Why engage in such conversation with that wretched girl, who seemed reluctant to depart? She would deal with her later. Chen Changhe gave Xia Yingying a slight shove, causing her to stumble, leaving no opportunity for her to glance back at Chen Meng. Frustration surged within him as he witnessed her unsteady retreat. His teeth clenched and fists whitened with suppressed rage. Today's turmoil had erupted merely from his calling out to Yingying, leading to this overwhelming predicament. One could only imagine the dire consequences if their clandestine affair were to be discovered. Xia Yingying would likely find herself without recourse. In retrospect, tales of the plight of women in the 1980s and 1990s often echoed in his ears, devoid of status, subjected to domestic violence and oppression as commonplace occurrences. Initially skeptical, Chen Meng's perspective shifted dramatically upon observing Xia Yingying's plight and the indifferent demeanor of those around her. It was crucial to note that Xia Yingying was educated and employed, an anomaly in rural settings. If someone like her could be victimized without resistance, one could only surmise the fate of other women. This realization left Chen Meng feeling utterly defeated, a sardonic smile twitching at his lips. If he could not protect Xia Yingying, what was the point of his musings? He was consumed by concern over whether she would face cruel repercussions upon returning home. Overwhelmed by despair, he contemplated withdrawing from her life entirely, to spare her from further complications. "Brother, I heard you got into a scuffle with Chao Guifang. Are you all right?" The anxious voice of his younger sister broke through his thoughts, accompanied by the hurried footsteps of his family. Their concern was palpable as they rushed to his side, brandishing makeshift weapons. A surge of warmth ignited within Chen Meng. Despite his flaws, his family stood unwaveringly by him in times of crisis. "It's nothing. Just a bit of shouting," he reassured them with a smile. "Thank goodness. I was terrified you might have come to harm," his sister exclaimed, visibly relieved. "I feared you would end up injuring Chao Guifang and her husband. What a loss that would be. Look at you. Little dumpling has grown." Chen Meng noted with a sense of pride, Recognizing the positive impact of their recent meals, he affectionately ruffled his sister's hair, feeling an unexpected swell of fulfillment. "I'm not getting married," she protested, cheeks flushed, as she clung to his arm, eagerly inquiring about the earlier incident. Caught off guard by her affectionate gesture, Chen Meng felt a wave of contentment wash over him. His sister had finally lowered her defenses, willing to draw closer to him. Although she was still a child, her touch felt genuine, leaving him momentarily uneasy. "Don't underestimate the little dumpling. There's truth in that saying," he chuckled, attempting to lighten the mood. "Let us refrain from fighting in the future. We'll resolve our disputes with kindness. If absolutely necessary, we can resort to force," he added. Though the latter part of his statement was met with a disapproving comment from their mother, Zhao Huaihua. "Just kidding. We'll avoid violence. Let us head home. We've argued enough for one day. I'll prepare a chicken for lunch to nourish you, and when you grow a bit more, we can talk about marriage." Chen Meng laughed, playfully dismissing her earlier concerns. "I absolutely refuse to marry," his sister retorted, her face aglow as she continued to chatter about the events that had transpired. Chen Meng felt a profound sense of relief. His sister was beginning to embrace him wholeheartedly. "Brother, let us go. Don't linger. Teacher Xie want to emerge," Chen Xiaomei urged incessantly. "I understand," Chen Meng sighed. As he prepared to set up his stall that evening, he instinctively paused near Xie Yingying's residence. In truth, even if Xie Yingying had appeared, he would be at a loss for words. Some matters, once illuminated, only serve to render both parties uncomfortable. Given Xie Yingying's temperament, Chen Meng's heartfelt confession in front of so many had already blurred the lines between them. Continuing to entangle himself would tacitly convey his intentions. However, Xie Yingying would never act so boldly. She was poised, reserved, and well-mannered, with a commendable reputation. Even if she harbored feelings for Chen Meng, she would only accept them passively, never expressing them readily. "Let us go?" Chen Meng mounted his bicycle, taking his younger sister directly toward the county town. Just as he turned away, a silhouette appeared at the window. It was Xie Yingying, lifting a corner of the window to gaze at Chen Meng's retreating figure. Tears welled in her eyes. She realized that the man who cherished her and would risk everything to protect her now felt a rift in their hearts. "What could I do? I am merely a frail widow, unlike you, a reckless man who disregards everything." Once Chen Meng's figure vanished, Xie Yingying lowered the window and collapsed onto her bed, silently weeping. Upon reaching the county town, before he could properly park his bicycle, Sister Zhou hurried over. "Chen Xiaodi, look across." Chen Meng turned to see a sign erected at the barbecue stall. "Spicy crawfish, 10 yuan per jean, delicious and affordable." How could they do this? It's utterly shameless. His younger sister stomped her foot in indignation. "Don't think like that. Everyone has their own business." "I anticipated this day," Chen Meng replied with a faint smile. "Sister Zhou, rest assured, even if I have no customers, your rent will remain unaffected." "What do you take me for, Chen Xiaodi? I trust you, but if it were someone else, I wouldn't bother renting it to them for any price," Sister Zhou retorted, displeased. "Please don't be upset. It was my foolish talk," Chen Meng quickly apologized. "That's more like it. Chen Xiaodi, with Baldi doing this, it will surely impact your business. What are your plans?" Sister Zhou expressed her concern. Chen Meng had not only paid a daily stall fee of 20 yuan to Sister Zhou, but also brought in substantial foot traffic. His earnings in a single night often surpassed her entire day's revenue. Naturally, she hoped for the prosperity of his business. "Don't worry, Sister Zhou. I have it all figured out. Baldi will last a week at most, and I would bet on it," Chen Meng replied with a cold smile. Meanwhile, the opposite stall began to attract customers, primarily regulars from Baldi's barbecue. "Ladies and gentlemen, today my stall offers spicy crawfish at just 10 yuan per jean. Order a jean, and you'll receive 2 free bottles of beer. Care to try a jean?" Baldi shouted, seemingly intent on ensuring Chen Meng heard him. "Baldi, if you sell it so cheaply, can it even be profitable?" "The Chen stall charges 15 per jean," someone inquired. "Brother, you know my character. I'm not as greedy as the Chen family. To be honest, even at 10 yuan per jean, I still make a profit," Baldi retorted. "All right, in light of your honesty, bring me 2 pounds to taste." "Sure, I'll have 2 pounds of crayfish at table 3 right away," the bald man shouted, his voice echoing down the street, deliberately glancing at Chen Meng with a sneer as if to flaunt his bravado. Chen Meng could hardly be bothered to acknowledge him. "Brother, this guy is so arrogant I could just bite him to death," Chen Xiaomei seethed through gritted teeth. "Xiaomei, remember, in business, amiability breeds prosperity. Sharing joy is better than reveling alone." Never indulge in selfishness, for it will leave you friendless. Moreover, you risk being ostracized by the entire industry. The moment you falter, everyone will pounce on you and tear you to shreds, Chen Meng advised. Oh, I'll remember, Chen Xiaomei replied begrudgingly. At that moment, Chen Meng finally received some patrons. Old Chen, look across the street. They're selling for just 10 yuan. Can't you offer us a discount? Brother, you get what you pay for. I've already given you the best price I can, Chen Meng responded with a smile. Then don't blame me for not supporting your business. Not at all. The customer is king. You are free to dine wherever you please. Cough. It's not that I covet that 5 yuan. I'm merely sampling the competition's fare. After such difficulty attracting customers, one table left for the competition. Chen Xiaomei's expression darkened with frustration. Brother, why don't we lower our prices? Otherwise, I fear we won't sell even a pound today. Xiaomei, I bet that those who eat across the street today will return tomorrow. Do you believe me? Chen Meng said confidently. While spicy crayfish may not be a renowned dish, even the chefs at Lianyan restaurant have yet to master it. How could a mere barbecue stand possibly succeed? The taste was predictable. Time passed slowly. The bald man's barbecue stall was bustling with patrons, many drawn by the reputation of Chen's spicy crayfish. However, once they compared prices, they were lured away by the bald man's 10 yuan per pound. Meanwhile, after 2 hours, Chen Meng had sold only 5 pounds of crayfish, mainly to his loyal, affluent customers who were unconcerned about the 5 yuan difference. Otherwise, he would still be awaiting customers to arrive. Some people, thinking they could run a unique business, dared to sell crayfish costing a few yuan for 15, only to find their venture cooling off. Observing Chen Meng with merely one table occupied while his own stall was filled to capacity, the bald man began to revel in his success, laughing mockingly. I told you long ago, with your experience, if you truly put in the effort, you could drive the competition out of business. But you didn't believe me. Zhang Mozi, munching on his skewers, sneered at Chen Meng. Why aren't you so arrogant anymore? If you want to make a fortune, I won't allow it. You simply cannot succeed. I'll be right here, watching your stall wither. And then I'll deal with you properly. If you're wise, come over now, kneel, and apologize. My friends will let you off the hook. But mercy would not come easily. Otherwise, that wound would have been in vain. Not only would he ruin your stall, but he would also ensure retribution, rendering you powerless. Zhang Mozi's rowdy companions pointed aggressively at Chen Meng, hurling insults with cruel grins, as if Chen Meng had been thoroughly defeated by their schemes. Hey, Brother Chen, it seems you've encountered a rival. Would you like me to help chase them away? Suddenly, a mocking voice emerged, and He Zhuang approached with a smile. Chapter 62. A smile that captivates all behind. He Zhuang was only Jean Lure. Back again. Chen Meng furrowed his brow slightly, then relaxed, responding with a smile. Brother He. In business, one must expect rivals. Without them, wouldn't one merely become a lonely master? I certainly do not wish to be a solitary star. You have a good mindset, lad. You are indeed cut out for business, He Zhuang praised, giving a thumbs up. Brother He. If Miss Jean were to say such a thing, I would be elated. But coming from you, a man, even if you were to praise me as a flower, I wouldn't care much for it, Chen Meng retorted. Hey, you rascal. Don't tease Miss Jean in front of me, He Zhuang warned, his expression serious. What did I say that was teasing? I intended to compliment Miss Jean on her beauty, her exceptional grace, and her figure, which rivals even the stars of television. But with your intimidation, perhaps I should refrain, lest I incur your wrath, Chen Meng replied, feeling frustrated. Jean Lure burst into laughter, clearly entertained by Chen Meng's antics. Her laughter illuminated her clear, azure eyes, which shimmered with a delicate charm, and the curve of her lips was as perfect as a crescent moon. Perhaps this was what it meant to captivate all with a single smile. Chen Meng was momentarily entranced. Jean Lure's brows knitted slightly, and her smile vanished, replaced by a cool elegance. Clad in a casual tank top and jeans, she exuded a different vibe, reminiscent of the girl next door. Truly, her charm was multifaceted. This woman, a natural enchantress, would surely leave any man fortunate enough to unravel her aloof exterior utterly captivated. Chen Meng sighed inwardly, retracting his admiring gaze. Aren't you too interested in trying the delicacies across the street today? 10 yuan a pound, much cheaper than what I offer here. Initially reluctant, Jean Lure surprisingly engaged in conversation. Your reminder has indeed piqued my interest. Rather than feeling pleased, Chen Meng's expression turned awkward, realizing he had inadvertently jeopardized a good deal. Jean Lure seemed to relish the discomfort he felt, her keen gaze playful, as if she had uncovered a profound secret. With a delicate finger pointed at him, she declared, "I see right through you." Huh. Chen Meng blinked in confusion, glancing down at himself. "Miss Jean, please don't frighten me. I never go out in a disheveled state. I'm fully dressed. How dare you jest with me?" Jean Luer retorted, her cheeks flushing with indignation. Goodness, who truly sees through whom? She comprehended that so subtly. It seems this woman is not as innocent as she appears, Chen Meng mused inwardly, realizing Jean Luer was genuinely upset. He quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, truly. It was unintentional. It's just a habit." Humph. Jean Luer's expression softened, and she gazed at him in astonishment. "You can actually speak English, and quite well? I must add, is that what you call speaking English?" Chen Meng gasped in astonishment. "Well, indeed it is English. According to your assertion, I can also converse in Japanese. What do phrases like "Imedi any" mean? They likely translate to greetings such as hello, but I do not fully comprehend." A chill ran down Chen Meng's spine, grateful that the woman did not understand. Otherwise, she might truly erupt in fury. "You, my friend, possess quite an array of skills. One could consider you erudite and talented. Why then do you willingly settle for being a petty vendor? It seems rather lacking in ambition." Jean Luer exhibited a look of disdain. "Miss Jean, this world is never devoid of geniuses, yet even geniuses require assistance to forge their paths upward. Resource control, do you grasp this? It is not merely a matter of ambition," Chen Meng replied with a hint of aloofness. "Lack of ambition is simply that. What need is there for so many excuses?" Jean Luer retorted with a scoff. "He Zhuang, go across and purchase a pound of shrimp. I wish to compare it to what Wu Deba has prepared." "Miss Jean, in my humble opinion, it would be a waste of money," Chen Meng remarked with a smile, gesturing toward the opposite side. Jean Luer turned her gaze to see a table of patrons clashing with a bald man. "Baldy, what on earth are you serving? One bite and my mouth is filled with sand. You can't even wash the shrimp properly. What kind of business is this?" "Impossible. I washed them a dozen times." "They should be clean," the bald man insisted. After sampling the dish himself, he realized that it was indeed gritty, and his expression turned awkward. "My apologies. Perhaps a few were not cleaned thoroughly. The other tables are enjoying their meals. Would you like me to prepare you a fresh portion?" "Forget it. Not only are they unclean, but the taste pales in comparison to the authentic Chen family's spicy crayfish across the way. It's true that you get what you pay for. Let's go over there for the genuine spicy crayfish." This table of patrons clearly had prior experience with Chen Meng's crayfish. Lured by the bald man's price of 10 yuan per pound, they stood up, cursing as they headed toward Chen Meng. "Old Chen, your crayfish are indeed authentic. What they serve over there is simply inedible, bland, and tasteless. Brother, perhaps they are novices. The flavor can be expected to be lacking. Let's not lose our temper. Dining out should be about enjoyment. That said, I will make a concession today, 2 yuan off for a pound." Chen Meng chuckled. "Don't worry, brother. I am not short on cash. I will never eat that cheap fare again. Just give me 5 pounds at 15 yuan each." "Certainly. It will be ready shortly." Chen Meng responded with a loud affirmation. "Young lady, please bring 10 bottles of beer for this table. It's on me." This young man certainly knows how to conduct business. As customers approached from the opposite side, he refrained from disparaging the rival's skills and instead defended the bald man. In contrast, the bald man continued to mock Chen Meng. The disparity in character was unmistakable. Though the customers did not voice their opinions, they all had their own judgments. "Miss Jean, please take a seat, standing beside me. I fear you might be splattered with oil. It would be unfortunate if your clothes were soiled. But if your face were burned, I fear I could not compensate you," Chen Meng teased, noticing Jean Luer's unwavering gaze as she observed him preparing the shrimp. Jean Luer's cheeks flushed, realizing Chen Meng had seen through her intentions. With an air of arrogance, she turned away and found a seat. "The usual 3 pounds of shrimp. Once you are finished, come over and join me for a drink." "Am I to be treated as your escort?" Chen Meng thought, breaking into a cold sweat. Perhaps the patrons who had just come from the bald man's establishment had influenced the situation. One by one, guests began to arrive. Chen Meng sighed in relief. For days, he had been ardently promoting the upscale nature of Chun's spicy crayfish, hoping to establish its authenticity. If his efforts bore no fruit, he would begin to doubt the efficacy of this approach. He stoked the flames of the stove vigorously, and soon, the guests' orders of crayfish began to grace the tables. Once he finished his tasks, Chen Meng instructed his younger sister to keep an eye on things before making his way to Miss Zhang's table, where he sat down directly. "Miss Zhang, if you wish to drink, this is not the ideal place. you should head to a bar. I did not invite you here to drink with strange men, but rather to discuss your thoughts on my proposal from yesterday. Have you given it further consideration? Miss Zhang spoke candidly. Miss Zhang, do you still hold out hope? Were it not for my self-awareness, I might think you were interested not in the formula, but in me as a person, Chen Meng replied with a chuckle. He poured her a glass of beer, expressing gratitude for her patronage of his business. However, personal favors aside, business is business. You can abandon all hope. Unless every man in the world were to perish, there will never come a day when I find you appealing, Miss Zhang declared, downing her drink in one go. Seemingly harboring a grudge against the cold, delicious beer, Chen Meng chuckled silently at her response. This woman, appearing noble and aloof, seemed to harbor a hidden vulnerability, akin to a little girl sulking over not receiving the formula. Yet, he could not help but admire her fortitude. Setting down her glass, Miss Zhang adopted a demeanor of nonchalance, as if the earlier tension had been but an illusion. She gazed at Chen Meng, remarking, "You, who so clearly covet wealth, seem oblivious to the substantial sum of 200,000. Are you suffering from a split personality? How did you discern my greed, Miss Zhang?" he inquired. When I mentioned trying the flavors across the street, your eyes betrayed a hint of regret and embarrassment, indicating you do not wish to lose me as a client. If that is not avarice, then what is? Miss Zhang's lips curled into a slight smirk, pride evident in her expression. Very well, I concede that I am greedy. However, greed does not equate to short-sightedness. How so? I have previously analyzed my business situation with you, Miss Zhang. Based on my current operations, I can easily earn 20,000 a month, totaling 240,000 a year. Why would I sell you the formula and watch you profit instead of earning it myself? Weren't you just stating a monthly profit of 10,000? How did it suddenly double to 20,000? Truly, you are a cunning businessman who cannot even admit it, Miss Zhang retorted, her breath catching slightly. Rather than feeling disheartened by Chen Meng's rejection, a newfound urgency flickered in her eyes. His words seemed to carry little weight. Given that the bald man across the street was selling at 10 per pound, the cost of spicy crayfish could hardly exceed a few yuan per pound. The modest stall could potentially yield profits comparable to those of the Yunhe restaurant, which was simply astonishing. Should she procure Chen Meng's formula, with the customer traffic at Yunhe, a monthly profit of 100,000 was within reach. A yearly income of 1 million would not only revitalize Yunhe, but also earn her family's admiration. After all, she was not merely a decorative flower. Did I not previously mention a profit of 10,000? Then it was indeed 10,000, Chen Meng replied, his laughter resonating with ease. Let Zhang Luer remain perplexed by his thoughts. Boss Chen, what elixir are you truly peddling? Zhang Luer furrowed her beautiful brows, her captivating eyes fixed intently on Chen Meng, striving to penetrate the depths of his mind. What can I sell? It was merely a slip of the tongue. Chen Meng chuckled softly, taken aback. Is that so? Zhang Luer was unconvinced. She believed that Chen Meng could not possibly have misspoken. Thus, his words must carry profound significance. Yet, she could not discern the reason behind his statement. Miss Zhang, it's quite late. The guests have all departed, and I must close up and head home. Chen Meng abruptly announced, rising from his seat. Is it customary to hasten guests away so hastily? Zhang Luer retorted, displeased. It is past midnight. Are you not concerned about aging prematurely from staying up late? Has it truly become past midnight so swiftly? My goodness, Zhang Luer exclaimed, hastily rising to settle the bill and departing without uttering another word. A self-disciplined woman is indeed formidable, Chen Meng thought, perspiring profusely. He began to pack up, preparing to return home. Brother, we still have 10 kilograms unsold, his younger sister lamented, her face a picture of dejection. This has exceeded my expectations. Business is akin to the stock market. Fluctuations are entirely normal, Chen Meng reassured her. Today, I brought 60 kilograms. We still have 10 kilograms of low-priced crayfish left, which significantly impacts my business. Although Chen Meng had anticipated such a scenario, a sense of irritation lingered. Tomorrow marked the 6th day. All told, he had earned 4,000. And with the remaining stock, he could manage to avoid insolvency. Yet, what about the other debts? What is a stock? Chen Xiaomei asked, puzzled. You wouldn't comprehend even if I explained. Perhaps I shall clarify it for you another time, he responded, prompting no further inquiries from her. Glancing across the way, she clenched her teeth and muttered resentfully, Humph, it's all that bald man's fault. If he hadn't sold crayfish at such low prices, today's business would not have been so dismal. I fear the coming days will be even worse. A cloud of gloom settled over Chen Meng, but he could not afford to reveal his distress. He was now his sister's idol, the family's pillar of strength, and he must persevere. Adversity should not be feared, but rather confronted with resolve. "Oh, Boss Chun is closing up early today?" the bald man remarked sarcastically, his tone dripping with mockery. Despite his customers having encountered sand in their food, his barbecue stall remained bustling with patrons. Even at this hour, the place was still lively. However, Chen Meng noticed that at least half of the customers were not ordering crayfish, but rather indulging in skewers, indicating the clear advantage of a diverse menu. Dismissing the bald man entirely, Chen Meng exchanged pleasantries with Sister Zhou, took his sister by the hand, and set off towards their village. "Bah, what a show! I won't let your business collapse without a fight." The bald man spat disdainfully at Chen Meng's retreating figure. Why stoop to Chen Meng's level? He should be the one in despair, he mused. Haha, it's still early. My friends have plenty of time to let that scoundrel's business plummet. Zhang Mozi and his companions laughed heartily, reveling in Chen Meng's misfortune as they made their way home. The night breeze was cool as they walked along the path. Chen Meng remained silent, pedaling his bicycle with great effort. His younger sister, seated behind him, had abandoned her usual cheerful chatter, enveloped instead in a heavy gloom. "Little sister, why are you so quiet?" Chen Meng, sensing her discontent, inquired gently. "I'm angry. Zhang Mozi and his gang are utterly despicable. We were conducting our business without provoking them, so why must they be so antagonistic toward us?" Chen Xiaomei replied, fuming. "What's there to be angry about? Zhang Mozi has never liked me. I've had my share of encounters with him. Now the tides have turned, and he has seized the opportunity against us." Chen Meng chuckled lightly. "Brother, I understand why Zhang Mozi is targeting you. It's because of teacher Xia. Long before she was married, Zhang Mozi had his sights set on her, but she chose to marry Chen Dong instead. Now that Chen Dong is dead, Zhang Mozi is surely still harboring designs on teacher Xia. You should avoid contact with her from now on. If you cease your association with her, perhaps Zhang Mozi will no longer oppose us," pleaded Chen Xiaomei. "My dear sister, I may refrain from associating with teacher Xia, but it shall not be out of fear of Zhang Mozi." Chen Meng sighed deeply, his heart heavy with bitterness. "Even if I desired to continue my relationship with Xia Yingying, is there any opportunity left? Just as long as you don't keep in touch with teacher Xia, that will suffice," Chen Xiaomei insisted, brightening momentarily. "By the way, brother, why did you tell Miss Zhang the truth? She now knows we can earn over 20,000 a month. What if she, like Zhang Mozi, develops ill intentions?" Chapter 64. Brother, do not dwell on teacher Xia any longer. What I desire is for her to entertain such thoughts. Chen Meng laughed. "Brother, are you out of your mind? Zhang Mozi is already troublesome enough. If we have to contend with Miss Zhang as well, our business will surely falter," Chen Xiaomei exclaimed. "Rest assured, little sister, Miss Zhang is not like Zhang Mozi. If she truly harbored ulterior motives, she would have resorted to unscrupulous tactics long ago instead of spending 200,000 to purchase my formula. Indeed, Miss Zhang seems quite amiable, beautiful, and of good character. She does not resemble a villain. But brother, why are you pursuing this course?" Chen Xiaomei pondered, perplexed. "Do you think I wish for this? You have seen for yourself how the bald man's actions have significantly impacted our business this evening. If he continues, our prospects will only dim further. Thus, I must prepare for the worst," Chen Meng lamented. "Brother, did you not say that the bald man would not last a week? Nothing can be deemed absolute. This is especially true in business. Every potential outcome must be considered. You know the cost of crayfish. The bald man has taken a large quantity at once, and barring unforeseen circumstances, there will inevitably be a significant loss of stock. Given his character, he would never discard any. The only solution is to reduce prices by another 10 yuan. Perhaps we might still retain an edge in flavor. But should the bald man continue to undercut prices to 8 or even 5 yuan, it would deal a fatal blow to our business," Chen Meng stated solemnly. Previously, he had been overly optimistic in his assessments. The flavor was indeed his trump card, but that was only relevant to affluent clients who were indifferent to minor price differences. However, once the bald-headed man resolutely decides to lower the price to just a few yuan, half of the current rate, even affluent customers may feel a twinge of discomfort. If someone can sell for 5 yuan and still turn a profit, how can one justify selling for 15? This has nothing to do with one's financial status. It is a fundamental psychological reaction, a sense of being deceived. Even if they do not indulge in the bald-headed man's crawfish, they would certainly refrain from supporting Chen Meng's business. If the bald-headed man were to pursue such a strategy, what benefit would it yield him? Even if he managed to push us out, his profits would be minimal. Some individuals, consumed by hatred and jealousy, fail to think rationally. Individuals like Zhang Matzi, the bald-headed man, lack foresight, caring only for immediate, trivial gains, indifferent to the concept of harming their long-term interests. Chen Meng sighed in resignation, suggesting that if all else fails, they might also consider lowering their prices. That would be disastrous, he countered. If we follow suit, it would deliver a devastating blow to the crawfish market, leaving no one able to turn a profit. This phenomenon, which would later be aptly termed involution, signifies that in any industry or product, once it succumbs to such a state, it is the merchants who suffer. Numerous mature products in the future cannot withstand the tide of involution. How could a nascent product endure it? What should we do? Are we to simply watch the bald-headed man cut his prices? Chen Xiaomei expressed her concerns. If it were only him lowering prices, it wouldn't be so alarming. We could manage that. The real danger lies in others following suit. If that happens, the crawfish product, which has yet to establish itself, will fade into obscurity, losing its chance to captivate the nation. Brother, have you lost your mind? It's just the bald-headed man. There are no others. Chen Xiaomei was taken aback. You'll see tomorrow. Chen Meng replied with a wry smile. Tonight, with the bald-headed man's business booming, it's only natural for others to feel envious. It was precisely this concern that had led him to rethink his strategy that evening, aiming to rekindle a competitive spirit. Indeed, circumstances can shift dramatically. Plans often fail to keep pace with rapid changes, and unforeseen events may compel one to prepare for the worst. Hopefully, these worries are unfounded. Upon returning to the village, as he passed by Xia Yingying's home, it was as dark as the previous night, devoid of any light. Chen Meng instinctively halted and cleared his throat. But there was no response. He rang his bicycle bell, yet still, silence prevailed. A wave of despondency washed over him. Could she be out? Perhaps she was at Xiao Guifang's, and he feared for her well-being. Brother, stop thinking about teacher Xia. She clearly ignores you, Chen Xiaomei remarked discontentedly. You just said you would cease all contact with her, and now you've forgotten. His little sister's words pierced through his already heavy heart. Disheartened, he returned home. After a brief wash, he retreated to his bedroom. Tossing and turning, sleep eluded him, his mind consumed by thoughts of Xia Yingying's enchanting visage. Moments ago, I was transported to that day when I stumbled upon a breathtaking scene. The delicate silhouette, the proud peaks, and the long, straight legs that set my heart racing with uncontainable excitement. Then, I was reminded of the daytime when Xia Yingying plunged into the pond. A desperate act captured in her tearful, dancing eyes, filled with a forlorn and pitiable expression that pierced Chen Meng's heart like a needle. I find myself pondering whether she is at home, choosing to ignore me, or if she is residing with her in-laws. This dilemma gnaws at Chen Meng, rendering him restless and unable to sleep. Resolutely, he rises, stealthily exiting his home, making his way to Xia Yingying's residence. Upon arrival, he first taps on the window. Receiving no response, he then inspects the front door, which is secured with a lock. A sigh of relief escapes his lips. She must be staying with her in-laws. It stands to reason that if she were at home, she would not be avoiding me. His heart eases momentarily, yet a new wave of worry washes over him. Given the significant loss suffered by Xiao Guifang and her husband today, he fears they might unleash their frustration upon Xia Yingying. At that moment, Chen Meng feels an impulsive urge to visit Xiao Guifang's home to check on Xia Yingying, but ultimately restrains himself. After all, during the day, her despair nearly drove her to seek death. Visiting her at night could lead to dire consequences if discovered. That night, Chen Meng's sleep is restless. As dawn breaks, he rises with impatience, pushing his bicycle towards the village entrance, knowing Xia Yingying is due to work today and should still be at home. Yet, he waits and waits until the bus leaves, finding himself alone at the village entrance, with Xia Yingying still absent. A sense of dread envelopes him. Something must be wrong, for she would never miss work without cause. Heavy-hearted, he turns back towards home. His parents and younger sister have already risen and are enjoying breakfast. Upon seeing Chen Meng return with his bicycle, his parents are astonished. Meng, where have you been so early? Just taking care of some matters, he replies, parking his bicycle and sipping from a bowl of corn porridge. Chen Xiaomei, aware of her brother's intentions, realizes he must have sought out teacher Xia. and his distracted demeanor suggests things did not go as planned. After a simple breakfast, their parents head out to the fields with their hoes, while Chen Xiaomei prepares to catch crayfish, only to be called back by Chen Meng. Little sister, could you do me a favor and find out why Teacher Xie didn't come to work today? Brother, you promised me you would no longer associate with Teacher Xie. Chen Xiaomei suddenly looks up at him, her eyes gleaming with a hint of frustration. I'm merely concerned that Teacher Xie might be in trouble. If you could just check on her, I would feel at ease, Chen Meng responds awkwardly. He is unsure how he has become so unwittingly enchanted by Xie Yingying. Lying in bed last night, he pondered the matter, realizing it might be closely tied to the second-rate Chen Meng, whose spirit he now inhabits. His demise was a result of scaling the wall of Xie Yingying's home and falling to his death. Xie Yingying has become his obsession, and since Chen Meng's possession, this fixation has undeniably influenced him. Brother, Teacher Xie is not suited for you. Sister Lu, you would be a far better match. Chen Xiaomei was taken aback by the pleading look in her elder brother's eyes. What kind of enchantment did Xie Yingying possess that could render her brother so uncharacteristically vulnerable? How could she bear to deny his request? Shaking her head in confusion, she left her home and headed for Chao Guifang's residence. Upon arrival, she noticed the door was slightly ajar. Is Teacher Xie at home? She called out. Chen Xiaomei, what brings you here? Xie Yingying emerged from within. My brother sent me to check on you. He was worried something might have happened, Chen Xiaomei replied. Observing that Xie Yingying's eyes were red and her face bore a hint of bruising, she thought, surely, Chao Guifang must have struck her. What a wretched couple they were. Teacher Xie was such a wonderful person, educated, attractive, and kind-hearted. How could they bring themselves to harm her? What else did your brother say? Xie Yingying asked, her eyes lighting up, a tingle of hope swelling within her. That rascal must have fretted over her absence last night, prompting him to send Chen Xiaomei to check on her. He surely had her on his mind. My brother didn't say much. He just asked me to see how you were, Chen Xiaomei replied, her gaze dropping as she noticed Xie Yingying's ample bosom. She had heard that men preferred more voluptuous women. Perhaps her brother was captivated by Teacher Xie's charms. A wave of jealousy surged within her as she glanced at herself. What else did your brother say? Xie Yingying pressed, noticing Chen Xiaomei's sudden distraction. My brother said nothing more, just that he wanted me to see you, Chen Xiaomei reiterated. Is that so? Xie Yingying felt a profound disappointment wash over her. How could he not have conveyed a single word to her? In their previous encounters, he had been bold enough to express his affection, yet now he was silent. Not even a whisper. Humph. Men truly are heartless and ungrateful. Teacher Xie, if all is well, I shall take my leave, Chen Xiaomei said, turning to depart. Wait, let me write a note for you to give to your brother, Xie Yingying called out. Recalling that she might be staying at her mother-in-law's for a few days and fearing that Chen Meng would worry, she hurried inside, quickly scribbled a few lines, and rushed back out. However, to her surprise, Chen Xiaomei had already vanished. Xie Yingying, perceptive as she was, recognized that Chen Xiaomei had appeared displeased earlier and now had left without a word, clearly wishing to sever any further connection with Chen Meng. Even someone as uneducated as a village girl looked down upon her. Xie Yingying, how could you be so foolish? She lamented. It was no wonder her mother-in-law had scolded her for being so lowly. In that moment, Xie Yingying felt a tumult of emotions. Perhaps she should not have allowed her heart to stray. Perhaps Chen Xiaomei's sentiments mirrored Chen Meng's own. He was merely concerned about the potential trouble. That scoundrel. Yesterday, before so many witnesses, he had professed his affection and intentions towards her, yet now he did not even dare to show his face. As her jealousy deepened, her eyes reddened, and she crumpled the note into a ball, flinging it away in frustration before retreating into her home. Just as she entered, Zhang Matzi emerged from the shadows, picked up the crumpled note, and unfolded it. It contained only a few simple words. I am fine, do not worry. I will return in a couple of days. Such ordinary words. However, Zhang Matzi was consumed by jealousy. Earlier, he had witnessed Chen Xiaomei engaged in conversation with Xie Yingying and had chosen to hide away. Thus he was certain that this note was addressed to Chen Meng. Considering the previous events, Zhang Matzi grew increasingly convinced that Xie Yingying had entangled herself with Chen Meng. How despicable. As long as I am here, the two of you shall never be together. Upon returning home, Chen Meng eagerly inquired, Xiaomei, is Teacher Xie all right? She's fine. Brother, you're just worrying unnecessarily. Did she say anything? No. Noticing her brother's look of disappointment, Chen Xiaomei clenched her fists, resolving that she could not allow her brother to continue pursuing Teacher Xie. Otherwise, All his thoughts would surely be consumed by her, potentially jeopardizing his ability to earn a living. Brother, I think I heard Chao Guifeng mention something about setting up teacher Xie on a blind date. Impossible. Chen Meng was taken aback, unable to fathom that Xie Yingying would engage in such behavior. Moreover, he believed that Chao Guifeng would never let Xie Yingying off the hook, let alone take the initiative to arrange a matchmaking event for her. It's true. Teacher Xie didn't oppose it either. I can see that she has no feelings for you, so you should really stop pursuing her. It will not benefit either of you. This marked Chen Xiaomei's first lie, which inevitably made her feel anxious and guilty. Yet, Chen Meng was in turmoil and completely oblivious to Xiaomei's unusual demeanor. I don't believe it. I will ask her myself. With that, he dashed out of the house. Oh no. If I ask, one tea that revealed the truth? Chen Xiaomei regretted deceiving her brother and felt a wave of unease wash over her. Chao Guifeng returned home to find Xie Yingying wandering around the yard with a crying child in her arms. Instantly, she felt irritable. The child cried incessantly, making a scene over nothing. Mom, Xiaomiao has a slight fever and is uncomfortable, which is why she is crying, Xie Yingying explained. After what happened yesterday, it's only natural that my mother-in-law is unhappy. My son Qindong was in excellent health and then suddenly died from a fall. Now Xiaomiao is perpetually ill. It's all due to you vixen. Chao Guifeng glared coldly at Xie Yingying, her imposing figure evoking the rural saying that she had the appearance of a seductress, only fueling her anger. Mom, how can you say that? What should I say? I Haven T claimed that Xiaomiao isn't of the Chen family bloodline. I've been fair to you. You spend all day flirting with men, presenting yourself as cultured and refined in public, yet harboring a heart full of malice. I tell you, as long as I am alive, you shall never be able to be with that scoundrel Chen Meng. Want to remarry? Fine. Your family received a bride price of 5,000 from the Chen family, so I will personally help you find a man. As long as you return that bride price to me, you can marry whoever you wish. Chao Guifeng spat venomously. This statement was an immense affront to Xie Yingying, who had always valued her reputation. Unable to contain herself, she retorted, Mom, are you saying that as long as someone brings you 5,000 in bride price, you want to oppose my remarriage? Yes, as long as it's not Chen Meng. Anyone else is acceptable. Rest assured, it definitely won't be Chen Meng. Xie Yingying gritted her teeth. If Chen Meng truly desires to marry me, he can easily find someone else to propose. All he needs to do is to deceive Chao Guifeng. Upon contemplating this, Xie Yingying felt an overwhelming sense of relief, even tinged with a hint of secret joy. The shackles that bound her heart had finally been cast aside. Qindong. Oh Qindong, I have no intention of remarrying. I merely wish to live well. Yet it is your mother who has compelled this situation. Little did she know, outside the house, Chen Meng was struck as if by lightning, engulfed in despair. It turned out that what his younger sister had said was true. Xie Yingying intended to remarry, but the man she desired was not him. Chapter 66. I once intended to share my heart with the bright moon, yet alas, the moon is too indifferent. Chen Meng returned home in a daze, devoid of spirit. Without uttering a word, he retreated to his bedroom and buried himself in the bed, refusing to emerge. Brother, are you all right? Chen Xiaomei knocked on the door, her voice tinged with caution. I'm fine, just a bit tired. I want to lie down for a while, came Chen Meng's feeble reply. Oh, then you should take a nap, Chen Xiaomei said, standing at the door, her mind swirling with confusion. Why had her brother's visit to teacher Xie not exposed her lie? She wondered what teacher Xie had told him, for he seemed utterly lost, as if his soul had departed. Would he never return to his former self? That Xie Yingying was truly a source of misfortune, henceforth. She must never be allowed to associate with her brother again. Brother, are we still catching crayfish today? Chen Xiaomei asked softly, but there was no response from the room. Thinking her brother had fallen asleep, she turned to leave. In truth, Chen Meng was far from asleep. His mind was a chaotic storm, and he felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away. He simply wanted to lie on the bed, too weary to even respond to his sister's question. From the dazzling world of indulgence to this desolate place where not even a bird would reside, let alone the absence of electricity, he had initially yearned to return. Who would have imagined that he would be inexplicably ensnared by Xie Yingying? In scarcely 10 days, his thoughts were consumed by her. He had encountered countless women, innocent students, alluring mature ladies, lonely housewives, and skilled technicians, but none had ever made him feel so flustered, so on edge, as Xie Yingying, who could easily turn red and sulk, her words spoken as if she were a thief. Yet, Why had he become infatuated with Xiang Ying? After much contemplation, Chen Meng concluded that it was likely tied to the body he now inhabited. Furthermore, perhaps it was the backwardness of this era, the poverty of Chenjigu village, and the utter lack of entertainment that left him with nothing to do but think of women. I once intended to share my heart with the bright moon, yet alas, the moon is too indifferent. Chen Meng cursed inwardly. How humiliating it was for him, a seasoned man of the modern world, to be outwitted by a village widow from the 1990s. Just the thought of Xiang Ying, who alternated between cold aloofness and bashful shyness in his presence, filled him with fury. If he hadn't overheard her words today, who knew how much longer he would have been deceived? It was high time to earn money, pay off debts, and then leave. He wished to remain in this world not a moment longer. With sudden resolve, Chen Meng sat up in bed, rejuvenated. Damn it! When I return to my original world, the first thing I shall do is find a technician named Xia Ying and thoroughly torment her. With that thought, he emerged from the bedroom. The younger sister sat in the courtyard, lost in thought, when she spotted Chen Meng and exclaimed with joy, "Brother, are you all right?" "I was never in trouble, little sister. Today, we must catch shrimp. Not just any shrimp, but 100 pounds, Chen Meng replied, his eyes rekindled with determination. Having decided to embark on this journey, accumulating wealth became paramount, ensuring a substantial legacy for his family, allowing them to live without worry. "Brother, can we sell that much?" she questioned. "Trust me, it will work out," Chen Meng assured with a smile. "It's merely a price war. I have plenty of strategies to handle it." After a heated argument with her mother-in-law, Xiang Ying returned to her bedroom, tears streaming down her face. She was bewildered as to what she had done wrong. When she married Chen Dong, it was out of necessity, as her father was ill and the family urgently required 5,000 yuan for medical expenses. 3 years ago, few could afford such a sum for a bride price, leaving her with two options, Chen Dong or Zhang Mazi. The latter was notorious in the surrounding villages for his wayward lifestyle, lacking even a primary school education, indulging in vices and engaging in all manner of wrongdoing. In contrast, Xia Ying had at least completed a college diploma and was regarded as educated in her community. Thus, she held no admiration for the uncouth Zhang Mazi. Although Chen Dong was not particularly educated, he was honest and industrious, skilled in farming, aquaculture, and animal husbandry, gaining considerable respect in the villages. Furthermore, he promised that if Xia Ying married him, he would leverage connections to secure her a position as a substitute teacher at the local elementary school. This prospect piqued her interest, leading her to choose Chen Dong without hesitation. After their marriage, while their life was not filled with sweetness, it was vibrant and harmonious. That same year, Xia Ying became pregnant. Everything seemed to be progressing beautifully until disaster struck unexpectedly. Chen Dong went hunting in the mountains and fell off a cliff, leaving him paralyzed for several months, draining the family's finances and ultimately passing away, leaving behind aged parents, a newlywed wife, and an unborn child. With the pillar of the family gone, their economic stability vanished. Xia Ying was compelled to work while heavily pregnant, earning barely over 100 yuan a month. She had no time to properly recuperate after childbirth, managing only 7 days of rest before returning to work. Her in-laws, who favored male offspring, did not welcome her daughter. Thus, Xia Ying juggled work and childcare daily, laboring in the fields on weekends to grow vegetables for their sustenance. For 2 arduous years, she endured hardships that only she truly understood. Despite the challenges, she never considered remarriage. Her sole desire was to raise her child, honoring Chen Dong's memory and respecting her in-laws. Xia Ying believed she could withstand solitude, as her upbringing instilled in her a sense of morality that prohibited any actions that would tarnish her character. Yet, she could never have imagined that the notorious scoundrel of the village, the good-for-nothing, harbored such affection for her, even going so far as to risk his life to rescue her. His alternating displays of dominance and roguishness gradually stirred her heart. As her in-laws showed her disdain and constantly tarnished her reputation, she pondered the futility of her perseverance. Youth was on her side, and she possessed the right to pursue her own happiness. Whenever she thought of Chen Meng's mischievous grin, her cheeks flushed and her heart raced. "You rascal, having stirred my heart, you must take responsibility," she mused. "However, I am not so easily won over. I must ascertain whether your intentions are genuine and whether you have truly turned over a new leaf. After all, I, Xia Ying, am not someone who cannot find a suitor. Many would vie for my affections." Lost in her thoughts, She was suddenly jolted back to reality by the sound of a baby's wail. Rushing to her daughter, she measured the feverish temperature with the back of her hand. It was alarmingly high. The last medication prescribed by the doctor had only proven effective for a mere 2 days. I must consult the doctor again. Where are you going? Are you off to flirt with some wild man again? Chao Guifeng, her mother-in-law, obstructed her path, her tone icy. Mom, Xiaomiao has a high fever again. I need to go to the county hospital. Could you lend me 500 yuan? I promise to repay you once I have the money, Xia Yingying stammered, finding it difficult to voice her request. I only have 50 yuan on me. Nothing more, Chao Guifeng retorted, stuffing the money into Xia Yingying's pocket before turning away. Biting her lip, Xia Yingying forced herself to suppress the tears of humiliation. Qindong, this is our daughter, the flesh and blood of the Chen family. And this is how your mother treats her. Wiping away her tears, she stumbled out the door, holding her daughter close. Chapter 67. The little dumpling is thriving upon exiting her home. Xia Yingying hesitated, contemplating whom to approach for a loan. 50 yuan would undoubtedly fall short. Her salary barely exceeded 100 yuan a month, and with the cost of baby formula and daily commuting, not to mention her financial support to several children, she had little savings. In her 3 years of marriage to the Chen family, this was her first time asking someone for money, and she found it quite daunting, especially since she was uncertain whom to approach. After much deliberation, she thought of Chen Meng, for he was the only one who genuinely cared for her and would not mock her plight. However, disappointment awaited her. The door to Chen Meng's home was firmly locked, and he was nowhere to be found. Time was of the essence when it came to her child's illness. After a moment's hesitation, she turned toward the small shop. Although Auntie Pang could be rather superficial, she had a kind heart beneath her sharp tongue. Given that Xia Yingying had often supported her business, borrowing a few hundred yuan should not pose a problem. Upon arriving at the shop, she found a group gathered, chatting animatedly. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she was about to turn and leave when Auntie Pang spotted her and called out, "Teacher Xia, why are you leaving so soon? Is something the matter?" Feeling shy, Xia Yingying's face flushed red. "Auntie Pang, I find it a bit difficult to speak up. With me, there's no need for formality. Just tell me what you need," Auntie Pang encouraged. "My daughter has a high fever again, and I want to take her to the county hospital. Unfortunately, I'm short on funds. Could you lend me 500 yuan? Xia Yingying lowered her head, speaking in a voice as faint as a mosquito. "Is there anything to be embarrassed about regarding this matter?" Teacher Xia interjected, "Don't mention 500. Even 1,000 would suffice." Aunt Pang promptly handed Xia Yingying 500 yuan. "Thank you. I will certainly repay you," Xia Yingying said as she took the money and turned to leave. She couldn't shake the feeling that the villagers were looking at her with ridicule, even disdain. Teacher Xia pitied Aunt Pang as she watched Xia Yingying's retreating figure, letting out a sigh. What is there to pity? She attracts all sorts, and that is hardly commendable. "How can you say that, Teacher Xia? Mind your own man," came a retort. "Flies don't buzz around a seamless egg. If the egg were not rotten, my husband wouldn't be drawn to the scent." The argument behind her pierced Xia Yingying like a knife, making it difficult for her to breathe. As though her heart were suffocating. Her earlier intuition was not mistaken. Countless women in the village regarded her as a monstrous threat, a vixen. Overwhelmed by sudden tears, she quickened her pace, her eyes stinging. "What are you arguing about? What's wrong with Xia Yingying?" Aunt Pang was embroiled in a heated exchange with several village women when Zhang Matzi swaggered over, hands behind his back, his face stern. "It's nothing," they all quickly hushed, fear evident in their eyes. "What? Is there something scandalous afoot? Why else would you hide it from me?" Zhang Matzi's eyes widened. Aunt Pang trembled. No. It's just that Teacher Xia's child is ill, and she needed to borrow 500 yuan to visit the county hospital. Such a trivial matter. Yet you all make a fuss about it. How gluttonous you are." Zhang Matzi initially thought it was some significant gossip, only to realize it was nothing of the sort, and thus lost interest, humming a tune as he walked away. Bah, what nonsense. Relying on Zhang Diwang's influence, he is hardly better than Chen Meng. Aunt Pang spat in Zhang Matzi's direction, and the others soon joined in condemning him. Zhang Matzi continued to wander through the village but suddenly halted. He recalled having seen Xia Yingying exiting a hotel with Chen Meng a few days prior. Could it be that Xia Yingying was merely using an excuse to rendezvous with Chen Meng? If that were the case, should he catch them, their reputations would be ruined. At that point, Xia Yingying would be tarnished, and who would dare want her? He would finally have his chance. With that thought, Zhang Matzi hurried home, mounted his motorcycle, and sped towards the county town. After the incident with the bald man in the village yesterday, The shrimp in the river were nearly gone. Chen Meng had to catch 100 pounds of shrimp from his own paddy field, spending several hours doing so. Brother, why not catch shrimp at Teacher Xia's pond? There are plenty, thick as thieves, easy to catch. His little sister's clothes were drenched in sweat. The heat was unbearable, and after hours of fishing, she couldn't help but feel irritated, mumbling her complaints. It doesn't matter where you catch them, little sister. I know you've worked hard. I'll treat you to spicy crayfish for lunch, Chen Meng replied with a smile, his gaze falling on his sister's slightly bulging belly. In just over 10 days, she had grown rapidly. Her face and figure have become considerably plumper, increasingly resembling that of a blossoming young lady. Unbeknownst to me, you are merely concerned for Teacher Xia, wishing to save the shrimp for her to sell. The younger sister, visibly displeased, remarked. Chen Meng's smile faltered as he gazed at her in astonishment. Oh, not only has she developed a temper, but her intellect has also flourished. Thus, I shall rest easy knowing that when I depart, she will not fall prey to being abducted and sold. Brother, do you truly believe I am so foolish as to be taken away? The younger sister stamped her foot in protest. Indeed, such a possibility exists. Humph, I am offended, she retorted, turning away in a huff and ignoring Chen Meng, prompting him to laugh heartily. In just a brief span of 10 days, the once timid younger sister had vanished. The current version of her. Not only has she grown in stature, but her confidence has blossomed, and her temperament has sharpened. This transformation brought Chen Meng immense joy, alleviating the gloom that had settled in his heart due to Xia Yingying's troubles. Having ventured into this world, it seems I have finally instigated some change. Brother, it is not for me to criticize you, but why do you continue to be kind to Teacher Xia when she fails to appreciate it? Would it not be wiser to be good to Sister Lu Yi? She is truly wonderful, beautiful, skilled, capable of earning money, and her education is commendable. She would make the perfect sister-in-law. Observing her elder brother's cheerfulness, Chen Xiaomei seized the opportunity to extol Lu Ye's virtues. Little sister, at such a tender age, you concern yourself with far too much. Perhaps you should focus on your own affairs. Upon hearing Xia Yingying's name, Chen Meng felt a flicker of displeasure, delivering a firm tap to his sister's head, which left her teary-eyed. Upon returning home, Chen Meng took to the kitchen, preparing the 10 pounds of shrimp that had remained unsold from the previous day. A large bowl filled to the brim made the mouths of the family water with anticipation. I shall go buy some beer, Chen Xiaomei volunteered eagerly. She had suddenly developed a fondness for the combination of crayfish and beer, spicy, fragrant, and delightfully refreshing, followed by a gulp of ice-cold beer. The sensation was indescribably exhilarating. At the small shop, she purchased 4 bottles of beer. Just as she was about to leave, Aunt Fat called out to her, "Wait, Chen Xiaomei, does your brother know about Teacher Xia's child being ill? She borrowed 500 yuan from me." "I have no idea," Chen Xiaomei replied coldly, turning to leave while muttering, "What nonsense is this? Why tell me? Ah, I see now. Aunt Fat must want me to relay this to my brother. How utterly malicious. If he were to find out, he would undoubtedly worry about Teacher Xia. I cannot let him know." Aunt Fat indeed harbored such thoughts. "Teacher Xia, this is all I can do to assist you." Although Chen Meng is a rogue, he is undeniably sincere in his affections for you. You are still so young, yet you find yourself ensnared in the Chen family. What a pity. Aunt Fat squinted, leaning against the counter as she reminisced about the previous day, when Chen Meng, in front of numerous villagers, fiercely protected Xia Yingying, boldly declaring his feelings for her. How enviable it is for a woman to encounter such a man in her lifetime. It would be worth any sacrifice. Chapter 68. One's own folly cannot be endured. The fiery red sun hung low in the sky, reminding Chen Meng of Xia Yingying's equally flushed face when she was shy. Damn it, am I truly enchanted? Every sight conjured thoughts of Xia Yingying. With her mind set, he took his younger sister along, carrying 100 pounds of shrimp, and headed straight for the county town. As they passed the township government, Chen Meng remembered that the soybean oil had run out. He instructed his sister to watch over the vehicle and made his way to a roadside grocery store with the intention of purchasing a barrel of oil. "Oh, if it isn't Chen Meng. I heard you're doing business in the county. How's it going? Today marks the 6th day. If you don't repay the 5,000 by tomorrow, well, let's just say your life might be forfeit," while Lizzie sneered, lounging outside a mahjong parlor. "Rest assured, if I can't repay it, you can have my life. Though I doubt you would dare to claim it," Chen Meng retorted with a sinister smile. Lizzie's face flushed with anger, and just as he was about to respond, one of his lackeys sprang to his feet, pointing at Chen Meng and shouting, "You bastard! Have you grown tired of being beaten? How dare you speak to Brother Lizzie like that? Want to fight me? Please, that would give me the perfect excuse not to repay my debt, Chen Meng scoffed. The thug, momentarily at a loss for words, was silenced by Ba Lizzie, who waved him off and shot a cold smile at Chen Meng. You have 1 day left. You'd best pray you can repay the money, or I will make you pay dearly. Chen Meng merely scoffed, uninterested in further engagement. He turned to leave, but paused to offer a piece of advice. Ba Lizzie, you're not getting any younger. Consider walking the straight path. The economy is booming and opportunities abound. Why resort to shady dealings? Those who linger by the river will inevitably get their feet wet. Take heed. With that, he strode directly into the grocery store. Opportunities abound. Where? Ba Lizzie, taken aback by Chen Meng's words, bent down to look, but found nothing. He quickly regained his composure and erupted in curses. Damn you, Chen Meng. How dare you mock me? You can't even protect a woman and still have the audacity to lecture me. As Chen Meng emerged from the store, he overheard Ba Lizzie's words, and a shiver ran down his spine. What do you mean by that, Ba Lizzie? You fancy Xia Yingying, don't you? She's being bullied by Wang Dalong now, and she even lost her job. Didn't you know? You can't even safeguard your own woman. Yet you act tough in front of me, Ba Lizzie jeered. Chen Meng's realization struck him suddenly. No wonder Xia Yingying had rushed back yesterday afternoon. No wonder she hadn't gone to work today. Damn Wang Dalong. He muttered through clenched teeth, saying nothing further as he turned to leave. Stop right there. The lackey shouted again. Ba Lizzie glared at him, and the underling promptly fell silent. Watching Chen Meng ride away on his bicycle, Ba Lizzie felt a chill from Chen Meng's piercing gaze, which slowly dissipated. What a strange feeling. I was actually afraid of Chen Meng's eyes. It had only been a few days since they last met, but Chen Meng seemed transformed. Clearly, the county town was a crucible for growth. Remaining in this small township promised no future. The notion of opportunities awaiting those willing to bend down to seize them lingered in Ba Lizzie's mind. Upon reaching the county town, he found the bald man's barbecue stall bustling with customers. Noticing Chen Meng's arrival, the bald man immediately greeted him with a taunting smirk. Chen Meng cast a glance around, noticing that Zhang Matzi was absent, while the few ruffians remained, still bearing their wounds, yet foolishly indulging in drinks. Swiftly, he assisted his younger sister in rearranging the tables and chairs. She then began to energetically call out, "Authentic Chin's spicy crawfish, 15 yuan per jean. Buy 1 jean and get half a jean free, limited quantity, first come, first served." Her voice was sharp and high-pitched, quickly attracting the attention of many passers-by, even drawing customers away from the bald-headed vendor across the street. At such a price, the crawfish was practically a bargain, making it foolish to linger elsewhere. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 groups of customers departed from the bald-headed vendor, infuriating him greatly. Seeing Chen Meng's business prosper, the ruffians could hardly contain themselves and immediately urged the bald-headed vendor to continue lowering prices. "Brother G, we can't lower it any further. We already have many customers placing orders. If we drop the price to 10 yuan per jean, how can we explain that to them?" The bald-headed vendor lamented. That was merely the beginning of his troubles. The critical issue was that further price reductions would leave him with almost no profit. With a cost of approximately 2 yuan per jean, including the expense for oil, salt, sauce, labor, and rent, the total expenses amounted to around 5 yuan. Selling at 10 yuan per jean would yield a profit of 5 yuan, but with Zhang Matzi and his gang consuming freely booze, cigarettes, and skewers, their daily expenses could easily run into the hundreds. Thus, his barbecue stall as pure profit barely amounted to this sum, rendering his efforts futile. What was even more exasperating was that he had no intention of competing with Chen Meng. It was Zhang Matzi's idea, forcing him into this predicament. With his own money being used to placate Zhang Matzi, the bald-headed vendor found himself overwhelmed with regret. What explanation do I owe anyone? Who dares to challenge me? He fumed. Damn it, did I give you face? Just do as I say, and if you utter another word, I'll slap you. The ruffians, having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, spoke loudly and arrogantly, disregarding the bald-headed vendor entirely. Yes, brothers, whatever you say goes, he quickly nodded in submission, fearing they might overturn his stall. Consequently, the bald-headed vendor mimicked Chen Meng's earlier enthusiasm, shouting, "Spicy crawfish, only 8 yuan per jean, delicious and affordable, limited quantity, first come, first served. Cut it out, it's only a 2 yuan difference. The taste is worlds apart. Only a fool would choose that." The customers passing by barely cast a glance in his direction. Damn it, what is 8 yuan? Make it 5 yuan per jean. Brother G suddenly stood up and slapped the bald-headed vendor on the back of the head. The bald-headed vendor staggered in shock. "Brother G, we can't do that. It would be a huge loss for us. You're courting death, daring to defy my orders." Brother G roared, delivering another slap that left the bald-headed vendor seeing stars and bleeding from his mouth. Witnessing the conflict, diners were frightened and hurriedly moved away, fearful of being caught in the fray. Truly, one reaps what they sow. Mingling with such violent thugs could only lead to a dire fate. Chen Meng let out a cold laugh, seemingly having anticipated this scene long before. Nevertheless, he found a certain pleasure in witnessing the unfolding chaos. Guests dining out seek enjoyment. Who wouldn't be frightened by such violence? Tomorrow, the business of the bald man would likely suffer a significant blow. Why are you staring? Sit down and continue eating. Or dare to run. Brother G fiercely pointed at the terrified patrons. Reluctantly, they settled back into their seats, their meals devoid of flavor. Observing Brother G's drunken state, the other thugs realized the guests were now frightened. If things continued like this, before Chen's business could falter, the bald man's enterprise would collapse first. "Gentlemen, there is no need to be afraid. My brother has simply had too much to drink. To compensate, we will offer all small lobsters at $5 a pound." The price was suddenly slashed in half, drawing cheers from the patrons. However, the bald man's heart was bleeding. At $10 a pound, he could still afford to let this group indulge, but at $5, he was losing $5 for every pound sold. After years in business, he had never encountered such a calamity. He was at a loss for tears. The $5 price was indeed enticing, instantly drawing many customers to the bald man. "Brother, how can they do this? $5 a pound. It's simply unprofitable," Chen Xiaomei exclaimed bitterly. "Their aim is to drive us out of business, not to make a profit," Chen Meng replied, amused. "How can that be? Even if it's not profitable, it shouldn't lead to losses." Xiaomei countered. "Xiaomei, one must consider the bigger picture in business. One cannot focus solely on individual factors and immediate benefits. I have a task for you. Think carefully before we close tonight about why the more the bald man sells, the more he loses," Chen Meng said, intent on nurturing Xiaomei's ability to think independently and grasp the overall situation. In the midst of their conversation, He Zhuang and Zhang Luer arrived. "Little brother, it seems you found yourself a rival. $5 a pound is just a third of your price. Such a significant advantage will likely deal a tremendous blow to your business," He Zhuang remarked, reveling in the misfortune. "He Zhuang, you seem quite pleased. Aren't you afraid Miss Zhang will be upset?" Chen Meng inquired. "Why would she be upset? It's not her business," He Zhuang responded, taken aback. "He Zhuang, if you do not learn to strategize and consider the bigger picture, you will forever remain merely a driver," Chen Meng said, his tone light and devoid of mockery, as if offering a kind reminder. "I don't quite understand what you mean," He Zhuang replied awkwardly, turning to look at Zhang Luer. Zhang Luer let out a cold huff and approached slowly, saying, "What you mean is, if the bald man continues to lower the price of small lobsters, when I eventually wish to enter this business, there will be no profit to be made." "Miss He, your intelligence is commendable," Chen Meng praised, admiringly observing Zhang Luer, whose figure was elegantly accentuated by a flowing red gown. The towering peaks, the slender waist, and beneath the fluffy skirt, those delicate, fair calves resemble exquisite ivory sculptures, reflecting a soft sheen that is both hazy and alluring. One could even imagine the breathtaking legs hidden beneath that form-fitting dress. Her beautiful visage, lightly adorned with makeup, yet under the glow of the streetlights, paired with a striking red dress, presents a stunning vibrancy. It evokes the image of a sensual woman, wandering alone under the solitary streetlight, draped in red against the night. Typically, women adorned in such fashion possess a story to tell. Yet on her, this outfit imparts an air of innocent coolness. "What are you staring at?" Zhang Luer frowned, visibly displeased. Though the gaze directed at her bore no lewdness, it nonetheless unsettled her, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of her soul. A woman's heart conceals countless secrets. How could it be so easily unveiled? Especially by a man. "I merely admire how Miss Zhang effortlessly navigates various styles, showcasing different charms. I mean no other intent," Chen Meng replied candidly. "Spare me your pretentiousness. I understand far more than you presume," Zhang Luer retorted with a cold snort, though inwardly she was surprised. Did this man truly grasp the significance of a woman's diverse attire? Perhaps he was merely guessing. "Indeed, Miss Zhang, a paragon among women, is incomparable to someone like me, a mere street vendor, an ordinary man," Chen Meng remarked, his smile both honest and disarming. Yet, Zhang Luer sensed a hint of defiance. perhaps even disdain in his demeanor, prompting her to huff, "You are rather hypocritical." Hypocrisy and sincerity lie on the same spectrum. It does not rest upon others' displays, but rather on one's inherent feelings. For instance, if Miss Zhang perceives that I have reduced the price of crayfish to 5 yuan per pound, should I feel joy or discontent? Chen Meng countered. Certainly discontent. Such actions by Baldy will soon collapse your business unless you follow suit with a price reduction. But doing so would yield you little profit, transforming a lucrative venture into a futile endeavor. How could one find joy in that? Zhang Luer replied. Incorrect. I find it quite delightful. Do you think I am being hypocritical? Chen Meng chuckled. Is that not the case? What could possibly bring you joy? Firstly, 5 yuan is already the minimum cost for spicy crayfish. Baldy's actions leave no profit margin. If he has 10 tables of guests all ordering crayfish, it will inevitably diminish the consumption of other snacks. While it may appear that Baldy's business is thriving, in reality, it is merely a fruitless endeavor. Secondly, those ruffians at Baldy's were indulging for free, racking up a bill of a couple hundred. Thus, with the price slashed to 5 yuan, and considering labor, rent, utilities, and other expenses, he stands to lose at least 300 in a single day. Lastly, those ruffians, having drunk too much, assaulted Baldy. Other patrons will surely be alarmed. If you were in that situation, would you return the next day? Zhang Luer elaborated. The bald man is not engaged in a unique business. The extent of his potential impact is better understood by Miss Zhang than by me. Therefore, as long as the bald man continues his endeavors, I shall take delight in each passing day. Although my business may face challenges, at least I am not incurring losses. Perseverance is the key to victory. Chen Meng chuckled. Zhang Luer was momentarily taken aback, falling into contemplation. Chen Meng continued, thus Miss Zhang's assertion of my hypocrisy is misguided. It merely reflects your intuitive perception, not the essence of my character. You possess quite the penchant for sophistry. Zhang Luer appeared unconvinced and elegantly chose a seat, refraining from discussing her consumption. Chen Meng did not inquire further and immersed himself in his tasks. However, from the corner of his eye, he noticed Zhang Luer glancing in his direction from time to time. Could it be that I have overexerted my charm, igniting feelings in this young lady? Such a lure can indeed be a double-edged sword. I will be returning in a few days, so I apologize for being unable to reciprocate your affection. Miss Zhang, what captivates your attention? He Zhuang observed Zhang Luer lost in thought as she gazed at Chen Meng and waved his hand. Nothing, she replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. I cannot believe I was daydreaming about a man. Thankfully, no acquaintances noticed, or I would have been embarrassed. Chen Meng indeed possesses a certain unconventional talent. His previous words seemed quite reasonable. Indeed, I found myself in a haze, yet upon reflection, it holds true. The bald man likely cannot sustain this for long. He Zhuang sighed. He realized that the longer he interacted with Chen Meng, the less he understood him. This individual exuded an unusual composure, his thoughts meticulously sharp. He Zhuang, are you certain that Chen Meng is merely a second-rate ruffian from the countryside? Uneducated, idling away his days in gluttony and vice. Zhang Luer queried, skeptical. That is undoubtedly true. A casual inquiry among the locals in Maoping Township would reveal that this man is quite renowned. Could it be that there truly are prodigies in this world? This individual not only possesses a calm demeanor, exuding the air of a commander capable of handling significant affairs with composure, but his thoughts are also alarmingly intricate. He meticulously calculates every action of his opponents, and his knowledge spans a wide array of subjects, entirely unlike a mere scoundrel who has barely received any education. As Zhang Luer pondered, she found herself once again entranced by Chen Meng, murmuring, individuals like him, one must either befriend or maintain a distance. Becoming his adversary would undoubtedly be the most terrifying nightmare. Miss Zhang holds Chen Meng in high regard, He Zhuang remarked, astonished. This is the first time I have witnessed Miss Zhang so appreciative of a man. Could it be that she has taken a liking to Chen Meng? He Zhuang was startled by this thought. Chapter 70. A devious mind. 5 yuan per pound is indeed quite appealing. Many are eager to try the recently popular spicy crayfish for such a modest price. With each pound sold, the bald man's heart felt as though it were pricked by needles, and in no time, he had sold 20 to 30 pounds. Incurring a loss of over 100 yuan, the bald man glared at the excited chicken brother and his companions, wishing he could seize a kitchen knife and bring matters to a swift conclusion. Meanwhile, Zhao Zilong's side remained lukewarm. The promotion of buying 1 pound and receiving half a pound free had indeed attracted numerous customers. However, Many were lured away by the low price of 5 yuan per pound offered by the bald man. How much is left, little sister? Chen Meng inquired. There are still 20 pounds remaining. Not bad. I'm quite satisfied, Chen Meng replied with a smile. With each pound sold, he still made a profit, albeit less than before. In the midst of their conversation, another customer expressed immense satisfaction and packaged 5 pounds, leaving just 15 pounds. It appeared that the day would conclude in such a manner. Chen Meng wiped his hands and approached the table of Miss Jean. How about it, Miss Jean? Are you satisfied with the meal? Eating too much is just that, Jean Luer replied, pursing her lips while also wiping her hands, gesturing for Chen Meng to take a seat. Observing the mountain of shrimp shells piled before Jean Luer, he couldn't help but chuckle, taking a seat as she seemed rather insincere. To borrow your words, hypocrisy and sincerity are merely your intuitive judgments. How can you ascertain that this isn't my genuine thought? All right, if Miss Jean claims it isn't delicious, then it must not be, Chen Meng conceded helplessly. Seeing Chen Meng at a disadvantage, Jean Luer appeared quite pleased, her lips curling slightly as she turned her gaze towards him. You mentioned you wouldn't engage in a price war with the bald man, as it would inflict a fatal blow to the crayfish industry. How is it that you have gone back on your word today? Did I ever say that to you? Chen Meng was taken aback, having only shared that with his little sister. He glanced at her, noticing a hint of guilt, realizing that Jean Luer had drawn quite a bit of information during their earlier conversation. Jean Luer's eyes sparkled with mischief, seemingly awaiting his embarrassment. Chen Meng chuckled, pulled out 2 cigarettes, and offered one to He Zhuang, who declined, casting a glance at Jean Luer. The latter frowned, stating, I dislike when others smoke in my presence. I also dislike when others breathe in front of me. Should everyone then cease to exist? Chen Meng retorted without hesitation. Noticing He Zhuang's discomfort, he refrained from pressing further. Lighting one for himself instead, he took a deep drag, exhaling slowly. The swirling smoke rendered his features somewhat indistinct. Cigarettes, alcohol, and beautiful women. These are the fundamental pleasures of a man. A man may lack ambition, but he must possess hobbies. Without hobbies, a man loses the essence of joy, leading him to seek alternatives such as gambling, solicitation, fishing, chess, singing, and so forth. This is relatively self-disciplined. There are more extreme avenues, like voyeurism, stalking, and even murder. Therefore, Miss Jean, should you find a boyfriend in the future, do not stifle his legitimate passions. Rather, guide and advise him. Uffed. Jean Luer, holding a cup of tea, suddenly spat it out. Why are you so full of absurd reasoning? A simple vice is made to seem as though I am a historical sinner. Absurd reasoning is still reasoning, do not doubt it. I speak of legitimate psychological principles. You study psychology? Do you think I believe you? Jean Luer scoffed, wiping her mouth. Then added, you still haven't answered my question. Why engage in a price war with the bald man today? Are you not concerned about destroying the crayfish industry? Do you not intend to sustain this endeavor? Who said I engaged in a price war with the bald man? Was it not so? Buy 1 pound. Get half a pound free. The price for 1 pound has dropped to 10 yuan. This is what I call a promotional event, distinct from a price war. The bald man may lower his prices, but attempting to restore them will only provoke customer dissatisfaction. I, however, can cancel my promotions at any time, Chen Meng said calmly. Is there a difference between the two? He Zhuang inquired, perplexed. Meanwhile, Jean Luer fell into deep contemplation. Lu Yi raised her elegantly arched brows, her lively eyes fixated on a particular point, her slender fingers delicately tapping her knee. Even in the relaxed atmosphere of the night market, her posture remained graceful and poised, her figure curvaceous, accentuating the contours of her skirt. Chen Meng's gaze inadvertently lingered on her, his heart swelling with admiration. Though she might not rival Xie Yingying in voluptuousness, her physique was a perfect example of the golden ratio, a natural figure, explaining why she adorned herself so meticulously each day. I understand now, Jean Luer suddenly smiled, her bright eyes sparkling more brilliantly than the stars in the night sky, a moment that was truly captivating. I comprehend your meaning. You previously mentioned that for every pound the bald man sells, he incurs a loss of 5 yuan. In contrast, you, even without making a profit, will not suffer losses. If he continues to slash prices, he won't last long. When he attempts to restore his prices, customers will be unwilling to accept them. Ultimately, he will face one of 2 fates. Either his business will collapse, or he will abandon the crayfish trade altogether. At that point, you would be the sole provider and could effortlessly revoke your promotional activities. Miss Jean, you are indeed astute, Chen Meng praised, raising his thumb in admiration. A glimmer of pride sparkled in Jean Luer's bright eyes. Such trivial tactics are easily discernible to me. However, Miss Jean, you have overlooked a significant advantage of the bald man's actions for me, Chen Meng added. What advantage? Jean Luer asked eagerly, but Chen Meng merely smiled in silence. Her expression soured, and she frowned. You are not humble at all, always showing off. If you want to say, then forget it. This woman certainly had a fiery temperament. Yet, it was understandable. With her beauty and privileged background, she resembled a goddess even more than Xia Ying. Such traits are often nurtured. Chen Meng sighed. Initially, I worried that the bald man's booming crayfish business would attract many followers, leading to fierce competition and price reductions, which would be a fatal blow to the industry. However, with the bald man's current approach, without any profitability, who would dare to follow suit? Therefore, I must express my gratitude to him for preserving the industry. That may not necessarily be the case. You are still making money, aren't you? Jean Luer retorted. I shall create an illusion of engaging in a price war with the bald man. Starting tomorrow, it will be by £1. Get £1 free, to deter others from following his lead. Miss Jean, do remember to pay a visit. Chen Meng laughed heartily. At that moment, a group of people approached. Upon seeing the leader, Zhou Qing, Chen Meng quickly stood to take his leave. I apologize, Miss Jean. I have friends arriving, so I must take my leave. Jean Luer turned to look and recognized some familiar faces, nodding towards them. One of the group members also nodded back at her. Jean, isn't that Captain Liang? Should we go greet him? He Zhuang suggested. No longer. He must be entertaining his subordinates, so I shall not intrude. Jean Luer promptly stood up, her gaze landing on Chen Meng, who was exchanging pleasantries with Zhou Qing. She murmured to herself, one should not judge a person by their appearance. A mere street vendor is surprisingly connected to the police force. Nonetheless, this fellow is indeed resourceful. He managed to devise such a cunning tactic as giving away £1 for every pound purchased, which effectively coerces the bald-headed vendor to continue selling at the paltry price of 5 yuan, while simultaneously quelling the ambitions of other merchants who might wish to venture into the crawfish business. A twofold strategy, indeed. How devious. Chapter 71. Newly developed garlic crawfish. Brother Zhou, what brings you here today to attend to your junior's business? Chen Meng, having left Jean Luer, hastened to Zhou Qing's side, warmly offering him a cigarette. Zhou accepted it, slightly turning to introduce the individuals beside him. This is my superior, team leader Liang, and the rest are esteemed seniors from my unit. It is my utmost fortune that all the leaders are here to support my humble establishment. Chen Meng remarked with a smile, distributing cigarettes to everyone and enthusiastically inviting, please, everyone, take a seat. The middle-aged man known as team leader Liang, with a stern demeanor, was the first to sit down, followed by the others. Brother Chen, I have been singing your praises, claiming that my friend has opened a Chen's spicy crawfish restaurant with an unparalleled flavor. Today, team leader Liang is in the mood to taste it. So you must not disappoint me, Zhou Qing said. Rest assured, Brother Zhou, you are my savior. While I might deceive others, for you, I will certainly put forth my utmost effort, Chen Meng replied with a grin. Savior? What is this about? Team leader Liang inquired with surprise. Team leader Liang, do not heed Chen Meng's fanciful words. There is nothing of the sort, Zhou Qing said, his face reddening slightly, betraying a hint of nervousness. How can this be fanciful? Team leader, esteemed leaders, perhaps you are unaware, but a few days ago, as I was closing up and heading home, I was robbed by a group of ruffians. Had it not been for Brother Zhou's timely arrival, I fear I would have lost my life, Chen Meng exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Is that so? Zhou Qing, why did you not mention this? Are you afraid of stealing the limelight? A colleague joked. This is nothing extraordinary, it is merely my duty. There is nothing to elaborate on, Zhou Qing said, his face flushed. To his colleagues, he appeared merely bashful. However, Chen Meng understood that Zhou Qing felt guilty, even exhilarated. His guilt stemmed from Chen Meng's embellishment, while his excitement arose from Chen Meng's public acknowledgement before his superiors, which clearly elevated his standing. Individuals like Brother Zhou, who wholeheartedly dedicate themselves to ensuring the safety and prosperity of our citizens, tirelessly striving for a stable environment conducive to economic development, are, in my opinion, a rarity. Chen Meng continued eloquently. Yet, Zhou Qing's expression darkened. This Brother Chen was speaking nonsense, elevating me so high while suggesting I am an exception. Is that not a slap in the face to team leader Liang and the others? As expected, the countenance of team leader Liang and several colleagues turned sour. Zhou Qing was poised to intervene when Chen Meng continued. Initially, I believed this was an isolated incident. However, upon meeting team leader Liang and the esteemed leaders today, I realized how gravely mistaken I was. If it weren't for the unwavering integrity of team leader Liang and the forthrightness of our leaders, we wouldn't have exemplary officers like Brother Zhou. Hence, I wish to take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the citizens of Qingshan County. Without your selfless dedication and tireless efforts, we small vendors would not enjoy such a secure environment for our businesses. Brother Zhou, allow me to treat you today. Please do not contest this, lest I have to seek team leader Liang's intervention to save me from your protests, which seem to vanish without a trace, leaving me with no chance to express my thanks, making me feel like a fierce beast. His words elicited gentle smiles from team leader Liang and the others. Zhou Qing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "This Chun is quite the silver-tongued speaker. He nearly frightened me." Team leader Liang, this is just how Chun is. He's articulate but possesses a warm heart. Did he misspeak? I find every word quite reasonable, Liang replied. Zhou Qing, this is where you falter. Although you are not an official officer, you embody the image of our police force. It is imperative to promote the good deeds done for the community, even if it pertains to your primary duties. For it aids in establishing a positive image of our police force. Liang maintained a stern demeanor, yet Zhou Qing sensed his good spirits and nodded in agreement. A moment later, Chen Meng brought forth 2 platters of shrimp. Team leader Liang, esteemed leaders, I have prepared 2 flavors, one spicy and one with garlic. Given that you work late into the night to ensure our safety, it would be wise to avoid overly spicy food. Ah, Chen, you are thoughtful. We have been frequently working night shifts lately, and it has indeed taken a toll on us, Liang acknowledged. Indeed, esteemed leaders, please enjoy your meal. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me, Chen Meng said, gracefully excusing himself. As he passed another table, a patron pulled him aside. Old Chen, you are lacking in generosity. The garlic shrimp you just made was exquisite. I had thought you only served the spicy variety. Brother, this is my latest creation, intended for launch tomorrow. Come by tomorrow for an even better deal. Buy 1 pound, get 1 free, Chen Meng replied with a smile. Is that so? I shall certainly come by tomorrow. Returning to the kitchen, his younger sister pouted, clearly displeased. Brother, that was 15 pounds of shrimp, which could have brought in significant revenue. You just gave it away for free, and now you have to cover the beer as well. Little sister, I have taught you numerous times, in business, one should not fixate solely on immediate gains. These shrimp would not sell anyway, and taking them home would only mean we would consume them ourselves. It is better to extend a favor. Many are scheming to curry favor with them, yet they may not even have the privilege to treat them to a meal. Relationships are built on reciprocity. Friendship is a present. Do you understand? Chen Meng explained. Oh, I see, Chen Xiaomei replied. Recognizing her brother was imparting wisdom on both life and business, and she diligently took note. Now, there are still a few left. Please take them to Sister Zhou so she can also enjoy a taste. It is important to know how to communicate well. Chen Meng noticed that there remained over a pound of garlic-flavored crayfish in the pot, which he initially intended to reserve for his younger sister to savor. However, upon reflection, he decided to offer it to Sister Zhou instead. Chen Xiaomei nodded in agreement, taking the crayfish into the small store. Sister Zhou, my brother has developed a new flavor he wishes for you to taste. I hope it pleases your palate. Chen Meng, who had been observing his sister, smiled. Xiaomei was becoming increasingly adept at social interactions, her self-confidence blossoming. He felt reassured that even in his absence, she would manage a small business without difficulty. Just then, a commotion erupted at the barbecue stall across the way. A customer was complaining, Baldy, why are there so many foul-smelling shrimp? There are only 20 in a pound, and I've encountered 7 or 8 that are rotten. What do you intend to do about it? I'm truly sorry, the heat is unbearable, and my refrigerator is too small to accommodate the demand, Baldy explained. That does not excuse serving us spoiled shrimp. We have paid for our meal, and I demand either fresh shrimp or a refund, the customer asserted sternly. $5 a pound for shrimp, and you're complaining? If you have the means, go eat the $15 ones across the street, shouted a drunken patron, Brother G, slamming his hand down on the table. You cannot dismiss this matter lightly. $5 is still money. If you engage in this business, you cannot substitute inferior products and deceive your customers. Otherwise, who will return next time? The customer, oblivious to Brother G's reputation, retorted defiantly. How dare you challenge me? You are seeking your own demise. Brother G, furious, stood up and kicked over the table, spilling food and drink all over the patrons seated there, inciting screams of surprise. Liang, who had been enjoying his meal, turned to see the commotion, his brow furrowed. "Let me handle this," he said, rising to intervene. "Brother Ji, please calm down. We are all part of the same community. Let us not create a spectacle for others to enjoy," Baldy quickly urged, concerned about the escalating situation. That evening, Brother Ji had already caused 2 disturbances. The first he tolerated, but if he did not intervene this time, his hard-earned reputation would be tarnished. "Who is part of the same community? Are you out of your mind? I am merely defending you," Brother Ji retorted, striking Baldy across the face, causing him to stagger back, dazed. "Brother Ji, while you may strike me, you cannot assault my customers. If you continue down this path, who will support my business in the future?" Baldy pleaded. "Let them come or go. A group of paupers, their total bill is less than 50. Do you expect them to act like lords?" Brother Ji cursed vehemently. The surrounding customers felt a wave of discontent wash over them. It must be said, Baldy's barbecue skills were commendable, and over the years, he had garnered a loyal clientele. Many patrons were regulars. Thus, even when sand was found in the crayfish, they would only grumble a bit. However, Baldy's repeated blunders, combined with Brother G's disruptions, were quickly eroding his goodwill. "Baldy, we come for your barbecue skills. Why not focus on perfecting your craft instead of foolishly competing with the vendor across the street? The tension has been building among us, and now we must eat with apprehension, fearing confrontation. Who will support you in the future?" The discourse revolves around the bald-headed individuals. Where did these rascals come from? They should be swiftly expelled, lest this business inevitably flounders. Initially, the price was 10 yuan per jean, and I ordered 5 jeans, only for it to suddenly drop to 5 yuan per jean. Although 25 yuan is not a significant sum, my money does not come from the wind. I was already irked, and to dine in such unrest is utterly intolerable. I can no longer endure it. The actions of Brother G finally incited widespread ire. The patrons, visibly dissatisfied, began to vent their frustrations. While some directed their grievances towards the ruffians, the majority expressed discontent with the bald heads. "Calm down. I will persuade them to leave," assured the bald man, hastily offering apologies. He believed that by expelling Brother G and his entourage, he could offer further discounts and, drawing upon years of goodwill, placate the patrons without issue. However, the very next moment, a few inebriated ruffians kicked over a table, pointing at a patron and shouting, "Who the hell are you calling a grandson? Say it again if you dare. I won't rest until I make you pay." The atmosphere thickened with tension as one patron, seemingly not one to back down, retorted, "To hell with your laws. In Qingshan County, my brothers are the law. You better watch your mouth." In a sudden escalation, one of the ruffians seized a bottle and hurled it towards the patron's head. "No, no," the bald man exclaimed in horror, rushing to intervene. Yet, it was too late. Just as the bottle was about to make contact, Zhou Qing executed a flying kick, sending the ruffian sprawling, who then vomited uncontrollably, filling the air with a repugnant stench. The patrons, initially indifferent, were nearly overwhelmed by nausea, rising from their seats to distance themselves and witness the unfolding drama. "Who the hell do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Get back to where you came from." The bald man, having noticed Zhou Qing approaching from Chen Meng's side, mistakenly assumed he was sent by Chen Meng, fearing retribution from Zhang Mozi upon his return. "How dare you strike my brother?" Brother Ji roared, brandishing a bottle and charging forward. Zhou Qing, agile as ever, sidestepped effortlessly, then seized Brother Ji's bandaged arm, applying just enough pressure to elicit a cry of agony, forcing him to his knees. "It hurts. Let go." The commotion roused the remaining ruffians, who, startled by Brother Ji's wails, grabbed their bottles and advanced. Zhou Qing released Brother Ji, gesturing at the approaching ruffians. "Don't claim I'm denying you an opportunity. Drop those bottles." Liang, watching intently, saw this as his moment to shine. He would not hesitate, even if faced with knives. "How dare you?" The ruffians clamored as they charged in. With a swift kick, Zhou Qing felled one, then pressed forward, landing a punch on another's injured arm, causing the wound to burst open. The ruffian screamed, clutching his arm, drenched in cold sweat. In a flash, he had taken down 4. The remaining 2, now panicked, shouted but dared not advance. While struck, the onlookers, witnessing Zhou Qing's valiant demeanor, erupted into applause and cheers. This infuriated the bald man, who perceived Zhou Qing as a henchman of Chen Meng. He believed that the latter had sent someone to attack the chicken brother merely to intimidate him. In a fit of rage, he pointed an accusing finger at Chen Meng, exclaiming, "You scoundrel Chen Meng! If you possess true courage, confront me with real weapons. If your business cannot surpass mine, you resort to sending troublemakers. A black-hearted merchant like you can only employ such despicable tactics. But the public is astute. As long as I, the bald man, am around, you can forget about monopolizing the market. Ah, bald man, who has been seeking trouble these past few days. I, Chen Meng, have always acted with integrity, minding my own business while allowing everyone to prosper together. You know full well what these individuals are up to. My indifference does not signify fear. Zhou Gu is indeed my friend, yet I have never incited him to cause chaos," Chen Meng retorted, his tone unwavering as he calmly approached the street corner, casting a glance at the bald man. "I witnessed this rascal come from your side, and you still deny it?" The bald man seethed through gritted teeth. "Zhou Gu, I suggest you reveal your identity. Otherwise, the onlookers might accuse me of resorting to unscrupulous means to undermine my competitors." Chen Meng lamented. "Police, everyone, kneel down with your hands on your heads," Zhou Qing declared, revealing his authority as he pointed at the bald man and the wailing chicken brother. "What?" The bald man was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, plastering a sycophantic smile on his face. "Officer, it's a misunderstanding. We are all friends just having fun. Let us resolve this privately." He attempted to slip something into Zhou Qing's pocket. Zhou Qing swiftly stepped aside, glaring at the bald man. "What are you doing? Do you think you can bribe the police in plain sight? Behave yourselves. You all seem well-fed, yet choose to engage in brawls. Did you not hear my command to kneel?" Even the chicken brother, despite his previous arrogance, was left speechless upon recognizing Zhou Qing's authority. They complied and knelt obediently on the ground. "Well done, officers. It's about time someone dealt with this group of ruffians." The onlookers finally understood Zhou Qing's identity and broke into applause. Just then, a patrol police unit arrived. Zhou Qing handed the troublemakers over for processing and then returned to join Chen Meng at the table, resuming his meal. Since the bald man was a vendor and the chicken brother merely a guest he had invited, he was obliged to accompany the patrolling officers to the station. The business was abruptly halted, much to the dismay of the patrons, who began to curse, lamenting the disruption of their meal. "What a nuisance. We can't even enjoy our food in peace. The Chun family's spicy crayfish across the street seems much safer. Even the criminal investigation team is friends with the owner. We should dine there from now on." Upon hearing this, Chen Meng couldn't help but smile broadly. He feared not a formidable adversary, but rather inept allies. With the bald man behaving so foolishly, it seemed inevitable that his business would falter. In that moment, Chen Meng felt a glimmer of the aura of a reborn individual. As Zhou Qing fortuitously arrived with colleagues for a meal, just as chaos erupted at the bald man's establishment. Such a coincidence. If one were to claim it is not a divine arrangement, he would not believe it. Chapter 73. Did Xiao Miao develop acute leukemia? "Brother, why are you so happy?" On the way home, Chen Xiaomei sat in the back, listening to her elder brother humming an unfamiliar tune, evidently in high spirits. "Of course I'm happy. Today, the bald guy caused quite a stir, unexpectedly turning out to be a tremendous boon for us. Little sister, tomorrow we need to add a few more tables and at least catch 200 gene of shrimp," Chen Meng chuckled. As the guests would later remark, dining out was fraught with danger, yet he was different. Everyone believed he was friends with the criminal police, who would dare to cause a ruckus here. 200 gene, brother. Can we sell that many? If we can't sell them, they'll just be a burden. We can't serve spoiled shrimp to our guests like the bald guy. Trust me, it will be fine. We might not even have enough shrimp, Chen Meng said with unwavering confidence. The promotional event for tomorrow was substantial. Buy 1 gene. Get 1 gene free. This meant a price of 7.5 yuan per gene, while the bald guy sold for 5, making it 5 yuan more expensive, yet offering the refined and authentic flavor of Chen's spicy lobster. He was certain the guests would flock to him. If we truly managed to sell 200 gene of shrimp, we could earn over 2,000 yuan in one night. Brother, we are going to prosper, Chen Xiaomei exclaimed, excitedly waving her arms, almost losing her balance. Silly girl. Such fortune is rare. Our goal is to undermine the bald guy and establish the reputation of Chen's spicy lobster. Making money is secondary, Chen Meng replied with a smile. He refrained from explaining the concept of brand influence to his little sister, knowing she might not grasp it. Even in the future, few would truly comprehend the term's significance. And even if they did, most would lack the means to cultivate a genuine brand. However, Chen Meng possessed that opportunity now. Once the brand of Chen's spicy lobster is cultivated, the economic benefits would far exceed the trivial gains of the present. Just as in the future, whenever one mentions crayfish, they will think of Xinjiang. Authentic Daowaxiang rice will remind them of Wuchang, and KFC will evoke thoughts of America. On a smaller scale, it could invigorate local economies. And on a grander scale, it would serve as a soft power representation for the nation. Upon returning to the village, as they passed by Xia Yingying's house, which was devoid of light, Chen Meng sighed. Little sister, did you visit teacher Xia today? Is she truly all right? Yes, she is fine, brother. Why are you still concerned about teacher Xia? Chen Xiaomei asked cautiously, feeling guilty. If her brother discovered her deception, she feared he might be upset. What good is concern? She is about to marry. Chen Meng thought of the words he had heard earlier, his heart aching. Ah, teacher Xia is really getting married? Chen Xiaomei exclaimed. No wonder her brother did not confront her today. While relieved, she was also infuriated. It was scandalous of teacher Xia to marry after her brother had treated her so well. Little sister, weren't you vehemently opposed to my association with teacher Xia? I still think she is being unreasonable. You can't expect me to disallow you from associating with her while also preventing her from marrying. Chen Meng replied with a bitter smile. Never mind, let us go home. Rain may fall, and she may marry, let it be. Regardless of her intentions to remain. Xia Yingying sincerely hopes for a favorable resolution for her daughter, thus alleviating a lingering concern. At the county hospital, she cradles her child in her arms, leaning against a chair, periodically checking the child's temperature, which is alarmingly high. Her eyes begin to redden with worry as she anxiously surveys her surroundings. Finding no doctors or nurses in sight, the flickering lights in the corridor only heighten her anxiety. With dawn still several hours away, she wonders if her daughter can endure. Why are you still here? Suddenly, a doctor emerges from the on-call room, yawning, and gazes at Xia Ying in surprise. Doctor, I wish to wait for tomorrow's specialist to examine my daughter. Xia Ying quickly responds, rising to her feet. You're quite obstinate. I've already informed you that the examination results indicate no abnormalities. It appears to be a common cold with fever. Just take some medication and you'll be fine. The doctor replies, frowning. But last time, you said the same thing. After taking the medicine for 2 days, she started to have a fever again. Doctor, could you please take another look? Is there truly no issue? Tears well up in Xia Yingying's eyes, rendering her a pitiful sight. What a beautiful woman. The doctor feels a pang of sympathy as he takes the examination report and reviews it. Based on today's findings, there really isn't anything wrong. You should return home. Even if you wait for the specialist tomorrow, it won't matter. Specialists also diagnose based on the examination results. Disappointment washes over Xia Yingying. Deep down, she understands the doctor's logic. Yet, she remains unconvinced, as her daughter's persistent high fever is evidently not a mere common cold. I will wait for the specialist's consultation. Wait. The doctor suddenly freezes, extracting a report from a stack. Is this your previous examination report? Yes. Did you consult with a specialist then? Yes. What did the specialist say? They said there was nothing abnormal and prescribed some antipyretics. After taking them for 2 days, she developed a fever again, which is why I'm here. Seeing the doctor's serious expression, an ominous feeling grips Xia Yingying. Doctor, is there something wrong? The doctor glances around cautiously before whispering, don't disclose this as coming from me, but based on your last examination results, there is an abnormality in the blood results. The levels are elevated, which may indicate acute leukemia. Acute leukemia? The news hits Xia Yingying like a bolt from the blue, causing her to sway unsteadily, nearly losing her balance. Unlike other rural women, she is educated enough to have heard of leukemia, an ailment deemed untreatable, with little hope for recovery once contracted. Please don't be too distressed. Perhaps my assessment is incorrect. However, I strongly advise you to seek immediate examination at a larger hospital in the city. The doctor advises kindly. Regaining her composure, Xia Yingying clutches the doctor's arm urgently, imploring, Doctor, could there have been a mistake? The specialist said the elevated levels were due to my daughter's recurring high fever, indicating no serious concerns. You suggested that there is indeed a possibility. A persistent high fever can elevate this particular index. However, upon reviewing today's examination results, I observe that this index has slightly decreased. This is attributable to the fact that your daughter has only just begun to exhibit feverish symptoms. Had she delayed in presenting for 2 more days, the index would have undoubtedly risen. My implication is that, under normal circumstances, a low reading of this index could signify acute leukemia. A comparison of the two examination results leads me to assert with approximately 90% certainty, the doctor stated. 90%. Xia Yingying's mind erupted in a cacophony of despair. Her entire being trembling as she hastily leaned against the wall, barely managing to remain upright. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like a string of broken pearls. Why must I endure such misfortune? My husband passed away less than 2 years ago, and now my daughter is afflicted with an incurable ailment. What purpose does my existence serve? Oblivious to the doctor's admonition to seek further examination at the city hospital, Xia Yingying vacantly cradled her child and departed. Witnessing this beautiful woman moving as though in a trance, the doctor could not suppress his exasperation, muttering, "What a farcical expert, more adept at flattery than saving lives. It is a travesty. Doctor, what ailment has that child been diagnosed with?" Suddenly, a man emerged, startling the doctor, who furrowed his brow and glared at the stranger. "Who are you? Why are you inquiring about the patient's private matters?" Chapter 74. Chen Meng's fiery jealousy emerging from the hospital. Xia Yingying felt as though the sky had collapsed upon her. A 90% likelihood of leukemia equated to a death sentence for her daughter. What should I do? Chendong? What can I possibly do? Tears streamed down her face as she held her daughter tightly, wandering the streets in a daze, utterly lost. It was already midnight. The prospect of returning to Chenjigu village was rendered impossible with no available transportation. Even a trip to the city was hindered by her insufficient funds. Chen Meng, where are you? I am in desperate need of you. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped Xia Yingying, and the first person who came to her mind was, unexpectedly, Chen Meng. In her heart, she felt there was no one else to rely upon. Yet, why would Chen Meng assist her? He lacked the means to help. Was it truly destined for Xiaomiao to perish? In despair, Xia Yingying sank to the ground, clutching her daughter and weeping uncontrollably. After a prolonged period of lamentation, Xia Yingying abruptly lifted her head. No, I must return to seek assistance from my in-laws. Regardless of the circumstances, Xiaomiao is a part of the Chen family. I refuse to believe they would stand idly by and watch her suffer. Wiping away her tears, she glanced at the desolate street, now nearing midnight. The only way to return to the village was by taxi, yet the fare would cost at least several dozen yuan. Far too expensive. As she hesitated, suddenly a motorcycle pulled up beside her. Teacher Xia, what brings you here at such a late hour? Zhang Matzi, what are you doing here? Xia Yingying eyed him warily, aware of his unscrupulous nature and his persistent intentions towards her. His unexpected appearance at this hour raised her suspicions of him potentially stalking her. I was out drinking with some friends nearby and spotted you from afar. I didn't expect to find you here. What are you doing out so late with Xiaomiao? A seemingly harmless smile spread across Zhang Matzi's face. As time passed, Xia Yingying gradually lowered her guard. Little Miao was feeling unwell, so I brought her to the hospital for a checkup. Unfortunately, I was delayed by some matters, and to my surprise, it had grown so late. Are you planning to head back, Teacher Xia? At this hour, there are no buses. Perhaps I could give you a ride, Zhang Matzi said with sincerity. No need. Xia Yingying replied, shaking her head directly. Riding in his vehicle felt no different than walking into the jaws of a tiger. Zhang Matzi's expression stiffened, inwardly cursing. What an ungrateful woman. Here I am, offering to help, and she treats me with disdain. This time, I will make sure to entangle you with that scoundrel Chen Meng. A sinister smile flickered in Zhang Matzi's eyes as he continued. Teacher Xia, it is quite late. Shouldn't you rest? The child needs rest as well, especially since you mentioned she is unwell. If we delay further, it could worsen her condition. Xia Yingying hesitated. Zhang Matzi had a point. She was indifferent. But her daughter was indeed running a fever and required rest. Noticing her indecision, Zhang Matzi cleverly added, What, Teacher Xia, are you afraid of what I might do? No matter how much of a rogue I am, I would never act inappropriately before a child. Besides, you can always inform the security guard at the entrance about your journey. If anything were to happen, I would be implicated as well. This suggestion was indeed practical. Unfazed by Zhang Matzi's potential anger, Xia Yingying approached the security guard at the hospital's entrance. Sir, it's quite late, and I need to take a motorcycle home. But I fear the driver might be a bad person. Could you please help me by noting the motorcycle's license plate and the driver's name? If anything happens, I would like to report it to the police. The guard, being kind-hearted, readily agreed. With that reassurance, Xia Yingying felt at ease as she climbed onto Zhang Matzi's motorcycle. Thank you, Zhang Matzi, she said. Don't mention it, he replied with a smile, secretly thinking. In a few days, you can thank me properly in bed. With a twist of the throttle, the motorcycle surged forward. Zhang Matzi never imagined that one day Xia Yingying would ride on his motorcycle, so he drove cautiously, wanting to prolong this exhilarating moment. Throughout the journey, Xia Yingying remained silent, making an effort to distance herself from Zhang Matzi. He attempted to brake intentionally several times, but to no avail. Frustrated, he muttered under his breath, "What a wretched woman, treating me like a thief." Unlike that scoundrel Chen Meng, who wouldn't hesitate to take advantage. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he contemplated stopping to drag Xia Yingying into the bushes. However, remembering the guard had noted his license plate and name, he restrained himself. "Teacher, where does little Miao feel unwell? Why are you still at the hospital at such a late hour?" Zhang Matzi attempted to make conversation. "She has a cold and fever. She has not been improving. But it is nothing serious," Xia Yingying replied, feigning calmness. In reality, she was extremely anxious, fearing what Zhang Matzi might do to her. In the dead of night, with not a soul in sight, she felt utterly trapped, with no other way out but despair. Poor little Miao, without a father and now sick. "Teacher, if there's anything you need help with, please let me know. To be honest, I still have feelings for you, and if given the chance, I would be the first to propose to you, just like in the past," Zhang Matzi said with a smile. Xia Yingying's heart skipped a beat. Why did this scoundrel suddenly bring this up? Does he have ulterior motives? Zhang Matzi, noticing Xia Yingying's silence, realized she was wary of him, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Go ahead and pretend, but little Miao is suffering from leukemia and requires a substantial sum for treatment. When the time comes, I shall present the life-saving money as a proposal, and let's see how you can refuse. However, before that, I must separate you from Chen Meng. Just wait. No one else shall have you but me." Unbeknownst to her, they had returned to the village. The motorcycle came to a halt at Xia Yingying's doorstep. The tension that had been hanging over her finally dissipated, and she let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Zhang Matzi. You're welcome. Rest early. I shall take my leave," Zhang Matzi replied as he mounted his motorcycle and rode away. Zhang Matzi didn't seem as malevolent as she had imagined. Xia Yingying shook her head and glanced towards Chen Meng's direction, where she discerned a faint glimmer of light in the yard, indicating that he had returned home. A wave of excitement washed over her, prompting her to instinctively head towards Chen Meng's house. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Matzi had not traveled far. He quietly turned off his motorcycle and covertly observed Xia Yingying, determined to prevent her from meeting Chen Meng. If she did, Chen Meng would learn of little Miao's illness. Although the Chen family was impoverished, Zhang Matzi inexplicably felt that Chen Meng might somehow procure the funds necessary for little Miao's treatment. As Xia Yingying drew closer to Chen Meng's home, Zhang Matzi could no longer contain himself. He picked up a stone and hurled it at the window of Xia Yingying's neighbor. The sound shattered the night with a sharp crack. "Who is it?" The neighbor shouted angrily as they rushed outside. Instantly, Xia Yingying was deterred from proceeding and turned back, fearing that if the neighbor caught her conversing with Chen Meng at such an hour, it would be impossible to explain. In Chen Meng's yard, he had indeed just arrived home and was washing himself. Upon hearing the sound of the motorcycle, he recognized it belonged to Zhang Matzi, the only one in the village with a motorcycle. "What business does he have near my home at this hour?" Chen Meng instinctively moved to the door, peering through the crack. What he saw struck him like lightning. Zhang Matzi was indeed with Xia Yingying. She had dismounted and appeared to be speaking to him. Could it be that Xia Yingying's intended was Zhang Matzi? After all, he was the son of the village chief and came from a wealthy family. He had previously pursued Xia Yingying. A tumult of emotions surged within Chen Meng, jealousy, anger, and frustration, as he stormed back into the house, entirely oblivious to Xia Yingying approaching. "Haha, the scheme has succeeded," Zhang Matzi sneered to himself as he turned towards Chao Guifang's residence. Intending to inform her of Xia Yingying's return and ensure she kept a watchful eye, preventing any contact between Xia Yingying and Chen Meng. Chapter 75, Flourishing Growth. Not only for little Doubao, but also for intelligence under the sweltering summer sun, Chenjiagu village remained cool amidst the towering mountains and lush greenery. Chen Meng squatted by the roadside, brushing his teeth with a cup in hand, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Xia Yingying's home, located several dozen meters away. Suddenly, the door to Xia Yingying's house swung open. As she emerged, holding a toothbrush, Chen Meng's eyes brightened instinctively. He stood up and squatted by the roadside to brush his teeth, a behavior typically reserved for the village's elder men. Xia Yingying, well-mannered and refined, had never engaged in such an act. Could it be that she had come out specifically to see me? The two homes were merely a few dozen meters apart, separated only by a neighbor. The view was unobstructed. Both of them had sharp eyesight, and their gazes met in the open air. For the first time, Xia Yingying did not shy away. Chen Meng could even see her smile. She parted her lips, seemingly attempting to convey a message. Chen Meng strained his eyes, trying to decipher her silent words. "Come here, you fool." After reading her lips several times, he ultimately confirmed her gesture. It was almost unbelievable. Was she beckoning me over? Did she just call me a fool? Such intimacy. Chen Meng instinctively took a few steps forward. But upon remembering that Xia Yingying had openly declared her intention to marry someone else, he halted abruptly, murmuring to himself, "This woman is quite the actress. Which version of her is the true one?" Seeing Chen Meng approach, Xia Yingying felt a surge of joy. This morning, for the first time, she had ventured out to brush her teeth, hoping to catch a glimpse of him, and unexpectedly, her wish had been granted. She quickly adjusted her clothing and hair, eager to present her best self to him, only to find that he had stopped again. How infuriating. Was he waiting for me to approach him? Xia Yingying stamped her foot in frustration. It was already unbecoming for her to brush her teeth in broad daylight. She would never dare to seek him out during the day. Humph. Angered, Xia Yingying turned and retreated into the house. Upon reaching the doorway, she paused, remembering the illness of her younger sibling. She suppressed her embarrassment and thought, "How bold you were when you pursued me. Let us see how you handle it when I come to you." Resolutely, she began to walk toward Chen Meng. The two residences were merely a few dozen meters apart, a matter of minutes away. Yet, Xia Yingying walked slowly, as this was her first time taking the initiative to approach Chen Meng, with the neighbors watching her every move. Her heart raced with nervous anticipation. Dressed in a floral dress, she advanced gracefully, her full figure swaying like the vibrant lotus flowers blooming in her family's pond. Both enchanting and elegant. Chen Meng's eyes widened, his breath quickening as he instinctively moved forward to greet her. "Yingying, where are you going?" "Brother, I just remembered," suddenly. Xiao Guifeng hurriedly arrived, calling out coldly. At the same moment, Chen Xiaomei also emerged from their home, raising her voice. Xia Yingying's body trembled, turning around. She saw her mother-in-law standing at her doorstep, her face a mask of frost, glaring at her with fury. "I'm not going anywhere. I thought I saw a snake in the grass by the roadside," Xia Yingying replied helplessly. Fortunately, she had not taken many steps. Otherwise, her mother-in-law would have surely made a scene, bringing embarrassment upon her. Chen Meng, with a sullen expression, turned to glare at his younger sister, irritated. "What are you yelling about so early in the morning? What have you remembered? Last night, you posed a question to me, asking why bald heads sell more yet lose more. You wanted me to tell you the answer before I closed up. I thought about it all night and finally figured it out," Chen Xiaomei said, linking her arm through Chen Meng's. Little Doubao continues to thrive and has already grown quite robust. The firm touch left Chen Meng somewhat unaccustomed. He gently extricated himself from his younger sister's embrace and inquired, "Why haven't you worn the lingerie that Lu Yi bought for you?" Chen Xiaomei paused, glanced down, her face flushing. "It's too hot to wear it, and I would sweat," she replied. "Besides, this is at home. I would definitely wear it when going out." The younger sister realized her cheeks had turned crimson, suggesting she had begun to understand matters between men and women. Chen Meng felt a sense of relief and commented, "That is not acceptable. Although I am your brother, there should still be a boundary between the sexes. Take a cue from teacher Xia. Despite her age, she is always impeccably dressed and presentable." "How do you know about teacher Xia's attire? How do you know she is always so well dressed?" Chen Xiaomei looked at her brother suspiciously. "I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be otherwise?" Chen Meng's mind momentarily conjured up vivid and tantalizing images, igniting a warmth in his heart. Noticing his sister's doubtful gaze, he playfully tapped her on the head. "Some questions are best left unasked. You are just seizing this opportunity for revenge," Chen Xiaomei protested, rubbing her head, tears almost brimming in her eyes. Earlier, when she saw teacher Xia approaching, she had deliberately shouted to avoid interaction with her brother. "Cough, now tell me, what have you figured out?" Chen Meng observed that their parents had prepared breakfast and set the table. He quickly washed his face and entered the room, ready to eat. His younger sister pouted and followed him in, indignantly stating, "Mom, brother hit me, yet you still prepare so many delicious dishes for him. If your brother hit you, it must be because you were in the wrong. He deserved to," Zhao Huaifao remarked. Chen Meng chuckled, "Mom, please enjoy an egg. You all conspire against me." The younger sister grabbed a steamed bun and stuffed it into her mouth, choking and rolling her eyes comically. Her silly antics elicited laughter from the entire family. Seeing their parents' shy smiles and glancing at the boiled eggs and white buns on the table filled Chen Meng with great joy. The family's living conditions had significantly improved, and it seemed that the efforts of recent times had not been in vain. Brother, I understand why the bald man sells more but loses more. He has reduced the price of the crayfish to 5 yuan per jean, which is nearly the cost price, leaving no profit. Once customers eat the crayfish, they tend not to order anything else, effectively lowering other sales at the barbecue stand. Additionally, Zhang Matzi and his gang consume food and drink for free, creating trouble and not only spending money but also tarnishing the reputation, driving away customers, and increasing the bald man's costs. Hence, the more he sells, the greater his losses. During the meal, Chen Xiaomei organized her thoughts and articulated the conclusions she had pondered over throughout the night, anxiously watching Chen Meng, fearful of making a mistake. Chen Meng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his younger sister's remarkable growth in recent days was not limited to her physical stature, but also encompassed her intellect. He raised his thumb in admiration, acknowledging that although her observations were not exhaustive, they were indeed commendable. She had grasped the crux of the matter, the cost factor. You are absolutely right. The bald man lowered his prices to attract a multitude of customers. While it appeared that business was thriving, in reality, this strategy offset the expenses incurred by his barbecue stall, coupled with the free meals consumed by Zhang Matzi and others, as well as costs for labor, rent, utilities, and the spoilage of crayfish. Even the intangible loss of reputation could be accounted for in the overall expenses. Ultimately, this culminated in the realization that the cost of 1 pound of crayfish far exceeded 5 yuan, thus implying that the more the bald man sold, the greater his losses. I understand now. In the future, we must adopt a holistic approach to business and consider overall costs. Chen Xiaomei nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Chen Dazhu and Zhao Huijia exchanged glances, bewildered, as if they were hearing a foreign language. They could not comprehend a single word. It was evident that their little sister had undergone a significant transformation after just a few days of engaging in business, to the point where they scarcely recognized her. After dinner, Chen Meng prepared to leave and reminded his sister, "Today's promotional event is substantial. We need at least 200 pounds of shrimp, and the promotion will continue for a while. 10 tables won't suffice. I will make a trip to the small commodity market shortly. You stay at home and catch some shrimp. You can try sourcing them, aiming to keep costs below 5 cents each. Brother, if we can catch them ourselves, why should we purchase from others? Have you forgotten how they turned against us?" Chen Xiaomei replied, her displeasure evident. "Xiaomei, due to my circumstances, our family has garnered a poor reputation in the village. If we have the opportunity to rectify that, it would be a positive development. Moreover, as I have mentioned before, sharing joy is better than solitary joy. Let us earn together," Chen Meng said, ruffling his sister's tousled hair before stepping out with a smile. He hopped on his bicycle and headed straight for the county town. Chapter 76. The inhuman in-laws. As he passed by Xia Yingying's home, he stopped momentarily, only to find it locked. It appeared that her mother-in-law had taken her away. Chen Meng harbored a desire to sneak into Xia Yingying's house to see if she had left any messages, but ultimately refrained, cycling onward to the county town. At Chao Guifang's residence, Xia Yingying knelt on the ground, her eyes swollen from crying. "Mom and Dad, I beg you, save Xiao Miao. She is barely over a year old, your own granddaughter. Who knows if she is truly ours?" Chen Changhe muttered, puffing on his pipe and rolling his eyes. The word struck Xia Yingying like a thunderclap, and at such a critical moment, her father-in-law's dismissive attitude felt like a personal affront. As he clearly had no intention of helping Xiao Miao, who was suffering from leukemia. A neighbor of Chen Dong's uncle died from this illness, leaving their family destitute and buried in debt. It is essentially an incurable condition, Chao Guifang remarked darkly. The implication was clear. They were unwilling to seek treatment for Xiao Miao. Overwhelmed by despair, Xia Yingying collapsed to the ground, covering her face as she wept. Deep down, she had long anticipated this outcome, clinging to a shred of hope that was now completely extinguished. Wiping her tears, she rose and, with a hint of sarcasm, said, "Mom and Dad, I never imagined you could be so inhumane. Chen Dong, in the afterlife, will surely see your actions clearly. I hope you do not suffer nightmares at midnight. The insolence of this wretch, daring to speak to me in such a manner. Do you think yourself of any worth? While others can bear sons, you have only produced a liability. Not only that, but you shamelessly pursue other men, leading my son, Chen Dong, to his demise. How dare you speak?" Chao Guifang, consumed by fury, raised her hand to strike. However, this time, Xia Yingying intercepted her, coldly declaring, "From this day forth, you are unworthy to lay a hand on me. How dare you raise a hand against your elder?" Chen Changhe suddenly erupted, striking Xia Yingying's arm fiercely with a scalding smoking pipe, instantly blistering her skin. She let out a pained scream, tears streaming down her face. Always crying. "You bring nothing but misfortune." Chao Guifang, humiliated and enraged, seized the opportunity to slap Xia Yingying again, sending her staggering. "Let me make it clear. If Xiao Miao must perish, she will do so within the confines of the Chen household. You shall not leave even a step." With that, the elderly couple forcefully confined Xia Yingying within a room, locking the door securely. "Mom, Dad, if you won't save Xiao Miao, I will. Please, let me out." Xia Yingying pounded on the door, her screams falling on deaf ears. The couple remained stoically in the main room, their faces grim. "Old man, we must swiftly marry off this wretch, or else once Xiao Miao is gone, we shall receive not a single cent," Chao Guifang remarked. "As for remarriage, we may need to consult the Xia family," Chen Changhe replied, puffing on his pipe. "The Xia family has no standing in this matter. We provided them with 5,000 in betrothal gifts, agreeing that if Xia Yingying failed to bear a son, she would never return to her family. Now that they have caused our son's death, we should count ourselves fortunate that we have not sought retribution," Chao Guifang retorted with a sneer. Chen Changhe fell silent, contemplating as he knocked the ashes from his pipe. "Where shall we find a suitable match? Do we even need to search? Zhang Mozi has long been interested in this wretch and has the means to pay. I suspect he would be willing to part with 30 to 50,000. Chao Guifang's eyes gleamed with avarice. As Chen Meng passed by the village school, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to halt his bicycle at the roadside. Crossing the street, he entered the school and made a beeline for the principal's office. Wang Dalong had just begun his workday, savoring a cup of tea while perusing the day's newspaper, reclining comfortably with his legs propped on the desk, enjoying a leisurely start to the day. Suddenly, the office door was kicked open with a resounding bang, causing Wang Dalong to tumble to the floor with a cry of alarm. "Who the hell are you? What brings you here?" he shouted in fury as he scrambled to his feet, only to find Chen Meng standing before him, his anger swiftly dissipating into apprehension. "Humph, do you truly need me to remind you why I am here?" Chen Meng sneered, striding forward to yank Wang Dalong from behind his desk, nearly sending him sprawling. Chen Meng then plopped himself into the chair, nonchalantly propping his legs on the desk, surveying the workspace. Such a relaxed position, with a generous salary. It would be a shame if one were to meet an untimely end. An untimely end? Wang Dalong trembled at the mention of that term, his heart sinking further into fear. "Brother, please allow me to explain," he stammered. "Speak, I am listening," Chen Meng replied, preoccupied as he opened the drawer of the office desk, revealing several fine cigarettes. "These must have been gifted by the parents," he remarked, taking them out and wrapping them in newspaper, evidently preparing to take them away. Witnessing Chen Meng's brazen demeanor, Wang Dalong felt too intimidated to intervene, his forehead slick with cold sweat. After the previous incident, he had inquired about Chen Meng, discovering that he was indeed a notorious scoundrel from Maoping Township, infamous for his deceitful and unscrupulous behavior, extortion, gambling, brawling, and maintaining close ties with the ruffians across from the school. If trouble arose, a mere call could summon a horde of ruffians. A wise man avoids immediate losses. After all, the cigarettes were not his to begin with. Thus, he pretended not to notice, bowing and scraping as he continued, "Brother, please hear me out. A graduate was pushed into the system from above, someone with considerable connections. Given the excess staff at the school, I exhausted my wits to place her in logistics. But who could foresee that Xia Yingying would suddenly go AWOL at a critical moment, allowing the newcomer to seize her misstep and report it to the Education Bureau? The dismissal of Xia Yingying was a directive from above. As a mere low-ranking official, I truly had no recourse." "Let me see the document," Chen Meng interjected. Sensing that Wang Dalong was not fabricating his story, Wang Dalong quickly retrieved the file and handed it over. The black and white text confirmed that it was indeed an official document from the Education Bureau. Realizing that not even the death of Wang Dalong could reverse the situation, Chen Meng coldly stated, "I am not unreasonable. This matter does not fall solely upon you. However, even in the event of dismissal, her wages must not be diminished, and there should be additional compensation. How is a woman supposed to survive otherwise? Of course, I still have some authority in this matter." Wang Dalong hastily nodded, thinking that if it pleased this man, A little extra salary was of no consequence, as it was not his own money. Do your job well. I shall return to see you again, Chen Meng said, patting Wang Dalong on the shoulder as he swaggered out with several cigarettes in hand. Phew. Wang Dalong collapsed into his chair, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Once he regained his composure, he swiftly grabbed the phone to call the finance department, instructing them to notify Xia Yingying to come and settle her wages. Calculate it for 6 months, and don't dare question me. Just do as instructed. Chapter 77. Who told you to hurt me? Not kicking you to death is light punishment. Chen Meng entered the tailor shop, finding it empty. Where is everyone? The goods have been stolen. He shouted. Don't come in. A curtain divided the tailor shop into 2 sections, with a fitting room in the back for clients to try on clothes. Chen Meng heard Lu Yi's startled exclamation from within, followed by a sharp crack, the sound of shattering glass, and then a piercing scream from Lu Yi. What is happening? Chen Meng hurriedly pulled aside the curtain and stepped inside, his eyes widening in shock. Lu Yi lay on the floor, clad only in a classical-style wrap and undergarments, the vivid red fabric accentuating her fair skin with a delicate glow, exuding an air of alluring mystery. At that moment, her brows knitted together in pain, she bent down, clutching her ankle. Her already ample curves were pushed to their limits, threatening to burst forth from her clothing. The snow-white, elongated legs curled together, their lines exquisite and flowing, resembling 2 meticulously carved jade pillars. Alas, a glaring splash of crimson at the ankles slightly marred their beauty. How did you get in here? Please leave, Lu Yi exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hastily picked up the fabric that had fallen to the floor, wrapping it around herself in a haphazard manner. Although it concealed the breathtaking view that could make any man swoon, the shards of glass scattered on the ground reflected her entire back, akin to a flawless piece of exquisite white jade, fair and delicate, with a slender red ribbon tied at her waist, adorned with a conspicuous bow. What magnificent sight would be revealed if that bow were to be untied? A thought leapt into Chen Meng's mind, making his breath quicken, leaving him momentarily entranced until Lu Yi picked up a ruler and hurled it at him, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Get out." Cough. "I shall take my leave at once," Chen Meng replied, collecting himself and turning to exit. Lu Yi struggled to rise, but in the next moment, she gasped and stumbled sideways. Hearing her cry, Chen Meng turned back, swiftly taking a step forward to catch her in his arms. "Are you all right?" "Oh, let go of me." Lu Yi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, the fabric covering her slipping away, leaving her clad only in her undergarments. She fell against Chen Meng, his strong arms encircling her tightly, making her feel breathless. A previously unencountered scent of masculinity enveloped her, causing her head to spin and her body to tremble. The strength seemed to drain from her limbs, and her struggles became feeble, naturally leaning against him as she whimpered, "Let go of me." "Very well, I shall release you," Chen Meng replied, yet he could not help but embrace Lu Yi. Instantly, he was enveloped in the warmth and softness of her form, a sensation starkly different from holding Xia Yingying, though both were equally voluptuous and gentle. Lu Yi's skin felt more delicate, possibly due to a more privileged upbringing, and she was even more bashful than Xia Yingying, her body quivering as though electrified. It was early morning, and Chen Meng, full of youthful vigor, found it challenging to withstand such provocation. Were it not for the inappropriate setting and Lu Yi's incessant cries of pain, he could not have restrained himself from transforming into a wolf. Suppressing his impulses, he steadied Lu Yi, but the next moment, she winced in pain, nearly toppling over once more. Without hesitation, he swept her up into his arms, searching the room for a suitable place to set her down. Lu Yi gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around Chen Meng's neck. After a dizzying moment, she realized she was horizontally cradled in his embrace, and her embarrassment surged. Aware that Chen Meng was helping her, she pointed to a nearby chaise lounge and said, "Please, place me there." "All right," Chen Meng responded, gently laying her on the chaise and then covering her with a piece of fabric. He then bent down to examine her ankle, which had been severely cut by the glass. "How could you be so careless?" "It's all your fault," she retorted. This was the first time Lu Yi felt a man's grip on her ankle, a rather intimate area that instinctively made her recoil. Ultimately, Chen Meng's strength proved too great, and she blushed, surrendering to the situation. "I was merely trying on clothes when you suddenly shouted, causing me to panic and knock over the fitting mirror, resulting in a cut on my foot. I am not a ferocious beast. Does a mere shout truly frighten you so?" It's not as though I intended to intrude. Now, look where it has led. You fell, and I did not even step inside. You claim to be concealed, yet Lu Ye's initial anxiety and embarrassment began to dissipate. What had transpired was now in the past. She could hardly blame Chen Meng, but rather her own ill fortune. The thought of her pure body being exposed to Chen Meng made her heart flutter, and she scolded him playfully, calling him a lecher, lamenting how he had taken advantage of her. After all, I utilized 2 of your creative designs. We are even now, and I owe you nothing henceforth. Can creative designs truly be exchanged for one's body? That is what you asserted. My mind is overflowing with creative designs. You shall never be able to repay me in this lifetime. Chen Meng chuckled as he bandaged Lu Ye's wound, tightening the gauze, eliciting a wince from her. Her cheeks flushed with indignation at his teasing, and she retaliated with a gentle kick to his chest, not possessing much force. It resembled a playful exchange between lovers. You wish. I wouldn't employ your designs even if my life depended on it. Chen Meng plopped down on the ground, inadvertently pressing his hand onto the shattered glass, letting out a yelp. At that moment, laughter echoed from outside. Boss lady, are you hiding in there indulging in delicacies? You seem rather cheerful. Oh no. Miss Zhan has arrived. You must hide. Lu Yi panicked, attempting to rise only to cry out in pain as she fell back down. Why must I hide? Chen Meng was taken aback. The visitor was a woman, not a man catching them in the act. Why does everyone insist on making me hide? Am I truly so unpresentable? If Miss Zhan sees me like this, who knows what she will think? You must conceal yourself. Lu Yi urged anxiously. Let them see. We are both unmarried. What is there to fear? Chen Meng replied dismissively. As they spoke, it was already too late. The curtain was drawn aside, revealing a stunningly beautiful face capable of captivating all. Ah, you too. Jean Luer exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment. She never expected to find the boss lady in such a state, confined with a man in such a small space. Instinctively, she began to retreat. But wait. This man seems somewhat familiar. Jean Luer turned back, only to find Chen Meng awkwardly grinning. Miss Zhan, so the esteemed client Lu Yi spoke of is you? You. What are you doing here? What are you and the boss lady doing together? Jean Luer's eyes widened in shock. I thought you looked familiar. You are the owner of Chen's Spicy Lobster. Chapter 78. My hands do not merely cook, they also design. Ahem, this is a long story. If I were to say I came in to offer assistance, would Miss Zhan believe me? Chen Meng scratched his head sheepishly. There is an unmistakable sensation of being caught in a compromising situation. Yet, upon reflection, I ponder what there is to fear. She is merely a woman, not a relative of Lu Yi or a man, after all. Gradually, my anxious heart begins to relax. The proprietress, dressed in such a manner. What assistance could she possibly require from me? Jean Luer scoffs, a flicker of displeasure crossing her mind, surprising herself with the sentiment. Why should it concern me? Why should I feel discontent? Perhaps it is due to my desire to collaborate with him. He has consistently presented himself splendidly before me, embodying a true gentleman. This has upended my previous impression, hence my discontent. Noticing that Chen Meng still wishes to speak, Jean Luer waves her hand dismissively, inquiring about the progress of her friend's gown design. All right, let's step outside. I shall present it to Miss Zhan, Lu Yi replies, attempting to rise. But the pain from her injury prevents her from doing so. Only then does Jean Luer realize Lu Yi has been hurt. The ground is littered with shards of glass, suggesting that the reality may not align with her assumptions. She steps forward to lend her support, furrowing her brow as she glares at Chen Meng. What are you still doing here? Do you not understand the principle of discretion? You have seen all that you ought to see, so may I take my leave? Chen Meng retorts as he turns to exit. Moments later, with Jean Luer's assistance, Lu Yi limps out, now clad in a graceful, understated cream-colored gown that elegantly accentuates her slender figure, exuding an ethereal quality. However, Chen Meng is aware that this is merely a facade, concealing Lu Yi's fiery and alluring nature beneath. When his gaze falls upon her, Lu Yi instinctively blushes, lowering her head to avoid his eyes. Witnessing this exchange, Jean Luer's irritation resurfaces. She raises an eyebrow, contemplating why a man of his stature would not tend to the shards of glass, allowing a woman, the proprietress, to do so instead. Miss Zhan, perhaps you have mistaken me for one of your subordinates. Furthermore, this does not appear to be your domain. So it seems you are usurping authority, Chen Meng replies, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, she is a goddess, yet I have no desire to indulge you. Why should I cater to your whims? You possess no gentlemanly grace whatsoever. I had thought you to be different from other men. But it appears you are no exception, just another hypocrite, Jean Lure retorts scornfully. Ah, so not seeking your favor is tantamount to hypocrisy? I wonder who cultivated your gentlemanly demeanor. With your mindset of expecting the world to bend to your will while denying others the same courtesy. Rest assured, even without your admonitions, I would clean up the glass. For this is Lu Ye's establishment. I cannot expect her to do it, Chen Meng replies coolly, before retrieving a broom and dustpan to venture into the inner room. This infuriates Jean Lure. Although Chen Meng ultimately performs the task, his words imply that he sees no need to exhibit gentlemanly conduct towards her, yet can extend that courtesy to Lu Yi. This, in essence, diminishes her. Miss Jean, do you know Chen Meng? Lu Yi queries, her curiosity piqued. Humph. A mere street vendor selling crayfish by the square. I have dined at his stall a few times. He presents himself as a paragon of virtue. Yet, dear proprietress, do not be deceived by his facade. He may well be a charlatan, preying upon your finances and affections, Jean Lure remarks coldly. Lu Ye's face flushed slightly as she reminisced about the various moments shared with Chen Meng. She thought to herself that this fellow had never acted like a gentleman in her presence. Perhaps it was I who should be imparting this wisdom to him. Sensing that Jean Lure was becoming increasingly irritated, she hastily changed the subject. Miss Jean, I have completed the evening gown for your friend. Would you like to see it? With that, she revealed the gown she had just finished, presenting it to Jean Lure. Ah, this style of evening gown is unlike any I have ever encountered, Jean Lure exclaimed, instantly captivated by the garment. She examined it from all angles, even holding it against herself, her lips forming an appreciative murmur. The perfect fusion of traditional Chinese aesthetics and Western elegance, with a hint of bohemian flair. I truly love the fabric. Lu Yi, did you design this? It's remarkable. It could very well compete in a design competition. Lu Yi, momentarily at a loss for words, was interrupted by a sudden snicker. It was Chen Meng. Having finished his chores, leaning against the doorframe with a mocking smile. What are you laughing at? Do you even understand? Jean Lure frowned, growing increasingly irritated by his presence. At least I don't pretend to understand something I don't, unlike some people. This gown clearly integrates the style of Tang Dynasty maidens with that of medieval European nobility, and even incorporates a touch of modern Audrey Hepburn elegance. There is no connection to bohemian fashion whatsoever. How absurd. A mere vendor thinks he knows about fashion design? Chen Meng scoffed, his arrogance almost laughable. You might fool your naive little sister, but you cannot deceive me. Jean Lure retorted, her fury boiling over. I have decided. Even if the crawfish business flourishes, I shall not collaborate with a hypocritical scoundrel like you. From this moment forth, we are strangers. Has this girl taken offense today? Chen Meng mused, noticing the stormy expression on Jean Lure's face. Could it be that her monthly visitor has arrived? He glanced at her, his expression bemused. Miss Jean, let me clarify. I have never once suggested a collaboration. It has always been you who has pursued me relentlessly. Goodness. Miss Zhang has been pursuing Chen Meng? No wonder she is furious to see me with him today, Lu Yi thought, her mouth agape in astonishment. How could this rogue have anything appealing about him that even Jean Lure would notice? You, Jean Lure gasped, her chest heaving in indignation as the qipao clung to her form, accentuating her curves. The straps were not visible. Perhaps she wore a girdle. Though she may not rival Xia Yingying in stature, she was undeniably well-proportioned. How curious, Chen Meng remarked unexpectedly, prompting puzzled looks from both women. Lu Yi, however, sensed the underlying malice in his words and shot him a fierce glare. Miss Zhang, you are a paragon of beauty. There is no need to stoop to his level. Anger will only mar your mood, and a sullied mood will dull your complexion. Indeed, I would never let a hypocritical scoundrel ruin my skin. Jean Lure let out a cold huff and nervously touched her face. Oh, women, do not mistake beauty for everything. A truly beautiful woman possesses refined aspirations, a rich inner world, graceful conversation, and a distinctive personality. Appearance is merely the most superficial aspect. Chen Meng leaned against the doorframe and remarked casually. Jean Lure's particular obsession with looks reminded him of one phrase, an exquisite vase. Yet, she had never truly displayed such superficiality, leaving him perplexed as to why she cared so much about appearances. A mere street vendor dares to speak of elegance? Spare me your hypocritical pretensions. Your hands are only fit for preparing spicy crayfish. Discussing anything else is akin to playing music to a cow, wasting my breath, Jean Luer scoffed. Miss Jean, you are mistaken. My hands not only cook, but also design exquisite clothing, Chen Meng said, casting a meaningful glance at Jean Luer's prominent bosom, before laughing heartily and departing. What? What did he mean? Jean Luer turned to Lu Yi. Chapter 79. Such beautiful legs, what a waste to show them to others. Miss Jean, the wrap you are wearing is designed by Chen Meng, and this evening gown is also his creation, Lu Yi admitted, feeling guilty. She had deceived Jean Luer, claiming it was her own design. However, now that Chen Meng had inadvertently revealed the truth, further concealment seemed inappropriate. What? Did I hear incorrectly? Chen Meng can design clothes? Jean Luer exclaimed, her mouth agape, as if it could hold an egg. The shock coursed through her. A street vendor not only designed a wrap she found exceedingly satisfying, but also crafted such an exquisite evening gown. It was utterly unbelievable. Indeed, Miss Jean, you heard correctly. All these are designed by Chen Meng. I apologize for misleading you, Lu Yi confessed, her shame evident. Jean Luer stood there in a daze, still reeling from the astonishment. Indeed, Chen Meng had previously mentioned that the clothes he made suited her perfectly, accentuating her temperament. At the time, she found it strange that a cook could comprehend the nuances of a woman's meticulous adornment. Now, it all made sense. He was, after all, a fashion designer. But why would he choose to sell crayfish at a street stall? At this moment, Jean Luer's irritation with Chen Meng dissipated, replaced by a profound curiosity. Miss Jean, huh? What did you say? Jean Luer snapped back to reality. Nothing of consequence. When will your friend come to collect the evening gown? Lu Yi quickly shifted the topic, reasoning that since Miss Jean had not even considered the deception, there was no need to make things awkward. I'll take it now to deliver it to my friend. She will need it in the next couple of days, Jean Luer declared. With that, she turned to leave, but upon reaching the door, she paused and called back. Oh, and please have Chen Meng design a cute princess-style evening gown for me as well. What? Lu Yi was taken aback. Just moments ago, she had been embroiled in a heated argument, only to witness a complete transformation in attitude. The whims of a wealthy young lady are truly unpredictable. Has she left? Oh, you were leaving, but suddenly returned, startling me, Lu Yi said, playfully patting her ample chest. I'm not inclined to argue with that young lady. So I took a stroll and bought you some medicine. Chen Meng shook the plastic bag in his hand and chuckled. In truth, it was only after he left that he remembered he had come to seek Lu Yi's assistance in creating an advertising banner. A detail he had forgotten in his moment of anger. Did you specifically run out to buy me medicine? Lu Yi gazed at Chen Meng's playful demeanor, a wave of indescribable emotion swelling within her. For so many years, she had toiled alone, never receiving care from anyone, and her family was of no help. Even when faced with bullying from thugs, she had no one to turn to. Just when survival seemed untenable, presenting her with the grim choice of paying protection fees or closing her shop, Chen Meng appeared, twice driving away the thugs and even helping her design a special apron and evening gown, thereby retaining her most significant client. Though Lu Yi did not voice it, she instinctively found herself welcoming Chen Meng's proximity, even yearning for his assistance and care. Just a quick fix earlier, but let me properly bandage it now. You'll be fine in no time. Chen Meng gestured toward a chair. Lu Yi complied and sat down, watching as he meticulously tended to her wound with utmost gentleness, fearful of causing her pain, which made her heart swell with an unfamiliar warmth. It had been years since she had experienced such tender care. How lovely, Lu Yi mused, uncertain if it was the pain from her injury or something else that made her grip the edge of the chair tightly, her fingers turning pale, and her delicate legs trembling slightly. Such beautiful legs, Chen Meng thought to himself, considering them the most exquisite he had ever seen, more so than those of Xiang Ying, whose legs were lovely but lacked the grace and refinement of Lu Yi's due to years of labor. You would be ashamed not to model them, he remarked. What is a leg model? Lu Yi asked, taken aback. A model who specializes in showcasing legs for advertisements, Chen Meng explained. The profession of leg modeling had long existed, though it was not distinctly categorized until after 2000, when it became recognized as a specialized field. Hence, it was not surprising that even Lu Yi, who was relatively familiar with fashion, was unaware. Do you expect me to take up such a job, exposing my legs to other men? Lu Yi retorted, her cheeks flushing with indignation. The tone of her words bore an undertone reminiscent of a lover's inquiry. Chen Meng looked up, captivated by the sight of her flushed face, her eyes sparkling with a beguiling charm, causing his heart to skip a beat. Of course, I wouldn't want such beautiful legs on display for others. It would be a waste, he blurted out. Is it not a waste to show them to you? Lu Yi replied impulsively. Realizing the oddity of her statement as Chen Meng's expression turned bewildered yet playful, her heart raced, and her face flushed with embarrassment. What are you smiling at? You're insufferable. Get up before someone sees us. Huh, let them see. In the entire market, who doesn't know about our relationship? What is there to fear? Chen Meng grinned, rising to his feet. Rascal. Lu Yi could no longer tolerate his mischievous gaze and grabbed a measuring tape to throw at him. Whoever exerts too much force may gasp in surprise, almost losing their balance. Chen Meng swiftly stepped forward to support her, naturally wrapping his arm around her waist. Should she fall again, it would be a month before she could get back on her feet. She should sit quietly and assist me in creating an advertisement banner. For the past 25 years, Lu Yi had never been close to a man. Today, not only had she been seen in her entirety, but she had also been embraced. And now he was holding her waist. Lu Yi felt her heart race, her body weaken. Supported by Chen Meng, she sat before the sewing machine, slowly regaining her strength. Blushing, she pushed him away, saying, "Stay away from me. It's too hot." Calmness brings coolness. It seems our lovely proprietress is not at ease. Chen Meng remarked with a smile. Who is your proprietress? How shameless. Lu Yi playfully scolded, though inwardly she felt a sense of delight. This fellow indeed had discerning eyes. Although she was not as wealthy as Miss Zhang, in terms of beauty, she believed she could hold her own. Despite his somewhat roguish demeanor, he had no intentions of climbing the social ladder, managing to resist the allure of Miss Zhang, which was commendable. Once a fondness for someone takes root, everything about them appears pleasing. Even Chen Meng's mischievous grin seemed genuine, prompting Lu Yi to inquire about the advertisement banner. 10 minutes later, Chen Meng emerged from the tailor's with the advertisement banner in hand, having also purchased 5 additional tables. The area in front of Sister Zhou's had reached its limit with 15 tables. Seizing the opportunity while the bald man was engaged in self-inflicted troubles, it was time to establish the reputation of Chen's spicy crayfish, solidifying its standing in the community and maximizing brand influence, which could potentially be valued at 300,000 to 400,000. Chapter 80. A masterful scheme, brother. I've noticed you pass by here every day without even glancing at teacher Xia. Are you not at ease? Cough, nonsense. I have given up all hope regarding her. Let us go. Chen Meng mounted his bicycle, taking his sister along, heading straight for the county town. Since the path of romantic entanglement had come to an end, it was time to leave a substantial fortune for his family, ensuring a better life for them. As they rode into the sunset, Chen Meng, with his sister and 200 pounds of crayfish, arrived at the county town. The 15 tables had already filled the vacant space in front of Sister Zhou's shop. Brother Chen, your business is booming. Congratulations. Sister Zhou greeted them warmly, eager to lend a hand. As Chen Meng's business flourished, so too did her small store, with daily sales of cigarettes, alcohol, and beverages multiplying several times over. Congratulations to us both. It is all thanks to Sister Zhou, Chen Meng replied with a smile. If Sister Zhou had not agreed to rent him the space, he would have struggled to find such a convenient location. Brother Chen, it seems the bald man across the way is at odds with you, Sister Zhou indicated with a nod. At the bald man's stall, several workers were energetically advertising. Spicy crayfish, 5 yuan per pound, delicious and affordable. Moreover, on the counter, a large steel basin overflowed with bright red crayfish, piled high like a small mountain. The bald man glared coldly at Chen Meng, and behind him stood Zhang Matzi, who had not made an appearance the previous day, along with a few others. Truly reckless to associate with Zhang Matzi and his cohort. Chen Meng let out a cold laugh. Sister Zhou, rest assured, I would relish the opportunity to go head-to-head with that bald fellow. My only concern is whether he can withstand the challenge. This bowl, weighing approximately 200 jin, if sold, would result in a loss of over 1,000 yuan for the bald man, likely driving him to the brink of fury. Subsequently, Chen Meng hung up the advertisement banner he had prepared for the day, prominently displaying authentic Chen's spicy crayfish. As a gesture of appreciation to our loyal patrons, starting today, buy 1 jin, receive an additional jin, limited to 200 jins per day until supplies last. On the other side, it read, Chen's spicy crayfish, a royal delicacy. Spicy and fragrant, favored by successful individuals. The 2 banners unfurled, stretching over several meters, strikingly visible to everyone on the street. Boss, just 5 yuan per jin. Come and try. The bald man eagerly called out as patrons approached. Let us not eat here. There was a brawl last night. Blood was shed. and the police came. Best to head across the street. A companion of the customer advised, ushering them away, much to the bald man's frustration, who rolled his eyes in exasperation. His subordinates continued to shout energetically, soon attracting a few more potential customers. However, before the bald man could greet them, a customer frowned and remarked, "These shrimps are spoiled. Why are they still being sold? The crayfish across at Chen's are fresh. Let us go there." Good grief. The bald man clenched his fists in anger. Just then, a table of new patrons arrived. 5 yuan per jean? What a bargain. I'll take 10 jeans. I intend to indulge today. The bald man was overjoyed, finally experiencing some business, while across the street, Chen Meng had already seated several tables, igniting his envy. He understood that the more he sold, the greater his losses would be. Yet, he found himself trapped. Just yesterday, Brother Ji and his companions had been apprehended, each fined 500 yuan, a cost he had to bear. With 6 individuals involved, 3,000 yuan had vanished in an instant. Since he had already incurred such losses, it became a matter of pride. Even if he wished to let it go, Zhang Matzi would not allow it. Threatening him with a knife to his throat, there was no choice but to fight back. Wait a moment, across at Chen's, they're offering buy 1 jean, get 1 jean free? That means it's only 7 yuan 50 per jean. Why don't we head over there instead? The difference of 2 yuan 50 per jean seemed trivial, especially considering Chen's typically charged 15 yuan per jean for authentic flavors that this establishment could not hope to match. Now, selling at 7 yuan 50 per jean was an irresistible deal. Indeed, a colleague from my workshop tried Chen's spicy crayfish just once and has been boasting about it ever since, making it sound as if no one could afford it. Today, I shall taste it for myself. A large group of customers departed in unison. The bald man was left despondent. This was not the first wave of customers to leave. He had lost count. Even more unfortunate, following the chaos of the previous night, many of his regulars who usually enjoyed skewers had also vanished, opting instead for the crayfish across the street. Damn it, that Chen Meng is pulling this stunt today. It seems he is determined to wage a price war against us. Brother Ji glared at the bustling business across from Chen Meng, while his own establishment hosted only a scant few patrons, still indulging in skewers. Anger surged within him, urging him to rush over and upend the stall. "Jian, what are you planning to do? Do not forget, Chen Meng has connections with the criminal police. If this continues, the consequences will not merely involve a fine of 500 yuan, Zhang Matzi admonished. Last night, in his absence, a few from the Chicken Eye gang had turned a flourishing business into chaos. Zhang Matzi was filled with a deep-seated resentment towards these incompetent rascals who only managed to create trouble. Brother Chicken, visibly agitated, returned to his seat. What shall we do? Shall we merely stand by and watch Chen's business flourish? He pondered. If worse comes to worst, we can lower the prices again, Zhang Matzi grimaced. Thud. Brother Matzi. Esteemed leaders, I implore you to show mercy. We cannot reduce the prices further. In just 3 days, I have already lost 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. And with an additional 2,000 worth of shrimp likely to spoil, I stand to lose nearly 10,000 in total. You all know how much my stall earns in a year, the bald man lamented as he knelt down, tears streaming down his face in desperation. To be honest, he no longer cared whether he could sell the shrimp. It had become a matter of pride, albeit one enforced by Zhang Matzi's coercion. If I can no longer endure, Zhang Matzi should not hold it against me, he thought. For heaven's sake, you have cried away all my business. If this continues, the shrimp will spoil. And I might as well give them away, Brother Chicken cursed. Upon hearing this, the bald man nearly fainted, his blood pressure skyrocketing. Brother Chicken, if we give them away, I would rather shut down this barbecue stall altogether. I truly cannot afford such losses. Zhang Matzi cast a dark glance at the bald man, who was sobbing uncontrollably. And despite his large stature, he appeared pitiable. Get up. I shall not force you any longer. Thank you, Brother Matzi, the bald man exclaimed, overjoyed. Shall we allow Chen Meng to act so arrogantly? Brother Chicken glared at Chen Meng with clenched teeth. If looks could kill, he would not hesitate to explode Chen Meng's eyeballs. How could it be possible? I, Zhang Matzi, am not one to easily surrender. Does Chen Meng not boast that if the food is unsatisfactory, there shall be no charge? Then let us patronize his business. Zhang Matzi grinned slyly. Brother Chicken's eyes brightened. I understand. Your plan is to order a large bowl of shrimp and then claim it is not delicious. Let us see how Chen Meng responds. Indeed, if he dares to go back on his word, we shall upend his stall. If he concedes and does not charge us, others may witness this and follow suit. Zhang Mozi chuckled with delight. I am indeed a genius to devise such a brilliant scheme against Chen Meng. Brother, Zhang Mozi and his group are approaching. They surely harbor ill intentions. Chen Meng was frying shrimp when his little sister suddenly tugged at him, her face a mask of concern. Do not be anxious. They are merely a bunch of defeated adversaries. I have plenty of ways to deal with them. Chen Meng reassured his sister. He set down his spatula and approached them proactively. Ah, if it isn't Zhang Mozi. Why aren't you over there strategizing with the bald man against me? What brings you here? Chen Meng called out loudly, ensuring his words reached the ears of the patrons present. Zhang Mozi's arrival was certainly not benign, and Chen Meng's statement was intended to instill a preconceived notion among the guests that these troublemakers had come to disrupt the peace. Regardless of the antics Zhang Mozi might pull later, at least psychologically, the patrons would stand in solidarity with Chen Meng. How is it that you cannot attend to your business? I have heard that your Chen's spicy lobster is quite renowned, boasting exquisite flavors. Claiming that if it is not delicious, you won't pay a dime. I simply wish to experience how delectable it truly is, Zhang Mozi remarked. Regardless of who it may be, I certainly welcome any patronage. Sister, please tidy up the table and invite our guests to sit, Chen Meng instructed. Chen Xiaomei felt quite disheartened. Zhang Mozi was clearly not here with good intentions, yet her elder brother greeted him with a smile. After accommodating Zhang Mozi and his entourage at a table, she proceeded to wipe the surface, inadvertently brushing the remnants of the previous diners onto Ji Ge. Are you blind? Ji Ge fumed, ready to retaliate, but was restrained by Zhang Mozi, who gestured for him to remember their purpose. If they resorted to violence, it would signify defeat. Sister, it has only been a few days since our last meeting, yet you have blossomed into quite the young lady. I shall find you a suitable match soon, rest assured. He will be far better than that fool Ba. Zhang Mozi leered at Chen Xiaomei's slightly prominent bosom, grinning lewdly. Ah! Chen Xiaomei's heart raced under Zhang Mozi's gaze, her nerves rendering her speechless as she hurried back to Chen Meng's side. Brother, Zhang Mozi is so wicked. He just said he would introduce me to a suitor. Chen Meng's sharp gaze immediately turned to Zhang Mozi, seething with anger at the audacity to tease his sister. Zhang Mozi, with a smirk that was both amused and challenging, locked eyes with Chen Meng, sparks flying between them as if a brawl could erupt at any moment. Noticing her brother's unsettling demeanor, Chen Xiaomei, alarmed, quickly urged, Brother, let it go. Please don't fight. We would be the ones to suffer. Fear not, sister. I possess ample means to deal with Zhang Mozi. Resorting to physical confrontation is the clumsiest of tactics, Chen Meng reassured her, his gaze softening. Having resolved to turn over a new leaf, he understood that he could no longer solve problems through violence unless left with no other recourse. Moments later, 5 pounds of shrimp ordered by Zhang Mozi arrived at the table, complemented by an additional 5 pounds at no charge, filling 2 large bowls to the brim. As soon as the shrimp was served, the group began devouring it voraciously. Wow, this is 1,000 times better than what Baldy makes. No wonder he cannot be brought down, one exclaimed. Who would have thought that Chun had such culinary skills? Why didn't you learn, being from the same village? Otherwise, we could have struck it rich. Mozi, let us devise a plan to compel Chun to collaborate with us for mutual profit. Several chimed in, their mouths greasy with food. Chen Meng observed them intently, curious about their schemes. Hey, Chun, business seems to be thriving. It appears your prediction was accurate. Baldy truly has no patrons today. He Zhuang's distinctive loud voice boomed. Brother, your timing is impeccable today. Would you care to sample our newly developed garlic-flavored lobster? Chen Meng responded, though his gaze drifted to the alluring Zhuang lure behind He Zhuang. The woman donned a youthful and vibrant tank top paired with denim jeans, showcasing her splendid figure. One could not help but notice that her bosom was more pronounced than the thickness of her own skin. During the day, there was quite a commotion by the willow leaves, yet in the evening, he unexpectedly returned to tend to his business, behaving as if nothing had transpired. Garlic shrimp? That certainly merits a taste, to compare its flavor with that of the spicy shrimp. He Zhuang nodded in agreement. Upon turning around, he noticed the newly hung banner and couldn't help but give Chen Meng a thumbs up, exclaiming, Brother, this idea is brilliant. I truly admire your ingenuity. How did you come up with such a cunning plan? Brother one must not speak so lightly. Even the ancient sage Sun Wuzi said that using righteousness for cunning is indeed a good strategy. Moreover, this is neither a scheme nor illegal. Who could possibly voice a dissent? Chen Meng replied with a smile. Your eloquence leaves me in awe. I must concede, He Zhuang remarked, shaking his head as he found a seat. To his surprise, Jean Luer even offered Chen Meng a friendly nod. This left Chen Meng bewildered. Was this woman suffering from a split personality? She seemed to completely disregard the events of the day. Had it not been for her identical appearance and figure, he might have suspected her to be a twin. Jean Zong, this lad seems to possess a perplexing intelligence, with just a casual move. He has driven the bald-headed man out of business entirely, He Zhuang whispered in admiration. Chen Meng was indeed a remarkable talent, shrouded in many secrets that eluded comprehension. Jean Luer's icy gaze occasionally flickered towards Chen Meng, her thin lips curving into a delicate arc, appearing contemplative yet seemingly amused. Jean Zong, is there something amiss? You keep stealing glances at Chen Lao Di with evident interest. Could it be that you have taken a liking to him? After all, he continues to rebuff your advances. Yet you rush to attend to his business the moment work hours conclude. The more He Zhuang pondered, the more plausible it seemed. As Jean Luer's bodyguard and driver, he had never witnessed her display such concern for any man before. How enviable it would be. If Chen Lao Di were to win the affections of Miss Jean, he would need nothing else for a lifetime, basking in luxury and indulgence. By the way, He Zhuang, please continue to investigate Chen Meng's background thoroughly for me. This fellow is certainly not as simple as he appears. Not only is he a business prodigy, but he also possesses the ability to design clothing. I wonder if he harbors other hidden talents, Jean Luer suddenly stated. Jean Zong, isn't this inappropriate? To put it bluntly, you are merely interested in purchasing his formula, not seeking a husband. What does it matter what else he might be concealing? He Zhuang exclaimed in surprise. Seeking a husband? Jean Luer paused, her cheeks flushing suddenly as she retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? Even if I were to buy the formula, I must ascertain what kind of person he truly is to ensure a trustworthy partnership. What if he were a rogue? Even if he were a rogue, it would not impede the acquisition of his formula. If I ask you to investigate, do so without complaint. Do you wish to continue working or not? Jean Luer's expression turned stern. Yes, He Zhuang nodded. In his view, Jean Luer had been struck by the truth of his words, and her embarrassment had ignited her anger. Given the Jean family's wealth, it was indeed prudent for the young lady to thoroughly vet this man. Otherwise, should he turn out to be a scoundrel, she would not only risk her reputation, but also her dignity. While He Zhuang was lost in thought, suddenly, a resounding shout echoed through the room. Boss, come over here. It was a drunken roar that drew the attention of numerous patrons. Upon recognizing the source of the commotion, everyone immediately understood that it was Brother Chicken, a member of the bald faction, and clearly, he was not here with good intentions. Conflict was inevitable. Chen Xiaomei, engrossed in washing dishes, was startled by the shout and accidentally shattered several plates. She promptly glanced at Chen Meng. Brother, don't be afraid. I'm here. Chen Meng, with a calm demeanor, walked over and remarked, It seems Brother Chicken's arm has healed sufficiently. His voice is quite robust. How dare you mention the injury? The moment it was brought up, Zhang Mozi and his companions were engulfed in rage. 6 men had pursued and attacked Chen Meng, and he had managed to injure 4 of them. After receiving a beating from Zhou Qing the previous day, the wounds that had not yet fully healed had reopened, causing him acute pain. You're courting death. Brother Chicken impulsively stood up. Not far away, Jean Luer furrowed her brow, her expression darkening. These ruffians are indeed insufferable. Jean, should I intervene? He Zhuang stood up with bravado, but Jean Luer gestured for him to sit down. Let me observe how he handles this. A test? The tactics of wealthy individuals seeking partners were indeed peculiar. He Zhuang settled back down, but remained highly alert, should a fight ensue. Chen Meng would likely be at a disadvantage, and he feared that Miss Jean might hold him accountable. Brother Chicken, in a fit of rage, grasped a bottle of liquor, poised to smash it over Chen Meng's head, but was halted by Zhang Mozi. Brother Chicken, what are you doing? We are here to reason with Boss Chen, not to stir up trouble. Sit down. Only Zhang Mozi could temper Brother Chicken's fiery temperament, who sulkily sat back down, kicking the bottle across the floor to vent his frustration. Zhang Mozi, you're welcome to dine here. However, if you come to cause trouble, I advise you to think carefully. I, Chen Meng, do not seek conflict but am never afraid of it, Chen Meng stated calmly. Although his tone resembled that of an old friend reminiscing, the underlying threat was palpable. You overestimate yourselves. We merely intend to consume normally, Zhang Mozi replied, pausing to point at the banner hanging above, which read, If it's not delicious, it's free. Does that count? A flicker of realization crossed Chen Meng's mind as he grasped the implications. Zhang Mozi and his group had indeed come with ill intentions, and he had been prepared for such a scenario. After contemplating various approaches they might take to provoke him, he had not anticipated that Zhang Mozi would resort to this tactic. A faint smile appeared on his face. Of course, it counts. But before you proceed, let me guess. You all conspired before arriving here, intending to dine, and then claim the food was unsatisfactory to see how I would react. If I refuse to acknowledge it, you might accuse me of being unreasonable, providing an excuse to dismantle my operations. If I concede, not only do you dine for free, but other patrons might also exploit the same ruse. The smug glint in Zhang Mozi's eyes began to solidify, while Brother Chicken gaped at Chen Meng in disbelief. How do you know everything? Fool, you've had too much to drink and are rambling, Zhang Mozi scolded. However, the surrounding guests had already overheard and erupted into laughter, viewing the scene as a delightful spectacle. Impressive. This fellow truly commands attention, thought Zhang Luer, unable to suppress her admiration. Indeed, Chen Meng's tactic was remarkably astute. He preemptively exposed Zhang Mozi and his companions' intentions, creating an impression of omniscience. If they pursued such a course, it would be undeniably shameless and brazen, drawing disdain from all. Yet, if they refrained, they would be left footing the bill and suffering in silence. He Zhuang clicked his tongue in admiration, thoroughly impressed, and understood why he had caught Miss Zhang's eye. Exceedingly clever, he remarked. You have yet to mention a crucial point. Regardless of Zhang Mozi's actions, Chen Meng conveyed a clear message to others. I'm well aware of such schemes. Should anyone wish to proceed in this manner, they ought to tread carefully. Zhang Luer gazed at Chen Meng, her eyes sparkling with intense curiosity. The more she interacted with him, the more astonishing revelations she encountered. Who exactly is this individual? After all, shameless people are rare. Zhang, what do you think Zhang Mozi will do? He Zhuang chuckled. I suspect he will choose to be shameless, Zhang Luer replied. To her surprise, He Zhuang shook his head. I believe Zhang Mozi will opt to pay, swallowing his pride and accepting defeat. In the streets, being seen as a fool is intolerable. He wouldn't dare act brazenly. Meanwhile, Chen Meng, with a smile, observed Zhang Mozi, thinking, with your limited intellect, you dare to challenge me? If you choose to play the fool, I shall lead you by the leash. I won't let you go until I've had my fun. Zhang Mozi's face shifted between red and white, the situation becoming increasingly entertaining. If he continued to act shamelessly, where would he hide his face if word spread? He gritted his teeth and declared, ridiculous. If I can afford it, I shall pay. 10 pounds of shrimp. Eat 5, get 5 free. A mere 75 yuan. I have plenty of money. He pulled out 100 and handed it to Chen Meng. Not enough. You've consumed a total of 60 bottles of beer and 5 packs of cigarettes, which amounts to 200 yuan, Chen Meng stated. 200 yuan. Gasped Zhang Mozi. That was essentially a common person's monthly salary. Even though Zhang Mozi and his companions were accustomed to lavish spending, they had always enjoyed free meals. Having to spend their own money was painful. The group scraped together 200 yuan and handed it to Chen Meng, retreating in embarrassment amidst the crowd's laughter. Thank you all for your support, Chen Meng said, raising his arms to the surrounding crowd, then instructed his sister to bring a pack of Ashirma cigarettes. Nothing extravagant, yet decent enough to share among the tables. Boss Chun is so generous. That's nonsense. After having taken care of his business for so long, it's the first time he has offered me a pack of cigarettes to share with the whole table. How stingy. Another chimed in. It's not bad. If it weren't for those fools over there making a scene, we wouldn't even have gotten Boss Chen's cigarettes. The others teased. The atmosphere was lively. Zhang Luer and He Zhuang exchanged amused glances, thoroughly entertained. This young man is nothing short of a seasoned trickster. It is hard to believe he is merely an unsophisticated country bumpkin, He Zhuang remarked, shaking his head. In truth, Chen Meng's act of offering cigarettes carried profound significance. He had previously instilled the notion of preconceived judgments in his guests. When Zhang Mozi and his companions sought to provoke trouble, it was uncertain whether any of them harbored intentions akin to Zhang Mozi's. Should they incite a ruckus, Chen Meng would find himself in a precarious position. Thus, he distributed cigarettes, both as a gesture of gratitude to his supporters and as an acknowledgement to those who, despite their thoughts, refrained from joining the uproar. I, old Chen, am a man of principle. Let us all show each other some respect, Zhang Luer analyzed. Is there really such a perspective? He Zhuang questioned, perplexed. Isn't it merely about handing out cigarettes? Why all this fuss? Brother, why must you do this? Buying a whole pack costs 80 bucks. Just like that. Chen Xiaomei lamented with a pained expression. Well, if Zhang Matzi were to shamelessly refuse to acknowledge his debts, there is little I could do. Since I've pocketed $200, I might as well spend it. The guests were generous tonight. Let us consider it a token of appreciation for them. Chen Meng replied with a smile. Although the guests uttered not a word, their synchronized laughter exerted immense psychological pressure on Zhang Matzi and his cohorts, which Chen Meng appreciated. Across from them, Zhang Matzi and his companions were nearly driven to madness, having failed in their scheming, consequently losing face. Damn it, Chen Meng. I will not let this go. Chapter 83. The heart is a deep ocean. How about it, Xiaomei? Are you still making a profit? Chen Meng inquired, observing his sister, who was like a money grubber, hiding beneath the table, clutching her backpack to her chest and counting her earnings, unable to suppress a chuckle. Brother, I've only made 420. If I hadn't spent 80 on cigarettes, I could have made 500, Chen Xiaomei said, still brooding over her lost opportunity. That is not too shabby. Just look at Baldy. Does he still have any business? Out of 1,000 pounds of shrimp, he has sold barely 200. The remaining 800 will likely spoil, and his reputation will be tarnished. Chen Meng laughed, reveling in the misfortune of others. He never considered himself a virtuous man. His life philosophy was simple. Do not provoke me, lest I leave you with nothing but your undergarments. Brother, do you think Baldy will stop selling crayfish tomorrow? If so, we could end the promotional activities and make a fortune. Chen Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with greed. Such a delightful thought, Chen Meng replied, tapping his sister's head lightly. However, Zhang Matzi will undoubtedly push Baldy to continue, though I doubt he can hold out for long. Besides, even if Baldy were to cease selling shrimp tomorrow, we cannot cancel the promotional activities. That would ruin our reputation. That would mean a considerable loss, Xiaomei groaned, rubbing her head. Then her eyes brightened with excitement as she exclaimed, Brother, tomorrow I can finally repay Ba Lizi. He will no longer be able to bully me. Time has flown by so quickly, Chen Meng mused, momentarily lost in thought. Realizing that tomorrow marked the 7th day of their agreement. Counting the money in his hands, he found enough to repay Ba Lizi, with a surplus of about 1,000 left over. 7 days, 5,000. I have accomplished it. Yes, tomorrow I shall repay Ba Lizi. The remainder will go towards settling our debts to the village. Chen Meng nodded slightly, aware of his younger sister's emotional turmoil. Until she resolves this inner conflict, she will remain anxious and unable to embrace true confidence. If this business continues to flourish, all debts could be settled within a month. Subsequently, they could earn more, renovate their home, and secure a beautiful bride for him, even more stunning than teacher Xia, and the following year, perhaps they could present their parents with a grandchild. Chen Xiaomei was lost in these delightful daydreams, her face adorned with a foolish grin. For her, such blissful days once seemed utterly inconceivable. Yet now, everything felt tangible, not merely a fantasy. She remained oblivious to the fact that the smile had vanished from Chen Meng's face. The prospects of building a house, marrying, and having children seemed increasingly unlikely. On the way back, while Xiaomei chattered animatedly, Chen Meng appeared somewhat withdrawn. He pondered whether Xiaomei's beautiful aspirations would shatter in his absence. Upon returning to the village, they found no lights at Xia Yingying's home, likely summoned away by Chao Guifeng once more. Chen Meng had resigned himself to reality, relinquishing any illusions about Xia Yingying, focusing solely on making money, repaying debts, and eventually selling his formula to Jean Luer, ensuring a financial cushion of 300,000 to 400,000 for his family, sufficient to secure a comfortable life in these times. After washing up, he retired for the night, undisturbed. The following day, Chen Meng arose early once again, having grown accustomed to this routine of early rising and retiring. Unbeknownst to him, his health was gradually improving. Of course, the absence of electricity in the village left little in the way of entertainment. Otherwise, rural households would not typically have 2 or 3 children. As once night fell, what other amusements were there apart from the intimacies of the bedroom? Even he had succumbed to temptation the previous night, inadvertently troubling Fifth Miss once. After a simple morning wash, Zhao Huaihua had prepared breakfast, consisting of steamed buns and cornbread accompanied by pickled vegetables, simple yet fragrant. Brother, let us catch more shrimp today. We didn't have enough to sell yesterday, Chen Xiaomei remarked while eating. No, just 200 pounds, Chen Meng replied, shaking his head. Why not? The more we catch, the more we sell, the more we earn. Xiaomei queried, puzzled. Do you understand the concept of hunger marketing? To put it simply, it's like raising pigs at home. If you feed them well every day, They become picky eaters, and when you offer them sweet potatoes, they refuse to eat, having grown accustomed to abundance. However, if you consistently keep them slightly hungry, they one day develop such selectiveness and will always yearn for more delicious food, Chen Meng explained with a smile. Chen Xiaomei listened, somewhat grasping the concept. All right, I'll trust your judgment. By the way, Meng, there's something mother wants to discuss with you, Zhao Huaihua suddenly interjected. What is it? Your cousin from your aunt's side is looking to learn the business from you, Zhao Huaihua conveyed. Chen Meng's chopsticks froze mid-air as he frowned at his mother, questioning how his cousin learned about his business endeavors in the county. Mother, please refrain from discussing my affairs with others, especially those relatives. Noticing his mother's hesitant demeanor, he surmised that she had been boasting about their recent earnings to his aunt. Don't be upset. Just treat it as if I didn't say anything, Zhao Huaihua said, instinctively hunching her back, speaking submissively. Seeing his mother frightened as before, Chen Meng's heart sank, and he hurriedly explained, Mother, I harbor no resentment towards you. This business has just begun to take off. We have made some profit for now, but who can say what lies ahead? In a lucrative venture, envy inevitably arises. If you speak of it carelessly, it will inevitably attract unnecessary troubles. Your cousin is not a stranger. Zhao Huaihua, realizing her son did not blame her, straightened her back. The depths of the human heart are inscrutable. Words are often futile. Last year, when you fell ill and sought loans from relatives, none were willing to lend you a penny. Now that there is a glimmer of hope, they are afflicted by envy. Chen Meng sneered. They are not afraid of lending us money. They fear you might squander it on gambling. Zhao Huaihua retorted. But your illness was a reality, was it not? Even if they did not lend you money, a simple visit would have sufficed. Mother, I am not petty. Perhaps they truly fear that lending money would lead to my gambling. Yet now that the business is just starting, I do not wish for unsavory characters to meddle. Your cousin hardly seems superior to me. Chen Meng showed no regard for his mother's feelings, for he understood her tender heart. She would boast to her sister, who would then flatter her with a few words, and soon enough, she would be swayed. Moreover, her cousin was known for his vices, drinking, gambling, and other indulgences. Such a person, once entangled, would only bring endless trouble. He had experienced this firsthand. Chen Dezhu, who had remained silent, sensed the atmosphere was becoming awkward and quickly interjected. What my son says is correct. The business has just begun, and earning money is no easy feat. Let us discuss it further once the business stabilizes. Indeed, son, did you not mention that you have rented a few acres of rice fields from teacher Xia? Your mother and I discussed that those fields should not be left fallow. We plan to plant some late rice. Chen Meng flatly rejected his father's suggestion. Discuss further? It is already July, the ideal time to plant late rice. Any further delay will be too late. Chen Dazhu grew anxious. When I say discuss, we shall discuss. Chen Meng's expression darkened as he slammed his chopsticks on the table. His sudden outburst startled his family, causing his parents to instinctively flinch. This reaction only heightened Chen Meng's inexplicable agitation. I am full, you may eat at your leisure. With that, he rose and strode out. Deep down, it seemed his parents still held a fear of him. Chen Meng suddenly felt a sense of futility for the efforts he had exerted in recent days, lingering until his figure disappeared. With a crash, Chen Dazhu also slammed his chopsticks down. You little rascal, still the same as before, turning against me at the drop of a hat. Father, why do you speak so? Elder brother has feelings for teacher Xia. You know she is soon to be married. He is already troubled, and you press him to agree to cultivate her fields. How can he be happy? His younger sister tossed her utensils aside, sternly reproaching their father before chasing after her brother. Even you dare to show me your displeasure? Your temper is growing. Chen Dezhu, exasperated, fell into silence, lighting a cigarette to calm his nerves. Old man, it seems our son is wholeheartedly fond of widow Xia. If that's the case, let him marry her, Zhao Hua exclaimed. After all, widow Xia is quite striking and has the physique to bear children. No. Despite the poverty of the Zhao family, our principles have always been upright. We absolutely cannot allow a widow into our home, Chen Dazhu replied resolutely, shaking his head as he stood up to take his hoe and head to the fields. Thus, a perfectly good breakfast ended in discord. Chen Xiaomei arrived at the pond by Xia Yingying's house, and indeed saw her elder brother sitting by the water's edge, his silhouette exuding an unspoken loneliness. In that moment, her heart ached with regret. She shouldn't have deceived him. Yet, recalling her brother's words about hearing that teacher Xia was to marry, anger surged within her again. Teacher Xia, who seemed virtuous on the surface, was actually toying with her brother's affections, a deceiver. Brother, I knew you would come here, Chen Xiaomei said as she walked over and sat beside him. She turned her head to gaze at his slightly tanned but handsome profile and remarked, Brother, you are actually quite handsome. Lu Yi will surely like you. Why must you cling to teacher Xie? I don't understand what I see in Xie Yingying. Chen Meng replied with a wry smile. In terms of looks, she cannot compare to Zhang Luer. As for figure, Lu Yi is equally impressive. Even more so in terms of skin quality, and she is still an innocent maiden. Yet, Chen Meng found himself preoccupied with thoughts of Xie Yingying. His interest in Lu Yi was merely superficial, and he felt no romantic inclination toward Zhang Luer at all. Perhaps it was his subconscious at play. With a sigh, Chen Meng turned to meet his sister's worried gaze and chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. Do you think I was angry with Dad because of Xie Yingying? I am not so petty. Look at this patch of waterlogged land. ISNT at the lowest point in the village? Indeed, what of it? Chen Xiaomei inquired, puzzled. If I were to dig this land a bit deeper and connect it to the pond, then raise some crayfish, wouldn't that be more profitable than planting rice? Chen Meng gestured grandly with his hands. Chen Xiaomei's eyes lit up. Brother, so that's your plan. It's true that teacher Xie's rice field is the lowest in the village, always abundant in water. If it were to be transformed into a pond, it would be perfect. Yes, that was indeed my plan, but unfortunately, Chen Meng sighed. Originally, his lingering thoughts of Xie Yingying had dulled his desire to return home. Marrying her, raising a pond full of crayfish, opening a restaurant in the county dedicated to them, and earning enough to build a few charming villas while having a child with Xie Yingying, a life devoid of shame seemed enticing. Far superior to returning to his previous existence as a poor wretch. Yet, the news of Xie Yingying's impending marriage crushed his spirit. Brother, if teacher Xie does not appreciate you, that is her misfortune. I believe you can find a woman 1,000 times better than her, Chen Xiaomei comforted. If I wished to find a woman, it would be no boast. Whether it be Lu Yi or Zhang Luer, I could have them all, if only I desired. Alas, my heart is set on Xie Yingying, Chen Meng chuckled. Indeed, that is quite unfortunate, Chen Xiaomei replied, sharing a smile with her brother. However, her smile appeared somewhat strained, and her eyes were filled with concern. This stirred a sense of guilt within Chen Meng, as I realized that I had never truly integrated into this family. In my heart, I held Xie Yingying in higher regard than my own kin. Yet, my younger sister regarded me as her closest confidant and support, treating me with unwavering affection. Come, brother will take you to meet Ba Lizhi and settle the debt, Chen Meng said as he rose and dusted himself off. His sister, Chen Xiaomei, looked at him with excitement. Upon returning home, Chen Meng urged his sister to change into her most beautiful attire and ensured they had ample funds before heading straight to the township government. Upon arrival, Xiaomei felt a surge of anxiety at the sight of Ba Lizhi's mahjong parlor and hesitated to step inside. Do not be afraid. I am here, Chen Meng reassured her with a smile. That smile, akin to the rising sun, instilled immense confidence in Chen Xiaomei, who nodded resolutely. Yes, I am not afraid. Subsequently, Chen Meng led his sister into the mahjong parlor. Early that morning, Ba Lizhi, having stayed up all night, was yawning and preparing to catch some sleep. When he saw Chen Meng and his sister enter, he paused momentarily before recalling that it was the day of repayment. His eyes then greedily scanned Xiaomei from head to toe. Haven't seen you for a few days. You've grown even more beautiful, huh? Could it be that you can't repay your debt and have come to deliver her personally? You're quite astute, he remarked. Before he could finish, a crisp sound echoed as 5,000 yuan was slammed onto the table. Ba Lizhi was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his eyes as he picked up the money and counted it. Chen Meng, have you struck gold? Where on earth did you get 5,000 yuan in just a week? That is none of your concern, Ba Lizhi. From this day forth, we are square. Chen Meng replied with a nonchalant demeanor. He scanned the room and noticed a bottle of liquor on the mahjong table. He opened it, poured 2 glasses, handed one to Ba Lizhi, and kept one for himself. Regardless, I must express my gratitude. Had it not been for your loan of 2,000 yuan, I would not have been able to earn this. Ba Lizhi, I reiterate, beware of walking too close to the river, for one is bound to get their shoes wet. This is an era where gold lies strewn across the ground. As long as one is willing to bend down, they can gather wealth. Refrain from pursuing questionable ventures. With that, he drained his glass, set it down, and, taking his sister by the hand, turned to leave. Ba Lizhi stood there, gazing blankly at the proud siblings as they strode out of the mahjong parlor. He glanced again at the 5,000 yuan on the table, and suddenly a surge of ambition coursed through him. He downed the remaining drink in one gulp. Damn it. If even the useless Chen Meng can make money, then I certainly can. It is time for me to venture into the county. Chen Meng led his sister away from the mahjong parlor until they reached the roadside. Chen Xiaomei, her limbs still trembling, managed to regain some composure and looked at her brother with quivering lips. Brother, I am so excited and happy. I know. From this moment onward, you are your own person and you owe nothing to anyone. Stand tall and proud, Chen Meng declared. Yes, Chen Xiaomei nodded, straightening her posture. Though her petite frame could not boast of any remarkable curves, it did not hinder her confidence, which soared like the fiery dawn on the horizon. Chapter 85. Are you insulting me? Upon returning home, it was already late morning. Mom, Dad, my brother took me to settle our debt. We no longer owe Ba Lizi anything. Chen Xiaomei exclaimed excitedly upon seeing their parents. Have you cleared everything? Indeed, my dear sister. No one shall compel you to marry any longer. Upon hearing this news, Chen Dazhu and his wife were overwhelmed with excitement, with Zhao Huaihua even shedding a few tears. The debts they owed loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating them with anxiety and shame. Now, the largest and most daunting debt had finally been settled. The remaining debts belonged to the village and could be repaid gradually, with the comforting assurance that no one would force them to offer their sister as collateral. Observing his family's elation akin to winning a $5 million prize, Chen Meng felt a pang of guilt. Father, Mother, I am truly at fault. Had I not been so reckless in the past, our family would not be burdened by such debts, and you would not have lived in constant fear. But rest assured, it won't be long before I clear all our debts. Son, the past is behind us. As long as you do not repeat your former mistakes, our family's future will surely be prosperous, Zhao Huaihua replied, wiping her tears. Mother, you needn't worry. My elder brother has reformed. Soon, he will easily earn a few hundred yuan, not only to repay our debts, but also to bring home a beautiful daughter-in-law. There's a seamstress named Lu Yi, who is exceptionally lovely and has a fondness for my brother. Chen Xiaomei, in her excitement, blurted out the name of the seamstress. Hearing this, Chen Dazhu and his wife's eyes sparkled. A seamstress, after all, is a skilled artisan who will never go hungry, regardless of the times. Just as they were about to inquire further, Chen Meng's expression darkened. Xiaomei, what nonsense are you spouting? Don't you see the time? Aren't you going to catch some crayfish? Sensing her brother's displeasure, Chen Xiaomei sheepishly stuck out her tongue. I was just going to catch some, but if I don't hurry, it'll be too late. It's nearly noon. Is there enough time? If not, your father and I can assist you, Zhao Huaihua offered, her spirits lifted after the repayment of the debt. No need, mother. It's too hot, and you and father should rest at home. Xiaomei and I will manage, Chen Meng replied as he and his sister stepped out of the house. At present, it was the height of summer, and even at just past 10 in the morning, the sun blazed with relentless intensity. After only a few steps, Chen Meng was already drenched in sweat. The fields were nearly deserted, as most had retreated home to escape the heat. Here I am, toiling away to catch crayfish. Chen Meng lamented. Xiaomei, didn't I ask you to gather crayfish in the village yesterday? What happened? Brother, I didn't do it. Our parents wouldn't allow it. Unwilling to spend the money to help me catch them, Chen Xiaomei admitted sheepishly. One must learn that to gain something, one must be willing to invest. Come. Today I shall take you to gather crayfish, Chen Meng instructed. Brother, you're just being lazy, Xiaomei teased with a smile. With a swift motion, Chen Meng playfully tapped Xiaomei on the head. Don't speak so freely. A brother and sister must keep certain things unspoken. From now on, speak less and learn more. Rubbing her head, Xiaomei's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she wrinkled her nose. You're just lazy. Upon arriving at the small shop, they found several villagers lounging beneath the large locust tree. As soon as they noticed the siblings' arrival, their conversation ceased, and they turned to stare, their expressions filled with fear, disdain, and mockery. Aunt Fat was particularly anxious, exclaiming, "What brings you here?" To repay the debt, Chen Meng stated firmly. Chen Meng produced 200 yuan and handed it to the plump aunt, saying, "Here you go." The aunt, momentarily taken aback, could hardly believe her eyes. After 2 years of waiting, she had not anticipated receiving the repayment. Observing Chen Meng's initiative to settle his debt, the other creditors looked on with eager anticipation. Having already repaid Ba Lizi 5,000, Chen Meng was left with merely 1,000 yuan after returning the 200 to the aunt. The remaining sum was insufficient to satisfy any one of the creditors, prompting him to speak quickly. Gentlemen, as for the remaining amount, I shall repay you in a few days. I am here today to collect shrimp, priced at 5 cents each, with a limit of 10 kilograms per household. It is first come, first served for the larger, live ones. Is that true? The villagers seemed skeptical. Ever since Zhang Matzi had come to collect shrimp once, and the villagers had earned a tidy sum, no one had returned for a second round, leaving them lamenting the loss of a lucrative opportunity. We will limit it to 200 kilograms, first come, first served. Chen Meng handed the 200 yuan to the plump ant, requesting, "Could you please help me exchange this for change?" In a brief moment, he produced 400 yuan from his person. While 400 yuan was not an extravagant sum, merely a little over a month's average wage, it was a considerable amount for each household to muster. Yet, no one would carry an entire month's salary on their person. Typically, villagers had only 10 yuan to spare, which was considered quite affluent. Instantly, doubts regarding Chen Meng's financial standing dissipated. Villagers sprang to their feet, eagerly rushing to catch shrimp. "Brother, why limit each household to just 10 kilograms? Wouldn't it be simpler to collect all at once?" His younger sister inquired, puzzled. "By limiting it to 10 kilograms per household, we can cater to 20 families, providing each with an extra income of around 100 yuan a month. This is already a substantial gain," Chen Meng explained, casting a sideways glance at the attentive plump ant. He lowered his voice, adding, "Did I not previously mention that our family's reputation in the village is somewhat tarnished due to my actions? By generously offering this opportunity, we can cultivate gratitude among all, which is far better than having the appreciation of just one." "You are truly cunning, brother," his sister chuckled softly, biting her lip to stifle her laughter. Moments later, villagers who had successfully caught shrimp flocked towards him. As anticipated, a few individuals attempted to take advantage, with some even bringing in 30 or 40 kilograms. Greed took hold. Chen Meng sneered, "Each household is limited to 10 kilograms. I will not accept a single one more. Since we have caught them, who are you to refuse?" A villager shouted, pushing forward and presenting 30 kilograms of shrimp directly to Chen Meng, as if his refusal were not an option. "I will not accept a single shrimp from you," Chen Meng replied coolly. "On what grounds? I worked hard to catch these." The villager protested. "Simply put, the money is mine, and I can choose whom to accept from," Chen Meng retorted with a smirk. Noticing the villager's intent to argue further, he fixed him with a fierce glare. "You are being presumptuous. If I were to accept just you, what would become of the others? If I take your 30 kilograms today, will you dare to catch 300 tomorrow? Do you think these shrimp are endless?" Recall the last time Zhang Matzi collected shrimp. How many were discarded by the roadside? Each household is permitted only 10 kilograms. Anyone who exceeds that must return them. Tomorrow, there will be another opportunity. Otherwise, the only one who will suffer is you and your own finances. Chen Meng speaks wisely. Those who are greedy will find themselves without reward. The villagers collectively expelled the intruding resident, achieving precisely the effect Chen Meng desired. Some matters require subtle transformation. He then proclaimed loudly, "Form an orderly line. Do not create chaos. Those who have not received their shrimp today shall return them. Tomorrow, they will be prioritized for purchase, ensuring that everyone profits. This is fair." The villagers had no objections and dutifully queued up. Chapter 86. Forcing Xie Ying into remarriage. Zhang Matzi yawned and stumbled out the door, intending to take his usual stroll. Suddenly, a figure darted out, startling him. Upon recognizing it was Chao Guifeng, he could not help but curse. "What are you sneaking around for, you old hag? I have good news to discuss with you," Chao Guifeng replied, bowing and scraping. "What good news could an old witch like you have?" "Scram, don't obstruct my view," Zhang Matzi retorted, his expression stern, swatting her away like a fly. He harbored even more animosity towards Chao Guifeng and her husband than he did towards Chen Meng. Years ago, when Xie Ying was still an unwed young lady, he had set his sights on her, but she rejected his proposal, ultimately choosing to marry Chen Dong. This left Zhang Matzi feeling humiliated in the village. The thought of Chen Dong, that ill-fated wretch, having claimed Xie Ying's purity, filled him with rage, wishing to unearth Chen Dong's grave to exact vengeance. "My daughter-in-law wishes to remarry. Do you wish to take her?" Chao Guifeng inquired. Zhang Matzi's eyes brightened. "Xie Ying wants to remarry? Is it true?" "Indeed, it is true. I can arrange it, but you must provide me with 50,000 as a bride price. And I will marry Xie Ying to you," Chao Guifeng continued, sensing Zhang Matzi's interest. "Wait a moment. What gives you the right to decide Xie Ying's fate?" he challenged. "Because I had an agreement with the Xie family. I provided them with 5,000 as a bride price. If Xia Yingying married my son and bore no sons, she could never return to her family. Now that my son is dead and there are no grandchildren, naturally, this matter falls to me, Chao Guifang declared indignantly, as if the inability to bear sons was entirely Xia Yingying's fault. You old witch. You bought her for 5,000 and now you want to sell her to me for 50,000? She's just a widow. Do you think I'm a fool? Zhang Mozi cursed, although inwardly, he was intrigued, having long sought an opportunity to separate Xia Yingying from Chen Meng and force her into his arms. Should 50,000 be too steep, I can lower the price to 30,000, Chao Guifang hastily offered. Seeing her eagerness raised Zhang Mozi's suspicions. Surely something was amiss, otherwise, why would she be in such a hurry? Perhaps Xiao Miao had fallen ill, and this wretched woman preferred to marry off Xia Yingying and the child, ensuring they bore no further burden should tragedy strike. Damn it, what a malicious old hag, Zhang Mozi thought, feeling less urgency. Let me think it over, and I'll give you an answer in a couple of days. You better respond quickly. That little hussy has been intent on running off with Chen Meng recently. If you delay, you may miss your chance, Chao Guifang whispered as she turned to leave. Noticing someone approaching, Chen Meng and Xia Yingying, as long as I, Zhang Mozi, am around, you two shall never be together. Zhang Mozi gritted his teeth, initially calm, but now anxiety surged within him, and a cunning plan swiftly took shape in his mind. The child's fever continued to escalate. Xia Yingying's throat had grown hoarse from shouting. Yet her in-laws remained unresponsive. Mom, Dad, I beg you, open the door, Xiao Miao is not well. Exhausted, Xia Yingying collapsed to the ground, pounding on the door and crying out in despair. Creak. The door swung open. Xia Yingying was overwhelmed with joy, scrambling to rush outside, only to be seized by Chen Changhe, who forcibly dragged her back. You shameless hussy, even seducing your father-in-law. Chao Guifang stepped forward, delivering a slap that sent the already feeble Xia Yingying reeling, stars dancing before her eyes. Earlier, she had witnessed Chen Changhe embracing his daughter-in-law, taking the opportunity to grope her, and now, Chao Guifang unleashed her fury on Xia Yingying. Xia Yingying, unable to resist, felt utterly drained from her daughter's illness, which had sapped her strength. Still dare to argue? Chao Guifang approached, yanking Xia Yingying's hair to force her to look up. Let me make it clear. You can leave, but only if you agree to marry Zhang Mozi. Ah. Xia Yingying stared in shock at her in-laws. No, I do not want to marry Zhang Mozi. Mom, Dad, I will not marry anyone. I just want to focus on curing Xiao Miao's illness. Marrying Zhang Mozi is for your own good, Chao Guifang insisted. Have you considered that Xiao Miao is suffering from leukemia? The medical expenses are astronomical. Who but Zhang Mozi can provide you with such funds? I've already spoken to him. If you agree to marry him, he will give you 200,000 for Xiao Miao's treatment. Chao Guifang released Xia Yingying's hair and exchanged a knowing glance with her husband. Chen Changhe stepped forward, gently lifting Xia Yingying to her feet. Dear daughter-in-law, Xiao Miao is of our Chen family. Do you think we can bear to watch her perish? Yet, we are powerless. Chen Dong has been paralyzed for half a year, depleting our savings. You know your mother-in-law, and I have exhausted every option, and this is the only path left. Besides, Zhang Mozi has always desired you. Marrying him would mean a life of comfort and indulgence. What more could you desire? With tear-filled eyes, Xia Yingying gazed at her in-laws. Their words, albeit self-serving, held a semblance of truth. She understood that their intentions in urging her to marry Zhang Mozi were far from benevolent. They likely stood to gain something themselves. Nevertheless, the expenses for her daughter's treatment were undeniably substantial. Chen Meng, how could he possibly afford such a sum? Was marrying Zhang Mozi truly the only option left for her? The thought of being coerced into marrying the man she despised, thus severing all ties with Chen Meng, filled Xia Yingying with profound sorrow, her tears flowing anew. She lamented her choices, wishing she had surrendered to Chen Meng earlier. At least then, she would have no regrets. Think it over, Chao Guifang sighed, exiting the room. Chen Changhe followed suit, both letting out long sighs. The door was left unlocked. Observing Xia Yingying sitting on the bed, lost in thought, the elderly couple exchanged smirks. Wife, you truly have a way with things. Indeed, the little vixen has now stirred with emotion. It remains to be seen how Zhang Mozi will contemplate the situation. I shall urge him again tomorrow, Chao Guifang chuckled sinisterly. As the evening descended, Chen Meng continued to accompany his younger sister, hauling along 200 pounds of shrimp. as they ventured towards the county town to set up their stall against the backdrop of the sunset. Little sister, you have learned most of the steps for semi-processing the crayfish at home. Now, it is imperative that you pay close attention to the boiling process. The key lies in mastering the timing. Boil them for too short a time, and they lack flavor. Boil them for too long, and the meat becomes tough. Chen Meng instructed diligently. This evening, whenever his sister had a moment to spare, he would call her over to impart his knowledge of cooking shrimp. Brother, are you about to leave? Chen Xiaomei inquired, sensing her elder brother's unusual demeanor today. Startled, Chen Meng nearly dropped the spoon, and upon noticing the gloom in her eyes, he smiled reassuringly. Do not indulge in wild thoughts. I am merely teaching you how to cook shrimp. In the event that I fall ill or wish to take a break, you should be able to manage. You are saddened by teacher Xie's words. Hence you wish to work far away. Do not think I am unaware, she retorted with a huff. Little girl, what do you truly know? Chen Meng chuckled softly, yet sighed inwardly, allowing them to believe that his departure for distant labor was for the best, so that over time, they might forget his existence. Additionally, there is a 5-spice flavor of crayfish that I will teach you to prepare shortly. Remember the recipe well, with practice. These 3 flavors will suffice for you to open your own establishment, securing a lifetime free from want, Chen Meng continued. Chen Xiaomei increasingly felt that her brother was indeed preparing to leave. Nodding, she remarked, I once heard Miss Zhang say, a good man aspires to distant horizons. Brother, with your talents, Qingshan County is too small. You should venture out. I support you. The little girl had grown up. Her support brought joy to Chen Meng, causing his eyes to slightly moisten. It had been half a month since he was reborn into this life. The family's attitude towards him had evolved from fear and estrangement to a gradual lowering of their guard, now genuinely accepting him at heart. Yet, he had never truly integrated into this family. His presence was more a matter of obligation and atonement. Across the way, Zhang Matzi and his cohort, including the bald man, continued to brood. The bald man watched the thriving business of Chen Meng and then glanced at his own desolate barbecue stall, feeling a sense of despair. If given another chance, he would certainly choose not to oppose Chen Meng. Selling his own skewers would have sufficed without envy for another success. Zhang, are you simply going to sit back and watch that arrogant Chen Meng? Ji Ge seethed through clenched teeth, harboring deep resentment. After years in the underworld, this was the first time he had suffered repeated setbacks at the hands of a mere country bumpkin, especially after yesterday's events, which had become a source of ridicule among patrons. He felt utterly humiliated. Fear not, Chen Meng's arrogance cannot last long. Whether he can spend the money he earns is another matter, Zhang Matzi mused darkly, his heart brimming with malicious plots that he was eager to set in motion. Zhang, do you have a good plan to deal with that arrogant Chen Meng? Gge's eyes lit up with intrigue. The bald man, dejectedly silent, was kicked by Zhang Matzi, who exclaimed, What are you doing, you fool? If you don't shout, how can you expect business to thrive? The bald man began to weakly shout, Spicy crayfish. $5 a pound, limited quantity, first come, first served. Unfortunately, no matter how loudly he called, not a single person paid him any attention. Instead, he became a source of amusement for Chen Meng's customers. Look at that fool. Haha, serves him right, the guests mocked, pointing and laughing at him, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. However, Chen Meng was not particularly fond of this. Wasn't it just inciting hatred? What if, after he left, the bald man sought revenge on his little sister? In the following days, the bald man failed to sell a single pound of crayfish. The 1,000 pounds he had initially acquired had long since spoiled and were quietly disposed of in the trash. He then acquired another 200 pounds, which also fell into his hands unsold. Meanwhile, Chen Meng's business continued to thrive. After only 2 days of introducing garlic crayfish, he launched a new flavor, 5-spice crayfish. The 3 different tastes were so unique that they were impossible to replicate, firmly establishing the Chun family's spicy crayfish as a formidable presence in the culinary world. The sign of Chen's spicy crayfish became the golden emblem of the night market. The business was so successful that all 200 pounds of crayfish sold out before 11 o'clock. Even Jean Jouer, who had hoped to try the 5-spice crayfish, had no chance to taste it. This guy is undoubtedly a shrewd businessman. Selling only 200 pounds a day stirs up the customers' appetites. If you want to eat, you'll have to come back tomorrow, Jean Jouer remarked in admiration. She had witnessed countless marketing strategies, but it was her first time seeing someone deliberately withhold goods despite thriving sales. Chen Meng explained that this was called hunger marketing, a concept he had invented himself. Indeed, It proved effective. Before 11 o'clock, everything was sold out, leaving many still hungry for a taste. He Zhuang expressed admiration, noting that this was the manifestation of brand effect. Given time, it wouldn't be long before Chen's spicy crayfish ruled the night market of Qingshan County, potentially expanding beyond it, bringing immeasurable economic benefits. As Zhang Zhuer spoke with increasing enthusiasm, her eyes sparkled while she watched Chen Meng ride home on his bicycle with his little sister. He Zhuang. Let us quietly follow him. I'm curious to see the kind of family that could raise a talent like Chen Meng, Zhang Zhuer suddenly said. He Zhuang was taken aback. Zhang Zong, isn't that inappropriate? What do you mean inappropriate? I'm simply curious about what kind of place Chen Meng grew up in. Zhang Zhuer's expression turned cold as she frowned. Why are you so chatty lately? Do you still want to work here? If you want to stay, just keep quiet. Cough. Zhang Zong was caught revealing her true thoughts and became annoyed. After all, who visits their future in-laws at such an hour? However, despite her thoughts, He Zhuang dared not argue back and quickly jogged to bring the car around. It was a black Santana 2000. In the 90s, owning a Santana was akin to possessing a Rolls-Royce Phantom in later years. It symbolized status and was a mark of true wealth. The car leisurely followed behind Chen Meng. Chen Meng was oblivious to the fact that he was being followed, for he had never seen Zhang Luer with a car and had not given it a second thought. He envied the bond shared between the siblings. As Zhang Luer gazed ahead, Chen Meng pedaled his bicycle with fervor, while on the rear seat, Chen Xiaomei alternated between singing loudly and laughing heartily, occasionally swinging her arms in delight. Chen Meng, in turn, enthusiastically joined in the cacophony, his face betraying a look of envy. He Zhuang, who was driving, dared not speak. Fully aware that Zhang's relationship with her family was strained, nearly severed with her parents. In affluent families, the rivalry depicted on television, fathers and sons at odds, vying for power, was all too commonplace. Despite Zhang's seemingly glamorous exterior as a formidable woman, revered and feared by many, she harbored a profound sense of loneliness within. He Zhuang pondered whether Zhang Luer's affection for Chen Meng stemmed from the fact that his kindness towards Chen Xiaomei filled the emotional void in Zhang's life. Stop, Zhang Luer commanded. He Zhuang promptly slammed on the brakes. What is wrong, Miss Zhang? He inquired. Once we venture further, we will enter the village road, where vehicles seldom tread. If we proceed, Chen Meng might notice us, Zhang Luer explained. Her reasoning was sound, yet she added, let us wait. No need. I suddenly have no desire to continue, she said, surveying the tall, wild grass flanking the narrow, uneven dirt path that stretched endlessly into darkness. The light barely illuminated the way, creating an eerie sense of an endless, treacherous road swallowed by the night. Zhang Luer, feeling a twinge of fear, finally suggested, let us turn back. It's dark, and the road is treacherous. Should anything happen, it would be futile to call for help. He Zhuang sighed inwardly, reflecting on how Miss Zhang, usually so decisive, had become indecisive since meeting Chen Meng. It was often said that beauty could lead one astray. Yet he mused that the allure of male charm could equally misguide. Just as they were about to turn around, 3 motorcycles roared past them, racing into Chenjigu village. Wait, aren't those the ruffians looking for trouble with Chen Meng? Zhang Luer suddenly inquired. It seems so. It's too dark to see clearly, He Zhuang replied. So late at night, they must be after Chen Meng. We should follow them. Miss Zhang, it's perilous to navigate unfamiliar village roads in such darkness, he cautioned. Enough with the chatter. Hurry and follow them, Zhang Luer commanded urgently, her expression resolute. That evening, Chen Meng, having returned home early for a rare occasion, took the opportunity to indulge in a thorough wash, having not had a proper bath in days. After completing his ablutions, he was about to retire when his sister mysteriously produced a plastic bag. Brother, look what I have, she exclaimed. Where did these shrimp come from? Chen Meng asked, taken aback. Hee, I brought you some to enjoy with your drinks, Chen Xiaomei replied proudly, returning to fetch 2 bottles of chilled beer. Brother, it's hot. And it's still early. How can you sleep without a drink? When did you learn to do this? It's not appropriate. This is a one-time exception, understood? Chen Meng admonished, his face stern. In the realm of commerce, integrity stands as the cornerstone. To pilfer even a single shrimp from a customer could lead to an immediate collapse of reputation if discovered. Aware of this, I merely thought that sales would be brisk tonight and anticipated returning early. Hence, I prepared some appetizers for you. But this will be the last time. Chen Xiaomei stuck out her tongue, cognizant that her brother had not been in good spirits lately. as if he were preparing for the inevitable. Therefore, she cherished every moment spent with him, hoping that perhaps if she treated him with kindness, he would choose to stay. "I forgive you, but you must accompany me for a drink," Chen Meng declared. "I had already intended to share a couple of bottles with you." Chen Xiaomei shook the bottle in her hand, opened it, and handed one to her brother while keeping one for herself. The siblings settled by the stone table in the courtyard, illuminated by the gentle moonlight, savoring 3 flavors of mixed crayfish and chilled beer, finding delight in the experience. As Chen Meng gazed up at the round moon, he suddenly recalled, "Xiaomei, is today the 15th of July? "Indeed," she replied. "No wonder the moon is so full." "But, Xiaomei, isn't the 15th of July a ghost festival? Are you trying to summon a ghost by having your brother drink with you in the dead of night?" Chen Meng chuckled. Suddenly, a loud bang resounded against the door, piercing through the night with an unsettling sharpness, startling the siblings. Just as they mentioned the ghost festival, an unexpected noise arose. Could it be that a spirit had indeed been summoned? Brother, don't go." Chen Xiaomei trembled with fear. "It's all right. I'll take a look. It might just be a stray dog or cat." Chen Meng mustered his courage, picking up a brick as he approached the door. Chapter 88. Ying, you are so beautiful. I wish to kiss you. Truthfully, Chen Meng's heart raced with trepidation as well. He had always considered himself a materialist, but since his rebirth, his confidence had waned. His legs quivered as he cautiously made his way to the door, and with a sudden motion, he flung it open, exhaling deeply. There was nothing. Perhaps it was merely a stray cat. Yet, as he turned to return, he caught sight of something white on the ground. Curiosity piqued. He picked it up and discovered it was a note. Under the soft moonlight, he discerned a hasty scrawl. "I am waiting for you in the bamboo grove west of the village. I have something important to discuss." The signature read, Xia Ying. Upon seeing those 3 characters, Chen Meng's heart raced uncontrollably. He had not seen Xia Ying for 5 long days. She had been utterly silent. For her to send him a message at such an hour, risking exposure, must indicate something of great significance. "Brother, what's the matter?" Chen Xiaomei, noticing her brother standing at the door in a daze, felt a chill run down her spine and bravely inquired. "Nothing," Chen Meng replied, masking his true intentions as he closed the door. He knew he must meet Xia Ying, yet he couldn't let Xiaomei know. "Xiaomei, I suddenly feel a bit weary. You should head to bed early," Chen Meng said as he returned. "But we haven't finished the crayfish, and the beer is still untouched." "Shoo, keep your voice down. You don't want to wake Mom and Dad. If we can't finish it tonight, we'll eat it tomorrow." Beer isn't something to be consumed in haste. With that, Chen Meng downed his drink in one go, nudging Xiaomei to return to her room for rest. He then retreated to his own bedroom. Meanwhile, at the home of Chao Guifang, Xia Ying lay in bed, tossing and turning. She had contemplated for several days, yet remained unable to summon the resolve to marry Zhang Matzi. Deep within her heart lingered a faint hope, a yearning for Chen Meng to seek her out. If he did, she would dare to abandon everything and leave with him. However, the thought of pursuing Chen Meng herself was beyond her. Such an action would be akin to sealing her daughter's fate with her own hands. Cough. Her daughter had begun to cough again. Xia Ying gently placed her hand on her daughter's forehead, which was still burning with fever. A wave of heartache washed over her, but her tears had long since dried. She decided to wait until dawn, granting herself one final night of hope. If Chen Meng were to come, she would follow him. Convinced that he possessed the means to save Xiaomiao, Xia Ying understood that this hope was exceedingly slim, virtually impossible, for if he were to come, he should have done so earlier. Nonetheless, she yearned to give herself one last glimmer of hope, an excuse for a lifetime devoid of regret. It was not that she had not waited for him, but that he had not arrived. The night was eerily silent, mirroring Xia Ying's heart. After days of struggle and anticipation, her heart was no longer capable of stirring any turbulence. She would accept any outcome. Suddenly, a sound emanated from the window, as if it had been pushed open. Then, something was hurled inside, landing on the bed. Startled, Xia Ying quickly sat up. In the faint candlelight, she spotted a small stone that had fallen on the bed, tied to which was a note. In an instant, her heart raced. Could it be Chen Meng? She hastily unwrapped the note and read, "It's me. I am waiting for you at the bamboo grove on the west side of the village. I have something important to discuss." The signature was Chen Meng. Oh my, it truly was him. Xia Ying felt a surge of exhilaration as she reread the note, confirming each word with utmost care. Tears streamed down her face. She thought she would not cry, but the tears flowed like beads from a broken string, soaking the back of her hand. "You rascal, you finally came to seek me," she thought, her joy transforming her sorrow into laughter. Wiping her tears, she glanced at her slumbering daughter and prepared to leave. However, after a moment's reflection, she hesitated and stepped back, her cheeks flushed with a sudden thought. "You rascal, tonight you shall have your way," she mused, before changing into a fresh set of undergarments and stealthily slipping out. In recent days, her in-laws seemed to believe they had her under control, neglecting to keep a watchful eye on her. Otherwise, she would not have been able to meet Chen Meng. As she walked along the path, her heart raced with a tumult of nerves and fear, yet it was predominantly filled with joy. She felt that this was a serendipitous gift from the heavens. Just when she thought she could endure no more, she received Chen Meng's message. Thus, she decided to heed the divine arrangement, entrusting her fate and her daughters to him. In her mind, she rehearsed how she would greet him when they met. Finally, she arrived at the bamboo grove, spotting a figure beneath the moonlight. Her heart leaped with joy, and with a trembling voice, she called out, "Chen Meng, is that you?" "Ying, you have come." Chen Meng, who had been anxiously awaiting her, suddenly heard the voice he had longed for. He suddenly raised his head in excitement and saw Xia Ying, whom he hadn't seen for several days, standing gracefully not far away under the soft moonlight. Her delicate and pure face was already adorned with glistening tears. In an instant, the turmoil, dissatisfaction, and anger that had accumulated in his heart over the past few days vanished without a trace. His heart was deeply pierced by Xia Ying's tears. He hurriedly rushed over and embraced her tightly. "Ying, where have you been these past few days? I haven't heard from you, and I've been frantic." Not knowing what had transpired on the way here, he had envisioned countless scenarios and words, yet at that moment, Xia Ying's throat felt as if it were choked, rendering her unable to utter a single word. She felt Chen Meng's anxious and sincere concern, which moved her profoundly. She reciprocated his embrace, choking back her sobs. I have been waiting for news from you, but you didn't come to find me. I was so sad. After tonight, if you don't come to find me, I will marry Zhang Matzi." "Ying, what on earth has happened?" Chen Meng quickly steadied Xia Ying's shoulders, urgently inquiring. Just moments ago, Xia Ying had taken the initiative to embrace him, a rare occurrence. The affection embedded in her words was evident even to a fool. While he was overwhelmed with joy, he had to suppress the urge to kiss her and first ascertain the situation. "Xiao Miao has come down with a high fever again. I took her to the county hospital for a checkup. The doctor said it's acute leukemia and requires a substantial amount of money for treatment. My in-laws refused to help me and have locked me in the house, insisting that I marry Zhang Matzi, as only he has the means to fund Xiao Miao's treatment. I've made up my mind. If you don't come to find me today, I will marry Zhang Matzi tomorrow, making you regret it for a lifetime." Xia Ying spoke with tear-filled eyes, a mix of resentment and surprise, biting her lip as she playfully punched Chen Meng. "You rascal, you finally sent me news today. If you had the guts, you wouldn't come looking for me at all. Ying, you are so beautiful, I want to kiss you." Chen Meng gazed at Xia Ying, whose expressions oscillated between playful anger and shyness, his heart racing uncontrollably as if gripped by an unseen force, his breath hot and hurried. "Bad boy. If you want to kiss, just do it. Why tell me?" Xia Ying's breath quickened, her eyes bravely meeting Chen Meng's. Gradually, it seemed as if there was nothing else around them, only the fiery gaze of Chen Meng. "Ying, does that mean you agree?" Chen Meng was overjoyed. With Xia Ying's temperament, for her to say such a thing was already an indication of her affection for him. Elated, Chen Meng cupped Xia Ying's face, and his fervent lips pressed against hers. What a pair of lips they were, soft, warm, and trembling. Finally kissing Xia Ying, Chen Meng felt as if he were a naive novice in love, both domineering and passionate. Xia Ying wrapped her arms around Chen Meng's neck, responding with a mixture of innocence and fervor, her sweet breath carrying a warmth that melted everything, akin to the most potent aphrodisiac in the world. As Chen Meng's restless hand slowly descended, it slipped beneath the hem of Xia Ying's garment, where it encountered a silken softness. Startled, Xia Ying pushed him away, her slightly swollen lips radiating allure, her eyes betraying a shyness that was hard to contain. "You naughty rascal, don't overstep your bounds," she admonished. "I can't wait any longer." "Ying," Chen Meng declared, disregarding her protest as he fiercely embraced her, his palm caressing her jade-like skin. Suddenly, he felt a familiar silk beneath his fingers, and he paused momentarily before chuckling softly, whispering in her ear, Ying, you've donned my favorite lingerie. It seems you were prepared all along. Shameless, Xia Ying gasped, breathless from his embrace, yet reveling in his domineering and audacious demeanor. His arms were so powerful that she could feel the bulging muscles, exuding strength and possessiveness. Chen Meng's triumphant words made her cheeks flush with embarrassment, and she bit her lip, pinching him playfully. When he feigned a shout, she quickly covered his mouth, fearing the consequences of being overheard. To her surprise, Chen Meng kissed her palm the next moment. She recoiled as if electrified, playfully striking him. You rogue! I simply cannot resist your seductive tactics. I find myself slowly succumbing. Otherwise, you wouldn't dare to treat me so lightly. Ying, tell me, did you wear this lingerie specifically for me? Chen Meng's gaze was fervent and commanding, and this question weighed heavily, signifying his place in her heart. Unable to withstand his intense stare, Xia Ying shyly nodded, resting her head on his shoulder with a gentle sigh. Before coming here, I did consider surrendering to you tonight, hence the choice of this outfit. However, I suddenly realized that even if I wished to offer myself to you, there seems to be nowhere for us to go in this vast Chenjigu village. We could go to your home, she began, but Chen Meng abruptly halted, recognizing that no matter the choice, be it the wilderness, his home, or hers, it would be a desecration of her dignity. She was a woman of such pride. Had she not harbored feelings for him, she would never have granted him such liberties nor donned the lingerie he favored. I apologize. I understand that your intention in wearing that lingerie was not merely to please me, but to convey that you care for me, willing to share your most treasured self. Yet, this village lacks a place worthy of you, Chen Meng expressed regretfully. No, any place with you is sufficient, but not here in Chenjigu village. If you truly desire it, I will grant it to you, provided you can find a suitable location, Xia Ying replied, her voice trembling. Perhaps she had hesitated before, but Chen Meng's words had imbued her with feelings of respect and tenderness. Having decided to entrust her fate and that of her daughter to him, what was there to hesitate about? Sooner or later, this moment would come to pass. Really? Let us go to the county town, to that inn from last time. Chen Meng, unable to contain his eagerness, grasped Xia Ying's hand and turned to leave. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Ying smiled at him, her lips pressed together, and instinctively followed in his footsteps. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted in the darkness as numerous torches ignited, illuminating a sea of furious and menacing faces. Among them were Chao Guifang, Chen Changhe, Xie Guanzi, Liang Zheji, and even the malicious Zhang Duong, Zhang Matzi, along with several ruffians and dozens of incredulous villagers. In an instant, panic enveloped Xia Ying. Her delicate body began to tremble violently. Her previously flushed cheeks turned as pale as death, devoid of any color. Chen Meng, too, felt a surge of alarm, his mind momentarily blank. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. After all, as someone reborn from a past life, he believed in the freedom of love. He had neither committed infidelity nor pursued another man's wife. Even the most powerful could not dictate his choices. However, he was acutely aware that Xia Ying was frightened. The ignorant and traditional villagers upheld the values of widowhood, and without a legitimate marriage, their affair would lead to dire consequences. Do not fear. I am here, he declared, gripping Xia Ying's hand firmly. He took the note from my hand. What does he intend to do? Xia Ying found warmth in Chen Meng's resolute gaze, feeling somewhat less afraid. Yet, an ominous premonition flickered in her mind. In the next moment, Chen Meng gently pulled her behind him, surveying the surroundings. Why are you all lurking here at this late hour, spying on me while I court Xia Ying? Have you nothing better to do? A shiver ran through Xia Ying as she beheld Chen Meng's formidable silhouette, which seemed to shield her from the venomous glares of the crowd, allowing her to hide within this small shroud of darkness. However, her earlier calm quickly dissipated as her body began to tremble anew. He was shouldering the blame, seemingly unaware of the wrath he might face from the entire village. It dawned on her where her foreboding feelings originated. She instinctively yearned to step forward, believing that their shared affection should withstand the storm. Yet, Chen Meng subtly stepped back, firmly pinning her toes to the ground. The pain shot through her, and though she clenched her fists, it paled in comparison to the anguish in her heart, tears welling up almost instantly. Adulterers, caught red-handed. Let us see what you have to say for yourselves, Chao Guifang bellowed with unbridled fury, wishing nothing more than to rush forth and dismember the two with the machete in her hand. After much effort to secure a dowry of 30,000, now, having been caught in the act, not even 3,000 would be offered. Shameless woman. My son lies cold in the grave. How can you face him? Chen Changhe seethed with rage. Beast. The Xie family has no place for a daughter of your disgrace. From this day forth, our father-daughter bond is severed. Xie Guanzi glared at Xie Yingying, who was hidden behind Chen Meng, his fury causing him to cough violently, spitting blood in the process. Dad, Xie Yingying called out weakly. She could dismiss the words of others, but her father's words pierced her heart like daggers, leaving her bleeding inside. Silence. I have no daughter who lacks shame like you. Xie Guanzi roared. Yingying, you have brought great shame upon the esteemed Xie family. Have you forgotten how I have raised you since childhood? A woman must adhere to the 3 obedience and 4 virtues. Liang Cuizhi lamented in despair, her heart aching as she witnessed her daughter weeping, tears streaming down her own face. Village chief, in light of this disgraceful incident, what do you propose we do? If you choose to remain indifferent, I shall invoke the ancestral laws to restore the honor of the Chun family today. Chen Changhe glared fiercely at Chen Meng, the handle of his yoke practically dripping with tension. Chapter 90. Since you have developed feelings for me, I shall protect you for all eternity. Our Chenjiagu village, while not renowned, boasts a history spanning several centuries and has always adhered to the ancestral codes, taking pride in our strict family traditions. I cannot speak to the past, but since I have taken on the mantle of village chief, such sordid affairs have never transpired. Chen Meng, Xie Yingying, you two have committed an unprecedented act, not only violating the ancestral codes and bringing disgrace upon your own family, but also tarnishing the reputation of Chenjiagu village. Without punishment, we cannot set a precedent. Zhang Duang pointed at Chen Meng and Xie Yingying, speaking with righteous indignation. It is difficult to fathom that such eloquent words could emanate from the mouth of a simple villager with little education and questionable morals. Yet, there must be some merit in his capability to serve as village chief. Chen Meng was still in shock when he heard Zhang Duang shout, "Guards! Take these 2 disgraceful individuals, hang them up, and administer 20 lashes each. Then, send the man to the police station to face charges of assault." "Yes," replied Zhang Matzi and a group of burly villagers, eagerly rushing forward, rolling up their sleeves to confront Chen Meng and Xie Yingying. Lashes? Chen Meng thought he must have misheard. What era are we in that such barbarity still exists? He had assumed that a few insults and collective disdain from the villagers would suffice. He thought he could take the blame upon himself, as long as Xie Yingying's reputation remained intact. After all, he was a man, and such matters were of little concern to him, even if her reputation suffered. Those who wished to marry her would overlook it, and with time, no one would remember this incident as a stain on her character. They would eventually praise her for her discerning eye. Brothers, let us strip the adulterous couple and hang them up. Let them understand the meaning of shame, Zhang Matzi sneered, reveling in his diabolical glee. You little wretch, dare to challenge me? With a mere scheme, I can ensure you never rise again. And you, Xie Yingying, how dare you look down upon me, consorting with a lowly cur? Once your reputation is ruined, what pride will you have left? Who would dare to claim you but me? In the end, you will be at my mercy. Wait. Chen Meng suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. While he could tolerate insults, rotten eggs, and muddy water thrown at him, the thought of stripping away their clothing was intolerable. This was not merely a humiliation for Xie Yingying as a woman. It was a profound affront to her dignity and body. Even he, a man, could not endure such a degradation. No wonder Xie Yingying trembled in fear. She had long been aware of the dire consequences that awaited her if discovered. Yet, she still chose to meet me, still willing to fulfill my desires. Since you have developed feelings for me, I shall protect you for eternity, and no one shall harm you. Chen Meng turned to gaze at the quaking Xie Yingying, her delicate face devoid of color, her eyes filled with terror, and he smiled, albeit with a grin that was both resolute and audacious. The tone of his voice was imbued with a confidence so overwhelming that it filled Xie Yingying's heart with an unprecedented strength, causing her lips to tremble as she murmured in acknowledgement. At such a critical moment, was he really flirting? Zhang Matzi, furious, charged forward, intent on binding her and stripping her of her clothes. Wait, Chen Meng interjected calmly, raising a hand to stop him. My shoelaces are undone. Without further ado, he crouched down to tie his shoelaces. Zhang Matzi, initially expecting an admission of guilt from Chen Meng, was taken aback, only to feel a wave of humiliation wash over him as he realized he was being toyed with. Enraged, he kicked at Chen Meng, cursing, "What the hell? It's not the time for your nonsense." In an instant, Chen Meng sprang up from the ground, scattering a handful of sand into the air. Zhang Matsi and several thugs were caught off guard, momentarily blinded. Before they could react, both Zhang Matsi and Brother Ji let out cries of agony, clutching their heads as blood gushed from the wounds inflicted upon them. Chen Meng, wielding a brick, grinned ominously and declared to the stunned onlookers, "Listen well, everyone. It is the 1990s, a time when the state advocates for the freedom of marriage. Xie Ying and I are both unmarried. And even if we merely hold hands or share a kiss, or even if we were to consummate our relationship, it is protected by law. No one has the right to interfere. I am aware that Zhang Matsi orchestrated this scheme, and it is not your concern. It would be wise to keep your distance, lest you find yourselves drenched in blood when the fighting begins." Good heavens! That audacious Chen Meng was truly mad. He stood alone against a multitude, refusing to kneel or beg for mercy, and dared to strike Zhang Matsi. Most of the villagers, who had merely come to witness the commotion, were thoroughly intimidated by Chen Meng's ferocity, instinctively retreating to avoid being caught in the crossfire. "You little bastard, if you dare harm my son, go all out. The law will not hold the crowd accountable, so what are you afraid of?" Zhang Duong, roused by his son's cries, erupted in fury, pointing at Chen Meng in a frenzy. The remaining thugs and Zhang's sycophants brandished their tools, poles and shovels, charging at Chen Meng. "Come on, those unafraid of death. Today I'll take one for the sake of balance, and two for profit." Chen Meng brandished his brick, defiantly challenging the approaching assailants. Perhaps it was his sheer brutality that instilled fear in them, for no one dared to lead the charge. Just then, Chen Meng stumbled. Having been struck from behind by a villager wielding a pole, he suddenly turned around, startling the villager, who promptly dropped his carrying pole and frantically waved his hands in panic. Chen Meng could scarcely believe that the first to strike was an honest and unassuming villager, someone he did not know at all. Confused, he surveyed his surroundings, and among the seemingly innocent villagers, he discerned flashes of jealousy in their eyes. It dawned on him that Xie Ying was the object of desire for all the men in the village, yet it was a good-for-nothing scoundrel like him who had claimed her, who would not harbor resentment towards him. A surge of fear coursed through Chen Meng. Even the honest villagers, with no grievances against him, despised him to the core. He feared that tonight might mark his end. Initially, he had no fear of death. In fact, he had longed for it, believing it would grant him release. But now, he realized that Ying cared for him, and that both she and Xiao Miao needed him. Thus, he could not allow himself to perish. Caution was paramount. Just as he was lost in thought, a villager struck him on the head with a carrying pole. Xie Ying screamed and lunged at the villager, kicking and clawing, only to be seized tightly by a group of village women. They spat at her, their contempt palpable. They even grasped her hair, forcing her to the ground and viciously tearing at her clothes, hurling insults as they did so. Chapter 91. Whoever touches Xie Ying, I will kill, damn it. Chen Meng's eyes blazed with fury as he charged forward, knocking one assailant down with a kick and another with a punch. He swiftly pulled Xie Ying behind him for protection. At that moment, her hair was disheveled, her body smeared with filth, and her clothes were ripped, revealing a set of alluring silk lingerie. Her face bore countless small scratches from where she had been clawed. Chen Meng's heart ached at the sight. He removed his own shirt and draped it over her, gently smoothing her tangled hair and wiping the grime from her face. "Do not be afraid. I am here. I am not afraid," Xie Ying stuttered, her body trembling, her teeth chattering. "I am here. Do not be afraid," Chen Meng reiterated firmly. As an educated and cultured woman, her willingness to rush into danger to defend him moved Chen Meng deeply. This was her way of expressing her affection. "I am not afraid," she said, gazing at Chen Meng's face, which was marred with vivid streaks of blood. Tears streamed down her cheeks, yet her trembling gradually subsided, bolstered by the strength in Chen Meng's gentle gaze. With a smile, Chen Meng drew a circle around Xie Ying with the tip of his foot, licking the blood that flowed down his cheek, and ominously addressed the crowd. "She stands here. What grievances do you have? Come at me. If anyone dares to lay a finger on her, I, Chen Meng, swear before my ancestors, wandering souls, and all deities, that as long as I draw breath, whoever harms Ying shall meet their end. Unless you kill me tonight, I will haunt you as a vengeful spirit." What a terrifying gaze. The villagers felt a chill run down their spines as they recalled that today was indeed the ghost festival. Bloodshed on such a day was deemed inauspicious. And if a life were truly lost, It was said that vengeful spirits would arise to claim the lives of their enemies. The villagers of Chenjigu are predominantly ignorant, and at this moment, they are all wavering in fear. Under the bright moon, how could they be intimidated by a despicable wretch? They must stand firm. If they do not uphold the ancestral rites today, they will have no face to present to their forebears in the future. Zhang Duong, witnessing the crowd being cowed by Chen Meng, erupted in fury, incessantly urging his sycophants to charge forward. You vile cur, dare to strike me? I shall ensure your demise. Regaining their composure, Zhang Matzi and Brother Ji rose from the ground, seizing shovels and carrying poles from those around them, rushing towards Chen Meng. I will deal with you first. Rather than retreating, Chen Meng boldly advanced, enduring a blow from Zhang Matzi's pole. He closed the distance, striking Zhang Matzi on the head with a brick. Arc! Zhang Matzi, reeling from the blows, cried out in agony, dropping the pole and rolling on the ground. Clutching his head, simultaneously, Brother Ji swung a shovel, striking Chen Meng's back, instantly opening a long gash from which blood gushed forth. Xia Yingying screamed in terror, ready to rush out. Chen Meng staggered, quickly turning to glare at her, commanding, "Do not come out. Stay where you are. Your presence alone aids me." Xia Yingying halted, tears streaming down her face, her lips bitten until they bled, shaking her head in profound sorrow and despair. Bang! Another blow struck Chen Meng's back, causing him to falter. He turned to confront his assailant, wiping the blood from his mouth. "Very well, I shall remember you. To hell with you." Brother Ji swung again with the shovel. But Chen Meng, quick on his feet, evaded and charged forward, seizing Brother Ji's still recovering arm and raising the brick to deliver a crushing blow. The chilling sound of breaking bones echoed as Brother Ji howled in anguish, clutching his arm and collapsing to the ground. "Who else dares? Come forth. If I shout, it will be your end." Chen Meng grinned, his teeth stained crimson with blood, resembling a bloodthirsty demon. At this moment, he was also severely wounded, his steps unsteady. A ruffian seized the opportunity, striking Chen Meng's leg with a pole. Caught off guard, Chen Meng was overtaken by a wave of pain, groaning and dropping to one knee. "What are you waiting for? Attack together." Seeing Chen Meng finally brought down, the crowd surged forward, raining blows upon him with poles and shovels. Chen Meng attempted to rise, but as an ordinary man, he was no match for the multitude, forced to cower on the ground, clutching his head. "Please, do not harm him. I kneel before you." Xia Yingying, witnessing the once mighty Chen Meng now prostrate, enduring relentless strikes from the villagers, countless wounds appearing as blood stained the earth, could not help but collapse in sorrow, wailing and begging for mercy. Yet her pleas fell on deaf ears. No one acknowledged her, though none dared to lay a finger on her. The onlookers, stirred from their anger and jealousy, began to awaken to the gravity of the situation, gazing at the crumpled figure of Chen Meng, now soaked in blood. A profound silence enveloped him. He even held his breath, fearful that a mere exhalation might disturb Chen Meng and incite his wrath. Chen Meng felt his life ebbing away rapidly. He strained to open his swollen eyes, desperately searching for the silhouette of Xia Yingying. At last, he spotted her. "Yingying," he called weakly, his faint voice piercing through the cacophony of anger that surrounded him. Xia Yingying heard him and turned in astonishment, their gazes locking in an unbreakable bond. She hurried to rise, attempting to escape the circle that Chen Meng had drawn for her. Yet, with every ounce of strength, he shot her a fierce glare, compelling her to halt. The joy on her face morphed into despair as she knelt down, for only in this position could she meet his gaze. The light that emanated from the narrow slit of his eyes was so luminous, filled with reluctance, compassion, and fervor, that it sent tremors through her heart. With a pleading look, she beseeched Chen Meng not to die, asserting that both she and Xiao Miao needed him. "As long as you live, I will belong to you for all my days, regardless of your wealth or poverty, health or disability, whether you are a rogue or a good man." The villagers, who had gathered around, stared in astonishment at Xia Yingying, who spoke each word with deliberate weight, as if taking an oath. They were shaken. Chen Meng was right. What harm was there in their unmarried state? Not far away, He Zhuang roared in a suppressed voice. "Jean, if you don't save him now, he will die?" "He deserves it," came the retort. "One who wallows in degradation, another who succumbs to depravity." Jean Luer, who had not anticipated witnessing such a scene today, bit her lip in anger, confused by the origin of her own hatred. She is a widow. What wrong has Chen Meng committed? Unable to contain himself any longer, He Zhuang charged forward, shouting, "Stop! For heaven's sake, stop!" Seeing him rush in, Jean Luer's eyes glistened with tears. "You beasts! What has my brother done to deserve this? Stop! You are beating my son to this extent," she cried, ready to confront them. The Chen family, alerted by the commotion, rushed in, while many villagers began to stand up, urging, "Stop! Enough! Someone will die if this continues." "Who are those people? Is that Miss Jean? Or Ying?" In a daze, Chen Meng saw several figures rushing toward him. He could no longer hold on. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Chapter 92. Awakening upon awakening. A sea of white greeted his eyes. An old ceiling fan creaked ominously above, as if it could fall at any moment. The scent of disinfectant filled his nostrils. "Am I in a hospital?" Chen Meng groaned in agony, every inch of his body in pain. "Brother, you are awake." Chen Meng, son, Chen's younger brother. A cacophony of joyous exclamations flooded his ears, and several ecstatic faces came into view. Father, mother, little sister, Higu. Chen Meng recognized them all. Yet there was no sign of Xia Ying. A sense of unease washed over him. "Where's Ying? Is she all right?" "I'm here, Chen Meng, I'm here." Xia Ying squeezed her way through the crowd, her face already a torrent of tears. "As long as you're fine," Chen Meng reached out, firmly grasping Xia Ying's hand. The surge of his emotions exacerbating his injuries, twisting his face in an instant. Beside them, Chen Dezhu furrowed his brow, about to speak, but was halted by Zhao Hua and Chen Xiaomei, who exchanged knowing glances with him. Chen Dezhu glanced at his son's numerous wounds, rolled his eyes at Xia Ying, and with a huff, chose not to intervene. "Chen Meng, how do you feel?" Xia Ying's gaze was solely fixed on him, oblivious to everything else. When Chen Meng had fallen into unconsciousness, only heaven knew the depth of her heartache and concern. She had even silently vowed that if he did not awaken, she would not live either. "I'm fine. These injuries are negligible. By the way, how long have I been unconscious?" Chen Meng inquired anxiously, recalling something. "1 day and 1 night. That's not too bad. There's still time." Chen Meng sighed in relief. His recent training had proven effective, significantly enhancing his physical condition. He then turned to He Zhuang. "Brother He, I need to trouble you with something. Please help me bring Ying's daughter out and get her settled at the county hospital. She is unwell and cannot be delayed." "Little brother, this is the county hospital, and Xiao Miao has already been brought out. The doctors are conducting a comprehensive examination. We should have results soon." He Zhuang chuckled. "Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, brother He." Chen Meng beamed, though the extent of his smile strained his injuries, causing him to grimace involuntarily. Seeing this, Xia Ying's tears flowed uncontrollably, her heart swelling with warmth. Upon Chen Meng's awakening, his immediate concern was for Xiao Miao's health. "I did not misjudge him. Don't mention it. It was your little sister who bravely seized Xiao Miao from Chao Guifang and her husband with a kitchen knife. As for the hospital, it was arranged by Miss Jean. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards her. I did nothing," He Zhuang remarked with a smile. Last night had left him profoundly shaken. Chen Meng had fearlessly risked his life for a widow, while Chen Xiaomei had held a knife to her own neck to secure the child, threatening to harm herself should they refuse to relinquish the girl. Ultimately, Chao Guifang and her husband had no choice but to allow her to take the child. These scenes had entirely transformed his perception of the Chen siblings and rural folk in general. They were a group of flesh and blood individuals, capable of fierce love and hate. Though they may be naive, they possessed a profound humanity that far surpassed the treachery found in the city. "Regardless of the circumstances, brother He, I shall never forget your kindness. In the future, I will repay you handsomely," Chen Meng vowed. "You are a friend of He Zhuang. What is there to repay? Just remember your older brother when you succeed, little brother Chen." He Zhuang laughed. He felt a strong conviction that after this ordeal, Chen Meng would surely soar to great heights, unstoppable in his ascent to prosperity. This feeling was strangely profound, its origin unknown, yet he sensed that the former Chen Meng, while driven by a desire for wealth, had not been as fervently dedicated, as if held back by some inner turmoil. However, the Chen Meng of last night revealed a different aura, particularly with his declaration, "Since you have chosen to love me, I shall protect you for a lifetime." Not even a woman could resist being moved by such words. Even a man like him felt a stirring in his heart. In this era of rapid economic growth, how does one protect the woman they love for all eternity? Aside from holding an official position, possessing boundless wealth would be of utmost importance, especially considering that Xiao Miao's condition requires substantial financial resources. Higu may not fully comprehend the essence of my character. I reciprocate sincerity to those who treat me genuinely. And our time together is ample, Chen Meng remarked. He Zhuang chuckled, stating, since my younger brother has awakened, I shall not intrude upon your family reunion. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call. I am always at your service. Ying, please see he go off, Chen Meng instructively added. Xia Ying nodded, preparing to escort He Zhuang, but was inadvertently pushed aside by Chen Meng's parents, who hurriedly ushered He Zhuang out. Xia Ying's face turned awkward as she stood frozen, while Chen Meng, with a hint of apology, grasped her hand, saying, Ying, do not take it to heart. My parents are upset with me, not with you. I understand, Xia Ying replied, her warm palm enveloping Chen Meng's, smooth yet imbued with strength, a sensation he had longed for. Her slightly swollen eyes sparkled with a captivating allure, bringing joy to Chen Meng's heart. Ying, we have finally overcome all obstacles and can be together openly. Yes, I have no path of retreat now. You must treat me well from this point onward, Xia Ying said bashfully yet joyfully. Of course, I, Chen Meng, am a man of my word and will ensure that both you and Xiao Miao are well cared for, so you will never regret your choice made yesterday, Chen Meng declared resolutely. Tender emotions blossomed in the air. With a gentle tug, Chen Meng drew Xia Ying closer, as if she sensed his intent, and playfully chided. You rascal, still restless even while unwell. Once you recover, there will be ample time. Why the rush? I merely wish to hasten the process. Fearing it may all be a dream, Chen Meng replied with a mischievous grin, leaning in to plant a kiss on her cheek. Cough. A cough echoed from the doorway. Xia Ying sprang back as if struck by electricity, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she hurriedly lowered her head. Dashing out of the hospital room. I will check on how Xiao Miao's examination is progressing. Brother, this is a hospital, do not overstep. If someone sees, it could tarnish our reputation, his younger sister admonished sternly. Meng, it is not that mother is scolding you, but you must be mindful of your influence with Xie Guofu. Recall yesterday, you nearly frightened mother to death. You are the pillar of our family. Should anything happen to you, our household would crumble, Zhao Huaihua added in reproach. I must make it clear, our home forbids widows from entering, Chen Du suddenly interjected with a gruff voice. Chen Meng's expression stiffened, and Zhao Huaihua shot a glare at Chen Deju, who huffed defiantly, even if I perish, I will stand by this statement. Father, my brother and teacher Xia are still in the early stages. Why bring this up now? We should at least wait until eldest brother has recovered before discussing it. His younger sister expressed her discontent. No need to wait for my recovery. I shall inform you all now that my relationship with Ying is my decision, and none of you shall interfere. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning hostile, Chen Meng stated coolly. His family immediately shuddered, seemingly reminded of the once tyrannical Chen Meng. Their gazes now laced with trepidation. However, Chen Meng felt no remorse for intimidating them. Xia Ying had chosen him, leaving no alternative path. If he were unable to shoulder his responsibilities, it would only lead her down a perilous road. Chapter 93. Diagnosis of acute leukemia. Chen Meng's injuries were merely superficial. Internal injuries do exist, but fortunately, they are not severe. With some days of rest, he shall recover. Chen Meng persuaded his parents to return home, as their presence in the hospital would be of little assistance, and their disapproval of Xia Ying created an awkward atmosphere. Thus, he left his younger sister to care for him. Ying, has the test result come out? Chen Meng, with his sister Chen Xiaomei's support, limped his way to the pediatrics department. Why are you out here? Xiaomei, you should be advising your brother. He cannot be running around now and needs to recuperate. Xia Ying quickly stepped forward to support Chen Meng, chiding him incessantly. If I could keep him in check, that would be splendid. He throws tantrums if he doesn't see you for a moment. I simply don't understand what you see in him, Chen Xiaomei muttered discontentedly. Though her words stung, Xia Ying felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. She knew that Chen Meng's family did not favor her, not because of her character, but rather due to her status as a widow. How many rural families do not hold such taboos? She remained indifferent, for as long as Chen Meng cherished her, the disdain of the world was inconsequential. Little girl, what do you know about Ying's goodness? Show her some respect. She is your future sister-in-law. Chen Meng lightly tapped Chen Xiaomei on the head, causing her to tear up. Chen Meng, why did you hit Xiaomei? You've made her cry. Xia Ying shot him a playful glare, her heart swelling with sweetness. I don't need your feigned concern, Chen Xiaomei retorted, shaking off Xia Ying's comforting hand and storming off in anger. Xia Yingying's face flushed crimson, her hands awkwardly retreating. This girl needs a lesson. Chen Meng's expression darkened. Enough. Do you not think it's chaotic enough? I'm a widow with a burden. It is only natural for your family to have reservations. As long as you do not mind, I can overlook everything else. What of being a widow? A widow as beautiful and cultured as yourself. I would gladly welcome more like you. Xiaomiao is your daughter, and she shall be my daughter as well. Do not refer to her as a burden. I do not wish to hear such words, Chen Meng stated sternly. Xia Yingying gazed at him with deep affection, her eyes brimming with tenderness. This was the affirmation she desired from Chen Meng. Although she had faith he would not reject Xiaomiao, she needed him to voice it, to make a stand. Her luscious lips curled into a smile, yet her brows furrowed as she playfully tugged Chen Meng's ear, saying, "What did you just say? More like me? I warn you. From now on, you must treat me well and see only me. Otherwise, despite my education and refinement, I wouldn't hesitate to unleash my wrath." Oh, my Yingying turns out to be a fierce woman. How did I not see this before? Chen Meng exclaimed dramatically. What began as a whisper of flirtation had surpassed her limits. Chen Meng's loud exclamation attracted countless gazes. Xia Yingying's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she promptly released his ear. You rascal, you just want to see me make a fool of myself. Hee hee. Chen Meng, taking advantage of the moment, wrapped his arm around Xia Yingying's waist. He was an injured party, and she could do little to resist. Thus, she shyly leaned against him, allowing him to rest his shoulder against hers. Listening to his mischievous laughter, a man must have a bit of mischief. Otherwise, how could a toad ever hope to catch such a beautiful swan like you? I am not a swan. I am merely an ordinary woman, and you are not a toad, but the most formidable man in my heart. Xia Yingying, suppressing the discomfort that tingled through her, bit her lip and spoke softly. The couple, engrossed in their affectionate exchanges, drew the envy of many onlookers. Look at them. How strong their bond is. Upon hearing this, Xia Yingying and Chen Meng exchanged a knowing smile. Just then, a doctor called out. Who is the family member of Chen Xiaomiao? I am, they both replied in unison. The examination results had arrived, and they were not favorable. The doctor advised them to seek further diagnosis and treatment at a larger hospital in the city, handing a slip of paper to Xia Yingying. She glanced at it and tears streamed down her face, the world spinning around her. Fortunately, Chen Meng hobbled over and steadied her. Yingying, do not despair. We will treat her illness. With modern medicine, there is no ailment that cannot be cured. If it cannot be treated here, we shall go abroad. Rest assured, as long as I, Chen Meng, draw breath, I will not abandon Xiaomiao. Xia Yingying nodded through her tears. Had she not been prepared for this moment? Seeing the words acute leukemia might have caused her to faint. As for the financial matter, I will find a way. You focus on packing. We must head to the city hospital for Xiaomiao's treatment as soon as possible, Chen Meng declared. With the diagnosis confirmed, the couple lost their romantic inclinations. Xia Yingying hurried home to gather her belongings, and Chen Meng asked He Zhuang to drive her back, ultimately deciding to send his sister along for reassurance. The journey was swift, taking less than an hour. Xia Yingying managed to pack a few essentials. Chen Meng desired to leave the hospital as well, but his sister firmly stopped him. Brother, are you disregarding your health? Your injuries are far from healed. These minor injuries are inconsequential, he replied. You have received 40 stitches. Neglecting your internal injuries could lead to serious repercussions in the future, He Zhuang interjected sternly. Sister-in-law, please persuade my brother. He will heed your words now. Chen Xiaomei pleaded anxiously. Sister-in-law? Despite the urgency surrounding Xiaomiao's condition, Xia Yingying couldn't help but feel a flicker of joy. Chen Meng, Xiaomei, and he go all right. Your injuries are not yet healed. I will go to the city first. Once you are well, you can join me. You needn't worry. I am a grown woman. Not an illiterate child. I won't get lost. All right, you go ahead. I will rest for a few days, and as soon as I secure some funds, I will come to find you. Chen Meng nodded. He was not a deity. The pain from his wounds was intense, but in about a week, he would be able to have his stitches removed, giving him time to figure out the financial situation. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Yingying also nodded, saying, Before I head to the city, I would like to visit the school. Wang Dalong asked the finance department to notify me about settling half a year's salary. Xiaomiao's treatment will require substantial funds, and every penny is crucial to me. Chen Meng understood fully. It was evident that his confrontation with Wang Dalong a few days prior had borne fruit. Just as he was about to agree, he noticed the car keys in He Zhuang's hand and had a sudden inspiration. He go. May I borrow the car to take Ying to the school? No need. No need. I will take the bus. Xia Ying quickly waved her hand. Indeed, brother, your injuries are quite severe. If you're still concerned, perhaps brother he could drive you. Chen Xiaomei suggested. However, He Zhuang directly handed the keys to Chen Meng. Can you drive? He inquired. I can, Chen Meng replied. Be cautious, your injuries are serious. Drive slowly, He Zhuang admonished. Chen Meng nodded and resolutely took hold of Xia Ying and departed. Brother He, why don't you try to persuade my brother? Chen Xiaomei implored anxiously. You don't understand. Xia Ying requires a man to support her in this situation. No one else is as suitable as your brother. He Zhuang remarked thoughtfully. This Chen brother, though seemingly rough, possessed a delicate touch. Which woman could resist such charm? Even Mr. Zhan had regrettably arrived too late. He Zhuang sighed, suddenly turning to Xiaomei. When did your brother learn to drive? Chapter 94. The Art of Seducing Women. When did you learn to drive? Xia Ying asked, gazing at Chen Meng in surprise, having been too flustered to notice this detail earlier. Would you believe me if I said an old man with a white beard taught me in a dream? Chen Meng chuckled, though the laughter was strained. The painful memory of a shovel strike from that scoundrel, Ji Gu, lingered. His back was stitched up with several needles, and despite being wrapped in thick bandages, any contact elicited pain. Fortunately, in this era, traffic laws were not as stringent, allowing him to drive without a seatbelt unmonitored. The author kindly reminds readers to always wear seatbelts for the safety of both the driver and the passenger, even if it means retrieving a phone. As long as one remains steady, it should not pose a significant issue. I believe everything you say, Xia Ying nodded. Really? Chen Meng felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, women in love often seem to possess diminished intellect. After all, how could one explain that a mere uneducated ruffian suddenly learned the art of business and driving? Moreover, how did he acquire so many skills for seducing women? Xia Ying rolled her eyes, candidly admitting she still could not comprehend how easily she had fallen for Chen Meng. This fellow had pursued her for over a year without stirring any feelings, yet after that one fateful night, he seemed transformed. The skill of seducing women, self-taught. Chen Meng could not help but feel a sense of pride. Well, you might as well put this skill away for now. Letting it rust wouldn't matter, Xia Ying said. Her sultry tone laced with an unnerving chill that made Chen Meng shiver. Before long, they arrived at the school. Chen Meng parked at the entrance, and Xia Ying exited, making her way inside. As she walked, both students and teachers cast her curious glances, openly whispering and pointing. This scrutiny made Xia Ying's face flush with embarrassment. She lowered her head and quickened her pace towards the administrative building. Hey, isn't that Teacher Xia? I heard you've been seeing a ne'er-do-well from the village. When are you inviting us all to the wedding? As soon as she stepped into the office building, she collided with an old colleague who had long been vying against her in secret. Seizing the opportunity to ridicule Xia Ying, the colleague blocked her path, raising her voice significantly. Teacher Wang, please move aside. I have no time for your nonsense, Xia Ying retorted. Xia Ying raised her head and cast a cold glance at the plump middle-aged woman. Since the other party showed her no respect, why should she remain courteous? Oh, you've taken up with a rogue, and your temper has certainly grown. What are you planning? If I refuse, will you send your lover to beat me? The middle-aged woman scoffed loudly. Teacher Wang, mind your volume. Be careful not to provoke Teacher Xia. If her lover truly comes to confront you, you might find yourself regretting it, interjected another passing teacher, adopting a mocking tone. How can you speak of Teacher Xia in such a manner? She is the belle of our school, and even the principal holds her in high regard. Beware that she does not report you to the principal. You might find yourselves in dire straits, another voice chimed in, taking the opportunity to add insult to injury. It was evident that the mention of a complaint carried significant weight. Oh, you're clearly out of the loop. A new teacher has arrived, and she has become the principal's new favorite. It's no wonder they dismissed Teacher Xia. How cruel to rub salt in her wounds. A voice remarked sarcastically. Xia Ying trembled with rage. These people bore her no ill will, yet their incessant gossip stemmed solely from her beauty. Now that she had been dismissed, they mocked and derided her. Oh, is Teacher Xia upset? We're merely jesting. Even though you've been let go, we're still friends. When will you bring that man who caused such a stir in the entire town to meet us and celebrate your recent marriage? That won't be necessary. I'm not that familiar with you, Xia Ying replied, taking a deep breath to suppress her fury as she hurried upstairs. Behind her, raucous laughter erupted, piercing her back like daggers. Laugh all you want. One day, Xia Ying will rise beyond your reach. Upon reaching the principal's office, Xia Yingying expected Wang Dalong to make things difficult for her. To her surprise, Wang Dalong greeted her as if she were a revered guest. "Teacher Xia, you've arrived. I have prepared your payment, totaling 1,800 yuan. Such a large sum." Xia Yingying was taken aback, hesitant to accept it. Ahem. Teacher Xia has worked diligently for the school, never arriving late or leaving early, serving as a model for our staff. It is only right that we compensate her generously. Wang Dalong stated with righteous fervor. If one were unaware of his true nature, they might be moved by his words. Seeing Xia Yingying reluctant to accept the money, Wang Dalong became anxious. "Please, just take it. When you return, do send my regards to Chen Meng and let him know that I have complied with his instructions." Xia Yingying suddenly realized that Chen Meng had spoken to Wang Dalong, which explained his warm demeanor. With the backing of a man, she felt a sense of security as she accepted the money. "Thank you, Principal Wang," she said lightly. "You're welcome. Oh, by the way, Chen Meng is downstairs. It would be best for you to speak with him directly. I worry that if I relay the message, it might not convey the principal's intent accurately, and that could lead to misunderstandings." Wang Dalong shuddered at the mention of Chen Meng being downstairs and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "You're right. Teacher Xia, allow me to escort you down." Thus, Xia Yingying led the way. Wang Dalong descended the stairs behind her. Goodness, what secretive mischief is the principal up to? He is trailing behind Xia Yingying like a sycophant, bowing and nodding. "What are you looking at? Teacher Xia is leaving. As colleagues, shouldn't you bid her farewell?" Along the way, Wang Dalong noticed the astonished gazes of the teachers, feeling utterly humiliated. He bellowed, "The principal has spoken. Who dares defy?" Thus, he proclaimed, "Teacher Xia, let us see you off." At the school gate, Chen Meng observed Xia Yingying emerging from the office building, surrounded by a throng of teachers, and couldn't help but reflect on her beauty and popularity. It was time for him to make his entrance. He pressed the accelerator, swiftly bringing his car to the front of the building and executing a perfect drift, sending dust swirling and covering Wang Dalong. How could he tolerate such audacity? Who was reckless enough to drive so fast on school grounds? Before he could utter a word, the window rolled down, revealing Chen Meng's battered face. Wang Dalong shuddered, instantly feeling 3 inches shorter. "Oh, isn't this Boss Chen? Haven't seen you in days, and you've hit the jackpot, even driving a car now. That rickety vehicle isn't worth much. Yingying, if you're reluctant to part with your colleagues, you should treat them to a meal another day. Business is paramount." Chen Meng leaned out of the window, friendly nodding at the group of teachers. Xia Yingying opened the car door and gracefully entered, and with a sudden burst of speed, Chen Meng drove off like a swift arrow, kicking up a cloud of dust. In front of the office building, Wang Dalong and the teachers stood in stunned silence, watching the Santana disappear from view. How is it that Xia Yingying is so fortunate, casually flirting with someone who drives a car? Indeed, that vehicle must be worth at least 200,000. 200,000. We would struggle to earn that in a lifetime. Uft, he's just a second-rate fellow. Who knows if that car is even his? Did you see his bruised face? I heard he got beaten up pretty badly the other night. Why don't you mention that he fought off a group for Teacher Xia and even injured several? If a man were to stand up for me like that, I wouldn't care if he were a second-rate loser or even a beggar. I would gladly be with him." The teachers chattered animatedly, increasingly losing their sense. Wang Dalong, with a stern expression, interjected, before envying Xia Yingying, "Perhaps you should consider your own appearance. Now, all of you, return to work. Anyone whose teaching performance falls short this month will have their salary deducted." Inside the car, Xia Yingying maintained a coy smile, leaving Chen Meng puzzled. "What's the matter? I want to tell you," she replied, playfully winking. It felt delightful to wield the power of intimidation, relishing the sting Wang Dalong had dealt to those pretentious colleagues. Chen Meng's arrival had dealt them another blow, leaving them utterly stunned. She suddenly understood why Chen Meng insisted on driving her himself. He had foreseen the mockery she would face. Contemplating the astonished expressions of her colleagues made her chuckle. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Chen Meng, you must work hard to earn money. One day, let us buy a car that belongs to us." Chapter 95. Plans to sell the Formula Xia Yingying had little savings. With 1,800 yuan, the immediate crisis was resolved. Chen Meng handed over all his possessions, amounting to 700 yuan, to her, assuring her not to worry about finances, for he was confident in his ability to manage the situation. Yingying gazed into Chen Meng's earnest eyes, which radiated unwavering determination and warmth. At this moment, She had no one else to rely upon. As for her in-laws, it was best not to mention them. Her parents had never been a source of support. Upon arriving in the city, do not hesitate to spend a little, stay at a hotel for rest. Do not linger in the hospital corridor any longer. If I find out, I shall be quite upset, Chen Meng reiterated with concern. Understood, Ying replied obediently with a nod. Brother, it's nearly time. We must leave, or we shall miss the train, He Zhuang reminded. Chen Meng reluctantly looked at Ying, saying, I will not see you off. Be safe on the train. And keep the money hidden well. Got it, Ying chuckled, bemused by Chen Meng's childlike protectiveness. Yet, the sensation of being cared for was comforting. Just as Ying was about to depart with her luggage and child, members of the Chen family entered. Brother, take this 800 yuan for your needs, Chen Xiaomei insisted, handing the money to Chen Meng. This money was earned by her from catching shrimp, which she had refused to give even to their parents, yet now offered selflessly for the sake of a child's health. Chen Meng felt a pang of emotion. Thank you, little sister. I promise to repay you doubly in the future. He then handed the money to Ying, who reluctantly accepted it. Meng, here are 2,000 yuan. Originally saved by mother for her eye treatment. Please use it, Zhao Huaihua said, pulling out a handkerchief filled with notes. Aunt, I cannot accept this money. Ying quickly refused before Chen Meng could respond. The child's illness is urgent. My eyesight can wait. Zhao Huaihua insisted, pushing the money into Ying's hands. Dear girl, if you refuse this, it implies you deem it insufficient. With tears brimming in her eyes, Ying accepted the warm money. Although the Chen family held her in low regard, they still extended their utmost support during this critical time. Take what my mother has given you. Rest assured, I will repay them eventually, Chen Meng declared firmly, urging Ying to depart without further delay. As he watched He Zhuang's vehicle leave the hospital, Chen Meng finally revealed a pallid expression, grimacing in pain. The ordeal had caused several of his wounds to reopen, making it implausible for him not to have seen Ying off. The Chen family hastily assisted him back to the hospital bed. Brother, is teacher Ying truly that wonderful? You seem utterly enchanted, even at the cost of your life. Chen Xiaomei complained. When you find your ideal partner, you will understand how I feel now. But let us set aside Ying for a moment. How are our parents? Any news about Zhang Duang? Chen Meng requested, as his sister placed a pillow beneath him. He lay on the bed, feeling the pain from his back as the wound reopened, staining the bandage red, prompting his sister to shed tears for him. At present, we cannot afford to concern ourselves with family matters. Zhang Mozi has sustained a severe head injury, purportedly a concussion, and the ruffians who accompanied him have also been grievously wounded, each one lying in a hospital bed awaiting Zhang Duang to cover their medical expenses. You terrified our entire family yesterday. You are the sole heir of the Chen lineage, and should anything happen to you, your mother and I would have no face to meet our ancestors. Chen Dazhu spoke, tears unexpectedly streaming down his face, a rarity in all these years. Father, rest assured, I shall refrain from fighting in the future. Yesterday's confrontation left me no choice. It was either their demise or mine, Chen Meng quickly reassured. Indeed, old man, our Meng has committed no wrongdoing. It is that despicable Zhang Mozi who has gone too far. If Zhang Duang dares to come after us, I shall confront him fiercely. Zhao Huaijia seethed, gritting her teeth. That scoundrel Zhang Duang has suffered a significant setback. Not only has Zhang Mozi been beaten, but his henchmen have also been injured, incurring substantial medical costs. Zhang Duang will undoubtedly be displeased, and while I fear little else, I dread the possibility of him reporting us to the authorities. Chen Dazhu expressed with worry. Preposterous. Would he dare to call the police? They assaulted me in a group. I merely defended myself. I would be remiss to report them, Chen Meng retorted, displaying no concern. He was not naive enough to be intimidated by such threats. However, he worried that Zhang Mozi might resort to underhanded tactics. While he himself was unafraid, harm coming to his parents or younger sister would be dire. With this thought in mind, Chen Meng instructed mother and father, please take care to ensure your safety at home. Wait until dawn to venture outside. Return early when night falls, and secure the doors tightly at night. I fear Zhang Duang may resort to treachery. If he dares to play dirty, I am not one to be trifled with, Chen Dazhu cursed, a fierce glint emerging in his eyes that had never been seen before. Brother, perhaps you should focus on our business instead. We could lose several $100s a day. If this delay continues, what if the bald-headed man seizes our business? His younger sister expressed her concern. Her strong opposition to her brother accompanying Xie Ying to the city was largely rooted in this fear. Do not worry, the bald-headed man will not steal our business. I have matters well in hand. Sister, please inform Sister Zhou that we will not be setting up our stall for the next few days to prevent her from becoming anxious, Chen Meng instructed. Understood. Chen Xiaomei nodded in agreement. As the family conversed, He Zhuang returned. Brother He, has Ying boarded the vehicle? Chen Meng inquired anxiously. Rest assured, she has boarded safely. Additionally, I have friends in the city who are aware of the situation. They will meet Xie Ying when she arrives by train and ensure her safe passage to the hospital. He Zhuang replied. Chen Meng was overjoyed. Brother He, I cannot express my gratitude enough. Chen, I help you because I respect you as a man. Do not be so effusive with your thanks, He Zhuang chuckled. Chen Meng nodded and said, if that is the case, I have another favor to ask of you. Brother He, what is it? Please assist me in contacting Miss Zhang. Inform her that I have urgent business to discuss. Are you considering selling your formula? He Zhuang's eyes lit up. I knew I couldn't keep it from you, Brother He. The treatment for Xiao Miao requires funds, and I currently have no other recourse but this. Miss Zhang has always shown interest in my formula, Chen Meng explained. His intention was clear, to sell the formula to Zhang Luer and secure a financial legacy for his family. However, the current priority is to treat the young sapling. Very well, I shall call Mr. Zhang right away. He Zhuang nodded and left the ward to make the call. As he departed, Chen Xiaomei exclaimed in exasperation, Brother, have you lost your mind? Selling the formula to Miss Zhang will jeopardize our business. Sister, selling the formula to Miss Zhang does not mean we can no longer sell crayfish. Besides, I have plenty of ways to earn money. Even if we stop selling crayfish, we can still prosper, Chen Meng replied with a smile. I don't believe you. You've been bewitched by Xie Ying, Chen Xiaomei retorted, turning her face away in annoyance. Nearby, Chen Dazhu and his wife shared frowns, lamenting, that widow Xie is truly a vixen. She nearly cost our Meng his life. And now she wants to ruin this lucrative business. If she enters our home, peace will be a distant memory. Chapter 96. Chen Meng refuses arrest moments later. He Zhuang returned, his expression somewhat awkward. I'm sorry, Brother Chen, but Mr. Zhang is not in Qingshan County. Where has Miss Zhang gone? Please tell me. I shall seek her out, Chen Meng inquired anxiously. The urgency to treat the young sapling's condition weighed heavily on him, and he was in dire need of funds. She has gone south and won't be back for a while, Brother Chen. I suggest you consider other options, He Zhuang said, increasingly uncomfortable. Well, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. If anything comes up, just give me a call, he added hastily before departing. Upon hearing this news, the Chen family did not panic. Instead, they secretly rejoiced. Brother, it seems fate has intervened. I believe you should abandon the thought of selling the formula. Let us continue our stall business and gradually earn the money needed for the sapling's treatment. Chen Xiaomei seized the opportunity to advise. Exactly. Earning 400 to 500 a day amounts to over 10,000 a month. That should suffice for any treatment, Zhao Huaihua chimed in eagerly. Not to mention, on days without promotions, we could earn around 1,000 a day. If you sell the formula, it would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Chen Xiaomei asserted. That is called killing the chicken to get the eggs. Chen Meng shot her a glance. He understood his family's intentions. They could not prevent him from selling the formula, but with the buyer absent, they were naturally pleased. Is the buyer truly gone? Perhaps not, Chen Meng pondered. He Zhuang seemed quite flustered when he left. Could it be that Zhang Luer is trying to seize the opportunity to lower the price? Chen Meng was uncertain about the costs associated with treating acute leukemia, but he knew it would be a bottomless pit with no guarantee of success. What he required was sufficient upfront capital for the young sapling's treatment, estimating that around 100,000 would suffice. Nevertheless, Zhang Luer's opportunistic behavior left a sour taste in his mouth. Sister, please inform Sister Zhou that we shall not set up the stall for the next few days. Also, give Brother Zhou a call and let him know I have an urgent matter to discuss with him, Chen Meng instructed. What is the rush? We were in the midst of discussing important matters. Do not change the subject? Xiaomei replied discontentedly. Just do as I say without further ado. Chen Meng's face darkened, causing him to grimace in pain. All right, I shall go. Please do not be angry, brother. Chen Xiaomei, startled, quickly dashed out of the ward, hopped on her bicycle, and sped toward the square. Inside the ward, Zhao Huaihua hurriedly consoled Chen Meng. My dear son, do not be angry. I merely speak my mind. If you must sell the formula, then do so. After all, saving a child's life is paramount. Observing the anxious expression on his mother's face, Chen Meng felt a surge of warmth within him. Regardless of his family's occasional pettiness, their inherent goodness and simplicity shone through. He smiled and reassured her, "Mother, fret not. I have no shortage of ways to earn money. Even if I sell the formula, I will ensure that you and father can enjoy a life of comfort." Enjoying a life of comfort? I fear you may have little opportunity for that. At that moment, two officials entered, followed by the sinisterly grinning Zhang Duang. Chen Dazhu and his wife were humble farmers, having experienced many troubles during Chen Meng's less accomplished days, often facing visits from the local authorities. Thus, upon seeing the officials, the elderly couple instinctively felt fear. Moreover, they recognized these two officials, Huang Suo and Zhang Gongan. "Please, take a seat, gentlemen. My wife, quickly serve water to our leaders." Chen Dazhu hurriedly approached, bowing and offering cigarettes. "Spare me the pleasantries." The leader, Huang Zhigua, the head of the township police station, brushed aside the cigarette offered by Chen Dazhu and coldly fixed his gaze upon Chen Meng. "You have quite the audacity, don't you? While your previous mischief was manageable, this time you have gone too far, injuring 6 individuals, one of whom suffered a severe concussion and another whose arm you fractured. Your actions now constitute intentional bodily harm. Typically, this would entail a sentence of 3 to 5 years. However, given your unfortunate timing during a crackdown, your sentence will be exacerbated. Do not expect to see freedom for at least 10 or 8 years. What? Upon hearing this, Chen Dazhu felt his legs weaken, and Zhao Huaihua's tears flowed instantly. "Huang Suo, my son is in such a state. He cannot be arrested. Huang Gongan, I kneel before you. You are a fair and just man. My son is innocent. Please, see the truth." The elderly couple cried out, desperate to kneel. Zhang Duang, lurking behind the two officials, stepped forward, his demeanor fierce. "You dare say your son is innocent after he has left mine in such a state?" Chen Dazhu, Zhao Huaihua, I advise you both to remain compliant. If you obstruct Officer Huang in his duties, you will find yourselves in trouble. "Father, mother, what are you doing? Get up." Chen Meng leaped from his bed and pulled his parents up. "We, the Chen family, kneel only to heaven and our parents. These thuggish officials are unworthy of your reverence." "How audacious, Chen Meng. You dare to insult the police. I suppose you have grown weary of life." Zhang Duang berated him, pointing an accusatory finger. "Ah, Zhang Duang, you truly are a commendable sycophant. Your master has yet to speak, yet you bark at me as if rewarded with bones for your loyalty. Why this fervor?" Chen Meng surveyed the trio before him with a cold smile. "Huang Suo, look at how arrogant this Chen Meng is, completely disregarding you. Seize him." Zhang Duang, exasperated, urged. "Cough. I do not require your guidance in how to conduct my affairs." Huang Zhigua shot a glare at Zhang Duang, asserting his authority. "Yes, of course. You do not require it," Zhang Duang replied awkwardly. Some individuals, unable to even manage a dog, still have the audacity to criticize others. If it were me, I would have long since bought a block of tofu and ended it all. Chen Meng sarcastically taunted, infuriating Zhang Duang to the point of a crimson face. Yet he dared not retaliate, fearing the wrath of Huang Zhigua. "Chen Meng, mind your words. Just because you are injured does not grant you the liberty to speak recklessly." Huang Zhigua admonished sternly. He then turned to Chen Dazhu and his wife, warning, "I caution you, Chen Meng's offenses are grave. Should you obstruct us again, you shall be apprehended as well." At his command, an officer quickly produced handcuffs to restrain Chen Meng. Zhang Duang, unable to contain his excitement, thought, "You wretched cur. Daring to oppose me and injure my son, you shall soon learn the extent of my authority." To his surprise, Chen Meng forcefully pushed away the outstretched handcuffs. "I beg your pardon, Officer Huang, but your handling of matters is unjust. These cuffs I cannot wear." "Huh? You insolent wretch, you dare to resist arrest? Your crimes multiply." Zhang Duang burst into laughter, tears streaming from his eyes at Chen Meng's defiance. Huang Zhigua's expression darkened as he pointed at Chen Meng, sternly declaring, "Chen Meng, you are audacious indeed to challenge an arrest. Officer Huang, there is no need for such volume. I bear injuries. Do be cautious lest you frighten me into a worse condition, one you may not be able to bear." Chen Meng replied calmly, brushing aside Huang Zhigua's finger. "What's amiss with this fellow? Previously, he would cower at my presence like a mouse before a cat. Why is he so composed today?" Huang Zhigua mused, inspecting Chen Meng with a skeptical gaze. An officer, incensed by Chen Meng's audacity, rushed forward to apprehend him, but Huang Zhigua intervened. "Chen Meng, what do you mean by claiming I am unjust in my dealings?" he inquired. "Officer, why engage in further discussion with him? Simply take him back to the station." Apply some pressure, and he will surely comply, Zhang Duang chimed in, relishing the thought of Chen Meng's misfortunes in the interrogation room. Silence. When I question, you have no right to interject. Huang Zhigua shot Zhang Duang a fierce glare, causing him to shrink back, nodding submissively. Some people can't even comprehend their place. Having lived so long in ignorance, Chen Meng scoffed again. Chen Meng, you shall also be quiet. Speak out of turn again, and regardless of your injuries. I will take you back to the station for a thorough interrogation, Huang Zhigua retorted sharply. Officer, I have committed no crime. What grounds do you have to detain me for questioning? Chen Meng protested. Yuval Kerr, you have rendered Zhang Matzi unconscious and fractured his fingers, along with injuring several others. Do you not consider that a crime? Huang Zhigua replied, incredulous. Officer, who is jesting with whom here? What favor has Zhang Duang done for you, that you conspire with him to torment me? Chen Meng's playful demeanor faded as he spoke coldly. Clarify your statement. Who is colluding with Zhang Duang against you? Huang Zhigua's expression hardened, recognizing the gravity of the implication. Do you presume that because I, Chen Meng, lack formal education, I am incapable of defending myself against a group? How could I possibly take on so many alone? Chen Meng rebuked fiercely. God above, my son has lost his mind. Even the likes of Huang Gong'an dare to be insulted. The elderly couple, Chun Dezhu and his wife, trembled in fear. Huh. Zhang Duang could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, you must be out of your mind to dare point a finger at Director Huang. This is too amusing. Huang, why are you wasting your breath on this fool? Just arrest him already. The food and drinks at home are nearly ready. It seems that some individuals are recklessly testing the limits of their fate, completely oblivious to the danger. Chen Meng exchanged a meaningful glance with Huang Zhigua. Although he openly addressed Zhang Duang, to Huang Zhigua, it served as a blatant warning, causing a chilling realization to wash over him. This young man, so composed, even dared to insult him. He must have some backing. He glared fiercely at Zhang Duang, silently commanding him to keep his mouth shut. Chen Meng, I am the one questioning you now, not the other way around, Huang Zhigua stated sternly. Zhang Duang has reported that you have injured multiple people, and you must accompany me to the station for an investigation. The nature of the arrest had swiftly morphed into an inquiry. Chen Meng chuckled, responding leisurely. Someone reported to you, and without discerning the truth. You come to apprehend me. What a display of injustice. Do not presume I am ignorant of the concept of self-defense. I wonder if you are surprised, Huang, that I, a mere scoundrel in your eyes, am now discussing the law with you. In fact, I was rather taken aback myself. Just moments ago, my parents warned me to be cautious of Zhang the old dog calling the police on me. I assured them that Director Huang would not be so foolish. It is quite simple. How could one person engage in a brawl with so many? I never expected you to be so naive as to overlook this. Very well. Perhaps I shall seek your director's counsel on the matter. With that, Chen Meng extended his hand forward. To his surprise, Huang Zhigua recoiled as if stung by a scorpion, retreating in alarm. Huang, what are you afraid of? Aren't you the one who wants to take me in for questioning? I am offering you due respect. Come on, take me with you. Chen Meng taunted, reaching out again. Don't come any closer, Huang Zhigua exclaimed, stumbling backward and colliding with Zhang Duang. What are you afraid of? Zhang Duang queried, utterly perplexed, wondering how Chen Meng's mere words could instill such terror in Huang. Fool, you have no idea what you're talking about. Huang Zhigua seethed, wishing he could silence Zhang Duang. Out of consideration for his brother-in-law, he had assisted him. But he had not anticipated that Chen Meng would be so different from before. Not only was he frighteningly composed, but he also seemed aware of the new director's arrival. A fresh official intent on enforcing internal discipline. If Chen Meng were to cause a scene now, Huang would undoubtedly be made an example of on the spot. Chen Meng, I believe there may be some misunderstanding here, Huang Zhigua stammered, sensing the situation was spiraling out of control. Just then, a hearty voice rang out as Zhou Qing entered alongside Chen Xiaomei. Chen, I heard you were injured. Who had the audacity to attack you? Tell me, and I shall deal with him for you. Brother Zhou, you've arrived. Chen Meng exclaimed with delight. Who are you? Zhou Qing inquired, scrutinizing the two officers present. Chen, what is going on here? Zhou Gu, allow me to introduce you to this gentleman, Director Huang from the Township Police Station, and this is our village head, Zhang Duang. I apologize for the slip of the tongue. I meant to say, the village head Zhang Duang. He reported to Director Huang that I, alone, had assaulted multiple individuals, one of whom is the son of Zhang Laogo. Hence, Director Huang has come to apprehend me for questioning, Chen Meng stated nonchalantly. Oh, Zhou Qing raised an eyebrow, observing Huang Zhigua and Zhang Duwang. Chen Meng's words were succinct, revealing several critical pieces of information. He harbored animosity towards village head Zhang Duwang. Huang Zhigua was allied with Zhang Duwang, and significantly, Chen Meng had single-handedly engaged multiple adversaries, resulting in injuries to both himself and others. The moment Zhou Qing entered, Huang Zhigua felt a jolt of apprehension. The man exuded an aura of lethal intent, and his penetrating gaze seemed to pierce through to the very soul. Huang Zhigua was all too familiar with this sensation. His immediate reaction was to recognize that this man belonged to a higher echelon within the system. Director Huang. That scoundrel Chen Meng keeps referring to Zhang Laogo. You must uphold justice for me, Zhang Duwang murmured to Huang Zhigua. Sensing the tension, but unwilling to accept Chen Meng's humiliation, Huang Zhigua, regretting his lack of insight, felt a surge of remorse. Zhou Qing couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Zhang Duwang's words. My dear Chen, while others may falsely accuse you to the police, you too have the right to file a report. Chen Meng was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes brightened. Brother Zhou, I wish to report that I was assaulted by a group, resulting in severe injuries, and I request an investigation by the police. Very well. This case shall be handled by the criminal investigation team. All unrelated personnel, please vacate the hospital room immediately, Zhou Qing replied, his expression turning serious. Criminal investigation team? Zhang Duwang's legs felt weak. Although he held a minor official position, he understood that the criminal investigation team wielded significantly greater authority than the township police station. Huang Zhigua's countenance shifted as he realized the gravity of the situation, astonished that Chen Meng had connections with the criminal investigation team. A forced smile emerged on his face. So you are one of the brothers from the criminal investigation team. No wonder you carry yourself so well. What? Do my words confuse you? The criminal investigation team has taken over the case. All unrelated personnel must leave immediately, Zhou Qing declared, raising an eyebrow with an air of authority. Instantly, Huang Zhigua's expression turned both grim and awkward, fully aware that the term unrelated personnel referred to him. Despite being the chief of the township police station, with a fearsome title, he commanded only 5 or 6 subordinates and possessed but a single firearm, rendering him insignificant in the eyes of the criminal investigation team. Since the brothers from the criminal investigation team have taken charge of this case, I shall take my leave, Huang Zhigua stated, realizing that lingering any longer would only lead to further embarrassment. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he turned to depart. Zhang Duwang, too, felt compelled to leave. Village head Zhang, please wait a moment. Zhou Qing's voice was not loud, yet Zhang Duwang's legs weakened as if he had been ensnared by an invisible force. He forced a smile and stammered, Zhou Gong'an, what instructions do you have? What are you so anxious about? Have you committed some wrongdoing? Zhou Qing's large hand patted Zhang Duwang's shoulder, his expression both playful and mocking. Zhang Duwang trembled involuntarily, as he had indeed committed numerous misdeeds, which explained his trepidation. His face quickly morphed into a mask of obsequiousness. Zhou Gong'an, you jest. I am merely an honest farmer. You are not merely an ordinary farmer. You hold the esteemed position of village chief in Chenjiaku, and are also the father of a suspect. I implore you to embody the responsibilities of your office and the spirit of integrity by urging the suspect to surrender promptly. It would be preferable if I did not have to seek him out personally, for otherwise, Zhou Qing might jovially pat Zhang Duwang on the shoulder, and with each pat, Zhang Duwang would diminish in stature, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Yes, I shall return and hasten the process, he stammered. You may leave now. Zhou Qing nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Duwang hurriedly scurried away and caught up with Huang Zhigua at the hospital entrance, panic-stricken. Director Huang, you cannot disregard my plight. The criminal investigation team has set their sights on my son, and he is certain to be apprehended. What is there to panic about? Huang Zhigua replied, his expression shifting ominously. Today had proved to be a humiliating experience. He never imagined that a former petty thug would establish connections with the criminal investigation team. Zhang Duwang gazed at Huang Zhigua with tearful eyes. What of the criminal investigation team? The matter between your son and Chen Meng amounts to mutual assault. And it was Chen Meng who initiated the altercation. No matter how you spin it, he is at fault. At worst, it is simply a case of your numbers overwhelming him. However, there lies a troublesome issue. You are suspected of employing extrajudicial punishment. Should Chen Meng persist in his complaints, the authorities may scrutinize the matter closely, and not only will your son face dire consequences, But you will as well, Huang Zhigua cautioned. What shall I do? Zhang Duang exclaimed, his anxiety escalating. Despite his usual bravado in the village, it was merely a facade bolstered by his brother-in-law's position as deputy township head. If the criminal investigation team truly sought to trouble him, even his brother-in-law would be unable to shield him. Observing Zhang Duang trembling with fear, Huang Zhigua smirked coldly, thinking, "You brought this upon yourself by failing to clarify matters, leading to my significant embarrassment. Fortunately, I acted wisely. Had Chen Meng been captured, it would have forged an adversarial relationship with the criminal investigation team. In this day and age, who has not dabbled in questionable deeds? If they fixate on you, your life will be fraught with misery. Thus, should I not intimidate you? How can I convey the gravity of the situation?" Huang Zhigua cleared his throat. There are indeed ways to resolve this. First, ensure that your son asserts that Chen Meng struck first, thereby framing it as mutual combat. Second, consider negotiating a private settlement. After all, your numbers have bullied him alone, leaving him grievously injured. A modest compensation for medical expenses would suffice. Zhang Duang, on the verge of tears, lamented, "I came to apprehend Chen Meng, yet now it seems I am the one who must bear the cost of medical fees. What? Are you dissatisfied? Then you may devise your own solution. I have laid out both the favorable and unfavorable aspects for you. It is now your responsibility to navigate this situation." Huang Zhigua scoffed and departed, leaving Zhang Duang in a state of utter disarray. In the hospital room, Zhou Qing and Chen Meng exchanged knowing smiles. "Brother Zhou, you truly are formidable," Chen Meng commended, giving a thumbs up. "It is merely a display of borrowed authority. However, Chen Meng, please elucidate the entire situation to me," Zhou Qing urged. Chen Meng recounted the events in their entirety, leaving no detail overlooked, even mentioning that Zhang Diwang's brother-in-law held the position of deputy township head. For he understood the gravity of the circumstances. Zhou Qing furrowed his brows. "Brother, to be frank, do not harbor excessive expectations regarding this matter. Although they are numerous, you initiated the altercation, placing you at a disadvantage. If they press this point, it could lead to significant complications. However, you do possess certain advantages. Aside from their numerical superiority, there is also the implication that Zhang Duang, as the village chief, might be suspected of employing extrajudicial measures. Thus, the eventual outcome may simply entail the other party covering some medical expenses." "Compensate for medical expenses?" Chen Dazhu and his wife were taken aback. How could a situation that seemed destined to result in their son's arrest transform into Zhang Duang covering medical costs? It was beyond their wildest imagination. "Brother Zhou, to be honest, I never contemplated having Zhang Mazi compensate for medical expenses. I merely wished for them to cease troubling me. And I would have been satisfied with that," Chen Meng chuckled. Zhou Qing sighed in relief. "Your demands are quite modest. Then it is manageable." Upon hearing that the other party had connections to a deputy township head, he was taken aback, even if he were merely an auxiliary police officer. Dealing with an actual officer would be no simple task. If they can cover medical expenses, that would be splendid. "To be candid, I am in dire need of money at present, which is why I sought your assistance, Brother Zhou, to inquire about the background of Yunhe Restaurant," Chen Meng remarked. "Yunhe Restaurant?" Zhou Qing was astonished, his brow furrowing again. "Brother, why are you interested in the background of Yunhe Restaurant? I must warn you, the proprietor, Jean Lu has substantial connections. Not only is he on good terms with our captain, but he also has ties with our bureau chief. How could a mere restaurant owner possess such influence?" Chen Meng was taken aback. Do not underestimate Yunhe Restaurant, despite its modest size. Jean Lu is young, yet the illegitimate daughter of Zhang Zhangwo, the head of the Zhang Group in Jiangchuan City. Just this connection alone grants her considerable leverage in Qingshan County, Zhou Qing explained. "Who is Zhang Zhangwo?" "Surely, brother, as someone from Jiangzhou you must know him?" Zhou Qing gazed at Chen Meng in astonishment, as if he were a foreigner unaware of their own president. "I truly do not know," Chen Meng replied sheepishly. However, judging by Zhou Qing's reaction, it was evident that Zhang Zhangwo was a formidable figure. "Let me enlighten you. Zhang Zhangwo hails from Jiangzhou, aged 55 this year. In his youth, he was a petty thug in Jiangzhou. After serving 3 years in prison for assault, he emerged at the age of 30. Unlike other ex-convicts who returned to their former ways, he chose to work in a factory for 15 years. When the tide of reform and opening up began, Zhang Zhangwo grew dissatisfied with his meager monthly salary and ventured into business. Remarkably, he embarked on his journey to the capital city in 1982, when reforms had just commenced, aligning himself with notorious speculators, only to be apprehended again for profiteering within a year, serving another year in confinement. This individual remains undeterred, venturing to the south where he procured a batch of light industrial goods, subsequently boarding a train to Russia. There, he exchanged his merchandise for a selection of televisions and refrigerators, thus amassing substantial wealth. As he continued to expand his enterprise, within 5 years his fortune swelled to several million, prompting his return to Jiangzhou, where he established a factory dedicated to the production of switches. In merely a few years, he had accumulated assets totaling tens of millions, earning the title of the wealthiest man in Jiangzhou. Chen Meng inhaled sharply, astonished. The 1990s marked an era of rapid economic development, birthing numerous millionaires and even billionaires, a time when prosperity was ubiquitous. However, those who dared to venture into commerce during the initial stages of the reform and opening up policy in the 1980s were truly the brave among the brave. It is imperative to recognize that during that time, economic policies were unstable. Businesspeople were frequently arrested on charges of speculation and profiteering. It was only in the mid to late 1980s, as economic policies became firmly established, that the number of entrepreneurs began to surge. In literary works and television dramas, Chen Meng had encountered knowledge regarding this period, understanding that China's industrial sector was just beginning to take off, primarily focusing on light industry such as household appliances and daily necessities. In contrast, Russia prioritized heavy industrial development, resulting in a robust military-industrial complex, with corresponding advancements in automobiles, televisions, and refrigerators that surpassed those in China. Thus, during the 1980s, many audacious individuals transported light industrial products to the southern borders, smuggling them into the country in exchange for televisions and refrigerators, yielding enormous profits. It was only in that unique era that many notorious profiteers emerged. Regrettably, most of these individuals later faced arrest for speculation and profiteering, essentially equating to smuggling and tax evasion. Yet, Zhang Jiangwo's capacity to discern the situation, to courageously retreat from the tumult and return to his hometown to establish a legitimate business, is indicative of a remarkable character. Moreover, the project he selected was exceptionally astute, showcasing a foresight so precise that even Chen Meng from the future could not help but admire it. Chen Meng recalled a history professor's lecture, emphasizing the importance of not underestimating the wisdom of our ancestors. Even if one were to be placed in ancient times, possessing revolutionary information would not necessarily guarantee superiority over the achievements of those who came before. Chen Meng firmly believed this notion. Even today, figures such as Einstein and Schrödinger remain towering icons in the scientific realm. What is the story behind Zhang Luer being the illegitimate daughter of Zhang Jingguo? Chen Meng inquired. Zhang Luer is the child born to Zhang Jingguo when he was 27, prior to his imprisonment, from a relationship with a woman of whom he was unaware was pregnant at the time. After his release, he lost contact with her, subsequently working in a factory where he met another woman, married, and had children. It was only when Zhang Luer turned 15 that Zhang Jingguo discovered her existence. The subsequent matters pertain to personal family affairs, which I prefer not to elaborate on, explained Zhou Qing. Chen Meng nodded, expressing no interest in Zhang Jingguo's domestic matters. He then asked, did Zhang Jingguo assist in establishing the Yunhe Hotel for Zhang Luer? Indeed. It is likely that in an attempt to atone for his shortcomings towards the mother and daughter, Zhang Jingguo has been exceptionally kind to Zhang Luer. From the moment he became aware of her existence, he sent her abroad for her studies, and she only returned 2 years ago. He intended for her to work at the factory, yet Zhang Luer was resolute in her desire to forge her own path in business, returning instead to her mother's hometown to establish this hotel. It is clear now why Zhang Luer possesses such an indomitable spirit. It is likely intertwined with her origins. Chen Meng contemplated. This is easily understood. Upon learning of Zhang Luer's existence as an illegitimate daughter, Zhang Jiangwo's current wife must undoubtedly feel displeased, especially given his considerable affection for both mother and daughter, coupled with his past debts to them. In the 1990s, a fortune in the tens of millions was comparable to a billionaire in contemporary times. The age-old feuds of affluent families and their struggles for inheritance have always existed, not merely a phenomenon of modernity. I suspect Zhang Luer does not wish to rely on her dubious lineage to gain status. She aims to carve out her own success through her abilities, lest she be looked down upon. Brother, let me put it this way. Zhang Jiangwo's mere stomp would cause the very ground of Jiangzhou to tremble. Therefore, if you intend to stand against Zhang Luer, you ought to consider your position carefully, Zhou Qing advised. Who said I aim to oppose Zhang Luer? Chen Meng retorted. Then why do you want me to inquire about the competitors of Yunhe restaurant? Zhou Qing asked, momentarily taken aback. Zhang Luer has always shown interest in my spicy crayfish recipe, which I have yet to disclose. Now that I am in urgent need of funds, she seems to have the upper hand, likely seeking to negotiate a lower price. My inquiry into her competitors is simply a strategy to apply pressure. If she declines, I will sell to her rival instead. I refuse to believe that Zhang Luer can maintain her composure under such circumstances, Chen Meng chuckled. Business can be conducted in such a manner? Brother Chen, you truly have broadened my horizons. No wonder my sister claims you are extraordinary and destined for great success. Zhou Qing marveled, his eyes wide with astonishment. Very well, since you have articulated it thus, I shall assist you this once. In truth, there is no need for extensive investigation. A casual inquiry will suffice. In Qingshan County, there are two relatively large restaurants, Yunhe Restaurant and Fangfang Restaurant, the latter being its staunch rival. Thank you, Brother Zhou. I shall treat you to a meal another day. However, I must attend to urgent matters now, so I shall not keep you, Chen Meng said, clasping his fists in gratitude while on the hospital bed. Attend to your affairs. I will notify you once there is news regarding the case. Zhou Qing replied with a smile as he turned and walked away. Chen Xiaomei promptly escorted him out. Moments later, she returned. Xiaomei, I need you to call Brother He right away. Inform him that I had to leave in a hurry, and that I am heading to Fangfang Restaurant. Express my concerns and request his assistance, Chen Meng instructed. Brother, are you really going to collaborate with Fangfang Restaurant? Children should not ask foolish questions. Just do as you are told, Chen Meng replied, leaping from his bed and, with his mother's help, dressing himself. Mom and Dad, you both should head back now. Please be cautious and don't come back unless necessary. I am in a hurry to secure funds and lack the time to accompany you. Be careful, Meng. We will return now, Chun Dezhu and his wife remarked, having gained insight into their son's connections with high-ranking officials in the police department, who had effectively dealt with Zhang Duong and Officer Huang. With nothing left to worry about, they offered Chen Meng a few reminders before exiting the hospital room. Chapter 100. The jealousy is unfathomable. Could you repeat that? Where has Chen Meng gone? Zhang Luer exclaimed, spraying her tea in surprise as she stared at He Zhuang. He has gone to Fangfang Restaurant. Zhang, could it be that Chun is intending to sell the recipe to Fangfang? He Zhuang speculated. This Chen Meng is truly heartless. I have treated him so well, assisting him with his business numerous times, showing sincere goodwill, yet he turns around and sells the recipe to my rival, Zhang Luer said, her expression darkening. Sincere goodwill? If he truly had any, he wouldn't have avoided me at such a crucial moment when he needed money. He Zhuang was still troubled by Zhang Luer's inaction the day before, when she had refused to help in a dire situation. Undeniably, Zhang Luer had treated him well. The old master had assigned him to her side for 2 years, during which she had regarded him as a confidant and friend, sharing everything with him. He had always thought of Zhang Luer as a remarkably independent and kind-hearted woman, one who would generously give money to beggars she encountered on the street, and who treated the hotel staff fairly, scolding them for mistakes without ever docking their wages, sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted. However, the events of the previous evening revealed a colder side to Zhang Luer, and today she was avoiding Chun at a time when lives were at stake. Even if she felt jealous, her jealousy seemed excessive. After all, could there not be fair competition? Was her beauty, as a young woman, not enough to compete against a widow? No, I must go find him. I cannot allow him to sell the recipe to Fangfang Restaurant, Zhang Luer decided, unable to remain seated any longer. This man is simply despicable. I only intended to express my dissatisfaction, yet he has not even waited a day before engaging with my rival. This is intolerable. Gritting her teeth, Zhang Luer stormed out of the office, heading straight for Fangfang Restaurant. Upon Chen Meng's arrival at Fangfang Restaurant, it was the peak hour for guests. The main hall was bustling with over 20 occupied tables, not to mention the private rooms. Chen Meng was taken aback. He had always believed that Yunhe Restaurant held the best business in Qingshan County. Yet he found the previously unheard-of Fangfang Restaurant to be even more impressive. He was curious to meet the owner, Wang Fangfang. After finding a seat by the window, he ordered a few small dishes and asked, "Oh, could you please bring your owner here? I am Chen Meng, the proprietor of Chen's Spicy Crawfish." The waiter looked at him oddly but said nothing, heading straight to the manager's office. "Boss, there's someone named Chen Meng here. He claims to be the owner of Chen's Spicy Crawfish," the waiter reported. "Who is Chen Meng?" Wang Fongfong asked, looking bewildered at her subordinates, all of whom shook their heads in confusion. Growing impatient, she waved her hand dismissively. "Everyone wants to see me. Am I that easy to meet?" "Understood, boss," the waiter replied, returning to the hall with a dejected expression. "I'm sorry, sir, but my boss says she doesn't know you." Chen Meng felt embarrassed. It seemed he had overestimated the reputation of Chen's Spicy Crawfish. He had merely wanted to see what kind of person Wang Fongfong was. But now it appeared she was rather oblivious to market trends. Without Wang Fongfong, the show could still go on. Chen Meng waved his hand dismissively, signaling the waiter to leave, and began to eat slowly. Half an hour later, he noticed a familiar car rushing into his line of sight outside the window, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. "Little girl, challenging me? You're still too green." A few minutes later, the irate Jean Luer stood before Chen Meng. "Ah, Miss Jean, I thought you were in Qingshan County. How did you suddenly appear?" Chen Meng's acting was impeccable, feigning surprise so convincingly that even a hint of panic was portrayed with precision. Jean Luer's expression darkened further, as she became increasingly certain that Chen Meng had come to negotiate a deal with Wang Fongfong. She pulled out a chair and sat down heavily. "Brother Chen, I heard from General Jean that you urgently need money and rushed back overnight," He Zhuang remarked awkwardly. "Is that so?" "I'm truly touched, Miss Jean. You wouldn't have just gotten off the train, would you?" "Perfect timing. Let us have a meal together. He Gu, please join us. I've been meaning to treat you to dinner. It seems fate has brought us together." Chen Meng greeted warmly. He Zhuang glanced at Jean Luer, whose countenance had darkened to an extreme, and quickly retreated, saying, "No, I've already eaten. You two carry on. I'll wait outside." "Miss Jean, what dishes do you enjoy? You seem a bit unwell, perhaps due to the journey. You probably have little appetite." "I'll order a pot of soup," Chen Meng called out to the waiter. "A pot of clear chicken soup, nothing else, just the broth." The waiter looked over, her expression freezing momentarily before she hurriedly dashed upstairs. "Huh. It seems Jean Luer has quite the reputation. Even the staff recognizes her." Chen Meng chuckled, serving Jean Luer with chopsticks. "Miss Jean, if you don't mind, just make do with this. The chicken soup will be up shortly." Suddenly, Jean Luer erupted, her voice booming. It startled Chen Meng, causing him to shiver, and drew the attention of other patrons. "Miss Jean, I'm right here. You need not shout so loudly. I can hear you perfectly well." He feigned confusion, looking at her with an innocently smiling face. Jean Luer, filled with rage, felt an urge to strangle him. How foolish of her to think he was different from other men. He was just as shameless and depraved, seducing a widow, risking everything for her. What of his family? He was nothing short of a scoundrel. Jean Luer longed to vent her frustrations, but took several deep breaths to contain herself. With a stern expression, she asked, "Tell me, what is your purpose for being here?" "To dine, as you have seen." "That's a lie. You intend to sell the formula to Wang Fongfong." Jean Luer leaned forward. Lowering her voice, her teeth clenched. "Why must you sell it to her? Don't you realize she's my archrival?" "Miss Jean, it's not such a grand affair. It's best not to lean on the table too heavily. It may reveal your flaws." Chen Meng replied, his smile fading, speaking slowly. "What do you mean?" Jean Luer, taken aback, followed his gaze downward, momentarily dazed, seemingly grasping something, her face flushing crimson. She grabbed her chopsticks and aimed them at Chen Meng's face. "You shameless man." As the chopsticks were about to be hurled, she caught a fleeting glimmer of cold light in Chen Meng's eyes, causing her heart to tremble involuntarily. She set her hands down, though her expression remained defiant. "Miss Jean, I believe I owe you nothing. I have always treated you with respect and held a favorable impression of you, though I previously declined to sell you the formula. It is understandable that I am now in urgent need of funds, and you were the first to come to mind. I intended to sell you the formula, yet you have been elusive. I cannot afford to delay Xiao Miao's treatment while waiting for you, so I sought out Wang Fongfong, as she is the only one in Qingshan County capable of meeting this price besides you. Tell me, have I acted wrongly?" Chen Meng regarded Jean Luer with a calm demeanor. Chapter 101. The Audacious Woman. Not at all. Jean Luer found herself persuaded, her anger dissipating as her composure gradually returned. "You are correct. How could there be a meal without wine?" Chen Meng hesitated. "I am unwell and cannot drink." "You express gratitude, yet lack sincerity," Jean Luer retorted with a cold laugh. "If you wish to drink, that is fine, but I truly cannot accompany you. I must recover quickly." As I have significant matters to attend to, Chen Meng apologized. Jean Luer felt her anger surge again, raising an eyebrow. Is it simply to meet that widow? If you drink with me, I can connect you with the most renowned doctors in Jiangzhou, or even those from the province. I'm sorry, but I cannot drink. He replied. You. Jean Luer was exasperated, her chest heaving with indignation. For that widow, you truly are making sacrifices. Miss Jean, do I sense a hint of jealousy? Chen Meng inquired, astonished. He thought he had misheard, yet upon reflection, the notion lingered. Am I truly that charming? He mused. How absurd. This lady would be jealous? Take a look in the mirror. Aside from your silver tongue and sharp wit, what else do you possess? Jean Luer scoffed. Though internally, she felt a pang of confusion. Could it be that she was genuinely envious? Impossible. Many young and handsome suitors pursued her. Would she ever settle for a mere country bumpkin? That's good. That's good. Chen Meng sighed in relief. This girl held a different status. Even if Lu Yi were to take an interest in him, it would come without burden. Zhang Jiangwo, the wealthiest in Jiangzhou, would not take kindly to anyone courting his daughter. Was this scoundrel actually hoping that she wouldn't be interested in him? Did she truly not make a favorable impression? Jean Luer felt anger swell again, picking up her chopsticks and viciously attacking her food, as if the dishes were Chen Meng himself. Meanwhile, a server rushed into the manager's office. Boss, trouble. Jean Luer from Yunhe restaurant has arrived. Wang Fangfang sprang to her feet. What does Jean Luer want? I don't know. She asked, sitting at the same table as that Chen Meng, and they seem quite familiar, the server replied. Who is this Chen Meng? How does he know Jean Luer? If he is not dining at Yunhe restaurant and is here instead, there must be a scheme afoot, Wang Fangfang pondered. The yellow-haired one suddenly let out an exclamation. Oh, I recall who Chen Meng is, cousin. Do you remember I mentioned that a rather popular spicy crayfish stall has emerged in the night market recently? At the time, you dismissed it, claiming it was beneath consideration. Chen Meng is the one selling the crayfish, and that scoundrel is my adversary. Adversary? What happened? Wang Fangfang inquired with a serious expression. Well, on 2 occasions at the small commodities market, I had a confrontation with that scoundrel Chen Meng. This fellow is quite fierce. He even chased me with a knife. Why didn't you tell me about this? Wouldn't it be embarrassing? Huang Mao said sheepishly. Wang Fangfang snorted coldly, her attention shifting to Jean Luer. This Chen Meng is quite familiar with Jean Luer. He wanted to see me before. What does he intend? Cousin, why not just ask him? Huang Mao suggested. That is a valid point. Wang Fangfang nodded, then clicked her heels as she exited the office. In the lobby, Jean Luer transformed her anger into appetite, swiftly devouring a significant portion of the dishes on her plate. After placing her chopsticks down elegantly and wiping her mouth, she declared, now that I am satiated, we can discuss the transaction. How much do you desire? That depends on how much you are willing to offer. You know, acute leukemia is an endless pit. I require a substantial sum. Chen Meng replied. For a dish's recipe, do you truly expect me to part with hundreds of thousands? That is rather absurd, Jean Luer scoffed. I find it not at all absurd. I have heard that the Chen family's spicy crayfish possesses a uniquely delectable flavor and is immensely popular. I have long wished to meet the creator of such a dish to see what remarkable person they are, only to discover it is a young and handsome gentleman. Suddenly, a sultry voice interrupted. Both Chen Meng and Jean Luer looked up. A woman, impeccably dressed in a tailored black blazer cinched at the waist, adorned with a cream-colored collared shirt unbuttoned at the top, revealing a hint of black lace and accentuating her ample curves, approached. Her waist, already slender, appeared even more so due to her attire, creating an alluring silhouette. She wore a fitted pencil skirt paired with black stockings and chic black leather high heels. As she walked, she swayed like a delicate rose buffeted by the wind, captivating any man who beheld her, tempting them to offer support. Her features were average, not quite reaching the pinnacle of beauty, yet a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth added a lively charm, and her gaze was irresistibly seductive. Chen Meng did not recognize her, yet as she approached, her eyes roamed over him, and when he met her gaze, she maintained a playful semblance of a smile, as if conveying an unspoken message. Wang Fangfang, what brings you here? Upon seeing the newcomer, Jean Luer's expression turned icy. Indeed, she was the proprietor of Fangfang restaurant. Chen Meng finally understood why business here flourished so remarkably. This woman's attire was strikingly sensual, even avant-garde by contemporary standards, and her alluring appearance, combined with her captivating gaze and sweet tongue, made her the quintessential object of desire for every man. This is my restaurant. Upon learning of the esteemed visit from Boss Chun and Boss Jean, I felt compelled to be present. Even if I were to disregard Boss Jean, I must show respect to Boss Chun. Wouldn't you agree, Boss Chun? Wang Fangfang winked at Chen Meng and, to everyone's surprise, plopped down beside him with an air of familiarity, as if they were old friends. She leaned slightly towards him. Her neckline, already unbuttoned twice, revealed an enticing view, prompting Chen Meng to steal a few glances. Humph. Jean Luer's eyes flashed with disdain and anger. Chen Meng, feeling awkward, quickly diverted his gaze. Yet Wang Fangfang seemed unfazed. Instead, she covered her mouth and giggled, her body shaking with laughter, creating ripples as she exclaimed, Boss Chun is also a person of character, which I admire, unlike certain individuals who feign superiority and maintain a serious facade, while in reality. Chen Meng felt even more embarrassed, having been caught sneaking a look. However, this woman was indeed bold in her words, boasting an allure that rivaled Xiering Ying. Wang Fangfang, who are you calling pretentious? Jean Luer retorted angrily. Who knows? Only the person in question is aware of their own heart. There's no need for me to name names, right, Boss Chen? Wang Fangfang leaned even closer to Chen Meng, her statuesque figure nearly brushing against his arm. While the sensation was delightful, Chen Meng awkwardly shifted away. I beg your pardon, Miss Wang, but I suffer from rhinitis and find your strong perfume quite overwhelming. Huh. The charming smile on Wang Fangfang's face gradually stiffened. Chapter 102. The Innate Mistress. Jean Luer's face instantly thawed, blooming into a radiant smile. She cast an appreciative glance at Chen Meng, thinking to herself that this fellow was not so bad. At least not lewd like other men who, upon seeing Wang Fangfang, looked as if they wished to devour her. Wang Fangfang's expression hardened for a moment before she composed herself, saying, Boss Chun, you jest. Surely there's no perfume on me, just a natural fragrance. Though her demeanor appeared serious, her words invited countless interpretations. Chen Meng mused that this woman truly embodied the essence of a natural mistress, imbued with an alluring charm that she could not conceal. It was evident that she was aware of Jean Luer's background and dared to compete with her, suggesting she was not one to be underestimated. Is that so? Then Miss Wang must be quite popular, being so beautiful and possessing an innate fragrance, akin to the beloved concubine of Emperor Qianlong, Xiang Fei, attracting admiration from all quarters. Chen Meng remarked with a smile. Xiang Fei? Is there really such a person? Wang Fangfang inquired skeptically, suspecting that Chen Meng was indirectly criticizing her, yet she could not pinpoint the fault. Jean Luer, however, smiled even wider, realizing that Chen Meng, even in his jests, refrained from using foul language and evidently did not hold Wang Fangfang in high regard, which reassured her. Indeed, if you don't believe it, Miss Wang, you may investigate. The version of Princess Pearl featuring Little Swallow 1 tier for several more years. Should I come into wealth, I could expedite its release. Wang Fangfang, unimpressed, glanced at Jean Luer and remarked, from what I gather, it seems Boss Chun intends to sell the recipe for spicy crayfish? Indeed. I have encountered a bit of trouble and am in urgent need of funds. Otherwise, I would not consider parting with this money-making tree, Chen Meng lamented. At that moment, he noticed Huang Mao lurking in the distance, peering over furtively. He thought to himself, what a coincidence, to run into an enemy here. However, judging by Wang Fangfang's demeanor, it seemed she bore him no ill will. A money-making tree? Chen Boss may be exaggerating, Wang Fangfang mused. She held little interest in spicy crayfish. Her interjection stemmed purely from Jean Luer's fascination with it. Anything that piqued Jean Luer's interest, she felt compelled to undermine. Indeed, he tends to exaggerate. Spicy crayfish is quite ordinary. Wang Boss, do not be swayed by his bluster. You should focus on your matters. We shall depart once we finish our meal. Jean Luer hastily remarked. Desiring to conceal a truth only drew further attention. Chen Meng silently shook his head, thinking to himself that he had no intention of selling the recipe to Wang Fangfang. It was merely a tactic to provoke Jean Luer. Why the urgency? As expected, Wang Fangfang's suspicion was aroused. Jean Boss, you are so eager to rush me away. That compels me to linger even more. Chen Boss, name your price. I want the recipe for the spicy crayfish. Miss Wang's forthrightness left Chen Meng momentarily speechless. Her readiness to engage placed him in an awkward position. Of course, who in Qingshan County doesn't know that I, Wang Fangfang, am not lacking in funds? In business, I have always prioritized straightforwardness, unlike others who are tedious and indecisive. Wang Fangfang remarked, casting a sideways glance at the visibly perturbed Jean Luer. It seemed the Chen family's spicy crayfish was indeed exceptional. Her cousin's words might hold truth. If she acquired the recipe and opened a night market, it could prove advantageous. Unlike Jean Luer, who looked down upon the lowly trade of night markets, her parents had supported their family through such endeavors, fully aware that the profits could rival those of upscale restaurants, albeit on a smaller scale. Moreover, the challenge lay in the allure of signature dishes. With only a handful of options available at night markets, the competition among dozens or even hundreds diluted the customer base, which remained a significant obstacle to growth. However, should a distinctive culinary specialty emerge, it could potentially thrive and expand. Since Miss Wang is so forthcoming, I shall propose a price, 500,000, Chen Meng declared, extending his palm. 500,000. Both Wang Fangfang and Jean Luer gasped in unison. Chen boss, your appetite is rather excessive. 500,000 is at least a year's pure profit for my restaurant, Wang Fangfang frowned. Chen Meng glanced at Jean Luer, who surprisingly refrained from rebuttal, indicating that Fangfang restaurant indeed outperformed Yunhe restaurant significantly. I am not boasting. If Miss Wang were to purchase the spicy crayfish recipe, it could generate at least 300,000 in pure profit within a year from just one establishment. If Miss Wang were to open several more outlets using this as the signature dish, consider the economic benefits, Chen Meng explained. If it is so profitable, why not open a restaurant yourself? Wang Fangfang countered. If it were not for an urgent financial need, I could establish my own within 6 months, Chen Meng sighed. Initially, I intended to request a modest sum of money, with the prospect of collaborating with Jean Luer in the future. However, it has now become evident that each party is more astute than the last, making my aspirations increasingly elusive. Thus, I shall refrain from inquiring about the cost of Chen's spicy crayfish or the specifics of his profits. I trust in Chen's integrity. I shall pay a flat price of 300,000, and the purchase is mine, Wang Fangfang declared. Trust in my integrity? This is our first encounter. And after exchanging only a few words, how could one discern my character? This woman seems to harbor a deep-seated grudge against Jean Luer, determined not to let her succeed. Cousin, have you lost your mind? 300,000 is enough to establish a respectable restaurant, Huang Mao interjected, unable to contain himself. Oh, Huang Mao, is Miss Wang your cousin? What a small world. Chen Meng feigned surprise at noticing Huang Mao, yet internally he pondered. According to Lu Yi, Huang Mao was notorious for collecting protection fees, particularly well known in the small goods district. Given the current crackdown on crime, Huang Mao's audacity to act recklessly suggests he is likely a coward at heart, relying on someone else's influence. Could it be that Wang Fangfang is indeed a mistress? Cough, cough. Indeed, I never expected to encounter you here, Huang Mao chuckled awkwardly, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes before it vanished. This fellow is likely all bluster, emboldened by connections, yet timid beneath the bravado. Chen Meng grew increasingly convinced of his assessment, remarking, Huang Mao, we shall reminisce later. Presently, I have important matters to attend to. To his surprise, Huang Mao jumped in alarm. Brother Chen, I assure you, I have not bothered your wife, not even once. Wife? Jean Luer exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Chen Meng, you are utterly shameless. You already have a wife, and yet you dally with the widow Xia? You have no sense of shame. With that, she stood up in fury, abandoning any discussion of business. Damn it. A fool who accomplishes nothing but creates chaos. Chen Meng shot Huang Mao a fierce glare. Given the same price, he would prefer to negotiate with Jean Luer, where they could discuss potential collaboration. However, with a cousin like Huang Mao, even if Wang Fangfang desired to work with him, Chen Meng would hesitate. The presence of such a person is akin to a ticking time bomb, capable of obliterating him at any moment. As Jean Luer walked further away, Chen Meng's eyes flickered with a sudden idea, and he called out loudly, Very well, 300,000 it is. I shall sell to Miss Wang. Chapter 103. I only desire money, not a romantic entanglement. Jean Luer's footsteps halted abruptly. She almost jeopardized her plans in a moment of impulsiveness. Whether Chen was shameless or despicable was of no concern to her. If Wang Fangfang acquired the formula, it would spell disaster. The future viability of Yunhe restaurant would be severely compromised, inviting ridicule from the Jean family. With this thought, Jean Luer took a deep breath to suppress her anger and turned back. I will offer 500,000. Jean Luer, have you gone mad? 500,000 is equivalent to 2 years' profit for your restaurant. I find it hard to believe you would invest such a significant amount, Wang Fangfang exclaimed, rising suddenly, her previously alluring demeanor contorting in disbelief. Then match my offer of 500,000 and see whether Chen Meng chooses to collaborate with you or with me. Jean Luer retorted with a cold smirk, her chin held high, resembling a fierce mother tiger ready to fight. Suddenly, Huang Mao leaned closer to Wang Fangfang's ear and whispered, "Cousin, do not be deceived. I suspect this fellow is plotting with Jean Luer to ensnare you. 50,000 for a dish. Unless Jean Luer has lost her mind. How could such a thing be possible? Moreover, spicy crayfish is not a grand banquet. Even if the flavor is exceptional, with the skill of our restaurant's chefs, I am confident they could decipher the recipe with careful study." Wang Fangfang had harbored similar doubts before, and now, upon her cousin's reminder, her suspicions deepened. Reflecting on the events, she realized that the moment Chen Meng arrived, he sought her out, followed closely by Jean Luer. Then she happened to overhear such a confidential matter as selling a recipe. It should have been discussed privately, not in this public setting. Her cousin was right. These two were conspiring against her. With a cold smile, Wang Fangfang thought, since Boss Jean is so audacious, I shall not contest it. I eagerly await to see how well the Yunhe restaurant's business fares after acquiring a recipe at such a high price. Ah, you're no longer increasing the price? Why not add another 100,000? I will sell it to you for 50,000, Chen Meng said, disappointment etched on his face. If the recipe could fetch 60,000, what was there to worry about? His mind brimmed with various dishes that were all the rage in the future. The more he insisted, the more Wang Fangfang was convinced that they were colluding to deceive her. Chen Meng, be cautious. How dare you and Jean Luer conspire to treat me as a fool? One day, I shall make you pay for this. With that, she turned and swayed her figure, departing decisively. What does she mean by that? When did I conspire against her? Chen Meng was bewildered. Women's hearts are as enigmatic as the depths of the ocean. Does she really turn so quickly? Business dealings should embody integrity. How could I know? Women like her, with their flirtatious charm, excel at theatrics, so everyone appears to be acting in their eyes. Jean Luer, feeling elated that Wang Fangfang had stormed off, gracefully took a seat. Hey, what about the chicken soup I ordered? I heard it's a specialty. I should taste it and learn from it. Weren't you just full? Full of anger. Now that I am satisfied, let us discuss business. When will you pay me? I am quite anxious. What is the rush? Business, like romance, must be developed gradually. I only desire the money. I have no interest in romance with you. Do you think I am eager to engage in romance with you? To be frank, I certainly do not have 50,000, at most. I can manage 30,000 at present, Jean Luer replied with a cold snort. Jean Luer, do you dare to deceive me? Do you believe I want to immediately collaborate with Wang Fangfang? Chen Meng was infuriated. This woman was insufferable, throwing around empty promises. Go on, try it. See if Wang Fangfang still trusts you. Let alone 30,000. She wouldn't even consider collaborating with you for 3,000, Jean Luer laughed slyly, reveling in Chen Meng's furious expression. After being provoked by him for so long, she finally felt she had gained the upper hand. Jean Luer, do you think you have me cornered? I shall go to Jiangzhou. I do not believe I cannot procure my needs without you, Jean the butcher. I have no time to waste here. Chen Meng stood up to leave. Stop, Jean Luer called out, but Chen Meng ignored her. Scoundrel, did I say I wouldn't buy it? She exclaimed. After spending such a considerable amount, you can't even maintain a facade? Is that widow so significant to you? Pretending to be so deeply affectionate, yet you are, in fact, a shameless scoundrel, straddling two boats. The more Jean Luer pondered, the angrier she became. Rising to her feet, she prepared to pursue him when a waiter intervened. Miss Xuan, you haven't completed the purchase. Jean Luer, in a fit of rage, paid the bill and hurried outside. Catching up with Chen Meng. Stop right there. What are your instructions, Miss Xuan? Chen Meng replied coldly. Did I ever say I wouldn't buy it? 300,000 is not a trivial sum. You must allow me some time to gather the funds. No, it's not 300,000. It's 500,000. I am a person of integrity in business. 1 is 1, and 2 is 2. 500,000 it is. However, I have a condition, Jean Luer said through gritted teeth. What condition? I can only provide you with 300,000 in cash. The remaining 200,000 will be converted into 1/3 of the equity in Yunhe restaurant. What do you think? Jean Luer fixed her gaze on Chen Meng. Chen Meng was taken aback. He had indeed considered collaborating with Zhuan Luer in this manner, as it would allow him to rapidly establish his own enterprise and realize his ambitions. However, he had envisioned directly investing in the formula. He did not expect Zhuan Luer to be so generous, offering not only 300,000 but also 1/3 of the shares. You are actually at a disadvantage by doing this. Why? For no reason other than that I am determined to acquire what I desire. You are indeed coveting my body. Do not flatter yourself. What I desire is your intellect and your formula. Furthermore, there is an additional stipulation. Should you become successful and wish to venture out on your own, you must maintain a distance from any location where my enterprise is situated. Zhuan Luer scoffed. Very well, I agree, but this is limited to the food and beverage industry. Chen Meng nodded, thinking that they could work together in the future. Humph, your ambitions are quite lofty. With your capabilities, do you truly envision branching out into other industries? Zhuan Luer taunted. Do not underestimate the youth. 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Who knows what I may become in the future? A manufacturing tycoon, a financial magnate, or a real estate mogul? I'm not mocking you. The truth is, you are no longer young. Zhuan Luer chuckled. Her spirits lifted as she got into the car, waving at Chen Meng. Goodbye, young man. Hey, you are going too far. I am injured, and you won't even let me ride. Return the way you came, and wait for my message. I will contact you by tomorrow at the latest. Zhuan Luer waved her hand once more, and the Santana, emitting a cloud of black smoke, drove off. Chapter 104. Forcing me to sign a bond. 300,000 in cash lay before her on the hospital bed. Not only was Chun Xiaomei flushed with excitement, but Chen Meng also trembled slightly, not afraid to admit that he had never seen so much money before. I have brought the money. Here is the contract. Please sign it. Zhuan Luer handed over a piece of paper. It clearly stated that from the moment of acquiring the Chun family's spicy lobster formula, along with the Chun family name, Chen Meng, as the inventor, could not use the Chun brand or sell spicy lobster in any form without Zhuan Luer's consent. Moreover, Chen Meng will assume the role of a shareholder, actively participating in the development and management of Yunhe Restaurant, offering constructive suggestions. Are you coercing me into signing a bond of servitude? Chen Meng sighed, taken aback by the last stipulation, which implied that Zhuan Luer intended to bind him to her side. He harbored grave suspicions that Zhuan Luer was coveting his very essence. If you sign, the money is yours, and you will possess 1/3 of Yunhe Restaurant. If you refuse, the money remains mine, and we part ways here. Zhuan Luer spoke coolly, even leisurely seating herself with one leg crossed over the other, observing Chen Meng with a playful glint in her eyes, seemingly eager to capture every nuance of his expressions. Meanwhile, He Zhuang, observing silently, was filled with myriad thoughts. The methods employed by the young heiress to pursue a man were indeed enlightening. It appeared that Zhuan Luer was resolutely determined to win over Chen Meng, sparing no expense. He pondered whether this revelation should be shared with the elder master. However, at this juncture, signing was inevitable. Xiao Miao's health was paramount. Chen Meng took up the pen and signed his name with flourish. Thus, the bond of servitude came into effect. Zhuan Luer swiftly collected the contract, a smile gracing her lips as she tucked it into her purse, turning to leave while stating, I shall grant you a week to visit Jiangzhou and tend to the illness, after which you are to return to work immediately. Wait a moment. The contract does not stipulate that I must work. It merely states my involvement in management and the provision of constructive opinions. Chen Meng countered. How can you participate in management if you are not present? Zhuan Luer frowned. It is impossible for me to be at work every day, besides visiting the sick. I have other matters to attend to. How about this? You may reach me via pager, and I shall respond whenever needed. Do you possess a pager? I shall procure one shortly, Chen Meng replied. Zhuan Luer regarded him intently, her expression resolute and unyielding, and after a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Very well. Considering Xiao Miao's health is critical, we shall address other matters later. Oh, by the way, since you have invited my constructive opinions, I have a suggestion. During my absence from Qingshan County, the night market stalls must not cease. My sister has now mastered my techniques and can take charge. You could send a few chefs from the restaurant to learn alongside her, Chen Meng proposed. I did not acquire your recipe merely for street vending. Do not misunderstand. Zhuan Luer retorted, her displeasure evident. Stall vending serves the restaurant's interests, reinforcing the brand status of Chen's spicy crayfish. After all, the crayfish has only recently begun sales and has yet to make a lasting impression. It must not be halted. Ridiculous. Acquiring the recipe was intended for Yunhe restaurant to sell crayfish, not for trifling street sales. When do you expect to recoup your investment? Jean Luer scoffed. Do you believe that merely starting to sell spicy crayfish at Yunhe restaurant will elevate business? How naive. Chen Meng snorted, sensing Jean Luer's obstinacy as she prepared to argue further. He waved his hand dismissively, stating, I lack the time to debate this with you now. Trust my judgment. Any objections can be reserved for my return. Ultimately, who is the boss, you or I? I am the boss. You shall be the mistress at most, Chen Meng declared. With your silver tongue, refrain from such remarks in my presence. They do not amuse me. Jean Lu cast a sharp glance at Chen Meng, her cheeks flushing slightly as she turned on her heel and stormed off in a huff. He Zhuang gave Chen Meng a thumbs up before hastily following her out. Did I say something wrong? After all, isn't the woman the boss lady? Chen Meng pondered in confusion. Brother, you claim to be the boss. And Miss Jean is the boss lady. Aren't you two a couple? Surely, you aren't harboring feelings for Miss Jean? What about teacher Xia? Chen Xiaomei remarked with a peculiar expression. The term boss lady is merely a title. You are overthinking it, Chen Meng replied, drenched in sweat. Once the money was secured, Chen Meng eagerly anticipated his journey to Jiangzhou. Xiaomei, did you remember what I told Jean Lu earlier? During my absence, you will manage the stall. You will keep half of the daily earnings, while the remainder goes to Jean Lu. Since we are collaborating, we must demonstrate sincerity. Whether she appreciates it is her concern. Brother mainly wishes for you to master the skills so that you can secure a position at Yunhe restaurant in the future. Earning a salary is secondary. The primary goal is to learn the management model of the restaurant, thereby laying a foundation for our own enterprise. Brother, are you suggesting that we will open our own store in the future? Chen Xiaomei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Isn't that obvious? Do you think I, your brother, am content to play second fiddle, especially to a woman? Chen Meng playfully tapped Xiaomei's head, thinking to himself, when have I ever been overshadowed by a woman? Aside from in bed. Understood, Chen Xiaomei said, rubbing her head cheerfully. Since witnessing the rapid profits from business, Chen Xiaomei's horizons had broadened, and her ambitions had swelled. When she learned that her elder brother intended to sell the formula, she was nearly overwhelmed with distress. Now, discovering her brother's ambitions, she felt no worry. She would await his return, ready to prosper alongside him. Although Chen Meng had 3 or 4 days left until his stitches were removed, he resolutely ignored the doctor's advice and booked a train ticket, preparing to travel to Jiangzhou overnight. At 8 in the evening, He Zhuang escorted Chen Meng to the train station. Brother Chen, I've arranged for someone to meet you when you arrive. Thank you, He Go. I'll treat you to a meal upon my return. Chen Meng expressed his gratitude. In the future, we will be working together, and since you will be the boss, I cannot allow you to treat me. Besides, with Miss Jean having her eye on you, who knows, Brother Chen might soon be soaring to great heights. And I will need your protection. He Zhuang chuckled mischievously. Chen Meng found his laughter perplexing, but he had no time to dwell on it, for the train had arrived. After bidding farewell to He Zhuang, Chen Meng boarded the train bound for Jiangzhou. Once on the train, Chen Meng shut his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Having already deposited his money in the bank and carrying only a few packs of cigarettes, thereby eliminating any worry about thieves, Jiangzhou was merely a little over 3 hours away from Qingshan County. At 11:30, Chen Meng arrived at Jiangzhou railway station. Upon exiting the platform, he immediately spotted a heavily tattooed man holding a sign with his name on it. Chen Meng furrowed his brow. Why did he send a thug to pick me up? Nevertheless, he approached hastily, introducing himself. Hello, I am Chen Meng, a friend of He Go. Chapter 105. The Crooked Dr. Zhang Fei. The tattooed man nodded coldly, then turned and entered a van. Chen Meng awkwardly withdrew his hand and followed him into the vehicle. Trouble you, Brother Zhang. Please take me to the hospital. Understood. He Zhuang has already informed me, Zhang Fei replied indifferently, clearly lacking any desire to engage in conversation with Chen Meng, not willing to indulge in awkward small talk. Chen Meng also remained silent as they drove in a somber atmosphere straight to the hospital. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. Thank you, Brother Zhang, Chen Meng said as he stepped out of the van. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes he had procured from Wang Dalong and offered one to Zhang Fei. I apologize for the trouble. These aren't the best cigarettes. Please don't take offense. Zhang Fei appeared momentarily taken aback. These cigarettes were quite valuable, costing over 100 for a pack. This young man was surprisingly generous. He nodded amicably, saying, if you need anything in Jiangzhou in the future, contact me. I'll give you my pager number. All right, Chen Meng nodded in acknowledgement, accepting Zhang Fei's pager number. After watching Zhang Fei depart, he hurried into the hospital with great urgency. However, it was already midnight, and the hospital had long since closed. After inquiring at the nurse's station about Xia Yingying and Xiao Miao, he learned that due to a shortage of beds in the hematology department, Xia Yingying had not secured a place and had left after her daytime examination. Chen Meng speculated that Xia Yingying must have found a nearby inn to stay, but it was too late to search for one now. Thus, he decided to wait until dawn. He lay down on a bench in the corridor, fully dressed. The next day, he was awakened by the sounds of commotion. Upon opening his eyes, he realized it was already 7 in the morning. Doctors had yet to arrive, but patients were bustling about, fetching water, washing up, and buying breakfast, creating a lively atmosphere. Chen Meng splashed some water on his face in the restroom and waited at the hematology department's entrance for Xia Yingying. Before long, he spotted a weary-looking Xia Yingying arriving with Xiao Miao in her arms. He joyfully approached her. Yingying, Chen Meng, what are you doing here? When did you arrive? Upon seeing Chen Meng, Xia Yingying's face lit up with relief, though her eyes were slightly red from fatigue. I came last night. I couldn't find you. So I spent the night at the hospital, Chen Meng smiled. Noticing Chen Meng's darkened complexion and his wrinkled clothes seemingly stained with blood, Xia Yingying felt a pang of concern. You chided me for not letting you sleep in the hospital, yet you have injuries. Why didn't you find an inn to rest? Your wounds are reopening. It's nothing. These small injuries are inconsequential. How is Xiao Miao doing? Chen Meng, despite the pain from his wounds, was oblivious to it now, seeing Xia Yingying's distressed expression. The large hospital is indeed different, after 2 injections. The high fever has temporarily subsided, but he needs a thorough examination and hospitalization. They have completed all necessary tests over the past 2 days. But there are no available beds, Xia Yingying said with a frown. Let us ask again. Perhaps a bed will open up today, Chen Meng suggested. Thus, the two proceeded to the doctor's office. Upon knocking and entering the room, a middle-aged plump woman was handing a red envelope to a bespectacled doctor. Upon noticing their entrance, the doctor hastily tucked the envelope into his pocket and, with a stern expression, said, "What brings you here again? I told you there are no available beds. If you cannot wait, seek another hospital." "I apologize, Director Ma. May I inquire when there might be a bed available?" Xia Yingying timidly asked. "I do not know. Please leave. Cannot you see I am in the midst of discussing matters with a patient's family?" The doctor waved his hand impatiently. Chen Meng furrowed his brow, preparing to speak, but was pulled out by Xia Yingying. "Yingying, who is that doctor? His attitude is so arrogant," Chen Meng inquired, his face stern. "That is Director Ma from the hematology department, a renowned expert in his field. He is the one treating Xiao Miao," Xia Yingying replied. "What should we do if there are still no beds? I fear Xiao Miao cannot wait much longer." Tears welled up in Xia Yingying's eyes as she looked at her increasingly frail daughter, who seemed lost in a haze all day. "If it comes to that, we shall transfer her to another hospital. The first hospital is already the best in Jiangzhou. If we transfer, it must be to a different city." As they were deliberating, they overheard a conversation in the corridor between a young man and woman. "Do not worry, my mother has gone in to see Director Ma. With my father's status and the red envelope paving the way, he will surely secure a bed for your brother," the young man assured. "Is that true?" "But the nurse said there are no beds available in hematology," the young woman, tearful and leaning against the young man, responded, seemingly his romantic partner. "That is merely a ruse to deceive the common folk. I have already inquired. Every department reserves a few beds for the elite in case of emergencies. This is the hospital's unwritten rule. Do not divulge this to anyone," the young man boasted, seemingly relishing his insider knowledge. Chen Meng, upon hearing this, was seething with rage. Ignoring Xia Yingying's attempts to restrain him, he stormed into the doctor's office. Director Ma was in the midst of jovial conversation with the middle-aged woman, and upon seeing Chen Meng and Xia Yingying, he erupted in anger. "What is the meaning of this? You have barged into my office multiple times. What do you want?" "I want a hospital bed." Chen Meng restrained his fury, realizing that Xiao Miao's recovery depended on this man. "Not only are there none, even if there were, I would not allocate one to you, uncultured scum. Get out," Director Ma replied, his face darkening. "Do not think I am unaware. Your department reserves beds for the privileged. My daughter's life hangs by a thread, and you would rather let the beds remain empty than assist us. How can you call yourself a doctor?" Chen Meng advanced, gripping Director Ma's collar fiercely as he demanded answers. "What are you doing?" "Security. Security." Director Ma yelled in panic, his glasses nearly falling off. The middle-aged woman stepped forward to intervene. Who is this bully daring to assault Director Ma in a hospital? Release him at once, or I shall call the police. To hell with you. What business is it of yours? I saw you slipping that red envelope to this unscrupulous doctor, Chen Meng retorted, shoving the plump woman aside. She fell to the ground with a thud, crying out, "Oh my, I've been struck. Son, come quickly, someone is attacking your mother. Who dares to strike my mother?" The young man from the corridor rushed in hastily to assist the plump woman. "It's him." She pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Meng. A young man, in a fit of rage, shouted vehemently, "How dare you strike my mother? You must be tired of living." He swung his fist towards Chen Meng. "Be careful." Xia Yingying rushed forward in an attempt to intervene, only to be struck in the face by the young man's blow. She cried out in pain and stumbled against the wall. Alarmed, Chen Meng quickly released Director Ma and dashed over, using his body as a cushion. The force of the impact elicited a groan from him, causing his back injury to rupture, and blood swiftly stained his shirt. "Chen Meng, are you all right? Doctor." "He is bleeding." "Quick, stop the bleeding." Xia Yingying screamed in terror. "How dare you strike my mother? You deserve this." The young man said with a malicious glee. "How can you be so cold-blooded?" Xia Yingying glared at him with fury, as if she could devour him whole. "It was your own fault for running into him." "It has nothing to do with my son," Director Ma retorted. "It's best not to save someone like him. Just like the story of the farmer and the snake." A middle-aged woman laughed mockingly. Director Ma, shaken by Chen Meng's actions, dropped his glasses, which shattered upon hitting the ground. Picking them up and adjusting his disheveled hair, he said with a grim expression, "Mrs. Liang is right. I am not foolish enough to act as an ignorant farmer. What is taking the security so long to arrive? Director Ma, do not forget your duty as a doctor. Saving lives is your responsibility. Chen Meng is losing so much blood, and you stand idly by. Do you still consider yourself a doctor?" Xia Yingying scolded fiercely. "Whether I am worthy or not is not for you to decide," Director Ma replied, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. At that moment, many doctors and patients who had heard the commotion gathered to watch. Astonished that a rustic individual would publicly rebuke a physician, Director Ma's composure faltered. Just then, the security personnel arrived, and he shouted at them. "What is the matter with you? Do you still want to keep your jobs? It took you long enough to get here. Throw these troublemakers out." "Yes." The security guards approached to apprehend Chen Meng and Xia Yingying. "Try to touch her, and see what happens." Chen Meng's icy gaze swept over them. The guards felt a chill run down their spines, especially with the blood staining Chen Meng's clothes, making him appear quite fearsome. Momentarily, they hesitated to act. "Yingying, we shall not seek his aid. A doctor devoid of medical ethics is likely to possess limited skill. I fear he may worsen the condition of Xiao Miao. There are plenty of good doctors in Jiangzhou. Let us find another," Chen Meng said, pushing past the obstructing guards with a cold smile. "How dare you look down upon my medical expertise? I, Ma Dehua, will make it clear that while there are indeed hospital beds available, I will not offer you one. Furthermore, I will inform other hospitals to refuse you treatment unless you leave Jiangzhou. Let this little girl wait for death." Ma Dehua seethed with rage. As a renowned physician in Jiangzhou, he could not swallow the humiliation of being questioned by a mere country bumpkin. "You are utterly shameless." Xia Yingying trembled with anger, surveying the crowd. "Did you all hear that? Is there no one to intervene?" Yet, whether doctors or patients, all averted their gazes from her, and not a single person spoke. "I, Ma Dehua, hold a significant voice in the Jiangzhou People's Hospital. Adjusting my shattered glasses, I exuded an air of pride. I initially had no intention of engaging with you, but since it has come to this, I shall confront you today, Yingying. Keep an eye on this fellow. Do not let him escape while I make a call," Chen Meng declared. "What a joke. Do you think I would flee? Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, it would be futile. If I, Ma Dehua, declare that you shall not receive treatment, then you shall not." I spoke with resolute authority. Chen Meng scoffed silently and exited the ward, heading to the nurse's station to request a phone. The entire hospital was abuzz with the news that Director Ma of the hematology department had gotten into a scuffle with a patient's family. Everyone was eager to see whom Chen Meng would call. Moreover, Chen Meng, drenched in blood, appeared quite intimidating. The nurses, pale with fear, hesitantly handed him the phone. He swiftly dialed the manager's office of Yunhe Restaurant, and upon hearing the melodious voice of Jean Luer, he sighed in relief. His only hope rested upon her. If she were absent, he would be utterly humiliated. "I am encountering some troubles at Jiangzhou Hospital. Director Ma of the hematology department has a vacant bed, but refuses to admit Xiao Miao. He began, but before he could finish, Jean Luer chuckled. If they want to admit Xiao Miao, simply transfer to another hospital. There are several excellent ones in Jiangzhou. However, I have fought with Ma Dehua, and he has threatened to inform all the major hospitals in Jiangzhou, forbidding them from admitting Xiao Miao unless we leave Jiangzhou. I cannot let this affront go unchallenged. And hence, I sought your assistance, Chen Meng explained. Initially, Jean Luer was infuriated upon hearing that Chen Meng, despite his injuries, had engaged in a brawl for Xiao Miao, and she was poised to dismiss him. Yet, upon hearing his tone, filled with suppressed anger and a hint of helplessness, she could not resist feeling a surge of satisfaction. With unprecedented audacity, she propped her legs on the desk and exclaimed, "Is this truly the brave Chen Meng speaking? I thought I misheard. Just wait. I shall see what I can do." After hanging up, she could not help but burst into laughter. "Look at you. You also have needs from me, do you not?" After a fit of laughter, she picked up the phone and dialed out. Jiangzhou, number 18, Central Road. This street is renowned as the finest in Jiangzhou, inhabited by the elite. The door numbers preceding 18 belong to various prominent leaders of Jiangzhou. Number 18, however, is the villa of the city's wealthiest man, Zhang Zhengwo. Ringing. Zhang Zhengwo reclined on the sofa, smoking a cigar, sipping coffee, and reading a newspaper when the landline rang. "Hello, who is it?" "It's me, Luer. What brings you to seek your father?" Zhang Zhengwo promptly set aside his newspaper and coffee, uncrossing his legs, and his face beamed with a smile. Nearby, a middle-aged woman, elegantly dressed yet with a slightly darker complexion, set down her magazine and turned to look. This was Jiang Huifan, Zhang Zhengwo's current wife, who had once been a factory worker alongside him and had now ascended to the status of the First Lady of Jiangzhou. "A friend of mine encountered some difficulties at the People's Hospital of Jiangzhou and sought my assistance." Jean Luer's tone remained as icy as ever, as if she were not conversing with her own father. Zhang Jiangguo patiently listened to his daughter until she finished speaking, then furrowed his brow and asked, "Is it a male or a female? What does that have to do with you? I merely want to know if you can help. My friend is awaiting a response." After saying this, Jean Luer added, "Even if you cannot assist, you must find a way." Listening to the busy signal on the phone, Zhang Jiangguo could only manage a wry smile. Beside him, Jiang Huifan inquired, "What did Jean Luer call you about?" Zhang Jiangguo recounted the situation, as he seldom concealed matters concerning Jean Luer from his wife, for the sake of familial harmony. "She seeks assistance for such a trivial matter? I thought she was too accomplished to rely on you." Jiang Huifan scoffed. "What do you know? This is the first time Luer has asked me for help in all these years. The matter may seem minor, but this friend carries significant weight." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jiangguo called out, "Prepare the car. I shall go in person." Chapter 107. The Despair of Ma Dehua, a Mercedes-Benz S600 with the license plate Jiang A666 slowly entered the People's Hospital of Jiangzhou. In the entire city, the number of individuals possessing such luxury vehicles could be counted on one hand. However, the significance of the 666 plate was well known among the locals as belonging to Zhang Jiangguo, who shared a close relationship with the hospital's director. Thus, when Zhang Jiangguo emerged from the vehicle, clad in a white shirt, black trousers, and sunglasses, the security personnel lined up to greet him, hardly daring to breathe. Before long, an elderly gentleman in a white lab coat approached with a beaming smile. "Mr. Zhang, your esteemed presence has graced us. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." "Director Qi, you are too kind," Zhang Jiangguo acknowledged with a nod. "Please, after you." Director Qi gestured for Zhang Jiangguo to proceed first. This display garnered the attention of countless onlookers, all speculating about which high-ranking official had come to inspect the hospital, as the director's deference was unusual. In the hematology department, a throng gathered around Ma Dehua's office, eager for the spectacle. "Where are the people you called? It has been ages. If they were coming, they would have arrived by now. Director Ma is incredibly busy and does not have time to waste on your nonsense. You might as well slink away to avoid further embarrassment," a young man mocked. "What do you know? Who left their pants unzipped, exposing you?" Chen Meng retorted with a roll of his eyes. "Jean Luer is utterly unreliable. Can she not provide a simple answer? I have boasted about this, and it would be embarrassing if it turns out to be a falsehood. You, country bumpkin, just wait until you leave the hospital. I will show you how to handle this," the young man seethed, his face turning pale with anger. "Master Liang, do not stoop to childish antics with a country bumpkin. It is beneath your dignity, Chen Meng interjected. My time is far too precious to spend here. Get out of my sight immediately, or I shall call the authorities. Ma Dehua, seeing that the individuals Chen Meng had summoned were tardy, assumed he was boasting and lost interest in waiting. Furthermore, engaging in a battle of pride with a country bumpkin seemed futile. Even if he won, it would offer little sense of accomplishment. At that moment, the crowd began to stir. The director has arrived, someone shouted. Ma Dehua immediately felt a jolt, hastily stepping forward to clear the way, exclaiming that the dean should enter. Soon after, an elderly gentleman clad in a white coat burst into Chen Meng's view, accompanied by a man in tight black attire and sunglasses. This peculiar duo was striking, as the man in black exuded a certain streetwise aura, and despite his sunglasses, Chen Meng sensed that he was scrutinizing him. Dean Shi, what brings you here? Ma Dehua greeted the elder with a deep bow. What is going on? Dean Shi inquired, casting a glance at the bloodied Chen Meng and then at Xia Ying, who was cradling a child with tears streaming down her face. Dean, the situation is as follows. Ma Dehua embellished the account of the conflict with Chen Meng, portraying him and Xia Ying as the unreasonable party, not only unruly but also violent, with the shattered glasses of Ma Dehua serving as evidence. You are the dean? Director Ma lied, claiming that he had witnessed Chen Meng's negligence in a moment of crisis, even alleging that he accepted bribes. Xia Ying stepped forward to protest. Ying, what is the point of telling them this? A leader is often a reflection of their subordinates. If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be too. They are all cut from the same cloth, Chen Meng scoffed. Dean, listen to them. They are still causing a scene, slandering me. Madame Liang and young Master Liang can vouch for me. Director Ma retorted, pointing accusingly at Chen Meng and Xia Ying. Wait, you say he is Chen Meng? Dean Shi shuddered. Yes, Dean, what of it? We will settle accounts later. Dean Shi shot a fierce glare at Ma Dehua before turning to the man in sunglasses beside him. Mr. Zhang, how do you propose we handle this? Mr. Zhang? Chen Meng's eyes brightened with realization. Zhang Luer had taken care of matters, which explained the man's immediate scrutiny of him. Examining the man closely, Chen Meng noted that despite the sunglasses, his features bore little resemblance to Zhang Luer, indicating he was likely not a direct relative. Was he perhaps akin to Zhang Fei? Merely a subordinate of Zhang Jiangwo? The man in sunglasses did not respond to Dean Shi, instead directing his attention to Chen Meng. You are a friend of Miss Zhang? Indeed. And what is your relationship with Miss Zhang? That is a question for Zhang Luer. My words hold little weight. Did they inflict those injuries upon you? The man gestured towards Director Ma and several security guards. They are not involved, though I do have a score to settle with this fellow. I shall address it at another time. Chen Meng cast a menacing glance at young Master Liang. The latter felt an icy chill run down his spine. Even he could discern the underlying tension. Ma Dehua, too, began to tremble, his legs quaking involuntarily. The notion that the dean would lower himself so significantly, coupled with the surname Zhang, left no doubt in his mind. Who else in Jiangzhou could command such authority but Zhang Jiangwo? It was over, completely finished. If Zhang were to unleash his wrath, not even the highest officials in Jiangzhou could ignore the weight of his influence. Since you are a friend of Miss Zhang, and she has personally contacted General Zhang requesting strict measures, Dean Shi, I trust you will handle this accordingly. As the man in sunglasses departed, he cast one last glance at Chen Meng before turning away, never once uttering a harsh word towards Ma Dehua. However, Ma Dehua had already foreseen his fate, and he slumped weakly onto the ground, drenched in sweat. Ma Dehua, from this moment on, you are suspended, declared Dean Shi coldly, before turning to pursue the man in sunglasses. Such an imposing presence. Indeed, the Zhang family was extraordinary. Even a mere servant could flaunt their authority before the illustrious Dean Shi. One day, I shall also attain such stature, Chen Meng silently vowed, swiftly making his way to the window. As he approached, the onlookers parted in awe, their expressions filled with reverence. Upon reaching the window, he peered downwards. As anticipated, a Mercedes was parked below, and the man in sunglasses had taken the driver's seat. Moments later, the car window rolled down, revealing a figure that Chen Meng could not discern clearly from his distance. However, the only person who could elicit such deference from Dean Shi, standing respectfully by the window, must surely be Zhang Jingguo. This debt of gratitude weighed heavily. Shortly thereafter, Dean Shi returned. Dean, grant me another chance. I recognize my mistakes. Ma Dehua immediately clung to the dean's leg, weeping and pleading for mercy. Your pleas are futile, the dean replied. Ma Dehua, taken aback, promptly flung himself at Ms. Xie's feet, beseeching, "Ms. Xie, out of your magnanimity, spare me this once, and I shall arrange a bed for your daughter and personally attend to her treatment." Ms. Xie observed the large man prostrated on the ground, tears and snot mingling, and felt a pang of compassion. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Meng interjected. "There's no need. I believe the hematology department has more than just Director Ma, correct? If so, I shall transfer hospitals. As I am certain Jiangzhou has many esteemed and skilled physicians. Wouldn't you agree, Dean Shi?" Dean Shi cast a glance at Chen Meng. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Someone, take Ma Dahua away and immediately arrange a bed for this lady. I will personally treat the patient." Chapter 108. The Rogue, Utterly Unruly. The bed issue was finally resolved, bringing tears of joy to Ms. Xie. The nurses in the hematology department dared not be negligent, providing Xiao Miao with the finest hospital room, the legendary high-ranking official's ward. They treated Ms. Xie and Chen Meng with the utmost care. A mere word had toppled Director Ma from his position. Who would dare to serve carelessly? Chen Meng's wounds were also promptly attended to. The intricate, freshly sutured injuries astonished the doctors and nurses. This man was formidable, displaying such severe wounds yet remaining unfazed. "Xingying, we have finally secured a hospital bed, and I have learned that Dean Shi is a renowned expert in hematological diseases, celebrated throughout the province. With him personally treating Xiao Miao, she will recover. Do not worry," Chen Meng reassured her. "Yes, if it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do," Ms. Xie nodded, her gaze towards Chen Meng filled with gratitude and tenderness. Chen Meng wrapped his arm around Ms. Xie's waist, applying a gentle pressure. Ms. Xie shivered slightly, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue, leaning softly against Chen Meng's shoulder. The fragrant scent wafted into his nostrils, causing his heart to race, yet he refrained from advancing further. This was a hospital, and Xiao Miao still lay in the bed. Ahem. Someone coughed twice. Xia Yingying instantly recoiled as if struck by an electric shock, her complexion deepening in hue. "Director Qi, please come in," Chen Meng urged, quickly rising to his feet. "I apologize for the interruption." Director Qi entered the ward, carrying some documents, which he casually handed to Chen Meng, saying, "Mr. Chen, Ms. Xie, I have designed 2 treatment plans for Xiao Miao. Please review them and decide which one you prefer." Director Qi, as a professional, which treatment plan do you believe to be superior? Chen Meng inquired, flipping through the materials. Based on the results of the recent examinations, it is indeed confirmed that Miss Xiao Miao is suffering from acute leukemia. I don't mean to boast, but I must speak candidly. My medical skills are limited, Director Qi chuckled. That was just an impulsive remark from Mr. Chen. You need not take offense. You are renowned in the province as an expert in hematological diseases, well respected by all. Chen Meng replied awkwardly, reflecting on his own impulsive behavior. Ma Dahua is not a good person, but that does not imply that everyone else is the same. Director Qi nodded in satisfaction. Let me be straightforward. There are many types of leukemia. Miss Xiao Miao has acute leukemia, which is relatively milder compared to others. Although leukemia is notoriously difficult to cure with current medical technology, she is in the early stages. With timely treatment, there is a possibility of complete recovery. Upon hearing this, Xia Yingying, who had been mentally prepared, could not restrain herself and trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Do not worry," Director Qi reassured. Chen Meng comforted her, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Xia Yingying covered her mouth, leaning against Chen Meng's chest, sobbing softly, clearly feeling fragile and helpless. "I have designed 2 treatment plans for Miss Xiao Miao. The first involves traditional Chinese medicine, employing precious herbs to invigorate blood circulation, dispel stasis, detoxify, and enhance local blood flow, thereby eliminating toxins and waste from the bloodstream, treating malignant cell proliferation, controlling pathological cell growth, and promoting blood and bone marrow production. The second option is radiotherapy. However, since Ms. Xiao Miao is suffering from myeloid leukemia and no tumor lesions have been detected so far, this method is generally not recommended. As leukemia resides in the bone marrow and no effective radiotherapy techniques for the bone marrow have been developed, Director Qi explained. "Director, which method do you find more suitable?" Chen Meng asked. "The first is a conservative treatment method, with successful cases in our hospital, although it takes time to show effects. The second is a widely used approach. Yet given Miss Xiao Miao's unique condition, radiotherapy has its pros and cons. The advantage is that it can preemptively eliminate cancer cells, while the downside is that it may cause significant harm to her body. My suggestion is to initially use the second method in conjunction with medication, adjusting as needed. If her condition improves, we can then consider the first treatment method. Director, I have heard that the best remedy for leukemia is a bone marrow transplant. Chen Meng hesitated. Indeed, but Ms. Xie is a widow, and her late husband had no siblings, which is why I did not propose this option. Of course, it is not impossible for others to donate marrow and match with Ms. Xiao Miao, but the likelihood is quite slim and would require extensive searching. Director Qi glanced at Xia Yingying. It seemed that Yingying had provided all pertinent details when registering the patient information. Chen Meng felt a slight embarrassment and decided to heed the director's arrangements. Regardless of the treatment method, it would be a lengthy process, potentially incurring substantial costs. And both of them would need to be mentally prepared. Director Qi nodded and said, "Money is not an issue. I will pay 100,000 up front. You just ensure that Xiao Miao receives the best medication. Rest assured, Xiao Miao's account will never lack funds." Chen Meng remarked. Indeed, being a friend of Miss Zhang, he was affluent. In these times, not many could readily produce such a sum. Director Qi then took his leave to organize the treatment arrangements. "Do you think Xiao Miao will recover?" Xia Yingying asked, not being an ignorant village woman. She had learned much about leukemia in recent days and understood it to be largely incurable. Even with a bone marrow transplant, survival was not guaranteed. Contemplating these thoughts filled her with sorrow. "Absolutely, let's begin treatment for Xiao Miao. If it doesn't work, we can go abroad, and I will arrange for a suitable bone marrow donor." With a dual approach, Xiao Miao's illness will surely be cured, Chen Meng stated resolutely. Xia Yingying nodded, seeking reassurance in his words, merely desiring peace of mind. This was a high-level hospital ward with 2 beds. That evening, Chen Meng, seated on the other bed, observed Xia Yingying bustling about, refusing to rest. "Yingying, are you all set? It's getting late, and you've had a long day. You should get some rest." "How can I sleep?" Yingying replied. "Chen Meng, why don't you stay at a hotel?" She lowered her head, feeling anxious as Chen Meng insisted on remaining. "I still have injuries, and the doctor advised against excessive movement. Can you bear to send me to a hotel? Then fine, I shall go." Chen Meng stood up to leave. "Don't go." Xia Yingying pulled him back, her heart racing at the mischievous smile in his eyes. She playfully hit him. "I'll take care of Xiao Miao. She sleeps soundly at night and rarely causes trouble. What if Xiao Miao has a fever in the middle of the night or shows other symptoms? How about this? You take the bed, and I'll manage on the chair in the hallway. If anything happens, it's just a matter of my wound reopening. It's nothing." Chen Meng suggested. "That won't do. I could sleep on the chair while you take the bed." "Do you really think I could let you sleep on a chair? Nothing seems to work for you. What do you want?" Xia Yingying stamped her foot, feigning annoyance. In truth, she understood Chen Meng's intentions, but felt shy. "What if we share the bed?" "Rest assured, I promise not to do anything inappropriate," Chen Meng said, drawing her closer and whispering in her ear. Xia Yingying felt weak all over, succumbing to the warmth of Chen Meng's embrace. Trembling, she replied, "You must keep your word and behave." "Of course, Xiao Miao is still unwell, and we are in a hospital room. How could you think otherwise?" Chen Meng said earnestly, as Xia Yingying nestled in Chen Meng's arms. They held each other closely, and he remained quite serious. This brought her immense comfort, gradually calming her shy emotions as she murmured, "Chen Meng, it's wonderful to have you." But in the next moment, she trembled delicately, her charming face instantly suffused with crimson as she playfully struck Chen Meng, pouting, "You naughty rascal," not at all obedient. That night proved to be a prolonged torment for both of them, until they finally succumbed to slumber in the early hours. The following day, as Xia Yingying opened her eyes, she was met with Chen Meng's gentle yet assertive gaze. Instantly, a blush adorned her cheeks. Her long eyelashes fluttered like brushes, teasing Chen Meng's heart. "Good morning," he greeted, seeing Xia Yingying in her spring-like slumber, both inviting and shy, stirred warmth within Chen Meng, prompting him to lean closer. "Stop. I haven't brushed my teeth," Xia Yingying protested, raising her hand to block his lips. Chen Meng's expression darkened momentarily. Just then, a small voice from the adjacent bed called out, seemingly yearning for its mother. Xia Yingying quickly rolled out of bed, rushing to lift Xiao Miao, initiating their daily routine of caring for the child. Chen Meng, resigned, also got up, washed up briefly, and then held Xiao Miao, encouraging Xia Yingying to freshen up. When Xia Yingying returned, ready to take the child from him, Chen Meng seized the opportunity to plant a kiss on her cheek, leaving her flustered and blushing. She playfully struck him again, admonishing, if you dare to act so brazenly in front of Xiao Miao again. See if I'll still pay you any mind. Understood, Chen Meng replied with a mischievous grin. I'll go buy breakfast. What would you like? Just get something simple. The food here is quite expensive. Save some money. We are not short of funds. Chen Meng chuckled as he exited the ward. The hospital had a cafeteria, but the food was unappetizing, so he ventured out to the street, purchasing soy milk, congee, buns, and eggs, along with a bag of formula for Xiao Miao and some fruits. Upon returning to the ward, Xiao Ying, seeing the substantial amount of food he had bought, immediately scolded him. I told you not to waste money, yet you never listen. Xiao Miao's illness is a bottomless pit. I already feel guilty enough for having you spend on her treatment. You are my woman, and Xiao Miao is my daughter. It is only right to care for her. Chen Meng reprimanded her sternly. He then took out a bottle of Guangming milk, opening it for Xiao Miao. In this era, most people consumed Wanda or Gao Le Gao. Wealthier families indulged in Waha, Guangming, or Nestle. Xiao Miao rarely had the chance to drink milk, and upon her first sip, she greedily embraced the bottle, downing it in one go and clamoring for more. Chen Meng opened another bottle for her, but it was snatched away by Xiao Ying. She can't drink too much. If she does, she wants to eat. She needs nourishment now. You're right. I lack experience in childcare. I'll heed your advice, Chen Meng conceded, scratching his head. Then you drink it. No, save it for Xiao Miao if she gets hungry later. Once opened, it can't be stored. We must finish it before buying more. Since you are with me, I have the responsibility and ability to care for both of you. I, Chen Meng, may lack many skills, but making money is my forte. Such boasting, she teased. Xiao Ying felt a surge of emotion welling up within her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She took a sip of milk. The first time she had ever tasted such exquisite fresh milk, and the sweetness washed over her heart. The breakfast was simple and economical, yet it was the most delightful meal she had savored in years. By the way, Chen Meng, who is Miss Zhan? Why is she helping us? Xiao Ying suddenly inquired while feeding Xiao Miao. Yesterday, a phone call from Chen Meng had summoned even the dean, and the enigmatic man in sunglasses had uttered some peculiar remarks. At that moment, Xiao Ying had not given it much thought, but now, reflecting on it, she felt something was amiss. Miss Zhan is He Ji's boss. She runs a restaurant in Qingshan County. You must have seen her, Chen Meng responded, stealing a glance at Xiao Ying's expression, uncertain whether her question was intentional or merely casual. Oh, she must be an older lady then. I should personally thank her for her tremendous help, Xiao Ying remarked. Hiss. Chen Meng was convinced her inquiry was deliberate, as her statement had effectively cut off any escape from his previous lies. You should know, Miss Zhan isn't very old. She is about our age. Is that so? She must be quite beautiful and come from a good family. Otherwise, why would Dean Qi show her such respect? Xiao Ying asked nonchalantly. She is indeed quite lovely, and her family is renowned in Jiangzhou for their wealth. However, no matter how beautiful she is, she pales in comparison to your grace and charm, Ying. So, do not overthink it, Chen Meng reassured her. Who was overthinking? Xiao Ying, caught in her thoughts, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She shot him a glare and said, Besides, you have promised to treat me well for a lifetime. You'd better abandon some of your previous bad habits, or the consequences could be dire. How dire? I shall ensure you never see me again, and you will live with that guilt forever, Xiao Ying replied firmly, her tone unwavering. Chen Meng's heart raced. Although her words were mild, they were resolute. He stammered, Do not worry. I am not the same as I once was. With you by my side, everything else is but a shadow, insignificant compared to you. Flatterer. I hope you mean what you say, Xiao Ying said, her heart blossoming with joy. By the way, Chen Meng, where did you acquire such a large sum of money? 100,000 is no small amount. I was previously selling spicy crayfish in the county. Miss Zhan was interested in the recipe, and I had refused to sell it to her. But with Xiao Miao's illness and the need for funds, I had no choice but to part with it, Chen Meng explained. I heard from my sister that the business is quite lucrative. Thank you, Chen Meng, for sacrificing so much for Xiao Miao, Xiao Ying said, warmth filling her heart. There is no need for thanks between us. Rest assured, I have many ways to earn. From now on, your task is to take good care of Xiao Miao, and I will focus on making money, Chen Meng stated. That will not do. How can I allow you to bear the burden alone? Xiao Miao's treatment is a lengthy process. After the first round of therapy, she can return home, and she will need chemotherapy every 2 weeks. That will give me time to find work and contribute, Xiao Ying insisted. We can discuss this later. Your current responsibility is to care for Xiao Miao. She is still so young. You need not worry about financial matters. I will devise a way to earn money." Chen Meng shook his head, unwilling to allow Xie Yingying to speak further. He did not disclose to her that he had procured 300,000, keeping 200,000 for his own plans. Now that he had decided to stay, he must find a way to swiftly accumulate wealth. In the 1990s, the only route to sudden riches was through stock trading. In 1992, a significant event transpired in the stock market. The Shanghai Stock Exchange lifted the price restrictions on the only 15 listed stocks, leading to an explosive surge in the market. Due to its immaturity, there were no limits on price increases, and the Shanghai Index doubled overnight, continuing to rise for 2 consecutive months, making countless individuals overnight millionaires. Unfortunately, that prime opportunity had already passed. However, it was not entirely devoid of prospects. Now that he possessed capital, he had to take a chance. Excitement sparkled in Chen Meng's eyes. Chapter 110. Xie Yingying's aspiration to establish a magazine. On the third day, early in the morning, Dean Shi arrived at the hospital room. All of Xiao Miao's tests had been completed, and starting today, systematic treatment would commence. He urged everyone to be psychologically prepared. "Thank you, Dean Shi. I have waited a long time for this day, though I am concerned if such a young child can endure the pain of chemotherapy," Xie Yingying expressed with excitement. Xiao Miao's high fever had been temporarily controlled. Nevertheless, leukemia, also known as blood cancer, meant that cancer cells were undoubtedly continuing to mutate, and she certainly hoped for the earliest possible treatment. In truth, chemotherapy was quite straightforward and not as terrifying as it seemed. It merely had certain side effects on the body. However, one must choose the lesser of two evils, as there was no other option. After offering some words of comfort, Dean Shi instructed the nurses to take Xiao Miao to the chemotherapy room. Xie Yingying and Chen Meng waited anxiously outside the room. An hour later, Xiao Miao was wheeled out, appearing no different aside from her slightly diminished spirit, much like before she entered. Chemotherapy would be administered every 3 days, and after one complete course, treatments would occur biweekly. In the meantime, medications would be relied upon to control the progression of the illness, and it was essential to ensure the patient received adequate nutrition. Dean Shi added before departing. Upon returning to the ward and resting for a while, Xiao Miao's spirits noticeably improved, alleviating Xie Yingying's worries. The mother and daughter began to play, filling the room with Xiao Miao's bright laughter. Meanwhile, Chen Meng seized a moment to step outside and make a phone call. He remained uneasy about his younger sister. Before coming, he had purchased pagers for both her and himself, and he directly called her from the nurse's station. Typically, the phone at the nurse's station was not for public use. However, Chen Meng was different. Everyone in the hematology department knew him, and with a mere word, he had the head of the department at his beck and call. With the dean personally overseeing Xiao Miao's treatment, Chen Meng walked through the hematology department with an air of authority, and no one dared to cross him. "Brother, how are things on your end? When will you return?" Chen Xiaomei's voice was filled with excitement when she answered the call. "Xiao Miao's condition is currently stable, but I have matters to attend to and will need some time before I can return. How is everything with you? Is Zhuer still behaving?" Chen Meng inquired. "Miss Zhang is quite admirable. She treats me well and has followed your instructions meticulously, even dispatching a chef from Yunhe restaurant to assist me. Now, we can sell over 300 pounds daily, and our business is thriving." Chen Xiaomei exclaimed excitedly. "Indeed, we must continue to solidify our customer base. The promotion of buy 1 pound, get 1 pound free cannot cease. How is everything at home? Are your parents doing well? Has Zhang Laogo caused any trouble?" "Not at all. Last time, Brother Zhou frightened Zhang Laogo into submission. By the way, Zhang Laogo sent 5,000 yuan as compensation for your medical expenses. Brother Zhou advised me to accept the settlement, and I did. Let it be a settlement then. If Zhang Mozi behaves himself in the future and refrains from provoking me, all will be well. However, should he dare to annoy me again, I shall ensure he never sees the light of day again." Chen Meng scoffed coldly, offering a few more words of caution to his sister before hanging up. "My goodness, that man is quite fearsome. His gaze is truly terrifying. I must be even more cautious in my service to avoid attracting trouble," the nurses at the station whispered, each feeling a twinge of fear despite Chen Meng's usual amiability towards them. Upon returning to the ward, Xiao Miao was already asleep. Xie Yingying was leaning against the headboard, engrossed in a magazine, so much so that she did not notice Chen Meng's entrance. "What are you so focused on?" Chen Meng inquired, moving closer and enveloping her in his arms. Xie Yingying blushed, struggling slightly before succumbing to his embrace, playfully scolding, "No touching. I'm already quite content holding you," Chen Meng replied, planting a gentle kiss on her earlobe. Instantly, Xia Yingying felt a rush of warmth envelop her, her eyes glistening with emotion. With a soft sigh, she remarked, "You will have me eventually, but my mind is elsewhere at the moment." Chen Meng, thank you for respecting me. What is there to thank? You've already said it will be mine sooner or later. As long as you're not in a hurry. Why should I be? Chen Meng chuckled. I'm certainly not in a hurry, Xia Yingying retorted, her face flushed, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within. She comfortably nestled against Chen Meng and continued, "I was thinking about what I could do once Xiao Miao completes her first round of treatment. I've told you, there is no need for you to work and earn money. Taking care of Xiao Miao is paramount. I could venture into business. Many of my former college classmates have given up their stable jobs to pursue entrepreneurship, and they're thriving now. I, Xia Yingying, am no less capable than they are. What kind of business do you wish to pursue?" Chen Meng's interest was piqued. Clearly, Xia Yingying could not return to Chenjiagu village, and with her job lost, Xiao Miao's treatment would be a lengthy process. It would be cumbersome for her to travel back and forth from Jiangzhou. It would be more practical for her to establish a business there, allowing her to be close to Xiao Miao, while also completely severing ties with her previous life. "I'm not sure. I feel like anything could be profitable, yet I lack the skills for any of it," Xia Yingying lamented. "Indeed, we are in an era where opportunities abound, and any business can yield profits. How about this? I will suggest a few industries for you to consider. First, clothing. Second, cosmetics. Third, hospitality. Fourth, internet cafes. Fifth, publishing. These sectors will remain lucrative for at least the next decade," Chen Meng advised. "The internet cafe in the hotel is not to my liking. I despise such a smoky and chaotic environment. As for fashion and cosmetics, engaging with people is necessary, and I am not particularly eloquent. However, I find the magazine publishing industry quite suitable. But can a magazine truly be profitable?" Xia Yingying questioned with a hint of skepticism. "Do you know how much this magazine in your hand costs, and how many copies it sells?" Chen Meng picked up the gossip magazine that Xia Yingying had just been perusing and asked with a smile. "I do not know. This magazine, priced at 3 yuan, only costs a few dimes to produce, and its sales easily exceed 100,000 copies, if not more." "Impossible," Xia Yingying exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. "You must be mistaken. This is not a renowned magazine, but an obscure gossip publication. How can its sales be so substantial? Furthermore, the stories within require payment for copyright fees. It cannot possibly cost only a few dimes." "Huh. The stories published in this magazine are all cobbled together by the owner himself, who needs to pay copyright fees. Once they assemble enough content, they simply hand it over to the printing house for production, only covering the printing costs, and then distribute it wholesale to various street vendors. Even if the wholesale price is 1 yuan and 50 cents, they still make at least double the profit. With so many people in Jiangzhou, just calculate the sales. If they sell it to the districts and counties below, the profits are astounding," Chen Meng explained. "Isn't that illegal? I will not partake in such activities." "Nor will you." Xia Yingying's expression turned cold instantly. "What do you mean by illegal? Even legitimate publishing houses engage in such practices. They simply publish works by well-known authors to attract attention, while the rest is pieced together. The authorities turn a blind eye, so it is not deemed illegal. Moreover, gossip magazines are ubiquitous, as long as they do not promote anything illicit or immoral, and instead focus on light-hearted stories and curiosities that bring joy to readers. Isn't that a good deed?" Chen Meng encouraged. "If you truly believe this is inappropriate, it is quite simple. We can establish a magazine ourselves, openly solicit submissions, and pay the authors their fees, following all proper procedures. Would that be acceptable?" "Yes, that is feasible. In business, one must always adhere to the law and maintain integrity." Xia Yingying nodded in agreement. Chen Meng smiled, not disputing her point. This approach would merely increase costs slightly and lend a more respectable veneer to their endeavors. But if Yingying wished to proceed, he would support her. Who knows, she might indeed achieve something remarkable. Chapter 111. Lu Tingting, the wound is healing well. If you continue to take the anti-inflammatory medication for a few more days, you should be fine. "Thank you, doctor." Chen Meng stretched his body, feeling a slight twinge of pain. Xia Yingying gazed at the crisscrossing scars on his body, reminiscent of a centipede, and tears welled in her eyes. She gently traced her fingers over the wounds, the horrific events of that night vividly replaying in her mind. Chen Meng grasped Xia Ying's trembling hand, smiling softly. A real man bears scars. That's nonsense, Xia Ying retorted, pulling her hand away, her cheeks flushed. She was never comfortable being intimate in front of others. The injuries are healing. Xiao Miao's treatment is also progressing in an orderly manner. It's just so costly. One round of chemotherapy costs over 10,000. With the various expensive imported medications, half of the 100,000 is already gone. It is imperative to devise a means of earning income, otherwise, one shall inevitably face the dire consequences of dwindling resources. Upon returning to the hospital room, Chen Meng remarked, Ying, I must depart for a few days. Where to? In her heart, Xia Ying had come to regard Chen Meng as her pillar of support, and upon hearing his words, she involuntarily trembled. To earn some money. Chen Meng, you are truly hardworking. Xia Ying, noticing that Chen Meng's injuries had yet to heal, felt a wave of emotion wash over her at the thought of him worrying about making a living. If you truly feel that I am working hard, then reward me tonight, Chen Meng said with a mischievous chuckle. How shameless. What about Xiao Miao? Xia Ying's cheeks flushed. In recent days, she had shared a bed with Chen Meng. Although they had not crossed the final boundary, they had exchanged kisses and caresses, which was already her limit. The rapid progression made her feel somewhat conflicted. All right, upon my return, after Xiao Miao's first treatment is complete, let us find a place in Jiangzhou, and then. Chen Meng's demeanor grew impish again. Let us discuss that when the time comes. Xia Ying felt her face flush and her heart race at his laughter. To claim that she did not harbor any anticipation would be disingenuous. As a mature woman who had experienced the joys of intimacy, she was well aware of the pleasures involved. Moreover, she had already entrusted her heart to Chen Meng. It was only a matter of time before their relationship flourished. However, given Xiao Miao's illness and the inopportune circumstances, it was prudent to exercise restraint. Eventually, he would need to leave. When Xiao Miao fell asleep, Chen Meng seized the opportunity to embrace Xia Ying, engaging in a playful exchange until she could scarcely catch her breath. Finally, she pushed him away, playfully striking him. You rascal, all you think about is taking advantage. I will not inquire about your destination, but do exercise caution while you are away. As for those frivolous distractions, it is best to avoid them. I see nothing but you, he replied smoothly. Xia Ying assisted Chen Meng in packing a few garments, all of which he had purchased since arriving in Jiangzhou. She accompanied him to the hospital building, watching with tear-filled eyes as he boarded the van. The vehicle sped away, heading straight for the train station. Zhanggu, take these 2 packs of cigarettes. While I am away, please look after Ying. Chen Meng handed over the remaining cigarettes to Zhang Fei. Rest assured, Brother Chen, while I am here, your sister-in-law will be safe, Zhang Fei nodded. At that moment, his heart was far from the calmness he had felt upon Chen Meng's arrival in Jiangzhou. Rumor had it that Miss Zhang shared a special bond with Brother Chen, and even President Zhang had personally visited the hospital. Brother Chen was destined for great success. Upon reaching the train station, Chen Meng disembarked, bid farewell to Zhang Fei, and entered the station without noticing the Mercedes with the license plate 666 slowly approaching. Zhang Fei hurried over. President Zhang, has he left? As the window rolled down, Zhang Jiangwo's square face was revealed. Yes, have someone follow him. There is no need for any intervention. Just observe his actions, Zhang Jiangwo instructed. Understood, Zhang Fei replied respectfully. Subsequently, the Mercedes turned and departed from the train station, seemingly having come solely to see Chen Meng off. Once aboard the train, Chen Meng's thoughts drifted thousands of miles away to Shanghai in 1992. In our country, there are only 2 major stock markets, the Shanghai Stock Exchange and the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. As the launch of new stocks in Shenzhen approaches, with less than a month remaining, a multitude of investors flock to the city, believing it to be a lucrative opportunity. However, Chen Meng is aware that prior to the issuance of new stocks, a lottery for the 92 stock subscription certificates was held on August 10th, during which 5 million subscription forms were pre-released. Each individual could purchase only one. Presently, over 1 million stockholders swarm into Shenzhen like bees drawn to honey, eagerly queuing to acquire subscription forms. The emergence of numerous frenzied scalpers is evident, with some charging 50 yuan a day to queue for others. The most exaggerated and legendary figure among them is the so-called stock god, Tang Xen, who has gone to great lengths, recruiting 500 individuals from various regions to queue for subscription forms, with reports of one individual carrying as many as 800 identification cards. Seizing this opportunity, After the issuance of new stocks, Tang Xin amassed wealth beyond measure, earning billions. At this moment, Shenzhen is brimming with opportunities. Yet, Chen Meng remains unconvinced. With over 1 million investors vying for subscription forms, he stands alone, questioning not only his chances of queuing, but also the fact that even if he manages to secure a form, he can purchase only one. With a stroke of luck, he might profit, but should fortune not favor him, the outcome would be mediocre. Conversely, the Shanghai market, after 2 months of a bullish trend, has begun to decline. In a climate where everyone favors Shenzhen and dismisses Shanghai, Chen Meng contemplates a contrarian approach, believing it may yield unexpected rewards. Moreover, he recalls that during the 4-month bear market from July to November, not all stocks experienced continuous decline. At least 2 had rebounded strongly for a week after a half-month drop before falling again. This, he perceives, is his opportunity. "Excuse me, could you please make way?" A melodious voice interrupted Chen Meng's thoughts. He looked up to see a girl in a delicate tank top and denim shorts, her hair styled in a ponytail. Standing before him, her striking features radiated youthfulness as she gestured to the seat beside him, saying, "That is my seat." "Oh, my apologies." Chen Meng quickly rose, clearing the path for her to pass. As she brushed past him, he caught a whiff of a subtle fragrance, distinctly different from that of Xiao Ying, who never wore perfume. Her scent emanated from soap and shampoo. This girl's aroma bore a resemblance to that of Jean Louis, a premium Chanel. As a seasoned admirer, Chen Meng prided himself on his ability to discern such nuances. In this era, a bottle of Chanel costs several hundred yuan. One who can afford such fragrance yet rides on a green train? Perhaps she is a canary kept by some affluent individual, he mused with a hint of malice. Yet, the girl extended her hand and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Lu Tingting. What is your name?" "Chen Meng," he replied, grasping her hand, which felt as smooth as jade, soft as cream. Her slender fingers were perfectly proportioned, and her simple attire showcased her graceful figure, striking yet refined. Her features may not be strikingly prominent, yet when harmoniously combined, they exude an exquisite charm, a marvel of nature. A few delicate freckles adorn the tip of her nose, which not only fail to detract from her beauty, but instead add a touch of endearment. Her ponytail cascades over one shoulder, simple yet elegant, perfectly resonating with her vivacious personality. "Where are you headed?" Lu Tingting inquired, appraising Chen Meng. Apart from his tall stature and pleasant demeanor, he left her with no particularly profound impression. "To the city of Shanghai." "What a coincidence. I am also returning to Shanghai. Is your family from there?" "How did you know?" Lu Tingting responded, a hint of wariness flickering in her gaze. "You mentioned returning to Shanghai," he replied. "You seem rather astute." "Why?" Chen Meng asked, taken aback. "Most men focus on my appearance. Very few pay attention to the nuances of my speech," Lu Tingting remarked. Chen Meng chuckled softly. "That merely attests to my indifference to superficial beauty. I am a man of principles." "How many decent men are there these days?" Lu Tingting scoffed. It appeared that girls from the 90s already held such notions. The male populace seemed rather disappointing. "Your way of speaking is somewhat peculiar. Are you not from the 90s? Lu Tingting questioned suspiciously. Chen Meng was startled, scratching his head. "Perhaps my thinking is just a bit ahead of its time." It was his first encounter with a girl who took the initiative to strike up a conversation, and being away from his familiar surroundings had made him overly relaxed, almost revealing too much. He realized he must be more cautious in the future. The materialistic beliefs had waned, and it was prudent to assume there were others like him among the reborn. Such a monumental secret was safest kept within. Ahead of its time? How so? Lu Tingting inquired with curiosity. "For instance, in another 25 years, the train we are sitting on may reach speeds exceeding 300 kilometers per hour. The price per square meter of your home could equate to the cost of an entire property today. The price for singing a single song might rise to several hundred thousand," Chen Meng elaborated. Lu Tingting's mouth fell agape in astonishment. "How do you know I sing?" "Because your water cup contains honeysuckle, fat sea, and luan fruit, all of which are known to protect one's vocal cords. Additionally, your hands are slender and delicate, akin to jade, indicative of a pianist's hands. Thus, I surmised you are a singer, though it seems it is merely a hobby rather than your primary profession." Chen Meng stated matter-of-factly. "My goodness, how do you know everything?" "You are quite terrifying," Lu Tingting gasped, her mouth forming a perfect O, unable to close. "There is nothing frightening about it. I simply possess a keen sense of observation." "But why do you think singing is not your main occupation?" "Because of the fragrance lingering around you. If I am not mistaken, it is Chanel. How much can a singer earn in a month? At most 1,000. And that is for someone aspiring to be a decent singer. Unless you are being supported by some wealthy benefactor, but your makeup is subtle and your brows unruffled, devoid of any sign of a tumultuous life. Therefore, your background must be quite affluent. Otherwise, you would not have been able to study piano from such a young age. Are you, perchance, a detective? Lu Tingting was at a loss for words, feeling as though all her secrets laid bare before this enigmatic individual. Not at all. I'm just an ordinary country person, not well educated, having indulged in all kinds of vices in the past. Chen Meng chuckled. Do you believe me? Lu Tingting rolled her eyes. Chen Meng suddenly burst into laughter again, realizing that this girl seemed to embody an innocence akin to blank paper, perceiving everyone as good-hearted, untouched by the harshness of society. Her lively personality suggested she wouldn't have approached him otherwise, and her upbringing appeared commendable. Perhaps Lu Tingting harbored a strong interest in Chen Meng, incessantly inquiring about various topics. However, she gleaned little about him, while he extracted considerable details about her life. As he had surmised, she was a student at the Capital Music University, currently in her 3rd year. After a brief delay due to some matters, she was taking the train home today. Her studies focused on pop music, and during her leisure time at school, she performed at a bar in the city. Indeed, she had learned to play the piano and had taken ballet lessons since childhood. Regarding her family background, Lu Tingting did not elaborate much, merely mentioning that her home was located in the city center of Shanghai, a standalone residence. This alone suggested a family of considerable standing. Chen Meng found it rare to encounter such an outgoing and chatty beautiful girl. Drawing from his experiences in later years, he regaled her with tales that sparked her aspirations. Imagine, one day, a concert with 100,000 spectators? Well, sometimes that happens, but only for the top stars, Chen Meng admitted, slightly embarrassed for exaggerating. In truth, concerts of such magnitude were exceedingly rare. Do you think I possess the potential to become a star? Lu Tingting suddenly stood up and twirled in front of Chen Meng. A subtle fragrance enveloped him, rich yet fresh. Lu Tingting stood at a modest height of over 1.60 meters, her figure slightly slender. Likely in pursuit of maintaining her physique for dance, yet her curves were undeniably prominent. Her skin was fair, radiant with a healthy glow. Akin to jade, an apt description that was far from an exaggeration. Her long, straight legs stood perfectly aligned, suggesting that this girl had yet to fully blossom. She wore white sandals, her 10 toes adorned with crimson nail polish, elegant and captivating. After spinning around, she gazed at him with a smile, exuding charm without losing her purity, grace without sacrificing elegance, a girl brimming with confidence and vitality. Chen Meng nodded. You will undoubtedly succeed. Hee, I appreciate your kind words. If I don't become a star, I'll hold you accountable, Lu Tingting replied, cheerfully sitting back down. She casually opened her bag and emptied its contents onto the table. A plethora of snacks, various cosmetics, a pager, a portable cassette player, and a stack of cash. Approximately 10,000 yuan. What are you doing? Chen Meng frowned, aware that displaying wealth on a train in the 1990s was akin to inviting theft. Would you like some snacks? They're all specialties from the capital, not something just anyone can get, Lu Tingting said, methodically putting everything back into her bag. A plethora of snacks lay before them, as she unceremoniously indulged, urging Chen Meng to partake, insisting that it would not cost him a penny. Chen Meng found himself at a loss for words, acutely aware of several avaricious gazes directed their way. You're not a ballet dancer. Surely, you don't need to diet? Lu Tingting remarked with a smile. One must seize the day while in high spirits. I am delighted to meet you today, and we can diet after we've had our fill. Chen Meng was taken aback. How could a girl from the 90s grasp the essence of weight loss? It was astonishing. Chapter 113. The heist. The legendary greenskin train was a true ordeal for long-distance travel, especially in the sweltering summer heat. Unlike modern times, there was no air conditioning, only a few feeble fans hanging from the ceiling, circulating hot air. The stench of sweat, flatulence, and unwashed feet permeated the carriage. Were it not for Lu Tingting seated beside him, Chen Meng would have found the experience unbearable. After satisfying their hunger, Lu Tingting tilted her head and succumbed to slumber. As the train swayed, her head nestled against Chen Meng's shoulder, a delightful fragrance wafted towards him, alleviating the unpleasant odors around them. Lu Tingting seemed oblivious, clinging to Chen Meng's arm and sleeping soundly. She certainly does not regard me as a stranger, Chen Meng thought, bemused, though the closeness was slightly stifling. He attempted to shift positions, and she effortlessly rested her head on his lap, only to curl her legs up and sprawl across the small seat. To his surprise, she even playfully nudged him, urging him to close his legs so she could rest comfortably. What audacity! Chen Meng felt utterly helpless. It was indeed a good thing that this beauty felt at ease with him, yet even the slightest bodily function felt like a taboo, leaving him quite uncomfortable. In a state of ennui, he too gradually drifted into slumber. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long. Lu Tingting awoke, only to discover her head resting on Chen Meng's lap, an immediate wave of embarrassment washing over her as she swiftly sat up, colliding with the table with a resounding thud. Startled awake, Chen Meng saw her clutching her head, on the brink of tears. What happened? He asked, concerned. I hit my head on the table, she exclaimed. Let me see if it's serious, he replied, brushing aside her hair to reveal a sizable purple bump, reminiscent of a ping-pong ball. It appeared she had hurt herself quite badly and needed to be massaged. Otherwise, the bruising could linger and potentially leave a scar. Thankfully, he had boiled eggs from earlier. He peeled one and pressed it against her head, applying firm pressure. Lu Tingting let out a gasp, tears welling up. You are so inconsiderate, pressing so hard. It hurts. In such matters, the firmer, the better. It may hurt now, but soon you shall feel relief, he replied. And as he continued to massage, the pain seemed to diminish, though she still whimpered in protest. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, filled with annoyance. Is it too much to ask to go to the restroom without being subjected to this? Have you no sense of decency in public? Both Lu Tingting and Chen Meng were taken aback. What does he mean by that? Lu Tingting queried, confusion evident on her face. Ah, you know, that matter. What matter? The affairs between men and women. In an instant, Lu Tingting's cheeks flushed crimson, and she glanced around, noticing many patrons staring in their direction, wishing fervently to disappear into the ground. I need to use the restroom. She stood up abruptly and hurried into the restroom, pressing her flushed face against the door, her heart racing. Reflecting on the previous moment, it was indeed easy to misinterpret the situation. Splashing her face with cold water brought her some relief. Gazing into the mirror at her radiant complexion, Lu Tingting wrinkled her nose. She was certainly not so base as to engage in such activities on a train. Although Chen Meng appeared rather handsome, he was not to her taste. She then examined the large bump on her head, worrying whether it would leave a scar that might hinder her ascent to stardom. At that moment, a knock echoed on the door. Lu Tingting quickly composed herself and opened it, only to be shoved back forcefully before she could discern who it was. Don't scream. If you do, I'll kill you. A man with slanted eyes pinned her against the wall, tightening his grip on her throat menacingly. Simultaneously, another man squeezed in, snatching Lu Tingting's bag and rummaging through it. He swiftly extracted a pager and a stack of cash. Boss, I found it. Let's go. No rush. There are still 15 minutes until the train stops. The slanted-eyed man chuckled lewdly. Instantly, his accomplice understood his intentions and cast a lascivious glance at the trembling Lu Tingting. Hurry up, I'll be waiting outside. He then opened the door and exited. Not long after Lu Tingting had gone to the restroom, Chen Meng noticed two men trailing behind her. A chill ran down his spine as he comprehended the situation. Casually surveying his surroundings, he saw nothing amiss. Yet he knew there must be accomplices among them. The train security was at the front of the carriage, and by the time he called for help, it would be too late. After contemplating, he decided that ignoring this would not align with his character and stood up to head towards the restroom. Along the way, he encountered at least 3 men feigning sleep, their fierce gazes fixed upon him. Ignoring them, he caught sight of a tattooed man guarding the restroom. As he approached, the man warned him, "Brother, there's someone inside. Come back later." Unable to contain himself, Chen Meng clutched his stomach, feigning desperation. "I need to go to another carriage. I really can't hold it any longer. Hurry up in there." As he went to knock on the door, the tattooed man grabbed his collar. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Suddenly, Chen Meng delivered a swift kick to the tattooed man's groin. The man screamed and collapsed to the ground, curling up in agony. Without hesitation, Chen Meng kicked open the restroom door, and the scene that greeted him ignited a fury within him. A man was pinning Lu Tingting against the sink, tearing at her clothes. Fortunately, she was wearing jeans, making it difficult to remove them. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Let her go?" Chen Meng charged forward. "Dare to come closer, and I'll stab her." The slanted-eyed man swiftly drew a knife, pressing it against Lu Tingting's neck. Chen Meng was forced to halt. You better think this through. Let her go now, and I'll pretend nothing happened. If you harm her, you know the gravity of the situation better than I do. Enough of this nonsense. Step aside, or I shall not hold back. The man with slanted eyes, holding Lu Tingting captive, was confronted by Chen Meng. Brother, you seek wealth. Let her go. The money remains yours, and we will refrain from involving the authorities. Should anyone be harmed, the consequences could lead to 7 years of imprisonment. Think carefully. The man with slanted eyes was swayed by Chen Meng's words. You truly won't call the police? Release her, and I will allow you to leave, Chen Meng declared, stepping back from the restroom. Brother, if someone hears the commotion and reports it, you won't be able to escape. The man with slanted eyes forced Lu Tingting out of the restroom and pressed Chen Meng. You, go inside. Chen Meng complied and entered the restroom. In the next moment, the man with slanted eyes shoved Lu Tingting inside, swiftly closing the door behind them. He quickly bound her with her backpack and fled. Lu Tingting collapsed into Chen Meng's arms, bursting into tears. Her thin strap had been torn, revealing half of her form, leaving Chen Meng somewhat flustered. He gently patted her back, murmuring, It's all right. It's all right. The bad man is gone. Chapter 114. Arrival in the city of Shanghai after a while. Lu Tingting gradually calmed down, only then realizing her blouse was torn, exposing her undergarment, her face flushing crimson. Turn around, don't look. You've already embraced me, Chen Meng muttered, not turning away but instead removing his shirt and draping it over Lu Tingting. Put this on first. You can change again once we are outside. Oh, you have so many wounds. When Lu Tingting noticed the numerous scars crisscrossing Chen Meng's body, her expression shifted to one of shock, and she stumbled back, colliding with the wall, her eyes wide with fear. I told you before, I was once a bad person, but you didn't believe me, Chen Meng said with a self-deprecating smile, turning to leave. The restroom door, however, was jammed and required considerable effort to open. Upon returning to his seat, several men with unfriendly gazes were taken aback by his injuries and hurriedly departed. Chen Meng had no intention of reporting them or pursuing the matter. Lu Tingting's panic slowly subsided. She reflected that if Chen Meng were truly a villain, he would not have risked his life to save her. His scars did not necessarily define him as a bad person. Even if he were a villain, at least he had not harmed her. With a mix of apprehension and complexity in her heart, she returned to her seat, noticing that Chen Meng had dressed. Hesitantly, she sat beside him. I'm sorry. I didn't bring any luggage. May I borrow your shirt temporarily? I'll return it once we reach Shanghai. It's no trouble. As long as you don't mind, Chen Meng replied with a smile. Fortunately, I brought a few spare shirts. Otherwise, I would be bare-chested. You are a good person. How could I ever mind? Don't be so naive. A good person does not have good person written on their face, nor does a bad person. When out in the world, it's wise to stay vigilant. Today's events are the consequence of your display of wealth this afternoon. Remember this lesson. Thank you, otherwise I would have fallen prey to that villain. It's a pity they escaped. We should have reported them and had them arrested, Lu Tingting expressed with frustration. In that situation, my priority was to ensure your safety, Chen Meng replied. Rest assured, evildoers will inevitably face retribution. Did not a sage once proclaim, the wheel of heaven turns justly. Who can escape the judgment of the heavens? Chen Meng chuckled. Which sage uttered that? I have never heard of him. It was the great sage Chen, he replied, pointing to himself. Uft. Lu Tingting laughed, her laughter akin to a delicate lotus blossoming in the morning sun, graceful and gentle, leaving Chen Meng momentarily entranced until a blush adorned her cheeks, rendering her bashful. Chen Meng scratched his head, sheepishly averting his gaze. All right, here's your pager. I'm sorry, but I can't retrieve the money and the single item. Just having the pager back is a relief. Otherwise, my relatives and friends wouldn't be able to reach me, and they would surely worry. That's precisely what I was thinking, he replied. You are quite thoughtful. I truly appreciate it. However, I have no money left for meals with 2 more days of train travel ahead, Lu Tingting said with a forlorn expression. How about this? You treat me to snacks, and I'll treat you to a meal, a mutual exchange. In that case, I must say I possess some foresight, Lu Tingting smiled. Chen Meng also smiled, admiring her carefree spirit. One might call it optimism, whereas others might deem it a lack of concern. In the following 2 days, perhaps owing to the life-saving favor, Lu Tingting had entirely lowered her guard against Chen Meng. Each time he offered to buy her meals, she felt no embarrassment, ordering freely. However, in the 1990s, the train offered little in terms of culinary delights, mostly sunflower seeds, peanuts, ham sausages, bread, milk, and instant noodles. Whenever the train stopped, Chen Meng would buy some braised pig's feet or chicken feet from the platform to treat Lu Tingting. Surprisingly, Lu Tingting had never tasted chicken feet. As her mother would put it, this is not food meant for humans. As the train's speed noticeably decreased, Chen Meng realized they had arrived in Shanghai. Hey, wake up. We've reached our destination, he said, gently shaking Lu Tingting, who had been sleeping soundly on his lap. Have we arrived? Lu Tingting rubbed her eyes, straightening up. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Why do I keep using you as a pillow? Perhaps my appearance provides a sense of security, allowing you to harbor no ill intentions towards me. I have no such intentions towards anyone, okay? Oh my. Could it be that your inclinations are questionable? Perhaps you prefer women? Chen Meng feigned horror. You are the one who favors women. I have always preferred women. In a moment, I shall inform my father that you have bullied me, and he will deal with you, Lu Tingting retorted indignantly. Then I shall make a hasty exit upon disembarking to avoid your retribution. You mustn't run away. I still wish to introduce you to my father. Miss Tingting, are we advancing our relationship a bit too rapidly? It's only been 3 days. And already we're discussing meeting parents. At this rate, will we soon be having children? Ridiculous. Who wants to have children with you? My dream is to be a queen. I shall never marry in this lifetime. Lu Tingting exclaimed in exasperation, playfully pinching Chen Meng several times. Her pinches made him grimace, which sent Lu Tingting into a fit of giggles. However, her laughter gradually subsided as the train came to a halt, accompanied by the sound of steam hissing. We have arrived. It's time to disembark, Chen Meng announced. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, and once again, I extend my gratitude. Lu Tingting extended her hand. Chen Meng smiled and shook her hand, then picked up his modest luggage. Let us proceed. The two followed the throngs of people as they disembarked from the train. Lu Tingting stood on tiptoe, searching for something near the platform. When she turned around, she found that Chen Meng had vanished. Anxiously, she called out, Chen Meng, where have you gone? Don't leave. I still want to introduce you to my father. Tingting, is that truly you? What are you wearing? Suddenly, a middle-aged man clapped Lu Tingting on the shoulder from behind, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized her appearance. Dad. Lu Tingting immediately rushed into her father's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Tingting, do not cry. Tell your father what has happened. Lu Qianyi, witnessing his daughter's distress and her disheveled state, felt a wave of concern wash over him and inquired anxiously. Someone bullied me. How dare they? To bully the daughter of Lu Qianyi is tantamount to courting death. Was it that scoundrel Chen Meng you mentioned? What does he look like? Tell your father, and I shall have him apprehended. Lu Qianyi's fury surged. No, you misunderstand. Lu Tingting hurriedly recounted the events on the train. That despicable wretch. Hearing that his daughter had nearly been insulted, Lu Qianyi's expression darkened significantly. Someone immediately call Director Fong and inform him of the situation. We must capture those two ruffians. Tell him, I demand to see them alive or dead. Understood. The two men in sunglasses, who had been standing dutifully behind Lu Qianyi, turned and hastily departed. Dad, you must find Chen Meng and express your gratitude to him. Otherwise, you will not see me again, Lu Tingting said, wiping her tears. Do not worry. I shall certainly find him. Lu Qianyi nodded and then embraced his daughter as they left the train station. Chapter 115. The Words of Chen the Saint. Chen Meng emerged from the train station, somewhat bewildered, unsure of his next destination. The scene before him was a stark contrast to the bustling metropolis of the future. There was no comparison whatsoever. Although night had fallen, the streets were alive with traffic and pedestrians, bustling in a manner reminiscent of the future. However, the skyline was sparse, with few tall buildings in sight, and an air of decay enveloped the surroundings. Yet, he knew that in 2 years, with the completion of the iconic Oriental Pearl Tower, the city would enter a period of rapid development. In the future, every parcel of land here would be worth its weight in gold. Regrettably, he lacked the capital. Otherwise, he could simply purchase a plot and await its appreciation for substantial profit. Although it was not as prosperous as the future, Chen Meng found great interest in strolling through the streets, taking pleasure in observing the cultural nuances of the 1990s. Exhausted from walking, he settled at a roadside stall. Even in one of the most prosperous regions of the nation at that time, the popular delicacies of hot pot, spicy skewers, and crayfish were nowhere to be seen. Instead, the streets were filled with vendors selling wontons, soup dumplings, braised noodles, fried dough balls, and waxy duck, among other fare. Chen Meng ordered a bowl of braised noodles and began to eat. Have you heard? The deep city is about to issue new stocks, and many people are queuing to buy subscription forms. I have heard. My younger brother went, but he still hasn't gotten to the front of the line. Originally, I had intended to go tomorrow as well, but after hearing your words, I have lost the desire to do so. Chen Meng listened as two locals conversed, and to his surprise, they were discussing the recent issuance of new shares in Shenzhen, underscoring the immense attention this matter has garnered. It is said that back then, over 1 million people queued to purchase subscription forms. However, Chen Meng believed the actual number far exceeded that. Among those million, many were hired solely to stand in line, each possessing hundreds or thousands of identification cards. Subsequently, the infamous 810 incident occurred, where 5 million subscription forms were sold out. Yet many who had queued for a month failed to secure any. This led to a gathering of over 100,000 individuals protesting, storming government buildings and the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, resulting in a significant negative impact. This event has been referred to abroad as the darkest day in our nation's stock market history. Eventually, the government, left with no choice, urgently issued another 5 million subscription forms, deploying troops for oversight, which quelled the unrest. However, this resulted in a continuous decline in the newly issued stocks in Shenzhen, triggering a chain reaction that plunged the Shanghai market into a bear market lasting for months. Having read countless time travel novels depicting individuals reborn with divine insight on stock trading, achieving overnight wealth, Chen Meng scoffed at such notions. To become wealthy overnight, one must first possess substantial capital, with mere sums of 100 or 200,000. Even with a month of continuous gains, what fortune could one amass? Reflecting on this, Chen Meng touched the 20,000 yuan certificate he kept close, sighing inwardly. A fleeting opportunity for profit, so tantalizingly close, yet how much could he truly earn? After finishing his meal, Chen Meng sought a modest inn to rest. Situated less than 100 meters from the Shanghai Stock Exchange, he planned to gather information before proceeding further the next day. In the city center, inside a 3-story red brick villa spanning 8 acres, Lu Qianyi sat on the sofa with a grim expression. Beside him was a woman of enduring grace, tears still glistening in her eyes as she lamented, insisting he personally retrieve their daughter. You wouldn't listen, and look at the trouble it caused. Thankfully, a brave soul intervened. Otherwise, my daughter and I might have jumped into the river. Enough, I have already dispatched someone to apprehend the wrongdoers. Your incessant crying is becoming irritating, Lu Qianyi replied, his agitation mounting. He had been back from the train station for over 4 hours. Yet they had failed to capture even 2 petty thieves, a considerable affront to his dignity. Have you caught anyone? Besides venting your frustrations at me, who else will you confront? Go challenge Tu Dangyang if you have the guts, the woman retorted. Do not mention Tu Dangyang in my presence. Lu Qianyi shot back with a furious glare. At that moment, having just finished her shower and dressed anew, Lu Tingting descended the stairs. Mom, Dad, I return only to hear you arguing. Isn't it tiring? Do you know why I dislike coming back? It's precisely because I don't want to hear your quarrels. Ting, your mother and I are not arguing. We're merely jesting. Lu Qianyi quickly forced a smile. Indeed, we are just playing around, the woman added. Then why are you crying? Lu Tingting approached the woman and sat beside her, gently wiping away her tears. Mother, look at you. In your youth, you were a renowned beauty in the Shanghai market. Ever since you married my father, you seem to age with each passing day, and he doesn't treat you well, which makes me hesitant to marry myself. Huh? Lu Qianyi, who was about to sip his tea, burst out laughing. Ting, what nonsense are you uttering? Everyone ages. Are you implying that your mother's aging is my fault? Exactly. My mother was so beautiful back then, pursued by countless suitors. Yet she chose to marry a penniless man like you, and you still fail to appreciate her, Lu Tingting reproached. The woman beamed with delight, saying, listen to that. Those words are not mine, but our daughter's. Some people ought to engage in self-reflection. Indeed, as a wise sage once said, the heavens ensure a cycle of retribution. Who can escape their fate? Father, take heed. The heavens are watching you. Lu Tingting winked. Lu Qianyi's expression darkened further. You two are conspiring against me. This elicited laughter from the mother and daughter duo. My dear daughter, the sage's words are quite profound. Why have I never heard them before? Li Wenin inquired. It was spoken by the great sage Chen, Lu Tingting replied. Who is this great sage Chen? Chen Meng. You little rascal, even teasing your mother. However, this Chen Meng seems quite insightful. He risked himself to save you. a clear indication of his noble character. When you find him, make sure to express your gratitude in person, Li Wenin remarked. That fellow left without a word, as if I were a ferocious beast. If I find him, fine. If not, so be it, Lu Tingting pouted, visibly displeased. This only illustrates that he is a selfless and virtuous person, Li Wenin chuckled. A virtuous person? He bears numerous scars, which are rather intimidating. He once confided in me that he indulged in debauchery and misdeeds, Lu Tingting countered. Both Lu Qianni and his wife were taken aback by her revelation. With so many scars, he could not have been a soldier, but rather a rogue. He advised me to be mindful in the future, stating that villains do not have villain written on their foreheads, nor do good people wear good on their faces. He urged me to speak only partial truths to others, invest genuine feelings in friendships, and leave room for negotiation, Lu Tingting continued. This young man speaks with remarkable insight. Unlike the typical youth in their 20s, Lu Qianni nodded emphatically. And there's more. You cannot fathom how extraordinary he is. When I boarded the train and greeted him, within moments, he discerned everything about me. He is practically a living deity. Lu Tingting animatedly recounted her encounter with Chen Meng. Lu Qianni and his wife exchanged glances, intrigued. From your description, I am eager to meet this young man named Chen Meng. If he truly possesses such talents, he is undoubtedly exceptional, Lu Qianni remarked, his eyes sparkling with interest. However, Li Wenin furrowed her brows slightly. Seeing her daughter so animated about Chen Meng, she couldn't shake the impression that romance was blossoming. Chapter 116. The stock market is risky. Exercise caution in investment. The sleep was sweet and deep. Upon waking, the first thing Lu Tingting did was contact Xie Yingying via her pager. Before leaving, she had purchased a pager for Xie Yingying to facilitate their communication. Inquiring about Xiao Miao's condition revealed little change. Yesterday, when you left, she underwent her second chemotherapy session. Director Qi remarked that the results were promising. The third session will occur in a couple of days, Xie Yingying whispered. We must ensure she receives adequate nutrition. For breakfast, feel free to eat anything. For lunch, I will arrange for the restaurant to deliver meals to you. At the very least, there should be a nutritious soup every day, Chen Meng instructed. Do not squander money. How is this considered wasteful spending? Have you forgotten what Director Qi emphasized about ensuring Xiao Miao's nutrition? You needn't worry about the expenses. I will manage to earn it. Additionally, you must also prioritize your own nourishment. If you grow thin, I shall be displeased. You know I prefer you with a bit of flesh, Chen Meng chuckled. You scoundrel, you always veer into nonsense. Xie Yingying's cheeks flushed at the thought of Chen Meng's fondness for her curves. Ahem, if you simply say you miss me, I shall refrain from further nonsense. I want to say it. Xie Yingying's ears turned crimson, feeling the nurse's gaze upon her was rather unsettling. Aware of Xie Yingying's shyness, Chen Meng, using the nurse station's phone, pressed on. So, do you miss me? Xie Yingying responded in a voice as soft as a mosquito, which was already her limit. I miss you too. Chen Meng's heart soared with joy. After hanging up, he leapt out of bed with a buoyant spirit, stretched lazily, washed up briefly, and left the hotel, seeking out a street vendor. He ordered a bowl of wontons and a steamer of buns for breakfast. After finishing his meal, he headed straight to the stock exchange to assess the situation. Upon arrival, it was as bustling as ever, with throngs of people. The market had just opened, yet every seat was occupied. Each individual clutched a notebook, scribbling notes, and occasionally glancing at the large screen displaying fluctuating red and green lines. They resembled mathematicians, calculating which stocks might soar. Unable to find a seat, Chen Meng followed suit and sat on the ground, searching the screen for two familiar stocks from his memory. Moments later, his eyes lit up. Although he had quietly stirred the butterfly's wings, the trajectories of the two stocks remained unchanged, Shen Kongjiao and S. Zhongfang. Influenced by the recent issuance of new shares in Shen City and the previous surge in the stock market, these two stocks had been on a steady decline for over half a month. Not only these two, but other stocks had also suffered. Even the traditionally resilient old 8 stocks were following suit in their descent. However, a few stocks were fluctuating within a normal range, experiencing minor rises and falls. Damn it! It's down again, an elderly investor exclaimed, angrily throwing his belongings to the ground. Old man, everyone is suffering. You're not the only one. Your mess has landed all over me. What a stroke of bad luck. I resent your bad luck. Before you country folk arrived, I was making a profit in stocks year after year. Since you all came, it's been nothing but a downward spiral. You're like a harbinger of doom. The old man shouted, pointing at the crowd. Who are you calling a country bumpkin? If you have the guts, say it again. Old fool, individuals like you, with such poor character, deserve to lose money. May you lose so much that you have nothing left for a coffin. The old man's words incited the wrath of the crowd, leading many to confront him aggressively. The elderly man trembled with anger, and Chen Meng genuinely feared for his health. He turned to those around him. Is there truly no one to intervene amidst this uproar? Intervene? This is a daily occurrence. Who could possibly manage it? Was the response. Isn't this akin to a chaotic marketplace? Chen Meng mused, astounded. In his own era of stock trading, everything was conducted electronically. Eliminating the need to visit a trading hall, all transactions were effortlessly managed from the comfort of home. He had never witnessed such a legendary scene. It was utterly fascinating. This place was inherently disorderly, a venue where capitalists deceived the common folk and siphoned off their wealth. How could one expect tranquility here? You are quite perceptive, he remarked, offering a nod of admiration to the unassuming middle-aged man before him, filled with respect. It dawned on him that one should never underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. Even if people from future generations were to return to such an environment, they may not fare better than their predecessors. Perceptive? I have merely suffered enough to awaken to the truth, the man replied. Do you think the others here are oblivious to this reality? They are well aware. Yet trading stocks is akin to a drug. It is addictive, leading one to yearn for sudden wealth. But how many truly achieve overnight riches? The real profits are made by those in the upper echelons. The middle-aged man gestured towards the second floor as he accepted the cigarette Chen Meng offered. Chen Meng looked up to see a row of exquisite private rooms on the second floor, their doors firmly shut. He understood that only those with fortunes amounting to millions were privy to such exclusive spaces. He nodded, saying, the individuals in those rooms are affluent investors. While they may not manipulate stock prices directly, they possess insider information. To make money, simply follow their lead, though regrettably, they do not share their tips with us. Who told you that the wealthy investors never incur losses? Essentially, they are merely players with deeper pockets than retail investors. The true profits lie with the major players. Since you are so well informed, why dive into the stock market at all? Why not pursue another line of work? Chen Meng lit the middle-aged man's cigarette. As he inhaled, the smoke curling around him, the man's eyes reflected a wisdom and weariness that seemed to see through everything. He sighed. You have yet to experience the exhilarating highs and devastating lows of trading. The thrill of earning tens or even hundreds of thousands overnight, only to lose just as much in a single night, is intoxicating. It is akin to wielding the power of life and death. What other job can offer such a sensation? Young brother, you strike me as a novice. Heed my advice. The stock market harbors risks. Tread carefully and focus on legitimate endeavors. I understand. Once you enter the stock market, it is a deep ocean. I do not seek wealth, merely to observe. Chen Meng replied, nodding. He longed to express that the man should feel fortunate to live in an era where the stock market thrived, as there still existed opportunities for wealth. In a future age, one could only be fodder for the system, inciting a frustration that would make one wish to set the trading floors ablaze. The deeper Chen Meng delved into conversation with the man, the more he felt a profound respect, fully retreating the arrogance born from decades of informational disparity. The elder brother is merely a so-called loser, a figure of misfortune. Yet his insight is quite extraordinary. Those influential figures capable of commanding the winds and stirring the clouds in this era possess remarkable wisdom and a formidable inner world. Should one cling to the notion of a godlike perspective, believing oneself to be superior as a reincarnated being, one would inevitably be reduced to nothing more than remnants of bone, crushed under the relentless wheels of time. As he gazed at the two stocks plummeting on the large screen, Chen Meng touched the 200,000 yuan deposit slip he had carefully stashed away. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to make a discreet investment. As long as the flutter of a butterfly's wings did not cause a tempest, the risk would be manageable. Thus, he approached the trading window and softly requested, please open an account and deposit the entire 200,000. In Chapter 117, returning empty-handed from Mount Baobao, Lu Tingting glanced back, seemingly searching for something. Tingting, what's the matter? Lu Qianyi inquired. I thought I saw someone resembling Chen Meng, Lu Tingting said eagerly, scanning the crowd, but her hopes were dashed. How could that be? Did you not say Chen Meng came to work in the Shanghai market? Perhaps I was mistaken, Dad. You boast so much about your prowess, yet you cannot even find a single person. Truly ridiculous, Lu Tingting complained. Cough, with millions in the Shanghai market. Searching for someone without contact information is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Can you blame me? Lu Qian's expression turned slightly awkward. Internally, he cursed Fong Tong once more. After a whole night, he still couldn't locate the two little thieves. Had he known this would be the case, he would have sought them out himself. It's all Chen Meng's fault. He didn't think to leave contact information, and I forgot to ask for it. It's infuriating, Lu Tingting lamented. Lu Qian chuckled softly. All right, I've already sent someone to look for them. I believe we will have news soon. Come, let me show you how the stock market operates. The father and daughter, accompanied by two bodyguards, entered the trading hall. Immediately, several individuals stood up, greeting them with respect and enthusiasm. Mr. Lu, what brings you here today? Your presence is a blessing, and fortune will surely follow. Mr. Lu, do you have any insider information to share? Which stocks are likely to rise? Mr. Lu, have pity on us small investors. Share a tidbit of news. You feast while we sip the broth. A throng of excited shareholders surrounded Lu Qian, behaving as though they were meeting a long-lost father. The overly enthusiastic Lu Tingting felt apprehensive. These people are insufferable, as if they have never seen cigarettes before, Lu Tingting remarked disdainfully. To her surprise, Lu Qian, who usually dotes on her, wore a stern expression and replied, Tingting, refrain from such comments in the future. Where did you learn to look down on others? Do you scorn these investors? Let me tell you, 20 years ago, your father was just like them, a lowly individual struggling to make a living. And perhaps even worse off. Among these individuals, any one of them possesses a fortune worth hundreds of thousands. Nationwide, they could easily be content as affluent gentlemen. Their deference towards me is a mark of respect. Do not presume they are destitute. They do not rely on their fathers for sustenance. Nor do they owe anything to the Lu family, and certainly not to you. What is the cause of your ire? Have they not erred? Lu Tingting stamped her foot. Her lips pursed in indignation. Lu Qian's expression softened. My dear daughter, consider this from another perspective. The wealth your father has amassed is fundamentally rooted in the investments of these retail investors. Your comfortable lifestyle, the food, drink, and necessities you enjoy are all made possible by the contributions of countless retail investors. They are the very foundation of our family's livelihood. Do you understand? I understand now. It is merely a matter of respecting those who provide for us. That's right. Lu Qian nodded approvingly. He then led his daughter into the grand room. Downstairs, after a flurry of activity, calm returned once more. Yet, some grumbled that Lu Qian was inconsiderate. Having been absent for so long, and suddenly appearing today without sharing any insider information. Be grateful, at least Lu, the boss, tends to bring 10 packs of cigarettes each time he visits, while other affluent patrons are so miserly they wouldn't even share a drop of water. Insider information has reached us, indicating that profits are being made. Who is providing these affluent investors with opportunities? Take it easy, my friend. When you attain the privilege of entering the grand room, you too will receive such intelligence. At that time, if you could extend a hand to us retail investors, you would be deemed conscientious. The chatter continued, a cacophony of voices. Everything remained as it always had. Chen Meng, however, had already returned to his hotel room. He showed no interest in other stocks, waiting solely for those two particular stocks to perform at designated times. If memory serves correctly, tomorrow, Shen Kongjia is expected to experience significant fluctuations, a plummet of 30%. The day after, a surge of 103%. Yes, you read that correctly. Prior to 1994, there were no restrictions on stock trading limits. Theoretically, there was no ceiling on price increases. Of course, that existed only in theory. In reality, the highest recorded increase within a single day and night was 185%, but that would occur 2 years later. Such abnormal surges are often driven by major investors, leading to chaos in the stock market. Thus, in 1994, the exchange instituted a limit on price increases, putting an end to the legendary tales of overnight wealth. Naturally, those major investors remain exceptions, with substantial and robust capital at their disposal. Even a mere 10% increase could yield profits exceeding 100 million overnight. Chen Meng was not idle either. After spending some time in the hotel to avoid the peak heat, he ventured out in the afternoon's cooler air, heading straight for the Bund. At this time, the Bund was still one of the most vibrant areas of the Shanghai market, once a hub of foreign concessions, adorned with dozens of architecturally diverse classical revival buildings. Known as the Bund International Architectural Exhibition, it was also one of Shanghai's landmark structures. However, at this moment, The bund had yet to evolve into the quintessential tourist destination it would become in the future, as across the river, the Pudong new area was just beginning its construction, bustling with prosperity. The towering skyscrapers and iconic structures, such as the Pearl Tower, were only beginning their construction in later years. Presently, the citizens of Shanghai still uphold the belief that it is preferable to have a bed in Puxi rather than a house in Pudong. Yet, Chen Meng is acutely aware that, in a few years, the price per square meter in Pudong will be sufficient to purchase an entire residence in Puxi today. Leaning against the railing of the bund, he gazes at the bustling scene across the river, a tumult of emotions surging within him, yearning to shout. Who the hell can lend me 100 million? I'll repay 10 times that in a decade. Knowing full well that Pudong will eventually become a treasure trove. Yet feeling utterly powerless, what a profound sense of frustration that evokes. It is akin to returning empty-handed after gazing at Baoshan. Currently, the average property price in Shanghai hovers around 15,000 yuan per square meter. With a million, one could acquire 600 to 700 square meters, and after a decade, the investment could double. What a loss that would be. Chen Meng breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that the golden era of real estate commenced post-2008, with minimal price appreciation prior. Thankfully, he refrained from uttering that thought, or he would have faced significant losses a decade hence. Thus, for at least the next 10 years, if one wishes to amass wealth, engaging in real industry is imperative. However, such endeavors necessitate substantial capital, which poses a considerable challenge. With a sigh of resignation, Chen Meng's interest in the scenic view dissipates, redirecting his focus back to the stock market. For to embark on entrepreneurship, he must first secure a significant initial capital from trading. Chapter 118. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. The following day, Chen Meng, as per his routine, first contacted Xiao Ying. After a brief conversation, he rose, refreshed himself, and had breakfast. He then sauntered to the exchange. His sole mission today was to ascertain the extent of the butterfly effect. If Shun Kongjia had not declined, it would signify that the butterfly's wings had indeed altered certain circumstances, making this trip to the Shanghai market futile. Brother, it seems you've also entered the fray, remarked Meng Ge. I'm just observing for now, not considering diving in, Chen Meng quickly replied, offering a cigarette to the middle-aged man with whom he had engaged in lively discussion yesterday. Take my advice, seek a legitimate job. Anything is better than trading stocks. It may seem glamorous, with earnings comparable to a month's salary in mere moments, yet the losses are equally substantial. Many earn in a month only to lose it all within days, sighed Meng Chong, inhaling deeply. Given that, have you considered switching industries? Real estate is flourishing and in high demand, Chen Meng suggested. Ah, young brother, your insight is commendable. Many remain skeptical about real estate. Why do you hold a favorable view? Meng Chong inquired, surprised. I cannot quite articulate it. It's purely instinctual. After all, the government's decision to develop Pudong is no trivial matter, Chen Meng replied, scratching his head. He could hardly disclose that the knowledge accumulated over decades informed him of real estate's impending status as a golden industry. Nevertheless, he spoke the truth. As early as 1990, the government had issued directives to develop Pudong, yet 2 years had elapsed, and the public seemed reluctant to trust the real estate sector, preferring to believe in the allure of stock trading, a more ethereal domain. Indeed, the national government has issued documents that should not be taken lightly. Unfortunately, many fail to grasp the current situation. The Shanghai municipal government has introduced policies such as tax exemptions for home purchases and the provision of household registration. Although the immediate effects are modest, over time, as Shanghai solidifies its status as an economic center, talent from across the nation will gradually converge here, transforming Shanghai into a city of migrants. The real estate market is poised for a period of rapid growth, albeit one that may take some time to materialize. Consequently, ordinary individuals are more inclined to invest in the stock market, which offers quicker returns. Meng Chong remarked. Chen Meng was utterly astonished. Meng Chong's analysis was remarkably astute. Such talent should not go unnoticed. He immediately said, Brother Meng, with your abilities, you ought to be on the second floor, not in the hall. To be honest, I was on the second floor 2 months ago, Meng Chong replied. My apologies, Brother Meng, Chen Meng responded awkwardly. What is there to worry about? The stock market is like any marketplace, with its ups and downs, and one must not take it too seriously. I believe that one day, I will rise again, Meng Chong stated, his eyes suddenly radiating confidence. Chen Meng gave a thumbs up and said, I sensed from the moment I arrived that Brother Ming's demeanor set him apart from those around him. It turns out you were once a figure of great standing. My younger brother, do you believe that among 10 people here, at least one has descended from the second floor? Meng Chong replied. Truly, hidden talents abound. An ancient saying reminds us that one should not judge by appearances. Chen Meng felt a bit awkward, having flattered him somewhat clumsily. What good does past glory do? It is the present struggles that truly matter. With your capabilities, Brother Meng, you will undoubtedly make a comeback. Which stocks do you favor? Please recommend one to me. My younger brother, are you truly considering entering the fray? Just dabble a bit. If it doesn't work out, find something more stable to do. That is a sound mindset. Engaging in stock trading is merely a game. If one approaches it solely with the intent of wealth accumulation, they are unlikely to succeed. Meng Chong chuckled. As for which stock I favor, I find it difficult to say. Recently, the stock market experienced a dramatic surge, igniting an investment frenzy among stockholders, only to plummet sharply after reaching its peak. It has been declining for over half a month now, with investors pulling out to observe. Therefore, unless there is significant positive news in the short term, substantial fluctuations are unlikely. What do you think of Shun Kongjia stock, Brother Meng? Chen Meng inquired. My younger brother has an interest in that stock? It would be better to bet on the old 8 stocks, as they are deeply ingrained in the public consciousness and hold sentimental value among the Shanghai populace. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, Yuan stock has potential for appreciation. Meng Chong responded. Chen Meng nodded appreciatively. He recognized that Meng Chong possessed considerable insight. However, Yuan was indeed expected to rise soon, but the increase was not significant enough to warrant his consideration. Are you aware of the recent economic developments? National leaders met with the chairman of Overseas Chinese Town. Furthermore, this year's economic growth report indicates a sustained double-digit increase, with a significant rise in per capita income and a 30% increase in household savings just a few days ago. Konka Group recently announced a new product, priced only 10 higher than its predecessor, Chen Meng stated. I do not quite grasp what you are trying to convey. Meng Chong replied. In light of the interconnected actions, I deduce that Konka's older products will witness a significant surge in sales within the upcoming week, as they typically offer discounts to complement the launch of new products. Moreover, the potential for television ownership among Chinese residents remains vast, presenting an opportunity, as Chen Meng articulated. My dear brother, your insights are more enlightening than a decade's worth of study. However, observe that Deep Konka has begun a downward trend. Your analysis holds merit. Although the economic climate has flourished in recent years, the public has yet to cultivate a habit of purchasing large items, which may render your predictions erroneous. Perhaps my thinking is overly naive, Chen Meng chuckled. Some matters are best left unspoken. And he refrained from reminding Meng Chong of another crucial point, the imminent opening of the Olympics on July 25th, just days away. With disposable income in hand and promotional discounts available, coupled with the heightened attention surrounding the Olympics, these conditions could lead to a fleeting surge in Deep Konka's stock within a mere week, only to plummet shortly thereafter. My younger brother's analysis is already quite impressive. At your age, I was still oblivious to such matters. Given time, you will undoubtedly achieve greatness, Meng Chong reassured. Subsequently, the two engaged in an analysis of various stocks displayed on the large screen. It must be said that Meng Chong demonstrated considerable skill, accurately identifying several stocks with upward trends, albeit modest ones that did not align with Chen Meng's considerations. His focus remained solely on Deep Konka and S. Zhongfang. All that remained was to await the arrival of tomorrow. Perhaps buoyed by their stimulating conversation, Meng Chong insisted on treating Chen Meng to lunch, selecting a highly upscale restaurant for the occasion. Brother, we could simply grab a bite at a roadside stall, Chen Meng said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I still have the means to treat you to a meal, so don't be so finicky. If you don't order, I shall choose at random, Meng Chong declared, taking the menu and selecting several dishes without further ado. Meanwhile, Lu Qianyi emerged from the office with Lu Tingting. Noting the late hour, he suggested, Tingting, shall we just grab something to eat at the restaurant across the street and continue your stock trading lessons this afternoon? Dad, I don't want to learn about stocks. Why must you pressure me? Lu Tingting replied, clearly displeased. To inherit the family business, one must learn, otherwise who will carry on the legacy? Lu Qianyi huffed, striding away. He was willing to indulge his daughter in many aspects, but not in her desire to pursue singing as a career, which he found highly objectionable. Chapter 119. Let her go. As Lu Tingting attempted to slip away, She was intercepted by 2 bodyguards and escorted into the restaurant. "Let me go, you brutes. Lu Qianni, look at your subordinates," she shouted, drawing the attention of numerous patrons. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Chen Meng turned to see Lu Tingting restrained by 2 burly men and furrowed his brow, preparing to rise. "Wait, brother, do you know that girl?" Meng Chong pressed him down. "She's a friend," Chen Meng replied. "Your friend?" Meng Chong exclaimed in surprise. "Brother Meng, we'll discuss this later. I must save my friend," Chen Meng insisted, standing up and hastily making his way to the entrance. "Brother, come back. Do you know who she is?" Meng Chong shouted anxiously. But Chen Meng remained oblivious. After a moment of hesitation, he stood up and walked over. "Let her go?" Chen Meng advanced, forcefully pushing aside 2 burly men and swiftly pulling Lu Tingting to his side. "Ah, Chen Meng, what are you doing here?" Lu Tingting exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. This sudden turn of events caused Lu Qianni to furrow his brows, preparing to reprimand Chen Meng. However, upon hearing his daughter's call of Chen Meng's name, he visibly paused, then waved his hand to halt the bodyguards who were ready to charge, watching Chen Meng with keen interest. "Young man, do you know who I am? I care not for your identity. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, you dare to abduct a woman? Do you not fear the law?" Chen Meng retorted sternly. He sensed that the other party's demeanor was extraordinary, indicating he was no ordinary individual. "Then do you understand that sometimes the law may not apply?" Lu Qianni replied with a half-smile. "That is only because you have yet to encounter me. In my presence, right and wrong hold no sway. Those with sense should leave quickly, or I shall show no mercy," Chen Meng declared fiercely. "You dare show such disrespect to my master?" One of the bodyguards, unable to tolerate it any longer, prepared to confront Chen Meng. Smash! Chen Meng seized a wine bottle from a nearby table, shattering it before pointing at the bodyguard. "What is it to be? You want to fight? I am not easily intimidated. Come out, your guest is in trouble. Are you going to intervene or not? If you choose not to, then if anything is broken or someone is hurt, who will take responsibility?" Lu Qianni's eyes brightened. This young man remained calm under pressure, exuding a steady demeanor, and he had the cunning to invoke the restaurant as his ally, which evoked a newfound admiration in Lu Qianni. "Chen Meng, you have misunderstood," Lu Tingting said from behind him, her eyes crinkling with delight, overjoyed by his bravery. "Tingting, do not fear. As long as I am here, no one shall harm you. I refuse to believe that in broad daylight, this city is the domain of bandits," Chen Meng said, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Qianni, asserting his dominance. "He is my father." "Your father? What did you say?" Chen Meng turned in surprise to Lu Tingting, and only when she nodded earnestly did he realize the misunderstanding had escalated. Suddenly, his face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe fruit. He hastily discarded the wine bottle, feeling awkward. "I sincerely apologize, sir. It was a misunderstanding on my part." "Not at all. You were merely trying to save my daughter. I am grateful rather than offended," Lu Qianni replied, smiling at Chen Meng. "Dad, I was searching for someone for 2 days without success, and by sheer luck, I stumbled upon Chen Meng." Lu Tingting exclaimed excitedly, grasping Chen Meng's hand. "Don't run away. You saved me on the train, and I told my parents. They want to personally thank you." "A mere act of kindness. There's no need for that," Chen Meng replied sheepishly. "That won't do. Dad, call Mom and ask her to prepare a meal." "I want to bring Chen Meng home," Lu Tingting insisted. Lu Qianni furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed upon his daughter, who was tightly grasping Chen Meng's hand. The proximity between them was rather excessive, their bodies almost touching, indicating that his daughter appeared to be quite unguarded around this fellow. Chen Meng noticed Lu Qianni's disapproving glare and promptly relinquished Lu Tingting's hand, not out of fear, but rather due to his aversion to Lu Qianni's scrutinizing stare, which seemed to imply that he had taken advantage of Lu Tingting. Let it be clear, it was she who clung to my arm. There was no need for such concern. Anyone with a sense of justice would intervene in a similar situation, Chen Meng stated calmly before turning to leave. "Huh. Quite the character," Lu Qianni chuckled silently. "Dad, you are being unreasonable," Lu Tingting exclaimed, oblivious to the reasons behind Chen Meng's sudden anger, yet sensing it was somehow related to her father. She stamped her foot and hurried after Chen Meng. "Sir," the bodyguard inquired. Lu Qianni waved his hand dismissively, observing his daughter as she caught up with Chen Meng, anxiously explaining something to him. His frown deepened. It appeared that Tingting harbored feelings for Chen Meng that transcended mere gratitude for being saved. "Miss Tingting, truly, there's no need. I didn't think much of it." Chen Meng once again declined Lu Tingting's invitation. With her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Lu Tingting felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. This was the first time in her life she had repeatedly invited a man to her home, only to be met with consistent refusals. It greatly undermined her confidence, leading her to question her own appearance. Was she not, as the boys at school claimed, a celestial beauty descended to the mortal realm? Chen, I must say, a true man can endure wounds but should never cause a woman to weep, Meng Chong remarked as he approached. Indeed, Lu Tingting nodded, her impression of the somewhat disheveled middle-aged man improving considerably. Mengge, you have no idea what is going on, Chen Meng frowned. Meng Chong pulled him aside and whispered, I don't need to know the details. You simply need to follow the wishes of this young lady. Heed my advice, and it will not lead you astray. Perhaps this is your great fortune. Mengge, what do you mean? Chen Meng was taken aback. We can discuss it later, Meng Chong said, nudging Chen Meng toward Lu Tingting. Miss Lu, I have given Chen a good talking to. He has agreed to your invitation. Really? That is wonderful. Come on, Chen Meng. My mother has been eager to meet you and personally express her gratitude. She will be thrilled to see you, Lu Tingting exclaimed, pulling Chen Meng along. Chen Meng hesitated, but Meng Chong gave him a gentle push from behind. With no alternative, Chen Meng reluctantly followed Lu Tingting. Dad, hurry and tell Mom to prepare a meal. Chen Meng has agreed to come to our house, Lu Tingting called excitedly. This time, Lu Qianyi did not protest. He simply nodded at Chen Meng and turned to exit the restaurant. Outside, a Mercedes-Benz S600 was parked, its license plate unremarkable. Yet, Chen Meng's heart raced. In the 1990s, the value of a Mercedes S600 was $1.5 million, equivalent to the caliber of a Rolls-Royce Phantom in later years. This Lu Tingting was indeed a quintessential rich second-generation heir. Chapter 120. The mother-in-law evaluates the son-in-law. Throughout the journey, Lu Qianyi had been observing Chen Meng through the rearview mirror. It was only upon spotting the luxurious Mercedes that a flicker of surprise crossed his features. However, he quickly regained his composure, exhibiting a remarkable poise and calmness that surpassed that of his peers. Lu Tingting chattered incessantly, reproaching him for his lack of courtesy in departing without so much as a farewell or a means of contact, which had led her to search for him fruitlessly for 2 days. I apologize for my oversight, Chen Meng replied with a smile. Now that you acknowledge your mistake, why not share your pager number? Lu Tingting retorted with a hint of arrogance. Chen Meng complied, revealing his number, which finally satisfied her and rendered her momentarily quiet. As the vehicle traversed a verdant expanse of lush grass, the majestic, dense sycamore trees framed a glimpse of a 3-story red brick villa, eliciting yet another expression of astonishment from Chen Meng. This plot of land must encompass at least 7 to 8 acres, in the heart of Shanghai. It was rare to encounter such an extensive private residence. What business could Lu Tingting's family possibly be involved in? The car navigated around a European-style fountain before coming to a halt at the villa's entrance. Awaiting them on the steps was an elegant woman clad in a qipao, her hair gracefully styled in an updo, possessing a poised demeanor and timeless charm. Lu Qianyi exited the vehicle, and the woman approached him warmly. Lu Tingting leapt from the car, joyfully rushing to her side and linking arms with her. Mom, I found Chen Meng, she exclaimed. Your father mentioned you on the phone. The woman replied with a gentle smile, her eyes assessing Chen Meng as he exited the vehicle. With a subtle nod, she greeted him. Hello. Hello, Auntie. I am Chen Meng. I apologize for intruding, he said, feeling a touch of awkwardness for his hasty arrival, realizing he should have brought some fruit or flowers. You are my daughter Tingting's savior. You are a guest of honor, so there's no need to be so formal. Please, come in, Li Wenin said, her politeness imbued with grace. Auntie, please, Chen Meng insisted, yielding to her. Thus, Li Wenin and Lu Qianyi led the way, while Lu Tingting accompanied Chen Meng at the rear as they entered the house. Make yourselves comfortable. Please don't stand on ceremony, Lu Tingting urged, guiding Chen Meng to the sofa. From the exterior, the villa appeared somewhat aged, likely an older structure. Upon entering, Chen Meng's impression was solidified as he beheld the decor, which exuded a medieval European style. Ornate vaulted ceilings, a spiraling wrought iron staircase, marble floors, and renowned paintings gracing the walls. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a large portrait hanging in the stairwell. It depicted a stunning young woman whose features bore a faint resemblance to Li Wenin. Chen Meng felt an uncanny familiarity as he looked closer. That is a poster of my mother in her youth. Isn't she beautiful? Lu Tingting remarked. noticing Chen Meng's interest in the portrait. Indeed, Auntie must have been an unparalleled beauty in her youth. Otherwise, she wouldn't still possess such an enchanting allure and elegant demeanor. Standing alongside Tingting, one might easily mistake them for sisters, Chen Meng said earnestly. His comments, which could have been perceived as somewhat frivolous, were delivered with such sincerity that they seemed almost genuine. Aside from Lu Qianyi frowning slightly in displeasure, Li Wenyin and Lu Tingting were both beaming with joy. You, my friend, can be quite eloquent when it comes to flattering horses, yet you choose to ignore me, Lu Tingting complained. I am not flattering anyone. I merely speak the truth. If you don't believe me, ask uncle. In his eyes, is Aunt not the most beautiful woman in the world? Chen Meng replied earnestly. What a clever lad. Why pull me into your flattery? Lu Qianyi felt a twinge of annoyance, yet under the watchful gaze of his wife and daughter, he could only nod. Indeed, back in the day, your mother was a renowned beauty, and I, a mere poor boy, was fortunate enough to win her heart. Who wouldn't envy that? It's good that you understand, Li Wenyin playfully chided, her gaze towards Chen Meng, now laced with increased warmth and satisfaction. At that moment, a servant approached. Sir, madam, the meal is ready. Mr. Chen, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Please, come and take a seat, Li Wenyin said as she stood. Aunt, you are too kind. You may call me Chen Meng or simply Xiao Chen, he replied. Yes, Mom, he is my friend. Referring to him as Mr. Chen feels too formal. Xiao Chen will suffice, Lu Tingting added. Then let us call you Xiao Chen. Please, uncle and aunt, take a seat first, Chen Meng courteously insisted. Upon entering the dining room, they found a redwood table laden with a plethora of dishes, almost 20 in total. This is quite a feast, Chen Meng thought, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, especially with servants waiting on them. White or red? Lu Qianyi asked bluntly. I apologize, but I do not drink. However, as a guest, it would be impolite not to partake. If possible, could I have some beer? Chen Meng requested. Lu Qianyi's expression froze. He had not prepared any beer. For one, such beverages were typically favored by the common folk and did not befit the occasion. Furthermore, he had never had anyone request a drink from him. Guests merely accepted what he offered. No one has ever dared to question my selection of beverages. You are the first, Lu Qianyi chuckled, then waved his hand, prompting a servant to fetch 2 bottles of beer. To Chen Meng's surprise, they were foreign brands he had never encountered. Although Lu Qianyi spoke with a smile, everyone could sense his underlying dissatisfaction. He is Lu Qianyi? Chen Meng's hand trembled slightly as he held his glass, nearly dropping it. My goodness. He is indeed Lu Qianyi, the legendary figure of the 1990s stock market, who transformed from a poor boy to a titan of the Shanghai market within a decade, amassing a fortune of billions. It is said that he even married a star from Hong Kong, enjoying both wealth and beauty, living a life of unparalleled splendor. However, after the year 2000, he faced a series of major investment blunders, losing his entire fortune and fading from public view, leaving his ultimate fate a mystery. Having returned to this life for nearly a month, Chen Meng finally encountered this era's illustrious figure. Any lingering annoyance he felt had dissipated, for Lu Qianyi possessed the stature to be proud before anyone. His treatment of Chen Meng was, by all accounts, quite generous. So you know who I am? Lu Qianyi observed Chen Meng's nervousness. Certainly, my uncle's name resonates throughout the Shanghai market. Although I am new here, I have heard of his name with great reverence. Chen Meng remarked. He was not merely flattering. However, Lu Qianyi perceived it as flattery, and a smile finally graced his face. Those accolades are mere illusions. Let us not dwell on them, but rather indulge in our meal and drink. The servants began to serve the dishes. Chen Meng quickly expressed his gratitude, his humble demeanor further pleasing Li Wenyin. Young Chen, where are you from? How old are you this year? What brings you to Shanghai? She inquired. Mother, why do you ask such questions? Lu Tingting responded with a playful pout. Her cheeks flushed as she stole a glance at Chen Meng. Coincidentally, Chen Meng was also looking at her, causing his own face to redden as he hastily averted his gaze. Was this not reminiscent of a mother-in-law scrutinizing a prospective son-in-law? Chen Meng couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety about how Lu Tingting would explain his presence to her family. I hail from Dongjiang province. I am 25 years old and have been farming at home. I came to Shanghai to explore potential opportunities, Chen Meng replied candidly. The revelation of his farming background astonished not only Li Wenyin, but also Lu Qianyi and Lu Tingting. The image of Chen Meng as an erudite scholar starkly contrasted with the identity of a farmer. Furthermore, his earlier demeanor was hardly that of a peasant. Indeed, Chen Meng acknowledged. What of being a farmer? Even if I am a farmer, I consider myself the most astute among them. Lu Tingting rushed to ease the tension, though she could not entirely suppress her disappointment. There is nothing wrong with farming. Nowadays, there are few industrious young individuals like that. Since you are farming at home, why have you come to Shanghai? Li Wenin inquired, her warmth noticeably diminished. It was evident that her enthusiasm had waned. It was not a complete lack of warmth, but rather an indefinable quality had been lost, leaving only a veneer of polite cordiality. Even the servants surrounding them regarded Chen Meng with a hint of disdain. This atmosphere was palpable yet ineffable, easily discerned by all, especially by Chen Meng, who kept his head down while eating. He was genuinely hungry. It was Lu Tingting who had insisted he join her. Otherwise, he would have been enjoying drinks with Meng Chong. Upon hearing the question, he quickly put down his chopsticks to respond. There has been a situation at home that requires financial assistance, so I thought I would come to Shanghai to seek opportunities. What kind of situation requires how much money? Lu Tingting asked urgently. Tingting, Lu Qianni admonished. Chen Meng glanced at Lu Qianni. Understanding his implication, he was merely concerned that Chen Meng might follow Lu Tingting's lead and exploit her kindness. Such a prominent figure lacked grace. No wonder he fell from grace later. One's character dictates success or failure. A fleeting moment of glory does not equate to complete personal charm, nor does it guarantee formidable capability. In the words of a later era, even a pig can fly if it stands in the wind. Today, the titans of the stock market, each one has ridden the wave of the booming market, though it is undeniable that these influential figures possess intellect and abilities beyond the ordinary. Chen Meng wiped his hands and spoke. A child in my family has been diagnosed with acute leukemia, which will require a substantial amount of money. Acute leukemia? That is an incurable illness. Even if it can be treated, a bone marrow transplant is necessary, costing at least several $100,000. Lu Tingting's complexion changed dramatically. Indeed, I find myself compelled to seek opportunities. Farming is not a viable solution, sighed Chen Meng. Father, why not lend some money to Chen Meng? Lu Tingting directed her gaze towards Lu Qianni. This time, even Li Wenin was discontented. No need. I will find a way regarding the money. I am well aware of the principle that one should not accept rewards without merit, Chen Meng replied, shaking his head. Are you implying that you owe a life debt to Tingting? Lu Qianni suddenly spoke in a cold tone. Chen Meng was taken aback. Uncle, you misunderstand. I harbor no such thoughts. Besides, my assistance to Miss Tingting was merely a trivial act, devoid of any sense of obligation. Your words are excessive, uncle. Fie. Lu Qianni, do not act in a manner that invites criticism. You indeed possess a life-saving grace towards Tingting. The purpose of summoning you today was to express my gratitude. Since you have brought it up, do speak plainly. How much do you desire? Lu Qianni stated. The atmosphere shifted abruptly, catching Lu Tingting off guard. Father, how can you speak of Chen Meng in such a manner? Lu Tingting was incensed. However, her mother tugged at her arm and whispered something in her ear. Chen Meng was oblivious to their exchange, but Lu Tingting suddenly fell silent, her gaze toward Chen Meng filled with complexity. Was this a test of humanity? Or perhaps a jest? Chen Meng, too, remained silent, recalling what Meng Chong had told him before. This was his grand opportunity. Could it be that Meng Chong knew Lu Qianni? Driving a luxury car worth millions, residing in a villa worth tens of millions, adorned with priceless paintings on the walls, feasting on exquisite delicacies and sipping imported wines and beers. All I lack is the initial capital. Contemplating these thoughts, Chen Meng clenched his teeth. If possible, uncle, could you lend me 2 million? I assure you, I will repay you in the future. 2 million? Lu Tingting gasped, disappointment flickering in her eyes. Li Wenin exhaled in relief, her face reflecting gratitude. Meanwhile, Lu Qianni regarded Chen Meng with a mocking expression. Do you understand that 2 million is an amount many may never earn in a lifetime? However, my daughter, her life is worth not just 2 million, but 2 billion. Yet, I do not take kindly to coercion. How about this? I will give you 1 million, no need for repayment, as a token of gratitude for your life-saving assistance to Tingting. With that, he pinned a check for 1 million in cash and handed it to Chen Meng. Chen Meng, Lu Tingting called out, her eyes revealing even greater complexity, likely wishing Chen Meng would refuse the money. Thank you, uncle. Chen Meng accepted the check, rising to his feet and turning to leave. Behind him, the scornful gazes felt like daggers. He could not help but clench his fists and hurriedly exited the villa, releasing a long breath. Looking back, He vowed to himself that one day they would understand that tests of humanity would not succeed with him. Inside, the sound of Lu Tingting's roar echoed. Mom and Dad, you are being unreasonable. What wrong has Chen Meng done to deserve this treatment? He seeks money, and I have offered him money. What more do you want? Lu Qianni reprimanded. Tingting, you have yet to enter society. Your experiences are limited, making you susceptible to deception. Chen Meng's words may not be sincere. Perhaps he is merely seeking sympathy and a reason for money. Certainly, it is plausible that there is some truth to it. However, one who actively solicits money undoubtedly lacks integrity, Li Wenyin consoled. Did he actively ask for money? It was his father who brought it up first. Yet he could have declined. He has stated that someone in the family is gravely ill and urgently requires funds. Such a feeble excuse could only deceive a fool like you, Lu Qianni retorted angrily. Upon hearing this, Chen Meng felt an unexpected sense of relief. He suddenly realized that receiving this 1 million was nothing to be ashamed of. He felt justified. He hailed a van and headed straight to the trading hall. To his astonishment, Meng Chong was still indulging himself at the restaurant. Seeing Chen Meng return, he was taken aback. Chen, did Lu Qianni not treat you well? Brother Meng, you are quite ungracious. You know Lu Qianni but did not inform me. Chen Meng, feeling disheartened, poured himself a glass of beer and downed it in one go. Preferring to drink with Brother Meng, at the Lu household, the lavish delicacies were less comforting than a humble plate of peanuts. What happened? Let us not discuss it. Chen Meng recounted the events, sparing no details, including the matter of the 1 million. Meng Chong listened in silence for a long while before finally sighing. Brother, try to see things differently. Those of Lu Qianni's wealth and status perceive the world through a different lens. Their thoughts are first consumed by schemes and plots, with the true essence of humanity coming later. Otherwise, he would have long been devoured, leaving no trace behind. I cannot agree with this notion. The genuine, the good, and the beautiful are the highest virtues of humanity. Truth is authenticity. We should conduct ourselves and our affairs with integrity. Is it not the principle of business to uphold honesty? Kindness is the benevolence we extend to others and society. Without it, one becomes wealthy yet cruel. Beauty is the perception of goodness in others and the world around us. Is it not said that this world lacks not beauty, but the eyes to discover it? If one constantly suspects others of being treacherous, then even great wealth will not bring happiness, Chen Meng articulated. Meng Chong was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Brother, I cannot counter your argument, but at the very least, you have secured 1 million, a sum many toil a lifetime to earn. What more could you desire? Do you wish for Lu Qianni to sheepishly offer you more? Is that even feasible? It seems unlikely. Chen Meng scratched his head, dismissing the thought. Let us drink. Chapter 122. Being a modest retail investor after dining, they returned to the trading hall. Brother, I told you, your assumptions were incorrect. Shinkangja has already dropped by 15%. Meng Chong pointed at the large screen, laughing heartily. Perhaps it will rise tomorrow. Chen Meng suppressed his bubbling excitement. The flutter of the butterfly's wings had not been excessively vigorous. The decline of Shinkangja had already proven this point. What he now anticipated was a 30% drop when the market opened the following morning, which would ensure his victory. Given the current trend, the likelihood of continued decline tomorrow seemed high. This period is a bear market. I advise you to remain cautious and reassess later. Meng Chong patted Chen Meng on the shoulder. Let us see tomorrow. Chen Meng smiled and pointed to another stock. Brother Meng, what do you think of S. Zhongfang? Brother, have you not seen the news? This year has seen severe droughts, leading to significant reductions in the primary cotton-producing regions. It is best to avoid textile and grain stocks. Meng Chong advised. Meng Ge, however, you seem to have overlooked a crucial point. In the previous 2 years, there was an abundant harvest of cotton, leading to significantly low prices. The market speculators have amassed considerable stock, much of which remains unsold. This year's reduction in production presents an opportune moment to make a move, particularly with the change of season approaching. I believe as Zhongfang holds promise, Chen Meng remarked. Meng Chong fell into contemplation, finding Chen Meng's words quite persuasive. Meng Ge, if you have the means, I would recommend acquiring S. Zhongfang. The increase may not be substantial, but it is likely to rise steadily for some time. Chen Meng patted Meng Chong on the shoulder, contemplating a purchase of S. Zhongfang should any unexpected issues arise with Shinkangja. However, it appeared that Shinkangja was not facing significant problems, hence he decided to share his insights on wealth with Meng Chong, leaving it to him to decide whether to believe it. Noticing Meng Chong deep in thought, He refrained from interrupting and walked to the window, presenting a check for 1 million in cash to deposit into his account. Upon seeing the check, the staff immediately showed respect, asking if he would like to open a VIP account, which required a minimum of 1 million in cash. This would grant him an independent trading room equipped with a computer, priority settlement, and access to exclusive information, complemented by a comfortable environment with sofas, air conditioning, and even complimentary lunch. No, thank you, Chen Meng replied, shaking his head. He preferred to remain low-key. After completing the transaction, he turned around, only to find that Meng Chong had vanished. He then left the exchange and returned to the hotel, where he engaged in a lengthy phone conversation with Xiang Ying. Subsequently, he inquired about the situation with his younger sister. We're selling out of the 400 gene daily. Our parents hardly have time to tend to the fields, spending their days helping to catch crayfish in the village. I fear the local crayfish supply is dwindling, and their size is becoming increasingly smaller, Chen Xiaomei reported. We can no longer catch them. Halt the purchases in the village and inform our parents to start sourcing from the neighboring village tomorrow, Chen Meng instructed. If we stop, Zhang Mozi will surely continue. People in the city have begun selling crayfish for 2 yuan per gene, quite cheaply, and some will buy them to prepare at home. Chen Xiaomei expressed her concerns. Let him catch them if he can sell them. We must be cautious as our consumption is too high. We need to reserve some for future sustainability, Chen Meng replied. I understand. By the way, brother, when will you return? In a few days. Little sister, please do not mention to anyone, including our parents, that I am out of town. Got it. After chatting with his sister for a while, he ended the call and turned to contact Jean Luer. Ah, Chun, the big boss, what brings you to call me today? Not keeping company with that charming widow? Jean Luer responded cheerfully, albeit with a teasing tone upon receiving Chen Meng's call. I called for a serious matter. Find a location near the square, whether through renting or building, as I intend to open the largest spicy crayfish restaurant in Qingshan County, focusing on the night market, Chen Meng declared. Jean Luer was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how much it costs to establish a restaurant near the square? I certainly do not have that kind of spare funds. There is no need for extravagance. Even the simplest materials will suffice. As long as there are walls and a roof, it won't cost much. Chen Meng, what prompted this sudden turn of events? Is the restaurant no longer in operation? Of course, it is. The restaurant is a high-end establishment, while the spicy crayfish shop offers affordable dining. One should not underestimate the profits of night markets. If executed well, it could far surpass the earnings of your Yunhe restaurant, Chen Meng asserted. In the future, renowned chain hotels across the nation will predominantly feature budget-friendly options such as hot pot, sauerkraut fish, and spicy crayfish. Heideleo is an exception as it focuses on service, which is not suitable for the current market conditions. As for high-end chain hotels, the investment required is beyond our means. These establishments offer an all-encompassing experience of dining, entertainment, leisure, and shopping, which the current consumer environment cannot sustain. Is this true? Jean Luer expressed her skepticism. She was aware that Chen Meng's spicy crayfish business was lucrative. With a daily sales volume of 300 gene and a buy-one-get-one free offer could yield a pure profit of 1,500. This could rival the profits of Yunhe restaurant. However, she believed that eventually, others would follow suit, leading to a limited ceiling. Unlike her restaurant, which currently operates at 60% capacity, achieving full occupancy would double profits. And a successful business could expand to multiple locations. But expanding a spicy crayfish business? She considered it nearly impossible, as such street food lacks prestige and is highly assimilative. You asked me for constructive suggestions? I provided them, yet you disagreed. Regardless, I've said my piece. You can either join me in this venture or I shall proceed independently. I have other means apart from spicy crayfish, Chen Meng concluded, abruptly ending the call. How infuriating. Why is he so harsh? He is gentle with widow Xia. Jean Luer vented her frustration into thin air. Gradually calming down, she pondered Chen Meng's words. This fellow must possess other trump cards. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. Over the past few days, she had contemplated acquiring Chen Meng's recipe for spicy crayfish, which seemed both a clever move and a double-edged sword. It was a simple principle. Much like Baldy's barbecue stand, once he began selling crayfish, the sales of other snacks, such as skewers, plummeted. The same applied to Yunhe restaurant. She conducted an experiment by introducing spicy crayfish, which improved the establishment's reputation, yet each table's expenditure decreased by 30%. Chen Meng had previously explained this principle to her while dealing with Baldy. Yet, She had been blinded by ambition, fixated on acquiring the recipe for spicy crayfish. Of course, there were benefits. At least the restaurant's reputation soared, and the seating capacity significantly improved. If the establishment could expand its size, profits would double. Unfortunately, she lacked the funds. Asking old Jean for money? Jean Luer would rather perish than utter those words. This scoundrel only presents me with challenges. Even renting a storefront, along with renovation and various expenses, would require substantial funds, pushing me towards a dead end. Gritting her teeth, Jean Luer seized her phone. Chen Meng, come to my office. Chapter 123, 1,200,000 invested in stocks. The following day, Chen Meng arrived at the stock exchange early, finally securing a spot. Like the other investors, he anxiously fixated on the large screen. His sole objective was Deep Conca. Upon observing the current position of Deep Conca and comparing it with yesterday's figures, Chen Meng could not suppress his elation. It had plummeted by 30%, precisely as he had recalled. He endeavored to stifle the joy swelling within him, concealing it from his visage, yearning to rush to the window and invest the entirety of 1,200,000 into Deep Conca. Ah, little brother, you arrived quite early, Meng Chong remarked, still clutching a bun, stuffing it into his mouth while glancing at the large screen. Haha, little brother. Thankfully, I did not heed your advice yesterday. Had I purchased Deep Conca, I would have suffered immensely. Yet, S. Zhongfang has seen a slight rise. Meng Gu, I finally guessed one correctly, didn't I? Chen Meng smiled. This minor increase hardly quenches one's thirst. If it continues to rise tomorrow, there will be profit. Meng Gu, I advise you to act swiftly. Little brother, you always urge me. Why don't you buy S. Zhongfang? I'm preparing to do just that. Starting with a modest investment of 100,000. Chen Meng declared as he approached the window, retrieving paper and pen to jot down a few lines, which he then handed to the staff. Retail investors purchasing stocks are akin to lottery players, mysteriously scribbling notes to be submitted to the staff for execution. Once the transaction is completed, the staff destroys the notes to protect client privacy. Upon receiving Chen Meng's note, the staff was taken aback. 100,000 in S. Zhongfang, with daily settlements, and 1,100,000 in Deep Conca, executed as a delegated transaction. This individual must be mad. Even seasoned players in the major leagues would not dare to gamble so recklessly. Would you like to reconsider? The staff gently inquired. No, thank you. Chen Meng replied with a smile. The staff proceeded to prepare the settlement slip and the delegation ticket for him. Returning to his seat with the settlement slip, Meng Chong leaned over to take a look. Chen Laudi, quite the appetite you have, purchasing 100,000 all at once. His words instantly attracted a throng of retail investors. A novice entering the fray? Congratulations, little brother. Do not let yesterday's slight rise in S. Zhongfang lead you to make such a bold move. Be wary of substantial losses. Let us not discourage the newcomer. Perhaps he has made a wise bet, and tomorrow we'll see a significant surge. Young man, investing in stocks is not merely about observing yesterday's fluctuations. One must analyze at least 2 months' worth of trends, alongside various external factors, such as national policies, weather conditions, market trends, and more. If you act without understanding, you risk substantial losses. Some mocked, others reveled in his misfortune, while a few offered kind-hearted warnings. Chen Meng merely smiled, expressing gratitude for their concern. Should I incur losses tomorrow, consider it tuition. If I profit, I shall treat everyone to cigarettes. This attitude was commendable, prompting the retail investors to give him a thumbs up before returning to their own pursuits. Meng Gu, are you following suit? Chen Meng inquired with a grin. Meng Chong hesitated for a moment before nodding vigorously. Very well, since you possess such confidence, I shall follow suit. But lacking your resources, I will invest only 50,000. Rest assured, I guarantee it will rise tomorrow, though the increase may not be substantial, Chen Meng assured him. The fluctuations are of little concern. I am merely joining you in your endeavor, Meng Chong chuckled, before proceeding to the window to purchase 50,000 of S. Zhongfang. 1992. 50,000 yuan represents the cumulative income of an ordinary family over at least 3 to 5 years. This gamble is rather substantial. Chen Meng, aware of Meng Chong's current predicament, yet still willing to place his faith in him, felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Since you are willing to trust me in your time of misfortune, I shall assist you in making a comeback. Brother, once you've made your purchase, don't dwell on it any longer. Otherwise, your heart may not withstand the pressure. Come, let us find a place to enjoy some drinks, suggested Meng Chong. Let me be clear. I shall only partake in beer, avoiding spirits altogether, as I have promised my family that I would never drink to excess again. Rest assured, my tolerance for alcohol is also quite limited. Let us engage in light-hearted conversation, Meng Chong replied with a smile, draping his arm over Chen Meng's shoulder as they stepped outside. Just as they exited the trading hall, they unexpectedly encountered Lu Qianyi and his daughter. Chen Meng, what brings you here? Lu Tingting inquired, her face brightening with delight. Is there anything here besides buying stocks? Lu Qianyi retorted with derision. Lu Tingting's expression quickly soured. Chen Meng, I had thought you would use the money to help your family with their medical expenses, yet you are here speculating in stocks. The stock market is fraught with risks. The tales of overnight wealth are exceedingly rare. Achieving such fortune requires not only luck, but also a wealth of financial knowledge and an understanding of various external market factors. If you lack such insight, do not invest recklessly. Miss Tingting, I am merely dabbling in this. I never intended to become an instant millionaire. I shall return home in a few days. Chen Meng replied nonchalantly. He understood that Lu Tingting genuinely cared for his well-being, and he felt grateful, though he was irked by Lu Qianyi's condescending demeanor. Tingting, is this the learned and virtuous person you speak of? Chen Meng, I advise you to heed my words. Do not be insatiable. The 1 million I provided you is sufficient to return home and live comfortably. Engaging in stock trading will soon leave you with nothing but your undergarments. Take care of yourself, Lu Qianyi scoffed, dismissing Chen Meng with a glance before striding into the trading hall. Chen Meng, please refrain from trading stocks. Return home. And once your family is well, use the remaining funds to start a small business. That is far more prudent, Lu Tingting urged earnestly, unable to shake her disbelief that Chen Meng was a sycophant. I understand. I will return in a few days, Chen Meng nodded. Seeing that her pleas had fallen on deaf ears, Lu Tingting turned away with a look of disappointment and re-entered the trading hall. Chen Meng gazed at her graceful figure, his emotions in turmoil. Despite having no romantic inclinations towards Lu Tingting, the thought that he might never cross paths with this exceptional woman again left him feeling wistful. Brother Meng, why do wealthy individuals often assume the role of savior? They seem to believe that everything they perceive, think, and hear is absolute truth. Brother, once you ascend to Lu Qianyi's heights, everyone will venerate and flatter you. Even your slightest actions will be deemed commendable, and you may come to believe that your perspective is infallible. Consequently, your critical thinking and vigilance may wane. This is why affluent individuals, upon reaching a certain age, often step aside to pass the mantle to the next generation. They fear that stagnation in thought and declining alertness may bring ruin to their families. Meng Chong remarked with a grin. Brother Meng, I find your insights far more profound than Lu Qianyi's, Chen Meng complimented. It is because of my impoverished circumstances that I have yet to reach the heights of Lu Qianyi. Otherwise, I might not even measure up to him. It makes sense. Come, let me treat you to a drink. The world of the affluent is beyond our understanding, just as they are oblivious to the realm of the less fortunate. Each has its own joys, and perhaps that suffices. Chen Meng draped his arm over Meng Chong's shoulder, and together they strolled toward a roadside stall. Chapter 124. A night of earning 900,000 upon awakening. The sun was already shining brightly. Chen Meng had a delightful conversation with Meng Chong the previous day, who insisted on dragging him to a nightclub to revel. There, Chen Meng was introduced to the entertainment venues of the 1990s, just as depicted on television. A grand stage occupied the center, where patrons could pay to select songs, and singers would perform live. Each song cost 20 yuan, while some extravagant guests would purchase roses priced at 5 yuan each, buying dozens without batting an eye. The intentions of such clientele were all too evident. In the 1990s, the pop music scene in our country was just beginning to take shape, and the entertainment industry was still in its infancy. Most so-called singers made a living performing in dance halls across major cities. The environment was harsh, and earnings were meager. However, talent abounded. Unlike in later years when a single song could earn millions, allowing individuals to live comfortably for a lifetime. After rising and freshening up, Chen Meng attempted to reach out to Xia Yingying via pager, but she did not respond. It dawned on him that today was Xiao Miao's chemotherapy day, and likely Xia Yingying was too preoccupied to return his call. He left the hotel, purchased soy milk and buns, and hurried to the exchange. Upon arrival, Meng Chong had not yet appeared. Chen Meng found a seat and gazed up at the large screen. When he spotted Shen Kongka, he nearly leapt from his chair. The stock had surged, just as he had remembered, skyrocketing by 80%. S. Zhongfang rose by 20%, a negligible increase. In a single night, Shen Kangka had earned him 880,000 yuan. Combined with Zhongfang, he had amassed a staggering 900,000 yuan. Chen Meng suppressed his overwhelming joy and shouted, "It has risen. My Zhongfang has increased by 20%, netting me 2,000. Haha. Congratulations, congratulations. But be cautious. Don't celebrate too soon. What you gain today, you might lose tomorrow," a friend chimed in. "Brother, earning 20,000 in a day is a commendable start for a novice. Keep up the momentum. Friend, you promised that if today is profitable, you would treat everyone to cigarettes, remember?" The retail investors chimed in, their envy and admiration palpable. "Chen, what has you so jubilant? I walked in and heard you shouting." Meng Chong yawned as he entered. "Meng Ge, look. Zhongfang has risen," Chen Meng exclaimed, his excitement for a novice's first investment shining through. "Really?" Meng Chong rubbed his eyes. And upon seeing the 20% increase, he broke into a smile. "Brother, you have a good eye. I'm riding your coattails. This is the first time I've seen a rise in some time." "Meng Ge, look at Shen Kangka," Chen Meng said, pointing mysteriously at the large screen. As Meng Chong gazed, his eyes bulged with astonishment, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Brother, what a tremendous loss. It is entirely my fault. Had I not restrained you, you would have struck gold. It is not your fault. I can only lament my own misfortune," Chen Meng replied with a wry smile. Alas, Meng Chong's earlier optimism regarding Zhongfang had dissipated, leaving him feeling as though he had missed out on a fortune. He sighed deeply, saying, "Brother, in the future, do not heed my errant words. You possess a sharper insight than I. If I were truly capable, I would not have descended from the second floor." "Brother Meng, you digress. Even if I were to see the market clearly, I would not dare to place all my bets on Shinkangjia. At most, I would invest a mere 100,000 for a bit of fun, perhaps earning a few thousand in return. If I missed the opportunity, so be it. At least Zhongfang has profited," Chen Meng chuckled. "Indeed, unless one were to wager 1,000,000, the earnings would be modest, and wealth would remain elusive." Meng Chong nodded, finding some solace in this perspective. Subsequently, Chen Meng procured a few packs of cigarettes to distribute among the retail investors, inciting a frenzy of eager grabs and a chorus of praise. The traders, who spent their days at the exchange, found little amusement. Whenever someone reaped profits, it sparked jubilant revelry. "Brother, which stock do you favor today?" Meng Chong inquired softly, aware that others were eavesdropping, eager to share in Chen Meng's previous success. "I initially favored Shinkangjia, but its surge yesterday was too steep. I fear a correction today. As for Zhongfang, given its momentum, it may experience a slight increase tomorrow. Yuan could also be a viable option, though it requires a long-term hold, as short-term gains are minimal. As for the others, my predictions are uncertain." Chen Meng, unperturbed by the presence of others, continued his analysis. In the world of trading, perceptions can be as deceptive as they are revealing. Even if he spoke his mind, how many would truly place faith in his judgments? Zhongfang will undoubtedly decline tomorrow. Yesterday's increase was excessive and cannot be sustained. However, based on your analysis, it seems likely to see a minor rise. I shall place a bet and acquire an additional 50,000 in Zhongfang, Meng Chong affirmed. I shall invest another 100,000. If I incur losses tomorrow, I shall consider today a wash, Chen Meng replied with a grin. Observing the two men as confidence in Zhongfang, some retail investors followed suit, while others scoffed. The dynamics among traders resembled that of literary scholars. Each believed themselves superior to the others. Afterward, the two men proceeded to purchase shares in Zhongfang, with Chen Meng deliberately choosing a different window. Although the staff adhered to professional ethics, the sheer volume of transactions made it plausible that yesterday's personnel might take notice of such a significant purchase. Discretion was indeed the better part of valor. After their acquisitions, both men, possessing carefree dispositions, felt little inclination to linger at the exchange. They resolved to return the following day. "Brother, I must return home for a nap. Where are you headed?" Meng Chong yawned. "Brother Meng, it seems you were quite exhausted last night. Take care of your health." Chen Meng jested. "Ah, my health is robust. But you, dear brother, seemed quite unfazed by the charming young lady from yesterday," Meng Chong remarked. "I have a partner," Chen Meng replied. "Yet you continue to dally with Miss Lu?" Meng Chong teased. "Brother, such words cannot be spoken lightly. If Lu Qianni were to overhear, we would surely face his ire. Do you fear him?" "Indeed, I am not easily intimidated." As Meng Chong was boasting, he suddenly spotted Lu Qianni and his daughter approaching, causing his voice to falter, and he lowered his gaze, feeling a twinge of nervousness under the piercing glare cast by Lu Qianni. Upon seeing Chen Meng and Lu Tingting felt a surge of joy and rushed a few steps forward, only to slow down, their smiles gradually fading, replaced by a complex expression. A failure cannot be salvaged. As Lu Qianni passed by Chen Meng, he coldly uttered a remark before striding into the exchange with an air of arrogance. Chen Meng's breath caught in his throat, his fists clenched tightly. Meng Chong placed a hand on his arm, perhaps fearing that a moment of impulse could lead to disaster. A fragrant breeze wafted by. Lu Tingting brushed past Chen Meng, took a step forward, and suddenly halted. Chen Meng, you should return home. This place is not suited for you. Thank you for your concern, Miss Tingting. I shall do so, Chen Meng replied with a smile. Lu Tingting paused for a moment, but said nothing further and followed Lu Qianni into the exchange. Brother, let us go. We are not in the same league as them. Meng Chong sighed, noticing Chen Meng's dismal expression, and forcefully guided him away. Chapter 125. A series of explosive gains. It was a new day. The previous day, 2 stocks had yielded a profit of 900,000. Chen Meng eagerly anticipated his arrival at the exchange, leaving no time to engage in lengthy conversations with Xiang Ying. He left a brief message and hurried to the exchange. Upon arrival, he was astonished to find Meng Chong already there, who exclaimed loudly, Brother, we suffered a huge loss. Shinkanjia has surged by 40%. Good heavens! This Shinkanjia has skyrocketed. I had my eye on it for 2 consecutive days and didn't buy. Chen Meng was taken aback, and then he pounded his chest in regret, feeling as though he had missed a significant opportunity. I bought a share of Shinkanjia yesterday and made a tidy profit. A retail investor laughed heartily, clearly having benefited significantly. Young brother, in stock trading, one must avoid hindsight. Otherwise, you will be filled with regret. Young man, next time you see a promising stock, purchase it without hesitation. Trading is akin to seeking a partner. It relies on instinct. The first impression is crucial. If you hesitate, you may miss out on golden opportunities. What a pity. You had your eye on it for 2 days and still didn't buy. Friend, wasting such opportunities will bring misfortune upon you. Other retail investors expressed envy towards those who profited while lamenting Chen Meng's misfortune. Both Chen Meng and Meng Chong felt dejected, akin to withered eggplants. Brother, it is all fate. Indeed, if only I had purchased yesterday. Who could have predicted an 80% surge? Chen Meng sighed, though his heart was filled with uncontainable joy. With yesterday's profits combined with an initial capital of 1 million, he had won 98 million, and with today's 40% increase, he calculated an additional profit of 780,000. In total, he had amassed 76 million, a staggering gain of 66 million. This figure made even someone from the future like Chen Meng's heart race with excitement. According to his memories, Shinkanjia was poised for at least 5 more days of explosive growth, potentially earning him 5 million. Perhaps my brother's misfortune has dragged you down. Even Zhongfang has dropped by 10%, Meng Chong lamented, his head drooping in despair. Had one heeded Chen Meng's advice from the onset and invested all available capital in Deep Kangjia, one would have seen returns exceeding 100% by now. Such opportunities arise but once a year. It is indeed a pity. Do not lose heart. Menggu, Zhongfang will surely rise again, Chen Meng consoled. The trajectory of memory unfolded as such. The following day, Zhongfang plummeted by 10%, only to surge 30% the day after. What the hell? Who said Zhongfang would see a slight increase today? I've lost over 10,000 because of that. I will never trust anyone again. An individual among the retail investors cursed. Brother, that sentiment is misplaced. Chen did not coerce you into buying. If you incur losses, you blame him. Yet should you profit, will you share your gains with him? Meng Chong raised an eyebrow. He was once the proprietor of a prominent trading room on the 2nd floor. Though fallen from grace, his inherent pride remained palpable. The disgruntled retail investor muttered a retort but dared not argue further. Thank you, Menggu. Brother, pay him no mind. Some individuals simply lament their fate. Those with a poor mindset are destined to remain retail investors for life. Meng Chong patted Chen Meng on the shoulder. Chen Meng nodded. Menggu, I sense that Deep Kangjia will continue to rise. Are you bold enough to wager on it? Brother, do not act impulsively. Deep Kangjia has already risen for 2 consecutive days and is now at a high point. Entering the market at this juncture carries significant risk with limited potential for further gains. I do not advise it. However, with Zhongfang's minor dip today, the probability of an increase tomorrow is quite high. Entering at a lower point presents a genuine opportunity, Meng Chong advised. In that case, let us bet. One shall buy Zhongfang and the other deep Kongjia, to see who profits and who loses by tomorrow. Brother, I am not as emotionally driven as you. I choose Zhongfang, as it bears less risk, Meng Chong stated. Then I shall purchase 100,000 of deep Kongjia, Chen Meng replied with a smile. Menggu, the opportunity has been presented to you. If you fail to seize it, do not blame me for not guiding you to prosperity. After completing the transaction at the window, he turned around and unexpectedly encountered Lu Qianni and his daughter ascending the stairs. Chen Meng greeted them amicably with a nod. Yet Lu Qianni did not even spare him a glance. It was Lu Tingting who called out to him, "Wait, let me see what you've purchased." This was a significant breach of etiquette. Among investors, it is highly frowned upon to scrutinize another's transaction slip, especially as Lu Tingting directly seized it from Chen Meng's hands. You bought 100,000 of deep Kongjia? Lu Tingting glanced at the slip, her expression darkening as she scolded him. Deep Kongjia has soared for 2 consecutive days. Entering at this high point, even if it rises, the increase will be marginal, and the probability of a decline is far greater. You know nothing and merely mimic others in trading stocks, incapable of even mitigating risk. Do you realize that 100,000 yuan could sustain an ordinary family's needs for the year, and you squander it so carelessly? My father is right. You cannot help those who are hopeless. With that, she flung the transaction slip back at Chen Meng's face and stormed upstairs. Chen, do not be upset. Did you not say that the wealthy often believe they are invariably correct? With your capabilities, you will eventually stand out, and at that time, you shall have your vindication. Meng Chong, seeing Chen Meng remain silent, worried he might be brooding and harming his health, quickly encouraged him. Menggu, believe me, I am not angry in the slightest. As you mentioned, she and I are fundamentally different, and exchanging a few harsh words serves as a fitting farewell, Chen Meng remarked with a faint smile. That's the right mindset. Come, today my brother will treat you to a drink, Meng Chong said, wrapping an arm around Chen Meng's shoulder. At that moment, Chen Meng's pager buzzed. Upon checking, he noticed a message from Xia Yingying. I apologize, my partner is calling. There might be something urgent. I'll treat you another day. Lying on the bed in the hotel, Chen Meng found it difficult to fall asleep. His mind was consumed by the scene earlier that day when Lu Tingting had publicly slammed the delivery order in his face. Deep down, he didn't wish for their relationship to become so strained, especially since they would need to interact in the future. The Shanghai and Shenzhen stock markets are the most prosperous and opportunity-laden areas in our country. To amass great wealth in the future, one must navigate this circle. A mere 1 million. Did they truly underestimate me, Chen Meng? The camaraderie among the affluent is indeed more fragile than plastic. I wonder if, like Lu Qianni, I will only remember the malevolence of humanity and forget the virtues of truth, goodness, and beauty. Lost in thought, Chen Meng gradually drifted into a restless sleep. When he awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. He instinctively attempted to turn and sit up, only to find himself utterly devoid of strength. He hastily touched his forehead, realizing he was burning with fever. In truth, he had sensed this coming. Since his rebirth, his mind had been in a constant state of tension, with a series of events weighing heavily upon him. Being surrounded and beaten by Zhang Mozi's group. His injuries had yet to heal. He had been preoccupied with Xiao Miao's hospitalization and had traveled a great distance to Shanghai in the sweltering heat. It was a wonder he hadn't fallen ill sooner. Chen Meng mustered the strength to sit up and notified Xia Yingying that he was safe. However, he could no longer endure the fatigue. Being in an unfamiliar place with no friends, he paged Meng Chong. After sending the message, he succumbed to slumber once more. Chapter 126, a chance for revival. When he awoke again, he found himself lying in a hospital bed. Beside him sat a delicate young woman, her bright eyes sparkling with delight as she exclaimed, "You're awake. Who are you?" Chen Meng began to ask, but before he could finish, the girl dashed out, saying, "I'll go call Menggu." Moments later, with hurried footsteps, Meng Chong entered the room, his voice booming like a cracked gong. "Chen, you finally awakened. You scared everyone. With a fever of 40 degrees, if you hadn't woken up, the doctors would have feared for your brain. How did I end up in the hospital?" Chen Meng inquired. "After you paged me, I tried to call you back, but the line was busy. Worried about your safety, I rushed to the hotel where you were staying, and indeed, you had already fainted. So, I brought you to the hospital. Thank you, Menggu. If it weren't for you, I might have truly perished in that hotel." "Not at all. the staff would have noticed during their cleaning rounds. Meng Chong replied with a grin. Regardless, Meng Chong had saved my life, and I will forever remember this. And who is this young lady? Chen Meng turned to the girl standing by the bedside. She was modestly dressed, perhaps even a bit plain, yet her features were remarkably refined. With a small, heart-shaped face that many girls in later generations would envy, her delicate features were striking, though not tall and slightly slender. Her simple ponytail reminded Chen Meng of his first encounter with Lu Tingting. In summary, she was an undeniably beautiful young woman, albeit without any adornment. Her name is Xiao, the girl I met at the ballroom. You know, her classmate is Xiao Mei. When you fainted. Being a man who is neither accustomed to caregiving nor acquainted with other women, I asked Xiao Mei to take care of you. However, she was busy and introduced her classmate instead. Meng Chong stammered his explanation. How could I possibly trouble Miss Xiao? Brother Meng has already paid 50 a day, which is a considerable sum for me. Besides, I have no classes these 2 days, so I have the time. Xiao graciously accepted, showing no signs of embarrassment at being hired as a caregiver. I must express my gratitude to you. Chen Meng could feel a refreshing clarity, despite the sweltering heat. He felt no discomfort, only concerned that Xiao must have exerted considerable effort in tending to him. By the way, Brother Meng, how long was I unconscious? 2 days. It has delayed your earnings. Chen Meng sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was not more than 5 days, or the stocks of Shinkangjia would have plummeted, leaving no time to lament. Little brother, you have no idea how bustling the exchange was during your 2 days of unconsciousness. They were searching for you, claiming you possess extraordinary foresight. Shinkangjia and Zhongfang have surged, and sadly, you missed out on significant earnings. Meng Chong lamented. I was merely making random guesses. Chen Meng chuckled, contemplating whether to inform Meng Chong to invest in Shinkangjia as a way to repay his kindness. After 2 days of fever, his lips had become chapped. Just as he was about to ask for water, Xiao had already brought it to his lips. Such a considerate girl. Chen Meng glanced at her, noticing that Xiao's gaze faltered, tinged with a hint of shyness. He understood that during his unconscious state, Xiao had tended to him, and upon awakening, it was natural for her to feel embarrassed. After taking a few sips of water and feeling a resurgence of strength, he attempted to sit up, and Xiao hurriedly assisted him, placing a pillow behind him for comfort. Thank you. You're welcome. Xiao, perhaps feeling out of place, quickly took the basin, saying, I'll go wash the clothes. Call me if you need anything. Upon seeing his undergarments in the basin, Chen Meng felt a wave of embarrassment and hastily lifted the blanket to check. Brother Meng, did you help me take them off? Miss Xiao assisted with that. Uffed. Chen Meng's face flushed crimson. Brother Meng, it's quite inappropriate for a young lady to be involved in such things. Haha, little brother, you still know to feel embarrassed. Rest assured, it was the doctor who helped you, all male doctors. Meng Chong laughed heartily. Phew. Chen Meng exhaled in relief. Yet even with male doctors, it was somewhat awkward. Fortunately, he was not overly shy. Compared to others, he considered himself somewhat presentable. Brother Meng, this Xiao seems like a wonderful girl, quite virtuous. Far superior to your Xiao Mei. I believe you should consider pursuing her as a wife. Chen Meng, having been teased, felt the urge to retaliate. Little brother. She is merely a sophomore and studying acting. She aspires to be a star. How could she possibly look my way? Meng Chong's face turned red. Isn't her classmate also studying acting? Not long ago, you were with her. It is quite different. Xiao Mei is a hostess at a dance hall, and for a fee, anyone may engage with her. However, Miss Xiao is not involved in such activities. She has always been diligent in her studies and work, making her less approachable. Meng Chong remarked, who prompted you to pursue her? I suggested you win her over as a wife. You are not a child anymore. Such a fine girl should not be overlooked. It would be a pity. Perhaps you should reflect on yourself. It seems you have an interest in Miss Xiao, he added. I am in a relationship, Chen Meng replied. But you are not married. What is there to fear? Relationships can change, Meng Chong countered. I am not that kind of person, Chen Meng asserted. Come now. If Lu Tingting were to show interest, I believe you would not hesitate, Meng Chong chuckled. Chen Meng's expression turned awkward. If Lu Tingting were to pursue me, could I truly resist? A rich second-generation heir worth billions, and she is beautiful. Marrying her could spare decades of hard work. Ah, you are tempted, aren't you? We are all men. We understand each other. Meng Chong laughed heartily. Chen Meng, feeling his face flush with embarrassment, shifted the topic. Menggu, how much money do you have on hand? 300,000, Meng Chong replied. Immediately invest it all in Shinkangjia. Chen Meng insisted. Brother, Shin Kangjia has already risen for 4 consecutive days. Buying now poses too great a risk. Trust me, you will not regret it. To be candid, I invested my entire 1 million on the first day in Shin Kangjia, and I even utilized a commission trading option. If I can gamble, why can't you? Chen Meng stated. Were it not for the life-saving favor, Chen Meng would not have divulged this financial secret. It was not about hoarding wealth, but rather, one must guard against the unknown. Caution will never lead one astray. Brother, you truly dare to gamble, Meng Chong remarked, astonished. His expression somewhat dazed. So, you have made millions in just a few days? Indeed. Therefore, Meng Gu, I urge you to invest quickly. I sense it will continue to rise. If you fear losses, I will cover them, Chen Meng assured him. Seeing his conviction, Meng Chong took a deep breath and resolutely replied, no need. If I incur losses, I can always start anew. I have experienced glory before and have tasted the fickleness of human relationships. This time, I will follow my younger brother and strive for a resurgence. Chapter 127. The most gentle weapon. Meng Chong hurriedly left. As Chen Meng prepared to rise and use the restroom, suddenly, his pager buzzed. Upon checking, he saw that Xia Yingying had paged him dozens of times over the past few days. Oh no, she must be frantic, he thought, quickly making his way to the nurse's station to return her call. Yingying, I apologize. I have been ill and unable to return your calls these past few days. You must have been worried. I knew you were unwell. Hearing your voice now assures me that you have awakened, and I can breathe easy. Xia Yingying's voice came through, filled with relief. How did you know I was sick? Chen Meng asked, taken aback. I paged you countless times. When you did not respond, I became extremely worried. Fearing the worst, I nearly called the police, but then I received a call from someone named Meng Chong, who informed me of your illness. Chen Meng's heart warmed at the thought that Meng Chong had noticed Yingying's persistent calls and had taken the initiative to ease her concern by returning her call. In that moment, he felt that sharing the investment insight about Shin Kangjia with Meng Chong had been an exceedingly wise decision. Only by treating him as a friend can one truly empathize with his concerns. Do you know that I call you every half hour, hoping to hear your voice on the other end? Indeed, fate smiled upon me, and my wish was granted. Xia Yingying's voice trembled slightly, low and melancholic, yet tinged with a hint of joy. Chen Meng could vividly imagine her current state, bowing her head to conceal the microphone under the watchful gaze of the nurse. Shy and teary-eyed, struggling to express her deep worry and longing for him. For the reserved Xia Yingying, this was already the pinnacle of her emotional expression. A warmth surged within Chen Meng's heart as he thought, Yingying, I miss you. I miss you too, Xia Yingying replied joyfully. I will return in a few days. So do not worry. Take good care of yourself, and Xiao Miao. Yes, you take care of yourself as well. I want to see you standing before me in good health. The two indulged in a heartfelt conversation over the phone, sharing their innermost feelings. Afterward, Chen Meng hung up. Upon returning to the ward, he found Xiao O had finished washing clothes and was hanging them on the balcony to dry. Seeing the fluttering pants, Chen Meng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How peculiar it was to be seen in such a state by a girl he barely knew. Ahem. Miss Xiao O, since I am awake now, you may return, Chen Meng said, scratching his head. It felt somewhat uncomfortable to have a lovely young lady attending to him. Xiao O's expression shifted slightly, her head lowered in a flustered manner as she whispered, Meng Gu promised me that I could work for 5 days. This is only the 3rd day. Are you worried about your wages? Chen Meng suddenly comprehended, pulling out 250 yuan from his pocket and handing it to her. Take this. No, that is not it. I've only worked for 2 days, and I don't need that much. Besides, Meng Gu has already paid me. If you let me work for 3 more days, I will earn enough for half a year's living expenses, Xiao said nervously. Half a year for 250 yuan? Chen Meng felt a pang in his heart. Xiao was of similar age to Lu Tingting, one in the capital and the other in Shanghai. One studying at a music academy, the other at a drama school. Comparatively, the cost of living in Shanghai was significantly higher. Yet Lu Tingting could easily spend Xiao's half-year budget on a single meal. Be frugal, it should suffice. I am only a sophomore this year, and opportunities to earn are scarce. Please allow me to care for you for 3 more days. Xiao bent down, her loose neckline falling slightly. Chen Meng inadvertently caught sight of her shapely form, causing his gaze to heat up. Just then, a breeze swept through the balcony, and Xiao seemed to feel a chill, instinctively looking up to meet Chen Meng's intense gaze. Realizing the situation, she quickly covered her neckline, her face a deep crimson. a mix of embarrassment and anger directed at Chen Meng. Caught in the act of peeking, Chen Meng felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, wishing he could vanish into thin air. Miss Xiao, I am fine now. I no longer require care. I will be discharged shortly, and you may keep the money as a token of my gratitude for your efforts these past 2 days. I cannot accept unearned rewards, Xiao replied, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. Seeing that Chen Meng truly did not need her assistance any longer, she bowed once more and turned to leave. She was indeed a well-mannered girl. Her character, much like her physique, is resilient and upright, yet retains a softness. As she departed, she did not forget to bow. In Chen Meng's mind, the fleeting glimpse from earlier involuntarily resurfaced. Little brother, I trust your judgment. 300,000. I'll purchase it all, came the voice of Meng Chong, sounding like a broken gong as he rushed in, drenched in sweat. Meng Gu, keep your voice down. You nearly scared the life out of me. Chen Meng retorted with an eye roll. He had been lost in thought, interrupted abruptly, akin to being engrossed in an adult film only to have the internet fail at the climax. By the way, where's Xiao? She left. Left? Little brother. You didn't frighten that young lady away, did you? Meng Chong chuckled lewdly. I'm fine now and no longer require care. Keeping her around is rather inconvenient. I can't very well take her to the hotel or the exchange, can I? Oh, you wish to take her to the hotel? She must be willing for that. Meng Chong snickered. Meng Gu, I never realized before how lewd your mind is, Chen Meng remarked. Brother, we're all men here. Let us not pretend otherwise. Meng Chong slapped Chen Meng on the shoulder, causing him to shudder. Since you're well, let us go grab a couple of drinks, and tonight I'll treat you to a night out at the dance hall to celebrate. Meng Gu, I advise you to frequent such places less. Not only is it a waste of money, but the atmosphere is filled with hollow beauties that can sap a man's spirit, Chen Meng replied with a frown. It was only later that he discovered Meng Chong frequented the dance hall almost daily. Although the expenses were minimal, just a couple of beers and a show, with an additional 100 to take a girl home, such a debauched lifestyle is a subtle yet lethal weapon against a man's ambition, a knife that kills without bloodshed. Well, brother, this hobby of mine is far better than gambling or drugs, Meng Chong replied sheepishly. Meng Gu, let me be honest. I plan to return to my hometown in a few days. Before I go, I intend to establish an investment company and partner with you. You would operate in the foreground, but if you want to be my partner, you must abandon these unhealthy habits. I cannot entrust significant funds to someone who spends their days mingling in dance halls. The risk is far too great. Chen Meng spoke with a serious demeanor. Seeing Meng Chong's astonishment, Chen Meng patted his shoulder and added, You have 3 days to think it over. Give me your answer before I depart. Once his clothes dried, Chen Meng completed his discharge from the hospital and returned alone to the hotel. He lay on the bed to rest, with 2 days of unconsciousness added. For days had already passed. Only 3 days remained. The market had begun to decline. This trip to Shanghai was drawing to a close. The establishment of the investment company needed swift action. In a few months, a major bull market would arrive. With decades of informational advantages and the looming surge in the stock market, even a pig could take flight. If I, Chen Meng, fail to seize this opportunity, I might as well end my life against the radiant tofu. Chapter 128. Defeating Lu Qianyi and capturing Lu Tingting as my mistress the next day. The fully recovered Chen Meng appeared at the stock exchange, brimming with vigor, and was immediately surrounded by individual investors. Ah, the esteemed fortune teller has arrived. In your absence over the past few days, the crowd has sorely missed you. Brother Chen, you have undoubtedly incurred substantial losses. Shinkangjia has surged dramatically, and Zhongfang has been on an upward trajectory as well. Pray, enlighten us. Which stock do you deem worthy today? Those with cigarettes offer them, while others bring water. Chen Meng finds himself unceremoniously thrust to the forefront, compelled to scrutinize the grand screen before him. Ah, after 2 days away, I must take a closer look. He feigns concentration on the display. Just the day before yesterday, Shinkanjia's stock surged by 50% with a rise of 2.76 million, equating to a profit of 1.38 million. The following day, it continued its ascent with an additional 40% increase, bringing the total to 4.14 million. And multiplying by 40% yields an additional 1.65 million. Thus, the account should now reflect a staggering 5.79 million. Upon calculating this figure, Chen Meng is rendered utterly astounded. The exponential growth is nothing short of terrifying. It is no wonder that so many stock market magnates have spun tales of overnight wealth. If I had a capital of 100 million, would I not have amassed 400 million by now? This is merely a fleeting surge over the span of 7 days. One can scarcely fathom the potential gains during an extended bull market lasting several months. Perhaps achieving a modest annual goal is not merely a fanciful dream. Brother Chen, what catches your eye in the stock market? The inquiries persist. I'm considering it. Chen Meng responds, snapping back to reality and resumes feigning contemplation. After a brief moment, he articulates his analysis. Shinkangjia has reached a sustained high. The likelihood of further increases is minimal, yet a significant drop appears unlikely. I surmise it may either continue to rise slightly or experience a gradual decline. If one wishes to invest, Zhongfang is poised for modest gains, and Yuan is set to enter a bullish phase, so it would be prudent to seize the opportunity. Additionally, one might keep an eye on Shanhua and Zhujiang Phoenix. Beyond that, my insights are uncertain. Brother Chen, your words are rather ambiguous. Aside from Yuan's anticipated rise, your predictions lack clarity. The stock price of Yuan is quite low. Even with a significant increase, the profits would be negligible. Greed can lead one to overreach. Shinkangjia and Zhujiang Phoenix both have high stock prices, and one must possess the courage to invest. Am I not being reasonable? Moreover, my suggestions are merely based on personal judgment. Should one invest only to see a decline, you would hold me accountable, Chen Meng said wistfully. Brother Chen speaks wisely. The matter of investing in stocks is largely contingent upon personal fortune. Even if Brother Chen were to assert that Yuan would rise, would you risk your entire fortune on his word? Meng Chong strode forward, addressing the crowd with a booming voice. His remarks left the retail investors surrounding Chen Meng feeling somewhat embarrassed. Gentlemen, my opinions should only serve as guidance. Had I possessed such foresight, I would have amassed wealth long ago, Chen Meng chuckled. The crowd of retail investors eventually dispersed, albeit a few remained convinced by Chen Meng's insights. The opportunity has been presented. Whether one can seize it is a matter of personal fortune. Brother Meng, arriving so late today, I trust you weren't out pursuing romantic conquests last night. Chen Meng inquired with a playful smile. Not at all. Last night, I pondered your words all night long and have resolved to partner with you, Meng Chong replied. Since you have made up your mind, it is time to rid yourself of those detrimental habits. When we eventually attain great wealth, women will be plentiful, Chen Meng remarked. Indeed, as I reflect on my life at the age of 32, I find myself lacking accomplishments and having brought no honor to my family. If I continue to squander my time, it would be a lamentable waste of such precious moments. Meng Chong nodded in agreement. This line of thinking is commendable. As men of fortitude, living in an era brimming with opportunities, we should seize the moment and venture forth. Even if we ultimately fail, we will not have lived in vain, Chen Meng said, patting Meng Chong on the shoulder. Logically speaking, he is younger than Meng Chong, making this gesture somewhat impolite. Yet, Meng Chong did not take offense. Rather, he felt an undeniable aura of conviction emanating from Chen Meng. Coupled with his astute judgments about Deep Kangjia and Zhongfang, Meng Chong found himself filled with genuine respect, solemnly nodding in agreement. Henceforth, I shall follow your lead, regardless of whether I become a dragon or a mere insect. I, Meng Chong, shall have no regrets. Rest assured, I cannot guarantee that I will become a figure like Lu Qianni, but I can certainly help you regain your footing on the second floor. Your aspirations seem rather modest. I had presumed your goal was to topple Lu Qianni and win over Lu Tingting, making the Lu family regret their past disdain. Am I that kind of person? Chen Meng exclaimed, drenched in sweat. At this moment, I cannot say, but should you reach the heights of Lu Qianni, I fear you may find yourself compelled by circumstances. Is such a thing even possible? I perceive that Lu Qianni and his wife share a strong bond. Chen Meng expressed his surprise. What you see is merely the facade. Meng Chong replied with a sly grin. Surely not. Lu Qianni's wife is exceedingly beautiful. I have heard she was a star in her youth, Chen Meng remarked, astonished. Even a celestial being, if seen daily, can become an ordinary sight. Besides, given Lu Qianni's current standing, he is surrounded by numerous young and attractive women vying for his attention. Rumor has it that he is involved with a young singer, while his wife often engages in quarrels with him. Menggu, such rumors are unreliable. Do refrain from spreading them. If Lu Qianni hears of this, he will not spare you, Chen Meng advised solemnly. I understand. I merely jest, he chuckled. As the two engaged in their whispered exchange, Lu Qianni entered, accompanied by Lu Tingting and two bodyguards. The other traders rose to greet them, while Chen Meng and Meng Chong remained motionless. Lu Qianyi's gaze fell upon the two, his lips curling into a faint sneer as he ascended to the second floor. Lu Tingting did not even spare Chen Meng a glance as she followed him upstairs. Have we offended Lu Qianyi? Chen Meng chuckled helplessly. Do you care? Meng Chong replied with a smile. True enough, he has always looked down upon me. Let him be. Come, let us discuss how to register our company, Chen Meng said, linking arms with Meng Chong as they exited the exchange together. The process of registering a company is remarkably simple. However, we currently lack the necessary capital. Once all arrangements are finalized, we shall await the funds that Chen Meng is to receive in 3 days. Since the day the two departed from the exchange, they have not reappeared in the following 2 days. Their journey in Shanghai was drawing to a close. Chen Meng rose early, meticulously preparing himself, his hair styled to perfection. As if licked into place by a dog, he stepped out of the hotel. He simply contacted Meng Chong via pager, arranging to meet outside the exchange. 15 minutes later, the two met at the entrance, exchanged smiles, and strode into the bustling hall of the exchange together. Where have you been, calculating sage? Everyone has been frantic looking for you, exclaimed Chen Meng as he entered, immediately surrounded by retail investors. Chapter 129. A million earned in 7 days. What do you want from me? Chen Meng inquired in surprise. All the stocks you mentioned have skyrocketed. Not quite, he retorted. The calculating sage predicted that Shen Kongjiao would not rise, yet it has surged the most. Brother Chen has already made quite accurate forecasts. He mentioned there could be slight increases or decreases, while the rest were bullish, with an 80% chance of rising. In his prime, Lu Qianyi couldn't achieve that. Indeed, Brother Chen could rightfully be called a stock god now. Stock god, what stocks are you eyeing today? Share with us, so we can all profit together. Chimed in the retail investors, showering Chen Meng with praise. Even though Chen Meng was aware of their flattery, he couldn't help but feel a sense of elation. Just as he was about to speak, a mocking voice interrupted, guessing a few stocks right, and you dare to proclaim yourself a stock god? Ridiculous. Everyone turned to see Lu Qianyi approaching, and they instinctively parted to give way, greeting him respectfully as Boss Lu. That was merely a jest among friends, uncle. There's no need to take it seriously, Chen Meng replied with a faint smile, his gaze drifting past Lu Qianyi to the beautiful Lu Tingting, who unfortunately averted her eyes, displaying a hint of disdain. With a self-deprecating twitch of his lips, Chen Meng returned his focus to the imposing figure of Lu Qianyi. Uncle, I have no such inept descendants. We share no relationship, so do not address me so intimately, nor attempt to exploit my reputation for deceit. Do not be fooled, everyone. Lu Qianyi sneered. Though Chen Meng had long come to terms with it, he couldn't suppress the surge of anger within him. Was this how Boss Lu regarded his savior? I knew you would bring up the debt of gratitude. You saved my daughter, but I gave you 1 million. Our accounts are settled. Have you squandered that sum in just a few days and now wish to ask for more? Lu Qianyi's eyes darkened ominously. My apologies, Mr. Lu, I misspoke. You are correct. Our accounts are settled. Chen Meng stepped aside, coolly observing Lu Qianyi. Humph. Lu Qianyi scoffed, leading his entourage past Chen Meng, leaving a fragrant breeze in their wake, evoking lingering thoughts. Regrettably, Lu Tingting didn't spare Chen Meng even a glance. At the moment Lu Qianyi stepped onto the stairs, he suddenly halted, turning to Chen Meng. Young man, I advise you. You possess remarkable courage and adaptability. Your eloquence is exceptional, and your talents are evident. Yet if you cannot resist temptation, you will ultimately fail to achieve greatness. Should you rectify this flaw, you might yet accomplish something significant in the future. Thank you for your guidance, Boss Lu. I am grateful for your counsel. Chen Meng responded with a respectful clasp of his fists. He had always understood that Lu Qianyi's indifference stemmed from a place of frustration, a desire for him to succeed. The intention was commendable, yet it was clouded by an air of arrogance. Perhaps Meng Ge was right. Lu Qianyi's immense wealth had led to a life where everyone adored him, ultimately dulling his acumen. His wife was of no assistance, and his only daughter was lost in dreams of stardom. There was no one to guide him, to awaken him from his stupor. This lack of vigilance culminated in his hubris, leading to a string of investment blunders that saw him vanish from the stock market's tumult. Only when Lu Qianyi faded from public view did the pervasive sense of oppression in the atmosphere lift. Retail investors gazed enviously at Chen Meng, exclaiming, Brother, you truly have connections with Boss Lu. 1 million is enough to make the rounds in the big leagues. Why subject yourself to mingling with us retail investors? Brother, I must say, with your connection to Boss Lu, Why not cultivate that relationship? You could easily prosper, yet you've let it become so strained. What a pity. Their chatter echoed around him. Chen Meng, shaking his head in exasperation, replied, Gentlemen, I have no ties to Boss Liu. Please refrain from mentioning it again to avoid misunderstandings. Brother, you really are a stubborn one, the retail investors lamented as they dispersed. Why don't you tell Lu Qianni that you're not a failure? You seized this opportunity, earning over 10 million in just a few days, Meng Chong inquired, perplexed. To us, 10 million is substantial, but to Lu Qianni, what difference does it make compared to 100? If I were to mention it, he might think I'm being provocative or boasting, which would only invite trouble. Besides, I don't need Lu Qianni's validation to prove my worth. I am who I am, destined to shine in my unique way, Chen Meng said, patting Meng Chong on the shoulder before moving toward the window to finalize his transactions. I am who I am, destined to shine in my unique way, Meng Chong murmured to himself, feeling a surge of confidence. Indeed, why should he compare himself to Lu Qianni? Everyone has their own distinct life path. Lu Qianni is Lu Qianni. No one can replace or replicate his journey. As long as he forges his path, the outcome, success or failure, holds little significance. Though Chen Meng was young, the profundity of his words bore the weight of someone who had weathered countless trials. Such depth of understanding foretold a future achievement that would undoubtedly rival Lu Qianni's. Here is your certificate of deposit. Please take care of it. A staff member respectfully presented Chen Meng with a deposit slip for 12 million. With an initial deposit of 1 million, he had reaped over 10 million in just a week, a feat even the Lu Qianni of yesteryears could not claim. Who was this man? He could truly be deemed a stock market sage. With a swift motion, Chen Meng tossed 1,000 yuan in cash toward the staff member. Thank you for your hard work these past few days. A little something for you. Thank you, boss. The staff member exclaimed, elated. 1,000 yuan equated to 2 years of his salary. While generous clients occasionally tipped for successful stock trading, he had never encountered a sum as substantial as this. Meanwhile, Meng Chong had concluded his transactions at another window and approached with a smile. Meng Gu, you must have made a fortune, Chen Meng remarked with a grin. Having earned 800,000, it pales in comparison to your mere fraction. Chen Meng's laughter was so broad that he could hardly close his mouth. With an initial capital of 300,000, in just 3 days, he amassed 800,000. Such a dream seemed inconceivable. Yet, under the guidance of Brother Chen, it truly materialized. Congratulations, Meng Gu, you can finally reclaim your status as the proprietor of a major establishment, Chen Meng remarked jovially. My dear brother, you jest. Compared to you, I am but a speck, Meng Chong acknowledged. Fully aware that had it not been for a fortuitous twist of fate, Chen Meng's unexpected illness, he would have earned not 800,000, but perhaps a mere 80,000. He bore no resentment towards Chen Meng for not having informed him sooner, for such knowledge might have yielded even greater profits. His willingness to share was a testament to their friendship. Otherwise, accumulating wealth in silence would have been far more appealing. I merely seized an opportunity. I must also extend my gratitude to Lu Qianni, for without him, I would not have had the capital. Chen Meng chuckled heartily. Come, let us find a place to toast to our success, and, while we are at it, attend to the matter of company registration. Chapter 130. The establishment of Hualong Financial Investment Company. The documentation for the company had been meticulously prepared 3 days prior. Establishing a company in the 1990s was remarkably straightforward. One merely required an identity card and registered capital. Unlike in later years, where various qualifications, leasing contracts for premises, and bank statements were mandatory. Consequently, the 1990s witnessed the rise of countless shell companies. Meng Gu, I can't shake the feeling that we resemble fraudsters running a shell company, Chen Meng mused. Exiting the industrial and commercial bureau with the business license in hand, it felt surreal to have established a company so effortlessly. To be honest, I share that sentiment. Meng Chong replied, scratching his head. He had never previously run a company, and now, in the blink of an eye, he found himself as the vice president and shareholder of Hualong Financial Investment Company. Apart from the business license and the registered capital of 5 million, there was little else to show for it. It felt almost like child's play. Haha, we are but two naive novices. Let us not mock one another. It's rather delightful. Chen Meng laughed, throwing an arm around Meng Chong's shoulders. Come, let us find a place to celebrate our company's inception. I know a spot renowned for its Sichuan cuisine. The flavors are simply exquisite, Meng Chong suggested. Lead the way, Chen Meng replied, his mouth watering at the thought. In later years, Sichuan cuisine became his favorite, celebrated both domestically and internationally for its rich heritage. The two arrived at a relatively secluded alley on Xuan Road, a typical old lane in Shanghai where the Sichuan restaurant was nestled. By the time they entered, it was already bustling with patrons. Meng Gu, how did you discover this place? Chen Meng inquired after they were seated. It's quite hidden. Most people would struggle to find it. Hee. It was Xiao Mei who brought me here. This road is called Xiyuan Road, and it's surrounded by schools, Meng Chong whispered. Meng Gu, remember, they are still students. Don't go overboard. Meeting near schools could ruin the girl's future if the institution finds out, Chen Meng cautioned. My dear brother, you underestimate today's university students. At the dance halls I frequent, half the women are students, especially from art colleges. They are beautiful, talented in song and dance, and thus fetch a high price. Meng Chong remarked with a mischievous grin. Chen Meng was not surprised by this phenomenon, which has become common in later generations. He simply did not anticipate that such an ugly trend had already begun in the 1990s. Tomorrow, he would be departing, prompting Meng Chong to insist on seeing him off, even going so far as to seize the menu to place an order. Taking advantage of this moment, Chen Meng excused himself to the restroom. Upon his return, the dishes had already been ordered, and 2 bottles of foreign wine adorned the table. Meng Gu, what kind of pairing is this? Sichuan cuisine with foreign wine. Chen Meng exclaimed. Drenched in sweat. What does it matter? Today marks the establishment of the company, and I'm treating you to a farewell. You don't drink white liquor, and beer lacks excitement. We must indulge in something, Meng Chong replied with a smile. As they spoke, 2 young women suddenly entered through the door. One of them, with a melodious voice, called out, Meng Gu. Both Meng Chong and Chen Meng looked up simultaneously, with Meng Chong immediately waving his hand. However, Chen Meng furrowed his brow and asked, Meng Gu, why did you call Xiao here? It's rather dull for 2 grown men to dine alone. So I thought I'd invite them to liven things up, Meng Chong swiftly explained. The 2 girls approached, and Xiao cast a shy glance at Chen Meng, while the other girl, with her bright, enchanting eyes, gazed curiously at Chen Meng's face. Meng Gu, who is this? Your friend? She inquired. Yes, my boss. Come. Let us sit and chat. Xiao, you sit beside Chen Laodi, Meng Chong instructed. Xiao obediently took a seat next to Chen Meng, while the radiant girl settled beside Meng Chong. Without needing to ask, Chen Meng recognized her as the legendary Xiao Mei. No wonder Meng Chong was so captivated. She was a striking woman, tall and alluring, dressed in a revealing camisole paired with denim shorts and towering heels. Her hair cascaded in nonconformist yellow waves, and she carried a stylish handbag with a pager clipped to her waist. Her playful, sparkling eyes seemed to dance around Chen Meng's face. Your boss? Why do you call him Chen Laodi? Xiao Mei asked, her voice melodious with a hint of tremor, tinged with a regional accent. Ahem, why ask what one should not? Meng Chong shot her an irritated glance. Previously, the two had maintained an egalitarian relationship, but now, with Hu Long Company's registered capital totaling 5 million. Chen Meng had invested 4 million, holding 75% of the shares, while Meng Chong had invested 1 million for 25%. Chen Meng was the general manager, and Meng Chong was the vice president. The dynamics had shifted to a hierarchical structure. Having not considered this before, Meng Chong suddenly felt that perhaps he had been too casual and ought to show Chen Meng a modicum of respect. Meng Gu and I are friends. The concept of boss doesn't apply? Chen Meng waved his hand with a smile. May I inquire your esteemed name, boss? Xiao Mei asked playfully. Chen Meng, he replied. Chen boss is truly youthful and accomplished. What business are you engaged in? Xiao Mei immediately stood to pour tea for Chen Meng, leaning over the table. Her long, delicate arms were as smooth and fair as jade, and the heart-shaped neckline of her top dipped slightly, revealing a subtle curve. Chen Meng felt a rush of heat to his cheeks and quickly averted his gaze, turning to Xiao. Why are you not in class today? I do have class. But Meng Gu mentioned you were leaving, so I came to see you off, she stammered. Little O's face flushed slightly. Her eyelids lowered as she avoided Chen Meng's warm gaze. With a hint of embarrassment, Xiao Mei withdrew her hand, her eyes flashing with a tinge of jealousy. Xiao, do you know Boss Chen? She inquired. Yes, don't you remember? Brother Meng asked you to help take care of the patient, and that patient is Brother Chen. Xiao replied. So the ailing one is Boss Chen, my apologies. I truly had matters to attend to that day, which is why I asked Xiao to look after you. Xiao Mei apologized. Speaking of which, I owe you thanks. If it weren't for your introduction of this lovely girl, I would have had no one to care for me during my illness, Chen Meng chuckled. Brother, that's quite ungrateful of you. I also took care of you, just not as comfortably as this young lady did, Meng Chong teased, giving a wink. Instantly, Xiao's cheeks turned a deep crimson. Chen Meng realized that Xiao was not as innocent as she appeared. She had indeed understood Meng's playful banter. Oh, so Xiao and Boss Chun are quite familiar with each other. Boss Chun, you seem a bit unfair, Xiao Mei remarked with a sarcastic tone. What do you mean? Chen Meng asked, taken aback. If Xiao attended to you so well, then why do you let her eat pickled vegetables and dry bread? Isn't that a bit cruel? Xiao Mei replied, a smirk on her lips. Chen Meng scratched his head. He could tolerate light-hearted jokes at the dinner table. Glancing at the blushing Xiao, he said, You make a valid point, but the crux of the matter is, I was unconscious. I have no idea how Xiao attended to me. That's simple. Let Xiao attend to you again tonight, and you'll find out, Meng Chong chuckled. Unable to endure the teasing any longer, Xiao, her face ablaze, declared, Brother Meng. Brother Chen, you two are ganging up on me. I'm leaving. With that, she genuinely stood up. Chen Meng instinctively reached out, but his grip was not strong. Unexpectedly, Xiao lost her balance and fell directly into Chen Meng's embrace. Brother, I think we should call this meal off. Xiao seems impatient, Meng Chong laughed. Xiao Mei joined in, giggling uncontrollably. This only made Chen Meng feel a bit embarrassed as he hurriedly adjusted Xiao, awkwardly saying, I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. I know, Xiao replied, her face now flushed to the roots of her hair, sitting uneasily beside Chen Meng, her heart racing like a startled deer. Chapter 131. A fleeting spring dream. Perhaps it was because he was leaving the next day, or perhaps it was the beauty beside him, but Chen Meng surprisingly became intoxicated. His tolerance for alcohol was not particularly high, and the strength of the foreign liquor was considerable. After finishing 2 bottles, his head was already spinning. Brother Meng, do you remember what I said? I remember, brother. I see you've had enough to drink. How about I take you back to rest? Meng Chong chuckled at the sight of Chen Meng, slurring his words. In reality, they hadn't consumed much alcohol. The 4 of them shared 2 bottles, and yet Chen Meng was thoroughly inebriated. I'm not drunk. Who said I was drunk? I can still drink. He protested. Yes, you can still drink. Let us change places and continue. Meng Chong, Xiao Mei, and Xiao worked tirelessly to escort Chen Meng back to the hotel. Alcohol emboldened him. Although Meng Chong claimed to be sober, he had thoroughly enjoyed himself, playfully clinging to Xiao Mei throughout the journey. At this moment, he was brimming with impatience. Xiao, I leave Chen to your care, he said. Ah, Menggu. Where are you going? Xiao exclaimed. Xiao Mei has had too much to drink and can hardly walk. I'll book a room for her to rest. Meng Chong replied. I'm feeling so dizzy. I can't stand, Xiao Mei said, leaning weakly against Meng Chong. Xiao immediately grasped the situation, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Just moments ago, they had helped Chen back, and now Xiao Mei seemed utterly incapacitated. How outrageous of this girl to openly seek a room with Meng Gu in front of me. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Meng Chong had already begun to assist the unsteady Xiao Mei away. Meng Gu, Xiao hurriedly called after them. Take good care of Chun, he won't mistreat you. Meng Chong replied without looking back. Xiao stood hesitantly at the doorway, torn between staying and leaving. She glanced back at the sprawled figure of Chen Meng on the bed, who appeared to be mumbling incoherently. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped inside and closed the door behind her. Chengge, what do you need? Would you like some water? I'll get it for you right away. Swiftly, Xiao poured a glass of water and approached him. Chengge, let me help you sit up, but please don't move around too much. In a haze, Chen Meng felt the world spinning as he was pulled upright, only to find himself enveloped in a soft, fragrant embrace. Instinctively, he clutched this comforting presence and murmured, I miss you so much, let me kiss you. Mengge, I'm nodding in. Let go of me. Xiao was taken aback, her entire body stiffening as she felt his strong grip. Panic welled up within her as she struggled, but Chen Meng's strength was overwhelming. She found herself immobilized, and when his urgent whispers reached her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe, her mind went blank. Suddenly, Xiao felt her heart race, her strength dissipating entirely. She softened and collapsed. No, she weakly protested. With a loud crash, the glass of water on the bedside table shattered on the floor, sending droplets scattering in every direction. The water splashed across the walls and floor, creating a fleeting spectacle of shimmering droplets that quickly dried up and vanished. Unbeknownst to them, outside, The world had turned silver-white with the moonlight streaming through the window, soft and alluring, much like the entwined figures on the bed. The shards of glass on the floor reflected the moonlight, and as a gentle breeze blew, it seemed to stir the light, creating rippling silver waves on the pristine white walls, a breathtaking sight. As the temperature gradually rose, Chen Meng was jolted awake by a wave of heat. His head throbbed painfully as he opened his eyes, momentarily disoriented. Instinctively, he stretched his arms, only to freeze in shock. His hand had brushed against something soft. Turning his head, he was nearly thrown from the bed in fright. Xiao lay beside him. What on earth had happened? Chen Meng's expression darkened considerably. Reflecting upon the events, my memories are fragmented and disjointed, lacking coherence. I faintly recall being inebriated and assisted back to the hotel by someone. The remaining recollections consist of indistinct shards, as if I had engaged in the long-cherished desires with Ying. Yet, the visage of the woman in my dream remains nebulous. Reminiscent of both Ying and Xiao. Could it be that I had been with Xiao? Chen Meng stared vacantly at Lu Mei, her brow furrowed, and noticed the traces of dried tears at the corners of Xiao's eyes, as if she had endured some form of anguish in her slumber. No, that cannot be. Her attire is intact, while mine, albeit slightly disheveled, still includes my trousers. I was terrified. Chen Meng exhaled deeply. He tiptoed off the bed and entered the bathroom, preparing for a shower and to freshen up. Upon removing his trousers, he froze. He had accidentally worn them inside out. How is that possible? Chen Meng could not recall how he completed his shower, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. When he emerged, he was dressed neatly, and 5 minutes later, his luggage was packed. Xiao remained asleep, curled up in her position. Chen Meng gazed at her, sighed softly, retrieved a stack of money from his bag, placed it on the bedside table, and quietly opened the door to leave. The door clicked softly shut. Instantly, Xiao's eyes fluttered open, 2 streams of tears cascading down her cheeks. She turned to glance at the money on the bedside table, swiftly leaping from the bed and rushing to the window. Watching as Chen Meng boarded a vehicle with his luggage, unable to suppress her sobs as she crouched down, concealing her face in despair. A fleeting spring dream leaves no trace. The streets were bustling with activity, a scene of vibrancy. Chen Meng, however, could not appreciate it. His heart yearned to return. Yet, before heading back, he had a destination to reach. Half an hour later, Chen Meng stood before the opulent villa of the Liu family. Taking a deep breath, he ascended the steps with purpose. The Liu family, consisting of Liu Qianni and his family, was gathered around the breakfast table. Their expressions shifted to surprise upon seeing a servant escorting Chen Meng into their midst. Who dares to intrude here? Liu Qianni's countenance darkened instantly. There is no need for you to reprimand your servant, Mr. Liu. I have come to bid farewell and to return the money, Chen Meng stated calmly. Farewell? You are leaving? Liu Tingting exclaimed in astonishment. This was the first time she had spoken to Chen Meng during his visit. Indeed, Miss Liu, you are correct. This place is too extravagant for me. I shall return to my hometown and lead a humble life. As Chen Meng spoke, he produced a check and placed it on the table. Mr. Liu, I am returning this money. We are now square. With that, he turned to depart. Wait, what do you mean by this? The money I, Liu Qianni, have given cannot simply be returned. Do you find it insufficient? Or do you wish for me to remain indebted to you? Liu Qianni called out to Chen Meng. You have misunderstood, Mr. Liu. Returning your money bears no ulterior motives. This 1 million is the price of my integrity. You owe me nothing, and I owe you nothing. We are clear now, Miss Liu, farewell. Chen Meng nodded slightly and strode out decisively. In that moment, he felt an immense sense of relief, his heart unburdened, leaving only the joy of returning home. Chapter 132. Could it be that you are the enigmatic stock market sage? Halt! Liu Qianni barked in anger. Chen Meng furrowed his brow, paused in his steps, and turned to gaze coolly at the approaching Liu Qianni. What is it that you truly desire, Boss Liu? He inquired. I was about to ask you the same. What is the meaning of returning the money so inexplicably? Did you not incur losses in stock trading? Is this money perhaps tainted? Liu Qianni expressed his suspicion. Allow me to speak candidly, Boss Liu. With your 1 million, I managed to generate some profit in trading. Although 1 million is not an insignificant sum for me, I refuse to equate the bonds of friendship with monetary value. You may find my words laughable, yet I genuinely hold this belief. Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives towards Miss Liu, for we inhabit entirely different worlds. That is all I wish to convey. I shall take my leave now. Chen Meng clasped his fists and prepared to depart once more. Wait, Are you the elusive stock savant who earned 10 million in just 7 days? Lu Tingting suddenly interjected. Him? Lu Qianyi was taken aback. What do you mean, 10 million in 7 days? Li Weinian questioned. In the past week, Shun Kongjia has skyrocketed. Someone entrusted 1 million in principal to trade solely in Shun Kongjia, amassing over 10 million in mere 7 days. Lu Tingting clarified to her mother. She could only conceive of this possibility. Otherwise, it was difficult to explain why a financially struggling individual like Chen Meng would voluntarily return a check for 1 million. Who would dare to call themselves a stock savant in front of Boss Lu? Miss Lu is overthinking, Chen Meng chuckled, feeling a resigned sigh within. He knew that such matters could hardly remain confidential. Damn it, a 10,000 yuan tip wasted. In an instant, they VE sold me out. You can deny it all you want. It must be you, Lu Tingting insisted, pressing Chen Meng for acknowledgement. Furrowing his brow once more, Chen Meng addressed both Lu Qianyi and Lu Tingting. Before I depart, I would like to offer you both a piece of advice. Not everyone in this world is malevolent. Truth, goodness, and beauty do indeed exist. One ought to regard every individual and situation with an equal perspective, avoiding subjective assumptions. When one becomes accustomed to viewing others through a subjective lens, the consequences may be negligible for ordinary individuals, but for a financial magnate like Boss Lu, it poses a significant risk. How dare you lecture me? Lu Qianyi erupted in anger. You are mistaken. I merely extend a benevolent reminder. Just as you and Miss Lu approach me with suspicion, regardless of my actions, particularly you. Boss Lu, when I sought to borrow money, I indicated my intention to repay you in the future, yet you subjectively doubted my ability to do so. Or perhaps you perceived it as a covert attempt to extort you. As for Miss Lu, I will assume your intentions are well-meaning, perhaps out of frustration. Chen Meng smiled faintly, sincerely, and composedly, causing Lu Tingting to feel an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing she could disappear into the ground. I do not require your reminders in how to conduct myself, Lu Qianyi retorted, his face darkened with displeasure. Meanwhile, Li Weinian seemed to grasp the situation. Looking incredulously at Chen Meng and reflecting on her initial positive impression of him, feeling a wave of inner embarrassment. Mr. Chen, your words are thought-provoking, and I apologize for the disrespect displayed by Qianyi and Tingting towards you. Madam, that is entirely unnecessary. Boss Lu and Miss Lu have not wronged me. Chen Meng quickly interjected. Regardless of the circumstances, I owe a debt of gratitude to Tingting, which the Lu family will never forget. You flatter me, sir. Miss Lu and I are even now. Neither of us owes anything to the other, Chen Meng said with a gentle smile, his gaze lingering on the complex expression of Lu Tingting. I shall take my leave now. Should fate allow, I hope it will be at your concert, Miss Lu. Thank you. Lu Tingting nodded, her heart inexplicably fluttering. She felt a profound sense that only Chen Meng genuinely supported her dreams and aspirations. It was only after Chen Meng disappeared from the sight of the Lu family that Lu Qianyi snapped back to reality, bellowing, "Someone, bring me Meng Chong at once." Dad, what do you intend to do? Lu Tingting exclaimed in surprise. I wish to ascertain whether Chen Meng is indeed the individual who earned 10 million in 7 days. Lu Qianyi gritted his teeth. He did not believe that anyone could predict the sudden surge of the deep Kongjia stock better than he could. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, Meng Chong and Xiao Mei had reveled through the night and were now in a deep slumber. When he awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Panic struck him as he recalled Chen Meng's train that morning. He was nearly late. He hurriedly jumped out of bed, hastily dressing before rushing out of the room. Xiao Mei, still drowsy from her slumber, was startled awake, unsure of what was happening, and quickly followed him out. Meng Chong knocked vigorously on the door. Chun, wake up. If you sleep any longer, you'll miss the train. With a creak, the door opened to reveal a neatly dressed Xiao. Brother Chen left long ago. He left? Did he say anything? Meng Chong asked, momentarily dazed. Nothing at all, Xiao replied. Did he not leave any instructions for you? Meng Chong scrutinized her. Xiao, feeling the weight of his gaze, lowered her head, her ears turning crimson. Observing her demeanor, Xiao Mei chuckled and nudged her playfully. Sister, was Boss Chen gentle with you? How much did he give you? 10,000. My goodness, Boss Chen is indeed generous. Menggu, look how lavishly he treats Xiao compared to how you treat me. Xiao Mei exclaimed, a hint of envy in her voice. Xiao, did you and Chen really? Meng Chong asked skeptically. When did I say anything happened between us? Xiao shot back. Then why did he give you 10,000? How would I know? Ask him yourself. Xiao retorted angrily and stormed out. What is wrong with Xiao? Meng Chong wondered aloud. Fool, a woman's first time is precious. And the one who took it has vanished. How could she be happy? Xiao Mei rolled her eyes. Didn't she say nothing happened between her and Chen? I know her better than you do. Trust me, Xiao was definitely with Boss Chen, Xiao Mei asserted knowingly. She then leaned closer to Meng Chong, insisting, I don't care. Xiao may not be as beautiful as me, yet she received that exorbitant sum. You must increase my allowance. Fine, I'll raise your allowance. But you must quit working at the dance hall, Meng Chong said, wrapping his arms around Xiao Mei's slender waist. What do you mean? You want to support me? Is it so hard to believe that I can support you? Meng Chong scoffed. Meng Gu can certainly afford it. But how much do you intend to give me for a month? Xiao Mei asked with a flirtatious glance. Is 2,000 enough? This is what you said. No backing out. Xiao Mei's eyes sparkled. In an era where the average monthly salary barely reaches 300, 2,000 a month is an immense fortune. She risked her reputation by working in a dance hall, where she earned less than that amount. Serving one person is far preferable to entertaining many. Hee, little enchantress. When have I ever gone back on my word? Meng Chong was stirred by Xiao Mei's glistening eyes, ready to embrace her for a morning rendezvous. When suddenly his pager rang. To his surprise, it was Lu Qianyi seeking him, dousing him with a cold splash of reality, banishing his lustful thoughts, and filling him with trepidation. What could Lu Qianyi want from me? Chapter 133. The unrestrained Lu Qianyi. This was Meng Chong's first venture into the fabled Red Wall Villa. It was rumored that this place was once the private estate of a significant ancestor. However, when the invaders broke in, this noble figure refused to surrender, resulting in the massacre of his entire family of 18, their blood staining the villa red, hence the name Red House. Meng Chong was aware that these were mere tales. Yet upon entering, the solemnity and thick aura of history evoked a shiver of respect within him. Sir, I have brought him, the bodyguard announced as he led Meng Chong into the living room. This was somewhat unnecessary, for Meng Chong immediately spotted Lu Qianyi lounged on the sofa, casually reading a newspaper, his leg crossed. Beside him sat a stunningly beautiful woman. Just one glance ignited a flicker of heat in Meng Chong's heart. He had finally encountered the rumored star, though he couldn't recall her name. The aura of a Hong Kong and Taiwan celebrity from 2 decades ago was enough to elevate her to an unattainable fairy-like figure in the minds of their generation. This woman must be in her 40s, yet she looked as if she were in her early 30s. Lu Qianyi was truly fortunate, and it seemed a waste for him to squander her beauty in frivolity. Particularly, her graceful and poised demeanor made Meng Chong comprehend what it meant to possess an innate charm compared to her. The young women of today seemed hardly worthy of the title. Are you Meng Chong? I've heard you are quite close with Chen Meng, Lu Tingting inquired eagerly. Yes. Meng Chong's heart skipped a beat as he promptly suppressed his wandering thoughts and responded honestly, though his mind raced. Lu Qianyi summoned him. Could it be related to Brother Chen? What could he possibly want? Just then, another servant hurried in. Sir, Director Fong has arrived. Let him in, Lu Qianyi replied, setting down his newspaper with a casual air. Moments later, several officers entered. Meng Chong did not recognize the leader, but he could tell by his rank that he was not of low standing. Remembering the news reports, he speculated that this man must be the chief of the Shanghai police. Mr. Lu, I apologize for the delay. It took us so long to apprehend the 2 bandits, Director Fong said, glancing over at the standing Meng Chong. The sharpness of his gaze made Meng Chong's heart race involuntarily. Director Fong, it is not for me to criticize you, but for such a trivial matter to take so long to resolve raises concerns about the efficiency of your police department. Lu Qianyi remarked with a cold snort. Indeed, I shall humbly accept Mr. Lu's advice and will strengthen my rectifications. Fong Tong's expression was awkward. Where are the people? Lu Qianyi inquired. Bring them in. Fong Tong waved his hand. 2 bandits were escorted in. Lu Tingting abruptly stood up, her eyes aflame with indignation. Do you 2 still recognize this young lady? The 2 bandits, who had attempted to rob Lu Tingting on the train and had nearly insulted her, were now before her. Recognizing her noble demeanor, they instantly comprehended they had provoked a formidable adversary, their faces turning pale as they lowered their heads in silence. My purpose here is merely to confirm with Miss Lu whether these 2 are indeed the assailants. Since Miss Lu has verified their identities, I shall take my leave. Rest assured, these 2 wretches, having committed heinous crimes, shall receive the most severe punishment, Fong Tong declared. Wait, Lu Qianyi suddenly rose and approached the 2 bandits, coldly commanding. Raise your heads. The bandits trembled, fear coursing through them as they dared not meet Lu Qian's gaze. Recognize my face. I am Lu Qian, a name known throughout the city. She is my daughter, nearly insulted by you. Your crimes warrant the harshest retribution. Lu Qian's words were not harsh. Yet they struck terror into the hearts of the bandits, causing their legs to buckle as they fell to the ground, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Lu Qian snorted disdainfully and placed his hand on Fong Tong's shoulder. Director Fong, since you are here, it would be remiss not to enjoy a cup of tea before you depart. I am quite busy with official duties. I will certainly visit you another day. Fong Tong replied, turning away. Just then, a gust of wind swept behind him as several bodyguards surged forward, pinning the two bandits to the ground. A pair of sharp cracks resounded. Fong Tong whirled around to see one bandit's arm twisted at a horrifying angle, writhing on the ground in agony. Mr. Lu. Fong Tong's expression soured, alternating between red and white, his eyes flashing with both shame and rage. However, Lu Qian paid him no mind and addressed the bandits coolly. You should consider yourselves fortunate that I, Lu Qian, am a law-abiding citizen. Otherwise, you would be sinking to the depths of the Huangpu River by now. He then extended his hand, and a bodyguard presented him with a check, which he placed in Fong Tong's hand. Director Fong, rest assured, I will not make things difficult for you. I shall cover the medical expenses for these two. My only demand is that the hand which disrespected my daughter be rendered permanently incapacitated. How audacious, Meng Chong thought, a cold sweat trickling down his back. He had only ever witnessed Lu Qian's refined demeanor. Today, he beheld his ruthless nature, openly maiming robbers in front of law enforcement, showing utter disregard for Fong Tong. Brother Chen was right. Lu Qian will undoubtedly face serious repercussions in the future. His arrogance knows no bounds. We shall take our leave. Fong Tong cast a lingering glance at Lu Qian before turning to exit, while the two bandits were dragged away like lifeless dogs. Father, you have gone too far. Lu Tingting frowned, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Had this incident not occurred before Fong Tong, it would have been a different matter. However, in the presence of Fong Tong, the nature of the matter differs greatly. While causing harm is trivial, tarnishing Fong Tong's reputation is a grave concern. It is worth noting that Fong Tong holds a significant position as the head of a bureau, wielding considerable power. Lu Qian, however, dismissively waved his hand, asserting, You are my treasure. Who would dare lay a finger on you? If I haven't taken his life, it is already a testament to the protection granted by his ancestors. He then inquired, Tell me, did Chen Meng accurately predict the rise of Shen Kongjia over the past week, earning over 10 million? Still in shock, Meng Chong was suddenly jolted by Lu Qian's question and instantly replied, Yes. How did he manage to be so precise? Pray, do enlighten us. Brother Chen once analyzed it for me, he continued. He mentioned that according to the recent reports from the Financial Weekly, national leaders met with the chairman of Overseas Chinese Town. Furthermore, this year's economic development report indicates a sustained double-digit growth rate, with a significant increase in per capita income and a 30% rise in household savings just days ago. Recently, Kongjia Group announced a new product, priced only 10% higher than the previous generation. Meng Chong recounted Chen Meng's analysis of Shen Kongjia in great detail. Oh, and there's also Zhongfang. Brother Chen's analysis was equally astute. Upon hearing Meng Chong's account, Lu Qian and his daughter were utterly astonished. Lu Tingting, in particular, found herself speechless, murmuring, I was wrong. I was completely mistaken. How absurd. How could I be so ignorant as to mock my savior? The breadth and precision of Chen Meng's analytical perspective clearly indicated the expertise of a seasoned professional. How could someone so young possess such depth? Tingting, are you certain he truly is a farmer? Lu Qian questioned, his disbelief evident. He claims to be a farmer. I believe, given his character, he would not lie. Lu Tingting replied, filled with regret. How foolish of me to so readily dismiss Chen Meng's character based on preconceived notions. If he were a sycophant, he wouldn't have disembarked from the train and left me behind. Huh. Looked down upon Brother Chen, did you? Now you understand the taste of underestimating others. Meng Chong thought to himself, secretly amused as he glanced at the bewildered beauty beside him. Gritting his teeth, he continued, Mr. Lu, Brother Chen once shared some thoughts about you, and I am uncertain whether I should disclose them. Chapter 134. You rascal, returning and not being honest. Speak, Lu Qian urged. Meng Chong carefully replied. Brother Chen said that the Lu family comprises good people, yet they have fallen prey to the common faults of the wealthy, being overly self-assured. Lu Qianyi's brow furrowed, his expression turning furious. Meng Chong trembled in fright, regretting his words. But to his surprise, Lu Qianyi gradually calmed down and continued. Brother Chen also mentioned that your approach to business often revolves around schemes and deceit, which could be detrimental to your future development. If you do not amend this, you will inevitably face significant setbacks. He also advised me that truth, kindness, and beauty represent the pinnacle of human existence. Truth is authenticity, and in business, integrity is paramount. Kindness reflects goodwill towards others and society. Without it, one becomes a wealthy yet unkind individual. Beauty is the exquisite perception of others and things. There is a saying that this world is not devoid of beauty, but rather lacks the discerning eyes to discover it. If one constantly perceives others as treacherous and cunning, then no amount of wealth can bring happiness. Meng Chong spoke cautiously. Initially, the Lu family was filled with anger, but gradually they fell into a contemplative silence. Their expressions reflective. Until he finished speaking, they remained uncommunicative. Oh, by the way, Brother Chen also asked me to convey a message to Miss Lu. Do not always position yourself as a savior, believing that what you see and hear is absolute truth. Such notions may merely be the result of preconceived biases. Over time, you risk losing your true self, Meng Chong added. Thank you. I will remember your words today. Lu Tingting nodded. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Meng Chong bowed politely. The Lu family remained enveloped in shock, not attempting to detain him. Meng Chong dashed 100 meters away before finally stopping, gasping for breath. After all, he was a figure of considerable stature, and his presence was quite intimidating. If it were not for his poise, he might not have made it out unscathed. Reflecting on it now, he felt a tinge of fear. Ultimately, his words to Lu Tingting were delivered in Chen Meng's name, intended to admonish the arrogant young lady, a means of venting Chen Meng's frustrations. Fortunately, Lu Tingting was well-mannered and composed. Had it been someone with a more volatile temperament, the consequences would have been dire. Finally, he returned to Jiangzhou City. As Chen Meng stepped off the train, the air he inhaled felt exceptionally welcoming. He immediately contacted Meng Chong to inform him of his safe arrival and then headed straight to the People's Hospital. Upon stealthily entering the hospital room, he found Xie Yingying lying on the bed, cradling Xiao Miao as she slept. Her beautiful features appeared somewhat weary, yet her charm remained undeniable. Chen Meng felt a surge of warmth in his heart and quickly pressed a kiss against her luscious lips. Ah! Xie Yingying was startled awake and instinctively raised her hand to strike. It is I, Chen Meng exclaimed, grasping her wrist firmly. Chen Meng, you have returned. Xie Yingying's furious gaze transformed into surprise, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. He drew her into his embrace, their lips meeting in a fervent kiss. With a soft whimper, Xie Yingying, taken by surprise, surrendered to the moment. Her trembling eyelids slowly fluttered closed, and her arms wrapped around Chen Meng's neck, responding both shyly and passionately until Chen Meng's hands began to wander. It was then that Xie Yingying abruptly pushed him away, biting her lip. A mixture of embarrassment and anger in her expression. You rascal, returning and behaving so improperly. Don't you realize where we are? Oh, Yingying, allow me just one more kiss. I have missed you so dearly, Chen Meng implored eagerly. No, if Xiao Miao wakes up and sees, it would be inappropriate. Xie Yingying playfully swatted away his mischievous hand. How about we sneak into the restroom? Chen Meng suggested. Huh, how shameless. Have you learned such tactics from that brazen vixen in Husher? Xie Yingying blushed, eyeing Chen Meng with suspicion. She was well aware of what might transpire should they enter the restroom. She could resist. Yet Chen Meng's fervent and powerful hands always stirred her long-buried desires with ease. Once she entered the restroom, a fear gripped her that her body might betray her with unwarranted honesty. Though she harbored a deep affection for Chen Meng, she was unwilling to surrender herself so casually. There is a saying that what is easily obtained is seldom cherished. Her sole reliance now lay in Chen Meng's affection and the intimacy they shared. Ahem. In my eyes, all other women are mere fleeting shadows, so my eagerness is justified, Chen Meng said, his voice tinged with uncertainty. With a playful smirk, Xie Yingying felt a surge of joy. Noticing Chen Meng's troubled expression, she recalled the fervent passion of his kiss, causing her to weaken at the knees. With shy, glistening eyes, she suggested, then let me allow you another kiss, but your hands must remain still. Yes, I promise not to move them, Chen Meng eagerly nodded. Hee hee. Once we kiss again, it will be beyond your control. As he impatiently embraced Xie Yingying once more, a sudden cry of "Mama" jolted them apart like an electric shock. Xie Yingying shot Chen Meng a glare before swiftly picking up the small Mia. "Good girl, you're awake. Are you hungry? Mama will prepare your milk." "Hungry," Mia responded. "Let Uncle hold you for a bit while Mama gets your milk ready." Xie Yingying handed Mia to Chen Meng, who playfully tickled her palm, causing her cheeks to flush with a delightful embarrassment. She discreetly pinched Chen Meng and rolled her eyes in a flirtatious manner before heading off to prepare the milk. "Hey, Mia, call Uncle," Chen Meng said as he gently rocked the little one. "If you do, Uncle will buy you tasty treats." "Uncle," Mia obediently called, making Chen Meng beam with joy. Nearby, while preparing the milk, Xie Yingying observed this tender scene and couldn't help but smile. Still in her 20s, she envisioned a future with Chen Meng, one that surely included children. Yet, a worry lingered in her heart. Would Chen Meng treat Mia well since she was not his biological daughter? In this day and age, how many men would disregard such a fact? However, she noticed that Chen Meng was different. His fondness for Mia was genuine, not merely an act to please her. The thought of one day having a child with Chen Meng and creating a harmonious family filled her with uncontainable joy. After having her milk, little Mia soon fell asleep again. Chen Meng leaned against the headboard, while Xie Yingying nestled comfortably in his embrace, enveloped in a warm and tender atmosphere. Chen Meng wished to preserve this heartwarming sentiment and gently caressed Xie Yingying's delicate hand, inquiring, "How is Mia doing?" The doctor said that in 3 weeks, the first phase of chemotherapy will conclude, and Mia can return home to recuperate. 3 months later, she will undergo the second treatment, Xie Yingying explained. "So, the condition is under control?" Chen Meng asked. Fortunately, the doctor noted that Mia was diagnosed in time. There are currently no signs of tumor markers. The chemotherapy is merely to eliminate potential threats. For now, it appears to be managed, but we must continue with follow-up observations. Worry etched across Xie Yingying's brow. "Do not fret. With my support, we will find a way to heal Mia," Chen Meng reassured her, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. "Yes, having you by my side is truly a blessing." Xie Yingying raised her chin and playfully offered a fragrant kiss. Chapter 135, Chen Meng. "You are remarkable. Are you saying that Chen Meng stayed at the exchange for merely a week before returning?" Zhang Jiangwo furrowed his brow. "Yes, during that time. He fell ill and was in a coma for 2 days. Did you manage to find out what this young man was doing at the exchange?" "I didn't dare to get too close, fearing he might recognize me. Besides, I'm not knowledgeable about stocks, thus I couldn't find a way to engage those individuals for information. I apologize, Zhang Zong, for disappointing you. It's not your fault. You've worked hard. Go and rest well." Zhang Jiangwo waved his hand, dismissing his subordinate. Beside them, Jiang Huifan remarked sarcastically, "For the sake of Zhuer, you really are putting in a great effort. You are fretting over something that hasn't even begun. What do you understand? Zhuer has never asked me for anything, yet this time, she sought my help for Chen Meng, which indicates that he holds great significance in her life. I must uncover the truth about their relationship," Zhang Jiangwo replied, raising an eyebrow. "That's simple enough. Just ask your precious daughter, and everything will be clear," Jiang Huifan suggested. "If I could ask, would I need your guidance? If I truly inquired, she might turn against me." Zhang Jiangwo expressed his helplessness. This daughter, he felt he owed much to. Thus, for over a decade, he had indulged and pampered Zhang Zhuer, hoping to make amends. If Zhang Zhuer had developed some undesirable traits, it would have been one thing. Yet, she remained virtuous and compassionate, which only deepened Zhang Jiangwo's affection for her. "Look at you, so easily swayed by an illegitimate daughter, while you are not even half as kind to your biological son," Jiang Huifan scolded angrily. "What nonsense are you speaking? Is Zhuer not my own flesh and blood? Moreover, have you considered your son's character? All he does is indulge in debauchery and vice. I haven't thrown him out on the streets. That's quite generous of me." Zhang Jiangwo snorted coldly and swept away. "Zhang Jiangwo, that is your own son. How could you speak of him so disdainfully? Do not forget, he is your only son. And you expect him to inherit the vast family fortune," Jiang Huifan exclaimed, rising from the sofa and placing her hands on her hips in anger. "That is not certain. This is not the old society where wealth can only be passed to sons and not daughters. Perhaps one day, if he provokes me, I will leave everything to Zhuer and see how that wastrel manages," Zhang Jiangwo shot back coolly. Jiang Huifan was nearly driven to the brink of fury. "Mom, why are you two fighting again?" At that moment, a young man with dyed blonde hair, appearing to be in his early 20s, strolled in yawning. He was Zhang Jiangwo and Jiang Huifen's son, Zhang Xiaojun. This is all because of you. What time is it, and you're still asleep? Did you go out drinking with your friends again last night? Jiang Huifen scolded. Yes, so what? Zhang Xiaojun replied nonchalantly. You still have the audacity to ask? If you don't get your act together, your father will throw us both out. Jiang Huifen jabbed her finger at Zhang Xiaojun's forehead, speaking fiercely. Who would have thought that Zhang Xiaojun would scoff dismissively? How could that be? I'm my dad's only son. If he kicked me out, who would inherit the family fortune? You are still lost in your dreams. Just now, your father mentioned that if you continue to act recklessly, the entire family fortune will be handed over to that illegitimate daughter. What? Did he really say that? Zhang Xiaojun was abruptly awakened from his drowsiness, staring at his mother in disbelief. Whether he said it or not is inconsequential. What matters is that you must strive to succeed. Otherwise, one day, the family fortune will inevitably be taken away by others. Jiang Huifan spoke earnestly. No parent wishes for their child to be a prodigal. She too harbored dreams of her son's success. Damn it. If that illegitimate daughter dares to take away my family's fortune, I will make her pay dearly. Zhang Xiaojun suddenly erupted in anger. Jiang Huifan gazed at her son, who emanated a violent aura, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity, as if she no longer recognized him. Chen Meng, you should head back. You've been out for quite a while. Your uncle and aunt must be worried. Xia Yingying nudged Chen Meng. What? Are you already tired of me? Chen Meng replied, feigning sorrow. You are acting like a child who refuses to grow up. Sooner or later, I will be yours. A man should prioritize his career. Besides, you've been out for long. Aren't you worried about your family? Xia Yingying chuckled, yet her heart swelled with joy. The man she admired enjoyed being close to her, affirming her charm. Seeing Chen Meng maintaining a serious demeanor, Xia Yingying took the initiative to embrace him, planting a kiss on his lips, her cheeks flushing as she said, You should consider me as well. If you stay here with me, your uncle and aunt may not voice their concerns, but in their hearts, they will surely think of me as a seductress. They never like me anyway. Oh, you seem to have a point. My apologies for overlooking that. Chen Meng nodded earnestly. But rest assured, my parents are my parents. I am me. They cannot dictate my desires. I like you, and no one can interfere with that. Xia Yingying felt a surge of emotion, gazing at him with affectionate eyes. Do you know what I appreciate most about you? It's your respect for my feelings and your consideration for me. As long as you understand me, I can overlook the criticisms from others. All right, I will heed your advice and head back. Chen Meng agreed, recognizing that it was indeed time to return. After this departure, it has been over 10 days. My parents must be worried. Take care of yourself after I leave. Try not to go out unnecessarily. And don't hesitate to spend money. I earned a substantial amount this time in Shanghai, so we are not lacking funds, Chen Meng advised. 100,000? 1 million. Heavens, how did you manage that? Xia Yingying was utterly astounded. 1 million? It was beyond her wildest dreams. Many people would never earn such an amount in their lifetime. Yet Chen Meng made 1 million in just 7 days through stock trading. Chen Meng looked at Xia Yingying with pride, relishing her astonished expression. Chen Meng, you are amazing. We no longer need to worry about Xiao Miao's medical expenses, and I can pursue what I desire. Xia Yingying suddenly embraced Chen Meng, leaning in to press her soft lips against his. That passionate and fervent gesture left Chen Meng momentarily taken aback. When he attempted to advance further, Xia Yingying playfully swatted his mischievous hand away and pushed him back. You should head home. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave today. It turned out that Yingying also had a fondness for money. Chen Meng chuckled, reluctantly bidding farewell to Xia Yingying as he boarded the bus back to Qingshan County. 3 hours later, upon arriving at the bus station in the heart of the county, the twilight had already begun to envelop the surroundings. Chen Meng, undeterred, made his way directly to the plaza. After a journey lasting over 10 days, he was curious about how his younger sister had fared with her spicy crayfish venture. Upon arrival, he was astounded by the bustling scene before him. Business had doubled since his departure. When he caught sight of Chen Xiaomei, drenched in sweat as she skillfully stir-fried the crayfish amidst the flames, a warm surge of emotion filled his heart. His sister had finally matured, capable of managing on her own. He strolled over, a smile gracing his lips as he called out, Xiaomei, brother, you're back. Chen Xiaomei exclaimed, her surprise enveloping her like a wave. In her excitement, she momentarily forgot about the crayfish, abandoning her spatula to rush towards Chen Meng. The clanging of pots nearly resulted in a mishap, startling Chen Meng, who quickly stepped forward to steady the pan. "Xiaomei, you're as careless as ever," he remarked, though with a hint of affection. "I was just overwhelmed with joy at your return," she replied, a sense of relief washing over her. Had the pot tipped, it could have resulted in a disaster. "Next time, be more cautious," Chen Meng advised, ruffling her hair. "The shrimp are going to burn." With a startled shout, she hurried back to her frantic cooking, prompting a smile from Chen Meng. "Hey, isn't that Chun, the boss? Where have you been hiding all this time?" Came the teasing voices from the patrons. "I heard you went to the city to chase girls, and you're back so soon? Seems you're not very useful after all." "Chun, my brother, I think it's time for you to retire. Your sister has far surpassed your skills and is much more adept at managing things. Look at you, so frugal after all this time apart. You can't even spare a cigarette." As the guests playfully ribbed Chen Meng, he responded, "Rest assured, even if I am frugal, I can still afford a few cigarettes. Moreover, today, all beers are on the house, as a token of my gratitude for your warm welcome." He clasped his fists in appreciation. He then produced several packs of cigarettes he had brought back from the city, placing them on a nearby table. "Quite the haul, my friends," he said with a grin. "Thanks to your support, I made a modest profit." In this day and age, a pack of Dezhonghua cigarettes costing 20 yuan was considered quite extravagant. He had returned with about 10 packs, spending nearly 2,000 yuan. With laughter and banter filling the air, the earlier sense of unfamiliarity from his absence was swiftly dispelled, allowing him to slip back into the relaxed atmosphere he had left behind. After calming the guests, he made his way to a small shop. "Xiao Di, when did you return?" Sister Zhou greeted him with evident joy, promptly handing him a bottle of soda to quench his thirst. Unlike their usual encounters where he would sit and greet her with a smile, today she had risen to welcome him. "Sister Zhou, you're too kind. I took a trip out of town and brought you a little gift. I hope you like it," he said, presenting her with a bottle of perfume he had prepared. "Goodness, you even brought me a gift? What is this? It's all in foreign script. I can't decipher it," she exclaimed, accepting the perfume. "This is an imported fragrance," he explained. "Imported goods from foreign lands are indeed quite precious. My dear brother, while I appreciate your thoughtfulness, I find no use for such items. As a humble shopkeeper, applying perfume would invite ridicule. Who decrees that a shopkeeper cannot indulge in fragrance? Furthermore, once I adorn myself with it, my husband is sure to appreciate it, thus enhancing our marital bond. At my age, one might ponder the significance of such bonds." Despite her words, Sister Zhou opened the bottle with delight and inhaled deeply. Indeed, foreign products possess an exquisite quality, far surpassing the aroma of common floral water. In truth, this bottle of perfume is a quintessential example of inexpensive fragrance. However, due to our inability to produce it ourselves, its rarity renders it valuable. It is from this moment that the allure of foreign goods began to subtly infiltrate the minds of the populace. There exists a pervasive belief that items emblazoned with foreign languages are inherently superior. Throughout the streets, one can observe countless examples of this phenomenon, from clothing stores to barbershops, bars to nightclubs, and even newly constructed residential complexes, all striving to adopt names that the common folk scarcely comprehend. While engaged in conversation with Sister Zhou, Chen Meng suddenly spotted Zhang Luer and He Zhuang approaching. He hurried over to them, catching them unaware of his return. They immediately sought out Chen Xiaomei to inquire about the day's business. It was only when Chen Meng materialized behind them, exclaiming, "Miss Zhan, brother He," that they were startled. Zhang Luer, taken aback, spun around to see Chen Meng, her surprise palpable as she grasped his hand with urgency. "Chen Meng, when did you return?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Just a short while ago," he replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Zhang Luer's hand was soft, a pleasant sensation. "You should have informed me beforehand. I could have sent He Zhuang to fetch you," she exclaimed excitedly, nearly slipping her words. "No need. I took the bus back," Chen Meng replied, sensing He Zhuang's peculiar gaze fixed on their clasped hands, prompting him to gently withdraw. Only then did Zhang Luer realize her overzealousness. Having held Chen Meng's hand in front of so many, she quickly released him as if shocked, her cheeks flushed, and her gaze evasively darted. "So, how is Xiao Miao's condition?" "Basically stable, but it is still early to consider a cure. Yes, this ailment is notoriously difficult to treat, requiring not only time and effort, but also considerable financial resources. You must be mentally prepared," he advised. "I understand," Chen Meng nodded, then produced a cigarette for He Zhuang. "Brother He, I appreciate your care for my sister during this time. I haven't done much. It's Miss Zhang who comes daily to supervise, He Zhuang replied with a smile. He had observed the previous moment with clarity, almost certain that Miss Zhang had developed deeper feelings for Brother Chen, while Brother Chen appeared indifferent to any romantic notions. Chen Meng, for the sake of the widow, would forsake his own life. How could he possibly harbor affection for another woman? It seemed to be a one-sided affection on Miss Zhang's part. Thank you for your care, Miss Zhang, Chen Meng expressed. There's no need for such formality. We are merely partners in this endeavor, Zhang Luer smiled, her bright eyes sparkling. Noticing Chen Meng's peculiar expression, she quickly realized her misstep, her face flushing anew. What I meant to convey is that we are collaborators, and assisting and caring for Xiao Miao is simply part of our responsibilities. Miss Zhang, I am not your sister. Unless you consider yourself my sister-in-law, Chen Xiaomei interjected with a playful wink. Chen Meng was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that in recent days, his younger sister had grown quite close to Zhang Luer, daring to jest with her, and had quickly forgotten about Lu Yi. The playful banter about matchmaking them elicited laughter even from He Zhuang. Zhang Luer, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, kicked Chen Meng on the leg, exclaiming, "What are you laughing at? I detest seeing you." Ouch! Chen Meng's facial muscles twitched, but he bit his lip and remained silent. It turned out that her elegant and aloof demeanor was merely a facade, her true nature being quite willful. Humph. Zhang Luer maintained a stern expression as she turned away to find a seat. Brother, you've angered Miss Zhang. Why don't you go and appease her? His sister teased with a smile. Little sister, in just a few days, you've forgotten Lu Yi. It seems you two are prone to fickleness. Chen Meng shot her a glare, aware that his sister had never wished for him to be with Xia Ying, tirelessly trying to encourage a relationship with Lu Yi instead. Not at all. When you weren't around, Miss Zhang was quite kind to me. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Chen Xiaomei blinked innocently. You're ridiculous. Chen Meng rolled his eyes as he approached Zhang Luer. What brings you here? Zhang Luer scoffed, though the corners of her mouth betrayed a hint of amusement. Gazing upon her enchanting visage, flawless and exquisite, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, and delicately arched brows that lent her an air of icy allure. Her sharp chin was devoid of any excess, beautifully rounded, and her slender neck held high with an air of pride, as if she were conveying something profound to him. Her casual attire was both alluring and understated, styled with a sleek ponytail that momentarily reminded Chen Meng of Lu Tingting. They were of the same age and equally beautiful. Yet their disparate life experiences shaped their distinct personalities. Though Zhang Luer was capricious, she possessed a deeper understanding of emotional equality between individuals. What are you staring at? Why are you not answering my question? Have you turned dumb? Zhang Luer felt her cheeks flush under Chen Meng's gaze, struggling to maintain her cool demeanor. Nothing, he replied, collecting his scattered thoughts. He poured her a cup of tea and inquired, how did it go with the matter I entrusted you? Humph. Zhang Luer let out a playful huff, sipping from her cup and lightly pressing her rosy lips together. I found a suitable location just over there, but the price they are asking is rather steep. I couldn't decide, so I awaited your return for consultation. Where? Take me to see it. Chen Meng's eyes lit up. Now? Yes, right now? The sooner we establish the shop, the sooner we can start earning. Chen Meng nodded eagerly, following the direction Zhang Luer had indicated. Chen Meng's anticipation grew as he gazed towards an ideal spot at the far end of the square. All right then, I'll take you to see it. Zhang Luer stood up, leading Chen Meng across the street into the darkness. He Zhuang did not follow. Instead, he approached Chen Xiaomei and struck up a conversation. In the 1990s, even in the city center, streetlights were scarce, and those that existed were incandescent, spaced several dozen meters apart, casting limited illumination. It was a dance of brightness and shadow, disorienting to the observer. Beside the square, unlike the later generations where the roads were paved with marble, the streets at this moment were uneven and chaotic. Suddenly, Zhang Luer's body swayed, and she exclaimed, "Be careful." Chen Meng quickly stepped forward to steady her, advising her to watch her step in the darkness. Zhang Luer's heart raced in fright, and her sandals were ill-suited for the rugged terrain, leaving her no choice but to cling tightly to Chen Meng's hand. Hopping forward with his support, his long fingers dug into her palm, causing him discomfort, yet he held his tongue. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at the entrance of a dimly lit shop. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Luer instinctively attempted to pat her chest, only to realize her hand was still entwined with Chen Meng's. Her body froze, and her heart raced even more. When did he take my hand? She wished to pull away but felt a twinge of reluctance. His hand was broad, warm, and comforting. As Chen Meng gently released her grip to peer through the glass into the shop, Jean Luer's face flushed crimson. Only then did she realize it was she who had been holding on to him. Thankfully, he hadn't noticed. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. What kind of shop is this? Why does it look so disheveled outside? Chen Meng leaned against the glass, observing the emptiness within, unable to discern anything. It turned out to be an office building that had been ransacked due to debts owed, with everything inside stripped bare, even the marble at the entrance. This incident had garnered quite a bit of attention, leading to the company's inevitable closure, prompting the landlord to seek new tenants, Jean Luer explained. How large is it? Approximately 300 to 400 square meters. Not too big, not too small, just right. Chen Meng's face brightened, and he promptly decided, this is the place. I will come find you tomorrow and arrange to meet with the landlord to discuss further. Isn't the rent rather steep? How much? 200,000 a year. Indeed. That is quite high. Chen Meng nodded in agreement. Given the prime location in the bustling center of the county, in later years, it would surely fetch several million annually. However, currently, the property prices in Qingshan County were only 500 to 600 per square meter, making 200,000 quite exorbitant. Let us talk to the landlord tomorrow. If it doesn't work out, we could consider building our own, although the approval process might be a hassle, Chen Meng suggested. If you genuinely wish to build, I can handle the approval process. But securing land will require a significant amount of money. Money is not a concern. Such confidence. With your 30,000. Haven't you nearly spent it all? Jean Luer retorted, a hint of mockery in her tone. She felt it was inappropriate to say, but every time she thought of Chen Meng recklessly aiding widow Xia, her irritation flared. Chen Meng chuckled and turned to leave. Aren't you coming? Humph. Jean Luer scoffed, resembling an imperious swan as she strode ahead. Yet, after a few steps, she swayed again, nearly stumbling. Chen Meng extended his hand once more, and without hesitation, Jean Luer grasped it, using his support to navigate back slowly. In the darkness, neither spoke a word. Chen Meng exuded a calm demeanor, while Jean Luer's breath quickened. Her face flushed with warmth and her heart racing. She was uncertain whether it was due to their walk or the sensation of holding Chen Meng's hand. As they reached the illuminated streetlight, the path became smoother, and they naturally released their grip. Ahem. Chen Meng cleared his throat. Jean Luer brushed aside the loose strands of hair by her ear, her porcelain-like visage glowing softly under the light, imbued with a delicate blush. Even the fine strands of her hair appeared almost translucent, dancing gently in the breeze, occasionally brushing against Chen Meng's face, sending a ticklish sensation that stirred his emotions. Upon returning to the stall, He Zhuang's meaningful gaze darted between the two. Jean Luer promptly picked up her handbag, remaining silent as she walked away. He Zhuang hurried to catch up. Brother, what did you do to upset Miss Zhang again? Chen Xiaomei inquired. How should I know? Miss Jiao is just overly sensitive and quick to anger, Chen Meng replied, scratching his nose. Most of the customers had departed. The 3 cooks sent by Yunhe restaurant swiftly tidied up and left as well. The siblings prepared to head home. Before departing, Chen Meng handed 2 packs of cigarettes to Sister Zhou, explaining that they were meant for Brother Zhou, who was absent that day, and requested her to deliver them. Chen Xiaodi, you are too polite. Brother Zhou has taken good care of me. Bringing 2 packs of cigarettes as a gesture of appreciation is only fitting, Sister Zhou smiled. Chen Meng chuckled and bid farewell to her. Once again riding the old bicycle, he and his sister navigated the darkness towards Chenjigu village. After a considerable interval, Chen Xiaomei was particularly exhilarated to once again ride on her brother's bicycle. Brother, how was your trip? Did you earn any money? She asked eagerly. Of course I did. Otherwise, how would I have the face to return? He replied. How much did you earn? 1 million. Immediately, Chen Meng heard a loud clap. He quickly halted the bicycle and turned to see his sister sprawled on the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief. Brother, are you serious? Chapter 138. Young people must learn restraint. There is still time ahead. Upon returning home, their parents were already asleep, completely unprepared for the siblings' return. Meng, you've come back after a few days and look so thin. That widow Xia is truly no good. How could she have made you suffer so? Their mother, Zhao Huaihua, was taken aback and overjoyed to see Chen Meng, tears streaming down her face. Chen Meng felt a mix of emotions, half amused at the notion of being thin, responding, Mom, I'm just the same as before, not thinner, merely a bit tanned. How can you not be thinner? I'm not the one saying this. Young people must learn restraint. The future is long, Chen Dezhu, who had been silent, suddenly chimed in with a deep voice. Chen Meng broke into a sweat. It was the first time he had heard his father speak in such a manner, and he thought to himself, I wish I could learn restraint, but alas, I have yet to win over Enin. Mom and Dad, let us not dwell on my matters. It's been hard to return, and we haven't eaten yet. Chen Xiaomei interjected, noticing her brother's awkward expression. Right. I'll go prepare a meal. Their mother, Zhao Huaihua, wiped her tears. No need, Mom. I brought shrimp, pig's head meat, and roast chicken. Let's celebrate my safe return with a drink. Chen Xiaomei lifted the plastic bag in her hand. The family busied themselves with moving tables and chairs and lighting the kerosene lamp. To my surprise, the house was well stocked with beer, which greatly delighted Chen Meng, as it signified a significant improvement in the family's financial situation. By the way, Mom and Dad, I have brought you gifts from my trip. Chen Meng presented the items he had acquired from Shanghai. 2 fine cigarettes, a complete outfit and a pair of shoes for his mother, and cosmetics and perfume for his younger sister. However, where's the perfume? Chen Meng rummaged through the package, finding everything else but the perfume. Suddenly, he recalled seeing his sister rummaging through his belongings. He looked at her. Did you take the perfume? No, she replied. Come on, I saw you going through my things. Little sister, when did you learn to lie? Chen Meng's expression turned stern. Chen Xiaomei, feeling guilty, confessed, I took it. It was meant for you anyway. So I just took it. I put the perfume in Miss Zhang's bag. Chen Meng was left speechless. Big brother, Miss Zhang has been so kind to you. You returned from afar without bringing her a gift, so I gave her the perfume on your behalf, Chen Xiaomei said with a smile. Indeed, Meng. Miss Zhang is truly a wonderful person, and she seems to suit you well, added their mother, Zhao Huaijia. Chen Meng was taken aback. Mom, you haven't even met Miss Zhang. How can you be so certain of her character? Who says I haven't met her? While you were away, Miss Zhang was the one who brought Xiaomei home every day. Chen Meng was at a loss for words. He understood his family's intentions. They all disapproved of Ying, a widow with a sick child. In rural areas, marrying a widow is considered a grave taboo, a disgrace to one's ancestors, especially when accompanied by a child with a chronic illness, a financial burden without end. The family had shown remarkable kindness by not opposing the treatment for Xiaomiao. Let's eat, Chen Xiaomei quickly urged, sensing her brother's silence. She exchanged glances with their parents, as the three had previously agreed that such matters required patience, lest they provoke Chen Meng's stubbornness, which would render him deaf to all counsel. Having been away for over 10 days, Chen Meng had not shared a meal with his family in quite some time. He decided to set aside his concerns and began recounting his experiences from afar, though he refrained from disclosing where he had been or how much he had earned, fearing that such news might overly excite his parents. The elderly couple, having lived for decades, had only ventured as far as the county town. Listening to Chen Meng's fascinating stories opened their eyes to new wonders, filling their dilapidated home with laughter and joy. The following day, Chen Meng rose early. Standing at the doorway, he gazed out at the endless expanse of verdant trees and mountains, breathing in the exceptionally fresh air. His parents were busy with a newly purchased balance scale, and a brand new tricycle was parked in the yard. However, his sister was nowhere to be seen. When did you buy the scale and the tricycle? Chen Meng yawned. We bought them over a week ago. You asked Xiaomei to tell me to go to the neighboring village to collect crayfish, and I thought riding a bicycle would be inconvenient, so I got the tricycle, Chen Daju replied without looking up. How can you be so clueless? It's been several days, and you still don't understand, Zhao Huaijia lamented. Chen Meng chuckled in disbelief and approached. Dad, let me teach you how to use this. This is a 1 kilogram weight. Just place any object on the scale, and see? Adjust the slider to the center, ensuring the indicator remains balanced, which would confirm that this stone weighs exactly 2 pounds. If it tilts to the right, it indicates it weighs less than 2 pounds. Simply adjust the slider slightly to the left and note the number. Conversely, if it tilts to the left, it suggests it exceeds 2 pounds. Then, switch to a larger weight. Chen Meng explained meticulously, and his father, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the concept, his face brightening with joy. At that moment, his younger sister returned, carrying a bundle of pig feed, her forehead glistening with sweat. Chen Meng hurried over to assist her in unloading the feed. Sister, there's no need to gather pig feed anymore. Our family can afford sweet potatoes and bran. His sister replied, but Dad has to run around daily to collect crayfish, and Mom is solely responsible for farming the land, which is already too much for her. Where will we find sweet potatoes to eat? Then let's stop farming, Chen Meng asserted. That simply won't do. The land is the soul of us rural folk. You may be earning money now, but what if one day that changes? Cultivating crops ensures we have something to eat. It prevents starvation, their mother, Zhao Huaihua, stated with gravity. Chen Meng felt a surge of guilt upon hearing those words. He realized that aside from sleeping, he had been preoccupied solely with his stall business and had contributed nothing to the family farm. Once everything was tidied up, a simple breakfast was ready. The family gathered around the table to eat. Meng, I have something to tell you. Recently, people from the neighboring village have started competing for crayfish too. What used to be 5 cents each has now risen to 15 cents for two, Chengdu suddenly remarked. As long as we each manage our own businesses and keep costs below 5 yuan, there is still profit to be made, Chen Meng replied. Brother, don't be complacent. Recently, numerous stalls selling crayfish have sprouted up in the city. Although their taste is mediocre, their prices are low, only 10 yuan per pound. While they may be scattered throughout the county, they will inevitably impact our business sooner or later, his sister warned. I understand this is a normal business phenomenon. It's only a matter of time. However, my ambition is to establish Chen's crayfish as a signature of Qingshan County and eventually expand beyond it. We cannot limit our vision to just Qingshan County. Besides, even if others sell at lower prices, it doesn't pose an immediate threat to us. You underestimate consumer psychology. Baldy is a testament to that, Chen Meng chuckled. But, you signed a contract with Miss Zhang. In the future, won't you be unable to use the Chen's crayfish brand and recipe independently? I signed the contract with Yunhe Restaurant, not with Jean Luer personally. Furthermore, Jean Luer and I are partners. Her profit is my profit. Moreover, what I am focused on is not just the profit from spicy crayfish, but the entire industry chain, such as aquaculture, which is far more lucrative. Just imagine, once spicy crayfish restaurants bloom throughout the county and even the city, all sourcing from us, what astounding profits that would yield, Chen Meng explained. Hearing this, Chen Xiaomei's eyes sparkled, and she breathed rapidly. So you've been planning this all along, and even managed to convince Miss Zhang. Why not just persuade her to become my sister-in-law? That would surely be even more profitable. Chapter 139. Preparing to build a new house all day long. One can only dream of beautiful things. Miss Zhang is a daughter of a wealthy family, and what am I compared to her? I am unworthy of her. Chen Meng playfully tapped his sister's head. What of being a wealthy heiress? I think she is not worthy of you either, Chen Xiaojie retorted, tears welling in her eyes as she rubbed her head in pain. In your eyes, is it only the celestial maidens in the heavens who are worthy of your brother? Chen Meng chuckled softly, not taking it too seriously. It is not that exaggerated. At least, only the beautiful stars and singers from the magazines would do. What use is beauty? True beauty lies in the purity of one's heart, Chen Meng replied with a smile, thinking to himself, let us be honest. Those stars and singers can be quite filthy beneath their glamorous exteriors. They are no match for Ying. Seeing the siblings playfully banter, Chen Dazhu and his wife laughed heartily, recognizing the warmth of familial bonds. By the way, Meng, regarding that matter last time, Zhang Duan compensated 5,000 yuan, and I have kept it for you. I will hand it over shortly, Mother Zhao Huaihua suddenly interjected. Mom, you should keep it. Don't you think it's time to have your eyes checked at the hospital? Delaying it further could lead to serious consequences, Chen Meng said. If you have money, then keep it. Consider it my filial piety towards you, Chen Meng insisted, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Zhao Huaihua remained silent. Her smile so wide it was as if she had just tasted the finest steamed bun, far surpassing the flavor of a meat bun. By the way, Dad, shouldn't we tear down our house? It has become a dilapidated structure. Whenever it rains, it leaks, Chen Meng said while sipping his thin rice porridge. Where would we live after tearing it down? Chen Dazhu was taken aback. We would build a new one, of course, but that would cost a fortune. No, that won't do. Chen Dazhu shook his head in alarm. Do not worry about finances. Living in this house is truly uncomfortable for me. I plan to construct a 2-story villa. We should also stop raising pigs. They are perpetually smelly, and the toilet is not only foul but infested with maggots, which is quite disgusting. Just thinking about it makes me feel nauseous. The experience from the second day of my reincarnation still lingers in my memory. I vowed that if I stayed here and did not return, the first thing I would do is build a house and renovate the toilet. Now, with sufficient resources at hand, it is time to address this. Meng, you are in the midst of establishing your career, and you need funds for Xiaomiao's medical treatment as well. Let us put the house-building matter on hold for now, Chen Dazhu advised. Dad, to speak honestly, during my brief time in Jiangzhou, I partnered with others in business and earned over 100,000 yuan. That is more than enough to build a house, Chen Meng disclosed, knowing that if he did not mention his earnings, his parents would likely oppose the idea of constructing a new house. You have only been away for just over 10 days. How could you make so much money? Chen Daju was left speechless, astonished. Meng, you haven't done anything illegal, have you? Zhao Huaihua also looked dumbfounded. Mom and Dad, how could my brother possibly engage in wrongdoing? He partnered in business with Miss Zhang's father, who is a well-known wealthy man in Jiangzhou. Chen Xiaojie interjected, supporting her brother. Miss Zhang is truly a good person. Indeed, son. I think you should just marry Miss Zhang and bring her home. As the conversation flowed, the elderly couple once again turned their attention to Chen Meng's marriage, earnestly discussing how they could arrange for him to marry Zhang Luer, as if they already believed he had an intimate relationship with her. Chen Meng found himself in a state of both amusement and exasperation. After finishing dinner, Chen Daju set off to collect crayfish on his tricycle, while their mother took a hoe and headed to the fields. Meanwhile, the younger sister accompanied Chen Meng to the county town. Ever since he had instructed her to gain some kitchen management experience at Yunhe restaurant, she had been reporting there daily. Previously, it was He Zhuang who personally came to pick her up. Listening to her recount these events, Chen Meng's impression of Zhang Luer's soared, regardless of her motives. She had certainly shown considerable regard for his family. Arriving in the county town on his bicycle, drenched in sweat, Chen Meng felt the oppressive heat weighing on him. He longed to immediately purchase a motorcycle but restrained himself. After all, it had only been a mere 10 days since his rebirth, and flaunting such a purchase would be rather ostentatious. Although the people were relatively simple in character during these times, the security situation was far from ideal, with threats like Zhang Matzi lurking in the shadows. Should such an adversary turn hostile, it would spell disaster for him. And Chen Meng had no desire to return to that life. However, he concluded that acquiring a motorcycle was indeed feasible. Resolute in his decision, he took his sister to a motorcycle shop, where he spent 6,000 yuan on a Jialing 125. Upon hearing the price, Chen Meng nearly thought he had misheard. In later years, motorcycles typically cost around 4,000 to 5,000, making it hard to fathom that in the 1990s, one could fetch 6,000 for a bike. The manufacturing industry was just beginning to flourish, and foreign entities held the pricing power entirely. Isn't it stylish? Chen Meng exclaimed as he rode the motorcycle with his sister. Both exhilarated. After nearly a month of rebirth, he finally had the means to procure a substantial item for his family. What does stylish mean? It means impressive. This is indeed impressive. His sister shouted joyfully from the back, attracting disdainful glances from passers-by. Yet, the siblings paid no heed, continuing their jubilant shouts as they arrived at Yunhe restaurant. This was Chen Meng's first visit, and instead of rushing inside, he took a moment to observe the surroundings. The restaurant boasted a spacious parking lot, surrounded by office buildings from various institutions, as well as a handful of commercial enterprises. The location was undeniably prime, as the main patrons of restaurants at that time were employees from these institutions and business owners. With numerous offices nearby, it had the advantage of being conveniently situated for those who needed to entertain clients. Upon entering the restaurant, Chen Meng furrowed his brow at the interior. It wasn't that the decor lacked quality. Rather, it seemed overly commonplace and rather crowded, with tables crammed so closely together that they nearly reached the entrance. As soon as they entered, Chen Xiaomei headed straight to the kitchen. "Ah, my dear brother has arrived. You are indeed a rare guest." He Zhuang descended from the second floor and spotted Chen Meng immediately. "Brother He," Chen Meng greeted with a warm smile, handing him the 2 packs of cigarettes he had prepared. "I intended to give these to you last night, but it was too crowded." "De Zhonghua, brother. These are far too expensive for me to smoke," He Zhuang replied. He Zhuang was astonished. His monthly salary was merely 300 yuan. Even with the occasional gifts from the old man, it barely afforded him 2 packs of such cigarettes. "Brother He, you needn't be so formal. I, Chen Meng, will never forget the life-saving grace you bestowed upon me," Chen Meng declared. That night, the first sound he heard was He Zhuang rushing towards him. "Little brother, I shall not be polite then." A warm current surged through He Zhuang's heart. His impulsive rush that evening was purely a result of being moved by Chen Meng's fearless tenacity. He had not anticipated any form of repayment from Chen Meng, yet. In the aftermath, Chen Meng had never acknowledged it, leaving a lingering sense of unease in He Zhuang's heart. It turned out that Chen Meng had not forgotten, keeping it close to his heart, though he had simply chosen not to voice it. "Let us not stand on ceremony. I will go meet Miss Zhang first." and we shall converse later. Chen Meng smiled and ascended to the second floor, heading directly to the general manager's office. Chapter 140. The lecherous one. When Chen Meng arrived at the general manager's office, the door was ajar. Through the gap, he could see Sun Ming, the lobby manager he had encountered a few times, bending over a desk, while Jean Luer was engrossed in reviewing some documents. Unlike her attire from the previous day, today Jean Luer was dressed quite formally, adorned in a fitted black blazer complemented by a white-collared shirt. This instantly reminded Chen Meng of the alluring woman Wang Fangfang, a captivating and seductive figure he had met once. Just as he was about to enter, he noticed Sun Ming standing awkwardly to the side, his body tilted. An audacious peeper. Chen Meng's anger flared. Sun Ming seemed to sense someone watching from the doorway and instinctively glanced over. Upon recognizing Chen Meng, he promptly straightened and greeted him with a grin. Chen Meng has arrived. Jean Luer quickly lifted her head, and upon seeing Chen Meng, her face blossomed with a smile. She closed the documents and gestured for Sun Ming to leave. Yes, Sun Ming nodded and began to exit the office. But Chen Meng barred his way. Sun Ming's smile faltered as Chen Meng's cold, piercing gaze bore into him, rendering him uneasy until he finally stepped aside, allowing Sun Ming to exit. Then, with a decisive slam, Chen Meng shut the door. Damn it, a mere street vendor dares to put on airs before me. Sun Ming silently seethed. Ever since he learned of Chen Meng's stake in the restaurant, he had been acutely aware that a confrontation between them was inevitable. He could tolerate Jean Luer being superior to him, but he could not abide a man, especially one of humble origins, standing above him. Without any prior notice, Jean Luer rose to greet Chen Meng. Take a seat. Chen Meng urged Jean Luer into a chair, then opened the folder and resumed reviewing the documents with the same posture. What are you doing? Jean Luer inquired, her expression puzzled. Verifying a matter. Chen Meng indicated for her to comply with his request. Jean Luer, oblivious to the situation, continued to gaze at the documents with her head lowered. Meanwhile, Chen Meng tilted his body, allowing his gaze to fall, although he did not display the same flamboyant demeanor as Wang Fangfang, whose blouse was provocatively unbuttoned to reveal a generous curve. Nonetheless, Chen Meng discerned a glimpse of frost-like beauty, the elegant rise of her silhouette confirming his suspicions of furtive observation. With a stern expression, Chen Meng questioned, "What peeping?" As Jean Luer raised her head, their eyes met, and she was momentarily taken aback. Lowering her gaze, her cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson, a mix of embarrassment and indignation washing over her. Rising to her feet, she delivered a swift kick to Chen Meng's calf, exclaiming, You shameless scoundrel. Ouch! Chen Meng clutched his leg, hopping in place. Miss Jean, do you realize how painful it is to be kicked by your high heels? This happened last night, and now again today. How can you be so heartless? Chen Meng rolled up his pants to reveal 2 bruises on his calf. Serves you right. I thought you were simply requesting a pose for a different purpose. To think you would stoop to such lewd behavior. How mistaken I was about you. Jean Luer bit her lip in frustration. If I told you I saw Sun Ming peeping just now, would you believe me? Believe it or not, it's irrelevant. Has the landlord been contacted? We should proceed with the negotiations. No need for formalities. The counterpart is a state-owned enterprise. We can go directly. A state-owned enterprise? Chen Meng frowned. Dealing with such public institutions is always a hassle. They neither lack funds nor care for trivial matters. It's all about connections and proper etiquette. Are we going or not? Jean Luer had emerged from behind the desk, standing at the door and casting a glance back at him. Her pencil skirt accentuated her curvaceous figure, while her black stockings shimmered subtly, complemented by elegant high heels, presenting her as a sophisticated career woman. In that moment, Chen Meng was reminded of the character development minigames in mobile games, envisioning how perfect she would look with a pair of glasses. I'm not nearsighted. Why would I wear glasses? Because they look good, Chen Meng replied with a smile. Let us go. Time is of the essence. Isn't it your procrastination that caused the delay? Jean Luer huffed, leading the way. As Chen Meng followed leisurely behind, squinting his eyes, he wondered if all women, once clad in a pencil skirt, walked as if swaying with the wind, each one a natural model, strutting gracefully. He imagined how stunning Ying would look in such an outfit. Her more voluptuous figure would sway enticingly, and he mused how long he could endure the sight. Suddenly, Jean Luer felt an inexplicable sensation, a burning awareness at her back, as if someone were watching her. Uncomfortably, she turned to glare at Chen Meng. You walk ahead. What a keen sixth sense you have. Chen Meng chuckled, stepping forward as he inquired, Who are you in contact with? Another lecherous individual, perhaps an elderly gentleman? How am I lecherous? You were just peeping at me. The explanation was unclear, and Chen Meng felt helpless. However, he could not deny the situation. After all, he had just solidified the accusation against himself. Yet, it was not entirely his fault. Any man, when confronted with a beautiful woman clad in a body-hugging dress, swaying gracefully in the breeze, would find it hard to resist glancing at her, unless he were blind. Upon exiting the restaurant, Jean Luer produced her keys and asked, "Will you drive, or shall I?" Gesturing toward the gleaming new Jialing 125. "Is that what you call a car?" "A bicycle is also a vehicle," she retorted. "Is this what you call a vehicle?" "A bicycle is also a vehicle," she teased. Chen Meng mounted the bike and patted the seat behind him. "Come on up." "How am I supposed to sit?" Jean Luer rolled her eyes. Wearing a fitted skirt, straddling was out of the question, so she opted for a side saddle position. Jean Luer gasped in surprise and instinctively clutched his waist. She did not fit the description of a voluptuous beauty. Rather, she was a slender blend of grace and allure. Jean Luer did not possess the voluptuous figure of a classic beauty. Rather, she was a blend of slenderness and softness. As she pressed against Chen Meng, he experienced the sensation of a gentle impact. Though not as pronounced as that of another, it was undeniably tangible. Indeed, it was purely a matter of finances. If he had money, who wouldn't he want to buy a BMW or a Mercedes, complete with a panoramic sunroof? It was purely a matter of financial constraints. Who wouldn't he wish for a BMW or a Mercedes with a panoramic sunroof if they had the means? This was Jean Luer's first experience on a motorcycle, and the fierce wind rendered her unable to keep her eyes open, her hair whipping about in disarray. To maintain her appearance, she leaned her face against Chen Meng's back, inhaling a robust masculine scent that evoked a mix of emotions, slightly pungent, yet oddly pleasant. Suddenly, Chen Meng slammed on the brakes. Jean Luer let out a muffled grunt, irritation evident in her voice. "Could you be any steadier? You nearly knocked the breath out of me. Do you have any?" Chen Meng retorted. "I don't, huh? You're hilarious. What did you just say?" Jean Luer pinched Chen Meng's waist tightly, twisting it painfully, yet the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. "Do you really think I can't tell when you're joking?" Chapter 141. Negotiation. Qingshan Machinery Manufacturing Plant, though modest in size, is a legitimate state-owned enterprise. Jean Luer pinched Chen Meng's waist tightly, twisting it painfully, yet the corners of her mouth betrayed a hint of a smile. Chen Meng parked the motorcycle outside the logistics and equipment office building. Jean Luer dismounted, complaining, "Not only is it hot, but you've also ruined my hairstyle." It was a legitimate state-owned enterprise specializing in agricultural machinery. The workforce consisted of around 5,000 to 6,000 employees, making it a medium-sized factory. Chen Meng parked the motorcycle outside the logistics and equipment office building. Jean Luer dismounted, complaining, "It's hot, and you've messed up my hair." She retrieved her compact mirror from her bag, tidying herself up. With her naturally flushed cheeks serving as a charming blush, she quickly regained her composed demeanor. "Let us go?" As it was Chen Meng's first visit, he followed closely behind Jean Luer into the director's office. "Director Pan, I hope I'm not interrupting," Jean Luer inquired. Holding a respectable position, spoke in a manner that exuded a certain lewdness. Chen Meng furrowed his brows as he observed Director Pan's persistent grip on Jean Luer's hand. Rising with a smile and extending his hand towards her, the director of a state-owned enterprise, a figure of considerable rank, spoke in a manner that struck one as rather lewd. Chen Meng furrowed his brow at the sight of Director Pan gripping Jean Luer's hand with undue insistence, prompting him to clear his throat twice. It was only then that Director Pan seemed to acknowledge Chen Meng's presence, his smile freezing into a half-hearted grin as he remarked, "Is Jean's business discussion so perilous that it necessitates the presence of a driver?" Director Pan misunderstood, prompting Jean Luer to clarify, "He is not my driver. He is my partner and a shareholder in the restaurant." "Greetings, Director Pan. I am Chen Meng." He introduced himself, extending his hand. To his surprise, Director Pan had no intention of shaking it. Instead, he lifted his teacup and took a sip, settling into his seat. "What brings you here today, General Jean?" "I've reiterated numerous times that the annual fee is 200,000, which I've adjusted out of respect for General Jean's beauty," he continued. Director Pan appeared taken aback momentarily, his gaze flitting over Jean Luer. Although subtle, Chen Meng discerned a glint of greed in his eyes. Subsequently, Director Pan's fingers began to rhythmically tap on the table, seemingly deep in contemplation. Damn it. Chen Meng realized that the bureaucratic rhetoric was about to commence. This is rather troublesome, Director Pan sighed suddenly. But you previously stated that the 200,000 annual fee was acceptable. What has changed? Jean Luer inquired, realizing that the bureaucratic formalities were about to ensue. This could prove troublesome. Director Pan sighed dramatically. Didn't you state that the 200,000 annual fee was agreeable? Why? The stipulation from the factory was 300,000 annually. After receiving a word from County Chief Ma, indicating that Miss Jean intended to lease the space, they replied, therein lies the problem. The factory initially stipulated a rental fee of 300,000 per year. After some persuasion from County Head Ma, who mentioned that Miss Jean was interested in leasing, I submitted a report to the factory, granting a discount of 100,000 out of respect for Miss Jean. Yet, now she arrives with a partner, claiming to be a shareholder. Had I known there were other stakeholders involved, I would find it difficult to justify my actions. Director Pan explained. His reasoning was undeniably sound, leaving little room for rebuttal. Jean Luer felt a warmth in her heart as she listened. Director Pan, go inquire at the machinery factory. Who doesn't he know that I, Pan Changzhong, am unwaveringly impartial and strictly adhere to the rules? Your status is different, otherwise, well. Director Pan maintained a stern expression. Yes, I appreciate your consideration, Director Pan. Jean Luer responded with a bright smile. Your position affords you certain privileges, but otherwise Director Pan maintained a stern demeanor. Indeed. Thank you for your understanding, Director Pan. Jean Luer responded, her smile brightening. Perhaps we could proceed as per standard leasing protocol, without any personal considerations, 300,000 per annum, and we shall sign a long-term agreement, for a minimum of 5 years. Chen Meng suddenly proposed. 300,000? Jean Luer shot a glance at Chen Meng. The factory has never entertained such a precedent. It has always been an annual agreement. Director Pan shot a glance at Chen Meng, resuming his rhythmic tapping on the table. The factory has no precedent for such. All contracts are signed annually, Director Pan remarked, eyeing Chen Meng once more. His fingers The old fellow is surely resorting to bureaucratic jargon again, Chen Meng lamented, regretting his hasty revelation of intentions, which had now provided this individual with leverage against him. Jean Luer inquired, extracting an envelope from her bag and placing it on the table. Director Pan glanced at it and replied, this isn't a matter of leniency. It's the factory's regulations, which I cannot circumvent. Everyone knows the prowess of Director Pan in the machinery factory. Otherwise, County Chief Ma wouldn't have sent me to seek your assistance. I am confident you will find a solution, Jean Luer smiled. You may return for now. Let me consider the matter, Director Pan said, lifting his teacup. You may take your leave, he added. Jean Luer wished to inquire when a resolution might be reached. You may take your leave, he added. Jean Luer wished to inquire when a resolution might be reached, but Chen Meng restrained her, saying, then we will take our leave. Director Pan, please continue with your work. Director Pan nodded, but did not rise to see them off. A stark contrast to the warm demeanor he had shown upon their arrival. Once outside the office building, Jean Luer vented her frustration. Why did you pull me away? On such a hot day, we went all this way without clarity. What a wasted trip. We wouldn't have gained any results anyway. You are too naive. What can you do to him if he takes the red envelope, but refuses to assist? You are too naive. What can you do to him if he takes the red envelope, but refuses to assist? Not in need of funds. To put it plainly, the rent is of no concern to him. He stands to gain nothing from it. Not in need of funds. To put it plainly, the rent is of no concern to him. He stands to gain nothing from it. His only desire is to maximize his own profits. Chen Meng scoffed. What should we do then? Shall we simply establish our own shop? Jean Luer proposed. Unless absolutely necessary. We cannot pursue that path. Constructing a shop will take at least a month, and with the peak season for spicy crayfish before November, we have no time to lose. Chen Meng replied. Before November? Are you trying to ensnare me? The recipe alone cost 500,000, and we still need to cover rent and renovations, which will require at least another 200,000. Then what about the off-season after just a few months of profit? Jean Luer retorted angrily. Rest assured, we will split the rent and renovation costs equally. I would never jeopardize my own interests, Chen Meng assured her. Where would you procure such funds? Focus on your own affairs. Don't end up unable to contribute, she countered. Do not worry about my finances, Jean-Louis scoffed. But recalling her outstanding debt of 200,000 to Chen Meng, she felt a twinge of guilt. Shifting the topic, she remarked, "It is premature to discuss this. You must gather funds quickly, lest we truly falter," Chen Meng urged as he mounted his motorcycle. "Hop on. I shall take you for another exhilarating ride." "You must gather funds quickly, lest we truly falter," Chen Meng urged as he mounted his motorcycle. "Hop on. I shall take you for another exhilarating ride." A breeze would suffice. Jean-Louis shot him a resentful glare before leaping onto the rear seat, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist.